Family, who understands? At 6 years old, my heart was pierced and shattered. If it weren't for my dad, an A-Tring Soul Douluo, who exploded his equipment to heal me, I would have been done for. The two old schemers from the Tiando Royal Academy conspired against my family while I was still running in the Holy Spirit Village. During my soul awakening, I ended up with a twin martial soul, Kunpeng. This plot is too explosive, keep watching. I almost didn't make it. Literally, my heart was pierced. If it weren't for my dad, whom I'd never met before, an A-Tring Soul Douluo who immediately unleashed all his equipment to bring me back to life, I probably would have been finished right from start. Family, who understands, experiencing such a life and death situation at 6 years old is simply unbelievable. This all started a few days before my soul awakening when I was 6 years old. At that time, I knew nothing and was still running around the Holy Spirit Village, carrying hundreds of pounds of stones, focusing on physical training. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, two schemers were plotting something significant directly related to the fate of my entire family. An old man named Jiang, pretending to be a master with his hands behind his back, was saying to his son, whose name was quite a joke, Jiang, son, as long as we take care of that last heir from the Jiang family, our family's Tianqiao martial soul can mutate, and we will be ahead by leaps and bounds. Let me tell you, the Tianqiao martial soul is like an evil KPI system. The main family and the branch family are in competition, and the main family can only upgrade if the branch family is completely wiped out. That Jiang family they were talking about just happens to be mine. The young man, named Jiang, was still laughing. I heard that the genius from the Jiang family has already died for a woman. Did they take care of the child as well? Exactly. Jiang said proudly. The method mentioned in ancient texts really works. Once his son is dead, your sister Zhihui's martial soul will mutate immediately. Saying this, they called the little girl, named Zhihui, over to awaken her martial soul. As she placed her hand on the crystal ball, a gray vine suddenly emerged with a loud bang. It mutated. It really mutated. The two were as excited as if they had won 5 million. But Jiang frowned again. Dad, why is her soul power only level 6? I thought it was supposed to be full innate soul power. The old man stroked his chin and analyzed like a detective. I suspect there might still be a loose end in the Jiang family. The direct bloodline hasn't been completely severed. This martial soul is truly strange. Well, when his son Jiang heard this, 8 soul rings lit up, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and in a murderous tone, he said, killing 2 isn't enough, let's wipe out the entire family. If we do it, we must do it thoroughly. After saying this, he burst out laughing and left, probably to finish the job. At this moment, I was completely unaware of everything. I had just finished running, put down the stones, and happened to bump into Tang San. Yo, third brother, are you practicing your Xian Tiangong again? I greeted him. This guy is also a time traveler, with the soul of a 30-year-old uncle inside, pretending to be profound here every day. In front of someone like me, who has seen the script, his little schemes are like trying to act confused while knowing the truth, but he doesn't say anything, and I don't expose him, we just play along. Just messing around. Tang San replied with a look of him, just an ordinary kid, then quickly changed the subject. Luo ran? You went running again? I was secretly amused. Were you worried about that? I don't know. Your Xian Tiangong has hit a bottleneck. I patted the dirt off my clothes. Yeah, my legs are strong and I'm not anxious. All right, you should go back and cook for your dad, you look thin. Tang San hurriedly left, probably feeling uneasy around me, thinking my gaze was filled with I see through you. Back home, I was ready to eat. Old Jack, who adopted me, had already set the table. While I was eating, I thought about how my martial soul awakening was in 3 days, and I wondered what kind of abilities my time traveler's body could have. I just hope I don't have a useless martial soul, otherwise all my narrative advantages would be wasted. The next day, feeling bored, I went to find Tang San to play again. I knew he was going to learn the chaotic cloak hammer technique from his dad, Tang Hao, today, which is a divine skill that I had to observe live. When I arrived at his broken blacksmith shop, Tang San was preparing to learn from his master. Tang Hao, the title Douluo, who was always drunk, came out with a disheveled hair and a gloomy face. I quickly greeted, hello, uncle, fearing that one day he would be in a bad mood and smash the Holy Spirit Village. Tang Hao didn't say much and started teaching on the spot. Little San, listen carefully. A person has 3 hearts besides the one in the chest. There are 2 in the calves. When forging, you have to use all 3 hearts to exert force simultaneously. As he spoke, he picked up the big hammer. Let me tell you, that posture was something else. His leg muscles tensed, and the power flowed through his waist, shoulders, and arms. Then with a loud bang, he slammed down. The whole room shook, and sparks flew. Tang San and I were almost blown away. Using the rebound from the hammer, he turned his body and struck again. Got it? Use force to counter force. The more you hit, the stronger it gets. Tang San, Having a foundation from the Tang sect, learned from Tang Hao's example, practiced the Xian Tian Gong, and struck twice, although not as powerful as Tang Hao, he still looked decent. Tang Hao nodded, thinking his son was not bad. Then I stepped forward. Uncle, can I give a try? Tang Hao probably thought. Another one? Little San can do it. Because of his mother, what can an ordinary kid do? But he didn't say anything, and Tang San generously handed me the hammer. I took the hammer. Wow, it was really heavy. But I had been running with weights for years, so my leg strength was no joke. I imitated Tang Hao's posture, took a deep breath, felt those two hearts in my calves pumping wildly, and then transmitted the power all the way down, slamming down hard. Bang! With a loud sound, the sparks flew higher than when Tang San struck, and the iron block visibly dented. Tang San was directly dumbfounded. Tang Hao's eternally stoic face twitched slightly. I didn't stop using a rebound. I kept hammering. Bang, bang, bang. It was like I was on a cheat mode, smashing down 26 times in one breath until I felt my arms were about to fall off. Tang Hao finally couldn't help it. His gaze fixed on me like a searchlight. Kid, what do you usually do? I wiped my sweat and innocently said, I just like running with that old tree at the village entrance. I've been running for 4 years, so maybe I've strengthened my heart. After hearing this, Tang Hao's expression became quite complicated. I even felt a hint of murderous intent from him, probably fearing that I had stolen his sect's secret skills. Goodness, I was so scared that I quickly found an excuse to leave. That night, I returned home and decided to confront old Jack. I got straight to the point. Old Jack, who am I really? Don't hide it from me anymore. Old Jack initially tried to evade the question, but I pressed him, leaving him no choice but to sigh and reveal everything. He said that 6 years ago, on a stormy night, a bloodied man rushed into the village holding a baby. That man was an Atring Soul Douluo, and that baby was me. My heart had already been shattered, and I was barely alive. Old Jack said that when that man saw me, who seemed hopeless, he suddenly emitted a golden light, and his Bodhi soul bones unleashed terrifying power. Then he transformed all 8 of his soul rings into golden ones, one by one, and infused them into me. A month later, I miraculously survived. However, that man, my father, was exhausted, coughing up blood, and entrusted old Jack to take care of me, saying he had to go to a place called Biming to die, and then he left. My father's martial soul was a golden vine with spikes. After hearing all this, I was completely stunned. It turns out that my life was exchanged by my father with 8 soul rings and a soul bone. Biming. Tianqing Vine Point. 3 days later, the soul awakening ceremony. The famous Iron Blind Man, Su Yuntao, came, arrogantly awakening the martial souls of us little kids. He dismissed all the martial souls like hose and blue silvergrass as trash. When it was Tang San's turn, he awakened blue silvergrass and had innate full soul power. Su Yuntao was shocked but lamented, alas, trash martial soul, what a pity. I almost laughed out loud. Dude, he has a hammer in his left hand that could crush your brain. It was my turn. I stood in the formation, and with a bang, a dull gray vine appeared in my hand. Old tree root, trash martial soul, next. Su Yuntao didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. I resisted the urge to shove the vine into his mouth and said directly, test my soul power. He impatiently took out the crystal ball. When I placed my hand on it, with a buzz, the light was at least 4 times brighter than Tang San's. The entire wooden house was as bright as day. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out. Another one with innate, full soul power? His mentality completely collapsed. He couldn't understand why innate, full soul power kept appearing with these trash martial souls. He didn't know that I didn't just have innate, full soul power. My soul power reached level 40 straight away. As long as I had a soul ring, I could instantly become a soul zone. After the ceremony, old Jack gave the 2 work-study student spots to me and Tang San. I felt a surge of energy inside me, and, finding an excuse, I ran outside the village. That energy was rampaging within me, making me feel uncomfortable all over. In the dead of night, writhing in pain on the ground, suddenly layers of white feather scales began to cover my body, and a huge phantom slowly emerged behind me, half resembling a giant bird that could block the sun, and half resembling a giant fish that devours the ocean. Who understands my family? I thought I was holding a script for a trash character's comeback, but it turned out to be a twin martial soul, and it's a Kunpeng. This immense fortune has finally come to me. After calming down, I decided to keep this Kunpeng martial soul hidden for now. Once I become a titled Douluo, they'll directly give it 9 100,000-year red soul rings. For now, I should do some research first. I possess this mutated Tian Qingting. I must tell you, I was immediately compelled to ascertain its true capabilities. Upon channeling my martial spirit, that dull-hued Tian Qingting burst forth with remarkable vigor, reminiscent of steel, glimmering with a cold sheen. In front of me lay a massive, gnarled tree root. I silently intoned, "Find it." To my astonishment, a tremendous explosion ensued, leaving the root no chance to react as it was swiftly reduced to a flurry of wood shavings. Those who understand the gravity of the situation know that I staggered back 3 paces, utterly dumbfounded. Where was the promised binding? Instead, I had inadvertently delivered a physical annihilation. It dawned upon me that my Tian Kingdom, while ostensibly a control type, was also adept at delivering powerful strikes, a splendid companion for cunning strategies. In the ensuing 3 months, I plunged into an intense training regimen. With the absence of the old tree root, I utilized my own Tian Kingdom as a weight. Remarkably, having awakened my martial spirit and soul power, I felt as though I had undergone a transformation. Previously, I could barely manage to run with 100 pounds. Now I began with 300, all without drawing upon my soul power. Daily, I dashed through the mountains beside the village, burdened with 300 pounds of steel, leading onlookers to believe a construction crew was conducting team-building exercises. One day, feeling idle, I decided to pay a visit to Sanji's abode. I had not seen him in a month, and upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of him clad in an apron, industriously forging metal, an embodiment of a rebirth as a blacksmith in the Douluo continent. He gestured to a collection of intricate components on the table, introducing them as silent wrist crossbows. Upon inspection, I realized these were none other than the Tang sect's hidden weapons, indispensable tools for assassination and theft. I thought to myself that I could not simply observe. Thus, I proposed, "Sangu, while I may lack a technical skill, I possess great strength. Allow me to assist you with the hammer." Sangu accepted my offer without hesitation, recognizing that some of the more challenging tasks indeed required my brute strength. Henceforth, for the next month, after completing my weighted runs, I would rush over to his place to lend my strength, rapidly mastering the erratic hammering technique. Of course, when it came time for the crucial assembly phase, Sangu did not permit me to participate. On one such day, he unveiled 3 finished products, handing one to me with the words, "Luoran. This is yours, a reward for your assistance, to be used in critical moments." Those who understand the bond of brotherhood know this man is reliable. When it matters, he truly steps up. I was fully aware that this was a Tang sect secret technique, the core technology of which could not be divulged. We made our way to the mountain peak to test the weapons. Sangu demonstrated the principles of focus, vision, target, and alignment. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a silver needle was launched with astonishing speed. A leaf drifting down was accurately pierced, and with a subsequent thud, the large tree behind it was also penetrated. I inhaled sharply. This was far too lethal, and I was enamored. With my new toy in hand, my training intensified. I increased my burden to 500 pounds, racing through the forest like an armored vehicle, causing lower-level soul beasts to take detours out of fear of being crushed. Before long, the day arrived for us to report to Nodding Academy. Sangu and I, laden with our packs, set out in the company of Grandpa Jack. Grandpa Jack, brimming with exuberance, rambled on about the Academy's regulations, the distinctions between primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, until I felt my ears nearly calloused. He expressed hope that both of us would successfully acquire a white soul ring, which would satisfy him immensely. I mused to myself, "Grandpa, think bigger. Isn't a white soul ring simply attainable with effort?" However, upon arriving at the Academy's entrance, we encountered a gatekeeper who bore an air of arrogance, akin to a landlord collecting dues. After examining our spirit hall credentials, his expression transformed into one of mockery. With a laugh, he exclaimed, "Blue silver grass? Old tree root? And you both possess innate full soul power? Ha ha! Is your village truly called Holy Soul Village? Why not mention that a title Douluo hails from your village?" Yet the mockery did not cease there. He snatched Grandpa Jack's credentials and began to toy with him, provoking a chase. My anger flared at this audacity. It was one thing to bully children, but to disrespect my grandfather, who had raised me for 6 years. In an instant, I surged forward and delivered a swift kick to his smug face. The impact sent him sprawling, a spray of blood arcing through the air. I wasted no time. Stepping upon his face, gazing down with disdain, "What do you think you are? Dare to bark again, and I shall bury you in the ground as fertilizer." Just as I prepared to deliver a physical reprimand, a middle-aged man clad in simple attire approached, his eyes clouded. Grandpa Jack hurried to restrain me, fearing I would truly harm the man. The middle-aged figure picked up the credentials from the ground. Upon a mere glance, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Within moments, he had dispatched the terrified gatekeeper and turned to us, commanding, "You too, follow me." Upon entering the academy, he guided us to a nearby bench where we seated ourselves. Sangu and I politely addressed him as teacher, but he waved his hand dismissively, instructing us to call him master. It was then that the pivotal moment arrived. The master regarded Sangu and began to unfold his insights. "Tang San, your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, yet you possess innate full soul power. According to my theory on the 10 core competitive advantages of martial spirits, I assert that you possess an extraordinarily potent martial spirit." Sangu stood in stunned silence, quietly revealing the Hao-Ian hammer in his left hand. Upon seeing the hammer and learning Sanji's surname, the master fell into deep contemplation, likely grappling with the tumultuous revelations within. Next, it was my turn. I summoned forth my mutated Time Kingting. The master examined it closely, feeling its texture and weight. His astonishment palpable. "This hardness, this weight, this is not old tree root. This is undoubtedly a mutated martial spirit." To demonstrate its prowess, I executed a technique, transforming the nearby innocent tree into splinters. The master's eyes widened in disbelief. "My heavens! A control-type martial spirit with strong offensive capabilities. This is a divine technique born for assassination." Realizing we had reached this pivotal juncture, I decided to lay my cards on the table. Drawing a deep breath, I confessed, "Master, I actually possess another martial spirit." As the words left my mouth, I unleashed my Kunpeng martial spirit. The immense shadow and cataclysmic aura filled the air with an overwhelming presence. The master was left speechless, his jaw agape as he stammered. "Kunpeng martial spirit? The ultimate beast martial spirit? Another dual martial spirit?" After a moment of recovery, the first command from the master was a firm admonition to maintain secrecy. "Little San, you shall primarily focus on blue silvergrass." Luo ran. "Your vine martial spirit shall henceforth be named Blood Fiend Vine." He further proclaimed a sentiment I wholeheartedly embraced. There are no worthless martial spirits, only incompetent spirit masters. At that moment, Sangu and I exchanged glances and knelt, declaring, "Master, we bow before you." Once we had paid our respects, the master began to outline our futures, advising that the first soul ring should ideally be 100 years, with a maximum of 423 years. Sangu found this quite reasonable. Then it was my turn to speak. I looked at the master with utmost seriousness and declared, "Master, I believe I require a 1,000-year soul ring for my first, and I need 2 of them." The master and Sangu were rendered speechless, gazing at me as though I were a fool. With no alternative, I revealed my ultimate card, because I am an innate, full level 40 soul zone. Moreover, I require 2 black 10,000-year soul rings. As I exuded my soul power, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, far surpassing that of ordinary soul masters. The master's worldview collapsed, and he gasped for breath, exclaiming, "This completely shatters my core competitive theory. A fully innate soul zone exists in this world?" Sangu, equally astounded, pointed at me and remarked, "Ah, so that's why you've been so diligent. Turns out you've been secretly striving to become the king of inner competition." Yet the master still harbored concerns regarding my ability to withstand a 1,000-year soul ring, deeming my aspirations too audacious. I recounted to him my experience of weight training since the age of 2. "Rest assured, Master, even without employing my soul power, I can effortlessly carry 300 pounds of Shue Shateng while sprinting through the forest. My physical fitness is exceptional, and absorbing a millennium's worth of soul rings poses no challenge." The master inquired about my speed. With utmost confidence, I replied, "Given a minute, I could traverse the entirety of Nuo Ding Academy." He was left speechless, likely pondering that he had not merely taken on a disciple, but had acquired 2 humanoid mechas. Ultimately, the master gritted his teeth and resolved to seek assistance from an old friend for the acquisition of soul rings for us, his treasured protégés. He then escorted us to the registration office for new students. To our astonishment, upon learning that we had become the master's disciples, the 2 instructors in charge of registration adopted a sarcastic tone. "Oh, you chose to study under that theoretical ineptitude? Have you both considered that he cannot even defeat a 10-year soul beast? How can he assist you in acquiring soul rings?" Unable to tolerate their condescension, I retorted, "We are here to learn theory, not to engage in combat. What does the master's strength have to do with it? With such petty minds as yours, what quality of students could you possibly nurture?" The instructor, Wang, turned pale with indignation, sneering, with your pathetic martial souls. You might as well aim for a mere 10-year soul ring. Exchanging glances with my brother, we decided to unleash our ultimate declaration. I pointed at them and pronounced each word deliberately. Mark my words, within 20 years, under the master's guidance, we shall become title Douluo. The two instructors froze momentarily before erupting into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. Title Douluo? The two of you? Child, are you still asleep? Throughout the continent, even Soul Douluo are a rarity, let alone Title Douluo. After their laughter subsided, they waved us away dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. Inwardly, I vowed to make them regret their mockery. This flag was raised higher than the walls of Nuading. They should not be surprised when my brother slaps them with reality. One of them, surnamed Lu, continued to taunt, claiming that if that day were to come, he would allow my brother to slap him in the face while streaming the act live. The other chimed in, saying he would eat 2 coal balls. Goodness, were they not the fabled coal ball brothers? Noted. I have duly recorded your names in my little notebook. We chose not to engage further with these narrow-minded individuals and headed straight to our dormitory. Let me tell you, this wretched school was beyond comprehension. All working students were relegated to the first floor, supposedly for convenience and cleaning. It was a blatant display of treating us as second-class citizens. We resided in Building 7, and, as my brother kicked open the door, we encountered a surly fellow with an expression that could sour milk. His chin raised high enough to touch the ceiling. He announced, "So, you are the new working students? I am the leader of Building 7, Wang Sheng." Before his lackey could utter a word about our leader's rules, my brother swiftly delivered a kick that sent the lad crashing against the wall. The speed was such that I barely caught a glimpse of his afterimage. Wang Sheng was infuriated, and another lackey attempted to bolster his leader's confidence by declaring, "Our leader, Wang Sheng, is a level 9 soul master, with the martial soul of a shadow wolf." Thud! Another kick sent this one flying against the opposite wall. My brother's demeanor was cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Enough with the prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, be gone." The entire dormitory fell silent. Who could fathom who was truly the boss and who was being bullied? Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, likely contemplating how this newcomer seemed more villainous than himself. After a long pause, he queried about our martial souls. My brother, maintaining his composure and adhering to the master's teachings, replied modestly, "I am an old tree root. This is my brother, Lanin Chao." You would not believe the reaction from the group opposite us. First, there was an eerie silence, followed by uproarious laughter. "Old tree root? Lan Yin Gao. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are merely 2 useless martial souls. You nearly scare me to death." Wang Sheng's bravado quickly returned, and he approached my brother, slapping his face with a condescending air. "You kid, better behave. And as for you," he pointed at my brother, "with your filthy appearance, I shall call you Dirty Egg." My brother regarded him with the disdain one reserved for the deceased, sneering, "What do you think you are? Get lost." "Oh, not satisfied, are we? Come, let's have a match, shall we? With your old tree root?" Wang Sheng and his lackeys cackled heartily. My brother gestured for me to remain still. He could handle this without the need for martial souls. As soon as he finished speaking, a white shadow zipped past, delivering a kick that struck Wang Sheng squarely in the face, sending him staggering back several meters. Wang Sheng was left dumbfounded, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, he instinctively utilized his martial soul to shield himself. Otherwise, that kick might have been the end. Humiliated and furious, he unleashed his martial soul. A purple wolf emerging behind him, its claws swiping menacingly. Let me tell you, my brother did not flinch. He merely stood there, awaiting the attack. Just as the wolf's claw was about to reach him, he unleashed a powerful thrust, clashing head-on. The resounding impact echoed throughout the room. Everyone presumed my brother would be sent flying, yet the one staggering back, arm trembling, was Wang Sheng. He was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his fist had collided with an iron plate. My brother had no time for further banter. With another swift kick, faster than lightning, he aimed for Wang Sheng's face. Wang Sheng barely had time to react, watching in horror as the foot loomed larger before him. Thud! That kick knocked Wang Sheng's neck askew, spinning him like a top for several revolutions before he crashed into the wall, his body contorted in an awkward shape. Thankfully, his martial soul remained activated. Otherwise, he would have met his end. My brother coolly regarded him. "I have yet to exert myself. Do you wish to continue?" Wang Sheng struggled to rise, his face a mask of shock, tears brimming in his eyes as he stammered, "What was that?" Was that a soul technique? His lackeys stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of formidable individual was this? To defeat their leader without even activating his martial soul? Wang Sheng conceded defeat on the spot. I yield from now on. You shall be the leader of Building 7. He further explained that they, as working students, were often bullied, hence the establishment of such a hierarchy. Whoever was strong would lead to protect the rest. My brother, possessing a kind heart, encouraged him to seek our assistance. He readily agreed. No worries. Before I depart, I will ensure that I deal with those ruffians. He added with a smirk. I am merely here to obtain my diploma. I shall graduate soon. The others were taken aback, suspecting he was boasting. Just as we were conversing, a head peeked through the door. It was a charming little girl clad in a pink dress, resembling a peach, with two long rabbit ears adorning her head. Excuse me, is this Building 7? The eyes of the boys in the dormitory widened in astonishment. My brother wondered aloud, can we have mixed-gender housing here? Wang Sheng hastily clarified. This is the treatment for working students. No one oversees it. He then added, rather thoughtlessly, poking my brother's arm, Leader, go for it. It's the rule of Building 7. My brother raised his foot, sending Wang Sheng retreating 3 meters. Why should I meddle in someone else's quarrel? Go ahead, brother. Fighting is love, and I wish you both 100 years of bliss. With that, he unceremoniously pushed my brother into the fray. The little girl, named Xiao Wu, possessed a rabbit martial soul. My brother had no choice but to step up, attempting to be gentle with her. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Wu launched herself at him with incredible speed. He barely evaded her using ghostly shadow displacement. Yet, in a bizarre twist, she executed a mid-air maneuver and attacked again. Even more astonishing, she swiftly wrapped her legs around my brother's waist, hanging onto his back. At that moment, my brother was utterly flummoxed. Dear friends, this was not an intimate position, but rather a lethal technique. He felt as though his body was completely under her control. Upon first glance, I could foresee impending calamity. Xiao Wu's maneuver, known as Yao Gong, is her flexible technique. She was on the verge of unleashing her power, and even she appeared somewhat flustered, unable to restrain her strength. If she executed it, my third brother's waist would surely be shattered. Just as the moment arrived, my brother Luo dashed forward with a swift step, exclaiming, Xiao Wu, utilize Yao Gong. Xiao Wu was taken aback, thinking to herself how this person could possibly add fuel to the fire. Yet, upon catching sight of brother Luo's figure, she instantly comprehended the situation. Bang! Brother Luo delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch, yet the force was exquisitely controlled, precisely blocking her heel that was about to strike my third brother's back. Xiao Wu felt a tremendous force surge towards her, propelling her away, but she executed a beautiful rotation in midair, landing gracefully. My third brother hastily expressed his gratitude, acutely aware that he had just danced with death. Xiao Wu, astonished, gazed at brother Luo with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Your strength is remarkable. Brother Luo feigned nonchalance and commented, Your flexibility is commendable, adept at countering strength. However, if the disparity in power is too great, it becomes futile. Having engaged in the skirmish, we had forged a bond of camaraderie. Wang Sheng proceeded to enlighten us about the school's regulations, cleaning duties, class schedules, graduation requirements, while brother Luo could barely stifle his yawns. Finally, unable to contain himself, Wang Sheng posed his most pressing question. Rangu, Sangu, and Xiao Wu, the energy you exhibited during combat was astonishing. As a level 9 soul master, I felt like mere paper in your presence. What is the reason behind this? My third brother smiled lightly, replying, I possess innate full soul power. Brother Luo joined in the laughter, stating, So do I. To our surprise, Xiao Wu bounced over, her innocent expression lighting up. You all have innate full soul power? Me too. Wang Sheng was left utterly flabbergasted, his CPU seemingly overheating, his expression resembling that of a bewildered mouse in 2025. Completely thrown off balance. Has innate full soul power become as common as cabbage? In just 1 year, all 3 work-study students turned out to be monsters. The following day, as we approached our first-year classroom, we were intercepted by a rugged senior named Lu Cheng, accompanied by 4 underlings. He mockingly derided us as work-study students, demanding to see our martial souls. Brother Luo stepped forward defiantly, and what are you? Lu Cheng, brimming with arrogance, puffed out his chest. I am Lu Cheng, a level 16 first-ring assault system soul master, with a martial soul, great strength diamond bear. This declaration stirred the hornet's nest, as two third-year students. Qiao Tianjiao and Lu Fengjing, also level 16 soul masters, approached. Together, they unleashed their martial souls, their combined presence overwhelming the lesser students in the corridor. Lu Cheng, confident in his superiority, pointed at Brother Luo, issuing threats that he should kneel and lick his shoes or sever his own legs. Unfazed, Brother Luo introduced himself. I am Jiang Luoran, a work-study student from Shanghan Village, 6 years old, with a martial soul, old tree root. The trio initially paused in confusion, then erupted into laughter. 6 years old? Old tree root? Ha ha ha. Turns out, he's just a bad-tempered pauper. Brother Luo's gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on the loudest, Lu Cheng. You're the most troublesome little cat here. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding white flash surged forth. Lu Cheng's martial soul was shattered upon impact. A clear footprint imprinted on his chest, his soul ring dimming as he fell unconscious. The corridor fell silent. Brother Luo then leisurely added, "But I possess innate full soul power. How does that suffice for you, noble young masters?" A collective gasp echoed around us. The remaining duo, Qiao Tianjiao and Lu Fengjing, turned pale, yet they pressed on. Lu Fengjing attacked first, conjuring several black iron chains to ensnare Brother Luo, a technique honed over nearly 80 years. Qiao Tianjiao followed suit, launching a punch imbued with his soul skill. Qiao Tianjiao chuckled, believing he had secured the upper hand. Yet, Lu Fengjing's face turned purple as he shouted, "Retreat! I can't hold him!" Before he could finish, a resounding boom erupted. Brother Luo broke free from the supposedly indestructible chains, as if they were mere dog leashes. Lu Fengjing collapsed, utterly spent, while Qiao Tianjiao, his punch yet to land, was met with Brother Luo's retaliatory blow to his chest, sending him crashing through the classroom door and flying outside. Brother Luo brushed off his hands, disdain evident in his expression. What sort of individuals are these? They overestimate themselves and recklessly approach. Do they dare block my entrance to the classroom? I must say, Brother Luo is indeed one who thrives on simplicity and brutality. Unafraid of trouble, my third brother, ever the strategist, approached, ready to assist him with the aftermath. However, Xiao Wu remained unsatisfied. Puffing up in frustration, Luo ran. You were too lenient. They are so detestable, and we did not provoke them. I turned to Xiao Wu and said, Sister, broaden your horizons. From now on, call me Rangu. The three of us are now bound by brotherhood, which is surely more valuable than anything else, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately bounded to my third brother's side, linking her arm with his and refusing to let go. My third brother, a clever fellow, wore a wry smile and acquiesced, and just like that, on my very first day, I had formed two familial ties. With business concluded, I placed my foot back on Lu Fengjing's face, taunting, "Are you even capable? You call yourself a control system soul master, yet you can't even manage your own expressions. Pathetic." The surrounding students were nearly in disbelief, likely pondering whether this work-study student was about to take flight. The long-reigning campus bullies, one carted away, another vanished, and the last one was currently underfoot. Yet, this fellow still had the audacity to retort, "The strongest in the academy isn't us. It's Kai Yao from the 6th grade. You work-study students will never gain respect." I was taken aback, asking, "Who is Kai Yao? Why didn't you mention him sooner? Bring him along. I'm in a hurry. And I'm not even getting the fresh foot impressions." With a splutter, he was so incensed he spat blood, unable to fathom my peculiar thought process. Just then, a tall figure with long black hair, hands in pockets, and a smug grin approached. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It's Kai Yao. What is he doing here? He approached, delivering a dramatic monologue akin to a domineering protagonist, demanding I release him, claiming he could spare my life, and even sought to recruit me as a subordinate. I thought to myself, is he out of his mind? Why waste words? I simply kicked the fellow beneath me away, launching myself like a cannonball. Kai Yao, still posing, was caught off guard. With a solid punch, I sent him flying, and he spun 3.5 times in the air before landing face first on the ground. Just as I contemplated picking him up and tossing him into a trash bin, he remarkably managed to rise shakily, touching the imprint of my fist on his face. He erupted, "You will learn to respect soul masters." A brilliant flash of gold illuminated the scene as his martial soul manifested. A formidable tiger appeared behind him, accompanied by a decade-old soul ring. An 18-level battle soul master, he certainly looked imposing. His underlings cheered him on. Kaidig. This work-study student has the martial soul of old tree root. No soul ring, He has no skills. Upon hearing this, Kai Yao's confidence surged, and he unleashed a tiger roar, sending a golden tiger apparition charging towards me. I must admit, the aura was indeed formidable. My third brother was poised to draw his silent darts, but I gestured for him to hold back, indicating it was unnecessary. I advanced with my right foot, adopting a bow stance. My 3 hearts surged to peak frequency, channeling power from my legs to my waist, then to my shoulders and arms, and with a single punch, I released it. The moment my third brother observed my punching stance, he retracted his weapon, quietly stating, "It is already over." What ensued? The phantom of the tiger shattered like glass, and Kai Yao's fist reduced everything to a pulp, causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted. Xiao Wu was left dumbfounded, questioning the magnitude of such strength. Sangu, however, was knowledgeable and remarked on my application of the hammer technique to such an extent. I inadvertently let slip Luan Pai Fong is indeed a hammer technique, but using fists is still somewhat lacking. Oh no, I had spoken too freely. The moment Sanji's eyes narrowed, he inquired, "What is Luan Pai Fong?" I, being somewhat tongue-tied, stammered as I attempted to concoct a lie, realizing that the opportune moment for an explanation had passed. Given Sanji's sharp intellect, this matter would surely be noted in his mind. However, he refrained from pressing further and turned to the onlookers, his gaze as sharp as a blade, coldly stating, "What transpired today was merely a spar among those 4. Does anyone have an objection?" Those present, suddenly eager for drama, transformed into actors worthy of an Oscar, unanimously claiming, indeed, it was a mutual brawl, each fighting for their own interests, fabricating reasons that sounded more genuine than the truth itself, their expressions filled with feigned sorrow, leaving Sangu and me utterly bewildered. At that moment, I thought Sanji's caution was unnecessary and suggested that a direct approach would suffice. Yet, he imparted a valuable lesson. While it might feel satisfying to overpower someone, the aftermath would fall upon the teacher and the dean to resolve. What if the families of those involved came seeking retribution? His strategy effectively turned those families against each other, leaving us unscathed, much to the dean's relief. I could only admire his brilliance. I recounted his entire plan, leaving Sangu astonished, likely not anticipating my understanding of his intricate schemes. We shared a moment of mutual respect, a silent acknowledgement of our prowess. Xiao Wu, confused by our exchange, tugged at Sanji's arm, demanding an explanation. From that day forward, the atmosphere at the Nuo Ding Academy transformed entirely. The work-study students finally held their heads high, and no one dared to litter or cause trouble. Wang Sheng wept in my embrace for half the night, feeling utterly wronged. That evening, the master arrived, informing Sangu and me that we would embark on a journey to the spirit-hunting forest the following day. He was evidently aware of the earlier incident, but refrained from reprimanding me, instead advising me to maintain a low profile. He then began crafting our career plans. He suggested that Sanji's Lan Yin Chao focus on control, to which Sangu agreed, recognizing its compatibility with his hidden weapons. When it was my turn, the master inquired about my plans for the Shui Sha Tong. I responded candidly, "I will also pursue control, abandoning agility for absolute defense, training the vines to a point where they cannot be severed." The master was momentarily taken aback, questioning my decision to forego such strong offensive capabilities. I replied, "I do not lack offensive means. What I need is to immobilize my opponent completely and then relish in their torment. Is there anything more satisfying than defeating someone who cannot retaliate?" The expressions of the master and Sangu at that moment were akin to witnessing an ultimate aberration, the air around us thick with silence. Early the next morning, we set off with the master. On the way, we passed through a marketplace where we encountered a disheveled old man with oversized glasses, arguing with a shopkeeper over a piece of cured meat worth 10 gold coins, claiming to be the principal of the Shrek Academy. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Flanda. The master approached him, clapping his shoulder, and they immediately recognized each other, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang, Flande." It turned out he was the master's assistant, a soul sage. Upon entering the spirit-hunting forest, the master dropped a bombshell. He turned to Flanda and said, "Flanda, go assist Luo in hunting a Millennium Soul Beast." Flanda's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Xiao Gang, are you insane? His first soul ring is over 1,000 years. You want to kill him?" The master remained unfazed, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. I forgot to mention, this child possesses innate soul power exceeding level 40. I tell you, Flanda's expression was one of utter disbelief, as if his CPU had overheated. He hesitantly approached to sense my soul power and was left dumbfounded, muttering, "Is this for real? Does such a person exist in the world?" Initially expecting him to refuse, Flanda, a fellow madman, lit up at the prospect, rubbing his hands together, exclaiming, "Tai Kula, how thrilling! Witnessing a miracle in Douluo continent." He immediately agreed, pulling me deeper into the forest, declaring we would get to work. I bid farewell to Sangu and the master, following this newly acquainted maniac principle. Sangu watched from behind, likely perplexed as to what kind of teacher he had, given the eccentricity of his acquaintances. Meanwhile, my cheap disciple Tang San had also entered the spirit-hunting forest with the master. The master was full of theories, yet when he revealed his martial spirit, I was left utterly astounded. Out popped a blue and white pig named Luo Sanpao, which could only release gas thrice. Can you believe it? A failed mutation. The master led Tang San, with Sanpao sniffing the air ahead, its rotund body surprisingly swift. Soon, Sanpao began to emit a series of alarm sounds, triggering a warning. Tang San, ever perceptive, detected a faint scent of tea in the air and immediately shouted, "Teacher, it's poisonous." In the next moment, a pair of dark green diamond-shaped eyes glimmered from the thicket, sending shivers down our spines. A massive triangular snake head emerged. It was a mandala snake. The master turned pale at the sight, revealing that he had initially intended to find a 300-year-old soul beast. But this creature was already a formidable challenge at 100 years. If it were 200 years, we would have been in dire straits. As the snake stirred, the master focused intently and shouted, "Xiao San, run!" The ensuing chaos was nothing short of pandemonium, as the master dashed away, exclaiming, "What luck! We've encountered a 400-year-old." Just as they were about to be overtaken, I was engaged in something far more audacious. Flanda, that old madman, led me straight into the depths of the spirit-hunting forest. He inquired about my preferences, and I boldly declared, 900-year beasts are beneath my notice. I seek something more powerful. Flanda's eyes widened as though he had witnessed an unfathomable anomaly, his jaw nearly dropping. I promptly specified, "Principal, the millennium-scaled armored tortoise beast. I've been yearning to hunt it." Flanda, taken aback, furrowed his brows. That's a tough nut to crack. Nevertheless, as a soul sage, he pushed aside his reservations and swiftly guided me to the location. We stumbled upon a colossal burrow, and he unceremoniously tossed me to the ground, pointing into the hole. "Little monster, your soul ring awaits. I will weaken it, and you can claim the kill. But if you fail to absorb it, I'll make you regret wasting my time." I mused to myself that if I were unable to absorb it, I would rather explode from the effort than rely on him. In the next instant, 7 soul rings exploded around Flanda, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, summoning a blue owl martial spirit that radiated an impressive aura. Without hesitation, he charged toward the millennium-scaled armored tortoise beast, launching a flurry of strikes. What appeared to be a burrow was, in fact, a retracting giant tortoise. Then came an awkward moment. Flanda, a dignified soul sage, was throwing punches and kicks at a millennium tortoise, employing soul techniques, yet the tortoise's shell remained unyielding. He struck until his hands were sore, cursing, "You damn turtle, why is your shell so thick?" Can you imagine? A soul sage exhausted from battling a millennium soul beast. Such tales would surely lead to laughter. The tortoise, seemingly a docile creature, grew enraged and attempted to retaliate. Flanda, invigorated, unleashed an even fiercer assault, employing his wings to slap the tortoise's face. Ultimately, he managed to shatter the tortoise's shell, leaving it battered and bruised. Afterward, he wiped the sweat from his brow, insisting, "I didn't even need to use my second soul technique. This filthy creature nearly exhausted me." I expressed my gratitude to him, and then, with a swift kick, I struck the tortoise's wound. With a resounding thud, that massive creature was sent flying, crashing through 3 small earthen mounds. In that moment, the tortoise must have been utterly flabbergasted, thinking to itself, "What a pair of troublemakers, an old and a young." I leaped onto it and unleashed a flurry of punches upon its face, delivering the final blow. A purple millennium soul ring emerged and floated into view. Flender was taken aback, likely pondering how such strength could emanate from my small frame. He instructed me to prepare, stating that the soul ring would linger for an hour. I promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, declaring, "No need, Dean, let us commence at once." The old fellow assumed I was merely boasting, scoffing as he retorted, "Take your time. Do not think I'm being kind. You shall owe me repayment later." With that, he scampered off to gnaw on some cured meat. Little did he know that as the Millennium Soul Ring approached me, the 8 golden soul rings within me began to activate. The overwhelming resentment contained within the soul ring instantly became as docile as a mouse confronted by a cat, eagerly burrowing into my body. The entire process was remarkably smooth, almost euphoric, to the point where I nearly cried out in delight. The Bloodfiend vine also leveled up, becoming thicker and sturdier. Shimmering with a purple glow, its aesthetic appeal was at its peak. In less than 10 minutes, I had absorbed it all. Flinder returned, still chewing on his cured meat, and impatiently called out, "Hurry up, time is running out." I stood up and raised my hand, watching as the purple Millennium Soul Ring ascended from beneath my feet. The piece of cured meat in Flinder's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes widened like saucers, and he stood in shock, exclaiming, "You truly did it." I smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, Dean. Shall we proceed to hunt the next one?" Flinder nearly choked on his own saliva. "Are you coming back for more? Do you still desire a Millennium Soul Ring?" I shook my head earnestly. "No, this time I seek a 5,000-year-old Mo Huan Tiangui tree." At that moment, the look in Flinder's eyes shifted from one of viewing a monster to that of witnessing a lunatic poised to ascend. Yet, he relished the thrill and surprisingly agreed. He warned me that the creature would employ illusions, transforming into a human form to beguile others, but it would be ineffective against him, for he was heartless and devoid of desire, quite the ruthless individual. Upon our arrival, the old fox began to feign weakness, deliberately restraining his soul power, awaiting the tree demon to take the bait. Soon, a muscular man emerged from the purple mist, appearing somewhat simple-minded. He shouted at Flinder, "Flinder, what are you doing here?" Good heavens, it was Zhao Wujia. Flinder grinned wickedly, clearly thinking that the tree demon had chosen its disguise poorly by transforming into Zhao Wujia to deceive him. Alas, he still owed wages to him, so attacking him posed no moral dilemma. We had already agreed. No matter whom we encountered, we would engage without hesitation. Zhao Wujia looked bewildered, asking Flinder what's wrong. "Speak up." No sooner had he finished speaking than Flinder's fist whistled through the air, striking him. Simultaneously, the Bloodfiend vine in my grasp shot forth, swiftly binding Zhao Wujia tightly. I yelled at the top of my lungs, "Dean, quickly incapacitate it. This 5,000-year-old creature possesses considerable strength." Zhao Wujia was taken aback, likely pondering how a mere 6-year-old could wield such powerful vines. However, he had no time to contemplate as Flinder's fists fell upon him like a torrential downpour. "Still trying to deceive me, are you? Huh?" Flinder berated while delivering blows. "Your acting skills are wasted if you don't become a fortune teller." Zhao Wujia's face was soon bloodied, and he struggled to articulate, "Ah, Flinder, stop. I am Zhao Wujia. Don't hit my face." Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, unleashing several more vines to gag him. "Dean, allow me to assist you. This performance deserves an Oscar." We exchanged knowing glances, understanding that today's theme was to deliver a thorough beating to the tree demon, ensuring it was completely subdued. With synchronized punches, we rained down blows upon Zhao Wujia's head. The scene was utterly brutal, leaving several deep craters in the ground. "Look, Dean," he is crying, I exclaimed, feigning sympathy while increasing the intensity of my punches. Flinder was even more ruthless, insisting, "Do not be deceived. The Mo Huan Tiangui tree is a master of deception. We must defeat it thoroughly to diminish its will to survive, allowing for easier absorption of the soul ring." Zhao Wujia whimpered, his eyes filled with despair, likely beginning to question his existence. Just as we were about to deliver the final blow, Master and Tang San suddenly rushed over, shouting, "Stop! He is Zhao Wujia." Flinder, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "Haha, he can still speak? Mimicking Xiao Gang, huh? What luck today. I shall slay all 3. Pick any you like, Luoran." With that, he activated his 3rd soul skill, unleashing the formidable aura of a soul sage. Master turned pale with fright. "Have you lost your mind, Flinder? I am Yu Xiaojiang." Tang San, being the astute one, quickly shouted, "The Mo Huan Tiangui tree can only imitate appearances. It cannot replicate form or speech. If you've beaten him to this state, it should have revealed its true form by now." Master hurriedly explained that he had written to Zhao Wujia, inviting him to assist us. I looked down at the blood on my hands, then at the nearly unrecognizable Zhao Wujia on the ground, and my heart sank. We had struck the wrong target. Flinder, ever quick-witted, immediately retracted his soul skill, dashing over with a pained expression. "Oh no, Wujia, who did this? Such cruelty. Are you all right?" Zhao Wujia trembled with fury, pointing at Flinder and me. Flinder, you hypocrite, and you, little brat, I shall dispose of you now. Flinder quickly embraced him, while Master rushed over to mediate. Amidst the chaos, I discreetly revealed the purple Millennium Soul ring at my waist. Initially furious, Zhao Wujia's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing my soul ring. Who are you? Your first soul ring is a Millennium one? Just as everyone was taken aback by my revelation, a tremendous crash echoed from afar, as a tree with a ghostly visage plummeted from the sky. Flinder's temper flared, and without a second thought, he charged forward, unleashing a brutal assault upon the true Mo Huan Tiangui tree. This seemed far more savage than when he had fought Zhao Wujia. The Mo Huan Tiangui tree howled in agony, desperately struggling, and surprisingly lunged toward me. Flinder shouted, "Luoran, run!" Master, in a frenzy, sought Zhao Wujia's assistance. However, Zhao Wujia was now akin to a puddle of mud, riddled with injuries. Barely able to articulate his thoughts, how could he possibly save anyone? At that moment, as the ghostly tree charged towards me, I was filled with resolve. If it sought to claim a life, I would not hold back. Silent sleeve arrows. With a series of soft sounds, the intricate device on my wrist activated, launching several poison needles that glimmered ominously. The speed was incomprehensible, a mere gust of wind, untraceable by the naked eye. Two dull thuds resonated as one needle pierced the tree's underarm and the other struck its ghostly face, resulting in instant demise. I tell you, such a small needle could penetrate a creature of that size. The piercing power was extraordinary. I exchanged glances with Tang San, who nodded in understanding. Our cooperation was flawless. He had also fired a needle, intentionally avoiding vital points to create an opportunity for me. The synchronicity was remarkable. Master and the others stood in shock, bewildered by yet another sudden demise. What secrets did these two children harbor? He hurried over to inquire, "Luoran, are you all right?" I patted my chest, beginning to act. "Teacher, I am fine. I was simply terrified when the tree suddenly lunged at me, and perhaps my first soul skill activated on its own. Indeed, regarding the matter of hidden weapons, I have made a pact with Tang San. This is our trump card, and we shall never divulge it." The master gazed at me with skepticism, then turned to Tang San, pondering how these two youngsters could have identical explanations. "First soul skill? What is it? Show me," he demanded. Fran and the others gathered around, their faces brimming with curiosity. After all, soul skills are typically shared only with the closest companions. My very life had been preserved by them, so I trusted them implicitly. "My first soul skill is called Wuzhong Shenjiu." I casually pointed to an innocent tree nearby and said, "Pay attention." With a hum, the first purple 1,000-year soul ring on my body illuminated brilliantly, and the blood-slaying vine in my hand suddenly vanished. Instantly, exquisite purple smoke began to swirl around the unfortunate tree, growing denser until it enveloped the entire trunk. A smirk played on my lips as I clenched my palm and shouted, "Bind." In the next moment, I assure you, the scene erupted. Countless beams of purple light erupted from within the tree, instantly transforming into hundreds of blood-slaying vines that shredded the massive tree into a flurry of sawdust. The master was left speechless. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Remote manipulation? The vines have thickened somewhat, but is that the extent of 1,000-year soul ring's effect? It seems rather lackluster." However, Tang San discerned the deeper implications and inquired, "Luoran, does your teleportation have limitations in terms of range and quantity?" With a chuckle, I began to unveil the mystery. "Teacher, third brother, this Wuzhong Shenjiu has a range of 1 mile. Moreover, as long as I possess sufficient soul power, theoretically, I can release an infinite number of blood-slaying vines. I can control whomever I desire." At this, the entire venue fell into silence. The master's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? Unlimited release?" I nodded and bowed to Fran, expressing my gratitude. "Principal, thank you immensely for this opportunity. Without you, I could not have absorbed it." Without further ado, I mentally noted this favor. In the future, I could repay it with gold. The master regained his composure and nodded. "This soul skill is indeed commendable, though it lacks defensive capabilities. I shall heed your advice, teacher," I replied, moving toward the corpse of the magical Tiangui tree. The forest was perilous, and I needed to absorb my second soul ring promptly. As I sat cross-legged on the ground, the 5,000-year purple soul ring floated towards me, oscillating around my waist. The master was now exhilarated, his theories on the 10 core principles of martial souls racing through his mind. Tang San's blue silvergrass had absorbed the animal-type mandala snake, validating his theory. Now, my control-type blood-slaying vine aimed to absorb a murderous magical Tiangue tree, which would further substantiate another of his theories. He firmly believed that martial souls would instinctively select the abilities suited to them from the soul rings. The magical Tiangue tree possessed two attributes, versatility and lethality. If it were solely lethal, I would undoubtedly suffer a fatal backlash. Yet, due to its versatile nature, my blood-slaying vine could absorb it. However, theory is often more alluring than reality. The moment the purple soul ring encircled me, it began to tremble violently, causing my face to pale instantly, my expression reflecting sheer agony. The master suddenly recalled something and turned to Fran, asking sharply, "How many years is this soul ring?" Fran slapped his forehead, exclaiming, 5,000 years, and Luoran insisted on it. "What?" Zhao Wujia, having just risen, nearly widened his eyes out of disbelief. How could a great soul master dare to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring? Was he not afraid of bursting himself? The master, now frantic, shouted at Fran, "Nonsense. He is merely 6 years old. How can you heed a child's words?" Tang San also grew anxious, pleading, "Teacher, can we make him stop?" Impossible. Once a soul ring absorption begins, it cannot be halted. The master was in a frenzy, turning to Fran. "Have you ever seen anyone absorb 2,000-year soul rings in a single day? His soul power is already at capacity. If he absorbs more, he will die. Miracles exist to be broken, but no one can outrun a miracle." It was over. I felt as though one foot had already stepped into the gates of the underworld. Just as my consciousness began to fade, that familiar white expanse reappeared, and my enigmatic father figure emerged once more, striding ahead, indifferent to my calls. Finally, he slightly turned his head, softly uttering 2 words, "Biming." "Biming? What on earth?" As I stood bewildered, a surge of primordial power awakened within me. My soul power, already at its zenith, continued to absorb the energies of the soul ring through every pore, like a parched camel after years without water. I suddenly understood. It was not the blood-slaying vine absorbing, but rather my second mysterious martial soul, Kunpeng, feasting ravenously. With a resounding boom, the once precarious purple soul ring stabilized, rotating in tandem with my first 1,000-year soul ring, radiating brilliance. I had succeeded. The master and others were left dumbfounded. A fleeting white gust seemed to have swept through, dissipating the murderous aura within the soul ring. After another hour, I gradually regained consciousness, murmuring the words "Biming." Upon opening my eyes, I found Zhao Wujia's predatory gaze fixed upon me. The master scolded me vehemently. "Luoran, should you dare to act recklessly again, no one will be able to save you." I could only offer a wry smile. "Teacher, I acknowledge my error, but this is my nature. Given the chance again, I would choose the same." The master was so exasperated he nearly laughed. At that moment, Zhao Wujia approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "So you are Jiang Luoran, the innate full soul sect? You've reduced me to this state. I expect an explanation." I understood. Having fought, there was no point in exchanging empty words. I looked at him, a sly smile gracing my lips. "Teacher Zhao, I will provide you with compensation. I assure you, in 10 years, you will be able to walk openly anywhere in the Tiando Empire." How does that sound? Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted sharply. My words had struck at his deepest vulnerability. For years he had been pursued by enemies, dreaming of clearing his name. He fixed his gaze on me. "You are making a promise to a soul sage. Do you comprehend the consequences of failure?" I was indeed certain, wearing a nonchalant expression. "I am merely giving you a preview, my friend." Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar. Boom! We turned to see a colossal purple wing blotting out the sun, slapping Fran from the sky and crashing him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Bloodied and battered, Fran shouted, "What are you standing there for? Move, quickly." The master seized me and Tang San, urging us to flee. Zhao Wujia hoisted Fran onto his back, trailing behind us. Good heavens, Fran was on the verge of collapse, yet he still cried out, "Get me out of here, and I'll pay you." The aura of the 10,000-year soul beast pressed down upon us, and we spat blood on the spot. What atrocious luck to attract the only 10,000-year overlord in the forest. Tang San and I supported the master, maximizing the speed of Kunpeng and the ghost shadow Mistral, darting forth like a streak of blue and white lightning. Though Zhao Wujia was slower, he effectively absorbed most of the pressure behind us. The 5 of us tumbled and scrambled out of the soul-hunting forest, the scene a portrait of chaos. Fran and Zhao Wujia bid us farewell, stating they would return to Shrek Academy and inviting us to visit in the future. As I watched their figures disappear, the master sighed, let us depart as well. Upon returning to Nodding Academy, Tang San inquired, where are Xiao Wu and the others? I smiled mysteriously, follow me. Along the way, I overheard 2 senior students gossiping. Have you heard? The work-study student is challenging the 6th grade leader, Xiao Laoda. Is she courting death? Hey, those 2 formidable work-study students were with a master in the Soul Ring hunt, right? They probably perished in the forest. Otherwise, how could a work-study student be so audacious? After hearing this, I turned to Tang San with a mischievous grin. Third brother, this time, let us skip the chatter and go straight into battle. Tang San nodded knowingly. How dare they touch Xiao Wu? They must be dealt with severely. We hurried to the wooded area behind the mountain, and indeed, Xiao Wu was confronting a guy named Xiao Laoda. Xiao Laoda wore a disdainful expression. What is this? The work-study student has no one left to back her up? Just a little girl? Xiao Wu was so furious her cheeks puffed up. Stop boasting. Today I, Xiao Wu, will knock you all down one by one. Xiao Laoda continued to mock. Waiting for those 2 work-study students? They probably become appetizers for soul beasts by now. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Wu was about to explode. At that moment, I made my move. With a powerful kick, I sent one of Xiao Laoda's lackeys flying. What does it mean to have so many people blocking the way? Do they want to provoke me? Upon seeing us return, Xiao Laoda was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Just having acquired the first soul ring, you dare act arrogantly in front of me? Attack! A guy named Lu Long charged at me with a golden staff. If I don't beat you into a crippling state today, I'm not surnamed Lu. No one asked you to be surnamed Lu. I couldn't even be bothered to unleash my martial soul. Just roll my shoulders and threw a punch. Lu Long still wore a wicked grin, thinking to clash his martial soul against my fist. In the next second, his smile froze. My fist struck his staff, and he felt an immense force surge through him, sending both him and his staff flying over 10 meters, his hands trembling in shock. Refusing to give in, he activated his first soul skill, transforming into a whirlwind as he charged at me. I leaped and delivered a flying kick. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as his golden staff shattered on the spot, and he was sent flying like he had been electrocuted, crashing into the ground and losing consciousness. Another called Ling Feng was about to join in, but I didn't give him a chance, kicking him away without him even summoning his martial soul, sending him flying several meters with the sound of bone cracking clearly audible. The entire scene fell into silence. Xiao Laoda's expression finally changed. Are you work-study students trying to defy the heavens? Not defying the heavens, just establishing authority. Before I finished speaking, I surged toward him and threw a punch. Xiao Qinyu, level 19, first ring battle soul master, martial soul, Simba Lion. He was indeed following the rules, announcing his name. All right, if you want to play by the rules, I shall indulge you. I sneered. Jiang Luoran, level 21, second ring control system soul master, martial soul, old tree root. My words were like a thunderclap, stunning everyone present. Level 21, second ring. The way they looked at me was as if they were gazing at a deity. Xiao Qinyu's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You're lying to me. I could hardly contain my laughter. Was I lying? I indeed was. For I was currently at level 30. Saying 21 was merely out of courtesy, afraid of scaring him to death. Believe it or not. I shrugged. In a fit of rage, he charged at me with his golden lion claws. Do I need to use my martial soul against you? I didn't even have to unleash my soul power. I sent a sweeping kick his way. Bang! Xiao Qinyu was left dazed, feeling as if he had collided with an iron plate. The overwhelming force even dimmed the lion martial soul behind him. As he hesitated, Tang Sen was already surrounded by the remaining lackeys. Tang Sen wasted no time, summoning blue silver grass as a yellow 100-year soul ring glowed at his waist. The lackeys stirred at the sight of a 100-year soul ring. Seeing that I was not to be trifled with, Xiao Qinyu decided to go all out, unleashing his soul skill, golden light radiating from him as he clawed at me. This time I used my soul power. Ha ha ha. He actually attempted to use his fist to confront Xiao Laoda. His lion claw soul skill? Was he seeking death? Before the onlookers could finish their remarks, Tang Sen knocked one of them to the ground. The next moment, my fist collided violently with his lion claw. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, shock waves spreading out, causing those around to stagger. As the dust settled, I stood firm, unyielding. In contrast, Xiao Qinyu was forced to retreat, carving deep grooves into the ground, struggling to regain his balance after taking several steps back. His lackeys were wide-eyed, their jaws nearly hitting the ground in disbelief. Let me tell you, the mountain they relied on, Xiao Qinyu, had crumbled completely today. Xiao Qinyu, however, was a tough character, especially against himself. Realizing he couldn't win in this situation, he climbed back to his feet and made a complete turnaround in attitude, shouting at me. I give up. From now on, you're the boss of our new Oding Academy. He then turned to his lackeys, shouting, Why are you still standing there? Greet the boss. The group, quick to respond, bowed in unison, Greetings, boss. For my companions who understood, this sudden experience of being treated as a big brother was quite amusing. However, I chose to decline this role, waving my hand and pointing to the still oblivious Xiao Wu, saying, Not so fast, the big boss is over there. This is my sister, Xiao Wu. Don't be fooled by her size. When she gets serious, I wouldn't be enough to fill her teeth. I wasn't exaggerating. She was a 10,000-year-old beast in human form. If she got angry, a stomp could shake the entire New Oding city. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more bewildered but obediently greeted Xiao Wu. Hello, Sister Xiao Wu. Having settled the group, I hurried to Tang San's side, asking how he felt. He was brimming with excitement, declaring he had achieved complete enlightenment. The Shintian skill and Purple Extreme Demon I had perfectly integrated with the World-S Soul Ring system, significantly enhancing his combat power. Seeing he was fine, we prepared to leave. When Xiao Wu noticed we were leaving, she hurriedly caught up, asking where we were going. I casually fabricated an excuse, saying I had important business with Sangu and told her to enjoy herself for now. On the way, Tang San asked me why I didn't bring Xiao Wu along. She had become a soul master too, and we could register at the Martial Soul Hall together, earning a golden soul coin subsidy each month, which was quite a fortune. I was speechless. Brother, do you think the Martial Soul Hall is a neighborhood committee? What is Xiao Wu's identity? A 10,000-year soul beast. To walk in so brazenly. What if that person named Caxianua detected something? If a letter reached the Martial Soul headquarters, it would attract the attention of that madwoman Bibi Dong. Together, we wouldn't even be enough to be crushed by a finger of hers. We are human. No matter how gifted we are, we can only be considered as geniuses at best. Yet, she is a walking 10,000-year soul ring, an immense temptation. Should it come to confrontation, what would we do? Will we truly hide back in Shenghun village, hoping for a miracle from the legendary old village chief Jack, believed to be a deity incarnate? I wouldn't dare to gamble on that. Upon reaching the Martial Soul branch in New Oding City, it was quite majestic. Although the master claimed it was the most basic branch, the 30-meter-high dome, resplendent in gold and jade, was still quite imposing. Tang San and I presented our New Oding Academy uniforms, and the guard at the entrance was quite courteous, allowing us entry without hesitation. Upon entering the hall, we encountered a familiar face, Su Yuntao, the steadfast figure who had helped us awaken our martial souls. He was thrilled to see us, boasting to a woman beside him that we both possessed innate full soul power. The woman, named CC, was decent-looking, and upon hearing we were endowed with innate full soul power, her eyes sparkled, likely mistaking us for young masters out on an incognito visit. However, when she eagerly inquired about our martial souls, I pointed to Tang San and said blue silvergrass, then pointed to myself and stated old tree root. Let me tell you, the expression on that girl's face changed faster than a Sichuan opera face change. 1 second, she was warm and welcoming, and the next, she turned as cold as ice, her disdain practically oozing out of her eyes. I silently scoffed, not wanting to waste any more words with her, and directly pulled Tang San toward the reception room on the 2nd floor. Pushing the door open, we heard the impatient voice of an old man. This was Ma Zayuno. Tang San, being polite, quickly bowed and stated that we were there to register as soul masters. At first, Ma Xiaonuo thought we were merely naive children seeking to awaken our martial souls. However, without hesitation, Tang San displayed his Lan Yinchao along with a yellow century-old soul ring. The old man's eyes nearly bulged out, muttering, a 400-year-old mandala snake? Lan Yin Gao Gan Nap Sop Sao Zi? Tang San promptly cited the Master-S theory, asserting that plant-type martial souls could indeed absorb animal soul beast rings, thus helping to restore the teacher's reputation. Before Ma Xiaonuo could recover from his astonishment, I unleashed my martial soul. With a resonating hum, 2 brilliantly purple soul rings began to revolve around me. The air in the room felt as though it had solidified, and even Ma Xiaonuo, a soul master of over level 30, was forced to take a step back from my overwhelming aura. Purple? 2 of them. The old man's jaw dropped completely. Both my 1st and 2nd soul rings were a millennium old. I expressionlessly enumerated. First soul ring, 1,000-year-old scale, tortoise beast. Second soul ring, 5,000-year-old illusory, sky demon tree. I then recited the Master S theory once more, mirroring Tang San's earlier actions. This configuration was astonishingly superior, even in the novice village. Ma Xiaonuo's hands trembled as he promptly processed our paperwork, issuing us a Soul Master token and a Great Soul Master token. As expected, he began to entice us, inquiring if we would be willing to join the Spirit Hall, promising endless resources and assistance in hunting soul rings. I outright rejected the offer. What was the point of joining the Spirit Hall now? To be eliminated by Tang San decades later? Besides, the matter with Qian Sunji was repulsive to even contemplate. Although Tang San was unaware of the intricacies, he also followed suit in declining the offer. After leaving the Spirit Hall, we headed straight back to the academy to find the master. The master lay in bed, his complexion still quite pale. But upon hearing that we not only succeeded but also validated his theory at the Spirit Hall, he nearly leapt from the bed in excitement. Tang San discussed with the master that the academy's classes were no longer beneficial for us, expressing a desire to learn from him in the morning and work in the afternoon. The master immediately agreed, asking what we intended to do. Tang San replied that we would go to the blacksmith shop, as it would allow us to earn money while practicing the hammer techniques taught by his father. Upon hearing the term hammer technique, the master's eyes lit up, recognizing it as the renowned chaotic wind. He promptly urged us to practice diligently and never neglect our training. He then informed me that my strength was sufficient for graduation. I seized the opportunity to request permission to stay outside at night for the sake of training. Consequently, I took Tang San to a blacksmith shop in the city. We sought out a master named Shi San, but at first, he only allowed us to do menial tasks, viewing us as mere children. Without hesitation, I instructed Tang San to demonstrate his skills. We each picked up a hammer taller than ourselves and, facing a glowing red piece of raw iron, executed a live rendition of the chaotic wind hammer technique. The clangs echoed rhythmically as our breathing, tempo, and strength perfectly synchronized, transforming the massive raw iron into standard components. The group of masters, including Shi San, stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if an egg could fit inside. Shi San excitedly shouted chaotic wind, prompting Tang San to look at me in confusion. I could only feign ignorance. It was not yet the time to reveal his lineage, as the hatred could impede his training. After bidding farewell to Tang San, I set off alone, clutching the golden soul coin issued by the Spirit Hall. I purchased some provisions and headed straight for the soul-hunting forest. I needed to uncover the truth behind the 1,000-year soul beast that had pursued us last time. The entrance to the forest was heavily guarded, and without a token, I was denied entry. With no other option, I resorted to clever tactics. Without a word, I activated my second soul skill, Shadow Following, conjuring an illusion of an ancient tree trunk soul beast to charge at the guards and draw their fire. Amidst their chaos, I seized the moment, sprinted forward, and, using the vines, leaped over the wall. Though jolted by the electric current surging through the wall, I managed to slip through unscathed. Once inside the forest, I summoned the Kunpeng martial soul, experiencing a remarkable surge in speed and strength, transforming into a streak of white light as I dashed deeper into the woods. Unfortunately, I fortuitously collided with a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider mid-meal. This creature was utterly deranged, attacking me without hesitation. I found myself cornered, with no escape in sight, and my soul power nearly depleted. In a desperate final stand, I unleashed both of my soul skills, summoning my doppelgangers to join the fray. Ultimately, I ensnared it with numerous blood fiend vines, binding it into a large bundle, and with all my might, delivered a Kunpeng strike to its face, sending it crashing into several trees. Yet, astonishingly, it remained alive. Exhausted, I knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, watching as the spider staggered to its feet, preparing to deliver a final blow. I thought it was over. Would I perish here today? At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. A suffocating pressure descended from above. Looking up, I beheld a gigantic purple bird with wings that blotted out the sun. With a mere flap, the imperious 1,000-year human-faced demon spider was obliterated into a shower of green blood. What a true powerhouse! I gazed at the colossal bird, noting its 5 shimmering purple tail feathers. This was a 50,000-year-old, 9-tailed wind chime bird. The absurdity did not end there. The 9-tailed wind chime bird gracefully descended by the lake, washing its wings that had just vanquished the spider in a flash of purple light. transformed into a breathtaking young woman clad in a purple dress. She gazed at me and spoke slowly, her voice ethereal and melodious. You still do not know who your parents are, do you? At that moment, my mind was in a frenzy. A 50,000-year-old soul, beast capable of human speech? Could it truly transform into a human? This defied the fundamental laws of Douluo. To my astonishment, the young lady approached me and declared, Your mother, Yi Bei, is my mistress. My name is Feng Ling Er. Do you understand? I was utterly taken aback, my mind racing with confusion. My mother? Mistress? This was an overwhelming amount of information for me to process. She looked at me with a disdainful expression, as if to brand me as a mere novice. I feared I might inadvertently crush you if I remained in beast form, she added. How could this be? As the protagonist, I was being looked down upon by a soul beast. Just as I was about to argue, she swiftly delivered a light slap to my head, exclaiming, How foolish! I have been waiting for you. Your mother is so intelligent. How could she give birth to someone like you? It must be your father's fault. Good heavens! Even my father was implicated. In this day and age, were even maids this audacious? Stifling my frustration, I inquired about the situation, and she impatiently replied, by seniority. You should call me sister. I am here waiting for you out of sheer necessity, hoping you would awaken your Kunpeng martial soul to take me back to Bei Ming. However, given your weakness, it's utterly hopeless. The mention of Bei Ming sparked my intrigue. This young lady undoubtedly held the key to the truth. I quickly adopted a humble demeanor, addressing her as Sister Ling Er, pleading for her to share more information. She then produced a letter from seemingly nowhere, handing it to me. Your father entrusted this to me for you. He has already embarked on his journey to Bei Ming, and given his state, I estimate he won't last long. I hastily opened the letter, and let me tell you, my dear old father wrote in such an enigmatic manner, embodying the essence of a riddle. The gist was that he had stirred up significant trouble, implicating the family, and now needed to find my mother in Bei Ming, urging me to train diligently to grow stronger, followed by a simple farewell between men. Upon finishing the letter, I was overwhelmed with determination and turned to leave. I was at a Bei Ming. However, Feng Ling Er seized my arm, looking at me as if I were a fool. Hey, do you even know where Bei Ming is? That place can only be reached by awakening the Kunpeng. It is exceedingly far, practically beyond Douluo continent. Your father's way of travel? He wouldn't even reach it if you were to walk to his death. Do you think I've been waiting here for you out of choice? Her words calmed me down. Indeed, impatience was futile. Observing my crouched posture, she leisurely began to divulge. To put it simply, your mother, Yi Bei, is the chieftain of the Kunpeng clan, bearing the title of Bai Ming Wang. Your father once rescued her. After some unfortunate events, they parted ways, and your mother left me here to protect you in this dreary place, which is hardly enjoyable. Upon hearing this, I was astounded. Was fortune finally gracing me? With a 6,000-year-old beast as my sparring partner, I was bound to soar. I promptly assured her that I would take her home. She shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, First, manage yourself. You can't even defeat me now. Thus, a man's promise was made, and from that day forth, my grueling training regimen commenced. By day, I attended lectures from masters at the academy and sparred with Tang San and Xiao Wu, while in the afternoons, I toiled at the blacksmithess, honing my skills. As night fell, I would sneak into the soul-hunting forest to train with Feng Ling Er. Let me tell you, she truly fought with all her might. Initially, she had me carrying over 600 pounds of ancient tree roots while navigating the forest, a so-called pressure training. She would sip the sweet nectar I brought, cheering me on, faster, faster. A man cannot say he cannot. As for me, I was subjected to relentless torment. I would run until I nearly fainted, only to awaken and immediately commence combat drills. Do not relax after the attack. Follow up. Always follow up. I can predict your next move. Feng Ling Er would evade my strikes while delivering her own fierce blows. Just as I considered protesting, claiming I couldn't bear to harm a beauty, she landed a punch squarely on my face. With a resounding thud, I crashed through a dozen trees before landing in a river. Continue. Continue, she barked, frustrated by my slow recovery. Climbing out of the water, my body numb, I exclaimed, Sister, do all soul beasts train like this? Aren't you afraid of injuring yourselves? She looked at me as if it were the most natural thing. Our training as soul beasts is merely sleeping. We cannot die. This training regimen is tailored specifically for you. Another punch sent me flying, and she chided, I told you to be cautious and remain vigilant. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Can you believe it? 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Notting Academy had closed for the holidays. and Tang San and Xiao Wu graduated, constantly flaunting their affection before me. Not want to be a third wheel, I bid farewell to old village Chief Jack, leaving him a substantial sum, and retreated back into the soul-hunting forest. The results of my 6 years of inhumane training were remarkable. I could now run with over 3,000 pounds on my back, as though I were flying, leaving impressions in the forest floor. With Feng Linger's assistance, I secured my third soul ring, a 10,000-year blood demon fish scale. My blood fiend vine evolved dramatically, adorned with scales, becoming both sturdy and formidable. And I gained a new area control skill named Blood Fiend Magic Prison. Feng Linger herself advanced to a 60,000-year soul beast. In our sparring sessions, I could finally exchange a few blows with her. One evening, we resumed our practice, focusing on pure hand-to-hand combat without utilizing soul power. I accelerated my speed, delivering a side kick that whipped up a gale. Feng Linger, upon seeing this, wore a look of disappointment and raised her hand to block. A feint. I swiftly shifted my form and launched a straight punch towards her face. She reacted quickly, executing a flip mid-air to evade, countering with a downward kick aimed at my head, the wind from her strike sharp as a blade. Knowing the power of this move from her lessons, I understood I could not evade. I immediately sank into a horse stance, channeling the strength of 3 hearts, timing my grasp to seize her descending leg. Yanking it back with force, she attempted to retract her leg too late, her other hand transforming into a fist aimed at my throat, compelling me to release my hold. I tilted my head to evade, bearing down to pin her to the ground with my martial arts techniques. Who taught you that move? She inquired calmly while lying on the ground. Though I sensed her inner satisfaction, I discovered it within the chaotic cloak hammer method. It's called using force against force. I confessed honestly, then casually asked, Sister Linga, do you know which soul beast soul ring can solidify my vines? Perhaps the Mon-Nyo marsh monster could. She pondered. Then a flash of purple light enveloped her, and an immense force sent me hurtling away, shattering several large stones upon impact. She stood, adjusted her attire, and tossed her hair. Let us consider this round a victory for you. From today onward, we shall focus on enhancing your resilience to strikes. Rubbing my nearly shattered ribs, I managed a bitter smile. You are formidable. Whatever you say is correct. By the way, you mentioned wanting to attend Shrek Academy? She asked, seated by the lake. Indeed. Once I leave, it may be a while before I return to see you. Suddenly, she took on the demeanor of an elder sister bidding farewell to her brother. Go on, keep training. Don't become complacent. There are many out there who are strong. As I lay beside her, gazing at the starry sky, warmth enveloped my heart. Over the past 6 years, she had become like family to me. After bidding farewell to Feng Linger, I set off on my own journey. To my surprise, Xiao had asked me to reserve a lover suite for them. With a wry smile, I complied and arrived at a place called the Rose Hotel. I figured Dai Mubai would not arrive until noon, so I preemptively booked the room, ensuring our paths would perfectly miss each other. Upon entering, I approached the front desk and stated, 1 room for the night, the best available. The front desk attendant looked taken aback, but handed me the last key. Just as I received it, a golden-haired, handsome man entered, flanked by 2 women, swaggering as if he owned the place. Boss, do you have any rooms left? Dai Mubai. I had run into him. The front desk attendant, all smiles, said, I'm sorry. Sir, the last room has been taken by this young man. Dai Mubai shot me a disdainful glance, his expression dripping with contempt. Him? A boy barely out of his childhood? You're giving him a room? What if he gets himself hurt? The attendant immediately turned to persuade me to relinquish the room. Frustration bubbled within me. After 6 years with Linger, my temper was barely contained, and I directed my ire at Dai Mubai. Enough of the nonsense. Let us settle this with a soul master duel. Dai Mubai bowsed, intrigued. Oh, you're also a soul master? He pushed aside the 2 women beside him. Fine. I'll play with you today. The hotel erupted into chaos as we unleashed our soul power, shattering glass tables and chandeliers. Dai Mubai's expression paled as he realized my soul power surpassed his. I casually remarked, I 1TB using soul rings. Good, I 1T either. He retorted, likely apprehensive about causing structural damage. I added, I also 1TB using soul power. This completely enraged him. Do you look down on me? You disrespected women first, I replied, clenching my fist and adopting a combat stance. If you want my respect, show me your strength. All right, he roared, launching a punch aimed at my face. I did not evade, instead kicking his fist directly. With a thud, he was sent sprawling backward, carving a trench in the ground while shaking his arm in shock. Realizing my earlier fist clenching had been a deliberate ruse, he called out, "Let us go again." My expression remained stoic as he summoned his soul power for another straight punch. I stood my ground, meeting his fist with another kick. This time, he was sent flying through the wall, creating a large hole and dislocating his shoulder. Now thoroughly panicked, he disregarded any notion of holding back. Second soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Light Wave. A shimmering energy sphere hurtled toward me. My battle spirit ignited. Bring it on. Cloak punch. I surged forward, colliding with his attack. Dai Mubai stared in disbelief as I dared to meet his soul skill with mere flesh. The golden light exploded, and I tore through the energy sphere with my bare hands. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock, wondering from where this powerhouse had emerged. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his ultimate move. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In an instant, his entire being radiated golden light, muscles swelling. A colossal white tiger phantom materializing behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. He bellowed, "I am a level 37 Battle Soul Master. Upon activating Diamond Transformation, all my attributes double. You still have time to concede. At long last, I have revealed my identity, the level 40 Sanhuan Zhanhuan Zun, possessing the martial soul of Lao Shijin." Level 40. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Without granting him a moment to react, I propelled myself forward, akin to a Kunpeng descending from the heavens, unleashing both fists to collide with his colossal golden punch, which rivaled the force of an explosive. The sound was thunderous, reverberating as if the entire building had trembled. The reception area was instantly reduced to ashes. I merely stepped back 2 paces, dusting off my attire with an air of nonchalance. In contrast, Dai Mubai staggered back 5 significant steps, the exquisite tiles beneath him shattering like brittle cookies into a mess. His expression mirrored sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost, filled with incredulity. "Come on, my friend, I have transformed into a white tiger Vajra. And you haven't even used your soul power?" His worldview was crumbling, likely contemplating that his image as a genius was now irreparably tarnished. I loosened my fists, pondering that it was my duty to console him. No, brother, don't overthink it. Your aptitude is indeed remarkable. My situation is simply unique, making it inconvenient to reveal my soul rings, you understand. It's merely a matter of strength and technique. I have trained diligently, and practice makes perfect. You are already quite formidable, truly. To my surprise, my words seemed to resonate with him, and he conceded gracefully. Witnessing my humility after victory, he remarked, "All right, I accept defeat today." This fellow was magnanimous in his loss. Before departing, he turned back and inquired, "Is your martial soul truly Lao Shijin?" I nodded affirmatively, "Absolutely." He seemed contemplative, stating that we would surely meet again, before cryptically adding, "Brother, let me offer you a final piece of advice. Some women are not worthy of respect. You are strong, but do not falter due to compassion." With that, he departed, leaving behind the 2 enchanting twins. I shook my head in disbelief. What did he mean by not deserving respect? What kind of logic was that? Never mind. I chose to disregard it. At that moment, the hotel manager, accompanied by the receptionist, appeared in a state of trepidation, nearly prostrating themselves before me. I assure you, the status of a soul master in this realm is enormously elevated, especially for someone like me, who appeared unfathomable. I waved my hand dismissively, maintaining a stern demeanor. "Do not entertain wild thoughts. I will compensate for any damages and continue my stay." The manager bent low like a shrimp, a smile plastered across his face. "Esteemed guest, Dai Xiao has already settled the bill. Please, enjoy your stay. We have arranged entertainment for you." With a knowing glance, a line of young women bearing drinks approached. One must wonder, in this year of 2025, how remnants of feudal traditions still persist. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Xiao Wu bounced in cheerfully, followed closely by Tang San. I swiftly handed the key to Tang San. "Brother San, settle in and rest well. I must take my leave." I patted Tang San on the shoulder and addressed the manager. "This gentleman will be staying in the room. Direct any inquiries to him." My casual reference to him as gentleman seemed to send the manager's CPU into overdrive. His gaze towards Tang San shifted entirely, filled with awe, as he repeatedly addressed him as esteemed guest. Xiao Wu, however, would not tolerate such behavior, her expression turning stern. "Enough. My brother San is a respectable person. Having dealt with them, I sought refuge atop the city Lord's mansion, lying back in contemplation. To be honest, I felt somewhat adrift, lacking attachments or objectives, only pondering that perhaps I should focus on becoming stronger and securing my fourth soul ring. A few days later, we followed the Master's directions and arrived at a quaint, somewhat dilapidated village in search of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Rangu, are you sure this is the right place? It pales in comparison to our Shenghun village." I pointed to a crowd gathering in front of a shabby wooden shack. Indeed, this is the location. Can you believe it? A decrepit wooden shelter, beneath which sat a man in his 60s, on the verge of dozing off, with a sign proclaiming Shrek Academy admissions office before him. I felt an inkling of dread, thinking perhaps I had stumbled into a scam. The registration fee was exorbitantly high, 10 gold soul coins. The parents in line around us grumbled incessantly about the inadequacy of the place, lamenting its failure to match the prestige of its title as an academy producing Empire Viscounts. I remained unfazed, for I knew that out of the 200 or so individuals gathered today, only a handful would be admitted. Soon enough, the old man began to turn people away. He scrutinized the first young man in line, his eyelids barely lifting. "Your overage be gone." The boy's father protested, arguing that it was only a few days. The old man immediately called out, "Dai Mubai, we have a disturbance. Someone wishes to withdraw their registration fee." Dai Mubai descended from a tree like a phantom, his 3 soul rings illuminating as he demonstrated the imposing presence of a soul Zune, causing the father to hastily drag his son away in defeat, not daring to utter another word. The absurdity continued as a 12-year-old, with sufficient soul power, was still met with refusal. The old man shook his head. "We do not accept ordinary individuals here. We only admit monsters. If your soul power is below level 21 and your first soul ring is not a century old, you may leave." At this declaration, a wave of outrage erupted, with more than half the crowd openly criticizing the Academy's madness before turning to leave with their children in tow. It became clear to Tang San and Xiao Wu why the master had directed them here. The Academy was committed to elite education, favoring quality over quantity. As the scene threatened to spiral out of control, the old man, visibly impatient, rose with a staff in hand, revealing 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Good heavens, a soul emperor over 60. He struck his staff against the ground, causing the entire village to tremble, and coldly regarded the remaining individuals. Continue. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, everyone behaving as if they were children before a formidable elder. Finally, it was our turn. I promptly tossed 30 gold soul coins into the box. Xiao Wu stepped forward first. The old man examined her hands, nodded, and gestured for her to reveal her martial soul. Without hesitation, she showcased her 2 yellow century-old soul rings, declaring herself as a level 29 assault-type soul master, and was accepted without issue. Next was Tang San. The old man scrutinized his hands and legs, repeatedly affirming their quality. Upon witnessing Tang San's blue silvergrass and his 2 century-old soul rings, the old man's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "Blue silvergrass can cultivate this quickly? Enter, enter." Finally, it was my turn. I extended my hand, and as soon as the old man touched my fingers, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, this small frame possesses such great strength?" Beside me, Dai Mubai wore an expression of "I told you so." The old man fixed his gaze on me. "Young man, allow me to see your martial soul." "Very well, time to reveal my true self." With a mere thought, dozens of purple-pink vines enveloped my form, and 3 soul rings rose from beneath my feet. Purple, purple, and black. I assure you, at that moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had halted. The Soul Emperor's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating an egg. Dai Mubai, who had just been accompanied by a mysterious woman in black, Zhu Zhuqing, wore a frozen expression akin to a subway passenger whose device had malfunctioned. Level 40, with 2 Millennium Rings and 1 10,000-year ring. This configuration was enough to redefine the common knowledge of the Douluo continent. The old man was the first to regain his composure, his voice trembling. "Who exactly are you?" He even commanded, under the authority of Soul Emperor, that anyone who dared to disclose this matter would face dire consequences. Once inside the academy, Dai Mubai led me and the enigmatic Zhu Zhuqing deeper within. I quickly introduced myself. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Luoran, and I will be your classmate henceforth." As for the soul rings, it was merely luck, nothing more. Zhu Zhuqing merely nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining her cool demeanor. Dai Mubai, however, wore a wry smile. "You, my friend, have been hiding your true self since our first meeting. I truly did not anticipate such a significant secret. Before we could take more than a few steps, a voice rang out. Sausages for sale. Oscar's premium sausages. A scruffy man with a beard pushed a cart toward us. The aroma wafting through the air was simply irresistible. At that moment, hunger overtook me, and I approached, declaring, 3, please. Dai Mu Bai hurried over, attempting to stop me, insisting that the sausages were off limits. I had already devoured the 3 sausages, chewing as I replied, it's fine. Sooner or later, they must be consumed. They taste quite delightful. Subsequently, Dai Mu Bai summoned Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a beautiful girl named Ning Rongrong, informing us that our soul power had surpassed level 25, allowing us to skip the second and third rounds and proceed directly to the 4th challenge. This prompted a group of younger participants, still testing their skills, to protest, accusing us of taking shortcuts. Without hesitation, Dai Mu Bai hurled the testing crystal towards them. Ning Rongrong, level 26. Zhu Zhuqing, level 27. Xiao Wu and Tang San, both at level 29. When it was my turn, as soon as I grasped the crystal, it shattered with a loud crack, radiating light as brilliant as the sun, blinding the young spectators. I placed the shattered remnants of the crystal on the table and remarked coolly, little brother, be sure to drink plenty of pork rib soup at home to grow taller. On our way to the 4th challenge, Dai Mu Bai enlightened us about the peculiarities of the academy. In 20 years, only 42 students had been enrolled, and with him included, there were a mere 3 remaining. The graduation requirement demanded that one reach level 40 before turning 20. The graduation rate was astoundingly low, but those who did graduate emerged as prominent figures. The principal adhered strictly to the principle of quality over quantity, even rejecting sponsorship from the kingdom. As we conversed, we arrived at the examination venue for the 4th challenge, where a brawny man, his physique resembling a mass of stone, emerged. Upon spotting me, his expression shifted to one of familiarity, laced with a hint of malice. I shall personally modify the rules for your 4th challenge. Dai Mu Bai's Fachapalit. And he whispered to us, you are in serious trouble. This is teacher Zhao Wuji, a level 76 soul sage, nicknamed the Immovable King, with the martial soul of a powerful golden bear. It appears he has a grudge against Luoran. Zhao Wuji inserted an unlit incense stick into the ground, snorting disdainfully. All 5 of you will face me together. If you can withstand the duration of this incense stick, you pass. Soul Sage, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were taken aback. I stepped forward, feeling compelled to take responsibility for the situation. He was correct. A level 76 powerhouse with unmatched defense was a formidable opponent. Our only chance lay in stalling for time. Tang San quickly organized us. All right, we don't have much time. Let's introduce our abilities. I am Tang San, with a martial soul blue silvergrass, a level 29 second ring control type soul master. I am Xiao Wu, with a martial soul rabbit, a level 29 second ring assault type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with a martial soul ghost cat, a level 27 second ring agility type soul master. Ning Rongrong, with a martial soul 7 treasures glazed tower, a level 26 second ring support type soul master. Jiang Luoran, with a martial soul old tree root, a level 43rd ring control type soul master. As I announced my identity, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a rat spotting rice, exclaiming that his mentor had taught him that when encountering the 7 treasures glazed sect, one must eliminate them first. I thought to myself, hold your horses, my friend. Ning Rongrong, slightly embarrassed, quickly chimed in, stating her 2 soul rings, one enhancing speed, the other boosting strength, each by 30%. What a remarkable advantage. This was akin to a moving spring of water. What could we possibly do against that? The strategy became clear instantly. The 2 control-type soul masters must keep the entire team in motion. Tang San attempted to shield me, asserting that he would take the lead in offense. I responded, don't worry, Brother San, this mess was caused by me. I must bear the burden. Rest assured, my blood fiend Vine is quite resilient. You focus on controlling the battlefield. Seeing my determination, Tang San relented. As soon as I finished speaking, I charged forward. Blood fiend Vine. In an instant, dozens of purple-pink vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring me. My soul ring glowed, purple, black. I can tell you, Zhao Wuji's expression of disdain evaporated, replaced by a grave seriousness. On our side, Ning Rongrong's buff had also activated. The 7 treasures were indeed renowned, proclaiming strength and speed. For beams of colorful light descended, and I felt invigorated, as if I had consumed 3 cans of energy drink. Zhao Wuji, known for his volatile temper, grew impatient upon witnessing us stacking buffs. He charged directly at Ning Rong, intent on eliminating the support first. Could I allow that to happen? I bellowed, "I'll take the hit," and charged at him with a punch. What transpired next was utterly absurd. A level 76 Soul Sage clashed fists with a level 40 control-type Soul Master. Bang. The shockwave exploded. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, his expression resembling that of an old man confused by a smartphone. How could a control-type Soul Master possess strength surpassing that of Daimu Bai, the Assault-type Master? Doubting his own senses, he swung again and again, causing the ground beneath us to crack. Ultimately, he shifted his stance, and I retaliated with a kick. The result? I staggered back 5 steps, while he retreated 4 and plopped back onto his chair. The entire arena fell silent, while Ning Rong gazed down at her 7 treasures glazed tower, likely pondering whether her support had somehow gone into overdrive. This time, Zhao Wuji took the matter seriously. Upon unleashing his 7 soul rings, the pressure nearly tore the roof off. We were not to be trifled with either. Tang San's blue silvergrass and my bloodfiend vine combined to ensnare him like a mummy. However, his first soul skill, Immovable King Body, erupted in golden light, shattering our bindings. Xiao Wu charged in, delivering a flurry of kicks to his face, but it felt as though she were merely scratching an itch. Ultimately, she executed a waist bow in conjunction with Tang San's blue silvergrass, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, I leaped up for a powerful slam, while Zhu Zhuqin, like a shadow, joined in with her claws. The result? Nothing. He merely tore a piece of clothing. His defense was nothing short of impenetrable. Zhao Wuji, incensed, unleashed a flurry of attacks, incapacitating Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqin. I observed the unfolding chaos, a surge of anger igniting within me. This was my mess, and I could not allow them to face elimination alongside me. I strode over and extinguished the nearly burnt incense with my foot. Tang San and the others looked on in bewilderment. I pointed at Zhao Wuji, declaring, "Today, I shall face you alone." Everyone was astonished, yet they chose to trust me. Tang San stated that if I lost, they would leave with me. I can assure you, my heart swelled with warmth. Very well, let us proceed. I was acutely aware that a head-on confrontation was futile. However, I possessed ample means to stall for time. Zhao Wuji, in his arrogance, would surely not unleash his full power immediately. As expected, he activated the Immovable King Body and stood there, awaiting my assault. Just as I had hoped. I swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a kick to his groin. He indeed reacted. Once he moved, his Immovable King Body would falter. In the moment he launched his palm strike, I activated my first soul skill, Illusionary Creation. The vines vanished in an instant, only to reappear, binding him tightly. Grabbing a large stone, I hurled it toward him, a mere distraction. He smashed the stone, believing he had caught me, only to grasp at shadows. It was merely an illusion created by my soul skill. By the time he realized, I was already perched atop the collapsing roof. I taunted him. This is far from over. Then came the pivotal moment. My black 10,000-year soul ring illuminated, and I unleashed my third soul skill, Bloodfiend Demon Prison. A vast array of vines enveloped him, shrouding all light. This technique was unparalleled. Zhao Wuji presumed this was merely a binding skill, and within, he attempted to unleash his ultimate move. Little did he know, I had been orchestrating my strategy from the outset. This demon prison was not just a control skill. It was a domain capable of voraciously draining his stamina. The more he exerted himself, the faster his energy dissipated. When he attempted to use gravity to break free, I effortlessly lifted the entire building and hurled it at him. Amidst the dust, my second martial soul, Kunpeng, struck through his gravity field, shattering his soul skill with a single blow. Zhao Wuji was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how my speed allowed me to dart back and forth within the gaps of his attacks. While I utilized my clones to distract him, I relentlessly pounded his abdomen with my modified cloak palm. After hundreds of strikes, his protective energy burst apart, seizing the opportunity while he was weakened. I struck him the groin with the ancient root spirit technique I had copied, leaving him momentarily dazed. I swiftly capitalized on the moment, locking his joints and smashing him from the heavens down to the earth. And then, dear friends, the most gratifying scene unfolded. I mounted him, raising my fist, and pounded away. Regardless of his title as the unmoving king, I transformed him into a pig-headed king. He yelled for mercy, pleading that he had had enough. Just as I was about to shove dirt into his mouth, he surrendered, and I decided to call it a day. At that moment, Oscar, the sausage-loving fellow, sleepily approached, and upon seeing Zhao Wujin's pig-like visage, inquired, "Who is this?" Zhao Wujin's face darkened, instructing him to attend practical lessons the next day. Casually, I snatched a sausage from him and called out to Zhao Wujin's retreating figure, "Teacher Zhao, no matter who calls you tonight, do not go out." Let me tell you, this sausage enthusiast, Oscar, is quite a character. Still half asleep, he questioned us about our gathering, wondering if it was a meeting at a lunatic asylum. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Once Zhao Wujin, that pig-headed fool, scurried away, I finally relaxed with Tang San. After a deep slumber, I awoke to find the sky darkened, my stomach growling in protest. I noticed Tang, since standing by my bedside, handing me a sausage, claiming it was left for me by Oscar. I took it and stuffed it into my mouth. Goodness, this meat sausage spirit was truly remarkable. Consuming it felt as though my vitality was completely restored. Tang San was astonished, exclaiming, "Luo, are you really eating that?" He recounted how Dai Mu Bai had enlightened him about its origins, the incantation, and so forth, which was indeed astonishing. I thought to myself, starving to the brink of collapse. I couldn't care less about its origin. The ability to eat was sufficient. Seeing my hearty appetite, Tang San ceased to ponder further and began to express his emo feelings. He confided that he felt lost in a haze. Today, Xiao Wu nearly encountered a mishap, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing himself too weak. I instantly recognized that this lad was indeed smitten with Xiao Wu. I hastened to reassure him, "Buddy, you're only 12. There is plenty of time ahead. Do not dwell in despair. Besides, with your strength, facing Zhao Wujin one-on-one would be quite a challenge." While I was comforting him, a sudden cacophony of wails erupted from the neighboring dormitory. "Die Lauda, let me tell you, the last time was just perfect. Are we going tonight? Are we going or not?" Upon hearing this, I realized it was that rotund fellow, Ma Hongjun. The soundproofing in the dormitory was as flimsy as paper. Everything was audible. Dai Mu Bai, exasperated, shouted, "Keep your voice down. I've never been there. Don't pin that label on me." The rotund fellow continued to bellow, all right. You're the pristine Dai Xiao. By the way, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Can you lend me some? I need to visit Sui Hua in the village first." Tang San and I exchanged glances. This fellow was evidently a master of time management, planning to revel at night while simultaneously claiming he needed to meet his girlfriend, Sui Hua. The implications of their relationship were beyond my comprehension. Tang San, still processing, asked me, "Did they have a quarrel?" I smacked my thigh, realizing the severity of the situation. I asked Tang San, "Sangu, where's Xiao Wu and Rongrong?" He replied, "They mentioned going for a walk at the village entrance to familiarize themselves with the surroundings." I sprang from my bed, that's it. This rotund fellow is bound to be in for a beating. Come on, Sangu, let us go witness the spectacle. We hurried to the village entrance, where we could hear the ruckus from afar. A red-haired rotund figure was accusing Xiao Wu. "Little girl, mind your own business. Sui Hua loves me." Xiao Wu, with her fiery temper, could not hold back. She shielded a girl named Sui Hua behind her, hands on her hips, and retorted, "You scoundrel. I cannot stand by and watch you bully a girl, so bring it on." Sui Hua's eyes were red as she implored Ma Hongjun, "Hongjun, we are incompatible. Please stop pursuing me." In that moment, Ma Hongjun unleashed his frustration upon Xiao Wu, who, unable to tolerate such treatment, retaliated with a punch. Tang San and I observed from the rooftop, and I said, "Sangu, don't worry. This rotund fellow is also from our academy. Xiao Wu can handle him." Though I said that, my eyes remained glued to the scene, fearful of any unforeseen complications. As their fists collided, the sound echoed, and both were forced to step back several paces. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Wu to be skilled in combat. He chuckled, flames suddenly erupting from him. A yellow spirit ring ascending as he unleashed a fiery breath aimed directly at Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this, I recognized the danger. The flames seemed to follow Xiao Wu relentlessly, singeing her shoes. This was not what was agreed upon. Tang San and I exchanged glances, and without hesitation, we leaped down from the rooftop. I swiftly formed a shield with my bloodthorn vine, blocking the fire with a resounding clang. Tang San was even quicker. He used his ghostly shadow to appear before Ma Hongjun, extending his hand and gripping his face, forcing it skyward, a sight reminiscent of a turkey desperately trying to breathe while being strangled, utterly comical. Seeing two allies arrive, Ma Hongjun attempted to flee. Would I allow him to escape? My speed surpassed his, and with a swift kick, I sent him flying. Tang San followed up with a powerful punch to his face in midair. I quickly added another barrage of strikes, and together we executed a seamless combination, driving him into the ground, leaving him utterly unrecognizable. When we finally ceased our onslaught, a sizable crater was left in the ground, and Ma Hongjun lay there, frothing at the mouth, resembling a deflated sack. At that moment, Suehua rushed over in tears, helping Ma Hongjun up and demanding, "Who are you? Why did you beat him like this?" Xiao Wu, bewildered, responded, "He was just harassing you. We were helping." Dai Mubai soon arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, rushed to explain. "Let me tell you, dear friends, this rotund fellow is Ma Hongjun, his spirit being the evil fire phoenix. Due to a mutation in his spirit, he suffers from an excess of evil fire within, resulting in an insatiable appetite in that particular regard. His relationship with Suehua was not one of bullying. They simply could not come to an agreement, leading to daily arguments." Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were left utterly speechless. Such a spirit? One with inherent Teddy attributes? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong retreated several steps, eyeing Ma Hongjun as if he were a thief. Despite being turned into a pig's head, Ma Hongjun remained defiant, staggering to his feet and shouting, "I refuse to accept this." He was ready to confront us. Dai Mubai quickly restrained him, but he remained unyielding, insisting this was a matter between men, even calling out to Suehua, "Suehua, don't interfere. Tonight, I want to go out. I'll go to your place." Tang San and I were left dumbfounded. Even in such a state, he was still fixated on that matter. Truly remarkable. I stepped forward, declaring, "All right, let us adhere to the rules of Shrek." In response, the rotund fellow unleashed his second spirit technique, sending a large firebird hurtling towards me. I scoffed, "So, the rules of Shrek imply no rules. Would it not be foolish to engage you head-on?" I executed a sliding maneuver, easily evading the explosion, and scathed. Realizing a fight was no longer feasible, Dai Mubai quickly pulled Ma Hongjun aside, introducing me as the new arrival, Jiang Luoran, a level 40 spirit ancestor. Upon hearing level 40, Ma Hongjun's demeanor shifted entirely, his anger evaporating. Suehua, witnessing the spectacle, also lost hope, telling Ma Hongjun, "We are not compatible," before turning to leave. At that moment, the rotund fellow truly wilted, facing both heartbreak and a beating, a dramatic twist in his life. Dai Mubai, with a mischievous grin, approached and poked him in the ribs, asking, "So, are you still going tonight?" Ma Hongjun, with a woeful expression, replied that all his anger had been beaten out of him, and he was heading back to the dormitory. As we prepared to return, I turned to Dai Mubai and advised Dai Lauda, "Ensure the doors and windows are securely shut tonight." Puzzled, he inquired why. I replied, "I fear someone might be wailing in the middle of the night, disturbing you." And guess what? In the dead of night, a thunderous banging echoed outside, accompanied by a robust voice shouting, "Zhao Wujin, come out." I couldn't help but laugh. I knew it. That old rascal, Zhao Wujin, must have ignored my warning, ventured out, and gotten himself into trouble. At the break of dawn the following day, our group of 8 convened on the playground, where we beheld Zhao Wujing, his visage resembling an even more swollen pig's head than the previous day, his body adorned with large adhesive bandages. Oscar and his companions were nearly in fits of laughter. Dean Flander arrived, delivering a few perfunctory remarks about molding us into true monsters, before commanding Zhao Wujing to commence our first lesson. That old rascal, having been beaten twice the day before, was now taking out his frustrations on us. He first ordered Oscar and Ning Rongrong, both support-type soul masters, to run 50 laps around the village until they collapsed. Then he turned his ire toward me, pointing at a pile of stones weighing over 100 pounds, instructing me and Tang San to practice. Finally, he specifically indicated a massive iron lump weighing over 1,000 pounds, sneering at me. "Jiang Luoran, you're special. This one is yours. Begin." Did he intend to humiliate me? I silently scoffed, effortlessly lifting the colossal stone overhead, then bolted after Oscar and the others. I executed a weighted run, leaving them in the dust. Zhao Wujing was instantly petrified, his expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. He attempted to intimidate me, only to be outdone in return. Was he not incensed? After a day of training, Dean Flanders summoned us once more in the evening, announcing he would take us to a splendid venue, the Soto Great Soul Arena. My excitement surged at the mention. The place was as opulent as a wealthy KTV establishment. Yet the battles held within were genuine, with limbs lost and injuries commonplace. Dai Mubai briefed us on the rules. which boiled down to a point-based competition. Win to gain points, lose to lose points, with badges ranging from iron, copper, silver, up to diamond. The dean required us to obtain at least a silver badge before graduation. As for me, my ambitions soared higher. I sought to attain the gold badge. Tang San then inquired of Dai Mubai, "Boss Dai, what badge do you currently hold?" Dai Mubai's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "I still have the iron badge." We were all taken aback. With his prowess, he was merely at the iron rank? The depth of talent here must be staggering. Dai Mubai quickly clarified that since attaining the rank of Soul Master, he had been matched against seasoned opponents at levels 37 to 38, resulting in a low win rate. He then mischievously glanced at me. "However, Luoran, you've hit the jackpot." It dawned on me in an instant. Although I was level 40, I had yet to acquire my 4th soul ring. According to the rules, I was still considered a soul master, matched against opponents of the same rank. This essentially meant I, a fully leveled veteran, was wreaking havoc in a novice village. This was akin to a game-breaking exploit, a clear case of dimensional suppression. A gold badge? That would be a piece of cake. Thus, I, along with Tang San and the others, promptly set about obtaining our silver badges. Preparing to dive into the fray, I was assigned to arena number 7, and upon entering, I was met by an adversary clad in pink. The screen lit up. I was a control-type soul master, while she was a speed-type soul master. Those in the audience erupted in disbelief, shouting, "Control against speed? Just concede already." The flamboyant host fueled the flames, declaring that I had encountered my nemesis in the first round and that my points would surely plummet into the negatives. That lady approached, throwing me flirtatious glances, her voice sultry. "Little brother, is this your first time here? This isn't where you belong." I couldn't be bothered to engage her, simply stating, "Jiang Luoran, level 40, 3-ring control type, Wuhan old tree root." I then sincerely advised her, "Sister, you cannot defeat me. Concede quickly, for when I get serious, even I fear myself." At this, the crowd erupted in laughter, declaring me a cocky child. She paused, likely intimidated by my level 40 status, yet retorted defiantly, "Level 39 speed type Nieshao AI. So what if you're 1 level higher? I'm a speed type." Fine then, the gauntlet had been thrown. As the referee called for the match to begin, I dashed towards her in an instant. The look on her face was priceless. Akin to someone startled by an unexpected pop-up while scrolling through videos, her pupils dilating in shock. Before she could react, with a single move, I sent her flying, her body slamming against the iron railing behind her like a framed painting. The arena fell into stunned silence. A moment later, pandemonium erupted. Blackout. Cheating. Impossible. How could a control type be faster than a speed type? The atmosphere was electric, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, with the crowd demanding an explanation from the referee. What happened next? The lady pulled herself from the wall, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood, clutching her chest, weak yet resolute, stating firmly, "He won," without employing any underhanded tactics. At this declaration, the entire arena fell silent. Only then did the referee stammer out my victory. I collected my points and left without a backward glance, embodying the ethos of a quiet achiever, concealing my merits and fame. Upon my return, Tang San and Xiao Wu also secured their points with ease. Only Ning Rongrong, a pure support type, was unable to enter the fray and was left anxiously fidgeting. Dai Mubai approached, playing mediator, suggesting that Tang San team up with Rongrong for a duo match. The moment I caught sight of Xiao Wu's expression, it darkened like a looming storm. Was this not pure mischief? Dai Mubai, rather naive, was aware that Tang San and Xiao Wu were a pair, yet still wished to disrupt their partnership. However, he was too embarrassed to ask me, considering I was a level 40 leading a level 26. The matchmaking would be akin to a hellish experience. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I interjected, "I'll team up with her. Let us go." My words left everyone momentarily speechless, yet the problem was resolved. Tang San and Dai Mubai expressed their profound gratitude. Rongrong seemed a bit shy, softly murmuring, "Luoran, perhaps it's best if I don't. I might hold you back." I cut her off. "You have no choice. Let us go." I adopted a domineering demeanor, refusing to accept any dissent. We swiftly registered as a team named Biming Duo, a name I had created. Upon entering the arena, we faced 2 muscular opponents, resembling mountains, dubbed the Ironclad Battle Soul Club. The host once again stirred the pot, specifically highlighting the absurdity of a level 40 leading a level 26 in a doubles match. The audience erupted into raucous jeers, some claiming I had become arrogant after a single victory, while others lamented the long absence of the sound of breaking bones. The 2 muscular men swaggered, challenging us not to back down, eager to hear the sound of bones snapping once again. However, as they unleashed their martial souls, the instant they beheld LuoranSurvives' 7-treasure glazed tile, they instantly faltered, exchanging whispers. This little girl is untouchable. She has connections. Let us focus on bullying this little brat instead. I couldn't help but chuckle. Had they encountered an obvious target? As the match commenced, I didn't even activate my martial soul, charging straight at them. They swung their hefty staves down upon me, one from each side. I did not flinch. I reached out and caught them barehanded. Just as their faces turned crimson from the effort, LuoranSurvives' support arrived. The 7 treasures were renowned. The first provided strength. The second speed. 2 radiant beams enveloped me. And let me tell you, the sensation was akin to being electrified. My power and speed surged tremendously. I unleashed a flurry of attacks upon a younger opponent, shattering his staff and transforming him into a battered mess. The audience was left bewildered. Isn't he a control type? How can he strike harder than a power type? They began to question my classification, utterly astounded. Just as his brother invoked a soul skill to save him, I revealed my trump card, dropping the pretense. Second soul skill, Shadow Clone. Third soul skill, Blood Prison. The dazzling display of my 3 soul rings, particularly the lustrous black of the 10,000-year soul ring, sent the entire arena into a frenzy. The screams nearly raised the roof. Everyone was beside themselves, shouting about the 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings. Crimson vines rapidly enveloped the entire arena, leaving the 2 brothers stupefied, paralyzed by the spectacle. Yet they still had a trick up their sleeves as they leapt into the air, shouting, martial soul fusion technique. A magnificent golden lightning staff came crashing towards me, an imposing sight that obliterated the vines I had just unleashed. They thought they had the upper hand and began to boast. Today, we will eliminate you. I chuckled, replying. I forgot to mention, my first soul skill is meant for concealment. As soon as the words left my lips, countless blood-red vines erupted from within their golden staff. This was a classic case of undermining the foundation, an internal explosion. With a resounding bang, their grand move backfired, ensnaring them like 2 oversized zombie. I emerged victorious. But the audience was in an uproar, all demanding to know the origin of that ancient soul ring, and the situation spiraled out of control, with some even threatening to storm the stage. Just then, a responsible figure named Simu stepped in to mediate, spinning a tale about my soul ring being a special effect, a psychological tactic capable of changing colors and mimicking pressure. Internally, I thought, keep fabricating, I'm listening. Regardless of his dubious claims, his high status quelled their doubts, and they hesitated to cause further trouble. After leaving the battle arena, my stout companion Ma Hongjun had another episode, insisting on dragging Dai Mubai to find a lady. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing overheard them. Her expression turned icy in an instant as she uttered a curt dirty before turning to leave. This was dire. Back at the academy, Dai Mubai was still pleading for forgiveness when Ning Rongrong suddenly emerged to mock him, revealing her haughty demeanor. Dai Mubai, already simmering with anger, exploded, unleashing his soul power in a fit of rage. I can tell you, the atmosphere was utterly terrifying. A glance exchanged with my companion conveyed the urgent need to restrain him. We each grabbed one of his arms, pinning him down. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong added fuel to the fire, offering money to Dean Flender to expel Dai Mubai, even suggesting that we should eliminate him ourselves. My goodness, was this princess suffering from a severe case of entitlement? The Dean ignored her completely, allowing her to leave in a huff, ultimately leaving her alone to weep and rage. The following morning, Flender summoned us and declared that from now on, we must consume Oscar sausages during team battles. I thought to myself, what an odd regulation this is. Little AO distributed them one by one, and when he reached me, he slipped in an extra sausage as thanks for saving Ning Rongrong the previous day. I graciously accepted, popping 2 into my mouth. To my surprise, they were quite invigorating. After just a couple of bites, I felt as if I had recuperated from last night's late hours. Flender, the old man, began to psychologically manipulate us, insisting that on the battlefield, we must be prepared to consume anything, even rats and flies. I thought to myself, you must be joking. That's not how you pitch an idea. Ning Rongrong, perhaps fueled by her earlier frustration, snatched a sausage and devoured it as if it were not a mere food item, but little AO himself. The sight made him shiver. I sensed an inexplicable tightening in a certain area. Once we finished our sausages, Flender commenced his indoctrination speech, proclaiming that Shrek Academy only accepted monsters. eschewing frivolous theoretical teachings in favor of brutal survival and practical combat to push the human body to its limits. How fortuitous, for I despise empty rhetoric. I was wholeheartedly in agreement with his approach. After outlining his vision, Flinder announced that after 2 weeks of training, we would have a day off, and in the afternoon, Zhao Wujie would take us to the Stardow Forest to help little Ao acquire his third soul ring. Goodness, little Ao had reached level 30? Dai Mubai and the others were astonished. Xiao Wu curiously inquired how he had leveled up so quickly, and I revealed the truth. Because he possesses innate, full soul power and belongs to the food system. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression soured instantly. A genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had awakened with only level 9 soul power, while little Ao, a mere cook, possessed the exceedingly rare, innate, full soul power. How could this be justified? He was undoubtedly way ahead. Little Ao bashfully scratched his head, grinning. Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, indeed. This is a monster academy. How true. There wasn't a single ordinary individual here. Before long, Zhao Wujie arrived with a bruised visage, likely a result of my third brother's earlier beating, his resentment palpable from a distance. He bellowed for us to hasten to the Stardow Forest, threatening that those who fell behind would be left outside. I thought it unwise to run without purpose. So I seized a massive boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds from the roadside, running while training, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Wujie mistook my actions for provocation, snorting heavily in response. By nightfall, we finally reached an inn on the outskirts of the forest. We had just settled down and ordered a meal when a table of Tsanghui Academy students began giving us disdainful looks, their gazes as if we were refuse. Ma Ongjun, chomping on a chicken leg, retorted, "What are you staring at? Do you believe I could take your female students?" We quickly covered our faces. This lecher was beyond redemption. Dai Mubai, more direct, gripped his chair and asked my third brother and me. The dean said, "A soul master who doesn't provoke trouble isn't a good soul master. Are we daring enough to fight?" Before I could respond, Xiao Wu dashed forward, dispatching one of their students with a flurry of punches and kicks. My immediate thought was, this girl can handle herself. This action stirred a hornet's nest. Their teacher, Yi Zhiqiu, rushed in, demanding to know our academy. Upon hearing we were from Shrek, he wore a disdainful expression, labeling us a second-rate academy. I was truly baffled. From where did this fellow derive his confidence? Dai Mubai shot back, ignorant. The teacher, infuriated, unleashed his martial soul, the Xian turtle, manifesting with a 5-ringed Soul King aura. The configuration was decent, but when his martial soul emerged, we all struggled to contain our laughter. I swear, he resembled a turtle with a shrunken head and limbs, desperately attempting to assume a dignified expression of disdain, which was utterly adorable. Ma Hongjun burst into laughter, pointing at him and saying, "At your age, reaching this level of cultivation is no small feat. Talk about a heart-wrenching blow." Little Ao, even bolder, approached and patted his turtle shell, producing a resonating sound, and added, "Stop fooling around. Being a person isn't easy." My mind began to play the background music of a runway show. The old turtle completely lost his composure, unleashing his soul power and preparing to attack, shouting that he would deliver us a stern lesson about society. Before he could finish his sentence, I scooped up a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go." Dai Mubai was the first to charge in, and we all followed suit, launching a barrage of attacks on him. The old man, however, was resilient, retreating into his shell to withstand our onslaught. Ma Hongjun struck the hardest, berating him, "With dirt in your mouth, you still dare to act tough?" The old turtle managed to push us away and attempted to distance himself to prepare for a proper fight. "Fine, let us take this outside." We unleashed our martial souls and revealed our soul rings, a sight that left Yi Zhiqiu utterly dumbfounded. "Over 30 levels? Each of you is over 30 levels, and you are merely teenagers?" His expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. I had no time to explain. Brandishing my blood-red vines, I charged at him. His turtle shell, encased in ice, was incredibly tough, and my punch shattered a piece of ice upon impact. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in close combat, he activated his soul skill, using Xian Turtle Protection and Xian Water Surge, instantly freezing me and Dai Mubai into ice sculptures. But we were not to be trifled with. My third brother's blue silver grass ensnared him, and Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire followed suit, creating a dual assault of ice and fire that thoroughly incapacitated him. Dai Mubai and I broke free from the ice, while Zhu Zhuqing moved like a wraith, and Xiao Wu's agile movements delivered a relentless barrage, leaving him disoriented. The old turtle attempted to unleash his ultimate move, Winter is Coming. At that moment, a crafty idea struck me. I shouted to my third brother, bind him. Then, turning to Ma Hongjun, I commanded, Fatty, unleash your maximum firepower. Roast him. Ma Hongjun hesitated, saying, but brother, he's so old. I retorted, the old turtle is the most nourishing. I must share with you the scene where the Lan Yin Chao and Shui Sha Tong bound him tightly. The rotund figure's phoenix flames roared upward, causing the ice to instantly melt into boiling water, bubbling vigorously. The old tortoise inside howled in agony. Once the time was right, I turned to Sangu and declared, witness my prowess. I surged forward, channeling all my strength into my right fist, and with a resounding crash, I broke through the vines and struck his searing shell. It shattered with a crack. The old tortoise spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly bewildered. How can my shell be shattered by you? I let out a cold chuckle and commenced imparting a lesson in physics. Do you comprehend the concept of alternating temperatures? Your ice is both your strength and your fatal weakness. I further criticized him, remarking that despite being a fierce attacker, he fought like a mere meat shield, allowing himself to be beaten without retaliating. This fellow was indeed audacious. Upon hearing my words, he resolved to abandon his soul skills and start anew, thanking me before leaving. I gazed at his companions, not a single one of whom offered assistance, leaving me disheartened. Sangu approached, inquiring about the alternating temperatures, and I thought to myself, is this not the foundational knowledge of forging we possess? Dai Mubai also caught on, noting that I had instructed them to focus their attacks on a single point from the outset. Naturally, that is tactics. The following morning, we set off again. Upon entering the Xingdou Great Forest, Zhao Wuji proclaimed that unless we encountered a 10,000-year-old beast or were on the brink of death, he would not intervene. Dai Mubai and the others cleared the path, eager to eliminate any minor soul beast they encountered. I quickly intervened, stating, indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent will lead to the loss of the heavenly way. Besides, if you strike the young ones, won't the elders seek vengeance, creating further trouble? Dai Mubai agreed upon hearing my reasoning. After several hours of travel, we suddenly heard a swift sound. Sangu, with his keen eyesight, immediately alerted us to be on guard. Zhu Zhuqing leaped into a tree and shouted, it's a flying snake, 7 meters long, with a crown on its head. Zhao Wuji chuckled upon hearing this. A Fengwei Jigwatch. Little Ao is in luck. Sangu deduced from her description that it was a 1,300-year-old creature. Just right for Xiao Ao. I established our tactical approach. This creature is exceptionally swift. I will confront it head-on while you provide covering fire. With that, I charged forth. I must say, the snake's speed was astonishing, akin to lightning. I landed a punch on its skull, but its tail ensnared me, leading us to a mutual demise. I hastily activated my second soul skill, and my old tree roots swiftly bound us both. Dai Mubai and the others seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. Ultimately, we managed to subdue it thoroughly. Zhao Wuji tossed a dagger to Xiao Ao, urging him to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, I recalled the plot and shouted for him to wait. Hold on. Dai Mubai, bear the snake while Xiao Ao and I retreat to the nearby woods to absorb it. Remember, no matter what happens, do not emerge until you have finished absorbing. They were all perplexed, unsure of my intentions. Yet, I possessed a godly perspective. Long Gong and Sheep would soon arrive, and these two bosses were not to be trifled with. Indeed, before long, an elderly lady with a snake-headed staff appeared, boasting 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, soul emperor. She immediately inquired if we had seen the Fengwei Jigwatch. Zhao Wuji's expression changed upon seeing her staff, but he maintained his composure and boldly displayed 7 soul rings, declaring himself a soul saint. The atmosphere shifted as he exuded an imposing presence. The old lady's demeanor softened immediately. Greetings, esteemed soul saint. Zhao Wuji, seasoned in his craft, grasped my intent and deceitfully lied, O esteemed snake matriarch. The snake flew off in that direction, too fast for us to pursue. She likely scoffed at Zhao Wuji's short stature internally, as she accepted his words without question. Little did she know, we were exploiting the information gap. Just then, her granddaughter, Meng Aran, emerged. The snake matriarch inquired if Zhao Wuji was leading students to hunt for their second soul rings. Zhao Wuji, brimming with pride, began to boast. Ah, Sister Qiao Xingxiang, these young monsters are not after their second soul rings. They are hunting for their third. One even aspires to acquire a fourth. Upon hearing this, the snake matriarch's expression turned green. As a sole emperor of over 60 levels, her keen perception immediately discerned that our group was merely a bunch of teenagers. With the eldest, Dai Mubai, barely of age. Third soul rings? Fourth soul rings? I observed her lips twitching uncontrollably. Her gaze toward Zhao Wuji resembling that of someone witnessing an escaped mental patient. She likely thought, this immovable king, I've heard he is no good, and now it appears he is not only unscrupulous, but also a braggart without a script. Her favorability plummeted to a staggering low. Disinterested in further discourse with Zhao Wuji, she feigned politeness, saying, "Oh my, how impressive. We shall not disturb your genius endeavors. Please, take your time." With that, she took her granddaughter Meng Iran and prepared to leave, muttering, "Iran, let us hasten away. The air here is foul with the stench of boastfulness." Meng Iran giggled, her laughter causing quite a stir. That laughter ignited a flame within my brother Mahangjun. I noticed his face turning crimson, and had it not been for Tang San's quick reflexes to restrain him, I feared he might have lunged forward like a hungry tiger. Zhao Wuji, a seasoned player, feigned ignorance, cheerfully waving goodbye. "Sister Ko Xingxiang, safe travels." Once they were out of earshot, he hurried over to my brother Jiang Luoran, his expression one of disbelief. "Incredible. Luoran, how did you know she would come?" Tang San, equally puzzled, asked Zhao Laoshi as a soul saint, "Did you not sense the presence of a soul emperor?" Zhao Wuji shook his head, replying, "You don't understand. The snake matriarch's martial soul is peculiar. She excels in concealment within the forest. Not even I could detect her. If her husband, Long Gong, were to arrive, I would sense him from afar." We had grown accustomed to Jiang Luoran's enigmatic nature, known for his guessing game. Thus no one pressed further. Jiang Luoran squatted down, placing his fingers on the ground, closing his eyes to feel the surroundings. Suddenly, he stood up, his expression grave. "Zhao Laoshi, where exactly are we in the Xingdou Great Forest?" Zhao Wuji stroked his chin, saying, "We've traveled for several hours, just exiting the outskirts. We should now be within the century-old soul beast territory." "There's no time," Jiang Luoran uttered. What do you mean there's no time?" Zhao Wuji appeared bewildered. Just as his words fell, the ground suddenly began to thrum with a resounding thud. The sound was not that of an earthquake. It was as though a colossal creature was charging towards us with reckless abandon. The noise grew louder and closer. "Activate your martial souls. Everyone, activate your martial souls." Zhao Wuji was genuinely alarmed, bellowing as the massive silhouette of a brown bear materialized behind him, his soul power erupting unreservedly at level 76. As a soul saint, he could sense a terrifying pressure approaching that made his hair stand on end. Xiao Ao and Dai Mubai, having just secured their soul rings, emerged. Upon witnessing the commotion, they wasted no time in summoning their martial souls. We formed a protective circle, standing back to back, vigilantly scanning our surroundings. As Jiang Luoran hastily arranged his sha tongue on the ground, he shouted rapidly, "Listen up, the approaching creature is extraordinarily powerful. When the battle commences, prioritize survival." Suddenly, all sound ceased. The trees stood still, the ground trembled no more, and the entire forest fell into an eerie silence. Those who understand know that this stillness before the storm is the most terrifying. We all sensed that the colossal entity had arrived, lurking in some hidden corner, fixated upon us. Just as we prepared to retreat stealthily, a terrifying roar erupted. I had never before heard such a fearsome sound. A massive head, akin to a small hill, suddenly emerged from the woods. Just its roar sent shockwaves that toppled the trees before us, sending stones flying. We struggled to maintain our footing, our hearts pounding as if they would leap from our throats. Before me stands a formidable creature, clad in a coat of black, rigid skin, its muscles bulging with explosive power. Is this not the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape? Zhao Wuji's composure shattered in an instant, his voice trembling with fear. "This is disastrous. How have we summoned this ancestral being?" Yet, Jiang Luoran remained remarkably calm, advising Zhao Wuji, "Teacher Zhao, find an opportunity to flee. Do not concern yourselves with us." He understood that the Titan Ape's target was Xiao Wu, and should Zhao Wuji charge in recklessly, his fate would be sealed. No. Although Zhao Wuji felt fear, the responsibility of a teacher prevailed. He bellowed, "Luoran, you and Tang, take everyone and escape. I will hold it off." Dai Mubai, undeterred, activated his martial soul, and charged forward. Ning Rongrong summoned her 7 treasures glazed tile, casting 2 beams of light upon us. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, the second grants speed. As a support-type soul master, she had barely unleashed 2 skills before her energy waned significantly. With a deafening roar, the Titan Great Ape exhibited its impatience. We are left with no choice. Attack! Zhao Wuji was the first to charge in, activating all 7 soul rings. Revealing his martial soul's true form, the mighty golden bear. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal golden bear, towering over 5 meters. Upon reaching the 70th level, a soul master's true form serves as a desperate last resort. Within half an hour, any soul skills below 7 rings could be used freely, their power doubled, and defense multiplied 4-fold. Yet, this came at a great cost, leaving one incapacitated for a week, with only half their energy remaining afterward. Jiang Luoran was left astounded, thinking the narrative was inconsistent, as Zhao Wuji had begged for mercy in the original tale. Why was he so resolute today? Second soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism. First soul skill, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave. Second soul skill, Netherworld's 100 Claws. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. All our soul skills converged upon the Titan Great Ape's head. What was the result? Boom! The creature merely roared again, its shockwave nullifying our attacks, as if they were insignificant scratches. The only real threat lay in Zhao Wuji's transformed state. Boom! The Golden Bear's punch was effortlessly blocked by the Titan Great Ape with a single hand. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Zhao Wuji's massive form was gradually pressed down, his bones creaking under the strain. Quick! Use skills to distract it, Tang Xin shouted, but our attacks merely bounced off, failing to even break its skin. Maong disperate targeted the creature's groin, but to no avail. Jiang Luoran rushed in, nearly exhausted, resorting to hand-to-hand combat. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon the Titan Great Ape's head, drawing blood from his knuckles, yet it only swayed slightly. You bunch of fools! Why aren't you fleeing? Zhao Wuji roared, his arm nearly breaking from the effort. Tang Xin launched hundreds of piercing needles towards the giant's eyes, but the creature merely closed its eyelids, blocking the attack effortlessly. Boom! The Titan Great Ape struck Zhao Wuji down to the ground and swiftly extended its long arm, seizing Xiao Wu with lightning speed, preparing to depart. No! Tang Xin shouted, sprinting after them. At that moment, a flash of white light zipped past Tang San, as swift as a shooting star. My comrade Jiang Luoran erupted with power. Kunpeng kill. He transformed into a streak of light, somehow managing to keep pace with the Titan Great Ape. The giant turned back and swung a punch. Boom! Jiang Luoran was sent flying as if struck by a high-speed train, vanishing into the horizon, his fate unknown. Luoran. Zhao Wuji's eyes brimmed with fury as he watched Jiang Luoran's trajectory. Tang San's eyes turned crimson as he approached Oscar, his voice hoarse. Oscar, give me a mushroom sausage. Little San. Oscar understood upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of Tang San. Zhao Wuji struggled to rise, spitting blood, despair evident in his voice. Xiao may be in grave danger. Luoran sighed, contemplating, if we only lose 2 against the king of the forest, it is already a miracle. Though he could not voice this thought. Mushroom sausage. Oscar gritted his teeth, conjuring a sausage. Little San, I understand you. If Rong were taken as a support, I would charge in as well. Tang Xin snatched the sausage and stuffed it into his mouth, sprouting a pair of wings behind him. Xiao Wu is my most treasured person. I apologize to all of you. Luoran, I leave you in charge. Ning Rongrong cast a beam of light to empower him. Third brother, be a man. Before her words faded, Tang San had already disappeared into the sky. Damn it! Zhao Wuji slammed his fist into the ground, snapping everyone out of their stupor. Oscar, prepare more sausages. We shall pursue together. If it comes to it, we should die together. Meanwhile, my comrade Jiang Luoran, propelled several kilometers away by a single punch, miraculously survived, finding himself lodged in the branches of a towering tree. Awakening. He felt as if his body were about to fall apart, shaking his head. I'm not dead. He recalled seeing those 8 mysterious golden soul rings in his final moments. Not wanting to ponder further, he leaped from the tree, realizing his clothes were in tatters. Seeking a place to wash up, he found a small stream and, having stripped down, jumped in, only to notice something peculiar on the bank, an exquisite piece of clothing. The fabric was luxurious, silver-trimmed gray, exuding a sacred aura. Curiosity compelled him to touch it, and the texture was silk-like. Suddenly, A stunning beauty emerged from the water. Her hair clung to her face, and even without makeup, she radiated a mesmerizing allure, both pure and enchanting. Good heavens, a beauty emerging from the water. Jiang Luoran stumbled back, startled, thinking, why is there someone here while I bathe? A siren? The lady exclaimed, you rogue. This is the first time I've been ambushed. She noticed Jiang Luoran touching her clothing, yet her tone was naturally alluring. I was unaware there was someone in the water. I have no interest in you. Jiang Luoran blurted out, only to realize his mistake. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Hulaina, you even know my name? It seems you are after me. Hulaina leapt from the water, her soul power surging as she evaporated the droplets and donned her garments, then advanced menacingly towards Jiang Luoran. Halt! Jiang Luoran countered with a punch, and surprisingly, Hulaina staggered back, astonished. She was a level 41 soul master, and yet this individual's strength was on par with hers. Again, Hulaina soared with a kick, but Jiang Luoran retaliated fiercely, sending her back with a powerful strike. Now truly incensed, Hulaina activated her 4 soul rings, emanating an enchanting force. Jiang Luoran, however, was no coward. He shut his eyes, swiftly grasped 2 leaves from the ground, stuffing them in his ears, muttering, you vixen, before lunging forward with a punch aimed at Hulaina's throat. Realizing her charm had failed, Hulaina had no choice but to block, only to discover it was a feint as Jiang Luoran's hook punch struck her face. In a moment of desperation, she retaliated with a kick aimed at Jiang Luoran's lower body. Are you imitating Ma Hongjun? Jiang Luoran discerned her position and evaded. Hulaina halted, coldly demanding, who are you? A disciple from the upper sex? She doubted that a wild rogue could possess such power. Nameless, unaligned, unsected, Jiang Luoran opened his eyes, recognizing that this woman was prideful. In this exchange, she had already lost. You exhibitionist, Hulaina scrutinized him. It's merely torn clothing, Jiang Luoran replied without flinching. Your strength is commendable. Should you wish to join the spirit hall, come find me. Hulaina tossed him a set of white male attire and vanished. Jiang Luoran donned the clothing, thinking to himself, why would I join the oppressive spirit hall? Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden splatter echoed as a stream of poison splashed onto a nearby rock, instantly dissolving it. Jiang Luoran's gaze turned icy as a foul stench wafted through the air. Does he enjoy playing dirty? He brandished his blood-shrouded vine, executing a sweeping motion that spanned 360 degrees. With a resounding thud, a grotesquely colorful toad, known as the Qibao Nuo, leapt from the trees, drooling as it fixated its gaze upon him. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Luoran thought to himself how unfortunate it was to encounter such a repulsive creature. It was time to eliminate you. This beast, akin to the Remian Maju, thrived on human flesh and would never let go of its prey once locked on. Judging by its size, it must have existed for over 2 millennia. Unleashing his cloaked fist, Jiang Luoran wrapped himself tightly in the blood-shrouded vine and charged forward, delivering 3 consecutive punches. The toad staggered back, but sustained no injury. Instead, it humanely extended its long tongue to lick its teeth, its eyes gleaming with a gluttonous hunger. Enraged, Jiang Luoran unleashed 2 blood-shrouded vines, whipping them like whips of the toad. In response, the creature opened its cavernous mouth, attempting to swallow him whole. Utilizing his first soul skill, Wuzhong Shenju, Jiang Luoran hurled the skill into the toad's maw, causing countless vines to wildly sprout within, eliciting agonizing cries from the beast. With a crack, he lashed its face with a vine, knocking out a tooth. The toad, now thoroughly enraged, flicked its long tongue, laced with venom, toward him. Jiang Luoran seized its tongue with his right hand while brandishing a sharp stone with his left. Summoning all his strength, he sliced through the toad's tongue, severing it with a resounding crack. Green blood splattered everywhere as the toad writhed in agony, shaking the ground as it rolled about. Jiang Luoran crouched low, his gaze frigid. Using your tongue to kill? Do you think I'm a fly? With a mighty shout of Kunpeng Sha, a white silhouette of a Kunpeng emerged behind him, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the toad flying, crashing through a dozen trees. Jiang Luoran was utterly consumed with fury as he charged at the toad, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that darkened the skies. Activating his second soul skill, Ruiying Suishing, Jiang Luoran summoned a root from an ancient tree, binding the toad tightly. The root seemed to possess a will of its own, declaring its intent to vanquish the creature. Observing the immobilized toad, Jiang Luoran smiled, drawing closer to the dream of defeating a titled Douluo who would not dare to retaliate. Enveloping his fists in the blood-shrouded vine, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, powered by 3 fiercely beating hearts. The explosive sounds resonated throughout the forest for an extended period, ultimately culminating in a faint, sorrowful wail as the Qibao Nua met its end. Pierced through the skull by Jiang Luoran's sleeve arrow, he had delivered over 100 blows, and the final strike shattered even the ancient roots behind the toad. Approaching the lifeless form, he retrieved a lunar blade, the weapon of Xiaoyu. Turning around, he noticed that beside the toad, in a food trap made of vines, was a bound figure, none other than Xiaoyu himself. No wonder the toad had refrained from using lethal force. It had intended to prepare a hot pot. Gagged and unable to speak, Xiaoyu's eyes widened in alarm. He had witnessed Jiang Luoran's brutal combat style firsthand. With dual martial souls, a first ring of a millennium, and a third ring of 10,000 years, what kind of abstract monster had emerged in Douluo? As Jiang Luoran freed him, he contemplated whether to eliminate him to silence him. However, once released, Xiaoyu transformed, clinging to Jiang Luoran's leg and babbling excitedly. "Brother, my name is Xiaoyu. I have a sister of remarkable beauty. Let me introduce you, and we shall be family." In essence, he sought to recruit Jiang Luoran. "Mind your demeanor, Xiaoyu. Aren't you usually aloof?" Jiang Luoran shoved the lunar blade back into his hand. "Take your weapon. Let's go. You don't wish to join the spirit hall?" Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted instantly, his eyes growing cold. If not friends, then surely enemies. Though he was no match for Jiang Luoran, he could call upon his sister and employ a martial soul fusion technique to eliminate him. I felt it then. This fellow was intent on murder. Jiang Luoran laughed coldly, retorting, "Wait, my friend, I just saved your life, and you turn around to threaten me? I am not afraid of the spirit hall. I simply find it tedious to deal with you." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu lunged at him, brandishing 2 crescent blades and shouting a dramatically juvenile technique name, Full Moon. A crimson mist erupted, brimming with murderous intent. Furious at Xiaoyu's insolence, Jiang Luoran decided to retaliate. With a powerful push, he leaped forward, ignoring the blades, and thrusting his knee upward with tremendous force. The impact sent the 2 blades flying, and Xiaoyu, along with his weapons, crashed back to the ground. Lying there, he coughed up blood, creating a deep crater beneath him. His self-proclaimed unique soul technique seemed trivial in Jiang Luoran's presence. Jiang Luoran stepped upon his back, casually imparting a cold truth. "By the way, my forte lies in my legs. That earlier bout with the toad was merely a warm-up for my fists." Xiaoyu, pinned and in pain, struggled to speak, still attempting to persuade Jiang Luoran to join the spirit hall. Just as Jiang Luoran contemplated ending him, a chilling aura of murderous intent locked onto him. It felt as if divine justice had descended, capable of crushing him with a mere finger. The 3 words that flashed in his mind were, "Gui Douluo, flee." Transforming into a streak of white light, he vanished. The next instant, a colossal black, ghostly hand erupted from the ground at the very spot he had just vacated. Had he delayed even a fraction of a second, he would surely be awaiting resurrection now. He sprinted for miles before daring to catch his breath. Xiaoyu, a person of principle, did not betray him when questioned by Gui Douluo. Just as he thought he had escaped danger, he turned to find more trouble brewing. Teacher Zhao Wujin and the others were being confronted by an elderly couple, Long Gong and Shi Per. Upon seeing the old man prepare to strike, Jiang Luoran acted instinctively, delivering a powerful kick that disrupted the white whirlwind he had conjured. Upon seeing him, Dai Mubai and the others reacted with joy akin to that of long-lost kin. Teacher Zhao exclaimed, "Luoran, you're alive?" A display of concern typical of a straightforward man. "Teacher Zhao, don't be impulsive. Leave this to me." Directing his ire at Long Gong and Shi Pe, he demanded, "What do you intend to do? Kill us? Look at our team. Prince Xingluo, the little princess of Qibao Liuli's sect, the son of a titled Douluo. Do you dare to lay a finger on us?" Yet Meng Iran, their granddaughter, challenged him, brandishing a serpent staff and charging at him. With a swift kick, he sent her staff flying, knocking her back. In one swift move, he tore open his shirt to reveal a claw mark on his chest. "See this? It's a fresh scratch from Gui Douluo. That old ghost is rampaging nearby. If we engage in battle, the commotion will surely attract him, and we will all be doomed." The elderly couple's pupils dilated in shock. Jiang Luoran seized the moment, adding, "Your granddaughter is absorbing the essence of a millennium-old Renmian Maju. Is she not afraid of exploding on the spot? As a disciple of the master, I understand a thing or two about theory." Teacher Zhao whispered to the old man, who appeared enlightened. However, their reluctance remained, and they threatened them once more. Jiang Luoran stood firm, declaring, if it comes to that, we have no choice but to gamble, luring Douluo here for a mutual destruction. It's a strategy of extreme exchange. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple turned pale, retreating with their granddaughter in defeat. Once they departed, Xiaosan hurriedly absorbed soul rings. Daimu Bai and the others surrounded Jiang Luoran, inquiring how he survived a blow from the Titan giant ape. What could he say? He casually dismissed it, claiming, perhaps I was too weak. When struck, I felt like a fly being swatted away, unable to die. In truth, the wound on his chest was real. Even the shockwave from Douluo's strike was enough to leave him reeling. As I was speaking, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared. I must tell you, the expressions on Ao, Sika, and Ma Hongjun's faces resembled those of a person who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Xiao Wu innocently claimed that a gorilla had thrown her down, and in the process, she absorbed a soul ring and returned. Goodness for these monsters. Leveling up is as simple as quenching one's thirst. Just as I had finished recuperating from my injuries, a commotion erupted on Tang San's side. After absorbing the soul ring, he suddenly sprouted 8 long spider legs from his back, startling Ma Hongjun, who yelped in fear. I quickly explained that these were external soul bones. Otherwise, the chubby fellow would likely have performed a spontaneous ascension. We hurried back to the academy. Upon arrival, we found that Master had come. His perpetually icy expression stood in stark contrast to Dean Flinder's warm demeanor, creating an atmosphere of stark contradiction. He immediately took charge of our training, stating that we were all monsters and could not train like ordinary individuals. Everyone initially thought this meant a break, but Master S' next words were about improving our meals. Let me tell you, the menu he proposed was extravagant. Steamed buns replaced with baozi, all filled with beef, chicken legs instead of pork, and the soup brimming with red dates and ribs. Dean Flinder's face at that moment resembled someone who had just consumed bitter melon, likely feeling a deep sense of loss. We, along with Teacher Zhao, had our eyes shining with excitement. At last, we could enjoy a hearty meal. They were still foolishly grinning when I warned them not to celebrate too soon, for tomorrow they would experience true hell. Early the next morning, Master called out names, and I, along with Daimu Bai, stepped forward for a one-on-one duel. To make things more challenging, he imposed a debuff, forbidding us from using our second and third soul skills, allowing the first only once. Daimu Bai immediately activated his white tiger form, his strength magnified. However, when we exchanged blows, it felt as though I was striking against steel. A strong attacker like him was being held back by a control type, like me, which was quite infuriating. Master, seeing this, felt it was lacking in excitement, so he called for Ma Hongjun to step in. The chubby fellow unleashed a torrent of phoenix flames. I swiftly activated my first soul skill, Blood Fiend Vines, using one hand to shield against the fire while continuing to exchange punches with Daimu Bai. Then Tang San joined the fray, his blue-silver grass flying everywhere. But I was too swift for him to catch. As he attempted to restrain me with his control skills, I bound our hands together with my Blood Fiend Vines, challenging who had greater strength. Eventually, Master observed US 3 performing acrobatics and issued a stern command. All of you, focus on Jiang Luoran. Bring him down. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing charged forth, her speed creating afterimages. The ghostly claw struck my face, just as I had kicked Zhu Zhuqing away. I was caught off guard when Xiao Wu locked me from behind, sending me soaring into the air with a powerful throw. Immediately, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile shone brightly, bestowing buffs upon everyone. In midair, I beheld a storm of skills converging upon me. The white tiger's radiant wave, the phoenix's flames, the spiderweb bind, and the ghostly puncture all aimed at me. My friends, who comprehends this? They truly intended to bring about my demise. What about martial ethics? What rules? Can they be consumed? I unleashed my ultimate skill, my third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Dozens of cages erupted from the ground, first capturing Ning Rongrong. Yet, the others were too overpowering, shattering the cages and rushing towards me. Realizing the imminent danger, I knew I had to flee. I activated my second soul skill, Shadow Cloak. The sound was a haunting whoosh as I transformed into several shadows, weaving through the storm of soul skills. My movements were fluid, and Tang San proved too slippery, evading capture for the moment. I swiftly decided to eliminate the most formidable foe beside him, that white-haired tiger spirit, Daimu Bai. Utilizing the momentum of my punches, I surged forward like a cannonball, shouting, first soul skill from nothing to something. To my amazement, a burst of crimson vines erupted, ensnaring him from his ankles to the crown of his head. Binding him tightly, the more he struggled, the tighter they became. You see, a control type against a strong attacker is a match made in heaven. It was all too easy. Without allowing him a moment to react, I struck him with a powerful punch to the gut, sending him flying and knocking him out. One down. Next was that fiery chubby fellow, Ma Hongjun. He had to be dealt with, and swiftly. Upon witnessing Dai Mu Bai's defeat, the rotund lad turned tail to flee. Just as I was about to pursue, Tang San charged at me again. With his control skills and blue silvergrass, he confronted me with a punch. The impact left my fist numb, and I staggered back several steps before regaining my footing. But the incessant blue silvergrass ensnared me completely. I was enraged. My 3 soul rings glowed ominously, unleashing a surge of soul power that shattered the entangling vines. However, this crafty fellow immediately summoned even finer strands of blue silvergrass, wrapping around my arms, waist, and legs, binding me tightly. My friends, who understands this? This was his 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Bind. Not only did it restrain me, but it also inflicted paralysis. The more I struggled, the tighter it became, resembling an inescapable knot. Yet I was quick-witted. I recalled the weakness of this technique. Wasn't he the sea of flames created by Ma Hongjun just nearby? Gritting my teeth against the pain, I plunged into the inferno. The searing sensation was invigorating. The vines burned away, but my clothes were nearly incinerated, making me feel like a roasted pig. Just as I emerged from the flames, my 95th punch was charged and ready to unleash upon Tang San's handsome face. To my surprise, AOC Ka shouted from behind, "I've got a mushroom sausage." In an instant, they all took to the air, combining their powers to unleash a devastating combo attack upon me. My goodness, faced with such an onslaught, I could only cross my arms to shield my face. The impact was thunderous, as though I had been struck by a meteor, and I was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Coughing up dirt, I climbed out of the pit, my mind racing with a singular thought. These people are playing dirty. Master, observing the chaos, promptly intervened. He approached me and asked, "Why did you not adhere to the rules we established?" I was in pain all over, yet I retorted, "Master, the battlefield is ever-changing, and the enemy shows no regard for martial ethics. Should I then be polite? When strength is sufficient, I set the rules." To my astonishment, a faint, displeased smile flickered across Master's eternally stoic face as he remarked that this was the mindset befitting a true monster. After praising me, he began his own performance. His personal stand-up routine criticized each of us in turn. Dai Mu Bai, as a strong attacker, how could you be restrained? What is your responsibility? And you, Ma Hongjun, flinging your soul skills recklessly at the outset, do you think soul power is free? You even created an opportunity for the enemy to escape. In summary, he emphasized that our team battle had displayed a complete lack of coordination. Once he finished scolding us, the punishment was doled out. We were ordered to carry heavy stone baskets prepared by him and run around the village to Nuo Ding City and back, completing 10 laps. We were not permitted to use soul power. I stood there utterly baffled. This amounted to 70 kilometers, and with a load. Was he trying to take our lives? Yet, seeing the determination in Master's gaze, who dared to protest? Without a second thought, I shouldered the heaviest load, over 1,000 pounds, and began to run. Tang San and the others gritted their teeth and followed suit. As we ran, Tang San caught up to me and said, as strong members, "We should help those with less stamina. We are a team." Upon hearing this, I realized he was right. Thus, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and I took turns running back and forth to assist Oscar and Ning Rong in sharing the burden, all 8 of us moving forward step by step together. When we finally completed 10 laps and returned to the finish line, the 8 of us collapsed in a heap, akin to a stack of dominoes, utterly exhausted to the point where we could barely lift our eyelids. To our dismay, the Master's devilish voice rang out once more. Tang San, Luo ran. "You two have committed the gravest errors. Your punishment is doubled, and you shall run 2 additional laps." I was utterly despondent at that moment. Dai Mu Bai and the others attempted to rise and join us, but as soon as they stood, they promptly collapsed again. Tang San and I could hardly endure for long either. After just a few steps, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. When I regained consciousness, I discovered myself submerged in a barrel of medicine. Eventually, I learned that this additional punishment was the Master S final test for us. The ensuing 3 months were nothing short of torturous. Each day consisted of hellish weight training runs, followed by practical combat exercises. Afterward, Flinder would take us to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to compete for money. To conceal our identities, each of us donned a mask and adopted code names. Mine was Biming Douluo. Handsome. ISNT it? Our Shrek team was truly formidable, achieving consecutive victories without a single loss. 3 months later, we had all undergone a remarkable transformation. Just then, Flinder, the notorious miser, finally loosened his purse strings and announced a grand feast for the evening, promising that a hearty meal would precede a challenging match against the Royal Duel team of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Victory would not only reward each of us with 1,000 gold soul coins, but also a sumptuous late-night snack at a luxurious hotel. Upon reviewing the opposing team's information, we were taken aback. All members were sole sovereigns, significantly outclassing us. The master immediately substituted Oscar and assigned me as the main control, with strategy entirely in my hands. Upon arriving at the Great Spirit Arena, the crowd was overwhelming. The opposing team's member, a venomous woman named Jiang, taunted me upon her entry, claiming I resembled a mascot. Dai Mubai was ready to explode, but I held him back. What merit was there in squabbling with a verbal warrior? I would merely ensure that she would not be recognized by her mother after the match. The battle commenced, with the announcer's commanding voice. My soul power surged to level 40. Without hesitation, I launched myself like an arrow into the enemy formation. My singular target was to eliminate their support healer, Yi Lingling, known as the Nine-Heart Begonia. Dugu Yin continued to sneer, questioning my reckless bravado. The opposing captain, Yu Qianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, descended from above. His lightning claw aimed directly at me. I ignored him completely, countering with a punch. A resounding explosion echoed as our fists met, resulting in an equal clash. He was left dumbfounded, likely pondering how a control-type fighter could possess such strength. The turtle-like figure, Shimo, attempted a sneak attack, only to be sent flying by my swift kick. At this point, the Royal Duel team finally recognized my formidable presence. Yu Qianheng, growing anxious, unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderclap Dragon Claw, engulfing the arena in a terrifying blue lightning storm. Rather than confront him head-on, I decided to be audacious, intending to disrupt their rhythm and shatter the self-assured mindset of these so-called geniuses. As they became overly confident, their vulnerabilities would surface. Just as Yu Qianheng's claw, the twin turtle's assault, and the Birdman's hurricane converged upon me, I feigned a move. In the instant they anticipated I would either endure or evade, I abruptly accelerated and veered towards the commanding Dugu Yin. Before she could unleash her skill, I executed a powerful kick, sending her plummeting from the air. While the satisfaction of that kick was immense, it seemed I had overextended myself. Upon landing, I was immediately ensnared by 3 or 4 overwhelmingly powerful soul skills, and it felt as if I was on the brink of defeat. Just when I thought I was about to become a mere specter, I felt a sudden tightness around my waist as a tremendous force yanked me away. It was Sangge. His blue silvergrass was like a lifeline on the battlefield, pulling me back from the precipice of doom. As I touched down, a thunderous crash erupted behind me as the 3 attacks collided, scattering energy that shattered even the screens overhead. The Royal Duel team's captain, Yu Qianheng, was closest and was inadvertently struck by his own teammate's skill. How ironic. Having escaped peril, I rallied my comrades, urging them to charge. In Shrek, we thrive on the element of surprise. When strength is lacking, skill must compensate. Sangge, you control the field from the rear, while we plunge into their ranks. I immediately targeted the blonde-haired boy, Oscar, whom I had long found irritating, and threw a punch at him. However, he evaded with surprising agility. No matter, I could dodge, but my teammates were no pushovers. Zhu Qing ensnared him with her ghostly shadow, and Dai Mubai followed up with a devastating punch that landed squarely on his face. The boy was so dazed that his tongue nearly flopped out, allowing me to deliver a finishing kick that sent him flying. Don't waste time, I shouted. Their healer is Yi Lingling, the Nine-Heart Begonia, renowned for her ability to restore health as long as she remains unharmed. She must be eliminated first. As we charged forward, we were intercepted by the 2 turtle-like brothers, who unleashed their shells, transforming into a green tornado that surged towards Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, the avian figure attempted to intervene, only to be repelled by the fatty's fiery onslaught, resulting in a dramatic aerial clash. Dai Mubai, can you hold them off? I called. I need to deal with their healer. Dai Mubai had already activated his ultimate, the White Tiger Shield and White Tiger Transformation, bravely withstanding the turtle shell tornado while shouting. A man cannot say no. My comrades understood the stakes, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Rong Rong supported us from behind, casting her 7 treasure light, enhancing Dai Mubai's strength and speed. Amidst their chaotic brawl, I executed a sliding maneuver, slipping between the legs of the turtle brothers and appearing right before the healer. Yi Lingling. She was still reciting a prayer, hands clasped. Victory and light will always belong to us. I chuckled. Little sister, victory is earned, not chanted. My first soul skill, creating something from nothing, activated. A hum resonated as purple light radiated, and countless purple-red blood thorns erupted from her body, binding her from legs to feet. The opposing team was thrown into a frenzy. The Birdman attempted to fly in for a rescue, but was thwarted by the Fatty S flames. I paid no heed to their plight. With a firm grip, I tightened the blood thorns, and with a crack, her clothing tore, leaving her skin marked with blood, causing her to scream in agony. In competitions, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. The previously sent flying Oscar staggered to his feet and charged at me with his clone, only to be intercepted by Zhu Qing. Though she was knocked back, San Ji's blue-silver grass executed a perfect interception, ensuring her safety. In that moment of delay, I surged towards Yi Lingling, delivering a powerful punch to her face. Yu Qianheng's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted for restraint, but he was too far away to intervene. Oscar was quick, sacrificing a clone to absorb my punch. Just then, Rong Rong's buffs activated. The 7 treasures were famed for their prowess. 1 for strength, 2 for speed. 2 beams of light enveloped me, filling me with vigor. Competing in speed with me? That's laughable. In a blink, I appeared behind Oscar and delivered a sweeping punch. The impact sent him flying, nearly knocking him out of the arena. There was no time to dawdle. I spun back around and landed a solid punch against Yi Lingling's abdomen. She coughed up blood, her body akin to a kite with severed strings, plummeting from the arena. Remarkably, just before her descent, she managed to unleash her ultimate healing ability, restoring her entire team's health, rejuvenating them as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, their eyes ablaze with renewed determination. I have now become the focal point of everyone's attention. Yu Qianheng was the first to shout and charge at me, while Ayasu also rushed in with his clone. The snake woman, Du Guyan, unleashed a torrent of poisonous mist towards me. The scene was utterly chaotic, and I was burdened with immense enmity. Sangu remained remarkably calm, tossing out a few medicinal wine pouches and calling out to the stout fellow. The stout fellow understood immediately and unleashed a fiery breath, causing the pouches to explode into a cloud of mist that dissipated the poisonous fog. Du Guyan's astonished expression was almost comical. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was struggling against the 2 turtle-like foes. He exchanged a glance with Zhu Qing, and their soul powers began to attract and fuse together. The fusion skill of martial spirits? Yu Tianheng realized this and shouted in desperation, "Quick, we must not allow them to merge." Just as he was about to act, a pink figure suddenly appeared before him. Was Xiao Wu not present? With a swift maneuver, she struck him down with a powerful blow, having remained hidden until this moment. At that instant, a white and purple tornado spiraled upward from Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. As the brilliance faded, a majestic 3-meter-tall, ghostly white tiger emerged in the center of the arena. The tiger roared defiantly at the brothers from the Sher family, shattering their green winds with a single cry. The brothers were sent sprawling, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. The sheer force of that roar caused the entire arena to tremble, an astonishing spectacle. However, this technique drained considerable energy, leaving Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing exhausted as they fell from the air. The stout fellow also unleashed his power, incinerating the wind user until he resembled a charred blackened figure, sending him plummeting from the platform. The arena was now a whirlwind of chaos. Just as I intended to finish off my target, I was intercepted by the reckless Ayasu. He dared to challenge my speed. I transformed into a streak of lightning, moving so swiftly that he questioned his very existence. With a single punch, I struck him squarely on the forehead, sending him flying, his facial bones shattered, leaving him incapacitated. Sango was struggling against the Sher brothers, while Xiao Wu was entangled with Yu Qianheng. Rong Rong exhausted her final reserves of soul power to grant buff to the 4 of us before collapsing. Du Guyan resumed her poisonous assault, but I summoned my second soul skill, conjuring enormous roots to block her toxins while ensnaring her in the process. Exchanging a knowing glance with Sangu, we understood that we needed to eliminate the 2 turtle shells first. I struck the stone mill shell with a punch, but it was futile. He withdrew inside. His brother, Mo, attempted to intervene, but I retaliated with a blood vine that erupted from within his body, binding him tightly. Sangu also contributed, ensnaring Yu Qianheng with a web of silk. Observing Mo, who had retreated into his shell, I pondered how to proceed. I turned to Sangu and said, Sangu, attacking from above 1T work. Let's strike from below. He understood instantly. Binding Mo's legs with blue silvergrass and hoisting him upside down, I conjured a 3-meter-long blood vine and delivered a fierce strike to his defenseless lower half. The scream that erupted was nothing short of extraordinary. Mo's face contorted in agony. Sangu and I each grabbed a leg, spinning him like a kite before hurling him towards his brother, who had just freed himself from his restraints. The collision resounded with a loud thud, and I followed up with dozens of blood vines, sending them both tumbling off the platform. Now, only Yu Qianheng, ensnared in webs, and Du Yin, bound by roots, remained on the opposing side. Yu Qianheng erupted in a desperate display of power, his body crackling with electricity. My own energy was nearly depleted, and Sangu stepped forward. To my astonishment, 8 purple-black spider legs sprouted from his back, leaving Yu Qianheng bewildered, believing it to be a mutated martial spirit. What followed was a showcase of Sanji's prowess. His purple extreme magic eyes discerned weaknesses, his ghost shadow mysterious, moves allowed him to close the distance. And with a combination of blue silvergrass and the crane capture dragon technique, he ultimately plunged 8 spider spears into Yu Qianheng's body. Aware of his toxic injuries and the futility of his situation, Yu Qianheng summoned his last remnants of strength to declare, "We concede." The match concluded, leaving the referee momentarily dumbfounded before announcing our Shrek team as the victors. Sangu, utterly drained, collapsed onto me. We had triumphed. Even the notoriously stingy Dean finally treated us to a grand feast and granted us a 7-day holiday. However, did you think I would take a vacation? That would be too mundane. Early the next morning, while everyone else slumbered, I stealthily slipped away, heading straight for the soul-hunting forest. I needed to acquire my 4th soul ring. Upon entering the depths of the forest, I was ambushed by a violet shadow, leaving me disheveled. The ambusher was none other than my enigmatic sister, Ling. Perched in a tree, she criticized my lack of progress over the past few months. I inquired when she would assist me in hunting for Soul Ring, and to my surprise, she transformed into a glowing 6-tailed bird. Claiming there was nothing suitable for me here, that she would take me to the Stardow Forest. I hopped on her back, and with a powerful flap of her wings, we soared several miles away. I questioned the presence of 2 forest overlords there, but she reassured me, saying they were old acquaintances from past encounters. I wondered just who this sister of mine truly was. She informed me that my target for the 4th soul ring was the Earth Abyss Bull Python. Although the probability of manifesting a martial spirit was slim, she believed it was the perfect fit for me. Upon hearing this, I agreed wholeheartedly. We approached a yellowish cave, and I felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, my previous soul ring was merely 10,000 years old, and now I was aiming for one of 20,000 years. Well, let's be careful with the 20,000-year one. To my astonishment, she merely glanced at me and said to stand back, then leaped into the cave. Before I could react, the ground trembled violently. The cave itself collapsed, and a flood of purple light surged forth, engulfing the surrounding area for miles. I was utterly astounded. This was no ordinary battle. It was an overwhelming display of power. A top-tier entity of over 60,000 years was effortlessly handling a mere 20,000-year soul beast. The sheer scale of the spectacle was unimaginable. With a thunderous roar, a colossal bull python erupted from the earth, crashing down before me. Battered and half-devoured rabbit, still in its mouth. My eyes nearly bulged out of my head. Sister, is this it? This efficiency would take Zhao Wujia an eternity to achieve. Linger emerged nonchalantly, her expression unchanging, and remarked, "What? Do you expect me to use soul skills against a 20,000-year soul beast? Hurry up and absorb it. Let us see if you can reach level 50 in one go." Without hesitation, I approached and struck the bull python's throat, sending it on its way. A jet black, radiant soul ring materialized instantly. I quickly settled into a meditative position, activating my martial spirit, and a violet-pink blood vine yanked the soul ring towards me. The moment I donned it, I sensed something was amiss. This soul ring's energy surged within me like a firecracker, causing me to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, dear friends, who could understand? This blood release left me feeling invigorated. It turned out that the surge had expelled the internal injuries I had accumulated over the past few months, and I was now enriched with newfound vitality. However, the soul ring remained unruly. Just as I was about to be overwhelmed, a mysterious white energy within me erupted, forcefully suppressing the soul ring's energy until it finally yielded. In the next moment, I successfully fused with it. For soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, whirled around me in a frenzy. My soul power soared, rocketing from level 41 to 43, 46, 48, and finally halting at level 50. I had leapt from Soul Master to Soul King. In merely 7 days, from Soul Elder to Soul King. If I shared this story, Flinder and the Master would surely be astounded and rush to study me. What is a soul skill? Sister Linger, upon noticing my awakening, promptly inquired about the crux of the matter. I raised my hand, and a blood-red vine, far more robust than before, emerged, adorned with armored-like patterns that rendered it both sturdy and resilient, impervious even to the most ordinary flames. I excitedly proclaimed to her my fourth soul skill, Qian Chui Bailian. It allows my martial spirit to materialize. With a mere thought, countless blood-red vines began to coalesce and compress upon my right hand, culminating in a resounding thud as they transformed into a purple hammer exceeding 1 meter in length. The sensation was exhilarating. I felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me and declared, Sister, I believe I am ready. I can absorb the fifth soul ring. Sister Linger maintained her expression, stating, the next one is 5,000 years, the Dark Lord, the Gui, 2 Yuming Yuan. Goodness, jumping straight from 2,000 years to 5,000 years. She certainly offered me no respite. We ventured deeper into an even darker and more profound area, where the anguished wails of spirits sent chills down my spine. Sister Linger nimbly leapt onto a tree, crossing her legs as she said, from this moment forth, it is your trial. I shall not intervene until you are on the brink of death. Fine by me. I had just reached level 50 and was eager to unleash my pent-up energy. Grasping my formidable purple hammer, my fighting spirit soared as I charged into the abyss. An ancient, malevolent black tiger, over 1,000 years old, pounced towards me. I swung my hammer with all my might, bellowing, Ruan Pai Fong, first strike. Thud! With a single blow, half of the tiger's body was obliterated. A gruesome sight resulting in its immediate demise. I was astonished. The power of this hammer was utterly absurd. Subsequently, I felt as though I had entered a state of invincibility. Regardless of the 1,000-year poison insects or other creatures, I simply hammered away, strike after strike. The essence of Ruan Pai Fong is to leverage force against force, each blow more forceful than the last. 11 strikes, 20 strikes, 50 strikes, all the way to the 71st. My hammer felt no longer like a mere weapon, but a purple sun. With each strike, even 3,000-year-old beasts were reduced to nothingness, vaporized in an instant. However, a dilemma arose. I could not cease this hammering. The immense power demanded an outlet, or it would inevitably rebound upon myself. With all the soul beasts around me vanquished, I was in a state of desperation, drenched in sweat, and could only pound the ground aimlessly, creating several large craters. At that moment, a black panther adorned with runes appeared. Its gaze upon me resembled that of a madman starved of love since childhood. I disregarded its stare. To me, it was a savior, and my eyes brimmed with determination as I shouted, You, come here. Raising my fully charged hammer, I swung it at the panther. Boldly, it attempted to intercept with its claws. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as its claws shattered upon impact, its entire body crushed to the ground by my strike. I swiftly felled 2 trees, burying it on the spot. Yet I could not stop. I sensed a true boss was approaching. My hammer reached the limit of its 99th strike, beginning to absorb surrounding soul power, transforming into a purple vortex. In the distance, I heard the thunderous footsteps, shaking the entire forest. Summoning the last vestiges of my strength, I hurled the hammer in the direction of the sound, treating it like a javelin. Buzz! The hammer flew with such swiftness that it became a blur, akin to a purple star streaking through the forest. 700 meters away, 2 terrifying soul powers collided violently, unleashing a brilliance tenfold that of fireworks, followed by an agonizing scream that echoed through the woods. I collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, hoarsely inquiring, Is it dead? Feng Linger floated beside me, calmly responding. That was a 5,000-year to Yuming Yuan. How could it possibly be slain by a single strike from you? However, your attack just now possessed half of my power. As we approached, it became evident that what lay before us was no mere soul beast, but rather a small mountain. The Gui Tu Yuming Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, a gaping, bottomless wound emanating steam. Upon seeing Feng Linger, its enormous black eyes brimmed with terror as it spoke. Is it you? It sought mercy, yearning to submit. Yet, Sister Linger provided no opportunity, revealing her true form as a colossal six-tailed Feng Ling bird, with a single flap of her wings. An overwhelming force obliterated the Gui Tu Yuming Yuan into mere remnants. She tossed its head to me, instructing, remember, against enemies do not hold back. Crush them without mercy. As I gazed at the severed head, I commenced the absorption of the fifth soul ring. Allow me to tell you, a 5,000-year soul ring felt akin to being engulfed by the entirety of the ocean, as my consciousness was abruptly drawn into an endless abyss, where the remnants of the Gui Tu Yuming Yuan's spirit grasped my throat, attempting to consume me entirely. Just as I neared my demise, an extraordinary turn of events unfolded. 8 golden soul rings suddenly emerged from within me, radiating a divine brilliance. The aura they emitted compelled all the soul beasts in the soul Douluo forest to kneel in reverence. Feng Linger, witnessing the spectacle, trembled, murmuring, this thing so resided within you. The moment the 8 golden soul rings appeared, the 5,000-year soul ring willingly merged with me. My soul power surged once more, level 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. I ascended directly to the rank of Soul King at level 55. Even more exhilarating, a black soul bone gradually coalesced on my right foot, transforming into a magnificent armored boot. I named it Yuming Boots, granting an increase of 50 in strength, 20 in speed, and a chance to trigger a 150 critical hit. My 5th soul skill was birthed, known as Held Battle Armor, which could enhance allies' defense and agility while doubling the weight of foes. Sister Linger, observing my splendid attire, nodded in satisfaction, declaring that I needn't return to the novice village. I could come directly to the Soul Douluo forest to find her. As she spoke, she led me deeper into the forest, and soon, I beheld the lake and the Tianqing Niumang within. At that moment, the Titan giant ape, Ming, burst forth from the woods, not even casting a glance in my direction as its colossal fist, the size of a cooking pot, descended upon Sister Ling. I was immediately alarmed. The 5 black soul rings ignited in an instant. The Yuming boots enveloped my right leg, and an explosive force surged through me. With 50 in strength, 20 in speed, and 5 in agility, I transformed into a flash of white lightning, surging forward to meet the Titan giant ape's colossal stone fist. The Yuming boots collided with the Titan giant ape's fist, triggering a critical hit of 150, augmented by the power of a level 55 Soul King. With that kick, I assure you, the spectacle was nothing short of explosive. The air rippled as if a bomb had detonated, sending shockwaves outward, causing the nearby river to recoil in fear. With a tremendous crash, the Titan giant ape's arm, akin to a mountain, was forcibly repelled, the ground beneath us fractured, while its massive fist trembled in place. To be candid, in that fleeting moment, I felt a twinge of apprehension, for this was the apex of soul beasts. Yet, after executing that kick, my confidence soared, even though my leg encased in Yuming boots was still numb. The giant ape, Ming, regarded me with newfound eyes, akin to a bewildered extraterrestrial, momentarily stunned, before unleashing another furious roar and charging at me with a gust of wind. Just as I was about to engage him once more, Sister Linger interposed herself. Why the rush? Let me tell you, the scene was extraordinary. Before the Tianqing Niumang named a Ming, she effortlessly reverted to her 6-tailed Feng Ling bird form and, with a delicate flap, delivered a casual slap to the oncoming Titan giant ape. Boom! Those who understand can appreciate this. The Titan giant ape, resembling a small mountain, was sent soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a small mountain before coming to a halt. Just one slap. I was left dumbfounded. Were they not both 6,000-year soul beasts? How could there be such a disparity? This defied all logic. The figure of Ming rose from the ground, feeling a sense of humiliation, howling and preparing to leap once more. At that moment, the great bull python in the water finally opened its eyes, casting a calm gaze and saying, "All right then, they are giving way to you, Is it never ending? It then turned to Feng Linger. You've returned? Soon enough, this is her child. I assenti it. Feng Linger transformed back into her human form and casually reclined against a willow tree. I stood awkwardly beside them, feeling as if I could dig a three-bedroom apartment with my toes. What was happening? From the tone, it seemed as though they were family. Kunpeng martial spirit? Deming turned to me with a sigh. When you return, it will surely spark a bloody storm. Feng Linger pointed at me. No worries. He possesses the Kunpeng secret treasure. Once he reaches the appropriate level, he will be able to unleash it. At that time, carving a path through blood will not be a problem. She then gestured towards the just-risen Erming, suggesting we spar with him for practice. As soon as she finished speaking, Deming plopped back into the water, leaving behind the words, "You all carry on." I was utterly bewildered. Did you really want me to spar with the Titan Great Ape? Sister, are you serious? What followed was not a sparring session. It was an unidirectional beating. I was flung through the air, crashing into trees. Had it not been for the pair of nether boots on my feet, my leg would have been rendered useless many times over. I activated my fifth soul skill, Hellish Armor, and just as I donned the armor, before I could catch my breath, Erming's punch came crashing in, shattering the armor instantly, and I was sent flying once more. I found myself dangling from a tree branch, clutching my arm, feeling as though the world was filled with malice. Just as I pondered the meaning of life, I caught sight of two approaching figures, an old man and a young girl. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely from some prestigious family, here to hunt for a spirit ring for the granddaughter. But as I focused, I was struck with a jolt. That old man was none other than Jiang. Due to my own martial spirit's mutation, I had long engraved his name in my mind. He was undoubtedly the key to unraveling the mystery of my origins. I hastily concealed my presence, hiding behind a tree to spy. The young girl was quite striking, exuding an air of aloofness, with long green hair and a gaze as cold as ice. The next scene left me utterly astonished. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple illuminated around her, and a gray Tianqing vine materialized in her hand, swiftly strangling a wounded 1,000-year spirit beast. That gray vine, it was identical to what I had when I first awakened my martial spirit. My fists clenched tightly. Indeed, my martial spirit was inextricably linked to this Tianqing vine. Should I rush out and bind them for interrogation? No, this old man was an 83rd level soul Douluo. I couldn't hope to match him. Feng Linger and the others would surely not assist me. Otherwise, they would have informed me earlier. Fortune favors the bold, I thought, even if I couldn't defeat him. Erming was nearby. If I were truly at risk of being killed, he would undoubtedly come to my rescue. It was time to strike unexpectedly. Without hesitation, I donned my nether boots, equipped my hellish armor, grasped the 4th soul skill, the hammer of forging, covered my face, and unleashed the aura of the Kunpeng martial spirit. I lifted a large stone and hurled it at the girl to divert the old man's attention. Who goes there? Jiang fell for it, roaring as he shielded himself. The opportunity had arrived. I unleashed my full power, the chaotic wind swirling around me, and with the enhancement of the Kunpeng martial spirit, I swung my hammer towards Jiang's head, a mere soul king, seeking death. Jiang, seeing my armored figure, mocked, "Are you too cowardly to show your face?" As a green Tianqing vine extended towards me, it effortlessly blocked my chaotic wind. I was taken aback by the vast disparity. I abandoned my hammer, turning to flee. In that instant, I felt his soul power surge like a flood, utterly overwhelming. Attempting to flee, Jiang clenched his hand. 3 vines shot towards me like lightning. Relying on the enhancements of my armor and boots, I reached my top speed, transforming into a streak of white light to evade, and followed up with a flying kick aimed at his head. Could a soul king possess such speed? The old man was taken aback, hastily raising the Tianqing vine to block. With a loud crash, his vine shattered under my kick, sending me crashing into a dozen trees. Since I could not defeat you, I would blind you with my soul skills. I unleashed all my soul power. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings gleamed at my waist. In that moment, Jiang and the girl beside him, who had just absorbed her soul ring, looked as if their eyes would pop out, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The girl was rendered completely stunned, her CPU seemingly fried. Who had ever witnessed a 1,000-year spirit ring configuration followed by a plethora of 10,000-year rings? Who on earth are you? Jiang, now genuinely alarmed, charged towards me. I raised my hand and activated my first soul skill, creating something from nothing. And hundreds of blood vines erupted from his body, binding him tightly. Unfortunately, he was a soul with a loud bang. The vines were all torn apart. Seeing the situation turn dire, I swiftly entertained the thought of retreat. My second soul skill, Shadow Following, slowed him down, while my third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison, rose from the ground to confine him. I donned my hellish armor once more, and even the roots of the ancient trees emerged to tightly ensnare him. With 3 of my skills simultaneously restraining him, I turned to flee, leaping 100 meters away. Yet that old man unleashed a tremendous force, and with a loud crash, all my controls were shattered. 10 Tianqing vines surged from the ground, carrying him and the girl, transforming into a green light that relentlessly pursued me, akin to an unshakable gum. With no options left, I had no choice but to utilize my second martial spirit, Kunpeng Kill. I abruptly turned a half-fish, half-bird colossal beast phantom emerging behind me, white wings unfurling for hundreds of meters, a terrifying gale enveloping the area. The second martial spirit, Jilin, went completely berserk, unleashing his powerful soul skill, a mass of Tianqing vines crashing towards me like ocean waves. The white and green lights collided violently, shaking the forest to its core. Relying on the ferocity of Kunpeng, I managed to carve a path through his sea of vines. However, this old man was, after all, a soldier. With a flick of his finger, countless vines formed a whirlpool, piercing through my hellish armor. I spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting from the sky. My soul power depleted, darkness closing in. Jilin landed before me, and the girl rushed over, tearing off my mask. Upon seeing my face, both were stunned. A child? The old man's worldview crumbled. A teenage boy, a soul king, with twin martial spirits and such an outrageous soul ring configuration. While he stood dazed, I expended my last ounce of strength, launching a silent sleeve arrow with a penetrating needle. Whoosh! The old man reacted quickly, raising his hand to block. However, the needle pierced through his palm, pinning it to his clothing. Still not behaving, he was utterly enraged, seizing my throat. Just as I was on the verge of asphyxiation, I summoned all my strength to cry out, "Erming, save me!" Boom! 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 The earth trembled rhythmically, and in the next second, Erming descended from the heavens, landing beside us, unleashing a thunderous roar at Jilin. Jilin turned pale, seeing the Titan great ape, and without hesitation, he grasped his granddaughter and utilized his 8th soul skill to delay for an instant, fleeing without looking back. Once they had retreated far, I finally exhaled, collapsing to the ground. The soul Douluo was terrifying. This time, I had truly overstepped my bounds. I resolved that if I could not handle the old man, surely I could deal with the girl. I must seek her out and extract information from her. Leaving the forest, I entered Suatawa City, preparing to rent a carriage to the capital. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Great Soul Arena, I spotted a familiar figure, Ma Hongjun, being pressed to the ground by a lecherous man, with a frightened little girl nearby. I quickly grasped the situation. The rotund fellow was once again embroiled in a brawl over a woman. "Rangu, save me!" The chubby one, noticing me, shouted. I approached, and the lecherous man sneered. "Another little brat here, to steal women? I, Rangu, am also a soul Zun. I'll take you down, you old cucumber." I couldn't be bothered to waste words. Although my soul power had not yet recovered, dealing with such scum required no effort at all. I directly unleashed my 5 soul rings. Purple, purple, black, black, black. As soon as the oppressive aura emerged, Douluo immediately knelt, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Ma Hongjun, upon witnessing this spectacle, became so excited that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Rangu, have you become a soul king? And with a 10,000-year soul ring? My goodness, could you possibly be more cheerful? I approached Douluo and delivered a swift kick to his groin. His agonized scream echoed as I executed a physical castration, ensuring he would live a life of humility thereafter. Just as I concluded this matter, 2 of his accomplices arrived. One, named Tianya, was also a soul king. Without a second thought, he charged at me. I, however, had no desire to utilize my soul skills and simply delivered a kick with my Yuming boots, rendering his arm useless, and he joined Douluo hanging from the tree. The other, called Lao Yi, was so terrified that he attempted to recruit me, boasting of their heinous acts of arson, murder, and robbery. Upon hearing this, I thought, fine, I shall arrange for your transportation straight to the underworld. I dragged these 3 scoundrels to a secluded corner and dealt with them thoroughly, returning to bid farewell to the plump fellow. I was about to depart when the previously rescued maiden approached me, her face flushed with shyness, saying, "Soul King, I wish to follow you. My family, who understands?" I was utterly dumbfounded. I was here to conduct serious business. Jiang Luoran felt a bit bewildered and quickly waved his hand, retreating. Living for oneself is the essence of excitement. One should not depend on others. Servitude is a frightening thing. He merely spoke this casually, for very few ordinary individuals lack the will to fight. Faced with a powerful soul master, they can only choose to endure humiliation. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Luoran noticed an elderly man with white hair, his demeanor robust, dressed in formal attire, resembling a lion unwilling to succumb to the passage of time. "Greetings, esteemed soul master." The elder approached and shook Jiang Luoran's hand. "How did you know I was a soul master?" "I never mentioned it to the receptionist," Jiang Luoran replied, perplexed. "Apart from soul masters, I truly cannot imagine anyone affluent enough to directly rent my carriage. You're not only a soul master, but also a remarkably powerful one." "Albeit quite young," Solosan smiled. "Can we depart now?" Jiang Luoran inquired. "Delaying serves no purpose. It is better to set off promptly." "Are you in such a hurry?" "Having rented my carriage, the timing of our departure is your prerogative. Let's set off now." Solosan led Jiang Luoran to a luxurious carriage. Jiang Luoran leaped aboard and swiftly closed the door. Solosan, with a mere glance, discerned Jiang Luoran's character. With a crack of the whip, the carriage sped away. Outside the Royal Tiando Academy, at the Ji family estate, Ji Lin pondered, who is this person that can command the Titan giant ape in the forest? Moreover, he is shrouded in numerous mysteries. I have never encountered such an unusual individual. From what you have said, this person is indeed peculiar. Should we capture him? Ji Zhuang frowned, intrigued by the individual's potential. "Capture him indeed. I am eager to discover who he truly is," Ji Lin declared, slamming his hand on the table. "How is the situation on the Jiang family side? Have they dealt with it thoroughly?" Ji Lin asked coldly. "Absolutely clean. I swept through ruthlessly, leaving no one behind. They shall not rise again," Ji Zhuang replied, gazing leisurely at his right hand. "Ji Hui, you may go and cultivate. Today's events have undoubtedly impacted you." Ji Lin instructed Ji Hui to leave, as they had matters to discuss. Ji Zhuang scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present, and whispered something into Ji Lin's ear. The palace was dimly lit, yet Ji Lin's cold, solitary expression was still discernible. Chapter 76. A Reunion with Hulaina. After disembarking from the carriage, Jiang Luoran observed Sylvis for a moment. There was an indescribable strangeness about this place. The ground was littered with dazed soul masters, mingling scents of strong liquor and herbal smoke. Just a glance left one feeling disoriented. Occasionally, he spotted a few soul masters with severed limbs being carried away. Solosan dismounted gracefully, adjusting his black gentleman's hat, and bowed elegantly to Jiang Luoran, saying, "Young soul master, this is Sylvis. I have fulfilled my mission and look forward to our next meeting." "Indeed, this elder has truly seen much of the world," Jiang Luoran mused, for throughout the encounter, he had exuded a warmth that was comforting. Moreover, his carriage had been remarkably swift. "The outskirts of Sylvis are truly chaotic," Jiang Luoran frowned. "If Soto City is the realm of soul masters, then Sylvis is the domain of powerful soul masters with substantial backing. The formidable soul masters reside within the inner city, while the weaker ones are relegated to the outer layers. When there are too many, their value diminishes. In terms of civilization, entering the inner city would greatly improve conditions. However, while the inner city is indeed elegant and courteous, the murderous intent harbored by its inhabitants is no less than that of those in the outer layers. Do you require bodyguards? It is my side job. Additionally, I am a barber and can guide soul masters in their cultivation." Solosan smiled. "Not at the moment," Jiang Luoran replied, wishing to avoid idle chatter with Solosan, and ventured deeper into the darkness. As he traversed the streets, he encountered several soul masters engaged in combat, activating their soul rings. A crowd had gathered, cheering them on while sipping the lowest quality of beer. On the path leading to the inner city, a silver arena stood prominently, boldly emblazoned with the words Wuhuan Temple. The atmosphere was rife with clamor, filled with unscrupulous banter. Jiang Luoran's patida familiar face, Sujun Tao. Judging by his current attire, he seemed to be struggling and bore a look of despondency. It was clear he had been spurned by that spider, or whatever her name was. Next! A knight from the Wuhuan Temple gestured to the challengers below, urging them to continue. "Is this really necessary? How can we possibly compete with such formidable opponents?" murmured the crowd, astonished by the Wuhuan Temple's overwhelming presence. questioning if the two great empires could not manage it. Sure, are you mad? To openly speak of the Wuhuan Temple. Do you not fear that you may not awaken come morning? Who could possibly defeat this girl? I heard she is an elite of the Wuhuan Temple, specially sent out to hone her prowess and elevate her renown. The Pope's successor? The knights of the Wuhuan Temple regarded the man with cold eyes, their gazes filled with murderous intent. Everyone knew that this man was doomed. Some even advised, if you can eat something, you'll need it. Defeat me, and you may join the Wuhuan Temple and gain entry into the inner city. You will also receive a reward of 500 gold soul coins. Furthermore, if you cannot even defeat me, how will you survive in the inner city? Hulaina stood atop the arena, looking down upon the crowd. Lacking reputation, she needed to forge her renown. Otherwise, she would struggle to take over the Wuhuan Temple in the future. Moreover, the Wuhuan Temple had begun to formulate grand plans and required powerful individuals to join their ranks. Not only Hulaina, but the Wuhuan Temple was also starting to monopolize various aspects. Jiang Luoran observed that in the Douluo continent, could all problems only be resolved through force. He intended to discreetly depart from the right side, yet unwittingly caught Hulaina's attention. After all, Jiang Luoran was quite conspicuous in the outer layers due to his age and attire. You, come up here. Hulaina pointed at Jiang Luoran. Have you thought this through? Jiang Luoran, with remarkable speed, leaped onto the arena, declaring, I am coming. To join the Wuhuan Temple? Hulaina constantly felt that the addition of this individual to the Wuhuan Temple could potentially instigate significant changes. If not joined, perhaps in a few years, I would depart. Jiang Luoran gestured, requesting passage into the inner sanctum. Of course, I cannot contend with you, Hulaina replied, stepping aside. You possess neither a sect nor an academy. How have you cultivated your skills? Moreover, everything about you remains an enigma, and I have been unable to uncover anything of substance. Upon returning, Hulaina diligently searched for information on Jiang Luoran, but her inquiries were limited to his appearance. Had she known his name, with the power of the Wuhuan Temple, there would have been little she could not discover. Jiang Luoran, quick-witted, replied, I do have an academy. It is simply that you cannot find it. As for my strength, that is a personal matter. Furthermore, if I were to owe you a favor, would you be willing to assist me? Join the Wuhuan Temple, become part of our team, and I will promptly resolve your concerns, Hulaina stated, as she believed there was nothing the Wuhuan Temple could not handle. She did not perceive Jiang Luoran's request as particularly daunting. Difficult? For the Wuhuan Temple, it was inconceivable to consider anything as difficult. As for favors, Hulaina was indifferent to such matters. She remained unaware of Jiang Luoran's soul ring situation. Otherwise, she would never have allowed him to leave so easily. Very well, I shall manage it myself, Jiang Luoran declared as he proceeded towards the inner sanctum. The Wuhuan Temple stood as an insurmountable mountain, where those of strength and status could bask in warmth, while the weak were confined by their limitations. Wait, accompany me to the Wuhuan branch, Hulaina insisted, not waiting for Jiang Luoran's consent, as she pulled him into the outer Wuhuan branch hall. This place bore a resemblance to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, adorned with magnificent totems, crystal windows, and luminous pearl chandeliers. In the midst of the chaotic outskirts, discovering such a clean and orderly space was indeed remarkable. Every soul master harbored a fear of the Wuhuan Temple. Those who caused disturbances rarely survived to see the dawn of the next day. Jiang Luoran naturally seated himself in an ivory chair, retrieving a ceramic cup from beneath the table and pouring himself a glass of water. Had he been here before? Hulaina observed Jiang Luoran's ease, noting his familiarity with the furnishings. The Wuhuan branch is generally the same. 1,000 rules repeated, Jiang Luoran sighed. Am I not a soul master? I receive funds monthly, so I have become accustomed to it. Since you receive our Wuhuan Temple's funds and bear our emblem, why not humbly join the Wuhuan Temple? Hulaina remarked coldly. Jiang Luoran nearly spat out his water, realizing the validity of her statement, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. If that were the case, Tang San had also received funds before ultimately obliterating the temple. Although the Wuhuan Temple had indeed provoked Tang San's ire, this contrast illustrated to Jiang Luoran that both empires and the Wuhuan Temple were fundamentally the same. The internal power struggles within the two empires were rife with deception and treachery. Dai Mubai had also been forced into his current position. The Wuhuan Temple's might primarily stemmed from Qian Xuanji's formidable strength, bolstered by Qian Daoliu's support. Should Qian Xuanji be eliminated, what remained would be Bibi Dong. presenting the Wuhuan Temple as still highly structured. This was also why the combined strength of the two empires could not rival that of the Wuhuan Temple. Ultimately, it was Tang San alone who bore the brunt of the fight. One could argue that without Tang San, the Wuhuan Temple would have triumphed effortlessly. As for the ambition to dominate the Douluo continent, Jiang Luoran remained indifferent, unsure of their intentions once they achieved supremacy. Chapter 77. Tang San's disciples. Such statements cannot hold true. Your Wuhuan Temple provides sponsorship, and I am merely one among countless others. If I do not accept, would you cease your operations? Jiang Luoran stated seriously. That being said, may I inquire why you are reluctant to join the Wuhuan Temple? Hulaina remained insistent on the topic. Wuhuan Temple, Jiang Luoran mused, pondering whether this girl had been brainwashed. She could not speak without mentioning the Wuhuan Temple. I am Jiang Luoran. Please assist me in uncovering all there is to know about myself. Additionally, the Wuhuan Temple feels stifling. I dislike being subordinate to others. And I possess a rather fiery temperament, Jiang Luoran added as he sipped his water. You have a fiery temperament? Hulaina contemplated. Jiang Luoran, you genuinely wish to know everything about yourself? Jiang Luoran nodded. Since my birth, I have existed shrouded in mystery, and thus, when you ask me who I am at a loss. Now, I must rely on you to help me discover my identity. So that is the case. Hulaina maintained her cold demeanor, resembling a glacier that had long since frozen. Does your favor hold any weight? I cannot say, but you may take a gamble. Bet on whether my favor holds any significance. Jiang Luoran rose, preparing to depart. He disliked waiting. He trusted Hulaina would swiftly make a decision and act upon it. For they were kindred spirits, both possessing a cold facade. Yin Tao, cease pursuing me. It is truly inappropriate. Cici, listen to me. I have been reassigned to the Silvis branch. In no more than 10 years, no, 5 years, what do you intend to do? Do not drag me. Cici, trust me. I am now a soul master. Before Jiang Luoran could exit the Wuhuan branch, he heard Su Yun Tao's loud outburst. What do you think you are? Daring to harass my woman? A Wuhuan temple steward, clad in golden attire, forcefully pushed Su Yun Tao aside. Jiang Luoran was taken aback to encounter Su Yun Tao in Silvis just a few days after his arrival. He had come to the capital for love. Yet the situation appeared rather grim. Gulme, break his limbs and toss him to the Silvis Soul arena, to the fierce god battle team. Do not touch me. Get away. You scoundrel, you do not know how many women you have out there. Do not attempt to deceive CC. Upon hearing the sounds of violence outside, Jiang Luoran felt a chill of apprehension. Were they truly killing in the streets? How brazen. Does the Wuhuan Temple not care about internal strife? Such morally corrupt individuals dare to be accepted? Jiang Luoran turned around. Morally corrupt individuals can still be of use, as they will follow orders without question. Of course, we at the Wuhuan Temple do not favor such individuals, and we shall address the matter later, Hulaina replied. Save Su Yun Tao for me and return him to Nodding City. Jiang Luoran quickly departed, entering the inner sanctum. Although he had entrusted Hulaina with his investigation, he remained uneasy. In Douluo continent, one must harbor doubts about everything, even those one knows well. To take a step back, there may be matters beyond the Wuhuan Temple's reach. Thus, he felt compelled to visit Jiling's residence, and his granddaughter must be captured. In the capital of Silvis, on the outskirts of the Royal Academy, Jiang Luoran indeed spotted a forest, the location of Jiling's estate. With his rank as a Soul King and the power of his phantom boots, he could infiltrate undetected. Yet, his own strength was still insufficient. Had he been a Soul Douluo, he would have simply kicked the door down. Progress in cultivation was still painfully slow. Halt! Who dares to intrude? Do you not know this is the Royal Academy? A golden-haired young man, dressed in noble attire, crossed his arms and looked down at Jiang Luoran with disdain. Jiang Luoran inwardly sighed. His solitary intrusion was indeed inappropriate, and theoretically, he was in the wrong. However, he had intended to approach the interior and hide, only to encounter someone at the outer edge. He silently cursed, wondering if all the Royal Academy members were so idle, wandering the grounds instead of diligently cultivating. Apologies. I was merely overcome by curiosity and had no intention of intruding. With that, Jiang Luoran planned to feign departure before discreetly infiltrating. Hey, our prince is addressing you, and you simply walk away? Remarked one of the 6 attendants, each uttering a comment in succession behind the avalanche. Prince? Jiang Luoran stifled a laugh. How careless could one be? He had barely entered when he encountered Prince. However, The notion of etiquette did not resonate with him. Whether a peasant or a highborn noble, politeness was not a given. It was often the individuals of moderate standing who understood propriety best. "Huh, you, the commoner, open your eyes and behold. This is our empire's fourth prince, His Highness Avalanche. It is not every day that a mere mortal gets to witness such grandeur. You may boast about it for a lifetime upon returning to your village." One man gestured toward the golden-haired Avalanche. "Avalanche!" Jiang Luoran shook his head, preparing to depart. There was nothing to be said. This Avalanche was merely emulating the famous king Gojian, feigning weakness under the guise of power to avoid the wrath of the formidable Qianren Shui. Given the apparent delight of the other party in their charade, he chose to refrain from interfering. Moreover, he would eventually become Tang San's disciple, so he would simply let it be. Although the strife within the royal family was exceptionally brutal, Avalanche was certainly no benevolent figure. Claims of merely seeking self-preservation were naught but a ruse. Did he not aspire to seize the throne? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. "Did I grant you permission to leave? Come back. Otherwise, I shall return and inform my teacher that someone has trespassed into the Royal Academy. Let us see how you gain entry again." Avalanche smiled, exuding an air of disdain. After all, it was merely a performance. Why take it so seriously? You play your role, and I shall play mine. Jiang Luoran felt troubled. If the instructors at the Royal Academy became vigilant, would he still have a chance? This insufferable prince had brought trouble upon himself. What do you wish to do? Initially, it was my fault for intruding upon the Royal Academy, but since I have yet to cross that mountain range, it does not count as entry. Is merely casting a glance at the Royal Academy a crime? If all else failed, he would have to resort to force. What do I want? To break your legs? How shall I explain to my trusting teacher? Our royal family has always led by example, demonstrating through action that the Royal Academy is inviolable. Avalanche and his entourage of worthless nobles erupted into laughter. "You, ensnared in the web of authority, perform your role well. Otherwise, I shall inform your elder brother. And you well know the consequences. Do you think Jiang Luoran is easily bullied?" For Avalanche, the most effective approach was exchanging words. Physical confrontation was not an option. Furthermore, why resort to violence when the situation could be resolved through intellect? "What did you say?" Avalanche's eyes, bloodshot, turned toward his entourage as he barked, "Get lost. All of you. Far away. Your Highness Avalanche. What troubles you?" He is the peasant. Indeed, what is the meaning of this? Must I repeat myself? Do you not believe I would have you all dealt with? Avalanche glared at them with a ferocity never before witnessed. His piercing gaze stunned them, prompting a hasty retreat. Chapter 78. "A thief in my home, will you return tonight, Prince Avalanche? We had agreed on a destination. Hurry, hurry." The tempest surrounding Avalanche was fueled by the fact that only two individuals were privy to this matter, Douluo and his uncle, Prince Xuesheng. Jiang Luoran was inextricably linked to both. In the face of such significant affairs, he could no longer afford to be reckless. He could reprimand these nobles, or even execute them if necessary. "I sincerely apologize, my brother. Let us sit and converse." Avalanche beckoned Jiang Luoran into a stone pavilion. "You need not worry. I will not partake in the royal power games. I shall neither assist you nor Xuesheng he," Jiang Luoran replied. He had not anticipated such a transformation in the other party. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to turn him to his advantage. However, he must not become too entangled, for becoming embroiled in royal conflicts was a burden he could not bear. It was crucial to remember that even with Avalanche's presence, Douluo, a titled Douluo, remained ever cautious. In noble battles, the strength of titled Douluos determined the outcome. The side with more such power would emerge victorious. "Brother, you are not Douluo or my uncle's subordinate." Avalanche was taken aback. However, since the other party declared he would not involve himself in the struggle, he could afford to lower his guard. "No, you may even disregard my existence entirely. But should you force me or conspire against me, I assure you I have the means to render you utterly undone," Jiang Luoran articulated clearly. "You, Avalanche, with years of temperament and noble lineage, how could you endure such insult?" Yet he restrained himself resolutely. To be ruined in a moment would lead to a lifetime of devastation. "Rest assured, as long as you do not target me, I shall not cause you any trouble. Conversely, if you choose to ally with me, I could even provide you with certain advantages." Avalanche's desire to win Jiang Luoran over emerged, although he was unaware of the other's capabilities. The very essence of Jiang Luoran's demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. What commoner would dare to threaten and intimidate him? No need. While I may offer advantages, I too shall forfeit certain things. Moreover, our values do not align. My price is simply too high, Jiang Luoran replied, departing toward the Jilin residence. Avalanche was taken aback by Jiang Luoran's abrupt exit. Jiang Luoran was indifferent. He loathed such mind games. Regardless of the circumstances, in 6 years, he would ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. While divinity was a matter for the future, it was not far off. By then, Tang Sen might also ascend to godhood. 2 deities safeguarding Avalanche's empire? How utterly absurd. What would he possibly offer? Merely trivialities. Va. What concern was it of his? He was in a hurry to head to Beiming. Jiang Luoran concealed himself within the forest of the Royal Academy, observing a mansion over 100 meters away. Although there were no signs indicating ownership, Jiang Luoran recognized it as the Jilin residence due to the presence of Tianqing vines flourishing within. It was evident that a member of his family was cultivating there. Holding his breath, he dispelled any murderous intent, sealed his lips, released his soul power, donned the Yomi boots on his right leg, and equipped the Hell battle armor. One must understand that the Jilin residence certainly housed at least one soul Douluo. To charge in openly would undoubtedly lead to detection. Thus, prior to entry, Jiang Luoran prepared himself thoroughly, even anticipating traps, so that he could escape should any threats emerge from within. Jiang Luoran pressed against the ground, utilizing his first soul skill, creating something from nothing, followed by his third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. His fourth soul skill, Forged Through Thousand Refines, and fifth soul skill, Hell Battle Armor, activated simultaneously. For soul rings shimmered, swirling from top to bottom, transforming into strands of energy that melded into the earth. His second soul skill, Shadow Following, summoned over 1,000-year-old tree root, standing by for action. Having completed these preparations, Jiang Luoran took a deep breath, allowing his heart to beat slowly and his body to relax. With a swift motion, he sprinted with the wind, striving to merge his presence with the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached the Jilin residence, scanning left and right for any sign of life. He vaulted over the high walls, charging toward the inner courtyard. It was evident that the person accompanying Jilin to hunt soul beasts was his legitimate granddaughter. If it were indeed his granddaughter, her usual residence would certainly be within the inner courtyard. The questions one poses are certainly those that only insiders can answer, hence the necessity to seize his granddaughter. GK, have you noticed the peculiar behavior of the Patriarch and Lord Jiang in recent days? I am at a loss. Jiang, they have been sequestered in the palace and have ceased to instruct us in our cultivation. GK, can even someone as astute as you not deduce the cause? Could it be that our performance has displeased the Patriarch? Jiang Luoran paid them no mind. The periphery was alive with the incessant chatter of voices. The walls of the Jilin residence were a labyrinth of interwoven structures, adorned predominantly with foliage, lacking any blossoms, save for the verdant tendrils. The intricate barriers rendered the place akin to a maze, obscuring one's path, reminiscent of the Bagua formations Jiang Luoran had traversed back on Earth. Setting aside the rationale behind Jilin's architectural choices, Jiang Luoran devised a rather crude means of surmounting them. He would simply scale the walls. No matter how convoluted the maze, one could always leap over. Though an ordinary person could not leap 3 meters high, Jiang Luoran was certainly capable of it. Like a spectral figure cloaked in white, Jiang Luoran tensed every muscle, gliding against the walls as he leapt inside. He lost count of how many walls he had crossed. Approaching a lakeside, he spotted Ji Hui clad in emerald attire. At the center stood a grand hall with its doors barred, even the curtains drawn, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Tianqing vines, annihilation. Ji Hui sensed Jiang Luoran's presence and unleashed her soul technique directly at him. Bang! A dozen gray Tianqing vines rushed forth, each bristling with gray thorns, intent on piercing Jiang Luoran. Startled, Jiang Luoran quickly recognized that his left foot had landed upon a gray Tianqing vine. So that was it. His presence had been detected. Bang! Jiang Luoran did not flinch. Clad in infernal armor, he raised his right hand to confront the vines. Buzz! The gray Tianqing vine shattered, transforming into a flurry of gray particles that dispersed into the air. With a significant disparity in soul power levels, Jiang Luoran's prowess utterly overwhelmed his opponent. Is it you? Ji Hui, upon seeing Jiang Luoran in his infernal armor, questioned his intentions. You'll find out shortly, Jiang Luoran replied as he lunged forward, seizing her and sprinting towards the exit. In an instant, Ji Hui felt herself lifted. What speed? Ji Zhuang roared, bursting forth from the palace, exclaiming, thief? Which scoundrel dares intrude upon my Ji residence? Seeking death? Ji Lin followed suit. Jiang Luoran dared not hesitate. He swiftly turned and fled, no longer needing to tread cautiously, but rather sprinting atop the walls as he departed. A thief has infiltrated my home. Catch the thief. Chapter 79. Who has taken my granddaughter? The howls behind him were disregarded as Jiang Luoran hastened his escape. Had he not inadvertently stepped upon Ji Hui's Tianqing vine, he would not find himself in such a predicament. A soul Douluo would have surely detected him otherwise. He had allowed himself to be careless. However, this was his first attempt, and successfully abducting Ji Hui was already quite an achievement. The entirety of the Ji residence echoed with Ji Lin's bellow, as family members surged forth to intercept Jiang Luoran. Who dares trespass upon my Ji residence? Ji K approached, 2 soul rings manifesting, a 23rd level control type, Soul Master. With the spirit of Jiang Luoran targeted his face and delivered a kick, sending Ji K crashing into the rear mountain, visibly breaking several aged tree roots upon impact. A single strike to defeat the foe. In such dire circumstances, Jiang Luoran paid no mind to the rules of Douluo. He would confront any assailant. Ji K and Ji Qiong rushed forth, glaring at Jiang Luoran, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings, invoking the first soul technique. Qing Tung Hui, get lost. Jiang Luoran, in his infernal armor, charged through, sending Ji Qiong flying, aided by the speed enhancement of his nether boots. Were they not several levels his superior, they would have been easily vanquished. Yet, with each passing moment, Ji Lin and that young man would undoubtedly pursue him. He had to devise a means of defense. Kunpeng manifest. A surge of white energy enveloped him, as a spirit beast, half Chilan fish and half white-feathered holy rock, emerged behind him. This spirit form embodied the most formidable attributes of both beings, exuding an inexplicable aura. With the Kunpeng spirit awakened, although Jiang Luoran could not soar through the skies, his speed surged exponentially. The infernal armor, the speed enhancement from the nether boots, and the unparalleled velocity bestowed by the Kunpeng spirit transformed Jiang Luoran from a mere flash of white light into a darting bolt of indistinguishable lightning. You shall not escape. Ji Lin, hot on his heels, raised his hands to the heavens, as if in prayer, invoking his 8th soul technique, Tian Luo Di Wang. Bang! Streams of Tianqing vines erupted, shooting forth like green rays of light. The sheer volume was overwhelming. While control-type soul masters were indeed formidable, as long as one possessed sufficient speed, there was little to fear. Jiang Luoran dashed with the agility of a dragon, vaulting over every wall, propelling himself forward as though he were a great rock soaring through the air. What do you intend? Why do you capture me? Zivi, though wounded by Jiang Luoran earlier, still maintained a semblance of consciousness, yet the current velocity left her gasping for breath. You will soon know, Jiang Luoran replied coldly. Upon reaching the periphery, Jiang Luoran felt a wave of relief. Ji Lin had yet to pursue him. If he could pass through the Grand Gate, he would evade capture. Ji Dai, 57th level, 5-ring control type, Soul King, Spirit Tianqing Vine, current family position, Chief Enforcer. Who are you? Dare you reveal your name? Ji Dai, with hair as white as snow and a gaunt figure, approached with hands clasped behind his back. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to pierce through all mysteries. Yellow, purple, black. 5 soul rings encircled the elder, emanating a terrifying aura of soul power. Jiang Luoran understood that escaping would not be so simple. Could one expect to flee from the esteemed Ji residence so easily, especially after abducting his granddaughter? As Ji Dai concluded his inquiry, throngs of family members surged forth, surrounding Jiang Luoran. Cornered, it was a fight to the finish. Jiang Luoran, 55th level control type, Soul King. I seek your guidance. Jiang Luoran charged toward Ji Dai, for he posed the greatest threat among the crowd. Ji Dai's pupils constricted as he emanated a green light from his hands, clearly aware of Jiang Luoran's actions. 3rd soul technique, green vine binding. Bang! A Tianqing vine sprang to life, swirling in place, ensnaring Jiang Luoran with its soul power. 4th soul technique, thousand hammer forging. Jiang Luoran summoned a purple grass hammer, aiming it at the vine. Buzz! The hammer struck its target, yet the Tianqing vine, akin to gelatin, rebounded and continued its advance towards Jiang Luoran. What? Such a soul technique exists? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Although the opponent's technique was somewhat unscrupulous. It was indeed the ultimate method for a control-type soul master. By employing gentleness to counter rigidity, one could remain unbroken. Moreover, the level of control was exceedingly high. Once ensnared, escape became nearly impossible. As the vine approached, Jiang swiftly activated his soul ring. Second soul technique, like a shadow, following. Buzz. The violet soul ring swirled and dispersed, manifesting another Jiang, who confronted the entangling green vines. With a resounding crash, Jiang's doppelganger was ensnared and shattered, causing the vines to lose their power and unravel. Disperse. Jiang raised his grass hammer high, seizing the initiative to strike at Jidai. The enormous grass hammer in his grip resembled a piece of toffee, its head trailing behind while the handle bent into a curve, embodying immense strength. With such a blow, even Jidai might struggle to withstand it. Fifth soul skill. Green vine parasitism. Jidai unleashed his fifth soul skill, capable of mimicking any of his previous skills, magnifying their effect to 50 times and increasing their quantity 5-fold. 5 supple azure vines emerged to shield Jidai, successfully blocking Jiang's hammer strike. The dissipated soul power and force shattered buildings over 10 meters away. Crack. The ground fissured, countless cracks slithering like serpents across the earth, extending into the distance. Abandon the hammer. Jiang decisively withdrew, flipping over in a wave-like motion. His aim was to escape, not to vanquish his opponent. From a very beginning, this had been his intent. Moreover, he realized that Jidai had not exerted his full strength to thwart him. Remarkably, at the last moment, he had even given him a gentle push with his soul power. Not only that, but the scarce soul power within him surged rapidly due to this push. Confounded by the elder's benevolent gaze, Jiang pondered the situation further. What was happening? There was no time to dwell on such matters. He kicked the Ji family gate open with great force and charged out. Truth be told, had Jidai not held back, escape would have been utterly impossible. Time was of the essence. He could not afford even a second of delay. Just then, he heard Ji Zhang's voice behind him. Thief, stop right there. Do you wish for your life after daring to intrude upon my Ji family estate? Ji Zhang was eager to cover the distance in mere steps, exclaiming in frustration. Is there no one capable of stopping him? Jiang had long vanished into the woods, yet Ji Lin pursued relentlessly. Jiang leapt back to the point of departure, striking the ground with urgency as he made his escape. Boom! The roots of ancient trees and the remaining 4 soul skills activated simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of bloodthirsty vines and branches. They surged wildly, intertwining and unabated, ravenously consuming Ji Lin. Panting heavily, Jiang found his hellish battle armor losing its effectiveness. Crumbling apart, as he approached the Royal Academy's entrance, he encountered Prince Xueben. Come here, Xueben grasped Jiang's arm, leading him into a cavern beneath the mountains. Boom! Ji Lin broke free from all the bloodthirsty vines, his hair disheveled as he bellowed to the heavens. Who has taken my granddaughter? Chapter 80. Truly want to reveal. Jiang could not spare a moment to thank Xueben, as a searing pain gripped his chest, staining his tattered clothing crimson. What's wrong? Xueben inquired, removing Ji Hui from Jiang's grasp. For a beauty, you truly go to great lengths, bursting in to whisk her away. Ji Hui appeared feeble, her gaze hazy, her lips slightly parted, evidently still reeling from the earlier pressure. Jiang, severely injured, could scarcely concern himself with such matters, even with assistance. He would not become embroiled in her power struggles. It was merely a trivial issue, and he had not expected her to help him so readily. Xueben stood up, slicing through Jiang's clothing with a knife. Beneath the torn fabric, blood gushed forth, revealing ghastly bones and the faint outline of a pulsating heart. What level of injury was this? Should it penetrate any deeper, Jiang would no longer survive. Xueben's hands trembled as she merely aided in ripping the fabric. Yet her hands became stained with blood. To have survived against 2 soul Douluos and still live was commendable. You deserve attention. You can't be very old. You must belong to some reclusive, noble family. Xueben suppressed her fear and retrieved a medicine box from the shadows, clumsily opening a vial to tend to Jiang's wounds. Nameless and without identity, merely escaping was a stroke of luck. Jiang's face was drenched in blood and sweat. He recalled how, in that final moment, Ji Lin's soul power had swept against his chest. Though it was but a slight impact, it posed a substantial threat. Had it not been for Ji Dai's assistance in restoring his soul power, he would not have merely faltered. His life would have been forfeit. Bear with it. This is disinfectant. Xu Ebing pressed the prepared herbs against Jiang Luoran's chest. His physical constitution was exceptional, allowing him to endure the pain. Ji Hui awakened from her stupor, gazing vacantly at the suffering Jiang Luoran. She was not one to speak much, nor was she fazed by the blood. Xu Ebing, being a prince, fumbled repeatedly, even brushing against Jiang Luoran's heart, now drenched in sweat. Strangely, Ji Hui, without hesitation, took a blood-soaked bandage from the medicine box and began to wrap it around Jiang Luoran's chest, her technique surprisingly proficient. Xu Ebing, witnessing someone take over a role, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. It's good to have a reliable woman. You two seem to have a good bond. Jiang Luoran and Ji Hui both wore unexpectedly cold expressions, offering no explanation, their demeanor chilling. How could there be a cavern here? And where did the medicine box come from? Jiang Luoran looked at Xu Ebing. Xu Ebing was taken aback, then self-deprecatingly smiled. The Royal Academy's rules are quite stringent. It is inconvenient for us to operate at night. This cavern was excavated by a few of my men on my orders. As for the medicine box, it originally contained that kind of medicine. Xu Ebing's face flushed, her words trailing off. Ji Hui's hands paused, her pupils shifting, but she said nothing, resuming her bandaging. Is this the extent of your performance? Jiang Luoran mused, recognizing the depth of her acting. What is the pinnacle of acting? It is to play a role so convincingly that even one begins to believe in their own deceit. Yet, at the moment of achieving their objective, their true thoughts surge forth like a tidal wave. Authenticity in performance represents the highest realm. Xu Ebing glanced nervously at Ji Hui. Sure. This matter must not be disclosed too freely. Surely, she wouldn't say anything. If I were to perish, I would drag you down with me. A person on the brink of death would hardly reveal your secrets. Jiang Luoran suddenly rose, gripping Ji Hui's neck and pressing her against the wall. Hey, what are you doing? Are you two having a spat? Just now she was helping you with the bandages, and now you want to kill her? How ruthless can you be? Xu Ebing retreated, fearing Jiang Luoran might secretly eliminate him as well. Years of indulgent habits had fostered within Xu Ebing an inexplicable affection for beautiful women. Jiang Luoran ignored Xu Ebing and glared at Ji Hui, demanding, "Why is your martial spirit the gray-green vine?" He had expended so much effort bringing her out. He had to ask something. Otherwise, his injuries would be in vain. I was born this way. Is there a problem? Zivifoned. Her face flushing as she struggled to breathe, realizing that Jiang Luoran genuinely intended her harm. Moreover, it appeared he was prepared to end her life. Was this man even more ruthless than she? You see, my inquiries extend beyond mere superficiality. Jiang Luoran pointed towards Xu Ebing, urging for an honest confession. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath upon you. Jiang Luoran then inquired, the habits of His Highness Xu Ebing over the years must surely instill a sense of despair. Would they not? Xu Ebing found himself confounded, perceiving Jiang Luoran as a heartless tyrant at that moment, impervious to emotional turmoil, enduring the harshest of wounds. He uttered the most ruthless of words. Even Xu Ebing, though not the brightest, recognized that these two were adversaries, not allies. Ji Hui gritted her teeth, revealing, "Since the day I was born, I have lived shrouded in fog. Whatever my father commanded, I obeyed without question. I once sought to unravel this mist, only to discover its inextricable nature, forever beyond my grasp. All I know is that my mutated martial soul was bestowed upon me by a family whose martial soul is also Tianqing Tong. As for anything else, I cannot provide answers. Even if you were to subject me to unbearable suffering, I would remain at a loss for words." Jiang Luoran, momentarily distracted, felt his right arm loosen and retreated a step. Is it from another family? And that family possesses a martial soul akin to Tianqing Tong? Is this all? After enduring so much, is this the extent of my findings? Jiang Luoran quickly gathered his thoughts, realizing there were two paths before him. Either trust Hulaina and await the Spirit Hall's assistance in uncovering the truth, or grow stronger and confront the Ji family personally. Ji Hui had not lied. Jiang Luoran understood she had indeed been ensnared in the fog. The adversary knew that no matter how fiercely she resisted, escape from his grasp was futile. Such futility is a sign of folly. Then I must eliminate you. Jiang Luoran unleashed his soul power at level 55, the force of it tearing through the wound on his chest. Yet, he continued to regard Ji Hui with cold indifference, as though impervious to pain. Kill. Here, she is the granddaughter of Ji Lin. Are you not afraid of being hunted down? Xu Ebong grasped Jiang Luoran's robust arm, incredulous at his reckless abandon. How desperate for affection must one be to utter such threats without regard for consequence? Just look at that gaze, brimming with the intent to eradicate all heroes. What? Have you developed a sense of compassion? I can afford to wait a little longer. Consider it a repayment for your earlier kindness. Jiang Luoran thought that should Xu Ebong consent, he would sever ties with her, as her character had already deteriorated beyond redemption. Trusting her would be a grave mistake. Naturally, Jiang Luoran had no desire for deep camaraderie with Xu Ebong, but rather considered the potential for subtle exchanges of mutual benefit. Chapter 81. Alliance for the Sake of the Drunken Monk, an additional chapter. Xu Ebong was taken aback, realizing that she had presented such an image before him. How disappointing. I fear you may not withstand the pursuit of a soul, Douluo. Since you are indifferent, do as you wish. Xu Ebong was no saint. There was no need to cling to him. Jiang Luoran transformed his palm into a fist, channeling his soul power upwards, aiming a strike at Ji Hui's head. Wait! Ji Hui bit her lip tightly, her eyes wide with fear. No one is devoid of fear, especially women who harbor hope. She was a genius, capable of reaching the pinnacle of this world. To perish innocently now would not sit well with her. A final word? Or perhaps to buy time? Here. Such tactics would bear no fruit. Jiang Luoran pressed forward with the calm demeanor of one who had taken countless lives. No, I can assist you. Help you uncover what you seek to know. Ji Hui's pulse quickened, her anxiety palpable. You need me to do this? You wish to barter your life for knowledge? Jiang Luoran found himself tempted. Ji Hui could indeed serve as the optimal breakthrough in this matter. Yet could she be trusted? How could one abandon their family and elders to aid an outsider? It was utterly inconceivable. Ji Hui, well aware of Jiang Luoran's doubts, reassured him, you need not worry. I too wish to uncover the truth. Now, I merely have an ally in this endeavor. We must unite. Why? Are you not the granddaughter of Ji Lin? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. The disparity in Ji Hui's demeanor was striking. Everyone has their unspoken burdens. However, to betray one's own kin was a notion Jiang Luoran had never encountered before. This girl is even more ruthless than he. I have my reasons. Just trust that on this path toward the truth, I stand with you, Ji Hui said as she wiped the blood from her lips. I cannot trust you. How could I possibly believe you? Yet, deep down, Jiang Luoran was beginning to concede, for he had retracted his right arm, his soul power dissipating. He expressed such sentiments to gauge her sincerity. You could easily take my life, displaying no concern for my existence. Is it not worth a gamble for the sake of truth? Moreover, with your potential for cultivation, you will only grow stronger, perhaps surpassing even Ji Lin in time. Should I deceive you, I willingly accept your wrath. Ziri declared. I am Jiang Luoran, level 55, a 5-ring control system soul master. With a martial soul blood fiend vine. This is my information. I hope it proves useful to you. Jiang Luoran revealed his identity for her scrutiny. What are your soul rings? Are they genuine? Ji Hui gazed into Jiang Luoran's eyes, sensing his honesty. They are real, but I cannot disclose the reasons. Jiang Luoran reclined against the stone wall, pressing a hand to his wound. I am Ji Hui, level 32, a 3-ring control system soul master. With a martial soul Tianqing tongue, Ji Hui lowered her gaze, the two close enough to discern each other's breaths. To assure you, I can share this. Ji Lin is not my grandfather. I do not consider it betrayal, nor do I feel guilt. This woman, of his age, yet already at level 30, possessed a prowess rivaling that of several from Shrek Academy. Undoubtedly, she exhibited extraordinary potential. It was surprising that the Ji family harbored such a gem. One could only anticipate the opportune moment to execute a significant plan. Ji Lin is quite the strategist. You're not his granddaughter. You may leave now. Jiang Luoran began to channel his soul power to heal his injuries. Farewell. Ji Hui rose cautiously, surveying the surroundings before quietly slipping away. Xu Ebong said little, refraining from questioning Jiang Luoran's concealed truths. Curiosity can lead to one's downfall. All he desired was to survive the power struggles. As a day and night passed, Jiang Luoran's soul power continued to grow, indicating his healing required substantial energy. Fortunately, his robust physique, combined with soul power, facilitated a gradual recovery from his grievous wounds. This was his plan for the future. Having endured the most severe injuries he had ever faced, nearly losing his life in the process. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luoran recalled the earlier presence of Ji Hui. As she entered, carrying fresh bandages, she regarded Jiang Luoran with an indifferent gaze. This time, there is no gentle maiden to tend to you. Endure the pain. What nuisance! Jiang Luoran braced himself as Xuebong tore the bandages away, discovering that his wounds had begun to heal. What extraordinary regenerative abilities! Just yesterday, he had been on the brink of death, his body nearly in ruins. Today, he had already begun to mend? When did the body of Soul Master become so unfathomably resilient? Thanks to the potion I provided, your recovery is impressive, Xuebong teased, replacing Jiang Luoran's bandages. Where does this passage lead? Jiang Luoran inquired, gesturing towards the cave's entrance. Wanting Palace, Xuebong stated with a hint of frustration, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. What could that be? The leader of the kingdom, perhaps? Jiang Luoran clearly did not comprehend, for it sounded akin to the name of a royal palace. The most renowned establishment in Zyreways was indeed the venue where we frequently conducted our affairs. Are you entirely oblivious? The women there are quite particular. Xuebong rambled on, and Jiang Luoran waved him off, insisting he should cease further commentary. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth, taking this very path. This corridor leads directly to the back entrance of Wanting Palace, a passageway specifically arranged for us by Yi Qing. Should the need arise, you may mention my name. If not, feel free to depart directly. Xuebong, carrying his medical kit, left without casting another glance at Jiang Luoran. Calculating the days, the vacation of Shrek would soon come to an end. Given his current level, he wondered if Flander would directly grant him graduation, for there was little left to teach him. Their entry into the Royal Academy was out of the question, as once Xuebong took to the stage, he would become uncontrollable. The outcome was well known. All of Shrek's members were expelled. Perhaps it was for the best, for they could then attend Lamba Academy. His situation was unique, and he was in pursuit of the truth. The next steps would depend on Flander's guidance. Retracing his steps was not an option with his current injuries. Encountering someone from the Ji family could prove fatal. Thus, the route Xuebong had excavated must be traversed. After a night had passed, Jiang Luoran's injuries had notably improved. Yet a lingering pain persisted, rendering complete recovery impossible. Such a feat could take 100 days. After stretching his limbs, Jiang Luoran ventured deeper into the cave. Initially, the entrance grew darker, as if leading to an endless abyss. Ultimately, a beam of white light illuminated Jiang Luoran's face. He recognized that he had arrived. With a leap, Jiang Luoran sprang forth from the cave entrance, only to be astounded by the sight before him. This is most inopportune. Furthermore, did Xuebong not mention the back courtyard? How did I end up in a room? Chapter 82. The Madman. This place was resplendent, with walls adorned with golden single-leaf roses and red carpets draped with exquisite curtains fluttering in the breeze. It exuded an air of grandeur and opulence. Upon realizing his surroundings, Jiang Luoran chose to discreetly exit. Young man, you must be a friend of His Highness Xuebong. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, a voice called. Ignoring her, Jiang Luoran made his way outside, his destination the Zyreways Grand Soul Arena, among the many venues on the Douluo continent. This arena was the most disreputable and devoid of rules, a place where one could encounter Shrek students and teachers. Moreover, Jiang Luoran wished to swiftly vanquish the ferocity of the fearsome god team. Was it not true that Shrek's members felt fear and aversion due to their previous defeats? If they dared not act, he would take their place. The 7 Soul Masters posed no challenge for Jiang Luoran. As he traversed the distance from the inner area of Zyreways, Jiang Luoran felt an unsettling sensation of being followed. He had attempted several times to probe and conceal himself, yet he could not discern the position of his pursuer. If it were Hulaina, she would have revealed herself long ago, and there would be no need for such games with Jiang Luoran. Ji Hui could not be the one either. Her soul power was not sufficient. The fact that his pursuer evaded his detection indicated a level above his own. However, the mere fact that he could sense them suggested that their rank did not surpass his by a significant margin. Perhaps they were a soul king. Uncertain of the answer, Jiang Luoran dismissed the matter and stepped into the interior of the Zyreways Grand Soul Arena. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and most soul masters clutched mugs of ale, hurling curses at the soul fighting platform that resembled a cage. The oppressive, gray atmosphere was suffocating. In the distance, the referee's voice rang out. The fearsome god team has once again obliterated their opponents. Indeed, to obliterate meant to kill. They brazenly committed murder, yet held their heads high as if they were valiant warriors, their hands raised in triumph. The entire spectator area erupted in exuberance, cheers echoing throughout. Approaching the front desk, Jiang noticed a man in black attire, meticulously polishing gleaming soul coins with a handkerchief. "I wish to participate in the soul battle," Jiang stated, placing 20 gold soul coins upon the table, his expression impassive as he regarded the man. The man diverted his gaze from the gold coins to Jiang, then glanced behind him, seeing no one present. A one-on-one battle registration required only 5 gold soul coins, although the Zyreway's Grand Soul Arena lacked regulations. The front desk adhered to strict rules. They never dared to overcharge, for the owner dared not offend too many soul masters. If the arena were found to be corrupt, it would spell disaster. The front desk attendant was well aware of this. He surveyed the surroundings, and a greedy smile crept across his face. The young man appeared affluent. "Since you have already produced 20 gold soul coins, how about considering a 15-coin tip? I can arrange for a weaker opponent, ensuring your path to victory." "Oh, a weaker opponent?" Jiang crossed his arms. Sensing an opportunity, the attendant produced a thick dossier from beneath the counter. Jiang leaned in to read. "Yiling, level 20, second ring support, soul master, martial soul. AI Yi Grass. Previously had both arms severed by the fearsome god team, now incapacitated. Xian Yuan Nanchang, level 26. Second ring assault soul master, martial soul, Xian Yuan sword. Previously gravely injured by the fearsome god team, nearly died. Now incapacitated. Ouyang Xiao, level 31. Third ring agile assault soul master, martial soul, swift windbird. Had both legs severed by the fearsome god team. The more he read, the more horrified he became. Nearly all the injured individuals were victims of the fearsome god team. If one were to claim they were devoid of emotions, then this group was more malevolent than demons themselves. Initially, Jiang had been ignorant of these matters, but upon witnessing the truth, a fierce fire ignited within him. Why would these individuals, already battered and some on the verge of death, still ascend the fighting platform? Jiang inquired. Once they are crippled, they lose their worth. If they do not participate in the battles to earn some money, how will they support their wives and children, let alone themselves? The front desk attendant shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. Jiang expression turned cold. The attendant's demeanor shifted, startled by Jiang chilling expression. "Is this a child?" He wondered, feeling a sense of unease. "This is all I possess, over 1,000 gold soul coins. You may keep the remainder. I wager the remaining 1,000 gold soul coins entirely on my victory." Jiang retrieved a golden pouch from his pocket and placed it upon the counter. "All right, no problem. I will arrange it immediately." The attendant's eyes glimmered at the sight of the money, but he added, "However, regardless of whom you face, the odds are quite apparent. Thus, even if you wager 1,000 gold soul coins, it does not guarantee a massive profit. Trust me, this money will multiply exponentially. No one will bet against my victory." Jiang asserted. "Why? Who do you intend to choose as your opponent?" The attendant was perplexed. Such a clear disparity in strength. Could be that no one would bet on Jiang's victory? "I wish to select them," Jiang declared. Placing his hand upon the words fearsome god team, "I have given you my money. Arrange for my participation immediately. I seek their next opponent, and that is me." The front desk attendant's heart skipped a beat, nearly succumbing to shock, causing the golden soul coin in his hand to clatter to the ground. "You wish to challenge the fierce god team?" "Indeed. What of your comrades?" "I shall confront the fierce god team alone, without the need for allies." "Have you lost your mind?" The front desk attendant almost burst into laughter. This was the most insane and ludicrous declaration he had ever heard. 1 versus 7. The adversaries are none other than the most ruthless fierce god team. Surely, this youth must be deranged. "I will await in the preparation area." And Jiang said nothing further before departing. The attendant had no interest in the boy's fate. Moreover, since the payment had already been made, he had no grounds to prevent Jiang from participating. A shout from behind broke the tension, as the attendant scoffed at the madness of the boy, proclaiming that he would arrange things for him, curious to see how he would fare. "Furthermore, you are correct. No one will bet on your victory, myself included. Anyone who does is as insane as you are." On the battle screen. Next match, Fierce God Team vs Jiang. One person. An unprecedented spectacle. At the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, this marks the first instance in history of a 1-on-17 battle. This is a challenge, a blatant provocation. Moreover, this Jiang is merely a teenager. Upon learning this news, the members of the Fierce God Team were incensed, their agitation palpable. The arena erupted like a tsunami. with spectators rushing to place bets, and the stakes for the Fierce God team reached unprecedented heights. This was a frantic showdown. A continuous stream of onlookers flocked to witness this encounter. Even before the match commenced, cheers erupted. Chapter 83. The Ruthless and the Tenderhearted. 1 against 7. 1 against 7. I tell you, I have come today solely to watch the match. The Fierce God team is bound to win. Yet, with such a staggering deposit, among so many people diluting 1,000 golden soul coins, I fear I may not earn even a copper soul coin. 1,000 golden soul coins? Who placed that bet? Which youth dares to wager such? How could the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena permit a 1-on-7 match? Such an imbalance in combat is unheard of. It is precisely because this is Sylvis that such a match is permitted. Yet, I wonder how this youth intends to contend against 7 fierce opponents. Have they not considered the possibility that this youth may be a master strategist from a prominent family? The age displayed is 17. What prowess can one possess at such a tender age? As I understand it, the esteemed Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is 20 years old and merely a level 40 soul master, truly a talent of this age. Even such a genius cannot take on the Fierce God team alone, let alone Jiang Luoran. What could have provoked him to issue such a solitary challenge? The captain of the Fierce God team slammed his fist down on the table, exclaiming in arrogance, "Who does he think he is? We shall tear him apart. We will shred him to pieces." It seems that this time, blood will be shed. The members of the Fierce God team exchanged glances, revealing their fierce and sharp teeth. Jiang Luoran approached the battered soul arena, calmly opening the iron cage and stepping inside. This would be the final match of the day. The referee descended from above, placing a hand on Jiang Luoran's shoulder. Everyone knew that our Jiang Luoran was to challenge the entire Fierce God team. The audience's gaze turned toward Jiang Luoran, with most voices filled with mockery. Now, let us welcome the Fierce God team. The referee gestured toward the opposing side, signaling for the iron cage to open. 7 towering and muscular men strode in, emitting roars akin to ferocious beasts. It felt less like a battle against men and more like a confrontation with soul beasts. Just as the referee was about to speak, Jiang Luoran seized the microphone, inquiring, "Is this the Fierce God team? They appear more like overgrown, muscle-bound cattle. How many families have suffered and been humiliated by them? Those unjustly treated soul masters are still enduring hardships. Today, Jiang Luoran aims to avenge them, not only to insult the opposition, but also to belittle them." The referee stood in stunned silence, having assumed Jiang Luoran would be terrified. He never anticipated that Jiang Luoran would take the microphone to berate the Fierce God team. This youth? Does he not comprehend the peril he faces? This is no game. The referee took flight, unwilling to engage with such a lunatic. The members of the Fierce God team were on the brink of exploding, their soul rings flickering ominously. The entire arena became frenzied. "You are all too weak to pique my interest," Jiang Luoran declared, microphone in hand, addressing the host. "Is this truly the strongest within the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena?" In the spectator area, one exclaimed, "My heavens! This is the first time I've seen such a brazen young man." The Fierce God team stood atop the arena. His demise was all but certain. What is happening? Why is this youth so composed? It is utterly bizarre. The captain of the Fierce God team charged forward, his fist aimed at Jiang Luoran. Disregarding whether the match had even begun, Jiang Luoran discarded the microphone, seizing the captain by the throat with one hand. No one could fathom that he could grip the captain of the Fierce God team with such ease. This is impossible, setting aside the energy of the attacking captain. His very presence was formidable. Initially, it seemed as though it would be a grand spectacle. Yet unexpectedly, this youth appeared as a mere jest, ready to be obliterated in a single blow. However, the ensuing scene left everyone, including the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena, in utter disbelief. Jiang Luoran firmly grasped the captain of the Fierce God team, as if he were a mere chick, declaring, "If you were so impatient, then perish first." And with a powerful squeeze, a crack echoed through the air. The captain's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his windpipe crushed. With a resounding thud, Jiang Luoran struck the captain's chest, reducing him to a mere pulp, rendered useless. This man was incapacitated on spot. The best outcome for him would be a vegetative state. Jiang Luoran discarded him onto the arena, turning his gaze toward the remaining 6. The intensity of his stare left an indelible mark in the hearts of all present. With a single move, he had incapacitated a soul master, and he did so without employing soul rings or soul power. Powerful soul masters are generally met with respect, Yet no one now cheered for Jiang Luoran. They had never before witnessed such terrifying eyes. They were dark, as if piercing through to the depths of hell. Run! The members of the Fierce God team fled toward the edge of the arena. With his third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison, black soul rings swirled around Jiang Luoran, releasing 6 tendrils of dark energy. The members of the Fierce God team found themselves ensnared within a prison of purple vines, unable to take a single step further. Even the dimmest among them understood that this was a kill shot. A black soul ring. Was it truly a black soul ring? This indicated that he was at least a soul emperor. This is impossible. He is but a youth. How could he possess such power? Unless one witnesses it firsthand, they would never believe it. Jiang Luoran cared not for their disbelief. Like a phantom, he appeared before the 6. Bang, bang, bang. 6 rapid strikes landed on the dantians of 6 individuals. In the face of such overwhelming power, they were rendered utterly powerless, lacking even the ability to scream. The 6 prison cells erupted, and all 6 men collapsed simultaneously, leaving only one resounding verdict. The entire Xiongxian battle team has been annihilated. The onlookers gaped, their mouths agape as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole. No one anticipated that the Xiongxian battle team would meet such a fate. Must they be killed? Jiang Luoran inquired, gazing at the dazed referee hovering in the sky. Jiang Luoran wins, the referee announced as he rushed outside to report the outcome to his superior. Before Jiang Luoran could reach the front desk, a man prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, "My lord, please forgive my earlier offense. I was blind to your greatness. Where's my payment? Everything is accounted for. When you incapacitated the leader of the Xiongxian battle team, I calculated your due payment," the man replied, retrieving a gold ticket from the counter. "For your convenience, I have issued a gold card under the name of this soul fighting arena. Here are 300,000 gold soul coins, valid throughout the entire Douluo continent. Originally, it was just over 200,000, but I devised a little scheme to round it up to 300,000, he said, presenting it to Jiang Luoran with a sycophantic demeanor. "Ha ha!" A portly gentleman approached. "I knew it. I knew Jiang Luoran would surely emerge victorious. Where's my money?" Jiang Luoran recognized the man in the suit. "My lord, he is the second and final individual who wagered on your victory," the front desk attendant explained, holding out his hands. "You are Jiang Luoran. It is an honor to meet you," the suited man said warmly, shaking Jiang Luoran's hand. "Perfect timing. Hand me the roster you had earlier," Jiang Luoran instructed. The attendant, unsure of Jiang Luoran's intentions, but reluctant to offend someone of such stature, quickly complied. "Follow me, and you shall profit," Jiang Luoran said as he took the roster and the gold ticket, handing them to the suited man. "You are a shrewd individual. Distribute the gold coins according to this roster, ensuring it is neither too much nor too little." The suited man was taken aback, his first display of shock, having never encountered someone like Jiang Luoran before. "Are you certain you wish to donate 300,000 gold coins? Furthermore, we are hardly acquainted. How can you place such trust in me? You will handle this matter far better than I could, and I know you will do so," Jiang Luoran replied dismissively, departing from the scene. Chapter 84. Borrowing a corpse to return to life within the confines of Zirwizi, Lamba Academy. Jiang Luoran could not accompany Shrek and the others to the Royal Academy, for that would mean encountering Jilin. It was unrealistic to dissuade Flander from going, as he had no evidence to support his claims. Thus, he opted to wait at Lamba Academy. The master valued discretion, and there was no need for him to reveal his status as the master's disciple, nor did he need to cultivate ties with Lu Erlong. Upon meeting Flander, it was certain that Jiang Luoran would be granted direct graduation, at which point he would no longer have to remain there. Jiang Luoran had already resolved to roam far and wide, striving for self-improvement. His second goal was to become a title Douluo of level 93 or above within 6 years. The first stop would be the City of Slaughter. However, unlike Tang San and Hulaina, he had no powerful backing to intimidate the bosses. Nevertheless, his current strength far surpassed theirs, and he planned to keep a low profile upon entering, gradually rising in prominence. As Jiang Luoran pondered, a bolt of lightning struck him from behind, catching him off guard. An ambush? On the street? Even he was unprepared for such an attack. The lightning roared forth, transforming into a thick and monstrous serpent, aimed directly at the back of his head. "You dare!" A booming voice echoed, sounding like that of an elder. A brilliant green light shone, intercepting the lightning entirely. Mukale, the vibrant green radiance surged forth, converting the enemy's lightning into its own. The intertwining of green light and lightning resembled a colossal force crashing against mountains and seas, scattering the electric serpent. The lightning serpent disintegrated, and a young man tumbled out, collapsing on the ground and coughing up blood. As the green light faded, Jidai emerged, kneeling before Jiang Luoran. I was once a servant of the Jiang family. I pay my respects to you, young master. This stark contrast caught Jiang Luoran's attention. If he was not mistaken, the elder had been following him since he left the Royal Academy. In just 2 sentences, Jiang Luoran discerned the truth. This was someone from his own family. The specifics could be discussed later. Please rise, elder. We will address our matters in due course, Jiang Luoran said, lifting Jidai as he pointed to the bloodied young man. Who is he? This man is the Lord of the Night from the Zirwizi Grand Soul Arena. Young master, you have incapacitated his Xiongxian battle team, and he is here seeking vengeance, Jidai replied with indignation. I see. No wonder I sensed murderous intent along the way. Jiang Luoran acknowledged. He is the Lord of the Night? That signifies he is the source of the evil. If I eliminate him, we can at least reduce some of the malevolence surrounding Zirwizi. Leave this matter to me. There is no need for your hands to be sullied. Young master, Jidai asserted, his purple soul rings shimmering. A vine of Qingtian Tungting ensnared the young man's body, tightly binding him until the sound of bones cracking echoed. The young man's pupils dilated as he feebly attempted to struggle. I cannot die. The Qingtian Tungting tightened its grip, submerging him like a swamp, wrapping his body into a meaty roll. Boom! Without hesitation, Jidai commanded the Qingtian Tungting to burrow into the earth, taking the young man with him. Thus, the Lord of the Night from Zirwizi met his end, buried alive. His life had been nothing short of a farce. Have you leveled up? Jiang Luoran could sense that the elder's strength had changed. Upon learning that the young master still lives, I was overwhelmed with joy and achieved a breakthrough to level 58 that night. Yet, I cannot compare to you. At your age, you have already reached level 55. Jidai bowed once more. I emerged from the cave, and you follow me all along? Jiang Luoran inquired, uninterested in how Jidai had discovered him. Only wanted to know the outcome. Indeed, it was my boldness that led me to follow the young master, intending to observe your character. I did not expect you to be so discerning between good and evil, striking with thunderous resolve, exhibiting such insight and principles, Jidai replied respectfully. You must know something. Share everything with me from start to finish. Jiang Luoran gestured for Jidai to sit on a rubberwood chair beside Lamba Academy. The Qingtian Tungting martial soul has 2 surnames, Ji and Jiang. I was born into the Jiang family and directly served your grandfather. Later, I served your father, and now if it is you, it is a pity that I am talentless and have only reached level 58 in my old age. Otherwise, I could be of greater assistance. Then how did you end up in the Ji family? If I am not mistaken, there's an unresolved enmity between the 2 families. Yet you, hailing from the Jiang family, take on a position of authority within the Ji family. That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Jiang Luoran questioned, puzzled. Indeed, young master. My original name was Jiang Luor. A few years ago, on a dark night, the master sought me out, claiming that the Jiang family was in peril and hoping I would become a pawn within the Ji family. Whether to assist the Jiang family in the future or to leave a path for myself, I was deemed a crucial asset. The reason is that I am identical to Jidai. Moreover, the master commanded your father to lead you to escape first. Jidai's expression turned melancholic, as if he had aged several decades in an instant, letting out a deep sigh. Did you kill Jidai? Jiang Luoran was bewildered. The Jiang family was ruthless, directly slaughtering innocent people. What a clever scheme to borrow a corpse to return to life. Indeed, I killed Jidai that very day and stealthily took his place without anyone noticing. Fortunately, Jidai was a reserved individual, making it difficult for me to reveal any flaws. Since then, I have been secretly corresponding with the Jiang family every month, reporting on the movements of the Ji family. At this point, Jidai revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. That you could exploit such an opportunity, Jiang Luoran couldn't help but admire their fortune. Yes, even I did not anticipate it. Just a few years ago, the Jiang family suddenly ceased communication, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm, leading me to speculate that something must have happened. However, no one in the Ji family ever spoke of this matter, as if they were completely unaware. Moreover, there was an even stranger occurrence. The Ji family became reclusive, prohibiting anyone from going out. Jidai occasionally kept a watchful eye on his surroundings to avoid detection. So, You worked diligently to become the law elder of the Ji family? This would grant you temporary rights to go out. Jiang Luoran found this explanation quite reasonable, yet he remained cautious. Regardless of whether the other party was affiliated with the Jiang family, after so many years, how could he not harbor thoughts of betrayal? The human heart is treacherous. Jiang Luoran could not place his full trust in Jidai. In fact, he would remain vigilant against him to avoid any backlash. Furthermore, throughout their conversation, Jiang Luoran had not disclosed anything about himself. Now he must exercise constant caution, especially given his current vulnerability. Yes, but I'm still unclear about the true state of the Jiang family, Jidai expressed with a pained look. Do you remember the exact location? I will look into it. Jiang Luoran inquired about the location of the Jiang family. That one do, young master. You have never returned home, and even if I give you the location, you cannot enter, Jidai lamented. Then take me there, Jiang Luoran stood up. That is also not permissible, although I am the law enforcer of the Ji family. I cannot be away for too long, or I will arouse suspicion. My undercover identity still holds value. I will do my utmost to uncover what you wish to know. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly lead you there. Jidai felt that the time was drawing near, and it would come swiftly, so you need not worry. Jidai bowed deeply to Jiang Luoran, and then swiftly departed. Chapter 85. Choices. Jiang Luoran watched Jidai leave. Although he still did not comprehend the true situation, he had formed a vague outline in his mind. Jidai was cautious. If he were false, then he would personally ascertain the truth. It must be noted that the last time he had not employed soul techniques, he had been suppressed. However, with soul techniques, Jiang Luoran had a 60% assurance of being able to defeat his opponent. Moreover, he possessed silent, hidden projectiles in hand. As for the previous occasion when the other had aided his escape, it could also be employed to fish for bigger prey. Alternatively, Jidai might be self-serving, intending to entrap both the Ji and Jiang families. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Jiang Luoran rubbed his head. He lay back on the rubberwood chair at the entrance of Lamba Academy, beginning his cultivation while awaiting the arrival of Flandra and the others. Wuji, I must tell you, I was reluctant to come to this royal academy from the start. Did you not see their demeanor? Flandra, was it not you who agreed to this? Why do you now lay it on me? And that Douluo, how domineering. Who does he think he is? Enough. Let us refrain from further comments. This time, we're to meet the principal of Lamba Academy and discuss whether they can provide support for these children. Indeed, I noticed that Lamba Academy's admission criteria only accept children from impoverished backgrounds. They are certainly broad-minded individuals. Jiang Luoran recognized that the preceding quarrel was undoubtedly between Zhao Wuji and Flandra. The reprimanding that followed must have come from the master. Principal, teachers. Jiang Luoran still adhered to basic etiquette. Rangu, I thought you had graduated early, Ma Hongjun said awkwardly. Luoran, what is going on? There are whispers about you in the academy, Dai Mubai remarked. Luoran, how did you end up here? Flandra and the others approached. You have been like a phantom these past few days. The master halted Flandra, inquiring first, I heard from Ma Hongjun that you have reached the rank of Soul King. What is the story behind this? Soul King? Indeed, I am now a level 55 control system Soul King. Jiang Luoran's radiance shimmered. Purple, black. 5 soul rings encircled his waist, each resonating in harmonious cadence. Soul King? The students and teachers of Shrek exclaimed in unison. You possess 3 10,000-year soul rings as a Soul King? It is worth noting that at this age, not only is becoming a Soul King a challenge, but achieving the status of a Soul Sovereign is also arduous, let alone a Soul King with 3 10,000-year soul rings. The greater the age of the soul rings, the more they enhance the martial spirit and its controllability. If Jiang Luoran were to become a titled Douluo, he would undoubtedly eclipse his peers, even surpassing them in skill. Not to mention that Jiang Luoran currently possesses the potential to exceed his level. The disparity between soul rings is not to be underestimated. The blood fiend vine in Jiang Luoran's hand had already taken on the semblance of a divine vine. My heavens, level 55? Rang Yi, have you gained some sort of cheat? In just 7 days, how did you ascend 15 levels? Do you think this is a game? Oscar exclaimed, shoving his finger into his mouth. Honestly, if I had Jiang Luoran's talent, I would immediately rush to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to seek a marriage proposal. The envy was palpable. No one could resist the thrill of rapid advancement. How could this be? I have never heard of anyone like Rangu. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was captivated by Jiang Luoran's 5 soul rings. Even she felt it was surreal. Is it because you were stuck at level 40 for too long? Is that why you jumped 15 levels? The master glanced around. First, retract your soul rings. Do not let anyone discover them. Jiang Luoran dispersed his soul power and soul rings. My 5th soul ring is from a ghost-headed nether monkey. Its overwhelming soul power helped me surge to level 55. Ghost-headed nether monkey. Which one from the depths of darkness? Flandra inquired. The golden iron triangle had traversed numerous forests and continents in their day, of course. They had heard of it. How did you kill it? The master frowned. That is a ghost-headed nether monkey over 50,000 years old. And who assisted you in hunting your 4th soul ring? That was my sister who helped with the hunt. Jiang Luoran honestly replied. But he would not mention that she was a soul beast. Your sister? The master and Flandra exchanged glances. To kill a top-tier soul beast over 50,000 years old, the individual must at least be on the verge of becoming a titled Douluo. This young man has connections? Those who come to Shrek all seem to have some background. The two dared not delve any deeper, nor did they wish to pursue it further. Each of these 8 little monsters had their own stories. As their elders, must they pry into every detail? Junior, your future path is immeasurable. Qin Ming approached, patting Jiang Luoran's shoulder. You are the first ultimate monster in our school to break the shackles of being a monster. Upon hearing these words, everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Luoran could only smile wryly. The evening has arrived, and there should be no hesitation. Tonight, I shall cover the expenses to celebrate for Luoran. Flandra remarked while stroking his beard. Without needing to articulate, Jiang Luoran could sense the thoughts swirling in his mind. He was undoubtedly contemplating how to profit from Jiang Luoran, or perhaps to advertise for the academy. Principal, you mentioned that reaching level 40 would suffice for graduation. Is there any necessity for me to remain at the academy? Jiang Luoran inquired. Flandra cast a helpless expression towards the master. Indeed, Luoran had little reason to linger here. The master mused. Yet, do you not desire to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Competition? Competition? Would it not be somewhat unfair for me to compete? Jiang Luoran was well aware of the disparity. Even if he were to face all the members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, he could single-handedly defeat them all. The gap was simply too vast, almost impossible to equate. What is there to fear? If it is unfair, so be it. Your age qualifies you. What can they say? They can only blame themselves for not training diligently. Flandra continued. Luoran, although your strength was not solely forged by Shrek, it embodies the efforts of the Shrek faculty and students. Do you not wish to fight for the academy? It was rare for Flandra to speak in such philosophical terms. Indeed, we cannot simply claim your achievements as our own. However, this Advanced Spirit Master competition is a stage for you to shine, Luoran. You must contemplate this carefully. Countless individuals aspire to participate. Furthermore, the Douluo continent has never been equitable. If they seek fairness, they must attain strength comparable to yours to even qualify for such aspirations. The master asserted with conviction. Junior, I regret having missed the Advanced Spirit Master competition. It remains a lifelong lament. Qin Ming's eyes reflected sincerity, indicating he was not lying. Luoran, the decision to leave or stay is yours to make. The 7 members of Shrek smiled in encouragement. To participate in the Advanced Spirit Master competition with a qualification of level 55, Jiang Luoran pondered. Perhaps it would be beneficial. Practical combat could enhance my learning. He considered first experiencing battles against various spirit masters, and then he would venture to the City of Slaughter. This might increase my chances of survival. Moreover, during this period, perhaps I could elevate my rank to level 60, Spirit Emperor. Chapter 86. Terrifying enemies Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with excitement at the prospect of having a Spirit King like Jiang Luoran joining them for the Spirit Master competition. What a spectacle that would be! It will be nearly a sweeping victory. Your group of little monsters can only aim for first place. If not, none shall graduate. Flandra chuckled. May I inquire if there are any Spirit Kings in the elite competition? Ning Rongrong, who had never participated, noted that even Ning Fengji had said little on the matter. Very few. There may even be none. As far as I know, among the current generation of geniuses, only Mu Bai ranks at the pinnacle as a Spirit Elder, and he has not yet reached Spirit King status. Moreover, given that Luoran possesses the top-tier configuration of all Spirit Rings, there are indeed very few who could rival him, the Master contemplated. All right, this young man is being excessively praised by you all. In my opinion, anyone below the title Douluo remains insignificant, Flandra retorted angrily. Teacher, does our academy have the qualifications to compete? Tang Sen inquired. This posed a dilemma for Flandra. Do not worry. We teachers will certainly find a way for you. This is not something you should be concerned about. Indeed, I can assure you that you will all participate in the Spirit Master competition, without a doubt. The Master's eyes were resolute, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. This Lamba Academy is indeed impressive. Teaching here would be far superior to before. Zhao Wujia expressed with a glimmer of hope. Flandre felt a surge of indignation as he glanced at Zhao Wujia. For now, Luoran need not attend training. You may cultivate in your own manner. The master patted Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. Indeed, after the Spirit Master competition, I will promptly issue your graduation certificates. Flandre waved his hand. Let us hurry inside and see if they are willing to accept us. Jiang Luoran returned to the group, offering a slight smile to everyone. Luoran, how fortunate you are to be waiting for us here. What a coincidence. Dai Mubai remarked with a peculiar expression. Lamba Academy only accepts students from impoverished backgrounds. The odds of encountering you here are significantly higher, Jiang Luoran shrugged. Truly worthy of a control-type Spirit Master. Such meticulous thinking, Oscar remarked with a wry smile. From now on, I shall unconditionally obey the commands of Sangu and Luoran, Ma Hongjun declared, his face still bearing remnants of past injuries. Fatty, do not say it like that, Tang San gestured. On the battlefield, following the orders of a control-type Spirit Master is indeed crucial. However, the most important aspect is adaptability. We are a cohesive unit. Only by maintaining a unified intent can we unleash greater power. Moreover, we are living beings, not machines. If we cannot express ourselves on the battlefield, what significance remains? Furthermore, a control-type Spirit Master cannot perfectly allocate tasks among the remaining 6. This necessitates teamwork. Jiang Luoran remarked with a look of helplessness. While we are a team, there will come a day when we must confront formidable foes alone. At that time, whose order shall we heed? Tang Sen concluded. In battle, each individual's self-awareness and control must amalgamate to form coordination and synergy. The members of Shrek were not foolish. If they were to become complacent, they would not have been accepted by Flandre. With that, the 8 fell silent, engrossed in their own thoughts. As boredom set in, Qin Ming suddenly burst forth. Junior members, the principal of this academy is the Master's fiancé, he boldly proclaimed, asserting his intention to rename Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy. How enthusiastic. Quickly come in. We shall soon have a place to settle. As an old member of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming genuinely rejoiced for Shrek, relieved that they would no longer wander aimlessly. Ha! I knew it. I knew it would work. Finally, no more beating around the bush. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in a frenzy of excitement. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exchanged playful jabs. Fatty, are you certain you are not smitten by some maiden and reluctant to leave? Dai Mubai teased. The master's fiancé? Tang Sen looked at Jiang Luoran in astonishment, having never heard the master mention this before. You'll find out shortly. Jiang Luoran responded as he walked towards the door. Since I have already learned of our academy's new base, I shall begin my cultivation now. Everyone should train diligently. Even with greater strength to face our opponents, we must remain vigilant. You are leaving? Where to? Dai Mubai inquired. There are matters that should have been resolved long ago, which remain unattended. I must take care of them. Besides, the master has said I need not participate in any upcoming training. I will return by the time of the competition. Sangu, please convey my regards to the master. I am departing, Jiang Luoran waved. All right, when we meet again, I too shall be stronger. Tang San and the other 6 followed Qin Ming into the campus. At the Silves Academy of the Spirit Hall, just as Jiang Luoran was about to enter, he suddenly sensed a torrent of fierce and unrestrained blue lightning approaching. This suffocating sensation could only be manifested by one type of martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. With no time for further contemplation, drawing upon his previous experience, Jiang Luoran swiftly dove to evade the strike of blue lightning. Indeed, their lightning did not curve. It could only be released in a straight line. The lightning tore through the sky, shattering the clouds high above. One can only imagine the sheer force of such a strike. The might exhibited here could only be manifested by a soul sage. With the Yoming boots and the 5th soul ring, the hellish battle armor, Jiang Luoran dared not to relax for a moment, swiftly summoning both the armor and the boots, merging them with his being. A crack of thunder echoed once more. Jiang Luoran had yet to turn around and discern the identity of his adversary. Lightning struck again, and Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, transforming into a dragon-like form. This time, it was not for the purpose of attacking, but rather to evade the onslaught. He soared into the air as a blue and white lightning bolt, thick as a tree root, surged beneath his chest. Despite this, he felt a searing heat and pain radiate from his chest. Without a doubt, he knew he must have lost at least a layer of skin. The lightning missed Jiang Luoran, crashing into the wall of the spirit hall instead. The wall crumbled, collapsing 3 meters, reduced to rubble, and even the ground was left with a sizable crater. Jiang Luoran was filled with terror. His opponent had held back on the first strike, but this second attack was undoubtedly the work of a powerful soul Douluo. He had never offended the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Why was this elder so ruthlessly intent on his demise? Jiang Luoran, now airborne, flipped and landed upon the shattered bricks. Truth be told, had he not been aware of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's vulnerabilities, he would have most likely perished with that first strike. Under such intensity, even he would be reduced to mere ashes. Furthermore, the audacity of his opponent to shatter the Spirit Hall's walls indicated that their status within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was undoubtedly extraordinary. Turning to face his foe, Jiang Luoran resolved that if he were to perish, he would do so with clarity. Upon seeing the visage of his opponent, he was instantly taken aback. Chapter 87. A dragon can only be a dragon. Before him stood a man with white hair, yet his face bore no traces of age, still retaining the vigor of youth. He was of a robust stature, adorned in a blue robe embroidered with dragon patterns, and his keen eyes now reflected a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Luoran was left speechless. Who was this person? He had never encountered anyone like him before. Such a countenance and demeanor exuded an oppressive aura. Quite impressive. Your speed is remarkable. How did you evade my attack? The elder inquired. And who might you be? Why did you ambush me? Jiang Luoran replied with a grave expression, sensing that this individual would be an unprecedented adversary, seemingly more fearsome than a ghost Douluo. Ambush? No. Yu engine never ambush. A dragon can only be a dragon, and will never stoop to being a mere insect, Yu engine declared. His hands clasped behind his back, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Yu engine? Jiang Luoran's heart raced, pounding fiercely within his chest. This was the grandfather of his teacher, Yu Tianheng, and the current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was also a formidable title Douluo, known as the Thunder Douluo. If Jiang Luoran recalled correctly, years hence, he would face 6 title Douluos and emerge with 2 kills and 4 injuries. Such a record was nothing short of a miracle on the Douluo continent. Why had he chosen to attack him? Was he merely seeking amusement at the expense of the younger generation? Moreover, if such a powerhouse wished for his demise, could he possibly escape? His current pride and his speed would undoubtedly be futile, for his opponent was a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, renowned for its swiftness. What to do? Jiang Luoran was now sweating profusely, his entire being thrumming with anxiety. Before he could react, Yu engine's massive hand lunged at him, crackling with intertwining lightning and flames, revealing itself to be a dragon's claw upon closer inspection. Even if you intend to kill me, let me die with dignity, Jiang Luoran exclaimed, swiftly rolling onto the ground and propelling himself with the utmost soul power. Boom! The dragon claw struck the ground, creating a massive crater, causing the entire spirit hall to tremble. Are you truly a soul king? Yu engine's stern visage softened with a glimmer of excitement. Jiang Luoran realized that the elder's thought process was undoubtedly different from his own. Shouldn't Yu engine feign innocence regarding the damaged spirit hall, exclaiming, "It was not my intention. Please do not hold me accountable." Did this old man perceive the spirit hall's strength as something insubstantial? And why were they so brazenly fighting before the spirit hall? With the likelihood of being surrounded very high, I am but a mere soul king. Is it truly worth it for one of your stature to personally take my life? Jiang Luoran, having narrowly evaded one of Yu engine's strikes, felt utterly exhausted. You know of me? Yu engine was taken aback, which confirmed Jiang Luoran's remarkable identity. After all, only those of the lower 3 sects would be privy to such knowledge. The Thunder Douluo, Yu engine, is it not? Jiang Luoran's yeoming boots vibrated in response. Once more, Yu engine clenched his right fist, condensing bolts of lightning into a sphere and launching it toward Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran swiftly raised his head, invoking his first soul skill, Manifestation. He pointed at a white wall, towering over 10 meters. Buzz! Suddenly, a thick blood vine erupted, ensnaring Jiang Luoran and lifting him high into the air. Swoosh! The blue lightning sphere detonated behind Jiang Luoran, illuminating the sky in a brilliant azure hue. Jiang Luoran could sense that behind him lay a scene of utter devastation. His opponent appeared to be toying with him in this battle. Had he truly wished to end his life, he would not have granted him the time to respond. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Luoran directed the blood vine toward Yu Yuanjin. Utilizing his fourth soul skill, forging, the massive grass hammer grew increasingly larger. Firmly grasped in Jiang Luoran's hands, as he concentrated all his soul power into a single point, propelling it swiftly toward Yu Yuanjin. What is this? Chaotic whirlwind. Yu Yuanjin's eyes glinted with intrigue as he refrained from utilizing his soul power, opting to meet Jiang Luoran's grass hammer purely with brute strength. Boom! A purple light erupted, enveloping Yu Yuanjin entirely. The ground cracked 3 meters outward from Jiang Luoran's position. Thud thud. Yu Yuanjin's pupils widened as he took 2 steps back, fixated on Jiang Luoran. Is this the enhancement from a 10,000-year soul ring? The amplification was indeed considerable. Is anyone here in the spirit hall? Jiang Luoran shouted, raising the grass hammer and pursuing Yu Yuanjin relentlessly. He could only create a ruckus, hoping Hulaina would hear him. Only with Yu Yuanjin embroiled in battle with the spirit hall would he have a chance to escape. Boom! As Jiang Luoran struck Yu Yuanjin with the grass hammer, he realized that the hammer had transformed into a mere grass stick, the hammerhead having fallen aside. Oof! Yu Yuanjin was merely surprised that Jiang Luoran had managed to evade his attack. To him, everything else was nothing more than showy posturing. Roar! Yu Yuanjin's right arm crackled with blue lightning, dragon scales emerging, extending to his fingertips, for a dragon can only ever be a dragon. First soul skill, manifestation. Second soul skill, shadow pursuit. Jiang Luoran's form flickered as he retreated 10 steps. Whoa! The old tree root was ensnared by blood vines, spreading to shield against the deafening thunder. Boom! The dragon claw, akin to a divine artifact, penetrated through the old tree root and the vast expanse of blood vines in less than a second. Old tree root. Third soul skill, blood prison. Fifth soul skill, hellish battle armor. Jiang Luoran unleashed all his soul power. He still has a chance to unleash his soul skills before the title Douluo, because he is aware of the fatal weakness of the Lei Dianba Wang, long martial soul, which can only attack in a straight line and cannot retract once unleashed. Individuals like Yu Yuanjin, with such a temperament, are particularly susceptible to this flaw. However, at this moment, he is merely relying on his own speed to barely keep up. With a resounding crash, the Hell Battle Armor and Blood Demon Prison had not yet enveloped Yu Yuanjin before they were crushed by the opponent's soul power. Looking down, Jiang Luoran found that his abdomen had already been struck by a slender and faint bolt of lightning. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, and was hurled away by the force of the lightning, eventually crashing into the white wall of the spirit hall before coming to a halt. Yu Yuanjin gazed at the 5 soul rings around Jiang Luoran. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Tell me, what is the nature of your soul rings? I will not divulge that to you. Even if I told you, you would be incapable of achieving it, Jiang Luoran replied, remaining composed in the face of life and death. Then you are of no use to me, Yu Yuanjin declared, summoning lightning beneath his feet and transforming into a phantom that instantly appeared before Jiang Luoran, grasping his head with force. As he felt the tyrannical lightning coursing through him, Jiang Luoran screamed in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. It seemed certain that he would meet his demise today, and in such a disreputable manner, without even a reason. Chapter 88. Yulong Sual Lei Zhun who dares to battle, bringing such chaos to my spirit hall? Do you take this place for an arena? The booming voice resonated, echoing through the heavens, shaking the ground beneath. It was evident that another title Douluo had arrived. Yu Yuanjin pulled Jiang Luoran's head, transforming into a shadow that drifted into the distance. He was not afraid of the spirit hall, but rather felt guilty for his actions. He could not openly confront someone after smashing their wall. In a secluded forest, Jiang Luoran remained firmly gripped by his adversary, on the verge of being crushed. A senior of such stature, how could you appear here and seek to kill me? Jiang Luoran's eyes brimmed with rage and blood flowed from the corner of his eye. If he were to die, it would be an utter injustice. As one ages, one often feels something is amiss when gazing at portraits. Today, I wish to see my son. Yu Yuanjin's expression remained tranquil. Since you have come to see the master, what do you feel about killing me? Are you merely idle? Jiang Luoran's mindset shattered, his tone dripping with disrespect. Why would you kill me just to see your son? These are entirely disparate matters. Indeed, upon closer inspection, I find you to be no ordinary person. The first ring is a millennium old, while the rings thereafter are all 10,000 years. With such an unusual individual appearing on Douluo, how could I not investigate? Yu Yuanjin's tone held a hint of amusement, laced with incredulity. Hearing this, Jiang Luoran was taken aback. It seemed he was indeed being drawn in by his own soul rings. After all, he was like an alien clad in bizarre attire on Douluo. Just moments ago, the master had instructed him to conceal his soul rings, yet he had not anticipated that someone would be observing him, especially a title Douluo. Reveal the secrets of your soul rings, or perish, Yuanjin commanded, tightening his grip until Jiang Luoran's skull began to crack. Pain surged through his entire being, and Jiang Luoran's gaze became unfocused. I shall speak truthfully. I possess two martial souls, and through their mutual regulation, I can absorb powerful soul rings. Nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of the concept of twin martial souls? It is impossible for them to regulate each other. Though angered, Yuanjin was nonetheless astonished upon hearing about the twin martial souls. There were scarcely 5 such individuals across all of Douluo. Today, he had encountered one of them. What if I were an innate level 40? I have said all I needed to say. Dying at your hands would be unacceptable. Jiang Luoran mustered a fierce glare at Yuanjin. Yuanjin instinctively recoiled, releasing Jiang Luoran's head. There exists someone with innate level 40 and a twin martial soul. No less. Just how many secrets does this young man possess? Moreover, his martial soul appears to belong to none of the major clans. Does Shao Gang truly have hope for vindication? Very well. You would rather die at my hands, would you? Yuanjin spoke, exuding an aura of terrifying lightning. If I were also a title Douluo, you might not emerge victorious against me. Jiang Luoran employed a tactic of provocation. Such words only solidified Yuanjin's inclination to take advantage of his junior. Given Yuanjin's resolute nature, it was inevitable he would ponder further. He understood that Jiang Luoran was not lying. If they were of equal rank, the outcome of their battle was indeed uncertain. Furthermore, with such extraordinary talent, it would not be long before this youth ascended to the status of title Douluo. Unwilling to accept, I, Yuanjin, admire those who dare to confront their fears. You are his disciple, so prove to me whether you can fulfill the delicate expectations within your heart, Yuanjin proclaimed, lifting Jiang Luoran and drifting forward. Within the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, 2 stone-cast dragons stood sentinel on either side, while towering blocks of electric stone loomed in the center, rising several meters high. Countless electric stones formed a grand array, occupying a radius of 5 miles. The electric stones brushed against one another, igniting blue sparks. The area was devoid of life. Shrouded in darkness, Jiang Luoran widened his eyes. Was this the training ground for the descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? This is the Suo of my clan. I grant you 1 month to emerge from here and evade my full force 5 strikes. And I shall let you go. Should you fail to exit after a month, regardless of whether you live or die, I will personally end your life. Yuanjin fixed his gaze upon Jiang Luoran, his expression leaving no room for doubt. Why should I heed your command? Jiang Luoran felt utterly bewildered. First he was ambushed, then challenged, and now he was being compelled to enter the Suo, only to face 5 strikes from Yuanjin at full strength. Was this a test from the master? Because you are his disciple, I wish to see if you possess the capability to redeem his honor. Furthermore, you killed the Lord of the Night, the illegitimate son of Luomian, who seeks to kill you. I happened to be searching for Luomian when I encountered Shao Gang, and then Yuanjin ceased his discourse, forcefully tossing Jiang Luoran into the heart of the Suo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran felt a chill run through him. Another illegitimate son of Luomian, the Lord of the Night? Just how promiscuous could he be? Moreover, that was the work of Jidai Sha. What concern was it of his? Additionally, how could their intelligence be so astute? They learned immediately of a death on the street, knowing precisely who was responsible. Once freed from the grip of gravity, Jiang Luoran utilized inertia to flip in midair, dissipating the force of his opponent, and landed firmly within the Suo. With a hum, the Suo seemed to activate. As each thick block of electric stone began to interweave and shift, the speed increased, culminating in a mesmerizing display. The rapid movement caused each electric stone to emit a swirling current of electricity. Feeling the oppressive force surrounding him, Jiang Luoran began to gasp for breath. Surely, only a soul saint-level powerhouse would qualify to enter this place. Jiang Luoran bore injuries, and his immediate priority was to heal. He sat cross-legged, channeling his soul power. For a full 2 days and nights, Jiang Luoran remained motionless, yet he did not let his guard down. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot towards him. prompting Jiang Luoran to swiftly retract his soul power, propelling himself off the ground with his right hand. Like a nimble monkey, he leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. As his feet touched the ground, Jiang Luoran's expression changed, adopting a stance ready for combat. It seemed the time for battle had come. From the outset, Yu Engine had granted Jiang Luoran time to recover, but now, the electric stone launched its attack, signaling that the moment had arrived. From this point on, Jiang Luoran's life hung by a thread, with no time left for him to rest. Bang! 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 3 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Jiang Luoran's crown. Blood vines. With a swift gesture of his right hand, Jiang Luoran unleashed 3 blood vines towards the bolts. Boom! 6 energies collided, emitting a singular sound as blue and purple lights erupted, only to ultimately dissolve into nothingness. Jiang Luoran was knocked back by the residual shockwave, rolling 3 meters across the ground before regaining his footing. Indeed, lightning was the most potent of assaults. Even the vines were struck with the force of a raging dragon. There was no time to linger. The longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation would become. The best method of escape was to charge forth. Jiang Luoran stood up, gazing at the towering electric stone. He transformed into a streak of white lightning, racing towards it, invoking his 4th soul skill, Qian Shui Bai Lian. Bang! When the grass hammer struck the electric stone, the green light was instantly engulfed by the lightning, moving so swiftly that the eye could barely follow. Jiang Luoran's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be possible? What incredible power was this? The mere expansion of energy instilled a sense of suffocating pressure. Bang! Jiang Luoran could no longer stand firm. He instinctively retreated several meters. His entire right arm trembled, faint currents still rampaging across it. Meanwhile, the grass hammer had been reduced to a mere twig. How terrifying was this? Jiang Luoran furrowed his brow. Such strength was comparable to a soul-sane strike. A single piece of electric stone could not possibly unleash such formidable power. Moreover, such a fragile material could hardly sustain such overwhelming currents. It should have long surpassed its limits. The surrounding walls loomed like towering pines, and there was no hope of leaping out. Thus, Jiang Luoran decided to try his luck. Clenching his fists tightly, he arched his back and kicked out fiercely. His foot collided with the electric stone. Boom! Dense blue lightning surged like intricate patterns of energy towards Jiang Luoran's right leg. Each contact with the electric stone sparked a multitude of fiery sparks, accompanied by tilting bolts of lightning. It was revealed that although each piece of electric stone acted independently, they were inherently connected, allowing energy to strike easily. Furthermore, any attack on any piece of electric stone would trigger the lightning contained within. The resulting damage would be the cumulative energy of all the electric stones. What kind of devastation was this? Off the charts. Realizing this, Jiang Luoran's expression shifted. The lightning unleashed so far was merely a fraction of what was to come. This indicated that the true lethal strike was yet to be unleashed. Feeling his right foot grow hot and red, Jiang Luoran panicked. He was ensnared by the lightning. Rumble. Dozens of blue and white bolts of lightning shot towards Jiang Luoran's back. Before the lightning even reached him, a tingling sensation spread across his back. His first soul skill, Wu Zhong Shengyu, activated. A purple soul ring appeared, and from his back, dozens of blood vines erupted. Bang! 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 The blood vines disintegrated like leaves adrift in a storm, obliterated by the relentless lightning. Holding the grass stick, Jiang Luoran struck the electric stone with force, leveraging gravity to free his right leg. From the very beginning, Yu Engine had cautioned Jiang Luoran. If he wished to escape, brute strength would not suffice. Only speed could save him. Speed was the ultimate means of escape, without exception. As the electric stones shifted positions, gaps emerged. Within those gaps lay the most vulnerable defenses. Knowing this secret, Jiang Luoran did not land, but instead charged towards the openings. Wind speed? Not enough, absolutely insufficient. Even surpassing wind speed would not grant him freedom. Jiang Luoran needed to exceed the speed of sound, even approach the speed of light. Kunpeng manifest. A phantom white-feathered Kunpeng appeared behind Jiang Luoran, its aura vast and layered. The hell armor and the ghostly boots rapidly restored and merged with Jiang Luoran. He wielded the bloodvine shield, transforming into a barely visible white streak as he soared towards the gap in the electric stone. Boom! A thunderous bolt of lightning struck down, too swift to evade. Jiang Luoran's massive wings unfurled behind him, bravely facing the bolt, shattering it with ease. The closer he drew to the gap, the greater the onslaught of lightning he endured. Before him lay a vast expanse of lightning, a veritable net of thunder. Yet without hesitation, Jiang Luoran plunged into it. The only winning tactic here was to evade. If it could be dodged, he would not confront it. With countless rumbling bolts surrounding him, Jiang Luoran dashed forward, scarcely aware that his hell armor had already been shattered. His second soul skill, Ruing Sui Xing, activated as he landed, intentionally slowing down. The ancient tree root, unable to emerge from the ground due to the biological barriers here, fell beside Jiang Luoran, bracing itself against the tempest of rolling thunder. Bang! As numerous blue bolts struck the ancient tree root, Jiang Luoran's vision was engulfed in an unyielding blue haze. With a swift strike, the Kunpeng's white wings cleaved through the rolling thunder, dispersing the electric fury. The ancient tree root persisted, coiling its branches upward, bracing against the onslaught of lightning from above. Boom! The sheer force of the collision made Jiang Luoran stagger. His fifth soul skill, Hell Armor, activated as the blood vines coiled around the battered tree root, merging into a purple armor. With all its might, the ancient tree root raised the lightning, forging a path for Jiang Luoran to escape. Retaining his original intent, he would not engage unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Luoran rolled to the side, his white wings sweeping back to front, forming a white arc as he shot forth. Successfully passing through the first electric stone, Jiang Luoran felt an old wound on his chest flare up, crimson blood oozing forth. Since the ordeal had begun, there would be no time for respite. The path ahead would only grow more harrowing. True strength emerged only when one faced death. Before entering this place, Jiang Luoran had observed that he needed to traverse 77 such electric stones to escape. Bang! 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 The lightning here was even more concentrated, sweeping across the area like a frenzied god of thunder passing judgment upon mortals. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Luoran was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, collapsing to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. It must be said that Yu Engine is exceedingly ruthless, casting him into a realm where only a soul saint could survive. He questioned whether he was worthy of proving himself as a master. Surely such training was unnecessary. The pressure has already descended, and to retreat would be to abandon one's manhood. Jiang Luoran rose from the ground, stepping into the next domain. How? Soul beasts? Are there soul beasts here as well? Jiang Luoran advanced, his senses heightened, his nerves taut, invoking his fourth soul skill, Qian Shui Bai Lian. The grass hammer materialized in midair, and Jiang Luoran grasped it firmly. How? The sound grew ever closer, casting a shadow over the sky, as if it were being obscured by some unseen force. How? Boom! A fierce bolt of thunder, as thick as a stone pillar, shot towards Jiang Luoran from behind. In the presence of such power, he felt exceedingly insignificant. Sensing the imminent danger, he turned, raising the bloodshot vine shield in his left hand, invoking his first soul skill, Wu Zhong Shangyu. With a thunderous clash, as he barely touched the terrifying bolt, he was nearly sent flying. In truth, the Yuming boots and hellish armor could not withstand such force, shattering into fragments that scattered behind him. Looking down, he saw a chasm several meters long carved into the ground by his own footfalls. Was this a death sentence for him? Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal dragon's head composed of pure lightning, continuously spewing forth bolts of thunder. This was not a soul beast. What then was it? Could it be the guardian deity of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan? Impossible. Jiang Luoran immediately dismissed this notion, for if a guardian deity were present, he would have been annihilated instantly. Fleeing, Jiang Luoran discarded the bloodshot vine shield, flapping his white, feathered wing to escape the dragon's attack zone. Boom! The ground to his right was pierced, and Jiang Luoran rushed forward, hammer in hand, aiming a strike at the dragon's head, invoking the chaotic wind. In Chapter 90, Escape from Death. Boom! The grass hammer sliced through the dragon's body, severing its whiskers. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the dragon's head swiftly regenerated. Composed entirely of lightning, devoid of life, Jiang Luoran landed, disbelief etched across his face. Could someone be controlling it? Bang! 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 The thunderous pursuit from behind offered him no respite. Abandoning the thought of slaying the thunder dragon, he decided to navigate past the electric stone array, trusting that the dragon would self-destruct in due course. How? The thunderous dragon claw descended upon him, and Jiang Luoran wielded the grass hammer. sweeping forward with a gust of wind. Boom! The impact left Jiang Luoran momentarily disoriented, barely able to hold his ground. Invoking his third soul skill, Bloodshot Demon Prison, dark soul rings enveloped him, spiraling around his neck. The bloodshot vine twisted and writhed in the air, weaving a cage that ensnared the dragon's head. Since the Thunder Dragon refused to yield and pursued him relentlessly, he would carve his path with the chaotic wind. Jiang Luoran felt the fiery bloodlust igniting within him. Chaotic wind, he cried out, leaping onto the bloodshot vine, charging towards the dragon's head. Bang, bang, bang. The grass hammer danced wildly in his hands, shattering the dragon's claws, his level 55 soul power surging, hinting at a breakthrough. 51, 52, 56. Feeling the uncontrollable power emanating from the grass hammer, Jiang Luoran's entire being became electrified. His right hand felt heavier, an ethereal sensation coursing through him. Jiang Luoran even felt he could shatter the entire electric stone array with a single blow. 60. Jiang Luoran was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot, as he swung the grass hammer, obliterating the dragon's head. He remained vigilant, for the Thunder Dragon could still regenerate. Activating his Kunpeng martial soul, he surged towards the next barrier. During his assault on the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran had traversed through over 10 regions of electric stones. Counting the days, 6 had already passed. After enduring countless lightning strikes, Jiang Luoran's agility had become elusive, moving as swiftly as the lightning itself. His speed had surpassed the sound barrier, reaching a state of instinctive motion. This would greatly aid him in activating his Kunpeng martial soul, which had yet to be augmented by any soul rings. Such potential was terrifying. Whether it was due to the overwhelming nature of the lightning or Jiang Luoran's own latent power, the Yuming boots had miraculously evolved. They transformed into white battle boots infused with blue lightning, exuding an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Boom! Blue lightning slashed across the ground, aiming to cleave Jiang Luoran in two. He leaped into the air, his limbs gliding gently upon the lightning, harnessing its speed and momentum to propel himself further. Were anyone to witness this, they would surely be astounded. What speed did lightning possess that one would dare to leverage its power? To harness the lightning, one must draw perilously close to it. Passing through the 61st layer, Jiang Luoran found himself at the periphery, dangerously close to the most treacherous zone. He landed on the ground. If the realm behind him was a net of heavenly thunder, then what lay ahead was a world of lightning. Here, there was no solid ground, only a sea of destructive, aggressive lightning. Jiang Luoran could not help but silently rejoice, for had he not endured the preceding 60 layers, his prior agility would have been insufficient to navigate such a perilous lightning zone. Progressing directly, Jiang Luoran had relied on the weaknesses of the lightning to survive thus far. Boom! Boom! Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that the Thunder Dragon had revived once more. Along his journey, he had wounded it thrice, yet each time it became increasingly formidable. Now that he had arrived here, he feared the dragon would be even more terrifying. Withdrawing his Kunpeng martial soul, Jiang Luoran raised his right leg, for his soul power was nearly depleted, and he needed to conserve it. The Yuming boots were now capable of withstanding high-intensity lightning, while also enhancing his strength and speed. Howl! The Thunder Dragon let out a piercing roar, soaring into the sky, intertwining with the dark clouds as it circled above. Boom! Jiang Luoran dashed forward 3 steps, kicking towards the enormous dragon's head. Boom! A wave of white energy erupted, intensifying the pressure upon him as he quickly summoned 5 soul rings and his soul power. Purple, purple, black, black, black. The 5 soul rings resonated in unison, swirling around Jiang Luoran's waist. A pained expression flickered across his face, suddenly replaced by shock. The Yuming boots were withstanding the lightning, yet why was there residual soul power lingering in the air? Could it be that this formation was entirely powered by soul energy? Who possessed such immense soul power? Surely not even Yu Yuanjin could manage it. Soul masters inherently generate their own soul power, gradually expanding and refining it through deliberate training. Of course, some external energy sources are also required. Yet this dragon's head seemed to serve as the launch point for the entire Yulong Suale formation, an inexhaustible resource. Boom! After dispersing the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran was afforded a moment's respite before the next dragon could revive. He sat cross-legged upon the lightning, recuperating his soul power. After prolonged exposure to the lightning, Jiang Luoran developed an immunity to the minor electric strikes on the ground. This was largely thanks to the Yuming boots, which bestowed upon him such an effect. Following numerous lightning strikes, Jiang Luoran discovered this had a significant effect on unblocking the meridians in his body. Moreover, once unblocked, it greatly aided his training and recovery. Jiang Luoran, lacking the Xiantian skill, had no need to memorize the meridians within the Xiantian Baolu. Living under such pressure each day, Jiang Luoran had already begun to exhibit faint signs of a breakthrough. After 2 days and nights, he ascended to level 56. What delighted him most was the enhancement of the blood vine's resistance to lightning, which had more than doubled. In the following half-month, after every encounter with the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran would sit cross-legged in the lightning zone, silently consolidating his realm for several days. With only 5 days remaining until the deadline mentioned by Yu Yuanjin, Jiang Luoran resolved to muster his strength and break through the final 5 layers of barriers. He had already acquired the speed and strength necessary to escape from this place. Should the deadline arrive and provoke Yu Yuanjin to personally pursue him, it would be an unjust fate indeed. Once I escape, I shall evade your attacks, Jiang Luoran confidently proclaimed as he gazed at the clouds. He sprinted swiftly, his form becoming agile with the rapid pace. Ahead, the darkened thunderclouds stirred the heart with trepidation. 5th soul skill, Hellish Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran donned the Hellish Battle Armor, braving the currents of electricity and breaking through the blue lightning ahead, fleeing from the long-locking thunder array. It was night, and the cool evening breeze sent a shiver through him, for he was still unaccustomed to the outside world. The feeling of escaping was quite exhilarating. Within the long-locking thunder array, the thunderous booms echoed daily, leaving his ears numb. Dare to harm my son, Jiang Luoran, meet your demise. Yu Lumian had long awaited this moment, his thunderous roar resonating as he charged toward Jiang Luoran, wielding lightning. After enduring days of rigorous training, Jiang Luoran had developed a keen sense of danger. He instinctively grasped his grass hammer, colliding with the opponent in an instant. The clash sent waves of energy surging, causing the surrounding trees to snap under the force. Yu Lumian's pupils twisted, although he had not used his full strength. This was still not something a Soul King could withstand. Moreover, he had attempted a sneak attack, yet Jiang Luoran reacted as if aware of everything, striking back with remarkable precision. On February 1st, a new chapter begins. I had intended to conclude this within the chapter, but for reasons unknown, it did not display. Thus, I must share it once. Discussions for the February 1st release have been finalized. Readers wishing to continue following the story, please support Li Ming on QQ Reading. For those reading elsewhere, kindly subscribe to the book on QQ Reading. I do not seek rewards, only genuine subscriptions, which are paramount for Li Ming. Chapter 91, The Undefeated Foe. Jiang Luoran was utterly enraged. The sudden assault from his opponent was unacceptable. Yu Luomian, a scoundrel, was unfaithful outside. It sought to implicate him in the death of his child. It was clear that the death was caused by the foolish actions of his son. Your son initiated the violence, and now you blame me? Jiang Luoran felt the opponent's soul power rising, and he was on the brink of collapse. You dare to emerge? The phantom of Yu Yuanjin appeared, effortlessly dispersing the attacks of the two. Jiang Luoran stumbled back, fists clenched tightly. If these two sought his death, he would surely perish. In dire circumstances, he contemplated using the fusion ring to obliterate everything around him. You killed Shepi, Yu Lumian pointed at Jiang Luoran, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Yu Yuanjin. A morally corrupt individual like you has no place in my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Those who commit unjust acts shall meet their end. Such scum is worthless. It was you who indulged in debauchery outside. With the death of one Shepi, there are others. Yu Yuanjin was evidently intent on assisting Jiang Luoran in clearing these matters. Even Jiang Luoran, no fool, understood this. Yu Yuanjin still held the highest regard for Yu Shaojiang. As his disciple, he had the chance to prove his worth. Should he emerge from the Yu long-locking thunder array, it would signify that he was worthy of reliance. Yu Luomian would naturally be suppressed by Yu Yuanjin. As for Yu Shepi, he was likely the master of the night. Father, why do you side with outsiders? Yu Luomian nearly choked on his indignation. It is not siding with outsiders, but upholding the spirit within one's heart. A dragon shall forever remain a dragon, Yu Yuanjin declared, his body radiating with electricity, causing the air around them to grow turbulent and oppressive. Yu Luomian stared at Jiang Luoran in astonishment, snorting disdainfully as he walked away. To emerge from within proves I did not err in my judgment. Your second martial soul possesses the nature of agility. Yu Yuanjin retained his soul power. With the guidance of my predecessors, my agility has vastly improved, and my speed surpasses that of the past. Jiang Luoran stood resolutely, showing no fear of the pressure from his opponent. 5 strikes. Yu Yuanjin formed his hands in a claws of blue electricity, grasping at Jiang Luoran from 2 different angles. Feeling the approaching claws, Jiang Luoran inwardly marveled at the speed. He floated in the air like an autumn leaf, surrounded by violet light. The hellish battle armor and the nether boots nearly instantaneously adorned Jiang Luoran, seamlessly entering combat mode. He positioned himself between the 2 dragon claws. If one were to observe with the purplish extreme demon eye, they would see that the currents of electricity were merely a hair's breadth away from Jiang Luoran. I have evaded such attacks countless times. Jiang Luoran bellowed, his eyes radiating a chilling light as he unleashed his 4th soul skill, forged through trials. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Jiang Luoran refused to be satisfied with merely surviving 5 strikes. He was not a target for others to strike at will. You wish to resist? Yu Yuanjin's entire being crackled with blue electricity, certain that Jiang Luoran could not penetrate his defenses. Second soul skill, Shadow of the Phantom. Jiang Luoran flicked his left hand, swinging the hammer with his right, aiming for Yu Yuanjin's crown. The violet soul ring sank into the ground, and an ancient tree root over 1,500 years old erupted from the earth. It grew directly beneath Yu Yuanjin's feet, interrupting his soul power release. Control? Yu Yuanjin's body swayed, but as a title Douluo, he steadied himself with a forceful stamp of his left foot. The hammer struck Yu Yuanjin's crown, yet the opponent's defenses were so formidable that he seemed impervious to pain. In that moment, Jiang Luoran realized that before a title Douluo, he was akin to an infant newly born. It appears you bear a grudge against me. Yu Yuanjin's blue electricity surged, sending Jiang Luoran flying. I dare not. My esteemed elder has greatly enhanced my agility, and I'm grateful for it. Jiang Luoran spoke sincerely. Without the training of these past few days, he would not have realized how much his speed could improve. Speed was his lifeline. The faster he moved, the safer he felt. 1 strike, and then I shall be serious. Although Yu Yuanjin appeared ruthless, he still intended to hold back. To emerge from the Yu Long locking thunder array, especially in a posture befitting a soul king, was a testament to his potential. Moreover, this young man was merely in his teens, with ample time ahead for cultivation. There was a high probability he could become a title Douluo. With him by Xiao Gang's side, safety was considerably enhanced. As for his character, it remained uncertain and required further observation. A measure of pressure within 5 strikes would suffice. But when a moment came to end the opponent's life, he must absolutely hold back. In the midst of the confrontation, Jiang Luoran did not await Yu Yuanjin's assault, but instead commanded the old tree root to ensnare him. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned his first soul technique, creation from nothing, unleashing a surge of purple light into the ground. Bloodthirsty vines enveloped Yu Yuanjin as the old tree root overwhelmed him. Suddenly, a piercing blue lightning bolt erupted like a tornado, tearing through the old tree root and the bloodthirsty vines. This soul technique is utterly futile against me. You ought to contemplate how to evade the ensuing 4 strikes. Yu Yuanjin scoffed disdainfully. The oppressive force of a title Douluo's soul energy bore down upon Jiang Luoran as he knelt, feeling as though his very organs were being crushed. The weight of this pressure felt akin to a colossal mountain pressing upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless. With a thunderous boom, the tempestuous winds and thunder centered around Yu Yuanjin transformed into a powerful shockwave, extending 3 meters outward. Thunder extinguished. Jiang Luoran understood without a doubt that Yu Yuanjin had held back. The aura of a title Douluo's soul power extended at least a dozen meters away, perhaps even further, and the energy he released was clearly not at full strength. Were he to unleash his full might, Jiang Luoran would have been obliterated in an instant, reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Come on! Jiang Luoran pressed forward, his hell armor fracturing under the strain. He recognized that within 100 meters of the lightning, evasion was unnecessary, for the speeds were nearly identical. Thus, he resolved to adapt and respond swiftly, for that was the path to survival. A terrifying lightning sphere, exaggerated in size, ultimately measuring several meters across, hurtled toward Jiang Luoran, grazing the rocks in its path. Witnessing Yu Yuanjin's onslaught, Jiang Luoran felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder they say title Douluos possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. This attack was indeed extraordinary. Kunpeng manifest. The white-feathered Kunpeng appeared behind Jiang Luoran, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air. Creation from nothing. A bloodthirsty vine erupted from the earth beneath him, propelling Jiang Luoran upward, surpassing the terrifying lightning sphere. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Yu Yuanjin crossed his arms and, with a deft gesture, intensified the pressure of his soul power. As Jiang Luoran felt the tidal wave of energy wash over him, he coughed up blood midair. The sudden increase in pressure was unbearable, especially considering that his opponent was a title Douluo, although he was not exerting his full strength, nor even 70% of his prowess, and despite his lackadaisical pursuit, Jiang Luoran still found himself gasping for air as he landed, his shoulder grazed by the lightning sphere. The attack was effectively a blanket assault, forcing him to seek refuge at the most precarious angles. What? From Jiang Luoran's eyes, he discerned the awakening of thunderous dragons, their bodies enveloped in blue electricity. They soon transformed into 9 majestic blue dragons, growing ever larger as they surged upward. Chapter 93. A brush with death. The 9 thunder dragons aligned behind Yu Yuanjin, their mere presence pressing Jiang Luoran into the ground. A black soul ring swirled around Yu Yuanjin's waist, seemingly containing the figure of a dragon ancestor. Heavenly Dragon Roar. Yu Yuanjin appeared to activate this technique in an instant. This was the true soul technique unleashed by a tidal Douluo, far beyond anything seen previously. Jiang Luoran found himself buried in the earth, unable to extricate himself, as the white aura surrounding his Kunpeng spirit erupted. 5th soul technique, Hell Armor. The colors of deep purple and black radiated as 5 soul rings simultaneously encircled him, donning him in a new set of hell armor. In the face of such overwhelming assault, his feeble defense was utterly insufficient. Speed was Jiang Luoran's only path to survival. You may evade this strike, but your life belongs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Yuanjin remarked with a sneer. Jiang Luoran inwardly cursed. Yu Yuanjin was indeed a master tactician. Born as Jiang Luoran, I may be wounded to death, but I shall never submit. Even death will not suffice, Jiang Luoran gasped, nearly devoid of breath. Even death will not suffice? Yu Yuanjin's brows transformed into dragon-like whiskers, seriousness etched upon his face. No, Jiang Luoran bellowed, rising defiantly from the ground, determined to showcase his most potent Kunpeng agility. If you perish, I shall not inform Xiaogang. With a flick of his right hand, 9 thunder dragons soared into the sky. So immense was their size that Jiang Luoran could scarcely see anything but the glimmer of their scales. One could only imagine the magnitude of such dragons, and there were not merely 1, but 9. Yet, Jiang Luoran remained unperturbed. Overwhelming power did not equate to insurmountable difficulty in evasion. In the face of such forces, he felt akin to an ant, while his opponent loomed like 9 towering trees. An ant could survive only if it was not crushed beneath the weight of the trees. In Jiang Luoran's eyes, these 9 dragons represented but a singular entity. With a mighty leap, bolstered by the Kunpeng spirit, he ascended several meters, actively seeking angles of evasion. The closer he drew to the thunder dragons, the greater the pressure he faced, causing his bones to crack under the strain. Arrogance! Yu Yuanjin shouted in fury. Even titled Douluos dare not directly confront my soul technique. Yet you wish to collide with it? Resolutely, Yu Yuanjin decided to withdraw his attack, just as he was on the verge of annihilating Jiang Luoran. This child must be delusional, lacking love. With a resounding crash, the hell armor and the netherworld boots shattered simultaneously, no longer able to shield Jiang Luoran from the impending damage. His flesh bore cracks, blood oozing forth. Drawing closer, the 9 dragons now surged forth with thunderous roars, descending upon Jiang Luoran in a cacophony of sound. Both forces moved with unparalleled speed, completing their approach in mere seconds. All soul power to the hell armor. The black soul ring emerged, cascading down from Jiang Luoran's head. As it descended, it enveloped him in a layer of resplendent purple battle armor. The hell armor, infused with all his soul power, reached its zenith of defensive capability. Jiang Luoran felt his body being drained, but gritted his teeth to endure, extending his hands toward the dragon's horns. Yu Yuanjin contemplated, realizing that if this was Jiang Luoran's method of evasion, it was indeed an astute strategy. Yet, could he withstand the pressure of the lightning emanating from the dragon's horns? One mustn't be overly clever to the point of self-destruction. With a fierce grip, Jiang Luoran clung to the lightning dragon's horn, triggering 100 arcs of blue electricity, rapidly dissipating his hell armor as if it were mere paper engulfed in flames. With a powerful shove, he propelled himself behind the 9 dragons. Boom! The 9 dragons intertwined, creating a cataclysmic explosion upon the ground. All members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were rendered momentarily blind, as if engulfed by an endless blue light. Body, vision, breath, all transformed in that instant. They felt as though the heavens themselves were shifting. The sound of the explosion was beyond description, for no words existed to encapsulate such a noise. Ultimately, silence reigned supreme. Jiang Luoran, having lost consciousness mid-air, collapsed to the ground, his blurred vision catching sight of Yu Yuanjin standing with his hands behind his back. Only 2 more strikes remain. Yu Yuanjin remarked coolly. Jiang Luoran awoke, blinded by a piercing ray of sunlight, murmuring, "Am I dead?" He glanced at his left hand, shielding his eyes from the blinding light with his right. Soon, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he lay within a shattered pit, in the realm of Douluo after death. Is there a possibility of returning to Earth? The deceased should not behold the sun, should they? A youth clad in the attire of the Thunder Academy approached and sat before Jiang Luoran. His countenance was striking, with a hint of concealed arrogance gleaming in his eyes. As if his very visage proclaimed, "I am undeniably cool. Did Elder you spare my life?" Jiang Luoran, still skeptical, rose from the ground. "I am Yu Tianxin. I witnessed your battle with the clan leader that day," he stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Jiang Luoran. "Ah, so you're Yu Tianxin," Jiang Luoran acknowledged, touching the bandages on his body. "Thank you for assisting with my wounds. That was my younger sister's doing, not mine." Yu Tianxin waved his hand dismissively, showing disinterest. "However, I must say, I greatly admire your prowess. How about a duel?" Jiang Luoran refrained from responding. "If I'm not dead, why is there no accommodation arranged for me? Must I lie amidst the rubble?" He pondered, not to mention the fact that he had simply collapsed. Could they not provide him with a decent room? It was concerning to be lying outside, vulnerable to anyone who might engage in inexplicable actions towards him. The clan leader has decreed that only members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan may reside within the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Unless you are willing to marry into the clan leader may grant you a residence personally. For now, allowing you to rest on the land of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is his final act of mercy. Furthermore, you have been lying here for 2 days and 2 nights. How fatigued must you be? Yu Yuanjin evidently recognized the prowess of Jiang Luoran, his gaze intensifying with interest. "As for marriage, let it be. Lying outside has its merits," Jiang Luoran replied, shielding his head with his hand. "Have I truly been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights?" He found it difficult to believe, although someone like Yu Tianxin was unlikely to deceive him. "Let us duel as a form of gratitude for your care," Yu Tianxin declared, summoning his soul power with a serious demeanor. "I have faced too many battles beyond my level. I require rest now." Jiang Luoran stood, requesting, "Please take me to see Elder Yu. I have heard you have become a Soul King. Given your injuries, let us postpone the duel for another day." Yu Tianxin did not offer to assist Jiang Luoran, and instead proceeded towards the main estate. "Follow me." Jiang Luoran's lips twitched. Indeed, this fellow was a battle fanatic, and his pride was unyielding. Regarding the contention for the clan leader position against Yu Tianheng, Jiang Luoran felt it prudent to remain silent. What puzzled the most was Yu Yuanjin's decision not to kill him and the fact that he had held back 2 moves. Did he perceive that Jiang Luoran still held value to the master? This group of seasoned titled Douluo seemed to relish in toying with the lives of the younger generation, shouting threats, yet ultimately refraining from delivering them. Chapter 94. The ominous prelude to a storm. The main estate was neither extravagant nor dilapidated. Its defining characteristic was its sheer size, immense. The walls were uniformly blue and white, impeccably maintained, adorned occasionally with clusters of rare flowers and plants arranged around the premises, remarkably monotonous. Were it not for his faith in Yu Tianxin's character, Jiang Luoran might have suspected he was being deceived. Is this truly a residence for people? Indeed, here. Yu Tianxin pointed to an ancient wooden door. You just mentioned that non-members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan cannot enter the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Jiang Luoran remarked. He bore no resentment, understanding that such a large family must adhere to rules for order to prevail. "You are now a guest, as decreed by the clan leader," Yu Tianxin reiterated, retracing his steps. "Remember, you owe me a duel." Jiang Luoran mustered a smile, albeit strained. He was a Soul King and could easily vanquish Yu Tianxin with a mere suppression of soul power. Before he could enter the wooden door, he overheard a heated argument within. Very well, I shall not concern myself with the trivialities. How do we address the injury inflicted upon Tianheng? Must we? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan remained silent. I have yet to see you display such fortitude before the Wuhuan Hall. Row me on. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Furthermore, Tianheng should not blame others for his shortcomings. He requires such setbacks. In the face of the Wuhuan Hall, we must still curry favor. Moreover, do you truly wish for this young man to marry into our clan? What is your intention? To curry favor? You are a dragon. One of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon members. Even the gods do not require your flattery. Suddenly, Romian smashed a teacup in frustration and stormed out, coming face to face with Jiang Luoran, who was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy. Jiang Luoran was not to be trifled with. If the clan leader sought to protect himself, he would not squander this opportunity. He displayed a countenance of disdain and mockery as he regarded Romian. How dare an ant engage in such pretentiousness? Live well for a few more days. Romian waved his hand and departed in a huff. His volatility was detrimental to his cultivation. It could very well affect his disposition. Jiang Luoran closed the wooden door, no longer casting a glance at Romian. I shall ask you questions, and you must answer truthfully. Yu Yuanjin scrutinized Jiang Luoran directly. Very well, consider it compensation for not killing me. Jiang Luoran understood he had no right to counter the elder's authority. I shall hold on to those 2 moves for now. I will reclaim them. First question, who are you? Although Yu Yuanjin was aged, his voice was robust and resonant. My true name is Jiang Luoran. This is indisputable. As for my origins, it seems to be connected to the Tianqing Tang family. Is the soul power and potential you possess now a gift from Shaogang? Not entirely. 30% of it is due to the master's influence. I also have a senior brother named Tang San, who was nurtured by the master as well. You need not worry. The master's teachings are well-founded and rational. Jiang Luoran discerned Yu Yuanjin's thoughts. Indeed, a glimmer of approval appeared on the elder's face. Excellent. I appreciate his character. Alas, his martial spirit. There is no need for concern, senior. Everything occurs according to fate when the time is right. It shall come to fruition. Jiang Luoran had always found the elder's size irksome. Yet, he could not assert that the elder was mistaken. At this stage, further lamentation is futile. It would be more prudent to devise solutions. When the time is right, Yu Yuanjin pondered, stroking his beard before asking, what prompted you to visit the Wuhuan Hall that day? Are you secretly affiliated with the Wuhuan Hall? Not at all. I'm not subordinate to anyone. I visited the Wuhuan Hall to seek the saintess and inquire about certain matters. I did not anticipate the elder's sudden intervention. Jiang Luoran grimaced, feeling pain in his back. The world has grown increasingly turbulent. The Wuhuan Hall may be on the verge of unleashing an unprecedented storm, Yu Yuanjin remarked, glancing out the window instead of at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. The elder spoke with such forthrightness, unencumbered by hesitation. He relayed such significant information directly to Jiang Luoran. He recalled Ning Fengji's words, stating that the 3 upper sects must unite to weather this calamity. Thus, it was not surprising that Yu Yuanjin was aware of these matters. Perhaps the 2 had long conspired on how to confront the impending threat. Their efforts to prepare for adversaries were commendable, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that when the Wuhuan Hall struck, it would be cataclysmic, sweeping through with relentless force. Are you not surprised? Yu Yuanjin observed Jiang Luoran's contemplative demeanor, which betrayed no emotion. I do not see the relevance of my surprise, nor do I know what action to take. Jiang Luoran chuckled bitterly. Tang San grew stronger to protect Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun sought to elevate his title of Fire Phoenix. Dai Mubai needed strength for his family. Yet, I, Jiang Luoran, have always sought strength solely for self-preservation. These words are meant to remind you to be vigilant and protect Shaogang. If the situation becomes dire, I shall send someone to escort you away. Yu Yuanjin gestured, indicating that Jiang Luoran could leave. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. The Wuhuan Palace had unleashed its thunderous might, deploying several tidal Douluo, and you probably did not have the time to send anyone before being surrounded. Jiang Luoran rose and made his way to the door. Perhaps the senior could take a step back. After all, knowing when to be soft and when to be firm is the way to victory. This small bit of wisdom from a junior like me is hardly worthy of your attention. I merely wanted to voice my thoughts. Jiang Luoran offered his counsel, knowing that for someone of this caliber, a single piece of advice sufficed. Speaking too much might inadvertently lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Yu Yuanjin remained steadfast, as ever, refusing to heed the counsel of others. You may stay in the training grounds of the residence for the next few days. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. Yu Yuanjin stated. Thank you. Jiang Luoran hurried away, for the opportunity to enter the Lan Dianba Wangzong's training grounds was indeed rare. The immediate priority was to recuperate and restore his soul power. You're out. Yu Qianxin spoke impatiently. The head of the family agreed to let you enter the training grounds. Indeed, how did you know? Jiang Luoran inquired, puzzled. The head of the family said, if you do not come out, he would have killed you. If you do come out, he would take you directly to the training grounds, Yu Qianxin replied candidly. Then please lead the way, Jiang Luoran said helplessly. To his surprise, the training grounds of the Lan Dianba Wang family were located in the back mountains, and the closer he got, the more he felt his breathing becoming smoother. It was as if a refreshing sensation enveloped him, invigorating his mind. Heaven knows what caused this. Perhaps countless soul beasts had perished here. The first soul skill, Thunder Spear. A young boy rushed out, surrounded by yellow soul rings, brandishing a blue electric spear aimed at Jiang Luoran, declaring, how could we of the Lan Dianba Wang Zone allow outsiders to enter? Do you wish to court death? With the ghostly demonic boots, Jiang Luoran's agility was ethereal, rendering him unable to showcase any power before Yu Yuanjin. However, he was not to be underestimated. Bang! The white, ghostly demonic boots enveloped his right foot, shattering the thunder spear with a single kick, facing no resistance whatsoever. The force continued on to strike the boy's chest. The boy spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his insides were churning violently. He collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening, nearly losing consciousness. Who are you? Are you attempting a rebellion with such a sudden attack? Jiang Luoran declared with righteous indignation. I was personally instructed by the head of the family to come to the training grounds. To obstruct me is to obstruct the head of the family. Yu Qianxin looked at the soul bone beneath Jiang Luoran's feet. Is this a soul guiding device? Its power is astonishing. This individual's strength is indeed remarkable. Then he glanced at the fallen boy, his expression filled with disdain. It was one thing to flaunt one's power, but in the face of true strength, one was rendered insignificant. My father is Yu Luomian. Do you dare strike me? The boy cried out, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. This cry resonated in Jiang Luoran's ears. Goodness, another illegitimate child? How many are there? Chapter 95, Yu Lingjiao. Yu Fengqin, reign in your arrogance. This individual is designated by the family head to enter for cultivation. Do not presume to act domineering just because of some talent. You are merely an outsider brought in. Lacking strength, you will still be expelled. Yu Qianxin looked down upon such insignificant figures. Yu Fengqin. This name carries a certain charm. How many romantic debts has Yu Luomian accrued? Furthermore, is this Yu Fengqin truly an illegitimate child brought in from outside? Jiang Luoran chose not to comment on the affairs of others. Yu Qianxin, you actually assist an outsider? Yu Fengqin was taken aback, his heart torn. No. You have never belonged to the Lan Dianba Wang Zone. How can you speak of inside and outside? Yu Qianxin could hardly be bothered with such trivial words. Speaking such drivel is less meaningful than battling strong opponents to enhance one's own strength. You all continue your discussion. I shall find a place, Jiang Luoran said and departed. Within a thicket, the air was moist and fragrant, sunlight streaming down, rendering the place vibrant with life. This will do. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged on the ground, tearing off the bandages and utilizing his soul power to heal. Over the course of several days, Jiang Luoran diligently recovered from his injuries and strengthened his soul power. His wounds had healed, and he was solidifying his 56th level soul power, nearing the threshold of level 57. During this time, Yu Tianxin's younger sister visited once to change Jiang Luoran's bandages. Unable to refuse her hospitality, Jiang Luoran accepted with ease. He learned that the younger sister was named Yu Lingjiao, who appeared fierce yet was gentle and considerate. In the Lan Dianba Wang Zone, the family head was the supreme authority. Jiang Luoran's ability to evade 3 strikes from his opponent had already stirred the hearts of several youths. Having fought multiple battles beyond his rank, he had not had the time to recover each time. This time, no matter what, he must heal completely before re-emerging. After half a month, Jiang Luoran was brimming with vitality. His leg techniques were particularly formidable. The Kunpeng technique was mysterious and elusive, allowing Jiang Luoran to appear and vanish without a trace. His current speed was comparable to that of a soul emperor of over 60 levels. Luoran. Yu Lingjiao approached with a food basket, a smile gracing her face as if she had feasted on honey. To be honest, at Jiang Luoran's level, the act of eating had become merely a matter of savoring flavors. However, it was difficult to refuse such heartfelt hospitality. Being polite, Jiang Luoran sat down first. Have you considered the matter I mentioned? Do you wish to go? Yu Lingjiao urged Jiang Luoran. Apologies. I prefer to cultivate in peace, Jiang Luoran firmly rejected. Not just now, but even last time he had declined outright. Nevertheless, Yu Lingjiao insisted that Jiang Luoran think it over before responding. Luoran, you must ponder carefully. Forming a team to eliminate the Xieling Jiao members involves the scions of prominent families. If you miss this opportunity, it may be hard to come by again. This chance was even provided by the family head, Yu Lingjiao asserted with conviction. She resembled Athena, who relished punishing the wicked. Jiang Luoran was idle. Did the Xieling Jiao provoke him? Why must he rush to confront them? How absurd. If a group of elite family scions wishes to go, let them. The peace of the world is in their hands. Moreover, Yu Yuanjin was clearly intent on having Jiang Luoran marry into their family. As for Yu Lingjiao, she was merely using the excuse of eliminating the Xieling Jiao to entangle him further. Was she truly going to fight the Xieling Jiao? She was clearly after him. Ugh, how despicable. Seeing Jiang Luoran remain unmoved, she implored, Brother Luoran, your strength is exceptional. Without you, I fear I may fall into the hands of the Xieling Jiao. In a chaotic world, they are all high-ranking soul masters. I am afraid. Jiang Luoran's expression clearly conveyed the notion of disinterest. If you fear for your life, then do not go. I have not pushed you. These past few days, I have sensed a breakthrough. I wish to remain here for a while longer. Lingjiao, you should find someone else. I believe Yu Fengqin would do well. I trust him to protect you, Jiang Luoran said as he picked up his chopsticks to eat. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingjiao seemed to relent, realizing that further pursuit would be pointless and would only serve to annoy him. Since that is the case, I shall remain with you. The collaborators for this mission include the Wuhuan Palace. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. They all wear such grim expressions. The Wuhuan Palace? You mean they're participating as well? Jiang Luoran's interest was piqued. Indeed, it is said they wish to elevate the prestige of the Wuhuan Palace and enhance their young talent's reputation. They are too domineering. The mere thought is repugnant, Yu Lingjiao remarked. Will Hulaina be going? Who is she? Hulaina is the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, one among the Golden Generation. Oh, her name is Hulaina. It is said that this occasion has been prepared specifically for her, so she will undoubtedly attend. I see. Ahem. Actually, I'm not entirely unable to go. Considering your safety, and after much contemplation, I have decided to join. Yu Lingjiao, there is something amiss. Something is definitely going on here. You still have injuries. It is inappropriate for you to go out. You should recuperate here slowly. I have long since recovered. I was just practicing the Kunpeng body technique today. Now is precisely the time for your cultivation. You cannot afford to miss this opportunity, as utilizing this environment for advancement is of utmost importance. Hey, Lingjiao. Practical combat is what makes one stronger. Continuous training alone turns one into a mere vase. That has always been the teaching of our master and the dean. In truth, I do not require anyone else. I can go alone, with Yu Fengqin to protect me. Lingjiao, stop deceiving yourself. Yu Fengqin is merely a soul master of the 20-something level. How can he possibly protect you? Yu Lingjiao, this person is quite ruthless. Hundreds of words linger in my heart, unsure of whether to speak them or not. When are we departing? Jiang Luoran's eyes brightened. Seeing this situation, Yu Lingjiao felt helpless again. Since the other party had said so, she could not continue to beat around the bush. The day after tomorrow at dawn. Then I shall wait for you at your door. Jiang Luoran smiled sincerely. Jiang Luoran was not permitted to enter the main residence, so he could only wait outside. The chopsticks in Yu Lingjiao's hand snapped under pressure, her exquisite face contorting into a smile more wretched than tears. Damn! He would not even spare a glance despite all my pleading. Now he is so enthusiastic. My heart is utterly broken. You are not going to eliminate the evil spirit sect. You are clearly coveting Hulaina's figure. Bah, how base. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yu Lingjiao gathered the dishes. I will assist you. Jiang Luoran took the finished plates and stuffed them into the grass basket, urging her to train more and waste less time. Rest assured, should we encounter anyone from the evil spirit sect, you can hide behind me. I will exert my utmost effort to ensure your safety. Thank you very much, Brother Luoran. Yu Lingjiao nodded politely, picking up the basket and departing. After Yu Lingjiao left, Jiang Luoran fell into contemplation. It appears that the Wuhuan Temple is intent on nurturing Hu Laina. I wonder if they will dispatch a title Douluo to protect her. If so, it will be difficult for me to approach Hu Laina, especially that Zhu Hua Douluo. He is the most unpredictable and moody. After such a long time, Hu Laina must have reached a conclusion. Having thought through everything, Jiang Luoran settled his mindset and resumed his meditation. Given the urgency of time, he must prepare thoroughly. First, he aimed for level 57. Soul power emerged, swirling around Jiang Luoran, blossoming in layers of energy seas. Chapter 96, Death Canyon. Bang! The soul power dissipated. Jiang Luoran adjusted his breathing, sensing his current body. Level 57. He successfully advanced. After practicing the Kunpeng body technique for an hour, Jiang Luoran faced the morning sun, performing push-ups with a massive stone on his back. He immediately felt his peak condition return. It is time to set off. Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, landing several meters away and drifting toward the main residence with the wind. If others were to see this, they would think Jiang Luoran was flying rather than jumping. "I'm going, Ling Jiao. I will protect you." "No need. Brother Fengqin should stay home. I have already found another. A large family can only send 4 members. I do not understand why I am not included. Furthermore, I spoke with my father yesterday, and he verbally agreed." Upon hearing the mention of her father, Yu Lingjiao shivered involuntarily. Younger sister Tianheng is not returning. He will represent the Royal Academy to participate. Just right for people. Yu Qianxin approached. "What do you mean by just right for 4? We clearly have only 3 here. Brother, are you suggesting?" Yu Lingjiao looked at Yu Fengqin. She believed her elder brother and Yu Fengqin were not so familiar, so why should he help him now? "Exactly, let him come along." Yu Qianxin did not even glance at Yu Fengqin. What Yu Qianxin thought was that in times of danger, someone would be able to protect Yu Lingjiao. Moreover, Yu Fengqin was currently the most suitable in age and talent. This was due to Yu Fengqin's martial soul being Lan Dian Xuanwu, primarily for defense. However, it was unclear why Yu Fengqin insisted on learning offensive soul skills like Thunder Spear. As long as the martial soul can protect Yu Lingjiao, Yu Qianxin had to accept this arrangement. Yu Fengqin was genuinely touched, thinking Yu Qianxin was helping him. All past disputes had vanished without a trace. "I apologize for making you wait so long." Jiang Luoran descended from the sky, landing before the 3. "Flight soul skill?" Yu Qianxin frowned. It was his first time seeing someone fly. "Don't misunderstand. This is my Kunpeng body technique." Jiang Luoran chuckled wryly. "It seems that as one grows stronger, everyone perceives them differently. Clearly just walking, yet they insist on saying he is flying. Clearly just sleeping, yet they claim he has achieved enlightenment." Jiang Luoran wished to remain low-key so he could live longer, but their imaginations would not allow it. What Brother Luoran said is true. We have only just emerged. Cultivation is of great importance. We must not delay you. Yu Lingjiao smiled. Yu Fengqin looked ashen. He indicated he had already been standing there for an hour. Also, Jiang Luoran does not even qualify as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. How can he represent the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus to participate? Yu Fengqin could never have imagined that the last one would be Jiang Luoran. They do not even share a surname. They are completely unrelated parallel lines, or rather, they are almost heading in opposite directions. However, given their strength, Yu Fengqin refrained from speaking out. Provoking the other party would only bring embarrassment upon himself. "Get in the carriage. I will tell you about the evil spirit sect." Yu Qianxin was always so decisive and resolute. Jiang Luoran admired this aspect of him. He was straightforward and commendable. The 4 of them sat in the luxurious blue carriage, and the driver cracked the whip, setting off into the distance. After passing through the inspections of the Wuhuan Temple and the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, it was confirmed that the evil spirit sect resided in the Death Canyon. Yu Qianxin pointed outside the carriage. "Death Canyon?" Jiang Luoran seemed to recall something. "I remember it being a very dangerous place. Hu Laina even intended to go train there. Ultimately, she ended up in the City of Slaughter. Have you been there?" Yu Qianxin's voice was icy. "No, I have only heard of it. Please continue." Jiang Luoran was too lazy to respond. The Evil Spirit Sect is a group of lunatics researching martial souls. They enjoy concocting various potions to experiment on different martial souls. To put it simply, they have fallen into the path of darkness. Their murderous intent is heavy, and they can easily emerge to harm civilians. One must understand that the damage soul masters can inflict on ordinary people cannot be measured merely by numbers. It is said that the potions they develop can cause a person's body to swell, with both spirit and soul power erupting in a short time. In other words, if there is a soul master among them who consumes the potion, it is highly likely that they could instantly advance to the rank of Soul King. Fortunately, they were discovered early. They are still in their infancy and have not yet expanded further, Yu Qianxin stated without a hint of disturbance. Directly becoming a Soul King? This entirely contravenes the path of the Soul Master, does it not? Yu Lingjiao's lips quivered slightly. It is but a temporary effect. Once the power is expended, it is highly likely one may find themselves incapable of cultivation for life. Yu Qianxin nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that one could become a Soul King merely by consuming a potion, Yu Fengqin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, upon realizing the potential lifelong consequences, her fervor instantly waned. Jiang Luoran pondered deeply. Indeed, relying on nefarious means to ascend is undoubtedly unsustainable. He who bears heavy burdens must adhere to the path of righteousness. Those who defy the natural order and forsake their integrity acquire only fragile gains. True strength must be earned through one's own efforts and perseverance. How many people are present? Are we in danger? Yu Fengqin's imagination ran wild. If there were hundreds opposing us, all consuming the potion simultaneously, what a scene that would be. I do not know. Yu Qianxin admitted candidly. You do not know? Such a terrifying organization, and you are completely uninformed, yet you expect me to march to my demise? Yu Fengqin was taken aback. Brother Yu, one must not speak recklessly. You are meant to accompany us. A man must be resolute in his commitments. Jiang Luoran wore an expression of helplessness. Clearly, Yu Fengqin was being unreasonable. Even before the crisis unfolded, she was already faltering. Yu Fengqin, at present. All the major families and academies will dispatch their members. Should we perish, we shall not be alone. Furthermore, you need not rush forward. I require you to safeguard Lingjiao with your martial soul. Yu Qianxin felt it necessary to clarify. He also harbored personal ambitions. Participating in this battle could enhance his reputation, aiding his contest for the family head position against Yu Qianheng. I do not need protection. I shall fight alongside Luoran, Yu Lingjiao asserted, casting a glance at Yu Qianxin. I can state with certainty that we are unaware of the enemy's true strength. However, the fact that the Spirit Hall has dispatched their saints for trials indicates that the members of the evil spirit cult are unlikely to be very powerful, at most reaching the Soul King level. Of course, some families might send elders to address extraordinary situations. Now, we four must know each other well. Allow me to introduce myself. Yu Qianxin, level 43, 4 rings, a powerful attack-type soul master, with a martial soul blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Lingjiao, level 29, 2 rings. A powerful attack-type soul master, with a martial soul blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Yu Fengqin, level 29, 2 rings, a support-type soul master, with a martial soul blue lightning Xuanwu. Having reached this juncture, Jiang Luoran deemed it unnecessary to remain modest. They all understood their formidable prowess. Excessive humility would merely seem contrived. Moreover, who would believe that Blood Fiend Vine is merely the root of an ancient tree? Jiang Luoran, level 57, 5 rings, a control-type Soul King. With a martial soul Blood Fiend Vine, Yu Qianxin, Yu Lingjiao, Yu Fengqin. Chapter 97, A Soulbone. Yu Lingjiao nearly stuffed her hand in her mouth. A Soul King in their teens. This was overwhelming. Yu Qianxin gasped, unable to withstand such a blow, especially since he prided himself on martial prowess. Yu Fengqin could no longer contain herself. You are level 57? What a freak! Did you begin cultivating in the womb? Surely you are not a transformed soul beast. Brother Luoran, how did you cultivate? This is simply abnormal. Yu Lingjiao's face turned pale. Although she knew Jiang Luoran had evaded 3 strikes from Yu Yuanjin's subordinates, she was unaware of his level 50 strength. If that is the case, does that not imply Jiang Luoran is several times more formidable than Yu Qianheng from the younger generation of the family? This is nothing short of a crushing advantage. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. He had even retained his second martial soul and the external soul bone, the netherworld boots, along with his soul ring configuration. It truly is a case of there being mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. I will catch up to you, and I look forward to our duel. Since you are a control type, you shall determine the positioning of our team members. Yu Qianxin's eyes sparkled with rare enthusiasm. Jiang Luoran nodded. I can assume the role of the main attacker. Tianxin will be on my left, and Lingjiao will be behind me. Fengqin, you will protect Lingjiao. Just like that. Just like that? Yu Qianxin queried. Do we not require strategy? For instance, to address potential issues. Do you wish to perish in the quest to save the world? Jiang Luoran retorted with a question. I cannot die just yet, but if it is for the sake of peace, I would willingly do so. Yu Qianxin spoke with a certain rigidity. Jiang Luoran nearly laughed. This fellow was rather melodramatic. One's capability should dictate the scale of the world they aspire to save. Would it not be wiser to become a titled Douluo and influence a greater world? Why must one die here? Jiang Luoran asserted with righteous conviction. Are you suggesting we should not attack, merely defend, all in the name of survival? Yu Qianxin was astonished. No wonder he has managed to survive for so long. Yet, Yu Qianxin was competitive and disliked being timid. You have seized the Spirit Hall's prestige, yet you will gain little in return. Conversely, if you participate in this battle with discretion, you shall earn accolades. Of course, it ultimately depends on your consent. Jiang Luoran refrained from further elaboration. Otherwise, it would lose its significance. Should the opposing side express disagreement, he would join the fray. However, at that point, the casualties among the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan would be beyond his control. Moreover, his initial intent was not to eradicate the evil spirit cult, but to locate Hulaina. For Yu Lingjiao, whether to fight or not was of little consequence. Thus she remained neutral. Yu Fengqin was more than eager for such an approach, even willing to retreat further. Very well, we shall observe for now. However, if the front line falters, I shall certainly intervene. Yu Qianxin's thoughts battled within him for a long while. After a bumpy journey, night had fallen. Yu Lingjiao leaned against Yu Qianxin and fell asleep, while Yu Fengqin rested her head on Jiang Luoran's feet. Halt! This area is under the jurisdiction of a Spirit Hall, and you must not overstep. The elder produced a Spirit Hall insignia, upon which was engraved a blue lightning dragon. You may enter. We have prepared 2 tents for you. Yu Qianxin was the first to disembark, followed closely by Jiang Luoran and the others. The elder merely facilitated their transport and would not accompany them further. This had always been the custom of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Unless absolutely necessary, elders would refrain from intervening on behalf of the younger generation. Guided by the sergeant major to the area between 2 tents, they observed that the tents bore the insignia of the Blue Lightning Dragon. One for Lingjiao, and the 3 of us shall squeeze into one. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. With only 2 tents set up here, need we deliberate? Why are the 4 of you dawdling at the entrance? I am apprehensive. What if members of the evil spirit cult come to attack? Furthermore, squeezing together will undoubtedly disrupt our rest. Yu Lingjiao spoke weakly. Qianxin, perhaps Jiang Luoran had not yet finished speaking. Indeed, while this is under the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction, dangers are not entirely absent. Since I have taken on the task of protecting Lingjiao, allow me to go. You all rest well. Yu Fengqin's expression was quite earnest, leading one to think she was a self-sacrificing hero. You all resolve this. I shall retire first. Jiang Luoran strode towards the male tent. Aren't the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan supposed to be resolute and resilient? Why the fuss over a simple rest? In truth, Jiang Luoran felt no fatigue. He intended to seek out Hulaina that very night. However, he must wait until the others had fallen asleep. After a brief moment, Yu Fengqin entered, a hint of indignation and frustration evident as she settled beside Jiang Luoran. As silence enveloped the night, Jiang Luoran had just dozed off when Yu Fengqin, carefree and without a care in the world, fell into a deep slumber. Moments ago, Yu Fengqin stepped into the room, igniting a spark of excitement within Jiang Luoran. Had it been Yu Qianxin entering instead, his departure would have been far more complicated. It is essential to recognize that this individual possesses a rather obstinate temperament, rendering it inevitable for him to harbor some thoughts regarding Jiang Luoran. In an instant, Jiang Luoran summoned his Kunpeng martial spirit, transforming into a fleeting white arc that vanished from the bed. The lush greenery surrounding him was vibrant, and the imposing wall across the way was evidently newly erected. Beyond that wall lay the Death Valley, which he would behold come morning. The financial prowess of the Wuhuan Temple is indeed remarkable. Jiang Luoran lowered his gaze and made his way toward the main tent of the Wuhuan Temple. Ahead of him strode a youth clad in a white uniform of the Wuhuan Temple, moving with a steady and agile gait. Although he could not see the youth's face directly, the profile was unmistakably clear. Is that Xieyu? Noticing Xieyu heading deeper into the area, Jiang Luoran decided to follow suit. Encountering Xieyu would lead him to the Wuhuan Temple's tent and provide an opportunity to find Hulaina. As expected, Jiang Luoran arrived at the encampment of the Wuhuan Temple. However, upon a brief glance, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of white tints, pondering how to proceed. What if fortune did not favor him? And he inadvertently lifted the flap of the tent belonging to the Jew Douluo, only to discover the alluring figure within. Jiang Luoran could hardly fathom such a scenario. "You're here?" A sultry voice echoed. "I have already scoped out their positions, but approaching them will require some combat." Xiaoyu murmured. "Come inside." Jiang Luoran followed Xiaoyu and soon laid eyes upon Hulaina. This was indeed fortuitous. He felt compelled to express gratitude towards Xiaoyu. Jiang Luoran stealthily approached and crouched outside Hulaina's tent, only to be utterly taken aback by the sight within. Was that Bai Dong? The radiant, divine light emanating from her nearly blinded him, causing his heart to race. It was clear that this was the Pope, who had likely emerged from seclusion for Hulaina's sake. Jiang Luoran hastily attempted to calm his heartbeat to avoid detection by such a formidable figure as Bai Dong. Had he not activated the enhanced Kunpeng movement technique just moments ago, he surely would have been sensed. His current Kunpeng technique was as gentle as a soft breeze, a stealthy maneuver that allowed him to blend seamlessly with the winds. "Greetings, Your Holiness. I have located their stronghold and successfully escaped." Xiaoyu bowed deeply. "Rise and speak." Bai Dong's voice resonated with an ethereal quality. Jiang Luoran could only catch a glimpse of her profile through a narrow crack. A beauty that exuded an air of sanctity. Were she a man, one would never refuse the chance to gaze upon her full visage. Master is indeed favored by fortune. To infiltrate the lair of the evil spirit cult, we must first address the troubles ahead. They have effectively occupied the Death Valley. However, this should not pose a significant challenge, as we have garnered support from various families and academies. Xiaoyu stated. "Excellent. The sole masters of the evil spirit cult, who defy morality, ought to be slain. We shall see some items along the way. Is that soul bone present?" Bai Dong's gaze turned icy. "I have seen it. They indeed possess that soul bone," Xiaoyu replied, bowing again. "Very well, that soul bone shall be yours. But you must retrieve it personally to demonstrate the might of our Wuhuan temple." Bai Dong directed her attention to Hulaina. "Yes, I shall not fail in this mission." Hulaina knelt on one knee, her pupils trembling. One can only imagine the significance of such a soul bone. Soul bone? Jiang Luoran's expression shifted, growing grave. He had not anticipated that this would evolve into more than a mundane demon-slaying mission. It was a calculated endeavor for acquisition. The Wuhuan temple was undoubtedly focusing on cultivating Hulaina. Killing intent, Bai Dong furrowed her brow. Killing intent? Xiaoyu and Hulaina exchanged glances. Who is outside? Chapter 98. Explosive. The presence of various families and academies was merely a means to validate Hulaina's prowess. When Hulaina slays a demon and acquires the soul bone, how many prodigies will be overshadowed by her? If one's state of mind is shattered, what ambition can they possibly retain? Perhaps they will forever find themselves unable to hold their head high in Hulaina's presence. Jiang Luoran could hardly argue against such sentiments. If the emperor of the Tiando Empire were to seize control, he might indeed compel his son to do the same. Outside the tent, Jiang Luoran momentarily lost his composure, drawing the attention of Bai Dong. This illustrated the formidable strength of a titled Douluo. His Kunpeng movement technique had been executed to perfection, save for utilizing the Kunpeng martial spirit itself. Xiaoyu burst from the tent, leaping into the air with blades in hand, executing a cross slash toward Jiang Luoran. From behind, two arcs of crimson moonlight sliced toward Jiang Luoran's neck. Activating his first soul skill, creation from nothing, Jiang Luoran's feet remained unyielding as a purple soul ring appeared above his right hand, aiming backward. Suddenly, 6 tendrils of blood-red vines emerged in midair, shattering the alluring red blade aura and hurtling towards Xiaoyu. "Break!" Xiaoyu shouted, his crescent blade glowing fiercely as he aimed it at the tattered blood vines. With a resounding crash, the blow landed on the vines, causing Xiaoyu's expression to change, and he swiftly retreated to avoid being ensnared. Unbreakable? How bizarre! As a soul master, he found it utterly unfathomable that he could not sever such vines with all his might. The vines relentlessly pursued him, forcing Xiaoyu to dodge and engage in battle. Observing Xiaoyu constrained, Jiang Luoran relaxed slightly, yet his legs remained in motion. He understood that Bai Dong was not only the Pope, but also held an unparalleled status. How could she possibly take action over a mere soul master and a fleeting hint of killing intent? Thus, there was no need for him to worry about her coming to eliminate him. Martial spirit, manifest. Who? Jiang Luoran scanned his surroundings, realizing that, as a Soul King, he could not detect the presence of his adversary. I am Hulaina. She appeared before Jiang Luoran, her eyes radiating a seductive crimson glow. Given that her abilities involved the Nine Tails and Charm, she needed to lock gazes with Jiang Luoran. As their eyes met, he unwittingly fell under her spell. He had never anticipated that she would be Hulaina. Now, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, his heartbeat accelerating, as if a desire had been magnified infinitely. What are you doing here? Hulaina retracted her allure, inquiring with a hint of confusion. Upon realizing it was Jiang Luoran, she was equally astonished. Based on her earlier impressions, Jiang Luoran's strength appeared unfathomable, clearly surpassing her own. Thus, she had unleashed all her abilities, activating all 4 of her soul skills. I've been ensnared. Jiang Luoran crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Had you chosen to kill me earlier, I would have surely perished. Are you here to find me? Even Hulaina, not known for her intelligence, grasped the situation. Of course, come quickly with me. Jiang Luoran grasped Hulaina's arm, preparing to flee toward the Death Valley. How dare someone intrude into the territory of our Wuhuan temple? Such audacity. Bai Dong's voice, though not loud, resonated with an expansive force that echoed throughout the Death Valley. If only she knew that Jiang Luoran intended to abduct her sanctus. Would she be enraged to the point of laughter? You should leave quickly. We can discuss this later. Hulaina kicked Jiang Luoran away and turned to race toward Xiaoyu. Alas, Jiang Luoran sighed, lamenting that this night had barely begun, and yet he had not even posed a single question. Xiaoyu and Hulaina spread open the Nine Tails, collaborating to combat the 6 blood wrath vines. What an astonishing martial spirit. Moreover, the wielder must be at least 10 levels above us. Otherwise, it would not be so challenging to defeat. As Xiaoyu spoke, the blood wrath vines pierced through his chest. Suddenly, a chrysanthemum petal fluttered by and effortlessly severed all the blood wrath vines. Did you see that person just now? The chrysanthemum Douluo radiated a golden holy light, casting a mesmerizing glance towards Hulaina. Not having caught a clear sight of the individual allowed them to escape. Hulaina hesitated, pondering whether this could be someone from the Xiaoling Jiao. I will pursue them, just as the chrysanthemum Douluo prepared to depart. Elder, if we act rashly, it may tarnish the reputation of my spirit hall. Hulaina intervened in time. If the chrysanthemum Douluo were to chase down Jiang Luoran, even if Jiang Luoran had 10 lives, it would not suffice. Do you know that person? The chrysanthemum Douluo's gaze was piercing. A voice emanated from the spirit hall tent. Such matters do not require investigation. They are merely insignificant characters. Let them be. Jiang Luoran utilized the Kunpeng body technique, drifting within the vicinity of Tian Shui Academy. Had it not been for Hulaina's timely intervention, the chrysanthemum Douluo would surely have had the chance to pursue Jiang Luoran and eliminate him on the spot. First, there was the Ji Fu, then the Lan Dianba Wang Long, and now the Spirit Hall. Jiang Luoran did not desire to court death, yet his lineage forbade him from doing otherwise. While catching his breath, Jiang Luoran noticed Shui Bing Air sleeping in an exaggerated pose. Indeed, youthfulness and potential were evident. He used the blood wrath vines to adjust Shui Bing Air's blanket. Jiang Luoran leaped away, returning swiftly to the Lan Dianba Wang Long territory. You Fengqin, what are you doing? If you continue like this, I will call for help. You know my brother's temper, Yu Ling Jiao shouted. She had napped too much during the day and intended to find Jiang Luoran for a stroll, only to provoke Yu Fengqin. Ling Jiao, you know I like you. This is my one chance, Yu Fengqin declared boldly, even stroking her hairstyle. Yu Ling Jiao was taken aback, momentarily believing she had misheard. You beast, we share the same roots, both surnamed you. We are of the Lan Dianba Wang sect, and yet you. I regarded you as a brother. You have lost your mind. If Yu Ling Jiao could overpower Yu Fengqin, she would certainly strangle her. No, I would strangle this beast. How would you think like that? I have never regarded you as a sister. I am my father's illegitimate child. I do not count as part of the Lan Dianba Wang sect, Yu Fengqin declared with righteous indignation. Yu Ling Jiao was left speechless, her anger turning to laughter as she staggered back. The other party was utterly unreasonable when utilizing the name of the Lan Dianba Wang sect. They were indeed of the Lan Dianba Wang Long. If they were not useful, they would be discarded. Previously, she had wondered why Yu Fengqin was always clinging to her, seemingly seeing through her. Because of their bloodline as siblings, she had thought little of it. Who would have guessed the other party harbored such beastly thoughts? Get out of my sight. I find you repugnant. Yu Ling Jiao raised her hand, aiming to strike Yu Fengqin. Yu Fengqin restrained Yu Ling Jiao, saying, "You must listen to me. I have not done anything to you." Yu Fengqin was still quite fearful of Yu Tianxin. If he found out she was bullying his little sister, it would likely result in her demise. Yu Ling Jiao shouted. "Hey!" Yu Fengqin covered her mouth. The two began to grapple on the ground. Jiang Luo returned just in time to witness this scene, nearly having his eyes pop out. What is this? This cannot be normal, can it? Is this madness? Yu Luo Mian truly has given birth to a remarkable son. Indeed, like father, like son. How outrageous. Hey, what is happening here? Jiang Luo sensed the severity of the situation and rushed over. Chapter 99. Xie Ling Jiao. Bang! Jiang Luo kicked Yu Fengqin away and helped Yu Ling Jiao to her feet. I say, young master Yu, is your desire uncontainable? Is it really necessary to resort to violence against your own kin? Do you take after your father's character? Is there truly no limit? Yu Fengqin, having been kicked away, floated through the air like a fragile piece of paper, only halting upon crashing into a gnarled tree root. Now his entire body ached, feeling as though he might pass out. He had not intended for things to escalate this way, but in the moment of overpowering Yu Ling Jiao, he had been intoxicated by her aura and had planned to go with the flow. Little did he know, Jiang Luo's arrival was truly ill-timed. Cough, cough. Yu Fengqin spat 3 mouthfuls of blood, clutching his waist as he sat up, appearing as if on the verge of death. In such circumstances, Jiang Luo felt it was sufficient to say one thing. There was no need to elaborate. Speaking further might tarnish Yu Ling Jiao's reputation. Not saying anything, however, could come off as somewhat dishonorable. One remark was just right. Yu Ling Jiao firmly grasped Jiang Luo's coarse robe, clarifying the events that had transpired. She feared Jiang Luo might think she had consented. If such a misunderstanding took root, he might believe her to be an unchaste woman. That would be an immense blow to Yu Ling Jiao. Jiang Luo understood the situation and could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. This was indeed Yu Fengqin's fault. Declaring affection for Yu Ling Jiao was one thing, but resorting to violence was entirely another. Why not just run back to the tent? Yu Ling Jiao surely would not chase him there to shout. How foolish can one be? Luo ran. I truly did not know he was such a beast. Do you believe me? Yu Ling Jiao began to weep. Yes, I believe you, of course. Jiang Luo replied helplessly. What good is it to ask if I believe you? As long as you believe yourself, that is enough. Don't deceive yourself. Moreover, judging by this girl's temperament, she probably would not be too bold, not to mention in public. Fengqin, are you all right? If not, I will carry you back. Do not cause any more trouble, Jiang Luo said coldly. The other party was at most a rogue, not particularly bold. Perhaps he was just a child playing with her. After all, such encounters were rare. This time it was over. Perhaps they would not meet again. Jiang Luo. I will remember this kick, Yu Fengqin said reluctantly, as if someone had a grip on his throat. He staggered into the tent, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Luo. I too shall retire for the night. You should turn in early as well, Jiang Luo said disinterestedly. Even in his current state, would you still dare to sleep beside him? Are you not afraid of being stabbed in the dark? Perhaps it would be best to avoid it. Yu Ling Jiao feared that Yu Fengqin might harbor feelings for Jiang Luo as well. Otherwise, why? A girl should not indulge in self-invented scenarios. How about we go for a stroll? It should be nighttime now. What is there to enjoy in a stroll? The moonlight is lovely. I saw a lake on my way here. Let's go there. What's so great about a lake? Nothing is as comfortable as sleeping. Are you a blockhead? Do I have to beg you? I am truly exhausted, Jiang Luo replied wearily. I do not care. Yu Ling Jiao insisted as she dragged Jiang Luo away. The moonlight was bright, the lake rippled gently, and a few owls perched on the trees. Observing Jiang Luo and Yu Ling Jiao seated by the lakeside. This scene reminded Jiang Luo of the time Xiao Wu and Tang San went on a date. What is it like to battle a tidal Douluo? Yu Ling Jiao blurted out unexpectedly. Tidal Douluo? Jiang Luo was taken aback, his eyelids twitching. What is there to feel? The sensation of impending death. Does that count? Do you think battling a tidal Douluo is a joke? The damage inflicted is simply overwhelming, capable of overturning the sun, moon, and stars. It is only due to Jiang Luo's extraordinary luck and numerous fortuitous encounters that he has been protected. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. And feelings? Why not try it yourself to find out? You must try this yourself, or become a title Douluo. Jiang Luoran said with a faint smile. I am determined to become a title Douluo, without a doubt. Yu Lingjiao expressed her great admiration for strength. If that is the case, then heed my advice. Do not return home this time. Embark on your trials alone. Jiang Luoran understood the fate that awaited her companion. Yu Lingjiao, still young, had already achieved the rank of a 29th level Great Soul Master. Her future potential is boundless, perhaps even harboring the qualities of a title Douluo. However, if she does not leave her family, she will be stifled by the Wuhuan Temple. The thought of such a pure and innocent girl being harmed stirred a sense of resistance within Jiang Luoran. Therefore, as long as Yu Lingjiao does not return to the Lan Dianba Wang Zone, infinite possibilities lie ahead. Alone? Am I not allowed to accompany you? Yu Lingjiao timidly inquired. I can assist you in obtaining your third soul ring, but from that point on, you must venture forth on your own. It will be best to bring your brother along. You are a descendant of the Lan Dianba Wang Long. You possess your own tenacity. No one requires your submission. Not even the celestial bodies. Jiang Luoran considered it a way to preserve a glimmer of hope for Yu Yuanjin. It is uncertain whether Yu Yuanjin will be able to see things more clearly. The Lan Dianba Wang Long, a vivid blue thunder dragon materialized in Yu Lingjiao's hand, emitting a series of howls. The following morning, the bells of the Wuhuan Temple rang out. It is time to set forth. A group stood in the square, gazing toward the high platform. After a moment, Hu Laina and Zhu Huaguan emerged, standing atop the platform. As expected, Bai Dong had come discreetly this time, solely for Hu Laina, and thus did not intend to reveal herself. It is well known that the evil spirit sect is devoid of morals. Tarnishing the name of soul masters, this is a transgression against the natural order. The potion they have developed, known as Duo, can instantly elevate a person's soul power by 15 levels. This already violates the laws of nature. Should we not eradicate it? Hu Laina took the stage, her soul power radiating a chilling aura. Kill! 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 Jiang Luoran had assumed that no one would heed the Wuhuan Temple, that no one would support Hu Laina. Yet to his surprise, all sects and academies erupted with fervor. The cries for blood reverberated, echoing the depth of their hatred. What animosity could compel you to set aside your prejudices and cooperate with those you detest? Jiang Luoran was oblivious to the thoughts of the higher-ups. Firstly, the evil spirit sect has defied the heavenly path, and, as soul masters, we possess a courageous heart that will not allow them to roam freely. Secondly, the evil spirit sect has gone mad, targeting innocent people, and many disciples of various sects have suffered at their hands. How could they not be enraged? They would gladly rush into the lair of the evil spirit sect and uproot their foundation. The intensity of their fury had reached a peak. Very well. We are fortunate to have invited 2 of the top 3 sects, as well as the lower 4 sects, and the 4-element academy, Hu Laina introduced. The Lan Dianba Wang Zong, being one of the top 3 sects, naturally stood at the forefront, closest to the high platform. Upon seeing Jiang Luoran, Hu Laina was taken aback, nearly stumbling from the platform. Many cast longing glances toward the Lan Dianba Wang Zong. Everyone knew the prowess of the Lan Dianba Wang Long. With their presence, the path ahead felt assured. Jiang Luoran felt a pang of discomfort. Their group had intended to take it easy, yet with everyone staring, they felt a bit embarrassed. The precise location of the evil spirit sect had been confirmed. A cave on the right side of the Death Canyon, and Xiaoyu had arrived. Without further ado, I shall lead the charge, slay the demons. Hu Laina was the first to rush forward, while Zhu Huaguan held back, intending to give Laina an opportunity to shine. Kill! 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 The air was alive with fervor, akin to the roar of an erupting volcano, resounding throughout the Death Canyon. Many began to pack their belongings, planning to follow Hu Laina, only to find Jiang Luoran and his companions unmoved. If the Wuhuan Temple was the primary battle, then the top 3 sects were the second priority. Kill! Freeds clad in luxurious blue robes surged forth, bearing the emblem of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Kill! Jiang Luoran shouted, charging forward, urging everyone to keep pace with him. Chapter 100. The battlefield of carnage. Over 200 elite youths surged forth from the white walls, resembling ravenous beasts as they followed Hu Laina into the Death Canyon. The scene was akin to a stampede of thousands of horses, a whirlwind of dust, beyond the capacity of human strength to contest. Boom! 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 A thunderous sound emanated from the opposite side, growing ever louder, as if countless colossal entities were charging forth. Hu Laina halted, signaling the rear forces to silence. The rumbling grew closer. Howl! 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 In that moment, the emotions of all reached an unprecedented boiling point. Before them lay a mass of dark figures, soul beasts and humans alike, their eyes all blood-red. The savage thirst for bloodshed filled the air, leaving one in awe. They were preparing to counterattack us. Douluo not only grants the user an amplification of soul power by around 15 levels, but also induces a state of exhilaration. Soul beasts can also be commanded. Behind Hulayina, the 9 tails unfurled, and the red glow enveloping her became increasingly enchanting. They are charging. The 4 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school shouted. Yet Hulayina did not give the order to engage. Hulayina was waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The evil spirit sect, charging in such a frenzy, would surely deplete their oxygen. All that was needed was to let their side retain their momentum and then strike. Conversely, if they charge now, their own stamina would be drained. In battle, every slight advantage must be contested. The enemy had gone mad. Were they also out of their minds? What are we waiting for? Let's charge. Shui Peng shouted, feigning ignorance of the battlefield. I Xiangjia. Hulayina gestured for silence, preparing. Everyone unleashed their martial spirits. Hundreds of soul rings activated simultaneously. A myriad of martial spirits materialized, and the sheer sound of their roars reverberated throughout the Death Canyon. In an instant, the Death Canyon erupted with divine energy, the overwhelming soul power piercing through the azure skies. This was a vast assembly comprised of over 200 elite soul masters. Any high-ranking soul master understands that only the battlefield can nurture true soul masters. Their elders and teachers had undergone significant internal conflict before sending them here. Yellow and purple, for soul rings encircled Hulayina, and in that moment, her charm was laced with a murderous intent. Kill! Kill! The crowd surged, shaking the ground beneath them, the sheer force of their soul power creating craters around them. The 2 factions clashed as if they had previously arranged a battle, engaging in fierce combat upon contact. It was brutally intense. Various soul techniques flew and collided, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, the air thick with intertwining energies. The evil spirit sect fought like rabid dogs. Some had already been pierced through the heart, yet continued to maul a young soul master. It was utterly maddening. The individuals on Jiang Luoran's side unleashed their soul techniques. Despite the chaos, their precision far surpassed that of the evil spirit sect. It is worth noting that these elite youths had undergone formal training, placing great importance on the release and conservation of soul power. Some even executed martial spirit fusion techniques to battle against the out-of-control soul beasts. Neither side knew who the true leader was. For the moment they took the stage, chaos erupted to an unimaginable degree. There was no time for deep contemplation. One must focus on coordinating with teammates to avoid being isolated and captured. Stabilizing the rear, they could hold their ground. In a moment of fervor, Hulayina plunged into the enemy ranks alone. She moved like a spectral wraith, leaving a trail of death in her wake, blood splattering around her. Upon catching sight of Hulayina's eyes, the members of the evil spirit sect appeared as if ensnared, their raised battle axes coming to an abrupt halt. Follow me. Xiaoyu leaped 3 meters high, unleashing a flurry of crimson blade energy to carve a path for the others, rushing to support Hulayina. The entire group surged forward, emboldened by their fierce bloodlust. Yu Fengqin, already injured, found the tumult overwhelming and activated her martial soul for self-protection. Yu Qianxin, however, remained composed, dispatching several evil spirit masters that attempted to assault Yu Lingjiao, her hands stained with blood. Jiang Luoran, as the primary force, led their small squad, standing resolutely in the heart of the battlefield. During this time, Jiang Luoran managed to slay 3 frenzied soul beasts and 5 evil spirit masters. For soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. The yellow soul rings around Yu Lingjiao swirled energetically. Behind her, a terrifying thunder dragon materialized, unleashing thunder pearls that swiftly annihilated a soul master rushing toward them. Jiang Luoran was astounded. Truly, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex was formidable, capable of vanquishing foes with a mere disparity of 3 levels in soul power. Such potential was bound to breed pride. Protect the surrounding soul masters. But be mindful of your soul power, Jiang Luoran whispered. Qianxin, clear the path. Yu Qianxin, still youthful, was somewhat shaken by the sight of so many corpses. His demeanor shifting. Roar! The thunderous dragon's roar reverberated across the sky as Yu Qianxin's blue lightning dragon surged forth, obliterating 3 soul beasts into mere pulp. The shockwaves from the battle also claimed 3 evil spirit masters. Fengqin, you should withdraw. With your current strength, I cannot guarantee your survival, Jiang Luoran stated candidly. Even if Yu Fengqin followed, she would only activate her martial soul for self-preservation, unable to even protect Yu Lingjiao. Her presence was nearly redundant. Their enemies bore no deep-seated grudge against them, so if she wished to leave, she was free to do so. Yu Fengqin's purpose was solely to safeguard Yu Lingjiao. Given the current turmoil, there was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Departing now, no one could predict the actions of the martial soul hall, nor would they pursue her. Yu Fengqin retreated without uttering a word. On the battlefield, no one would criticize her decision. Everyone feared for their lives, and she had the right to choose her path. Let us go, Jiang Luoran urged, pulling Yu Lingjiao along to catch up with Yu Qianxin. In the midst of the chaos, Xieyu's dual blades shimmered with an impending crimson light. With a swift motion, a torrent of red blade energy engulfed everything, obscuring everyone's vision. The path to Hulaina was unveiled, and Xieu charged forward, grasping her right hand. The alluring and seductive red light consumed all the surrounding soul power, enveloping both Hulaina and Xieu in a fiery embrace. Martial sous fusion technique. All eyes were drawn skyward, eager to witness the magnitude of this strike. Enchanting. With that utterance, a magnificent red blade, resembling a celestial weapon, manifested in the heavens. Sharp beyond compare, instilling an undeniable sense of doom upon encounter. Whoosh! The red blade descended, sweeping horizontally with a singular sound. Centered around Hulaina, the majority of the evil spirit masters and soul beasts within a 4-meter radius perished, with only a few surviving. Those who fell were severed in a single stroke. The Soul Sect. This was a martial soul fusion technique only 2 soul sects could execute. The display was so overwhelming that it left the onlookers speechless. Having withstood 3 waves of attack, everyone had now breached the right side of the Valley of Death. Along the way, they encountered numerous dangers and traps, and their stamina was nearly depleted. This was still under conditions of conserving soul power from the onset. Out of more than 200 elite soul masters, only a little over 100 remained, some barely clinging to life. Where's Xuebeng? He is a prince. Where did the prince go? As the battle reached this point, titles mattered little. They shouted for Xuebeng instead. He fled long ago. I saw him being taken away by the guards. Ha! What a farce. A prince? Bah! Is that how royalty behaves? I'm done. Let the 3 great sects finish this. I need a break. Where's the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Huh? Get out there and take the lead. I can't hold on any longer. Yes, let the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex pave the way. It will be a simple task for them. Luoran, what should we do? Let us go. Yu Lingjiao bit her lip, feeling somewhat constrained. Go. In such dire circumstances, everyone is focused on self-preservation. Otherwise, why the uproar? Did you not see that all 4 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school perished? Is it not better to become a titled Douluo in the future and contribute to Douluo Dalu? Jiang Luoran stopped Yu Lingjiao from advancing. Why insist on a reckless confrontation? Tianxin, you're here. Feng Xiaotian approached, looking utterly disheveled. Yu Tianxin remained unmoved, staring blankly at Feng Xiaotian. Tianxin, what are you dawdling for at such a time? Let us go. The brothers are following you. Let us eradicate the evil spirit sect. Indeed, the Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall and Xieyou have already charged in. We must hasten our support. Jiang Luoran's face twitched. This Feng Xiaotian was inciting trouble. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yan emerged, casting disdainful glances at Yu Tianxin. The multitude of dangers faced along the way revealed at a glance who had exerted greater effort and who had not. In truth, Jiang Luoran and the others had not been overly cowardly. They had been protecting the surrounding elite soul masters and breaching the most challenging areas inhabited by soul beasts. I'll go. Yu Qianheng gasped for breath, his soul power nearly depleted, his body a tattered mess, covered in blood. In his state, he should have returned to the Royal Academy long ago. The Martial Soul Hall had regulations to prevent unnecessary losses. Elite soul masters who lost the ability to continue fighting were to retreat immediately. Yet Yu Qianheng, proud as he was, refused to yield, even in such a dire condition. Dugu Yin was equally exhausted, but persisted alongside him. Yu Qianxin will not be outdone. He He was determined not to let Yu Tianheng overshadow him. Jiang Luoran grasped him. Why concern yourself with such rumors? There will be opportunities to exert your strength later. Did you not see how Yu Tianheng is on the brink of collapse? You may need to save him soon. If you weren't a soul king, I wouldn't heed your counsel. Yu Tianxin retreated. Yu Tianheng scoffed, coward. When did you become such a coward? Tianheng, stop fighting. Let us return. Dugian's eyes were beginning to blur. No. Yu Tianheng unleashed his fourth soul skill. Thunderbolt of Wrath. Whoosh. Roar. A multitude of thunderbolts, accompanied by the dragon's roar, erupted as Yu Tianheng, charged with electricity, shattered all the boulders in his path. Charge! Charge! The group surged forward. By annihilating the evil spirit sect, they would earn accolades from the world and bring glory to their academy or family. Follow me. Jiang Luoran beckoned, leading Yu Tianxin and Yu Lingjiao towards a mountain on the right side of the Valley of Death. From the right side cave, hundreds of evil spirit masters and frenzied soul beasts poured forth, immediately engaging in fierce combat with the elite soul masters. This was likely the last remnant of the evil spirit sect. Jiang Luoran mused with a hint of indifference. Since it's the last, let us go assist, urged Yu Lingjiao. We surged from behind, attacking fiercely. Tianxin, you remain here. At my command, detonate the mountain peak. You and your Landian Bawang Long are most suited for such tasks. Jiang Luoran led Yu Lingjiao downwards. Have you lost your mind? Our people are down there. They are all scions of prominent families. What if something goes awry and they trace it back to us? Yu Tianxin shouted at Jiang Luoran. Yet, Jiang Luoran had already dashed far away. With his second soul skill, Shadow of the Shadow, Jiang Luoran activated a purple soul ring on his left hand and struck the ground. The ancient tree roots, almost 2,000 years old, erupted from the earth to confront the frenzied soul beasts. Jiang Luoran, accompanied by Yu Lingjiao, dashed towards the cave, moving against the tide of the deranged evil spirit masters. As expected, upon approaching the cave, the evil spirit masters and soul beasts, as if possessed, turned to chase after Jiang Luoran, neglecting to evade the incoming attacks from their enemies. The ancient tree roots extended their numerous vines, thick as arms, to obstruct the advance of the evil spirit masters. The elite offspring of various families were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden shift from a fierce battle to an unexpected calm. Come on, fourth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 blows. Jiang Luoran raised his purple grass hammer high. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Yu Lingjiao unleashed a thunder dragon that struck into the ranks of the evil spirit masters. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran's grass hammer whirled wildly as he unleashed a flurry of blows upon the evil spirit masters, creating chaos in the melee. Such brutality was unprecedented for Yu Lingjiao. She followed Jiang Luoran closely, unable to contain her astonishment. Quick assist. Though the elite soul masters were bewildered by Jiang Luoran's unorthodox fighting style, they knew this was not the time to stand idle. Detonate it. Jiang Luoran bellowed, the grass hammer never ceasing its assault. The Lan Dian Shunlong swiftly observed the opportune moment and commanded the divine dragon to collapse the mountain peak. Boom! A massive 4-meter-high mountain plummeted from the sky, crushing several evil spirit masters and blocking the path of the elite soul masters. Jiang Luoran smirked, for this was precisely what he desired, granting Hulaina ample time to retrieve that soul bone. In exchange, he sought the intelligence he desired. Chaos of the Gale, 79. Jiang Luoran's soul power surged to level 57, and the grass hammer in his hand became an instrument of destruction. Brother, I'm here to help. A young man clad in white sword in, his martial soul revealed as a white sparrow. In a tempest of fury, he struck out with his arms like wings against the throngs of frenzied soul beasts. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Who are you? Calling me brother right off the bat? Who are you? Lingjiao, do not unleash your soul skills. Conserve your soul power for survival. Just stay behind me, Jiang Luoran commanded, swinging his massive hammer. A powerful emerald bat, for 1,000 years old, appeared amidst the chaos. This bat was laden with potent venom. Even a single droplet could corrode stone and sever metal, its body radiating an irresistible emerald hue. The emerald bat was undoubtedly the strongest soul beast present. Jiang Luoran instructed Yu Lingjiao to cling to him, then charged towards the emerald bat, clearing a path through the surrounding soul beasts. Though burdened with Yu Lingjiao, Jiang Luoran's speed remained undeterred, gliding through the air. Are we flying? Yu Lingjiao's eyes widened. The grass hammer swung down, but the emerald bat spread its wings in defense. This was the 80th strike. Its power had escalated to a formidable level. Boom! The emerald bat was no match for Jiang Luoran's hammer, tumbling violently under the impact. The evil spirit masters roared. Kill him! Everyone advance! Soul beasts swarmed in, intent on encircling and eliminating Jiang Luoran. Lan Dian, Shenlong, Yu Tianxin, having been awed by Jiang Luoran's prowess, knew it was time to intervene as he found himself in a precarious situation. Boom! The divine dragon descended, obliterating all soul beasts and enemies that stood before Jiang Luoran. Yu Tianxin landed, hands crackling with lightning, positioned back-to-back with Jiang Luoran. It's the final moment. Finish them and leave. Jiang Luoran hurled the grass hammer upwards, aiming for the emerald bat's head. A strange hum emanated from the emerald bat, ensnaring Jiang Luoran and his companions in a daze. Jiang Luoran was ambushed by the emerald bat, forced to the ground. In that instant, he pushed Yu Lingjiao away. Quickly assist. Jiang Luoran still struggled to regain his senses. Here I come. Tang Bai soared in, unfurling his wings to send the emerald bat flying. Brother, I'm Tang Bai. Jiang Luoran managed a bitter smile, incredulous that introductions were happening amidst battle. Jiang Luoran, he shouted, leaping from the ground with his hammer raised, appearing as if he were gliding through the air. Luoran, I will lend you a hand. Tang Bai transformed into a burst of white light, crashing into the emerald bat with his fourth soul skill, Daylight. Boom! Jiang Luoran's hammer struck the emerald bat's head while Tang Bai collided with its body, shattering it into pieces. What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Tang Bai landed, laughing heartily. Jiang Luoran was taken aback by his carefree demeanor. This guy is truly a peculiar one. Not good. There's an ambush inside the cave. 10 soul ancestors and 5 soul kings. The holy maiden of the spirit hall and Xie Yu are surrounded. The warning came even before the speaker arrived. Jiang Luoran's expression changed dramatically as he dashed towards the cave. Luoran, what are you doing? Our objective has been achieved. ISNT survival our priority? You said so yourself. Why suddenly take a risk? Yu Lingjiao blocked Jiang Luoran. Pressure fosters growth. Jiang Luoran disregarded her concern and vanished from sight. You thinking? Did you not return? Why are you here? Yu Tianxin inquired, forming a bolt of blue electricity in her right hand as she approached Yu Fengxin. I'm not sure what happened. I was bound in a cave until the holy maiden rescued me. Then we were surrounded. Yu Fengxin replied, her tone disordered and flustered. Luoran has already entered. Brother, we must assist him. Yu Lingjiao tugged at Yu Tianxin. Brother, wait for me, ha! Tang Bai, seemingly oblivious to the danger, followed Jiang Luoran into the cave. Xie Yu, you traitor. I've long suspected your treachery, which is why I revealed the location of the evil spirit sect to you. How does it feel to be deceived? The black-clad leader of the evil spirit sect chuckled ominously. Xie Yu frowned, realizing his oversight had led him and Hulaina into the enemy's den. Xie Yu, do you still have soul power? Release your charming spirit once more, Hulaina said, her expression steely, remaining unflustered in the face of danger. It's futile. The 5 soul kings render charming spirit ineffective against them. You are the future of the spirit hall. Go. Xie Yu gripped his twin blades, confronting the black-clad leader. Gui Tong, I will cut you down. Gui Tong drew a gleaming large knife from his sleeve, its blade radiating cold light, intricately adorned with a lifelike golden tiger. Even a discerning eye could tell this was a weapon forged from soul bone, for no blacksmith could craft such exquisite arms. Bang! Gui Tong swung his knife, sending Xie Yu's twin blades flying and grasping Xie Yu by the throat. The soul bone is indeed in your possession, and Xie Yu gazes intently at it. It is widely known across the Douluo that the weapon in Qian Doulu's hands, the Liang Tian, is forged from a soul bone. It is difficult to fathom that another exists, also derived from a soul bone. We exerted considerable effort to locate it. This Yu Hu Zhan Hun Dao fell from a 50,000-year-old Zhan Yu Hu soul beast. I have heard that you wish to claim it for yourselves? How naive. Gui Tong's expression twisted with menace. Release my sister, or you shall face the wrath of the spirit hall, Xie Yu threatened. There is no need for that. We can break free, Hulaina declared as she unleashed her 9 tails towards Gui Tong. Holding the Yu Hu Zhan Hun Dao, Gui Tong effortlessly severed Hulaina's 9 tails. Perish! Blood Fiend Hammer, Chaotic Gale. Jiang Luoran seized the opportune moment and struck Gui Tong from behind with a powerful blow. His soul power at level 57 did not waver. 5 soul rings of deep purple encircling the Blood Fiend Hammer. Taken by surprise, Gui Tong was interrupted mid-thought and hastily raised his defenses. Yet, How could he withstand Jiang Luoran's sudden and formidable strike? Moreover, Jiang Luoran had mastered the Kunpeng movement technique, having reached the pinnacle of agility and attack as a Soul Emperor, far beyond Gui Tong's capabilities. Boom! Gui Tong fell lifeless under Jiang Luoran's hammer, unable to mount any resistance. Leader, the other 14 shouted, the enemy is also a Soul King. Eliminate him. Jiang Luoran grasped the Yu Hujan Hundao, flipping to Xie Yu's side. Is this soul bone truly the Yu Hujan Hundao? Is it you? So, you have become a Soul King? Xie Yu recognized Jiang Luoran. A Soul King? Hu Laina was taken aback. It was evident that Jiang Luoran's soul power had indeed reached the Soul King level, surpassing even that of a standard Soul King at level 55. Have you been cultivating since the womb? Let us break through first, Jiang Luoran said, pulling the nearest evil spirit master close, his right hand wielding the blade. Aimed at their neck. A decisive strike. The blade proved astonishingly sharp. Truly, it was a weapon bestowed by the Spirit Hall. Third soul skill, evil spirit technique. Third soul skill, evil spirit technique. Fourth soul skill, evil spirit technique. Observing the surrounding evil spirit masters unleashing their soul skills. Jiang Luoran and Hu Laina stood back to back with Xie Yu. Each one possessed identical soul skills? What a farce. Jiang Luoran recalled Master's teachings, stating that every individual's soul skills are unique. There are no perfectly identical soul skills or martial souls in existence. Even within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, disparities in strength exist among their martial souls. This is the nature of the evil spirit masters. They have corrupted the natural ethics of soul masters. In this evil spirit cult, each individual possesses only one soul skill, and the enhancement of their soul rings merely amplifies the potency of that singular skill. Once the evil spirit technique is activated, their attacks can obliterate enemies, continuing until they are entirely drained of soul power, at which point the skill ceases. Hu Laina urged Jiang Luoran to prepare. Fifth soul skill, Hell Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand, conjuring 3 sets of purple battle armor for the 3 of them. This armor felt remarkably comfortable, igniting a desire to battle within him and enhancing his physical prowess. Xie Yu picked up the U-blade. Countless tendrils of black energy surged forth, enveloping the 3 without a single angle of escape. Faced with such peril, Jiang Luoran dared not hold back. Kunpeng, merge with me. A white-feathered Kunpeng manifested behind Jiang Luoran, swirling with formidable energy as he charged forward holding the Yu Hujan Hundao. The enemy unleashed an all-encompassing attack, leaving Jiang Luoran no room to maneuver. To save Xie Yu was his greatest act of compassion. The Hell Battle Armor had already been bestowed upon them. Each must fight with all their might. Dual martial souls. Hu Laina's eyes twitched, and the enemy's beast martial soul evoked a peculiar sensation within her. Buzz. Jiang Luoran cleaved through several tendrils of black energy, aiming to eliminate a few evil spirit masters, only to find that the black energy could explode, sending him hurtling back to his previous position. Boom! Endless black energy engulfed the 3, and Xie Yu was already injured. Hold steady. Do not act recklessly. Look for an opportunity. Jiang Luoran shielded Xie Yu from several black tendrils. There is no way out. This is the evil spirit technique. We will be trapped to death. Xie Yu, usually so composed, began to lose hope. Whoosh! Dozens of black tendrils shot in from both sides. Xie Yu was gravely wounded, with Jiang Luoran guarding the left and Hu Laina the right. Boom! After fending off the attacks, they fell back to their previous position, both exhausted. Particularly Hu Laina, who faced the power of Soul King. To withstand it was only possible due to her astonishing aptitude. Jiang Luoran fared better, possessing not only the strength of a Soul King, but also wielding the Yu Hujan Hundao. We cannot break through, Hu Laina gasped, her confidence waning. If we can escape, we can fend off our enemies. Take this blade. Jiang Luoran handed the Yu Hujan Hundao to Hu Laina. This way, our strengths will be balanced, and our chances of survival will increase. Moreover, had Hu Laina clarified her intentions from the start, Jiang Luoran's speed would have prevented the encirclement. Regrettably, it was too late. This is a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Are you sure you wish to give it to me? Hu Laina was astonished. It was rare for anyone to refuse such an offering in the face of a soul bone. Her thoughts were in disarray, as her life had been solely devoted to training and ruthless trials. It was hard to comprehend someone as carefree as Jiang Luoran. Chapter 103. The Frenzy of Ascension. Enough with the chatter. I leave the rear to you. Jiang Luoran donned the netherworld boots. Third soul skill, Storm Fury. Fourth soul skill, Heavenly Sun. Tang Bai arrived, attacking the evil spirit masters from the outside. A flash of white light. Two soul skills manifested simultaneously, annihilating three soul masters. Third soul skill, Wrath of the Thunder God. Yu Tianxin roared, dispatching two soul masters with a strike. Second soul skill, Thunderclap. Yu Lingjiao moved swiftly, eliminating a soul zone. Jiang Luoran and Hu Laina felt a tremendous alleviation of pressure, elated by the turn of events. Xiaoyu also glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival and suddenly rallied. Dare you to entrap me? Do you still wish to kill me? Xiaoyu struggled to rise, unleashing a fierce blade energy. The evil spirit cult has lost all morals. The slayer is rewarded. Leave none alive. Hu Laina was enveloped in a vibrant red mist as she charged forth wielding the Yu Huzhan Handao. Her meaning was clear. Anyone assisting her in slaying the evil spirit cult would be rewarded, thereby motivating everyone to fight harder. Little did they know that they were actually aiding Jiang Luoran. Moreover, the remaining elite soul masters had been obstructed by Duan Shan, and it seemed unlikely they would arrive in time. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. Jiang Luoran summoned a purple soul ring with his left hand, targeting a soul king. The blood fiend vines erupted from the ground, their sharp tendrils piercing the soul king's body, killing him instantly. The evil spirit masters, sensing the impending doom, huddled together, hastily consuming potions. They were drinking elixirs as Hu Laina pursued them. Release all soul skills, Jiang Luoran shouted, fully aware of the horror these potions could unleash. Fourth soul skill, Forged 1,000 times. Yu Tianxin, fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Divine Dragon Speed. Yu Lingjiao, second soul skill, Thunderclap. Tang Bai, the second soul skill, Rimian Ji. The evil moon is injured and cannot temporarily release the advanced soul skill. Yuan Yue, with the manifestation of her martial spirit, Hu Laina transforms into an enchanting nine-tailed fox, wielding the Moon Tiger Soul Cutter. Various attacks intertwine and charge towards the evil spirit master. An astonishing scene unfolds. At this moment, Jiang Luoran's eyes nearly bulge out. The second soul skill. Bai Zhuji Duan. Yu Fengqin transforms into a massive blue tortoise, shielding the evil spirit master. Particularly remarkable is the surge of his soul power, which unexpectedly ascends to level 35 and continues to rise, seemingly without limit. Ha ha ha. One evil spirit master laughs heartily, as if witnessing something exhilarating. This potion is indeed powerful. My strength is continuously rising. Yu Fengqin's eyes turn crimson, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Level 40, 45, 50. He continues to level up. Like a flood bursting through a dam, unstoppable. Moreover, even the soul ring restrictions have been shattered. This is an unfathomable method, because a soul master must hunt a soul beast and obtain its soul ring to advance to the next level. Yet, Yu Fengqin has already surged to the realm of a 56th level soul emperor. This is simply unbelievable. Boom! The blue tortoise blocks all soul skills, its shell glistening with radiant patterns. Yu Fengqin, what are you doing? Yu Tian Xin admonishes, gazing at the disheveled Yu Fengqin. Yu Fengqin ignores Yu Tian Xin and turns to the evil spirit master behind him. Can I truly continue my cultivation without dying, all the way from Soul King? Indeed, this is our latest potion, capable of unleashing all of one's potential, the leading evil spirit master exclaims, throwing the empty vial to the ground. Our power has returned. Jiang Luoran and the others suddenly sense something amiss, as the aura and soul power of the opposing evil spirit masters shift dramatically. Suddenly, they exude a terrifying presence. Some among them have even transformed from soul kings to soul emperors. Run! Jiang Luoran commands everyone to retreat. Ha ha ha! Jiang Luoran, you are undoubtedly doomed. Do you still wish to escape? Yu Fengqin descends from above, bearing the blue tortoise shell, blocking the cavern. At this moment, he feels an overwhelming surge of power and an intense fighting spirit, even feeling as if he could take on 6 opponents single-handedly. Yu Fengqin, do not be deceived. The evil spirit sect is not to be trifled with, Yu Lingjiao warns. I desire this power not for you. You favor the strong. I am that now. Moreover, I obtained an extra vial from the elder. This one is for you, Yu Fengqin smiles. Yu Lingjiao feels a wave of embarrassment and falls silent. Yu Fengqin, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting to Lingjiao? Yu Tian Xin's eyes spark with blue lightning. No more arguments. Yu Fengqin was killed suddenly by the elder of the evil spirit sect while attempting to slay the sect leader, Ghost Eye. We mourn. Jiang Luo ran swiftly, seizes the Moon Tiger Soul Cutter from Hulai Na and charges towards Yu Fengqin. If Yu Fengqin is not eliminated, we will all fall here. Jiang Luo ran, steels himself, and bears the burden of sin. Boldly speaking, Jiang Luo ran, I have long found you displeasing. Are you more handsome than me, or simply better connected? What right do you have to make Ling Jiao devoted to you? Although Yu Fengqin's power has surged, his basic rationality remains intact. Yet, Jiang Luo ran does not engage in further banter, finally asking, will you step aside? No. Yu Fengqin bellows without hesitation. Buzz. The Moon Tiger Soul Cutter in Jiang Luo Ran's hand suddenly erupts, waves of heat radiating from the blade, heating the air around them. Jiang Luo Ran feels the Moon Tiger Soul Cutter frantically absorbing his soul power, nearly draining him completely. It turns out this blade can only absorb the energy of those above the Soul King level. No wonder Hulai Na could wield such power. All eyes turn to the Moon Tiger Soul Cutter, which has become the most conspicuous presence in the vicinity. For some unknown reason, it emanates an intimidating aura, making everyone feel as if they are gazing into the sun. Boom! At this moment, everything around Jiang Luo Ran transforms into a blazing white light as he swings at Yu Fengqin. Whoosh! The Moon Tiger Soul Cutter slices through the air like a blade, cleaving the fabric of another world, leaving behind an indelible black mark. Yu Fengqin regrets his decision at the last moment, but as he feels the force of Jiang Luo Ran's strike, it is too late. For Jiang Luo Ran's attack is too swift, so swift that his body is cleaved in two before he even realizes it. In his final moments, he gazes longingly at Ling Jiao, still clutching the vial of the new potion. Evil Spirit Technique. This overwhelming soul power crushes the eyelids of all present, expanding into a phenomenon resembling a black hole. Tian Xian and Ling Jiao retreat first. Old Bai carry the evil moon. Jiang Luo Ran returns the Moon Tiger Soul Cutter to Hulai Na. Kunpeng manifest. Jiang Luo Ran closes his eyes tightly, his hair transforming into a pristine, ethereal white. Soon after, his eyebrows, body, and face undergo a divine transformation. Whoosh! Two enormous white wings unfurl, extending into the air and blocking everyone's path. Brother, it truly is you. Tang Bai lifts the evil moon. For some reason, he has always felt a connection between Jiang Luo Ran's second martial spirit and himself. Hulai Na coughs up a mouthful of blood, her chest in agony, her entire body ablaze, the nine tails quivering and growing uncontrollably. Jiang Luo Ran also senses something amiss, feeling an inexplicable attraction to Hulai Na. Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. They exchange glances, simultaneously uttering this phrase. Chapter 104. Qian Kuan Wanli. Hulai Na and Jiang Luo Ran swiftly charge towards the evil spirit masters. The alluring red light intertwines with the sacred radiance, two distinct energies merging with a mystifying synergy. The white-feathered Kunpeng detaches from Jiang Luo Ran's body, soaring into the sky, growing larger under the enchanting red glow, acquiring a touch of earthly essence. Buzz! Jiang Luo Ran and Hulai Na merge into the white and pink intersecting Kunpeng. The Kunpeng's wings spread wide, bursting through the cavern, its eyes transforming into a captivating pink hue, devoid of any seductive intent. Instead, it radiates boundless divine might. The nine tails extend outward, brushing against the ground, as the white-feathered wings slice through the cavern, advancing toward the evil spirit masters. Boom! The clash between the black magic hole and the white and pink Kunpeng obliterates the space within 3 meters, continuously expanding. 5 soul rings appear around the pink Kunpeng. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Then, Hulai Na's 4 soul rings manifest. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The 9 soul rings intertwine and encircle the Kunpeng, as if they share the same root, harmoniously synchronized. Simultaneously, the Kunpeng undergoes a transformation, its body swelling, its aura becoming even more majestic. How is this possible? The evil moon reveals a perplexed expression. Hulai Na can only unleash the martial spirit fusion technique with him. Yet now, she is able to perform it with an ordinary passerby. This is utterly baffling. Has the Douluo continent changed? The martial spirit fusion technique requires not only matching martial spirits, but also a shared temperament. Jiang Luo Ran has only just met Hulai Na. How could they resonate so deeply? She is perplexed, utterly baffled by the current situation. Not only is she at a loss, but even the combatants here, Hua and Jiang, are equally bewildered. Their martial souls inexplicably resonate with one another, exhibiting an astonishing fusion technique that amplifies their power. Having devoted my life to the study of martial souls, I am at a loss to identify the soul beast involved, leaving Ling Zhao utterly entranced. Suddenly, an explosion erupts from the mountain behind, revealing the pale, cold visage of Kunpeng, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As the mountain crumbles, Tinhong collapses to the ground, appearing lifeless. Upon witnessing his fall, Vivian, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders, succumbs to unconsciousness as well. Elite soul masters rush in, only to be met with a gruesome sight of lifeless bodies scattered across the ground, a collapsed cavern ahead, and rampant soul energy swirling around them. Where the Shilingse? Where is the Sungnu? Feng Xiaotan scans the surroundings, recalling the moment when the path was sealed. He nearly lost his life. The Shengir is locked in a fierce battle against the remnants of the Xingjiao, while Shir points toward a colossal Kunpeng in the distance. What is that? A soul beast? 1,000,000 years old? How can it be so immense? My heavens, what is that creature? It is shrouded in darkness. This is the sinister magic of Xilinjiao, a common method employed by them. The greatest advantage of this soul technique is its ability to embody countless powers within one. With a resounding boom, the Kunpeng begins to dissipate, and the black hole vanishes abruptly. Jiang, supporting wields the Hu Zhang Oendal, swiftly dispatching 3 nearly defeated Qingsu before pausing. This battle has led to the complete annihilation of the Xilinjiao. Is this still feasible? Jiang Luoran nudges Hu Lina. Although he verbally questions her capability, he too feels a fog clouding his mind. How did your soul ring absorb that energy? There are individuals like you in this world, even on the brink of unconsciousness. Hu Lina persists in her inquiry. It is innate. Do not dwell on it. Jiang firmly discourages her from such thoughts. Should ever attempt to mimic him and inadvertently cause her own demise, he would be left with regret. Then I shall refrain from further questions. Hulina places a hand on her chest, inquiring about the name of his second martial soul. Kunpeng. John observed as perplexed expression, realizing she has never heard of it. Indeed, she has not. Yet based on his manifestations, it appears to be an extraordinary beast martial soul, remarkably powerful. Hu Lina acknowledges its strength, understanding that Jiang has not bestowed any soul rings upon the Kunpeng. The fact that the Kunpeng can unleash such formidable power without any soul rings is truly thought-provoking. This blade is yours. After all, you cannot return empty-handed, Jiang insists, urging to accept it. Very well, we shall wield it together, exchanging it when necessary. Azulina is not one to hesitate. Moreover, she genuinely requires a weapon to report back. Do not mention it. We have already utilized our martial soul fusion technique. I no longer regard you as a stranger, and gestures graciously. Of course, he does not mean to belittle rather, he believes that their ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique signifies a deep connection. If there is a mutual understanding, the foundation of trust is established, akin to the bond of the closest friends. While on the Douluo continent, many who are capable of performing martial soul fusion techniques eventually become spouses, and the likelihood of such unions is considerable. However, Jiang refrains from broaching such topics prematurely. Hu Lina's face flushes, having misinterpreted S intent. She resolves to observe the situation further. What shall we name our martial soul fusion technique? Jiang Lun, momentarily taken aback, initially thinks S request for observation pertains to her previous task of investigating his origins. So, my efforts were in vain, and she has yet to uncover the truth? More observation is required. Then I must impose upon you. How about we name the martial soul fusion technique? Chan Kunwang. John finds himself bewildered, pondering why tracing the lineage of his family has proven so arduous. Even a martial soul palace requires such extensive time. At present, is preoccupied and does not contemplate Jiang's prior request, as the tumult has left her somewhat dazed. This matter is not troublesome. I find the name of the martial soul fusion technique quite fitting. I like it, suddenly perceives a favorable impression of Englon. Given his bold entrance to rescue her, a word of thanks is warranted. Calm yet resolute, even if he does not possess striking features. Buzz. A flurry of chrysanthemum petals descends, landing beside as the radiant Jiang emerges from within. Elder, Hu Lina rises. Have you secured the items? Zhu Huaguan does not acknowledge Jiang Luoran. After a brief hesitation, Lunar confirms her success. Excellent, let us depart. Jiang transforms into a swarm of chrysanthemum petals, enveloping Kuna before vanishing from sight. Jiang discards his tattered hellish armor, staggering toward the elite soul masters. My friend, allow me to assist you. Hearing the voice, Jiang sees a golden-clad man with a pale face approaching. His hair is golden, and he possesses a delicate and charming visage. His smiling demeanor is disarmingly warm. Jiang exclaims in surprise. Chapter 105, The Startling Onset of Battle. Do you know me, my friend? Jiang's brow furrows, as they seem to have never met. Jiang's eyelids twitch in response. Know you? I'm intimately familiar with you. The realization that Jiang is female, yet presenting as a male, sends a shiver down Jiang's spine. Chen, your disguise is most arduous. However, Jiang had previously asserted that both the martial soul palace and the royal family exist within a framework of absolute interests. No one is inherently good or evil. It is merely a matter of perspective. Much like King Fengde, who is a man of great vision and thus disdains conflict with the younger generation. Yet, should he encounter the martial soul palace, he would employ any means necessary to resist, even if they are exceedingly treacherous. In the realm of royal conflict, there is no right or wrong, only human sentiment, only those willing to extend their aid. Therefore, Chen decides not to expose the truth, allowing them to continue their ruckus as they please. The crown prince, the next heir of the Tiando Empire. How could I be unaware? Zhang Luoran chuckles bitterly. Nevertheless, he is indeed in a quite pitiful state, tattered clothing and several wounds adorning his body. Regardless of his noble status, he remains human, if you do not mind. Let us forge a brotherhood. Jiang's lips curl upward. She has witnessed the recent events clearly. Jiang is a talent that must be brought under her wing. Such a gifted individual cannot be left unclaimed. I consider myself of lowly status. Jiang's expression darkens. To propose such a request, given her status, is an implicit rejection if he refuses. There is no other option. Jiang must respond assertively. His interest in Chanrongshi is minimal, yet the disparity in their positions is striking. It appears my brother is reluctant to bond with me, Jiang observes calmly, neither angered nor excited. Shall we not forge a bond with heaven and earth? I find you quite likable. Jiang Luoran smirks mischievously. How utterly nauseating. Jiang Luoran always understood one thing. If she could not respond to the distasteful inquiries of others, she would redirect the conversation to an even more nauseating topic. Maintaining a friendship was acceptable to her. After all, who would mind having a beautiful female companion? However, the predicament arose when Qian Rinxue sought to embroil her in the struggle for royal power, a proposition Jiang Luoran vehemently refused. What? What did you say? Xueqing's mind struggled to grasp the situation. She felt nauseous, nearly on the verge of vomiting. If she had truly been male, she shuddered to think what might have transpired. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Luoran's taste diverged from a norm. Xueqing's complexion flushed with embarrassment, her breath quickened. Jiang Luoran, with a carefree demeanor, draped her arm over Xueqing's shoulder and leaned in, suggesting that it would be more advantageous for them to become a couple instead. Fortunately, Jiang Luoran was aware of Xueqing's true identity. Otherwise, she too might have felt the urge to retch. This encounter resembled a clash between actors. Sensing Jiang Luoran's invasive gaze, Xueqing stepped back, narrowly avoiding an unwanted kiss. What is wrong with being my brother? When I ascend to power, I shall bestow upon you the title of imperial teacher. You would be second only to me, living a life of unparalleled prestige, Jiang Luoran declared. Her hands clasped behind her back as she began to channel her soul power. Jiang Luoran, a soul king, could still sense Xueqing's gathering energy despite her injuries. If Jiang Luoran were an ordinary soul king, she would have perished countless times by now. In fact, she possessed the strength to rival a soul emperor. Her speed almost otherworldly. So, do you have grander ambitions? Xueqing frowned. I absolutely refuse to partake in your power games. Spare me the trouble. Jiang Luoran waved her hand dismissively. Then I shall have no choice but to avoid you and join another faction, Xueqing retorted, conjuring a golden sphere of light and launching it at Jiang Luoran. Is this your breaking point? Jiang Luoran transformed into a shadowy figure, effortlessly dodging the golden projectile and appearing before Xueqing in an instant. Xueqing was taken aback by Jiang Luoran's speed. She could hardly comprehend how someone could move so swiftly. Even a soul emperor might struggle to match such velocity. Was her opponent a speed-oriented soul master? With no time to ponder further, Xue understood one thing. She had to engage Jiang Luoran with all her might, leaving nothing to chance. Despite Jiang Luoran's injuries, she was not an adversary to be underestimated. Xue cried, swinging a golden sword towards Jiang Luoran's crown. Even a soul master dares to challenge me? Train a little longer. Jiang Luoran leapt, utilizing her soul power to kick Xue away. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. Even injured, Jiang Luoran was far beyond Xue's capabilities. Xue fell to the ground, spitting blood in frustration, her gaze fixed on Jiang Luoran. Qianren, if I unleash my martial soul, a single vine could easily eliminate you. I have made myself clear. I have no intention of becoming entangled in power struggles. Jiang Luoran stated, her demeanor unruffled. What did you call me? Xue's expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if hearing the most terrifying ghost story. Since you intend to kill me, I shall not beat around the bush, Jiang Luoran declared, though she had no desire to eliminate Qianren. The repercussions of such an act would be vast. Could she withstand the pursuit of the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall? Regardless of how Xue learned of her identity, today would be her last. Golden light radiated from Xue's body. With a resounding crash, two expansive, angelic wings burst forth, revealing the stunning visage of a female angel, Qianren. Prepare to meet your end. Second soul skill, Void Wings. The wings trembled, and the golden light surged forth, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Futile, you cannot kill me. I seek no conflict with you. If you possess any sense, you will withdraw, Jiang Luoran replied nonchalantly. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. Xue raised her angelic sword, golden rings of energy swirling around her. In a flash, she transformed into a stream of sharp golden light, aiming to cleave Jiang Luoran in two. Jiang Luoran seized a purple-pink blood vine and struck it against the golden light. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the golden brilliance shattered, leaving only its radiant remnants scattered on the ground. Xue, unable to withstand Jiang Luoran's might, plummeted from the sky. Despite the protection of her second soul skill, Void Wings, she had escaped injury by mere chance. The sheer strength of her opponent left her astounded. Three beams of sword light surged toward Jiang Luoran's head. First soul skill, from nothingness to existence. Jiang Luoran summoned a purple soul ring, releasing a cloud of violet gas. The sword light was suddenly ensnared by the blood vines, which grew thicker, crushing the blades. With a powerful flap of her wings, Xue had teleported in front of Jiang Luoran, brandishing her sword downward with determination. Jiang Luoran, however, was swift as a shadow, evading her strike and appearing behind her. This was accomplished without utilizing her soul bones or armor. Otherwise, she could have dispatched Qianren in mere seconds. Xue's pupils trembled as she realized the extent of Jiang Luoran's speed, far exceeding her expectations. Although she had prepared herself, she was unprepared for such an overwhelming display. With a forceful swing aimed at Jiang Luoran, she found her blade deftly deflected as Jiang Luoran's fingers deftly pressed against the sword's edge, driving Xue back into the ground. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds, too swift for the eye to discern the intricacies. Such speed? Such speed? You cannot be human, Xue thought, even considering self-destruction, unaware of Jiang Luoran's formidable prowess. Jiang Luoran, having undergone rigorous training, felt a sense of urgency. Surely, Qianren would realize when it was time to retreat. Must she truly subdue her and rain blows upon her abdomen? Such a spectacle was unnecessary. Very well. You have won, Xue conceded, though she still had powerful techniques at her disposal. Yet, what could they achieve against Jiang Luoran? Perhaps she would not even have the chance to unleash them before being struck down. Indeed, as Jiang Luoran lowered her guard, Xue seized the opportunity, her golden sword sweeping toward Jiang Luoran's legs. Jiang Luoran remained stationary, allowing the golden blade to strike her. The moment the sword met her ethereal boots, it shattered into a cascade of golden fragments. Without a lesson, one would not learn to be at ease. Jiang Luoran despised underhanded tactics the most. He delivered a powerful kick to Qianren abdomen. With a cry, Qianren was sent flying several meters, crashing into a massive boulder before coming to a halt. Jiang Luoran, with remarkable speed, raised his fist and struck her on the head. The impact left Qianren battered and bruised, tumbling far before finally stopping, her wings too weary to take flight. Jiang Luoran grasped Qian Rinxue by her collar and said, I have made myself clear. Why must you incessantly chatter? What do you truly want from me? Submitting to the Wuhuan Temple is your best option. Kill me if you wish. There will be elders from the Wuhuan Temple hunting you down, and you will undoubtedly meet your demise. Qian Rinxue retorted defiantly, filled with rage like never before. It was as if only Jiang Luoran had managed to inflict such harm upon her. I am but a wanderer. Are you attempting to bind me to the Wuhuan Temple? What if I promise not to join any faction or group? Jiang Luoran raised 3 fingers. Are you certain? Qian Rinxue paused, surprised. Do you genuinely believe you can abandon worldly riches? In a few days, I will depart. Who will care about your conflicts? Do as you please, Jiang Luoran replied nonchalantly. Very well then. I hope you're not fickle. Otherwise, I will command all titled Douluos of the Wuhuan Temple to hunt you down, Qian Rinxue warned solemnly. Rest assured, even if an avalanche were to beg me, I would not be drawn into this conflict. I have no interest in it, Jiang Luoran said, pulling Qian Rinxue up and brushing off her skirt. This scene resembled a boyfriend helping his girlfriend up from the ground and dusting her off. An unexpectedly tender moment following their fierce battle. Qian Rinxue felt a sense of awkwardness, but given that he had just declared himself gay, she thought nothing of it. How did you learn that the Wuhuan Temple intends to contend with the 2 great empires? Qian Rinxue wiped the blood from her forehead. At this point, Jiang Luoran had no need to conceal anything, and Qian Rinxue could easily deduce that he was well informed. You need not concern yourself with that. I can offer you a piece of advice, Jiang Luoran smiled. What advice? Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled. The crown prince should become the emperor sooner rather than later. Lest he face prolonged dreams of uncertainty, Jiang Luoran advised with a smile. With this, he felt he had overstepped his bounds. Indeed, Qian Rinxue was utterly astonished, nodding repeatedly. I will ask once more, will you truly not consider joining the Wuhuan Temple? If you are inclined, I could teach you. I am not without talent, she offered. Jiang Luoran had been smiling, but upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words and seeing her bashful gaze, a sudden anger ignited within him, darkening his expression. Leave, Qian Rinxue, unsure of how she had provoked him, desperately flapped her wings and fled the scene. How infuriating! Did she think me that kind of person? Jiang Luoran seethed, regretting that it held back earlier. Enough of this. Come out. Jiang Luoran had long sensed someone watching them, and it was evident they possessed formidable strength. Brother, I saw you on a date earlier and did not wish to intrude. Tang Bai approached with a grin. Are you also from the Wuhuan Temple? Jiang Luoran inquired. Indeed, your tastes are quite unique. Why not pursue such a fine girl? Tang Bai smiled gently. Enough with the trivialities. If you wish to leave, do so quickly. Jiang Luoran replied impatiently, finding Tang Bai's overly familiar demeanor quite off-putting. You seem to be an astute individual. Why such a foul temper? It affects your cultivation, you know, Tang Bai said, summoning his martial spirit and soaring into the sky. Take care. Should you encounter trouble, you may seek me out at the Wuhuan Temple. My name is Tang Bai. As Tang Bai flew away, Jiang Luoran remained silent, directing his gaze towards a group of elite soul masters. The Wuhuan Temple was undeniably cautious at this juncture, preparing for the most critical moment, leaving no room for unforeseen circumstances. Little did they know, their greatest threat was Tang San. Reflecting on these matters caused Jiang Luoran a headache. As for having killed Yu Fengqin, he felt a twinge of guilt since she was merely an innocent child with great potential. If she were to grow, she could easily become the next Yu Qianheng. Chapter 107. First encounter in the Death Canyon, a restricted area of the Wuhuan Temple. Salus approached in his worn elder shoes. I wish you success in exterminating the demonic foes. The Wuhuan Temple will report this to the royal family, your academies, and your clans. Everyone will remember your honor. The crowd felt uplifted at the first part of his speech, but soon fell into sorrow at the latter half. Some elite members from various academies had been completely annihilated, and many met a gruesome end. Even though they had come prepared, the reality of the situation weighed heavily on their hearts. Some had already fled, including the leading figure. Avalanche. Everyone witnessed Avalanche being taken away by a squad of knights clad in golden armor. Counting them, there must have been an entire platoon. The crowd murmured. No wonder he is merely a prince, and not the crown prince. With such a temperament, who would dare entrust him with power? Xue Qinghe, however, pressed forward, unable to stop the Knight Brigade. The group praised the Empire's future, believing it was not too bleak. This first assault belongs to our Wuhuan Temple's Saintess, Hulaina. However, she is gravely injured and requires rest. Thus, she cannot be present here, Salas said with a slight smile. This statement left the crowd speechless, as they had no grounds for rebuttal. Hu Laina and Xiaoyu had plunged into the cave, still engaged in battle against the second wave of evil spirit masters. Moreover, the final confrontation had been entrusted to them. This meant that the group had only dealt with 3 waves of enemies while the true threats had been eliminated by Hu Laina and Xiaoyu. Some felt relieved, realizing that had they taken part, their lives would have been in jeopardy. The second individual was Jiang Luoran of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Salas smiled. For the Pope had ordered that this individual must be incorporated into the Wuhuan Temple. It was a necessity. Jiang Luoran, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. With the surname Jiang, how peculiar. Was he perhaps a son-in-law? Never before had he heard of such a character being deemed the second attacker. Surely he was not an ordinary individual. Jiang Luoran smiled awkwardly, indifferent to the accolades of being the first attacker, as he merely wished to conclude matters swiftly. Such empty titles were trivial. If taken seriously, they would lead to nothing but futility. Let all fade away. However, it was infuriating that Salas claimed second-class merit could yield 10,000 gold soul coins and grant unrestricted access to the Wuhuan Temple. In plain terms, this was a backdoor opened for Jiang Luoran, ensuring that should he wish to enter, the Wuhuan Temple would nurture him vigorously. Reluctantly, Jiang Luoran had to step forward to receive the award. Salas shook Jiang Luoran's hand, praising, "This young brother possesses extraordinary talent and a refreshing demeanor. It is evident you are destined for greatness. No wonder you were able to perform a martial spirit fusion technique with our Saintus." In Salas's view, the ability to execute a martial spirit fusion technique indicated a profound connection between the martial spirit and character, suggesting that Jiang Luoran would indeed remain in the Wuhuan Temple due to Hu Laina. With the martial spirit fusion technique in play, the two could hardly be separated. Jiang Luoran was somewhat taken aback, feeling that the bishop had overly praised him. As a junior, he still had much to refine and was far from meeting the standards. Such humility. The old man, Salas, naturally relished having someone bow their head before him, especially a man of exceptional potential likely to be paired with the Saintus for life. His mood was thus buoyant. Very well, let us proceed to the Wuhuan Temple to meet the Pope. Salas grasped Jiang Luoran tightly, unwilling to let go. I fear that is not feasible at present. I have resolved to cultivate alone. I wish to traverse the lands, seeking trials to grow stronger. Rather than confining myself to mere victories, Jiang Luoran boldly declared. Enter the Wuhuan Temple? Nonsense. What if I were to encounter Qianrenshue? Another skirmish? Do you not realize there are several hidden titled Douluos within? Salas was taken aback by this revelation. However, he refrained from contemplating Jiang Luoran's reluctance to visit the Wuhuan Temple, for he had an inseparable connection with Hu Laina. Yet, the Pope had specifically requested Jiang Luoran's presence at the Wuhuan Temple, which posed a dilemma for him. This must not stand. Jiang Luoran must enter the Wuhuan Temple. Before he could voice this, he heard Xue Qing's voice from behind. Bishop Salas, it is perfectly acceptable for Brother Luoran to undertake trials. Why bind him within the confines of the Wuhuan Temple? Salas was struck by a bolt of realization. He was acutely aware that Xue Qing's true identity was Qianrenshue, the daughter of the Pope Bibi Dong. Her words would undoubtedly not hinder the development of the Wuhuan Temple, as she would consider matters from a comprehensive perspective. Was there truly something amiss with Jiang Luoran? Let's test this further. I fear that may not be appropriate. Jiang Luoran is the individual specifically requested by our Wuhuan Temple's elder, Salas thought, feeling the weight of the situation. After all, should Jiang Luoran ultimately refrain from visiting the Wuhuan Temple, it would be the elder who would bear the embarrassment, not the Pope. Am I not the sovereign of the Tiando Empire? Can I not make decisions here? Xue Qinghe feigned anger. At this moment, Jiang Luoran wished to cover his head. These two actors were truly adept at their craft. Though they were clearly family, they performed as though they were bitter enemies, with tension palpable in the air. Jiang Luoran understood perfectly that Xue Qinghe's actions were for show, intended for the eyes of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire. Such fine technique. Their quarrel resumed. Amidst rumors of discord between the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Temple, the prince, Xue Qinghe, was indeed formidable, living up to his role as the next heir. The Wuhuan Temple's dominance was evident, supporting the prince, whose character far surpassed that of Xue Bong. One could surmise that Xue Bong would eventually have to submit to the Wuhuan Temple. Let us refrain from whispering, lest others overhear. How audacious! The Wuhuan Temple's affairs are not dictated by the prince alone. Salas feigned indignation. What? Do my words hold no weight? Xue Qinghe frowned, raising a hand to gesture forward. Before them stood a row of royal knights clad in silver armor, poised for battle, their long spears at the ready. The Tiando Empire has no intention of clashing with the Wuhuan Temple. We merely believe Brother Luoran should forge his own path, Xue Qinghe cautiously stated, not daring to diminish the Wuhuan Temple's reputation. Keeping the charade at a simmer was just right. Let us depart, Salas declared, sweeping away and leading the knights of the Wuhuan Temple into obscurity. Jiang Luoran held a card worth 10,000 golden soul coins, uncertain of how to spend it. Everyone, please return home to recuperate. Not only will the Wuhuan Temple commend you, but the Tiando Empire will also reward you. Await good news. Xue Qinghe glanced at Jiang Luoran as he departed, his head still throbbing. Jiang Luoran chose not to expose their ruse, which only confirmed his disinterest in participating in this conflict. Luoran, let us be on our way. Yu Lingjiao cared little for money. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, wealth was the least valuable commodity. The monthly distribution of golden soul coins was something they never accepted. What are your plans next, Tianxin? Jiang Luoran inquired, surveying the dispersing crowd. Choptu Yu Sikis, Ye Ziyu. Upon hearing Jiang Luoran's words, Yu Tianxin felt a wave of confusion. He genuinely did not wish to return home, but adventuring across the seas was not yet an option. For soon, the prestigious Elite Soul Master competition would commence across the continent. I must return to the Thunder Academy, await the conclusion of the Elite Soul Master competition, and then venture forth for trials, Yu Tianxin mused, his brow furrowed. It seems we shall meet on the battlefield. Jiang Luoran replied with a gentle smile. Oh, I have yet to inquire. To which academy do you belong? Yu Tianxin finally connected the dots. I am from Shrek Academy. Jiang Luoran replied with a wry smile. My teammates are formidable opponents, each more ferocious than the last. Although Yu Tianxin was unfamiliar with this academy, he could envision the caliber of individuals it produced. Given your extraordinary prowess, the remaining members must also be exceptional, he implied. You shall see for yourself. Jiang Luoran reassured him. Since Yu Tianxin had escaped during the massacre of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he was fortunate to be alive. Lingjiao, we are leaving, he declared, feeling no need to linger. Luoran has offered to accompany me temporarily. He will assist me in acquiring my third soul ring. Yu Lingjiao waved at Yu Tianxin. Ensure her safe return. Yu Tianxin acknowledged Jiang Luoran's superiority. Of course, your teammates have come looking for you. Jiang Luoran pointed out the fellow Thunder Academy students clad in their uniforms. Congratulations. Congratulations. A mocking voice rang out, prompting Jiang Luoran to instinctively look behind him. There stood 7 students from Tsanghui Academy, their expressions a mix of youthful naivety and bravado. Let's be off. Jiang Luoran tugged at Yu Lingjiao, intending to exit. As an adult, he could not stoop to trading barbs with these younger students. It was beneath his dignity. Oh, why are you leaving? Were you not quite arrogant last time? Are you intimidated by us 7 today? Ha ha ha. So you are one who bullies the weak. The Tsanghui Academy students jeered. These 7 were undoubtedly the same individuals Yi Zhiqiu had brought along. Upon seeing Jiang Luoran alone and having attained the coveted second prize, they could hardly conceal their envy. With this thought, they united their grievances, old and new. First soul skill. Yu Lingjiao, incensed, could not tolerate the insolence of these small fry. Get down from there. Yi Zhiqiu charged forth, striking at several students' heads. Ye Ziyu, Jiang Luoran observed as his soul power resonated harmoniously. A faint aura reminiscent of the ancient tortoise emanating from him. Luoran, my young brother, I truly apologize. I have not disciplined them properly. Yi Zhiqiu owed his current accomplishments to Jiang Luoran. What level are you now? Jiang Luoran noticed he could not discern Yi Zhiqiu's level or soul power. I am rather dull-witted, but thanks to your guidance, I have reached level 63, a 6-ring defense system soul emperor. I am now one of the main instructors at Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu said, albeit with a hint of restraint. Jiang Luoran could still perceive the satisfaction in his smile. Previously, Yi Zhiqiu had been troubled by his lack of progress, but after this rebirth, he had unexpectedly advanced into the realm of Soul Emperor. He felt as if he owed Jiang Luoran a profound debt of gratitude. This was not merely a rescue. It had provided him a pathway to a more promising future. He could now access the royal circles of the Tiando Empire and partake in various significant events. So, it is, Jiang Luoran clapped Yi Zhiqiu on the shoulder. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. With a sense of humility, Yi Zhiqiu expressed his willingness to traverse fire and water for his brother Luoran, regarding him as a second set of parents. He no longer wore glasses, for the enhancement of his soul power had cured his myopia. He appeared remarkably poised, reminiscent of an ancient, awakening Xuan Wu, exuding a calm demeanor. What age we live in, such words are better left unsaid. Your ability to heed my counsel proves you are indeed a talent worth nurturing. Luoran nodded in agreement. As an academy student, you must toil diligently. Otherwise, you risk falling prey to others. They may be young and naive, but are you not young as well? Luoran conversed with Yi Zhiqiu in a manner befitting an elder. In response, Yi Zhiqiu felt a surge of anger, fully convinced by Luoran's words. He swiftly seized 7 individuals, striking them with such force that they were left bruised and battered, resembling foolish clowns. If you do not diligently cultivate your skills and continue to flaunt yourself, I shall break your legs. Do you understand what it means to have virtue and carry the weight of the world? Yi Zhiqiu's feet were restless, continuing to kick at them. The students dared not voice their anger, for Yi Zhiqiu was a principal instructor at Songhui Academy and now even a guest of the royal family. His reputation growing with time. He was not to be trifled with. Not only at Songhui Academy, but even the Lord of Nodding City would smile broadly upon encountering Yi Zhiqiu. Then I shall not disturb your lesson any longer, Luoran remarked as he prepared to take his leave. Ah, young brother Luoran, I had intended to invite you to my humble abode for dinner, Yi Zhiqiu interjected, his face adorned with a flattering expression. Madam? Luoran chuckled bitterly, realizing that he had merely offered a few pointers to Yi Zhiqiu, who had since ascended to new heights, even marrying a wife. What transformation! You truly are impressive. Luoran chose to disregard Yi Zhiqiu and departed with Yulinjiao. Yi Zhiqiu knelt before his brother Luoran. Regardless of whether Luoran needed it or not, he bowed in the direction Luoran had gone. Teacher, teacher. He has already gone far away. A student helped Yi Zhiqiu to his feet. Yulot. Having received guidance from brother Luoran is akin to receiving a decree from a title de law. How dare you offend such authority? Just watch. I shall not hesitate to punish you today. Yi Zhiqiu unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the group, sending them flying. Yulinjiao noticed the sounds of piteous cries behind her. Brother Luoran, he is a soul emperor, and he has personally guided you? Then perhaps you could offer me some guidance as well, she surmised. Your situation is different. You are a blue lightning tyrant dragon. I cannot impart much to you. If I were to say anything, it would be to balance strength and gentleness, Luoran advised. Balance strength and gentleness? Yulinjiao pondered, recalling having heard this phrase before, but unable to pinpoint where. Let us venture to the soul-fighting great forest and assist you in acquiring your 3rd soul ring, Luoran suggested, planning to travel on foot, allowing for both training and trials along the way. Additionally, he needed to elevate his rank to Soul Emperor, as his opponents were exceedingly formidable. Setting aside the title de law, even the soul de law Jiang had overwhelmed him. Luoran sensed that this trial might present him with the opportunity to reach the Soul Emperor realm. Should that fail, he could train within the soul-fighting great forest, engaging in combat day and night, surely leading to a breakthrough. With this, he could soar to new heights and become a Soul Emperor. As they traveled north, Luoran and Yulinjiao arrived at Zirways, still some distance from the soul-fighting great forest. They decided to have a meal first and then visit the auction house to procure a soul guide device, as entering the forest required certain provisions. Lacking a soul guide device with storage capabilities, they opted to try their luck at the auction house. Otherwise, they would be burdened with heavy packs on their backs, making their journey arduous. With an abundance of useless currency, they resolved to make the most of it. Their meals along the way were the finest quality, indulging themselves. As for clothing, who would not wish to wear something fine when wealth allowed it? Neither wished to appear disheveled. Both Luoran and Yulinjiao donned new outfits, primarily for their cleanliness. They ambled about as if on a holiday until they reached Zirways. They ordered bowls of clear soup noodles, having grown weary of the excessive meat consumed in recent days. I seldom venture outside. The head of the family has advised me that I am still quite young, Yulinjiao expressed, her curiosity sparked by the various sights they encountered. I notice your family emblem is not displayed. Has it been removed? Luoran inquired. Indeed. Yulinjiao replied with a wry smile. Along the way, several individuals recognized my family emblem, gazing at me as if I were a celestial being, pointing and murmuring. Some even extended invitations for us to visit their homes. After finishing their noodles, Luo paid 10 copper soul coins and departed. Open the door. On what grounds are you detaining me? Open the door. A voice called out. Behave, or do you wish to be knocked unconscious again? Robbers? Yu Lingjiao glanced at Luo, incredulous that such audacity could occur in broad daylight. Follow me, Luo instructed, skillfully navigating through several blocks until they arrived at a golden cage confining a cat demon. This cat demon was not particularly old, and killing it would yield little in terms of soul rings. Why capture her? Yu Lingjiao questioned, perplexed. That is of no concern to you. I intend to rescue her from the auction house, and it appears fortune has favored us today. Luo produced a white mask from his sleeve. I have never seen you wear that mask, Yu Lingjiao exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. For Luo to act in such a manner could only mean he was planning to commit a robbery. The thrill of robbing in broad daylight alongside Luo filled her with exhilaration. In fact, I possess another title, Biming Douluo, Luo proclaimed, tearing a piece from his clothing to cover Yu Lingjiao's face. Biming Douluo? Yu Lingjiao gasped in disbelief. Who would presume to label themselves a title Douluo without having reached the 9th level? Luo stepped forward with a calm demeanor, as if a seasoned veteran. If force is necessary, then do not move. Do not move. We are soul kings. Yu Lingjiao stammered, likely experiencing this for the first time, her speech becoming incoherent. Quickly hand over all your money, including your armor, and yes, even your undergarments. Upon returning, you must not reveal that it was us. You must claim ignorance. Luo's expression darkened as he swiftly covered Yu Lingjiao's mouth. This was hardly a robbery. It appeared more akin to lunacy. Soul King? Someone exclaimed. This must be a ruse. Do not believe it. Would a Soul King resort to robbery for sustenance? Gentlemen, within this carriage is merely a cat demon. Hardly a valuable item. I presume you have no interest in her, the leading guard implied, assuming Luo and Yu Lingjiao were a couple, thus finding the cat demon unnecessary. Without further ado, Luo kicked the leading guard away, bellowing, "Get lost if you know what is good for you." He tossed down 1,000 gold soul coins, enough to purchase the cat demon at market value, ensuring the guards could cover their losses. Appearing extravagant, Luo was fully aware of the savings he had just secured. The cat demon had been captured, and several factions were profiting from her, causing the price to skyrocket. Realizing the situation was turning against them, the group quickly fled. Even the leader has been kicked away. What purpose do they serve now? Luo, you appear quite imposing, as though this is not your first encounter. Yu Lingjiao smiled. When one possesses strength, everything appears harmonious. As Jiang Luo barbarically pried open the iron cage, the cat demon remained silent, merely cowering on the ground, occasionally glancing up at Jiang Luo with trepidation. You intend to rescue her, right? Yu Lingjiao gently patted the cat demon, inquiring if she could stand. She was still too weak to walk back on her own. There was a chance she could be captured again along the way. Jiang Luo contemplated. Aren't we heading to the Hundo? Sunlin, let us take her along. Yu Lingjiao pulled the cat demon. That works. Jiang Luo nodded. Looking at the cat demon, we will escort you back for now. Just accompany us. The two were uncertain of the cat demon's thoughts, yet she did not resist, following Jiang Luo with a serene demeanor. Luo go. What is that symbol on the vehicle? Although Yu Lingjiao did not recognize the emblem, she at least understood the rules of Douluo Dalu. If one did not possess a noble status or an essential role, who would dare to claim a personal emblem? It was indeed the insignia of the Zyrways auction house. Jiang Luo waved dismissively. We intercepted their goods. This is thrilling, Luo go. Don't you still need a soul guiding device? Let us charge in and reclaim the soul guiding device. Yu Lingjiao exclaimed with excitement. Robbery is a vice that must be corrected. Jiang Luo lightly tapped Yu Lingjiao on the head. Alas, this girl has strayed further down the path of thievery. Will the venerable Yu Yuanzhen fault himself for corrupting his granddaughter? However, given Yu Yuanzhen's temperament, Jiang Luo suspected he would not, as he himself was a rather savage being, indifferent to the minor transgressions of the younger generation. Nonetheless, he would definitely intervene against any egregious misdeeds. Where are you going? Yu Lingjiao noticed Jiang Luo intending to return the way they came. The cat demon is likely starving. Let us buy her some meat first, and once she is full, we will set off again. The trio returned to the restaurant. Without hesitation, they ordered several bowls of beast meat. Jiang Luo underestimated the cat demon's appetite. An hour passed, and she had not ceased eating, finishing bowl after bowl, leaving the proprietor dumbfounded. Such an appetite. Yuling Jiao's eyelids twitched. Can her stomach handle it? She is a soul beast, endowed with eternal life, so there is no need for concern. Jiang Luoran seized the opportunity to have the proprietor package several pounds of beast meat. He planned to save it for their journey to Hundo de Sunlin. However, this would have to wait until he auctioned off a soul-guiding device before returning. In truth, it mattered little whether Jiang Luo ran himself ate. The priority lay with the cat demon and Yuling Jiao. Chapter 110. An unexpected turn of events. After their meal, the cat demon appeared revitalized, looking significantly more spirited. Moments later, an increase in soldiers was noted outside, accompanied by a number of affluent merchants approaching. They shared a common trait, an evident sense of urgency. It was apparent that Jiang Luoran's act of seizing the cat demon had instigated their hurried demeanor. How could you let such vital cargo slip away? What use are you? The leading merchant reprimanded a man clad in armor. The other party is a soul king. We are no match for him. Indeed, he is far too powerful. With a single kick, he sent the captain flying, and he is now gravely injured. I do not care. All I know is that I hired you to provide protection. Moreover, what level of person is a soul king that he would stoop to theft? Huh? The merchant furiously exclaimed. Find her, bring her back. I will report him to the Wuhan temple. The merchant clenched his fists. Here is the 1,000 gold soul coins left by the other party. The man handed the coins to the merchant, and they all vanished without a trace. Luo Rangu, that fat merchant is covered in gold. Yuling Jiao pointed at the merchant. Pay him no mind. We are entering the auction house. Jiang Luoran placed his mask on the cat demon's face. What if we are discovered? Yuling Jiao realized just how audacious Jiang Luoran was. Having stolen from them, he intended to enter their establishment to make a purchase. What fortitude he possesses. If we are found out, we shall fight. The Zyreway's auction house was indeed grand. Aside from the golden embellishments, the few luminous pearls adorning the ceiling were worth a fortune. A maid at the entrance halted Jiang Luoran and his companions, stating that only members of the auction house were permitted entry. Jiang Luoran anticipated her response. He produced the golden card bestowed upon him by the Wuhan temple, asking, Does this suffice? What is this? A golden card from the Wuhan temple? The maid was so startled her legs grew weak. This was clearly a reflexive reaction, devoid of any pretense. One could imagine the immense influence the Wuhan temple wielded over all soul masters on the continent. Please lead the way, Jiang Luoran smiled, feeling no need to elaborate further with the maid. The golden card from the Wuhan temple serves as a passport to all places within this continent. Very well. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The maid, visibly shaken, guided them inside. The maid relayed the news of their arrival to the head of the auction house, whispering a few words in his ear before departing. The head approached with enthusiasm, inquiring what they wished to purchase. Greetings, we seek a soul-guiding device for storage purposes. Jiang Luoran shook hands with the head, asking if such an item was available. Yes, indeed, there is a soul-guiding device that would suit your needs perfectly. It will be auctioned today. The head pondered, yet the rules of the auction house are not solely mine to dictate. This item cannot be sold directly to you. I do not expect you to sell it cheaply. I merely need to know it exists. Jiang Luoran was not the type to seek a bargain. Thank you for your understanding. I shall have someone escort you to the seating area, the head replied cheerfully. Such a distinguished figure is indeed different. For at the very least, he does not abuse his power to oppress others. Upon entering the auction space, Jiang Luoran was met with a cacophony of voices and disputes. What happened to the promised auction of the cat demon? When did the auction house become so untrustworthy? Bah, what a disappointment. If you do not produce her, we shall not leave. Indeed, this scene could be described as tumultuous, comparable to the arena competitions of Zyreways. Although Jiang Luoran did not grasp the full context, he vaguely understood it was related to the cat demon. No wonder the merchant was in such a flurry. They must have been pushed to the edge. The head emerged to mediate, earnestly proclaiming, The highest decision of this auction house is to discount all items in this auction by 30%. Please remain calm. Do not disrupt the auction of other items, gentlemen. It remains unclear who is responsible for the interception. Ningfeng Ji cast a calm glance at Jian Chenxian, hoping it was not a person of irredeemable character. With the countless lives and deaths on Douluo, the sect leader cannot oversee everything. Why burden oneself with such matters? Jian Chenxian remained impassive. Uncle Jian speaks wisely. I was indeed being overly sentimental. Ningfeng Ji continued to grip his staff. Unklening. What brings you here? Ling Jiao spotted Ning Fengji and Jian Chenxian. Ling Jiao. Ning Fengji scanned the surroundings, observing Jiang Luoran and the cat demon. He was aware that members of the Lan Dianba Wang Long typically do not venture out. Moreover, being in the company of strangers, it was evident that these two individuals were not of simple origins. At the very least, possessing sufficient strength to draw the attention of a Lan Dianba Wang Long certainly indicates that one is no ordinary individual. So it is Ling Jiao. I did not expect to encounter you here, considering you typically refrain from venturing outside. Jian Shinshin smiled lightly, keeping a watchful eye. Should Jiang Luoran prove to be a nefarious character, he would not hesitate to strike him down with a single sword. I came out with Brother Luoran to undergo trials, and I did not anticipate meeting you all here, Ling Jiao said, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young brother. My name is Ning Fengji, the uncle of Ling Jiao. I appreciate your consideration, Ning Fengji said as he shook hands with Jiang Luoran. There is no need for such seriousness, Sect Master Ning. Ling Jiao is my friend. I will naturally ensure her safety, Jiang Luoran replied. I haven't seen your grandfather for several days. Is he well? Ning Fengji inquired about Yuanjin, noting that they had departed from home together. If Ling Jiao had claimed to have met Jiang Luoran on the road, Ning Fengji would have acted with swift decisiveness to apprehend him. He is well, though he appears somewhat troubled. Luoran and I are designated to eradicate the evil spirit sect, Ling Jiao explained. Oh, I have heard that the Lan Dianba Wang sect has achieved second-class merit in this mission against the evil spirit sect, with the key figure being an outsider. It must be Jiang Luoran then. Ning Fengji regarded Jiang Luoran with admiration. The evil spirit sect has committed heinous crimes. I cannot coexist with them, Jiang Luoran declared, his expression one of righteous indignation. How infuriating. Not a single soul survived from my seven-treasure glazed tile sect, Jian Shinshin remarked, his face revealing fury. Jian Shu, do not be upset. Entering such a place is akin to walking a tightrope. We had anticipated such an outcome, Ning Fengji stated with a sense of acceptance. Furthermore, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect did not dispatch their strongest soul masters. The battle soul masters are, in fact, the weakest among them. Had they sent someone like Ning Rongrong, a soul master of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, they would have truly invested heavily. Consider that a soul master bearing the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda on the battlefield provides unparalleled assistance. Ning Fengji dared not, nor could he afford to. Chapter 111. The Astutely Intelligent Monthly Ticket Reward. Fengji, you speak the truth. We send our disciples out to allow them to experience life and death. Now that they have all perished, who can we blame? Jian Shinshin revealed a melancholic expression. Jiang Luoran's cheeks twitched. Jian Shinshin was speaking boastfully. If Ning Rongrong were to perish on the battlefield, he would likely rush to the evil spirit sect to desecrate their graves, bombarding the ground in fury. If he were to go mad, who could say what would happen? There's a saying, the most important thing is not to feel heartache. Little brother Luoran, if it is convenient, could you inform me about the fate of several disciples within our sect? Ning Fengji's demeanor remained calm, clearly a person of grand vision. Otherwise, why would even Tang Hao proclaim that Ning Fengji is a once-in-a-century genius? Had it not been for the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda suppressing his rank, he would likely have already attained the status of a title Douluo. Perhaps if Ning Fengji were to become a title Douluo, he would be the one coveted by Douluo continent. Who among us lacks the ambition to devour the heavens and spit out the earth? Several brothers from the seven-treasure glazed tile sect fought valiantly, shedding blood on the front lines. It can be said that half of the reason they opened a path through the enemy was due to their efforts. Jiang Luoran was not lying. Once the battle commenced, several men from the seven-treasure glazed tile sect charged forward like untamed horses, fighting with an intensity akin to that of a grieving soul. Initially, Jiang Luoran was bewildered. Had the intellect of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect members been transferred to Ning Fengji? While Yu Qianheng also fought fiercely, he possessed solid strength, which prevented him from being eliminated on the spot. Yet, these individuals, lacking sufficient power, fought even more ferociously than Yu Qianheng, nearly pressing their faces against the enemy. After several waves of combat, these men were brutally slain. I knew that Ning Tian and the others were exceptional. Ning Fengji cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Luoran, as if he were fully aware. Jiang Luoran suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. For Ning Fengji had never declared himself to be the sect leader of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Yet, Every utterance from Jiang Luoran revealed that he was already aware of the other's identity. Truly an old fox, Jiang Luoran was astonished. This person was exceptionally astute. It appears that this young brother is no nameless figure. His insights are profound, qualifying him as a youthful hero. Why not come visit my 7-treasure glazed tile sect this time? Ning Fengji extended a warm invitation. We still have trials ahead. I will certainly visit when the opportunity arises, Jiang Luoran thought to himself. Having just left the Lan Dianba Wang sect, he had no desire to step into the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. That would be far too indulgent. Moreover, he needed to focus on his cultivation and had no time for distractions. When is this opportunity? Our sect leader is inviting you to be a guest. Not to capture you. What is there to be concerned about? Jian Qinshin furrowed his brow. Jiang Luoran conceded, acknowledging that the other party was a titled Douluo and that their strength justified their words. However, one should not be at the mercy of another. Jian Shu, it is commendable that you understand the significance of cultivation at such a young age. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of my empire in the future, and the empire will likewise take pride in you. Ning Fengji waved his hand. The auction is about to commence. Ling Jiao, if there is anything you wish to purchase, I will procure it for you. Ning Fengji smiled. Ling Jiao had no specific items in mind, merely expressing that she lacked a sole guide for storing goods. Sect Master Ning, you have my gratitude. Jiang Luoran did not wish for you Ling Jiao to owe Ning Fengji a favor. The path of destiny lies in the future achievements of Yu Ling Jiao. This is the purest Lan Dianba Wang Long. Should Ning Fengji employ any underhanded tactics, this young lady would surely be unable to contend with him. Furthermore, as a pampered young lady, what could she possibly lack? A sole guide? Ning Fengji stroked his chin, then declared that he would auction a piece for her. What, are you not pleased? Truly presumptuous. Jian Qinshin grew increasingly displeased with Jiang Luoran. No. Then I must extend my thanks to Sect Master Ning. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands in gratitude. It is better to comply than to refuse. Should I decline further, it would seem I am disdainful of the other party. Jian Qinshin might very well leap in anger. Due to unforeseen circumstances, all items at the auction house are now offered at a 30% discount. This has resulted in dramatic bidding scenarios. Although a 30% discount is not exceedingly generous, it is significant loss at the Silvis auction house. One could see that the auctioneer's expression was darkened. Blood coral, starting bid of 500 gold soul coins. The auctioneer slowly presented a golden plate. 500 gold soul coins, I will take it. 550, do not compete with me. 600, I have brought enough money. Is there anyone else who wishes to compete? The final bid for the blood coral concluded at 1,000 gold soul coins. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the next item. The auctioneer clapped his hands, signaling the maid to present it. This is a garment crafted from 10,000-year-old Tianming ice silkworm silk. After testing, it is waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to lightning. However, exceeding its limits will still cause harm. Starting bid, 3,000 gold soul coins, the auctioneer declared. Tianming ice silkworm silk? My heavens, I will take this garment. 4,000 gold soul coins. A fine item for 1,500 gold soul coins. 4,007. Do not compete with me. 6,000 gold soul coins. Does anyone have an objection? You are not playing by the rules. Is that you, Tianming? Jiang Luoran exclaimed in surprise. The current Tianming ice silkworm is only about 10,000 years old, right? Could it be that this plump little worm has been captured? However, considering its cleverness, escaping should pose no difficulty. Returning to the topic, the Douluo Dalu from 10,000 years ago was astonishingly ordinary. Just look at the items being auctioned. They are nothing more than soul-guiding devices, and at most, the garments of soul beasts. In stark contrast, a millennium later, soul bones are traded like mere candies. Unlike the fierce battles fought over a single soul bone in the past, which often led to treachery behind the scenes, the Snow Emperor was even sold off. This is simply outrageous. To be honest, the natural ecology has become remarkably resilient. Moreover, there is Hui Yuhao, a formidable figure not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to provoke him should prepare for dire consequences. With 10 million-year soul rings at his disposal, a mere pulse of light could obliterate a god. Jiang Luoran can hardly fathom the fate that awaits Dai Huabin. To call it tragic would be an understatement. At this point, the attire crafted from the silk of the Tianming iceworm was auctioned off for 10,000 gold soul coins. The next item up for bid was a soul-guiding device with a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters. It can hold any inanimate object, making it ideal for soul masters venturing out for trials. The starting bid was set at 1,000 gold soul coins. The auctioneer cast a glance at Jiang Luoran, smilingly signaling him. A maid approached with a golden platter, upon which rested a black bracelet. Above the bracelet, a black diamond represented the 10 cubic meters of storage space. Such an item is hardly scarce at home, and besides, it lacks practicality. I'll pass on this. Let us wait for the next item. A storage soul-guiding device? Who would desire such a thing? Is there truly no interest? 5 seconds more, and I shall retract my bid. The auctioneer mused with confusion. 1,000 gold soul coins. Let be mine. 1,100. A flat bid of 2,000 gold soul coins. No one is competing, so just give it to me. Ning Fengji tapped his staff. Chapter 112. The Unrestricted Monthly Ticket Reward. Handshake. Spending 2,000 gold soul coins on a soul-guiding device, especially one for storage. This individual must either be a fool or excessively wealthy. People looked up at Ning Fengji, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Does the 7-treasure, glazed tile, sect still require a soul-guiding device? Very well, 2,000 gold soul coins, the auctioneer declared with a decisive strike, allowing the maid and Ning Fengji's servant to proceed with the transaction. This is a privilege of the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Jiang Luoran expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. If you don't mind, you may call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji's gaze was warm and affectionate. Yet he had not inquired about the identity of this young lady. The cat demon stepped back, her demeanor quite flustered. Fortunately, her mask concealed any suspicion. She is a cat demon I intercepted midway, and once we reach the soul-fighting forest, I shall release her. With someone like Ning Fengji, honesty suffices. Why weave an elaborate web of deceit? Isn't it exhausting? Oh, Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was thus. To be rescued by a young brother could be considered her fortune. Ning Fengji was not intimidated by the identity of the cat demon, but rather by Jiang Luoran. Reliable information indicated that the man who abducted the cat demon was a soul king. While soul kings are not exceedingly rare in this world, they are certainly not abundant. Moreover, a soul king of Jiang Luoran's age is an anomaly. In contrast to Ning Fengji's contemplation, Jian Chuxin's inquiry was sharper and more decisive. What? You claim to have abducted her? Jian Chuxin approached, incredulous. You are barely 18. How can you be a soul king? Sect Master Ning. This is the soul-guiding device you auctioned. The maid, somewhat oblivious, approached with the golden platter. Ning Fengji pointed to Jiang Luoran, gifting it to you. Thank you. Jiang Luoran exclaimed, swiftly taking the soul-guiding device and adorning it on his wrist. The soul-guiding device can adjust its size to accompany the user's body. The cat demon, curious, perched upon Jiang Luoran's shoulder to admire the device. The maid, upon spotting the cat demon's yellow tail, dropped the golden platter and fell to the ground. All eyes in the auction house turned towards the commotion, perplexed by the unfolding events. Isn't that a cat demon? What on earth is happening at this auction house today? Are they not interested in selling to us? What is going on? How did the cat demon end up here? It's you? Merchants rushed in from outside, recognizing the cat demon. Quickly, someone apprehend her. A dozen armored warriors charged in, brandishing long spears, rushing towards the scene. Where are the auction house guards? Summon them all. The scene descended into chaos. The merchants were the most exhilarated, having mobilized nearly all the fighting strength of the auction house. Young brother, I cannot assist you in this matter, Ning Fengji stated calmly, as though he were oblivious to the approaching figures. We are all of the same origin. No soul beast belongs to anyone. When did this ecology become the domain of merchants? They are not worthy. Jiang Luoran remained remarkably composed. As a soul king, he is entirely capable of employing violent means. If all else fails, he shall retaliate. The 1,000 gold soul coins given earlier will serve as compensation for the merchant's equipment used to capture the cat demon. However, should he demand retribution, Jiang Luoran would also contribute his modest efforts to restore balance to the ecology. This world operates in such a manner. Even if your arguments are sound and deeply resonate with human nature, none will heed your counsel. Instead, they will deem you a madman. For you currently lack the ability to change the world, and thus, no one will support you. Ning Fengji sighed. You possess a commendable spirit, young lad. Would you like me to assist you with a sword? Jian Chuxin radiated a blue glow. No need, senior. These scoundrels do not know how to appreciate the kindness extended to them. I, Jiang Luoran, stand on the side of righteousness and fear not the ensuing chaos. As he clenched the railing, it shattered instantly. His spirit power surged to level 57. Soul rings automatically emerged, swirling in hues of purple and black. 5 soul rings rotated above him, one settling at Jiang Luoran's waist. With practiced ease, Yuling Jiao tore off 2 pieces of cloth, binding them around Jiang Luoran's and her own faces. A soul king. Ning Fengji's expression twisted in disbelief. Jian Xuxin found himself at a loss for words. Let us go. Jiang Luoran's figure flickered as he unleashed a pulse of soul power ahead. Boom! A purple light surged, exploding like a gas bomb, instantly sending 5 warriors flying. Charge forth, kill him. The merchant roared, veins bulging on his face. Dozens of warriors armed themselves with their preferred weapons, engaging Jiang Luoran in a fierce battle within the auction house. The nobles present, intending to purchase items, were left dumbfounded. A brawl was erupting in the auction house, and it was intensely fierce. A resplendent auction house had transformed into a battleground. Rarely, if ever, does one witness such scenes. Not even in a millennium, and perhaps not even in 10,000 years. Strange occurrences abound each year, and this year is particularly abundant. Some spectators, intrigued by the spectacle, cheered for Jiang Luoran as he fought off dozens of opponents. Attack him. The young lad is impressive. If I were a few decades younger, I would join you. Look at these worthless wastes, unable to capture even a child after all this time. I've switched my allegiance to the young hero. Ha ha ha. Are we truly fighting now? My heavens, this is hilarious. The auctioneer gulped nervously, bewildered by how the situation had escalated so suddenly. Moreover, the cheers surrounding them grew increasingly louder. What on earth is happening? Everyone, please remain calm. Our auction house has encountered some difficulties today. The person in charge pleaded with everyone to leave, but no one budged. Fervently cheering for Jiang Luoran, as if energized. Get lost, Jiang Luoran exclaimed, unleashing his soul power and sending the leader attempting to take the cat demon flying with a kick. There's a debt to be settled, and, primarily, it is with this merchant. Therefore, Jiang Luoran would not go all out against these guards. I'll fight you. The merchant charged forward, swinging his hefty fist. How can an ordinary person contend with a soul master, let alone a soul king? Although the merchant appeared to lack significant combat prowess against Jiang Luoran, his attacks and strength were far more formidable than they seemed. Jiang Luoran seized the merchant by the throat and delivered a powerful punch, causing a large bump to form on the merchant's head, which seemed on the verge of bursting. The merchant, like a dead dog, was tossed aside by Jiang Luoran. With a thud, Jiang Luoran pressed his palms together, releasing soul power that sent a dozen people flying. He swept his foot, kicking 5 aside and pinning them against the auction house wall. Grasping 2 guards tightly, Jiang Luoran pressed their heads against the glass of the auction area, indirectly generating the sound of glass shattering against skulls. He then struck the guards behind him with both palms. It was a complete sweep. Jiang Luoran was as formidable as a titan, unstoppable in his rampage, akin to a celestial being walking upon the earth. The Prince of Snow, Star, appeared flustered, clearly intimidated by Jiang Luoran's reckless demeanor, and he hastily discarded his mask and fled the scene. This individual was ruthlessly audacious, even daring to assault the auction house itself. Such audacity stemmed from a childhood devoid of affection. Chapter 113. Breaking into the auction house. Historically, those who act recklessly live short lives. Jiang Luoran's audacious feat dazzled the onlookers. If one were to speak of madness, few could rival Tang Hao on the Douluo continent. It was vaguely recalled how Tang Hao had fought through the Death Canyon and traversed the city of slaughter, ruthlessly defeating the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall and striking down Qin Xuanji. Now, another madman had emerged, and Jiang Luoran bore a resemblance to Tang Hao. Ning Fengji and Jian Chen exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. At this point, Jiang Luoran began to ponder. Zhao Wujia, during his encounter with Tang Hao, had mentioned that he was someone who dared to even strike the Pope. This indicated that Tang Hao had clashed with Qin Xuanji prior to their life-and-death battle. A well-known confrontation. It was not prudent to linger here. Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand, summoning forth a purple soul ring, invoking his first soul skill, creating something from nothing. With a swish, dozens of bloodthirsty vines erupted from the ground, restraining the remaining individuals in place. While Jiang Luoran was merciless, he was not bloodthirsty. Moreover, killing them would yield him no benefit. Using his 4th soul skill, forged 1,000 times, Jiang Luoran flicked his right hand, and a black soul ring manifested along his arm, transforming into a purple hammer. It was apparent that the merchant had sealed the entrance upon entering, leaving Jiang Luoran with no choice but to forcibly break through. Open! Jiang Luoran swung the hammer, relying solely on raw strength, without the use of soul power. The heavy golden door before him cracked open as if it were mere paper, and a blinding light poured in, illuminating Jiang Luoran. Quickly, let's go, Jiang Luoran urged, pulling the cat demon and Yu Lingjiao away as they rushed forth. The trio made their way to the inn, collecting the beast meat prepared by the owner before continuing north towards Nodding City, for their journey to the soul-fighting Great Forest would also take them through Nodding City. Brother Luoran, if I had presented the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon earlier, would the situation have been different? Yu Lingjiao, having been engrossed in watching Jiang Luoran's battle, completely overlooked this matter. Such considerations only served to emphasize her own inadequacy. She was not one to dwell in the shadows, which left her feeling hollow. Jiang Luoran bore no resentment towards Yu Lingjiao. The cat demon, unable to speak human language, silently followed behind Jiang Luoran, uncertain whether he was good or evil. However, this was of little consequence. She simply recognized his strength, sufficient to address most challenges. Brother Luoran, you seem well as ever. Shweb Bung approached, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Who are you? Jiang Luoran ignored him and led the two women away. Shweb Bung, behaving childishly, clearly sought Jiang Luoran's attention. Playing word games? There is little time for such frivolity. Shweb Bung's expression darkened as he chased after Jiang Luoran. I even provided you with medicine before. How dare you pretend not to recognize me? Believe it or not, if I report you now, countless armored warriors will come to trouble you. They won't be faster than me, Jiang Luoran replied with a sense of solitude, aware that they might not even be able to match him in combat. Indeed, Jiang Luoran had never been defeated in terms of speed. Have you found another woman? I thought you had no one to love you. Shweb Bung scrutinized him. Indeed, just from the two women, it was evident they were exceptional. Could this be the law of desire? The more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. Your Highness, simply address me by my name. The term brother cannot be misused, Jiang Luoran warned. What if I can't help myself? Shweb Bung shrugged. Then I shall stitch you up. If it comes to that, I could even sever it, Jiang Luoran retorted, finding Shweb Bung's shamelessness distasteful. Shamelessness could be a tactic, but when it became repugnant, it crossed a line. This could only be described as lewd. Shweb Bung found himself momentarily speechless, for Jiang Luoran remained as fierce as ever, even daring to threaten a prince. The most frustrating part was that he could not refute Jiang Luoran, as he found himself a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed he had always been the one projecting his feelings onto Jiang Luoran. Yet, there was an inexplicable sensation in his heart, a deep-seated belief that Jiang Luoran was of great importance, drawing him closer. Was he not afflicted by a pathological obsession? Such a habit was hardly commendable. Speak quickly. What do you want from me? Jiang Luoran grew impatient, aware that a crowd was still pursuing them, and time was of the essence. However, Shweb Bung would not betray himself, for it was not worth it. He understood precisely what he represented, either to make enemies or to curry favor with the auction house. Shweb Bung would undoubtedly choose the latter. Ji Hui has been with me these past few days in search of you. I never expected to witness your audacity while accompanying my uncle on an outing, Shweb Bung exclaimed, relishing the chaos. Is this your country? How can you still smile while I cause trouble? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. You aren't getting too caught up in the role, are you? What the future holds remains uncertain. I have little hope for the throne. I merely wish to live in peace. Besides, they are merely stationed on my empire's territory. Should one auction house disappear, others will inevitably take its place. I am not in need of their money, Shweb Bung remarked. Take me to see Ji Hui right now. Jiang Luoran surveyed his surroundings. We should first leave Sils to avoid the chaos in finding you. Shweb Bung led the way. No, go directly to find Ji Hui. Jiang Luoran instructed. You are quite ruthless. I have never encountered someone so unrestrained, Shweb Bung noted. Where are we headed, Brother Luoran? Yu Lingjiao inquired, unable to grasp their conversation. Despite her doubts about Jiang Luoran's character, she felt assured he would not betray her. Nevertheless, there lingered a certain fear, for the path grew ever darker. The cat demon also began to whimper, its footsteps light and somewhat timid, clearly stricken by fear. Do not worry. I merely intend to meet a friend and exchange a few words. We shall continue our journey to Hundo de Sunlin. Jiang Luoran adjusted the mask upon his face. Under the guidance of Shweb Hung, the four of them arrived at a dim alley. Shweb Hung, well acquainted with the route. Open the innermost door. Come in. Is every place you select so obscured? Jiang Luoran felt as though he were engaging in thievery. However, considering that Shui Peng had indeed brought them to meet him, it would be rather impolite to voice further objections. After all, he was a dignified prince, at worst. He could abandon Jiang Luoran without a second thought. So why should he continue to assist him? Yet, the assistance rendered was merely transactional, devoid of any genuine camaraderie. If all went as anticipated, this would be Shui Peng's final act of aid. Jiang Luoran had not provided Shui Peng with a single thing he desired. Creating an imbalance in this struggle for power, Jiang Luoran resolved to extend a helping hand to Shui Peng this time, as a token of gratitude for his previous assistance. Chapter 114, a half-understanding of monthly ticket rewards, handshake, upon entering the dilapidated chamber. The group encountered Ji Hui, clad in a green cloak and partaking of wheat beer. Are you certain there are no tails outside? Ji Hui silently downed 3 gulps of beer. It's not as though we are discussing any imperial matters. We are not that esteemed. Jiang Luoran urged everyone to take a seat. I refer to the tale behind you. Ji Hui retorted sharply. Jiang Luoran replied, there are my trusted confidants outside. The current captain of the 6th Squad of the Royal Knights. You may speak freely, Shui Peng has assured them. To be brief, your father is a madman, and you, it seems, have perfectly inherited his genes. Ji Hui's choice of topic rendered the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. What do you mean by that? Surely, it cannot pertain to mental instability. Jiang Luoran found no humor in this. If Ji Hui had summoned him solely for banter, then perhaps it was time to consider a change in allies. Comparatively speaking, Ji Hui was not particularly indispensable. Of course not. I'm not so trivial, Ji Hui replied after a moment. Over a decade ago, for reasons unknown, he crazily stormed into the Ji residence, ultimately killing hundreds and injuring countless others. It is said that after the massacre, he emerged disheveled, eyes aglow, mistaken for having succumbed to madness. Ji Hui was interrupted by Jiang Luoran. I believe he is not mad. During my near-death experience, he sacrificed his own cultivation to save me. Had he truly succumbed to madness, I would have met a grim fate as well. This could merely be a rumor. Jiang Luoran waved his hand dismissively. He speculated that the man must have been driven to bloodshed by circumstances beyond his control. Now at last, a breakthrough was within grasp. Understanding the reasons behind Jiang Nan's violent actions could unravel many mysteries. Jiang Luoran was aware that uncovering the truth would not be overly difficult, as it merely involved the Jilin residence, which was scarcely significant. Compared to Tang San's origins, he now found himself in a far more manageable position. Shui Peng was astonished, shaken by the madness of the father and son. Should they proceed further, they might well be inducted into the ranks of the evil spirit practitioners. The thought of someone like Jiang Luoran becoming an evil spirit master sent a shiver down Shui Peng's spine. Whether good or evil, a capable leader is essential. Where the leader's thoughts lie, there too lies the team's objective. Where the leader's potential rests, there too lies the identity of the team. Sometimes, it is not merely about being demonic, but rather about not being sufficiently so. Well then, let us keep our doubts for now. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after meeting you, I feel this matter may hold some truth, Ji Hui stated without a hint of mockery. Jiang Luoran insisted, let me continue. That man fled alone after his descent into madness, never to return to the Jiang residence. Furthermore, the head of the Jiang family disavowed him, declaring him banished. I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. My grandfather did not seek to account for the deceased at the Jiang residence. Instead, he vanished without a trace. Ji Hui pondered. Jiang Luoran could not fathom the reasons behind this. Ji Hui's words trailed off, indicating she too was limited in her knowledge. Had she known the cause, she would have clarified it immediately. My mind is reeling. You all continue your detective game. Shui Peng stepped outside, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, this world belongs to the highly regarded, those with superior intellect, physique, and strength. My martial soul differs from that of everyone in the Ji residence. I have attempted to inquire several times, but the elders remain tight-lipped. It is as though they encase me in a vacuum of silence. Ji Hui contemplated, believing these matters to be irreconcilable. All signs indicate that you are indeed a direct descendant of the Ji residence, and further investigation seems unnecessary. So why pursue this with such fervor? Jiang Luoran once more questioned Ji Hui. I live in a state of confusion. Did I not mention this before? Ji Hui's hands trembled, questioning the need for such caution. She recalled the last time she nearly lost her life, a chill still running down her spine at the memory. It may be best to avoid future meetings, correspond via letters instead. What if one day he becomes displeased, his madness returns, and he comes to kill me? Would that not be a most unjust demise? Is that all? Jiang Luoran felt Ji Hui's comments offered merely a single clue. The truth is, I came to warn you. It seems the elders at home are intent on ending your life. Ji Hui rose from her seat. Now that my agility has reached a moderate level, I may not escape should I encounter your family as elders. I can also tell you something. My martial soul, before the addition of soul rings, was identical to yours. It is only after millennia of soul rings that my martial soul transformed significantly. Jiang Luoran's intention was clear. So that is the case. It seems the millennia soul rings are indeed remarkable, even altering the quality of your martial soul. Ji Hui expressed her envy. Jiang Luoran was speechless. This was not merely a millennia soul ring, but 3. Having found a breakthrough, I believe the situation will soon be resolved. Je restais confident. If it can be resolved so quickly, you need not have lived so long, entirely unaware of your own identity. Keep an eye on someone for me. His name is Ji Dai, Jiang Luoran whispered. The chief enforcer of the Ji residence? Does he pose any issues? Ji Hui thought him the least concerning, as he seemed disinterested in forming connections, existing merely to numb through life, spending his days meditating at home. He was oblivious to all matters. Ji Lin had appointed him chief enforcer precisely because of his indifferent temperament. There's no issue. Merely observe his usual interactions. Jiang Luoran thought it unwise to disclose that he might be Jiang Luo'er. It was essential to remember that Ji Hui was still a member of the Ji residence, and any hint of conflict could not be tolerated. Even if, for argument's sake, Ji Dai were indeed Jiang Luo'er, would that not mean his demise would rest upon Jiang Luoran's shoulders? Ah, I see now. Do take care of yourself. Ji Hui gestured towards Jiang Luoran. What is it? Are you after money? Jiang Luoran inquired, perplexed. What use is money? Hand over your martial soul for a moment. I would like to study it, Ji Hui replied, in pursuit of deciphering the enigmatic intricacies within one's martial spirit. I believe such insights would undoubtedly aid in my advancement. Ji Hui contended that since our martial spirits are akin, it would be judicious to glean from each other's experiences. Numerous soul masters yearn to acquire the wisdom of those stronger than themselves, particularly individuals like Jiang Luoran, whose prowess is attained through the synergy of soul rings and sheer determination, an unprecedented phenomenon. The bloodthirsty vine emerged from Jiang Luoran's right hand, a half-meter-long intertwining of purple and pink, which he presented to Ji Hui. After bidding farewell to Ji Hui, Jiang Luoran sought out Shuebong, intending to offer assistance as a gesture of gratitude. Yet, he was acutely aware that his words might not wield the decisive power he hoped for. Here are 3 robes. Don them swiftly and depart. Shuebong gestured toward the black garments on the table. Jiang Luoran smirked, perceiving the irritation emanating from Shuebong. It was hardly surprising. A prince attending to the chilly demeanor of a commoner would surely elicit discomfort. This sensation resembled that of a child yearning for candy, only to be denied by an adult. Shuebong, if you wish to ensure your survival, I recommend you cultivate a rapport with someone named Tang San. Jiang Luoran suggested, patting Shuebong on the shoulder. Tang San? Who is he? A soul Douluo? Shuebong inquired, his curiosity piqued. No, he is a promising talent and currently a student at the Shrek Academy, Jiang Luoran clarified. A student? Shrek? I recall having an encounter with such an academy, though it ended with me being bested by golden-haired man, Shuebong reflected. Indeed, they're the ones. The blue-clad individual is Tang San, Jiang Luoran chuckled. It seemed Shuebong had played the fool, provoking Dai Mu Bai and escaping unscathed. Fortunately, he had not drawn the ire of the masses. Otherwise, even a prince would have faced dire consequences. Are you certain? They appear to be like lost dogs, Shuebong mused, a frown creasing his brow. Jiang Luoran was taken aback, remarking on the ignorance of Shuebong. And how does your current situation compare? Surely, you are not in a far superior position. Remember, true heroes do not inquire about origins. Why concern oneself with status? You make a valid point, and I concede. But does that Tang San truly possess the strength to protect me? Shuebong expressed skepticism. What could a mere student possibly provide? Can he defy the heavens? Jiang Luoran noted that if he were willing to assist Shuebong, the latter should find comfort in the promise of Jiang Luoran's extraordinary capabilities. Rest assured, my intentions are pure, and I will never bring you harm, Jiang Luoran reassured him, gesturing for him not to overthink the matter. Moreover, the days ahead will require patience. Regardless of the circumstances, be it the martial Soul Hall's actions against your father, you must endure. I fear that if you uncover too much, you may face dire repercussions. Despite Xue Bang's apparent ineffectiveness, he still held a semblance of familial bonds. What you do not see will not trouble you. Simply avoid engagement. Patience is your only path to victory. My message is clear. You need not take further action. Merely wait for triumph, Jiang Luoran advised. Very well, thank you. I trust you, Xue Bang replied, uncertain of why he felt such faith in Jiang Luoran. Yet he sensed that Jiang Luoran possessed profound knowledge, and aligning with him might lead to a brighter future. I pledge that should danger arise, I will assist you once, Jiang Luoran stated, as he and the two women donned their robes, preparing to depart. Really? Thank you, brother Luoran. Come, let us use my carriage. Xue Bang exclaimed joyfully. My driver will ensure your safe passage. This is merely a transaction, a token of my gratitude. I reiterate, I shall not engage in the power struggles. Jiang Luoran affirmed as he and the three women boarded the carriage. This arrangement conveniently spared them the hassle of hiring a vehicle, and none dared scrutinize Xue Bang's carriage. Wherever you wish to go, my driver will take you, Xue Bang instructed, patting the middle-aged coachman. Farewell, Jiang Luoran waved. Yuling Jiao remained silent throughout, aware that in such circumstances, silence was the best course of action. Overall, Jiang Luoran and she were as distant as two parallel paths. The crux of the matter lay in his insufficient strength and lack of qualifications. The cat demon, initially somewhat out of sorts, soon settled down after consuming several cups of ale. The coachman, following Jiang Luoran's directions, urged the horses onward toward Notting City. After such a lengthy journey, Jiang Luoran felt weary, and as he gazed at the blurred scenery, he succumbed to slumber. Yuling Jiao watched him, gradually succumbing to drowsiness herself, leaning against the cat demon as she drifted into sleep. The cat demon, full of energy, continued to stuff Jiang Luoran's roasted meat into its mouth, as if it would never be satiated. By afternoon, the coachman had navigated through Notting City, rousing Jiang Luoran and the others. They disembarked and urged the coachman to depart swiftly, lest they attract unwanted attention. Arriving in Notting City felt akin to returning home, as they were thoroughly familiar with its layout. However, it was already late, and rushing to the Douluo forest seemed overly hasty and unnecessary. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Luoran treated the two women to a meal before they strolled about. Yin Tao, you must not return. Has it not been enough? Matthew No grasped Su Yin Tao at the entrance, imploring him to reconsider. Strength is undoubtedly my lack of strength. I must grow stronger and venture into the Douluo forest to train, Su Yin Tao declared, his eyes bloodshot and hair unkempt. What on earth are you doing? What is destined will come, and what is not will remain absent, Matthew No exclaimed, struggling to restrain the fervent young man, nearly injuring his own frail body in the process. I refuse to submit. Someone, Vistran Su Yun Tao. Jiang Luoran recalled his initial encounter with Su Yun Tao upon arriving in Silvis, where he had almost met a dire fate. He had implored Hu Lai Na to rescue Su Yun Tao and return him to Notting City. Clearly, Su Yun Tao was unwilling to accept defeat. It was hardly surprising, as CC, the girl in question, was ill-suited for him. Yet, Su Yun Tao had developed genuine feelings and was loath to allow anyone near his girlfriend, especially now. In a flash, Jiang Luoran appeared beside Matthew No, delivering a swift blow that rendered Su Yun Tao unconscious. The cruelty of such circumstances was undeniable. For the most excruciating ordeal is the torment of helplessness, being unable to avert or resolve challenges as they unfold. At last, tranquility was restored. Thank you, young brother. Matthew No exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in relief. Matthew No, do you not remember me? I am Jiang Luoran, the boy who visits monthly to collect gold soul coins. Jiang Luoran smiled, embodying a spirit of gratitude. Matthew No had previously invited Jiang Luoran and Tang San to dine together, recognizing their status as working students and wishing to lend support. Oh, so it is Luoran. Where is Xiao San? Did he not return with you? Matthew Noing Guayirth, Saden Animatif. He is busy training. He has much on his plate. Jiang Luoran replied candidly. Ah, splendid. So, you have brought your girlfriend back to develop in Notting City? Matthew No glanced at the two women, uncertain which one might be Jiang Luoran's girlfriend, though both appeared commendable. Math, you know. Yuling Jiao assisted him in rising to his feet. The cat demon weakly chirped, though its words were indecipherable. They are not my girlfriends. They are my very good friends. Moreover, my purpose for coming this time is to venture into the Hundada Senlin, not to remain here. Jiang Luoran hoisted Su Yuntao onto his back. Undu doesn't lean. You are still too young. Such a place is not suitable for you to enter without an adult's accompaniment. Max Yunuo felt his composure shatter as he recalled having just stopped someone else from heading there, only for you to turn around and express your intent. Are you all trying to rob this old man of his life? Chapter 116. Farewell, Su Yuntao. Grandpa Max Yunuo, please calm down. I have now become a Soul King and can ensure my own safety, Jiang Luoran hastily clarified. Otherwise, given Max Yunuo's temperament, he might cling to Jiang Luoran without relent. A Soul King? You are not deceiving me, are you? Max Yunuo was incredulous. A mere teenager could not possibly be a Soul King. Who would believe such a thing? Only a madman would. Jiang Luoran raised his hand and released his 57th level soul power, directing it at the iron pillar beside the martial soul subhall. With a resounding crash, the massive iron pillar crumpled as if crushed by an unparalleled force, instantly collapsing into a withered heap. A Soul King above level 50? Max Yunuo's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had not reached this level himself, he had spent a lifetime assessing other soul power. Just by observing, he could roughly discern the opponent's rank. I believe you, Luoran. Your future is boundless. I never imagined such a genius would emerge from Naoding City. It is nothing, Jiang Luoran replied. First, we should return Master Su Yuntao. He strode into the martial soul subhall. He had been in this state for quite some time. It was manageable when he had just been pulled back. But recently, he had become frenzied to this extent. Fortunately, he had fortuitously encountered Jiang Luoran. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. It is all due to that girl named CC, Max Yunuo remarked as he pushed open Su Yuntao's room. Jiang Luoran placed Su Yuntao on the bed. He could not overcome his mental block, and words were futile. Luoran, do not concern yourself with this. Leave it to me, Max Yunuo contemplated. I will report this matter to the Martial Soul Hall and plead for leniency in my name. I have worked there for a lifetime. They ought to assist me somewhat. Indeed, that sounds reasonable, Jiang Luoran nodded, recognizing it as a viable approach. Such matters were undesirable for anyone, yet Su Yuntao had encountered them. At this juncture, discussing it was pointless. He had tried to dissuade him at the time. Max Yunuo descended the stairs. You shall depart tomorrow. I will call for someone to bring the meals. Jiang Luoran intended to mention that they had already eaten, but given Max Yunuo's good intentions, he felt it best not to impose. Once the meals were prepared, Max Yunuo arranged 3 rooms in the Martial Soul Hall for them to stay. The Martial Soul Hall was spacious, with numerous vacant rooms, ensuring ample accommodation. Upon seeing you all, I suddenly feel aged, Max Yunuo reflected. When I first observed your personalities, I sensed you would achieve great things in the future. Yet, I never anticipated your accomplishments would reach such heights, he lamented with a wry smile. Encountering the youth stirred a nostalgic fervor within him. However, glancing down at himself, he realized he was now well into his 60s, feeling the disparity between ambition and capability. After conversing for a while, Jiang Luoran was uncertain how to assist the elderly man. He lacked neither wealth nor the burden of oppression, and his life was quite satisfactory. After their meal, Jiang Luoran and the 2 young women each occupied a room. The following morning, Jiang Luoran rose early for his morning exercises, while the 2 women remained asleep. Frustrated, he resolutely roused them from slumber. After preparing breakfast, Max Yunuo had just awoken, and the 4 of them gathered around a large dining table to eat. Was it you who knocked me out yesterday? Su Yuntao inquired, rubbing his disheveled hair as he descended from the 2nd floor. A 39th level battle soul master? Such intense training could adversely affect your foundation, Jiang Luoran remarked, swallowing a piece of beast meat. You had the potential to become a soul emperor. Who are you? Su Yuntao frowned, irritated by the abruptness of Jiang Luoran's comments that morning. His anger reignited. I am Jiang Luoran. Have you forgotten me, Master Yuntao? You were the one who awakened my martial soul. Jiang Luoran gestured for him to sit and eat. Jiang Luoran? Su Yuntao's pupils dilated, his body trembling slightly. They said you pleaded with the holy maiden of the Martial Soul Hall to release me. You saved my life. She would have released you regardless of my request. Jiang Luoran replied with a nod. Yuntao, do not torment yourself any longer. If you stay with me at the Martial Soul Hall, there will come a time for you to shine. Max Yunuo urged Su Yuntao to eat. You have not yet acquired your 4th soul ring. Why not accompany me into the Hundada Senlin? Jiang Luoran suggested, sensing that Su Yuntao was likely to cause a scene. It would be better to lead him himself. After all, he desired power, and this was an opportunity to assist him. Are you certain? What level are you now? Su Yuntao detected a hint of superiority in Jiang Luoran's tone, a natural air of confidence. Moreover, upon reflection, if Jiang Luoran could associate with the holy maiden of the martial soul hall, how could his achievements be anything less than remarkable? I am a 57th level control system Soul King. Consider whether you wish to join, Jiang Luoran stated. His intent in seeking out Su Yuntao was merely to help him acquire a soul ring. In actual combat, a soul master rank was hardly sufficient. Regardless, assisting one was the same as aiding two. Given Su Yuntao's struggles, a little help would not be detrimental. I will go, Su Yuntao agreed without hesitation. He was eager to gain strength, and with such an opportunity before him, he would not let it slip away. Furthermore, he could not find another Soul King willing to assist him. Who among them would have the leisure to lower themselves to help him? He could apply for assistance from the Martial Soul Hall's enforcement, but that would only delay matters. What do you need? I, Su Yuntao, will grant you anything, he proclaimed, somewhat agitated, eager to set forth immediately. For the sake of strength, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Xiao Tao, do not be impulsive, Maxunuo interjected, rising. You are only a soul master. Entering the Hundred Senlin could put your safety at risk. Maxunuo was not concerned about Jiang Luoran's ability to protect Su Yuntao, but rather about Su Yuntao's current state of mind. It was essential to understand that obtaining a soul ring relied on fate. To put it another way, entering the Hundred Senlin required composure and caution. I will do my utmost to ensure their safety. You need not worry, Jiang Luoran reassured Maxunuo. Within the Hundred Senlin, he was already acquainted with 3 dominant soul beasts, and there was no imminent danger to life. Should they encounter formidable soul beasts, he would lead everyone to the center. Seeing the earnestness in Jiang Luoran's eyes, Maxunuo gradually felt reassured and ceased to protest. However, the other's demeanor indicated that he still did not wish for them to go. The 4 quickly finished their breakfast and bid farewell to Maxunuo. Throughout their journey, Su Yuntao remained taciturn, behaving like Jiang Luoran's shadow. Observing his plight, Jiang Luoran refrained from saying much. The 4 arrived at old Jieke's home in Shenghuan village, where Jiang Luoran handed over 100 gold soul coins. They engaged in a brief, fragmented conversation before Jiang Luoran led them onward toward the Hundred Senlin. In less than half a day, they reached the outskirts of the Hundred Senlin, where the atmosphere remained chaotic, filled with a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Is this your first time here, Lin Jiao? Jiang Luoran observed as she gazed around. It is not my first time. I acquired all my soul rings here. It was simply less crowded last time, Yulin Jiao replied, puzzled. Jiang Luoran's expression darkened. How could the onlookers disperse when the blue lightning tyrant dragon was entering the Hundred Senlin to hunt for soul rings? Chapter 117. The Black Pearl Centipede's monthly ticket reward, with a respectful gesture. Little girl, do you know about the blue lightning tyrant dragon? A man rushed over, perhaps perceiving that Jiang Luoran and his companions donned the attire of the affluent. Yuling Jiao appeared particularly gullible. Suddenly, an individual emerged, inquiring about the purpose of their gathering. Let me confide in you, he said. I am the illegitimate son of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, Yulumian. Yuling Jiao exclaimed, Jiang Luoran. I now bear the bloodline of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, and I feel an overwhelming urge to accomplish great endeavors. Allow me to guard you as we venture into the Soul Do Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. He continued, it is but a modest fee of 10 gold soul coins, as he formed a cross with his hands. Landian Ba Wan Long, Su Yuntao trembleth. You are indeed a member of the Landian Ba Wang Long family? Jiang Luoran grasped Su Yuntao's arm, leading him away, reflecting on how someone so desperate to gain strength was losing even his wit. One could deduce that as a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, he would hardly accept a task worth merely 10 gold coins. The other illegitimate son of Yu Luomian, the Lord of the Night, had already dominated the soul arena in Silvis. Contemplating from another perspective, if he were truly a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, accepting such a trivial commission would signify his lack of accomplishment, rendering him rather inept. Before them sprawled a lush forest, the vigorous breeze sweeping through, revealing nothing but a sea of green. One could hardly encapsulate the vastness of this forest. Even the term boundless would struggle to convey its essence. Su Yuntao, you stand to my left. Ling Jiao, you are to my right. and cat demon, you follow behind. Our formation must not falter. I, Jiang Luoran, though I have traversed this place multiple times, cannot afford to lower my guard. It is crucial for a human to never grow arrogant. Arrogance invites danger. Caution is always prudent. As the four entered the outskirts of the Soul Do Great Forest, they encountered soul beasts aged 10 or even 100 years. As they neared the realm of thousand-year soul beasts, Jiang Luoran halted, saying, "You may leave now. Here, you can grow in peace." The cat demon, bewildered by Jiang Luoran's sudden turn and his seemingly nonsensical words, looked to the others who signaled her to depart. "We will always remember you. Hurry and go." Yu Lingjiao felt an unexpected reluctance, perhaps due to a newfound reliance on the cat demon throughout their journey. The cat demon, scratching her head in confusion, displayed an innocent expression. Jiang Luoran, covering his head, then thought of sign language, pointing at the cat demon and then gesturing toward the thicket to the right. The cat demon seemed to understand, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Do not dwell on this. Soul beasts possess eternal lifespans. There is nothing for you to regret. Our encounter is but a fleeting moment in your million-year cultivation journey. I wish for you to become a million-year soul beast and thrive," Jiang Luoran said, patting her shoulder. Though uncertain if the cat demon comprehended, he hoped that when she became a 100,000-year soul beast, she would understand those words, provided she did not forget them. With a leap, the cat demon transformed into a streak of blue light and vanished, harboring a hint of vexation. "Now, we must face the thousand-year soul beasts," Jiang Luoran declared. Clenching his fists, Yu Lingjiao felt a twinge of regret, contemplating the possibility of taking the cat demon in. Yet, it was only within the promising environment of the Soul Do Great Forest that she could truly flourish. Was this what friendship entailed? Su Yuntao sensed he had experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life. Steeling themselves, they entered the Soul Do Great Forest, shedding any weakness. Jiang Luoran invoked his fourth soul skill, Thousand Forgings, extending his right arm as a black soul ring descended, morphing into a purple hammer. Su Yuntao, a level 39 assault-type soul master, summoned his martial spirit, the lone wolf, his eyes turning purple as a massive purple wolf manifested behind him. With the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long spirit enveloping him, a fearsome thunder dragon appeared behind Yu Lingjiao, its scales distinctly visible, a clear indication of its pure lineage. "Are you a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family?" Su Yuntao, astonished, gazed at Yu Lingjiao. "As long as you know your roots, let us proceed," Jiang Luoran stated, unwilling to linger in idle chatter. Surviving and emerging was the ultimate goal. After traversing for over half an hour, they encountered only 1,000-year soul beast and saw no more. It felt as though the area had been purged. Yet, the emptiness heightened Jiang Luoran's vigilance. "Do you sense that?" Su Yuntao scanned the surroundings, sensing an impending presence. "Observe your surroundings carefully. Release your strongest soul skill at the first opportunity," Jiang Luoran urged, gripping the purple hammer tightly. Fifth soul skill, Hellish Battle Armor. The black soul ring unleashed 3 streams of green energy, enveloping the trio in a layer of durable yet lightweight purple armor. "What is this soul skill?" Su Yuntao gasped, suddenly filled with vigor and warmth coursing through his body. A colossal black centipede, measuring over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, approached, not like any ordinary soul beast, but rather with a sinister intent aimed at the weakest. Yu Lingjiao, a 5,000-year black pearl centipede? Jiang Luoran instantly recognized its age. "You seek death," unleashing the strength of a level 57 Soul King. Jiang Luoran pulled Yu Lingjiao aside, swinging the purple hammer, causing the air to be displaced. With a resounding impact, the centipede's head was struck, losing balance and rolling on the ground, crashing through several boulders before coming to a halt. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Yu Lingjiao spread her arms, summoning a yellow soul ring. A massive thunder dragon spiraled forth, engulfed in a tempest of furious thunder, its roar reverberating like thunderclaps. Visible arcs of lightning danced within its jaws as it dove towards the centipede at Yu Lingjiao's command. In an instant, the scene transformed into a torrent of blue light. The Black Pearl centipede, grievously injured, had not anticipated being harmed so severely by merely 2 strikes. It began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Not dead yet, Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, reaching 3 meters high, wielding the purple hammer for a landing strike. The centipede could only muster a feeble defense. raising a dark armor that emitted a dim glow to shield its head. Jiang Luoran's hammer shattered the centipede's defense, striking directly at its skull. The ground beneath echoed hollowly, forming a 3-meter-wide depression that deepened further. Jiang Luoran had intended to deliver a fatal blow, but upon realizing the soul beast was a fitting opponent for Su Yuntao, he swiftly reined in his strength. With a resounding thud, the centipede's head was crushed, visibly oozing toxins. It prepared to unleash its final desperate attack. Second soul skill. Like Shadow and Echo, Jiang Luoran raised his left hand, a purple soul ring aloft, slamming it to the ground. The roots of an ancient tree erupted, forming a barrier before the trio, shielding them from the toxic onslaught. A pungent stench filled the air as the venomous toxins clung to the tree roots, consuming them like a raging fireball. Yuntao, act now, Jiang Luoran bellowed, urging him to seize the moment. You said this centipede has 5,000 years of cultivation, right? I can't handle it, Su Yuntao frowned. Are you jesting? Let a soul master of the soul rank absorb a 5,000-year-old black pearl centipede? Such an expectation is indeed excessive. It amounts to a death sentence. If it were a lower-tier soul beast, Su Yuntao might have considered it, but ultimately, the decision lies with you. Reflect upon it thoroughly. Once the toxin dissipates, this soul beast will be as good as dead at my hands, sighed Jiang Luoran. If Su Yuntao cannot even surpass this hurdle, then assisting him would be futile. A soul master must never be timid or cowardly. Of course, there are times when one must exhibit vulnerability. However, to claim that a soul master of his caliber cannot absorb a 5,000-year soul beast, or lacks the confidence to do so, renders him virtually useless. Very well, I shall attempt it, Su Yuntao resolved, turning swiftly to confront the spewing toxin. Jiang Luoran channeled his soul power to pave the way for Su Yuntao, preventing the toxin from encroaching upon him. With a fierce shout, Su Yuntao raised his wolf claw and struck downward, piercing the flesh of the black pearl centipede. A resounding thud followed as the creature perished, its toxin ceasing to spray as if a film had abruptly halted. A small purple soul ring floated up and settled upon the centipede S form. Absorb it boldly. We shall guard you. Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao positioned themselves on either side. My gratitude, Su Yuntao said as he sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul. The purple soul ring entwined around the arm of the lone wolf before descending to his waist. Have a bite. Jiang Luoran offered Yu Lingjiao a piece of previously packaged beast meat, noting that his qualifications were lacking and would require time to absorb the soul ring. Did you know each other before? Yu Lingjiao asked, not one to shy away from taking another bite in such a setting. He is my awakening soul master and can be considered my guide, Jiang Luoran replied sheepishly. Ah, I see. Perhaps I can assist him, Yu Lingjiao suggested. It is of no use. It is already too late. Moreover, losing one law enforcer from the martial soul hall merely paves the way for another noble to rise. Jiang Luoran crouched down, embedding the purple hammer into the ground. I have always wanted to ask, is this hammer technique called Luan Pai Feng? Yu Lingjiao had been eager to inquire. I recall the first time I witnessed Jiang Luoran use Luan Pai Feng was just outside the Death Canyon. With this hammer technique, Jiang Luoran had achieved combat prowess at the Soul Emperor level. Initially, Yu Lingjiao had not noticed much, but gradually, she recognized that the purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's hands grew increasingly formidable. This is not Luan Pai Feng. Then what is it? Yes, this is indeed Luan Pai Feng. It has saved my life on multiple occasions, and Jiang Luoran was neither skilled in deception nor in need of it. This cannot be. Luan Pai Feng is a direct transmission hammer technique of the Haotian sect. It cannot be in the hands of outsiders. I learned it through a friend. That person being Tang San, the son of Tang Hao. Jiang Luoran believed there was no harm in sharing this with Yu Lingjiao. Tang Hao? The Haotian Douluo who vanished many years ago? Yu Lingjiao was astonished. Just how much did Jiang Luoran know? In other words, is there anything he is unaware of? Indeed, it is the Haotian Douluo. He originally lived in the same village as me, the only blacksmith in the area. I learned Luan Pai Feng. Though Uncle Tang Hao never mentioned anything. I swear never to use Luan Pai Feng in front of the Haotian sect members, nor will I oppose them. Jiang Luoran understood the appropriate course of action. When one borrows from others, one must also be prepared to offer something in return. Although Jiang Luoran had only learned Luan Pai Feng, the value of this hammer technique is immeasurable. From the outset, Jiang Luoran had never coveted the treasures possessed by Tang San, for he understood that there are boundaries that should not be crossed. Is it that Holy Soul village? Listening to Jiang Luoran, one could imagine the type of person he was. There's a saying, it begins with appearance, it deepens with talent, and it is loyal to character. Indeed, Jiang Luoran stroked his chin, pondering deeply. The requirements for the soul ring of the blue lightning tyrant dragon are quite high. I recall within this millennium range, there exists a 1,000-year-old flying claw Lin Jiao beast, which should be quite suitable for you. That is a bit too exaggerated, Brother Luoran. Yu Ling Jiao nearly spat out blood. It should be noted that the third soul ring set by her family head for her was merely a flying phantom fish. Jiang Luoran directly proposed she hunt a flying claw Lin Jiao. The two are simply not comparable. One must understand that the flying claw Lin Jiao is nearly dragon-like. Even a 1,000-year-old specimen would easily overshadow a 5,000-year flying phantom fish. Rest assured, I am here for you. While Jiang Luoran was not confident in Su Yuntao's ability to absorb such a soul ring, he was entirely certain of Yu Lingjiao's capability. With a howling roar, Su Yuntao's eyes gleamed with a violet light as he rose from the ground, astonished as he gazed at his hands. Is this the disparity between soul rings? I suddenly feel that this soul ring's amplification is terrifying. Su Yuntao's voice trembled. What is your fourth soul skill? Jiang Luoran approached him after he completed the absorption. I nearly perished during the process. Su Yuntao wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful that he had managed to endure. My fourth soul skill is called Demonic Wolf Poison Claw. Indeed, Jiang Luoran nodded. Acquiring the soul ring from the Black Pearl Centipede would undoubtedly enhance the toxicity of his martial soul. The combination of Su Yuntao's lone wolf with the centipede's poison serves as a splendid support. Previously, Su Yuntao had given Jiang Luoran the impression of fragility. Yet now he exuded an aura that was at least somewhat ominous. Su Yuntao lowered his hands, the purple soul ring enveloping his wolf claws, unleashing his fourth soul skill. Demonic Wolf Poison Claw. In an instant, a potent toxin manifested upon his claws, transforming into 8 intersecting green claw energies. The toxic aura sliced through dozens of ancient tree roots, dissipating into nothingness. A foul smell lingered as the trees became tainted with the green poison. It seems this soul ring is indeed well suited for you. Jiang Luoran had certainly gleaned wisdom from his master. He possessed a keen understanding of the optimal soul ring combinations for soul masters. Moreover, these concepts were straightforward. It is akin to the relationship between snakes and dragons on Earth. It is not difficult to deduce which martial souls correspond to which soul beasts. Thank you, back then. I believed your martial soul was useless. I was mistaken, nearly overlooking a genius. Su Yuntao felt a twinge of guilt. Reflecting on the past when he deemed Jiang Luoran's martial soul to be worthless, was he now not inferior to that? With this thought, Su Yuntao lowered his head in shame. Chapter 119. A captivating battle. Jiang Luoran gestured for Su Yuntao to cease his words. Regret serves no purpose, especially since he did not require it. Initially, I had some reservations, but with your input, I feel it may not be beyond reach. Jiang Luoran picked up the purple hammer from the ground and signaled for them to follow. Within the soul fighting forest, the outer layers near a lake. I will engage in battle. Yuntao, aim for the soul beast's wound with your fourth soul skill. Lingjiao, wait for the opportune moment to deliver the finishing blow. Is that clear? Jiang Luoran communicated succinctly, boldly entering the lake with his hammer raised. Moments later, the lake echoed with the howls of a serpent and the sounds of a fierce battle. It was evident that the fight had commenced. Jiang Luoran casually summoned a black soul ring with his second soul skill, Shadow, following. The ancient tree root emerged from the lake, continuously extending and thickening until it transformed into a colossal 5-meter-tall tree, entwined with the Feijua Lingjiao beast. The beast roared in desperation, attempting to escape with its formidable strength, severing several of the tree's vines. You wish to flee? First soul skill, Creation from Nothing. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend's Prison. Jiang Luoran formed a claw shape with his left hand. The purple and black soul rings enveloped his hand, emanating an eerie glow. Suddenly, a purple prison materialized above the Feijua Lingjiao beast, ensnaring it within. The beast let out a deafening roar, using all its might to crash against the prison. Immediately, countless blood fiend vines erupted from its body, wrapping around it entirely, especially around its head. Jiang Luoran leaped forward, raising his purple hammer, and struck the beast's head. The lake erupted in tumultuous waves as the Feijua Lingjiao beast was gravely injured, collapsing into the water, unable to rise. Fourth soul skill, forged by 1,000 hammers. A black soul ring spiraled from Jiang Luoran's fingertips. This ring emitted a chilling darkness, drawing in the blood fiend vines binding the beast. As Jiang Luoran slightly curled his fingers, the black soul ring responded to his command, releasing tendrils of black light. The blood fiend vines on the beast transformed into a solid form, resembling a layer of armor. Now it was nearly impossible for it to move. Jiang Luoran understood that this was far from sufficient. The vitality of a dragon was immensely powerful. Although it seemed on the brink of defeat, should it unleash its full potential, it would still be a formidable adversary. With a whirlwind motion, Jiang Luoran's soul power surged, and purple light ignited within his pupils, emanating a chilling intensity. In that moment, he resembled a loaded sniper rifle, an explosive aura radiating from him, enough to instill fear from 100 meters away. It was akin to the primal dread we feel towards a tiger, suddenly rising from its lair, ready to pounce. Sensing Jiang Luoran's murderous intent, the Feizhua Linjiao beast's body twitched, enveloped in black mist. Then, with a resounding boom, it severed all the blood fiend vines, transforming into a colossal dragon, its scales unfurling, its head enlarging and resembling that of a true dragon, especially its horns, reminiscent of dragon horns. Its black tail lashed out against the lake, causing it to surge and ripple as if subjected to a machine gun's fire. Jiang Luoran was astonished. This Feizhua Linjiao beast, over 2,000 years old, was a rare sight. Generally, soul beasts are easier to discern, but one must force a Feizhua Linjiao beast to reveal its full capabilities to gauge its age. The records from the masters were scarce, and it was through the amalgamation of his knowledge from Earth and this realm that Jiang Luoran grasped more about this creature. The Feizhua Linjiao beast, now taking the initiative, surged upward from the lake, and then dove down from the sky. With his soul power fully unleashed, Jiang Luoran's entire being radiated purple energy, not just his eyes. If he had resembled a loaded sniper rifle before, he now embodied a missile poised for launch. Exudinga destructivoha. With a thunderous clash, the purple hammer collided with the beast's head, creating a blazing trail of fire. Jiang Luoran swiftly retreated, wielding the hammer with dexterity, employing the Kunpeng technique to descend in a flash. This method of harnessing inertia and speed to amplify power was one Jiang Luoran had mastered. The white light sliced through the beast's horns, catching it off guard, akin to being struck by lightning, causing it to stagger backward. The Feizhua Linjiao beast let out a long howl, as if summoning a dark flame from within. Jiang Luoran was uncertain of its intentions, as it transcended his understanding. A jet of black flame erupted from the lake, hurtling towards him with such force that it rivaled a high-pressure water gun. One must recognize that bullets achieve lethality through speed, and likewise this strike from the Feizhua Linjiao beast was anything but simple. Though clad in Hell's battle armor, Jiang Luoran did not dare to be careless. He positioned his hands horizontally, channeling all his strength and soul power into the purple hammer. The 5 soul rings resonated like piano keys, emitting a cacophony of sound. The two energies, poised for confrontation, finally collided. In truth, both sides prepared in a mere 3 seconds. The battle ignited in an instant. The black flames surged against the purple light, clearly stymied. Jiang Luoran felt a surge of relief, grateful that the Feizhua Linjiao beast was not of significant age, allowing him to withstand the onslaught. If it had been 3,000 years old, he would have had to flee. The purple hammer in his grasp was being eroded, and his body was swept upwards as if caught in a 12-grade typhoon. This was purely a defensive maneuver. Without the support of soul power, the hammer would have disintegrated like a leaf upon impact. Feeling the searing heat of the flames around him, Jiang Luoran's body was scorched by the nearly apocalyptic black fire. With a determined effort, he summoned the 5 soul rings around his waist, which resonated powerfully, channeling strength into his arms. His overall power surged, more than doubling. The 5 rings spun wildly, as if possessed, spiraling around his hands. With a forceful dive, Jiang Luoran barreled down like an immovable boulder against the black flames. Gripping the hammer tightly, with a powerful pull, he tore through the black flames as if they were mere fabric, scattering the dark fire across the sky. The Feizhua Linjiao beast, alarmed, ascended into the clouds. Its ultimate attack had failed to vanquish Jiang Luoran, rendering further conflict pointless. What are you waiting for? Attack! Jiang Luoran surged forth, breaking through the lake's surface and soaring upwards. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuntao and Yu Lingjiao were already captivated by Jiang Luoran's magnificent combat prowess. Despite being merely a soul king, he had achieved such a remarkable state of battle. They were utterly enthralled. Jiang Luoran unleashed his fourth soul skill, the demon wolf's venomous claw. As the lone wolf behind Su Yuntao emitted a purple glow, a purple soul ring encircling its claws. With a swift motion, the merged claw marks streaked past Jiang Luoran's side, striking the wound of the Feijua Linjiao beast. Summoning a blood fiend vine, Jiang Luoran bound it to his purple hammer. With a powerful swing, the hammer formed a complete circle, crashing down upon the Feijua Linjiao beast's head. The already weary dragon was inadvertently knocked down into the lake. Like a war god, Jiang Luoran hovered in the air, hammer raised, visibly channeling purple soul power and blood fiend vines into the purple hammer. The enormous purple hammer descended like a chariot, completely submerging the upper half of the Jiaoshu beast. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon, descends. The second soul skill, Lightning Flash and Thunder Roar. Yu Lingjiao manifested a yellow soul ring on each hand, radiating a golden glow. In an instant, lightning erupted, accompanied by the resonant roar of a dragon. One yellow soul ring floated up, encircling Yu Lingjiao's body, transforming into a dragon of thunder and lightning. The other yellow soul ring enveloped the thunder dragon, summoning the heavens roar and unleashing hundreds of bolts of lightning. The sky darkened as the thunder dragon swept through with hundreds of thunders, striking the Jiaoshu beast. The water rippled, the entire lake filled with the sounds of thunder and flashes of lightning. Jiang Luoran leaped swiftly to avoid the impending chaos. The flying claw Lin Jiaoshu beast was slain instantly, leaving no trace of life. Even from afar, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Once the lightning dissipated, Jiang Luoran descended into the lake to retrieve the flying claw Lin Jiaoshu beast. Yu Lingjiao sat beside the Jiaoshu, focusing on her martial soul, as a majestic thunder dragon appeared beside her. The beast's head expelled a purple soul ring, which the thunder dragon raised its tail to ensnare. Jiang Luoran, having expended considerable soul power, also sat down to recover her energy. Su Yuntao, acting as a guard, observed the surroundings intently. One could not help but admire the formidable power of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, indeed terrifying in its might. Su Yuntao had never witnessed such a wild and domineering martial soul and soul skill. It was a true gift from the heavens. In contrast, both his martial soul and soul skills paled in comparison. Even the strength displayed moments ago would have left him injured, considering the vast difference in their levels. It was a stark reminder of his standing at the very bottom of the soul master hierarchy. After a night had passed, the two remained seated, with Su Yuntao nibbling on jerky while sipping lake water, pondering if they would remain in this state indefinitely. Yu Lingjiao appeared unwell, her forehead beaded with sweat, as if she were enduring some tremendous strain. Jiang Luoran gradually regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Yu Lingjiao's condition, frowned. Such matters could only be resolved through her own efforts. Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary martial soul, making the absorption of soul rings considerably easier for her. A few thousand-year soul masters had been driven away earlier, and Su Yuntao bore new scars across his chest, having opened his garments. "You rest for now. Allow me to take watch," Jiang Luoran offered, handing Su Yuntao a potion. "What does that smell?" Jiang Luoran suddenly noticed a fragrant aroma, which grew increasingly intense, accompanied by a surging warmth. "You sense it too?" Su Yuntao scanned the area in search of the source. Following the scent, Jiang Luoran approached the deceased flying claw Lin Jiaoshu beast. Her fingers glowed with a violet light as she summoned a blood evil vine, slicing open the beast's abdomen. "This is a Chihuahua tulip," Jiang Luoran gasped, nearly collapsing in shock. Encountering a Chihuahua tulip in the soul-fighting great forest was no trivial matter. It would certainly incite an attack from the soul beasts. It was important to note that those under 4,000 years were manageable, but if they were older and numerous, Jiang Luoran would be unable to handle the situation. Furthermore, with Yu Lingjiao present, escape seemed impossible. The Jiaoshu beast had evidently just ingested the Chihuahua tulip, having been slain before it could digest it. Such a divine herb would not decay with the beast. As its body began to rot, the herb's fragrance permeated the area. From this moment on, this place would become a thunderous domain. "What is a Chihuahua tulip?" Su Yuntao sensed something amiss, having rarely seen Jiang Luoran lose her composure. It must be something formidable that even she couldn't easily resolve. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as countless soul beasts surged forth, as if vying for mates, charging wildly toward them. Jiang Luoran intended to swiftly eliminate them, but found herself overwhelmed. Yuntao, if you wish to flee, I shall not impede you. Jiang Luoran leaped in front of Yu Lingjiao. Fear not, I will not abandon you, Su Yuntao declared, raising his arms wide. Lone wolf, possess me. All soul power. A purple lone wolf materialized, adorned with 4 yellow and purple soul rings, emitting a chilling howl. It was time to give it their all. Jiang Luoran's left eye turned white while her right turned purple. Kunpeng, possess me. The blood evil vines erupted around her, like serpents coiling around her form. The white-feathered Kunpeng descended from the skies, landing behind Jiang Luoran. The wave of beasts arrived in an instant, leaving them bewildered. The second soul skill, Shadow Follow, propelled Jiang Luoran into the fray. Old tree roots burst forth from the ground, like man-eating flowers, swallowing several soul beasts whole. Before Jiang Luoran could fully articulate her third soul skill, she was struck by a 1,000-year unicorn, sending her flying. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Poison Claw. I will fight you all. Su Yuntao charged forward, unleashing claw energy without restraint. He understood well that none of his soul skills could inflict significant damage on these 1,000-year soul beasts. Overusing his fourth soul skill would deplete his soul power. Yet, there was no choice. Who could fathom the reason behind these soul beast frenzy? Jiang Luoran flipped mid-air, gathering her strength, and swiftly clasped her hands together. Invoking her first soul skill, Creation from Nothing, the purple soul ring brushed against the air, merging with the ground. The surging blood evil vines erupted in a frenzied rush, working in tandem with the old tree roots to ensnare a multitude of soul beasts. The chaos escalated. The soul beasts became increasingly uncontrollable. Fifth soul skill held battle armor. Jiang Luoran raised her right hand, summoning a black soul ring, releasing 3 beams of purple light. Excluding herself, the other 2 beams descended upon Su Yuntao and the old tree roots. In such a dire situation, conserving soul power was out of the question. In the face of such a beast tide, even if they exerted all their strength, it might not suffice to hold them off for long. Let it come. Jiang Luoran too became frantic. Since there was no viable strategy, they would charge headfirst into the fray. The black soul ring enveloped her arm, morphing into a towering purple hammer. With a resounding thud, the Kunpeng wings flared, transforming Jiang Luoran into a streak of light as she landed, swinging the hammer in a sweeping arc. The solid impact of the hammer against the multitude of soul beasts caused Jiang Luoran to break out in a cold sweat. The purple hammer could only barely repel the beasts before her, its strength diluted. This infuriated the horde, causing them to converge on Jiang Luoran. The old tree roots and held battle armor strained against the pressure, emitting anguished sounds. Su Yuntao could not withstand the assault, and once more plunged into the lake. He had no choice but to gamble. He hoped that by the time his soul power ran dry, Lingjiao would have completed her absorption. Jiang Luoran sensed that Yu Lingjiao was nearing her goal. The white wings behind her flapped wildly as she wielded the purple hammer like a tempest, refusing to relent for an instant. Not to mention whether Jiang Luoran could endure. The sheer number of soul beasts was beyond manageable. Many slipped through their defenses. For their ultimate aim was the Chiluok Tulip, not to engage Jiang Luoran in a futile standoff. I will hold them off. Su Yuntao, unwilling to rest, rose from the water, blocking the soul beast that had evaded capture. His 4 soul rings surged forth, seemingly reckless in their pursuit. At this moment, Su Yuntao wished to brandish his soul rings against the oncoming beasts, for they were far too densely packed. Give me a retreat, Jiang Luoran commanded, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he repelled the surrounding soul beasts. Up until now, neither he nor his companion had slain a single soul beast. Instead, their numbers were multiplying. Utilizing the Kunpeng technique, Jiang Luoran adeptly maneuvered to find an opening and shot forth like a beam of light, seizing the Qi Luo Yujingxiang. This was Jiang Luoran's last resort, as he intended to lead all the soul beasts away from Yu Lingjiao, ensuring her a safe opportunity to absorb the soul ring. Su Yuntao, in a disheveled state, was drenched in blood, looking scarcely human. Jiang Luoran was not faring much better. His abdomen bore numerous claw marks, still oozing blood. Do not approach, he warned. With a daring leap, Jiang Luoran entered the midst of the soul beasts, who, upon spotting him, rushed forward as if they had found a delectable treat. Countless massive heads blocked his path, each vying to get closer, creating an overwhelming wall of beastly faces. Yet, Jiang Luoran clung to his unwavering belief of not surrendering until the very last moment. In that instant, he resembled a caretaker ready to distribute food to these ravenous children, albeit these children were intent on devouring him instead. Third soul skill, Explosive Nebula Tornado. Yu Lingjiao descended from the sky, her violet soul ring encircling her head like a halo. Each hand held a yellow soul ring, her fingers poised like claws. As the three rings attracted one another and spun wildly, a dragon's roar echoed from nowhere, bringing with it an immense pressure that momentarily stunned all the soul beasts. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the winds, laden with thunder, intensified as if gathering into a river. In a flurry of movement, the skies erupted into rain, accompanied by a tempest laden with countless bolts of lightning. Yu Lingjiao landed beside Jiang Luoran, and from her center, the tornado expanded dramatically, releasing all its energy. The soul beasts, instinctively fearful of the overwhelming pressure, retreated. Now is our chance. Kunpeng technique ultimate. Jiang Luoran, like a swift arc, scooped up Yu Lingjiao, teleporting as Suyun Tao lifted her as well, vanishing from their original spot. When the soul beasts finally opened their eyes, Jiang Luoran had already disappeared. Moments later, the ground trembled, fissures cracking like tortoise shells as the earth seemed on the verge of collapse. Within the heart of the soul fighting forest, Jiang Luoran halted, gently placing the two on the ground. "How are you?" he inquired as Yu Lingjiao activated her soul guide, retrieving a potion to treat his wounds. Now, even if they planted the Qi Luo Yujingxiang here, the soul beasts dared not pursue them. Jiang Luoran and the Tianqin Yuan were merely a hair's breadth away from danger. Yu Lingjiao diligently applied medicine and bandaged their injuries, exhausted as she sank to the ground. After enduring the immense pressure and engaging in battle with the dragon, Jiang Luoran sensed a breakthrough in his soul power. A day and night passed, and when he rose from the ground, he discovered he had ascended to level 58. His injuries significantly healed, largely thanks to the Qi Luo Yujingxiang. Yu Lingjiao felt revitalized in both spirit and body, gazing in disbelief at the flower. Suyun Tao, too, experienced miraculous healing. His wounds had mended, and he showed signs of a breakthrough. "We should share this flower," Jiang Luoran stated decisively, believing that sharing was the fairest course of action. After all, he had no intention of hoarding the flower for himself, as it was unnecessary. "There's no need. You should eat it," Yu Lingjiao insisted. "Brother Luoran, you hunted the soul rings for us. Without you, our survival would be in jeopardy. Indeed, your contributions are the greatest. This flower rightfully belongs to you," Suyun Tao concurred. Though he yearned for strength, he understood that without Jiang Luoran, even his current abilities would be unattainable. Recognizing the virtue of contentment is a true testament to one's character. Jiang Luoran felt a sense of joy witnessing their dispositions, confirming he had not misjudged their character. Unlike some acquaintances from his past on Earth, who had exploited him like a fruit in a juicer, this was a refreshing change. As for Suyun Tao, his character was commendable. It was unfortunate he had encountered emotional turmoil. "If you wish to eat, then eat," Jiang Luoran said coldly, pulling the Qi Luo Yujingxiang closer to Yu Lingjiao's lips. Yu Lingjiao, gradually understanding his temperament, replied, "Very well, I shall only consume one petal." She delicately plucked a translucent blossom and placed it in her mouth. "Me too. One is sufficient," Suyun Tao remarked, agreeing without contesting her sentiment, pleased to partake as well. Each of them plucked one petal. Jiang Luoran, not to be outdone, gathered the three largest blooms and returned them to his soul guide. Crack! The petals were surprisingly delectable, prompting the trio to exchange glances, finding the taste unexpectedly sweet, and they began to chew. Jiang Luoran consumed the remaining stem, and suddenly, a wave of heat surged through him, as if all his organs and blood were in a frenzy. The three sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on their martial souls. After another day and night, Suyun Tao stood invigorated, having ascended 4 levels to become a 44th level battle spirit master. He felt as though shackles on his body had been released, bringing him immense relief. Another day and night passed, and Yu Lingjiao suddenly opened her eyes, a streak of blue lightning shooting forth. She had reached level 35, becoming a powerful assault-type battle spirit master. At her age, achieving the title of battle spirit master was remarkable, and upon her return, she would surely be celebrated by Yu Yuanjin. Yu Lingjiao was still reveling in the joy of her rapid ascent from acquiring the soul ring, feeling her strength had more than doubled. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoran's purple soul power grew increasingly dense, the blood fiend vine unfurling in layers, as if in reverence. The two refrained from disturbing Jiang Luoran, understanding that he was destined to become a soul emperor. In the future, his value would be held in the highest regard. Not to mention, simply being able to follow in the wake of such an individual was a blessing in itself. One must be discerning and recognize the caliber of people like him. A solitary yet noble potential that should be befriended, not antagonized. Chapter 122. 9 Nether Demon Crow. Jiang Luoran's aura grew increasingly formidable, his soul power swirling around him like purple silk. After 3 days and nights, Su Yuntao and Yu Lingjiao, initially anxious, found themselves in the heart of the soul-fighting forest, home to its formidable ruler. They felt as though they were 3 lambs, always at risk of slaughter, an uncomfortable sensation lingering over them. With a deep breath, Jiang Luoran stood, the purple light in his eyes still radiating. It was uncertain what transformation he had undergone, but it was undeniable that he had become level 59, a significant milestone. This newfound power was unprecedented. Observing his palm, he squeezed it tightly, producing a sound akin to sizzling beans. Jiang Luoran could hardly articulate the changes within him, yet he felt stronger. Indeed, 5 times more powerful than before. Perhaps the Qi Luo Yu Jingxiang had altered his body and potential, or perhaps he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Luoran, how do you feel? Yu Lingjiao asked, noticing his unusual demeanor, fearing he might have been possessed. He felt indescribably renewed, like he had undergone a baptism. Jiang Luoran opened his shirt, revealing that all his wounds had vanished, replaced by skin as smooth as jade, surpassing that of an average girl. It is time to capture the 6th soul ring. But before that, I must ensure the safety of Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao. It is crucial to acknowledge that I am facing a millennium-old soul beast, and Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao would be of no assistance. They might even become my liabilities. Follow me, Jiang Luoran instructed as he led the 2 deeper into the heart of the central lake. They did not doubt his command. If Jiang Luoran said they could enter, then they could enter. If he intended to harm them, he would have done so already. However, entering the territory of the formidable soul beasts within the soul-fighting forest still instilled a sense of inexplicable anxiety. The 3 of them, akin to innocent lambs, ventured forth, playfully waving their hands in greeting. Hello, have you eaten? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed, and the ground shook as if an army were charging forth. But everyone understood that it was not an army. It was a soul beast of colossal proportions. Jiang Luoran, undeterred, approached with the familiarity of a long-lost brother. As if to say, my friend is simply this grand. From the lake emerged a massive azure bullhead. Its 2 azure horns alone were sufficient to serve as the foundation for a 20-meter-high building. Instinctively, Yu Lingjiao activated her martial soul, a lifelike thunder dragon adorned with dragon scales, standing resolutely between the Tianqing Niumang and the Titan giant ape. The 3 beasts exchanged glances, filled with confusion. Upon absorbing her 3rd soul ring, Yu Lingjiao's martial soul had undergone an evolution, now boasting unmatched dragon scales and an even more perfected form of the thunder dragon. Hinting at a bygone era, you've returned. A voice called out, revealing an ethereal and pure maiden approaching, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. These are my friends. Jiang Luoran smiled, assuring her, no one here will harm you, rest assured. Yu Lingjiao nodded weakly, retracting her martial soul. Indeed, had she engaged in battle, she might have already found herself within the belly of the Tianqing Niumang. As per the usual protocol, I will incapacitate, and you will ensnare. Feng Linger swiftly appeared before Jiang Luoran. He covered his face, remarking, don't make it sound as simple as robbing a bank. Under such immense pressure, Su Yuntao's legs trembled uncontrollably, an indescribable sensation of helplessness overwhelming him. Yu Lingjiao, fortunately, was born of noble blood, and thus did not appear overly strained in the face of the advanced soul beast's intimidation. I have gifts for you, Jiang Luoran announced, for you millennium-old soul beasts. The celestial herbs may not hold significant value. From a soul guide, he retrieved 3 identical, resplendent tulip flowers, 1 for each of them, sufficient for them to savor the essence. The 3 flowers floated towards them, merging into their abdomens. Let us go. Feng Linger took the lead, unfazed by the surrounding circumstances as she absorbed the flower. My friends, Jiang Luoran chuckled wryly, they will safely await your arrival. The massive tail of the Tianqing Niumang emerged from the lake, offering a handful of grass to Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao. Now I can relax. Once I become a Soul Emperor, I will take you away. Jiang Luoran reassured Su Yuntao with a pat on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Human, there is no need for fear. Although we harbor disdain for your kind, you pose no threat to me at present, the Tianqing Niumang stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's legs trembled even more violently, teetering dangerously close to madness. Within a purple cypress grove deep inside the soul-fighting forest, Feng Linger remarked, "Do you see that white crow bathing over 60,000 years old?" She appeared unconcerned, as if they were not avian creatures. "It's nearly 70,000 years old, Linger." Jiang Luoran, you should know when to speak and when to hold your tongue. No need to worry. I carry the bloodline of the Kunpeng, and I could face the Tianqing Niumang directly without issue, Feng Linger assured him. Then I shall proceed. Jiang Luoran cleared his throat and stepped forward. Hey, become my soul ring. With a flap of its wings, the white crow released 10 feathers as grand as supporting pillars. Jiang Luoran, uncertain of what transpired, found his Kunpeng agility instinctively activated, propelling him towards the 10 white feathers. With a deft maneuver, he flipped and pushed off with his feet, closing the distance to the white crow once more. The crow, believing it had dispatched this insignificant human, suddenly displayed an emotive expression upon seeing Jiang Luoran. Confronted by such a formidable soul beast, Jiang Luoran unleashed his most potent soul technique from the outset. 5 soul rings swirled around his hands, releasing a barrage of purple weapons transformed from blood-scorching vines. The cacophony of countless purple weapons drowned out the white crow and even the entire lake. If the crow had been drinking, it might have choked to death in this manner. In that moment, Jiang Luoran comprehended the exhilaration akin to wielding a Gatling gun. Such an overwhelming feeling was truly remarkable. With a clash of feathers and purple weaponry, sparks ignited between the airborne and the groundbound. The white crow, unfurling its wings, soared skyward, evidently intent on engaging Jiang Luoran in close combat. Jiang Luoran swiftly summoned a colossal hammer, measuring 3 meters in length and 6 meters in width, prepared to confront this giant adversary. Without granting the white crow an opportunity to ascend, he struck it on the head with a mighty blow, driving it into the earth. With a flick of his left hand, all 5 soul rings converged, hovering above his palm before crashing down onto the ground in a devastating bombardment. The metallic clashing resonated from below, and Jiang Luoran surmised that the crow had activated some defensive technique akin to a soul skill. A sleek and radiant white crow emerged to counter his assault, its left wing poised to deliver a powerful strike. The white wings, gleaming like stainless steel blades, sliced through the air with futuristic precision. Jiang Luoran, descending rapidly from the sky, activated his first soul skill, Creation from Nothing, and his third soul skill, Blood-Searing Demon Prison. Dozens of blood-scorching vines erupted from the earth, intertwining to form a prison that sought to ensnare the white crow. As a soul beast over 60,000 years old, the crow radiated immense power, its body glowing with a waxy white luminescence. In an instant, it expanded in size, akin to an inflated inflatable toy, severing the blood-scorching vines and prison before they could approach. Jiang Luoran, wielding his purple hammer, hurled it towards the white crow's abdomen. The crow, eyes darkened with fury, clapped its wings together, cleaving the purple hammer as it charged towards Jiang Luoran. Utilizing the Kunpeng agility, he narrowly evaded the attack and withdrew a purple spear from his 5 soul rings, aiming it directly at the crow's black eyes. With a swift motion, the purple spear soared through the air, its attached soul power swirling like a vortex. The white crow closed its eyes, attempting to shield itself from this targeted assault. Are its eyelids made of iron? Jiang Luoran marveled silently. Baya appeared reluctant to continue playing with Jiang Luoran, displaying an anthropomorphic disdain. The cacophony of sound waves reverberated throughout the mountain forest, echoing louder amidst the towering peaks, the dense woods, and the lake's surface. In an instant, Jiang Luoran's mind felt vacant, as if he had plunged into a dream. A blinding whiteness enveloped him. Yet this whiteness evoked a sense of impending doom, as if he were ensnared in an inescapable fate. Silence reigned. He yearned to scream, yet in that moment, he seemed to have forgotten how to shout. Ironically, though he had lost the ability to articulate, he could still vividly recall conversations with friends. No one came to his aid, as if he had never existed, sinking deeper into despair. Fear. Indeed, it was fear, and Jiang Luoran was astonished, for such terror had seldom gripped him before. "Hey, don't be foolish," Linger smiled, gently patting Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. His gaze refocused, the blinding light dissipated instantly. With a gasp, he awoke as though he had just emerged from the depths of a lake, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. "This time, we hunt the soul beast together. Let me teach you what battle truly is." Linger strode boldly into the sound waves, wielding a purple feather. For reasons unknown, Jiang Luoran suddenly felt immune to the sound waves and followed her lead with a hammer in hand. Upon spotting Linger, Bai was suddenly filled with a strong sense of danger. Linger moved like the wind, her right hand brandishing the purple feather, striking Bai to the ground. Jiang Luoran activated all 5 of his soul rings simultaneously, unleashing an array of countless purple weapons. Leave no room for mercy. Eliminate it. Linger vanished in an instant, sweeping horizontally at Bai's head. Bai, in a panic, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. "Oh!" Jiang Luoran crossed his hands, his 5 soul rings swirling around him. His eyes glimmered with purple light, and his soul power reached a boiling point. Within the soul rings, it felt as though boundless waves were about to surge forth. Bai dispelled the sound waves and flapped its wings, charging toward Jiang Luoran, aiming to eliminate the weakest first. Yumingshu, 5th soul skill, Hell Armor. Jiang Luoran immediately donned his armor, advancing rather than retreating. Bang! The white light shattered like glass, forcefully propelling Jiang Luoran away. With the manifestation of the Kunpeng behind him, he regained his balance. Slash! An exaggerated purple light descended, darkening the skies and enveloping the forest entirely. To Jiang Luoran's eyes, it appeared as a vast purple aura descending from the heavens. Bang! Bai caught off guard, took a direct hit to the head, the shockwave knocking against Jiang Luoran's face. Wasn't it supposed to be fiercer? What is holding you back? Linger approached Jiang Luoran, her expression as calm as if to say, "We are merely engaged in a little game." In contrast, Jiang Luoran felt that the soul masters of the soul Douluo level were exceedingly amiable. At the very least, they would engage Bai in combat for a while. "Go ahead, absorb the soul ring," she instructed before vanishing. With his 4th soul skill, 1000 Refinements, Jiang Luoran aimed for the wound on Bai's back, wielding a sharp spear and thrusting it downward. Whoosh! Bai was instantly slain, its black eyes closing for eternity. Jiang Luoran swiftly sat down, drawing the black soul rings from its body. Thud, thud, thud. The bloodthirsty vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the black soul rings on Jiang Luoran. Initially, he showed no signs of discomfort, perhaps due to the effects of the Chihuahua tulip, or perhaps his body had acclimated to such potent energy after exposure to various high-level soul rings. Days passed as Jiang Luoran continued to absorb the soul rings. In truth, he had nearly completed the absorption, but he seized the opportunity to elevate his level. Indeed, it would be more prudent to participate in the elite competition across the continent after becoming a soul sage, Jiang Luoran mused. 5 days and nights passed, and Jiang Luoran was enveloped in 6 swirling purple and black soul rings, firmly establishing himself as a soul emperor. He remained seated, as the effects of the Chihuahua tulip lingered, especially after recently absorbing a soul ring. His level continued to rise. 60, 61, 63. Jiang Luoran opened his eyes, the purple light emanating from them causing nearby soul beasts to retreat instinctively. He rose slowly, his body crackling like fried beans. His heartbeat was particularly loud and powerful, thudding heavily. The sensation of being a soul emperor was indeed unparalleled. If a soul king was akin to a river, then a soul emperor resembled a lake. This feeling was as if he could overpower any soul king in existence. Compared to his previous strength, this was an entirely different realm. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, the bloodthirsty vines now radiating an ancient gray hue, hardening his martial soul. With his 6th soul skill, Jiang Luoran arched his body, the black soul rings swirling with dark energy, transforming into a black-gray spear in his hand. This spear exuded a chilling sensation, not a mere cold, but of a near-death chill. Curse spear, Jiang Luoran mimicked the posture of a javelin thrower, sprinting several steps before unleashing the spear with all his might. Whoosh! The gray spear shot forth like a released tiger, swift as lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Boom! The opposing mountain peak crumbled as though struck by divine retribution, fragments scattering. Black mist enveloped the area. The curse from the spear, rendering foes incapable of using soul power for an hour and leaving them exceptionally weakened. Jiang Luoran was highly satisfied with this soul skill. He felt a growing desire to spar with Zhao Wujia. As Jiang Luoran sensed the fluctuations of soul power, he turned to find a soul bone. Chapter 124. The End of the Performance. A right arm soul bone radiating white light lay before him, hinting at the immense power it contained. A heavenly treasure has descended, Jiang Luoran thought, grasping the soul bone with his right hand, preparing to absorb it. Although the arm soul bone was typically suited for strength-type souls, this by S right arm bone was tailored to enhance speed, perfectly aligning with Jiang Luoran's needs. While it increased speed, it did not negate strength. Appropriate strength was essential, and Jiang Luoran required swiftness. The soul bone offered a comprehensive enhancement, albeit with a significant focus on one aspect. It resembled the right arm bone of the Titan giant ape, which, while immensely powerful, also provided a boost in speed. Now, Jiang Luoran estimated he could achieve the ability to kill unseen. His hands could strike so swiftly that even wielding a hammer would require merely a moment. A day and a night passed as Jiang Luoran immersed himself in the sensation of the soul bone. The absorption was remarkably smooth, with the Jiu white bone successfully grafted onto his right arm. This overwhelming sensation led Jiang Luoran to believe he could crush a small mountain with a single hand, even subduing a missile with ease. Particularly, his newfound understanding of speed deepened. He raised his jade-like right arm, noticing a faint white light swirling around it, then approached a massive boulder, ready to grasp it. With a resounding thud, the boulder crumbled under the deft manipulation of Jiang Luoran, akin to kneading dough, presenting no challenge whatsoever. As he stood upon the lake's surface, Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist and unleashed a forceful strike upon the water. The impact echoed like a cannonball, causing the lake to convulse violently, reminiscent of a whale's powerful ascent, churning up colossal waves that surged relentlessly. As a level 63 soul emperor, equipped with an external soul bone and a right arm bone, he felt confident about his participation in the Continental Elite competition. Should he advance to the rank of Soul Saint, mere glances would suffice to vanquish any foe. He recalled that the elite competition would feature the Xiangjia Academy, home to a certain Huyan Li, who possessed a head bone. However, the threat he posed no longer seemed significant. After tidying up, Jiang Luoran returned to the central lake. "Luorangu, your greatest surprise must be Yuling Jiao," remarked Su Yuntao, who recognized him despite the changes brought about by the absorption of his sixth soul ring. "What is it?" Jiang Luoran noticed Su Yuntao's gaze fixed upon him. Upon entering the lake, he perceived his transformed appearance. His once gentle and refreshing visage had taken on a more youthful charm. His physique was robust, resembling a young bull, yet not overly exaggerated, hinting at the explosive power contained within those defined muscles. The might of a soul emperor emanated from him, instilling an aura of authority that was hard to challenge. Perhaps due to the influence of the Choyu Jinxiang, he now stood as a level 63 soul emperor, having recently acquired a right arm bone. With a simple squeeze of his hand, a white, iron-like claw materialized before the onlookers. "Your prowess leaves me in awe," Su Yuntao sighed, realizing the true meaning of genius. This level of achievement is only attainable by someone truly extraordinary. Yuling Jiao, recalling her previous relentless pursuits of Jiang Luoran, felt a flush of embarrassment. The disparity in their abilities felt insurmountable. "It's nothing. With effort, you too can grow stronger," Jiang Luoran reassured them. "My strength is merely a result of certain circumstances demanding my utmost dedication." He retracted his soul power and soul bone, mindful that they were in the territory of the Tianqing Niopong. It was as though they were gathered around a fire pit, feasting on beef, while the Bull Demon King watched from behind, their laughter echoing in the air. "I still prefer barbecued meat," he jested. "Let's depart." Jiang Luoran led the two away. "Farewell." The Tianqing Niopong submerged back into the water. "What are your plans, Brother Yintao?" Jiang Luoran inquired. "I wish to accompany you." "Is that possible?" Su Yuntao responded. His desire was not necessarily for the prospects of following Jiang Luoran, but rather appreciation for his character, which was commendable in the Douluo continent. Beyond that, he was uncertain of what to pursue next. "You wish to follow me?" Jiang Luoran pondered, as he was accustomed to solitude. "Perhaps it would be better to journey together." Yuling Jiao interjected eagerly. "No, you are too young. You must stay with your brother for your safety." Jiang Luoran firmly declined, insisting on escorting Yuling Jiao to the Thunder Academy. "How about this?" Brother Yintao, return to Nodding City for training, and if you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I must return to class at the academy. I cannot take anyone else along. Jiang Luoran suggested. Ah, isn't it better to venture together? Why must it be so difficult? Yuling Jiao lamented. There will be plenty of opportunities for you in the future, Jiang Luoran urged, swiftly guiding them out of the forest. After achieving the rank of Soul Emperor, Jiang Luoran's speed and agility had reached remarkable heights, rivaling that of a Soul Saint's swift assault. Upon arriving in Nodding City, Su Yintao waved goodbye, recognizing his inability to assist Jiang Luoran further. They traveled back to the Thunder Academy of Sylvis. What? You still intend to compete in the elite competition? Yuling Jiao exclaimed dramatically, as if witnessing a ghost. Yes, consider it a contribution to the academy. Jiang Luoran replied nonchalantly. Isn't your age still acceptable? The notion of a Soul Emperor competing in the elite competition left Yuling Jiao speechless. Akin to witnessing a deity descend from the heavens, disdainfully challenging a group of Soul Daw, proclaiming, "Come forth." The weight of such an effort was indeed immense, potentially guaranteeing victory. Jiang Luoran recognized that his current capabilities were sufficient to tackle any challenge, though the road ahead was still fraught with obstacles, particularly with Douluo standing in his way. Attaining the rank of Soul Saint would be the most prudent course of action. Then do your best. And if you encounter my brother, be gentle. Yuling Jiao wished him well. I will exercise caution. Tianxin is also my friend, Jiang Luoran replied with a wry smile. He understood that once the academy teachers learned of his current state, they would not permit him to engage directly in battle. Instead, they would likely reserve him for critical moments or emergencies. Jiang Luoran, not one for sentimental farewells, decisively waved his hand. I shall take my leave. They were all acutely aware, especially Jiang Luoran, that this might be their final parting. In your pursuit of strength, I wish you swift ascension to title Douluo. Yuling Jiao could only express this sentiment, as Jiang Luoran stood as a statue among a garden of flowers, beautiful petals cascading upon him, rendering it all but a wasted opportunity. With no promise of a future meeting, Jiang Luoran vanished, reminiscent of a thief escaping after a successful heist. The Sylvis Academy, now known as Shrek Academy, had undergone a transformation. The original Shrek teachers and students within the classroom echoed in unison, expressing their astonishment. Why not have a teacher duel against him? Let Luor and Gu face off against their instructor for greater glory, Ma Hongjun suggested mischievously. Quit joking. When has such a thing ever happened? Dai Mubai frowned. Certainly, there has never been a situation like this with Luor and Gu. Ma Hongjun shouted in jest. Indeed, this was a process of overwhelming dominance. Their anticipated victory might reach 100. Tang Sin stroked his chin thoughtfully. If there were experts in human dissection on the Douluo continent, Jiang Luoran believed they would undoubtedly focus their attention on him. This arrangement is not solely for victory. We cannot allow Luoran to simply bulldoze through the competition. The children should compete, while Luoran will be saved for the final act. If necessary, we can let Luoran participate. Yu Xiaojiang elaborated. Jiang Luoran had already surmised this would be the case. They previously spoke of bringing glory to the academy, but now it was framed as mere training. Indeed, with assurances in place, they could afford to play. Yes, let us proceed, as Xiaojiang suggested. Flanders nodded. Luoran, are you experiencing any discomfort or issues with your martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Luoran, feeling a wave of exasperation, repeatedly assured him there was nothing wrong. Moreover, he chose not to disclose the matter of the soul bone, as it was unnecessary. In the current Douluo continent, soul bones held greater significance than life itself. To avoid complications, Jiang Luoran kept this information to himself. After some exchanges, Jiang Luoran found himself once again in solitude, waiting for the next opportunity. He felt ready to venture into the city of slaughter, aiming to become a soul saint before returning to the academy. Perfectly timed for when they would need him. As a soul emperor, even Ma Hongjun was inclined to whisper in his ear, while others busied themselves with their own affairs. Yet, when they encountered him, they were all courteous, perhaps feeling the disparity in their strengths was too vast to bridge. Every day, the discussions regarding combat were led by Zhao Wujia, who had engaged in numerous sparring sessions alongside Qin Ming. Presently, he could match Qin Ming in skill. If soul bones were utilized to activate soul techniques, Qin Ming would undoubtedly be defeated. As for the esteemed master's fiancée, Lu Erlong, Jiang Luoran dared not engage her in battle, for her strikes were exceedingly fierce, far beyond the reach of an ordinary soul emperor. Not only Jiang Luoran, but even the other instructors from Shrek dared not provoke Lu Erlong. It was conceivable that, should all 8 members of Shrek unite, with Jiang Luoran leading the charge, they might stand a chance against Lu Erlong. The combat tactics among Soul Masters hold significant importance. Individuals like Lu Erlong fall into the category of ferocious fighters. Coupled with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, she could effortlessly overpower anyone she faced. Even Flander would struggle to withstand her might. Jiang Luoran trained diligently in the morning and sparred with Qin Ming and Zhao Wujie in the afternoon, occasionally receiving guidance from the master. However, the master realized that there was little left to teach Jiang Luoran, who was progressing smoothly in his training, leading him to feel reassured. Moreover, when Jiang Luoran engaged in combat with the instructors, the 7 members of Shrek were required to observe, allowing them to experience the battles between high-ranking Soul Masters firsthand. After several days, the time for the competition approached. The master granted permission for everyone to spar with Lu Erlong, serving as a warm-up before the competition. Brother San positioned himself on the right flank, Mu Bai on the left, while Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu executed agile maneuvers, with the fatty accompanying Oscar, and Ning Rongrong behind me. Jiang Luoran completed the formation and charged forward. Naturally, if he did not take the lead, who would be able to withstand Lu Erlong's initial strike? With a thunderous roar, the soul power of the Soul Emperor erupted forth, akin to the sun blazing at its zenith. Jiang Luoran was not yet prepared to reveal his right arm soul bone, yet against a soul sage of Lu Erlong's caliber, could he afford to hold back? To do so would be tantamount to courting death. A gentle white light emanated from his right arm, as a claw adorned with scales and feathers began to materialize. Only Lu Erlong could perceive it, yet she remained unperturbed, for regardless of the soul bone, a single punch from her would suffice to obliterate him. With a fierce shout, Lu Erlong rolled up her sleeves and launched a straight punch at Jiang Luoran. The collision of white soul power and blue lightning produced a shockwave that rippled through the surroundings, hinting at the potential to shatter massive trees. Jiang Luoran's pupils dilated. Even with the soul bone in his right arm, he could hardly withstand Lu Erlong's overwhelming force. It was not pain that he felt. With the presence of the soul bone, the sensation of pain had become foreign to him, even when effortlessly countering Qin Ming's soul techniques. It was merely a struggle against the sheer power that Lu Erlong wielded. It was difficult to fathom how Lu Erlong, with her slender waist and long legs, possessed such extraordinary strength, rivaling that of 10 mighty bulls. Jiang Luoran staggered backward, appearing somewhat disheveled. He activated his first soul technique, Blue-Silver Grass Binding, followed by his fourth soul technique, Blue-Silver Prison. Tang San, observing from the sidelines, summoned forth 2 soul rings of yellow and black. As a control-type soul master, he was keenly aware of the need to seize control of the battlefield at the earliest opportunity, tilting the scales in their favor. A black prison emerged beneath Lu Erlong's feet, accompanied by innumerable strands of black blue silvergrass, each as thick as a python. Ma Hongjun leaped into the air, invoking his third soul technique, Phoenix Winged Sky, manifesting 2 wings behind him as he targeted Lu Erlong, unleashing flames. Dai Mubai unleashed his fourth soul technique, White Tiger Meteor Shower, as countless punches appeared, raining down upon Lu Erlong. Jiang Luoran summoned his third soul technique, Blood Fiend Magic Prison, manifesting a black cage that descended upon Lu Erlong. He then utilized his fourth soul technique, 100 Refinements, squeezing tightly as dozens of Blood Fiend vines enveloped the cage, solidifying its form. As he activated his 7th soul technique, True Form of the Red Dragon, Jiang Luoran was taken aback, retreating swiftly to avoid annihilation. The remaining 7 scattered, not daring to linger. He conjured his 5th soul technique, Held Battle Armor, focusing on protecting the 3 girls, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong. A colossal dragon materialized, no longer merely charged with lightning, but radiating a tempest of thunder, its soul sage aura dispersing like air. A vast blue vortex formed a repulsive barrier, obliterating all soul techniques and sending Jiang Luoran and his companions flying. This was an entirely different level of power. Ma Hongjuan's exaggerated expression suggested he might swallow his own fingers. Fatty, refrain from speaking recklessly. Listen to Xiao San and Laurent's commands, Dai Mubai groaned, wincing from his injured right arm. With a terrifying roar, Lu Erlong perched upon the Thunder Dragon, resembling a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Her gaze icy and intent on attacking Jiang Luoran first. This could be deadly. Teacher Erlong, please show mercy, Oscar shouted. With such a strike, Jiang Luoran would either perish or be left in shambles. Yet, facing such an onslaught, Jiang Luoran remained composed. He gripped a gray spear with his right hand, aiming it at Lu Erlong. What unfolded next left the Shrek 7 in utter astonishment, even drawing gasps from them. Rather than retreating, Jiang Luoran advanced to meet Lu Erlong's attack. The black soul ring merged into the spear's tip, as ribbons of silky purple soul power unfurled. With a sprint of several steps, he unleashed the cursed spear. Jiang Luoran, with a vigorous flick, poured all his soul power into the strike. The cursed spear surged forward like lightning amid a storm, enveloped in a swirling purple light, its tip exuding an aura of death. The members of Shrek had never before witnessed Jiang Luoran's sixth soul technique. Today, they were eager to see how this technique could withstand Lu Erlong's martial soul true form without retreating. A resounding crash echoed forth. The sound of wailing spirits lingered, akin to all present being consumed by a relentless grinding machine. It was a shrill, ear-piercing cry. Lu Erlong's true form of the red dragon remained, yet her complexion paled, her eyes dimming, resembling a battle-weary deity. The purpose of the cursed spear was never to inflict direct harm, but to curse the opponent. This strike from Jiang Luoran, while perhaps ineffective on Flander, was certain to land on Lu Erlong. Thus, he had no need to flee, for the cursed spear in his grasp had a 99 chance of hitting its mark. Currently, Lu Erlong could rely solely on the red dragon beneath her and her waning willpower. Lu Erlong, it's over. You have been defeated. The master urged her to retreat. Fully aware of Jiang Luoran's sixth soul technique. I will not be defeated. Lu Erlong steadied herself, placing her hands upon her forehead. As Shrek closed in, Jiang Luoran moved like a streak of light, aiming for the nearby willow tree. With a bend of his waist, Xiao Wu had long awaited this moment, entangling Lu Erlong's waist with both hands. Dream on. Even stripped of her soul power, Lu Erlong is not someone Xiao Wu can withstand. Just as she prepared to strike, Zhu Zhuqing activated her third soul technique, Netherworld 100 Claws, leaping in to target Lu Erlong's arm rather than her face, thereby protecting Xiao Wu. Focus fire. Tang San leaped onto a nearby willow tree, employing his second soul technique, Ghost Vine Parasitism, followed by his third soul technique, Web Binding. Dai Mubai rolled beneath Lu Erlong, his fists raining down like meteors in a reckless assault, invoking his fourth soul technique, Phoenix Roar. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda spun into action, with all these soul techniques converging upon Lu Erlong. Fortunately, the protection of the red dragon true form shielded her. Otherwise, she would have surely found herself in the infirmary. The true form of the Qi Long is indeed the seventh soul skill, and it can effortlessly withstand these attacks. However, the 8 members of Shrek unleash a comprehensive assault, and Qi Long cannot fully block it, resulting in some attacks landing on Lu Erlong. Moreover, while practical combat is permissible, it is imperative not to harm Lu Erlong, as one must show respect to the master. Jiang Luoran, noticing the intensity of the attacks, gestured with his right hand, summoning dozens of blood vines that rose from the ground, pulling Lu Erlong back to use Xiaojing's side. Even though Lu Erlong was inadvertently struck, everyone understood that a soul saint engaged in a serious battle could easily eliminate them in an instant. Furthermore, Lu Erlong is a combat-oriented soul master, and her restraint in battle would significantly reduce the potential damage. Nevertheless, given their current coordination and formation, they could handle an unrestrained Zhao Wuji without much difficulty. Come again, Lu Erlong said as she sat cross-legged on the ground to recover her soul power. Let us rest for the night. Everyone is quite exhausted. The master, taking the rare opportunity to assist Lu Erlong, headed towards the teacher's dormitory. You younger students should rest early. Qin Ming quickly departed as well. Suddenly, a soul skill was unleashed that exuded a menacing aura of death. A green, ghostly figure descended, accompanied by a swarm of toxins, landing amidst the group. Upon witnessing this formidable presence, all took 3 steps back, including Jiang Luoran. He indeed possessed remarkable abilities among his peers. Yet he still could not compare to the older generation of title Douluo. To act recklessly in front of a title Douluo would be tantamount to courting death. When it was time to be cautious, one must be cautious. However, recalling that Dugabo had pledged to Tang San never to harm any member of Shrek, Jiang Luoran managed to suppress the fear within him. Senior, I am known as the Cursed Spear. Jiang Luoran bowed respectfully. A soul emperor remains a soul emperor, and a title Douluo remains a title Douluo, unless a soul emperor ascends to become a title Douluo. Is it you? Douluo's tone was reminiscent of a whetstone grinding against metal, producing a grating sound. Indeed, what guidance do you offer, senior? Jiang Luoran inquired, puzzled. How could a title Douluo encounter anything unfamiliar? Is it not merely a curse imbued with a sense of death? Jiang Luoran acknowledged that such soul skills were rare and seldom seen. However, rarity does not equate to strength. It is merely a method of attack. From what I sensed earlier, each strike possessed the force of approximately level 67, Douluo remarked, nearly sputtering. What level are you? In truth, Douluo had long been involved with poisons and enjoyed engaging with lethal substances. Initially, he had only sensed the aura of death and thought it was a new type of poison, which piqued his interest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a soul skill. Jiang Luoran, releasing his soul power, dared not deceive the elder. I am at level 63. Douluo steadied himself, suddenly grasping an insight into a particular poison. Release your soul skill once more. Very well, Jiang Luoran said, drawing forth a soul ring from his right arm. The surrounding Shrek students dispersed, clearing a large space for him. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. Jiang Luoran twisted at the waist, launching the gray spear from his right arm. A wave of deathly aura enveloped the ground, and in that moment, everyone felt as though they had plunged into the depths of the ocean. The suffocating sensation was not merely oppressive. It was akin to being cast into the void of outer space. There was no gravity, no restraints, no boundaries, nothing at all. Sounds could not escape, nor could water seep in. The temperature was perplexing. It felt both frigid and scorching. Was this the sensation of death? When this feeling dissipated, the cursed spear had obliterated a small mountain. Ma Hongjun could not withstand the overwhelming sensation and collapsed to the ground, weeping. If it were to occur again, he might very well shatter. Oscar coughed up blood and fainted. This was merely a residual wave of the curse, and they could not endure it. It was understandable. This was equivalent to a strike from a soul emperor, and they, being mere soul scholars, could hardly withstand such force. Moreover, this aura of death was fleeting, dissipating almost immediately. Yet, they might mistakenly perceive it as eternal, and those with fragile hearts could deceive themselves. Oscar, after receiving his 7th soul ring, had been too afraid to face Ning Rongrong, reluctant to break the norm and be with her. His heart remained vulnerable. The others were similarly affected, clutching their chests and gasping for breath. Yes, that is the feeling, Douluo said, gesturing toward a cluster of poisonous mushrooms. Indeed, you are precisely the dessert I seek. The concept of goo, he mused, was like savoring aged vinegar. Old monster, what poison are you concocting now? Tang San approached, his face pale. Have you heard of goo? Douluo inquired, excitement evident on his face. Goo. Tang San's expression softened slightly. Having spent years in the Tang sect, he had encountered countless poisons, including goo. Although he had not dealt extensively with it, he was certainly not ignorant. Even if he knew only a fraction, it was enough to surpass Douluo's experience. The other members of Shrek were somewhat confused. They understood neither goo nor poison, let alone how to utilize them. Jiang Luoran had heard of goo on Earth, but found it shrouded in mystery and utterly uninteresting. Release it for me once more, Douluo commanded, pointing at Jiang Luoran, his gaze and demeanor leaving no room for refusal. It felt as though, should he decline, something formidable would emerge, sending him to face true oblivion. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Jiang Luoran covered his head with his hands, forcing a bitter smile. This old fellow had taken him for a glowing light bulb. Yet, what could he do? The other was a title Douluo, and to disobey might result in being used as a specimen for goo experimentation. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. After unleashing the cursed spear 5 consecutive times, Jiang Luoran found his soul power completely drained. Is that all you can manage? You are quite the ineffective soul emperor. Douluo chastised. For reasons unknown, he harbored an inexplicable disdain for Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran nearly spat blood. Which soul emperor could continuously use their 6th soul skill without fear of exhausting themselves? What exactly did this old man want? After the initial experiment, the others in Shrek had already grasped the terror of the spear and retreated. Only Tang San remained nearby. Senior, do you think this is sufficient? Jiang Luoran asked, struggling to stand. In reality, Douluo had not crossed Jiang Luoran's limits. He merely aimed to allow him to experience the sensation of death. If it truly breached Jiang Luoran's limits, they could always continue later. Barely acceptable. Hurry and cultivate. I shall return to seek you out, Douluo acknowledged. Realizing Jiang Luoran could hardly unleash more. Why rush so urgently? As if he were looking for trouble. Old monster, I believe this is enough. Let Luoran rest. Tang Sen approached, placing a hand on Douluo's shoulder, signaling him to temper his actions. Fear not, he will not be harmed. In fact, this will benefit him. Douluo tortith. A 19-year-old Soul Emperor, if not challenged now, when will he be? Douluo remarked, his discerning eye as sharp as ever. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen could only shake his head, for if this were in the Tang sect, Jiang Luoran would likely be subjected to dissection. It is you rascals. Douluo stormed in. Grandpa, you are truly here acting as a consultant? Yin. Douluo was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Douluo and immediately embraced her. Is it really you? Tang Sen exclaimed in disbelief. What a twist of fate that Douluo had found her way here. Moreover, were the guards stationed outside merely keeping their eyes closed? It turned out that you were all students here. The anger simmering within Douluo was palpable, her eyes blazing with fury. The sight of Jiang Luoran, who had mercilessly battered her abdomen and head in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, only intensified her wrath. He had also savagely beaten Yi Lingling, exhibiting a cruelty that was utterly reprehensible. One could easily surmise that such a person had no girlfriend and likely no decent companions. The thought filled Douluo with a desire to flay Jiang Luoran alive, leaving his corpse to rot in a venomous pit. Do you know each other? Douluo interjected. Oh, this is splendid. I was just about to introduce you. Tang Sen, but Douluo cut him off. They're the ones who seriously injured me last time. Especially that venomous-eyed Jiang Luoran. Douluo had already begun to unleash her soul power. Venomous? Jiang Luoran has looked into the lake's surface. He possesses nothing but purity. My teammates have suffered grievous injuries at his hands. He is no better than a beast. Douluo regarded Jiang Luoran as if he were a monster. Ahem. Our academy is renowned for its monsters, Tang Sen chimed in, lacking any sense of humor. This one is primarily focused on cultivation, and, as for emotions, he is even inferior to Jiang Luoran. Very well, they are equally matched. Douluo's eyes gleamed with a dark green light, akin to that of a venomous serpent. Yin, how do you wish to deal with him? I demand a duel, Douluo declared without a moment's hesitation. Over the years, her relentless training and refinement of her poisons had instilled in her a profound confidence that she could defeat Jiang Luoran. What? A duel? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Does Jiang Luoran dare to accept my challenge? You are at an insurmountable disadvantage. Come back to my room first, Douluo insisted, taking Douluo's hand to lead her away. Old monster, rest early, Tang Sen said as he approached Jiang Luoran. Why won't he let me duel him? I can certainly defeat him. To Douluo, Yu Qianheng is the strongest among the younger generation. How strong can he really be? Besides, the members of Shrek are still quite young. Their strength is not that formidable. He is a soul emperor. Don't even think about defeating him, let alone getting close. An absolute suppression of soul power will turn you into a puddle of blood in an instant, Douluo stated slowly. Are you jesting? A soul emperor is not easily trifled with. Douluo's heart raced with trepidation. Had Douluo ever deceived her? The answer was unequivocally no, not once throughout her life. A soul emperor? Even if you were to duel in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, you could argue that your injuries were due to your insufficient strength. But must he be so brutal? I do not care about your emotions, but if you are cruel to my granddaughter, I shall intervene. Douluo's soul power surged dramatically. Level 91, title Douluo. A green, toxic mist coalesced into a hand, descending ominously upon Jiang Luoran. Douluo then departed with Douluo, indifferent to Jiang Luoran's fate. This was merely a typical attack from a titled Douluo. If Jiang Luoran could not withstand it, then let him perish. Jiang Luoran's expression shifted to one of alarm upon seeing the green hand. Evasion was out of the question. Luoran, do you have any soul power left? Tang Sen clasped his hands together, and countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground. Somewhat recovered, Jiang Luoran replied, having regained a modicum of soul power while Douluo spoke. Initially, he had only intended to engage in some light sparring with Douluo, never anticipating that Douluo would unleash such an attack. Jiang Luoran had planned to have Tang Sen withdraw, but now they were ensnared in this toxic circle, and their only hope lay in withstanding this strike. He began to summon his soul skills, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, with hands raised high. Jiang Luoran released all of his soul rings and skills. Purple, black, black, black. The 6 soul rings swirled violently around him, an overwhelming brilliance meeting the descending toxic hand. Tang Sen likewise fought with all his might, refusing to abandon Jiang Luoran while he escaped. That was not his character. Boom! The toxic hand was met by 2 powerful energies. Yet it was evident to the naked eye that these 2 forces were on the verge of shattering upon contact with the toxic hand. This is bad. Jiang Luoran has underestimated the strength of a mere attack from a tidal Douluo. 8 spider lances. Tang Sen extended 8 purple-black spider legs upward. Ghostly boots, 9 of the bones. The 2 soul bones on Jiang Luoran's body materialized, emanating an intimidating aura. Kunpeng possession. This could be said to be Jiang Luoran's final resort. Both were utilizing their utmost abilities, with Tang Sen even deploying hidden weapons aimed upwards. Boom! The toxic hand crashed down, shattering the ground beneath and sending waves of poisonous smoke billowing in all directions. Chapter 128. The substitute team members' monthly vote. Jiang Luoran sat on the ground, gasping for breath, narrowly escaping death. Tang Sen had already fainted beside him, peacefully asleep, as if just rescued from drowning. A tidal Douluo like Douluo could unleash hellish damage with a casual strike, far beyond Jiang Luoran's capacity to endure. Compared to his sparring with Yu Engine, there was still a considerable gap. Yu Engine was a blue lightning tyrant dragon and above level 93. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Douluo by a significant margin. Yet even so, Douluo's strike was unmatched in sheer power. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Luoran was a soul emperor, whereas previously he had only been a soul king. It could be deduced that Douluo had utilized at least 70% of his strength in that palm strike, perhaps even more. Fortuitously, thanks to Tang Sen, who summoned the 8 spider lances to counter the toxic attack, Jiang Luoran had averted catastrophe. Had he not, even if he had managed to block it, he would have been poisoned into a stupor. Regaining his composure, Jiang Luoran hoisted Tang Sen onto his back and made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Upon returning, Dai Mubai and the others approached, initially thinking that robbers had invaded and beaten them senseless. Jiang Luoran glanced in the mirror, only to find himself covered in dirt, his hair disheveled as if he had just been blasted by a gas canister. Ha ha ha! Maon Bijun laughed shamelessly. After Jiang Luoran's explanation, they finally relaxed. Jiang Luoran simplified his account, noting that they could not be of much help, and it would be inappropriate to escalate the conflict further. It is worth noting that Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor fist would barely tickle Douluo. After settling Tang Sen onto the bed, Jiang Luoran too succumbed to fatigue, having expended far too much energy that day. 3 days later, the list of competitors was announced. Tang Sen, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tylon, Jingling, Huang Yuan, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Jiang Zhu, with Jiang Luoran as the final substitute member. In total, there were 12 participants, all of whom were the finest talents currently present in Shrek. As for the substitute member, Jiang Luoran would merely observe, likely not even needing to step onto the battlefield. The utility of such substitutes depended entirely on their strength, but who would truly garner much interest in a substitute? After Flinder read the list, he stepped down from the platform, replaced by the master. In the prestigious Continental High-Level Elite Spirit Master Competition, every participant was among the strongest of the strong. It is indeed a dream cherished by every soul master to participate in this event. Here, one can attain fame, status, resources, and power. The esteemed master carries a solemn demeanor, suggesting that he too once aspired to compete. However, due to issues with his own martial spirit, he cannot. Not only the master, but the entire continent yearns to participate, for it serves as the ultimate proof of one's abilities. It is akin to our 10 years of diligent study, culminating in the opportunity to take the imperial examination. The enthusiasm among the students is palpable, their spirits soaring as if countless mice are leaping within them. Suddenly, a dark green specter approaches, fixing its gaze upon Tang Sen and Jiang Luoran. Douluo dissipates the ghostly figure, drawing out Douluo. Little monster, I must go see my granddaughter now. May we meet again, if fate allows. The old monster. Tread carefully. Tang Sen's eyes betray a hint of reluctance. Take care, senior, Jiang Luoran nods. Her politeness stems from the fact that after receiving a strike from him, she felt her meridians had been opened anew, an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her body. Within that venomous palm, there existed a herb that aids in cultivation, propelling Jiang Luoran to the rank of 64th level Soul Emperor. Are you also a contestant, or merely a substitute? Dugubo's voice was as if someone had stuffed cotton candy into his throat. Indeed, Senior Dugu, Master is here. He stepped in front of Jiang Luoran. This arrangement seems more prudent. A hush fell over the crowd in deference to the title de law. Dugubo nearly choked with laughter. I care not for others. But little monster in that. Luoran, you too must not harm Yin Yin, or next time, instead of aiding your ascension, I shall send you to the netherworld. Rest assured, this is a competition, not a battlefield, Jiang Luoran replied earnestly, and, as a substitute, I surely won't have the opportunity to duel Dugu Yin. Dugubo's eyes flared with fire. You still wish to have a chance to fight with Yin Yin? Have no worry. Old monster, we possess discretion. Tang San offered a reassuring glance. Very well. I trust you. Dugubo nodded at Tang San, then turned to Jiang Luoran, but I do not trust her. Without further ado, Dugubo departed with Dugu Yin, who cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Luoran. This man indeed possesses a fierce capital, but his ferocity seems all-encompassing. He likely has no girlfriend. No, it is certain he does not. Yi Lingling, since her last brutal beating, had become fearful of men, especially when encountering muscular figures like Sure Mo and Sure Mo. She trembled in sheer terror. Next, I shall discuss the competition rules. The preliminary rounds will be conducted in the familiar format of team battles. A single round-robin system will determine which team from each preliminary division accumulates the highest points to advance to the next stage. The advancement stage will unfold in a unique manner. While each participating team will still field 7 members, they will engage in one-on-one duels. The victor remains on the field, while the defeated side will continue to send in participants until all members of one side are vanquished, as the master explained. Following that, there will be individual elimination rounds. Although the competition rules are intricate, there is no need for you to feel burdened. You are all formidable, Flender noted, observing their rapt attention. Indeed, among the younger generation, the highest rank is probably sole sovereign. Where else can we go? Ma Hongjun waved his hand, feeling quite at ease. As for Jiang Luoran, she felt confident in her strategic prowess. Not only could they potentially win the championship, but with her presence, their chances would be even more secure. However, one must not be complacent. The master is eternally cautious, and I advise you to adopt a strategy of conserving your strength. Conserve strength. Tang San glanced at Tai Long and the others, understanding the master's intent without further explanation. Indeed, you cannot directly confront the competition at your strongest. That would reveal everything, wouldn't it? Although this is a grand competition, certain tactics must be employed. The master contemplated. Luoran and Xiao San, you shall make arrangements. You are both control-type soul masters. Communicate with each other. Understood, Jiang Luoran readily agreed. The synergy among team members is of utmost importance, especially since Tai Long and his companions are new additions, inevitably trailing behind the Shrek 8. The group engaged in discussions and adjustments for 5 days, gradually developing a vague understanding among themselves. Jiang Luoran primarily acted as the commander, guiding them in their cultivation practices. Jiang Luoran's rapid ascension prompted the master to advise her to focus on grounding herself during this period, minimizing her training. Although her level remained uncertain, she was specifically requested by various instructors to teach. However, Jiang Zhu and the others could sense that this Jiang Luoran, whom they had never met before, was exceptionally powerful, perhaps nearing the level of a Soul King. This substitute should not be underestimated. After deliberation, the Shrek team decided that Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Xiao would participate, while Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong would be kept in reserve for a more crucial moment. Substitute Jiang Luoran would handle any unconventional circumstances. 3 days later, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the grand opening ceremony of the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies commenced. The populace of Tiando City treated this event as a festival, with tickets selling out in an instant, including VIP seats. The venue was overflowing with spectators. The arena's setup was nothing short of exquisite, constructed from the most expensive metallic materials, every inch valuable. Here, it is not only a stage for young soul masters to shine, but also a place where youthful maidens dream of. It is well known that the rules of Douluo continent remain unchanged. Everyone hopes to have a powerful soul master as a lifelong companion. Furthermore, the nobility, should they discover a promising soul master team, would undoubtedly invest heavily in nurturing and hiring them. Tiando City had never witnessed such a fervor. The streets were teeming with crowds. Is there truly this many people? Tang San mused, having never encountered such a raucous scene before. Only he remained concerned about the chaos. While others fretted over their green promotional garments, adorned with countless logos, making them appear as though they were advertising rather than competing. Their prolonged arguments with the principal yielded no results. Flender, valuing money above all, disregarded their protests, declaring that if they continued to oppose him, he would add even more advertisements to their attire. The master reassured them, stating that this was merely a method to strengthen their mental fortitude. Only through such measures could they become stronger. As they stepped onto the competition platform, Shrek undoubtedly became the most dazzling presence. What kind of academy is this? The clothing reeks of copper, came the remarks. Which blonde fellow is wearing this outfit? Such a waste. Look at that red-haired chubby fellow. He could make a fortune selling skewers in Mexico. Flender, Lu Erlong, the master, Zhao Wujin, and Qin Ming strode forth as if gliding across the ground. The other contestants were clad in resplendent silks, their garments even more striking than those of the nobility, with some wearing custom-made outfits. Finally, Shrek entered the arena, eagerly seeking refuge in a secluded corner, akin to a summer retreat. Hey, all of you, perk up. Why do you look as if you haven't eaten? Flender scolded fiercely, his frustration palpable. In truth, Flender divided the advertising funds into 3 portions. One portion for the expenses of participating in competitions, another to support the Shrek Academy, and the final share to be equally distributed among Shrek and his companions. While this approach demonstrated a certain humanity, those in their youthful prime could hardly afford to lose face, especially in the Tiando Empire, where many high-ranking officials and nobles were watching. However, while they might temporarily evade embarrassment, they could not escape it indefinitely. Ultimately, they would have to step onto the stage to compete, and at that moment, everyone would see them. Director, I beg you, spare me. Ma Hongjun clung to Flander's ankle, lamenting that someone had just invited him to enjoy barbecue in Mexico. The others echoed his sentiments, collectively sighing and asserting that even if they were not compensated, they still did not wish to wear the garments. Do you know how much it costs to recruit a sponsor? Ah, let me tell you, it is sufficient to cover your monthly food expenses, Flander exclaimed, rattling off a multitude of points. Rest assured, let's think positively. With a dozen of us donning these outfits, it won't feel too lonely. Jiang Luoran. In his 2 lifetimes, once wore a snow-white costume on the streets to promote a product. Now that he has become a sole emperor, he no longer concerns himself with such trivial matters. Luoran, what grants you such a positive mindset? Jiang Zhu asked, covering her head with her hands. Is this what it means to be a master? Even the group from Tsanghui Academy seemed to be dressed better than they were, Oscar pointed out, indicating the approaching teachers from Tsanghui Academy, Shernyan and Yi Zhiqiu. Brother Luoran, I knew I would see you again, Yi Zhiqiu exclaimed, embracing Jiang Luoran with a satisfied smile. Shernyan, leading the other students, walked away directly, harboring resentment towards Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu, remember your status as a mentor. What? Yi Zhiqiu's gaze turned icy, questioning Shernyan's intentions. No matter, we shall meet at the competition, Jiang Luoran said, shaking Yi Zhiqiu's hand before turning to observe Shernyan's retreating figure. Shernyan seemed poised to target Tang San, a level 72 soul sage. As a substitute, it was prudent to consider the safety of his teammates. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Jiang Luoran was well aware of Shernyan's martial spirit and soul skills. A well-timed ambush could spell disaster for the old man, and a few extra strikes would surely bring him closer to his demise. Oh, I almost forgot something crucial. Shernyan possesses a skull fragment. Jiang Luoran had set his sights on him and planned to find an opportunity to strike. For the sake of caution, he could conspire with Yi Zhiqiu. If all else failed, he could enlist Yu Qianxin. Jiang Luoran felt no moral qualms about targeting those whose intentions were corrupt. While everyone discussed strategies for confronting their opponents, they remained oblivious to Jiang Luoran's murderous thoughts. Along the way, various academies greeted Jiang Luoran as though engaging in diplomatic relations. Following the previous eradication of the evil spirit cult, Jiang Luoran had gained considerable notoriety, making it difficult for anyone to claim ignorance of him. Be mindful. I sense something is amiss with Shernyan, Flanders stated gravely. Director, is he the soul sage you mentioned? What is wrong with him? Dai Mubai had never seen Flander so serious before. This man holds grudges. Anyone he targets meets a grim fate. It is best to avoid straying too far from one another, Flander advised, joining Master and the others. Brother, you are here. Jiang Luoran looked up to see the fair and infuriating face of Tang Bai. Tang Bai, this fellow presents himself as a charming gentleman. Yet he is undeniably a ruthless killer. Jiang Luoran pondered the possibility of joining forces to eliminate Shun Yan. However, what if the soul bone fell into their possession and complications arose? Yi Zhiqiu would certainly not compete with him, and Yu Tianxin's temperament and family background would only lead her to fulfill her obligations. But Tang Bai was unpredictable. Tang Bai noticed the cold glint in Jiang Luoran's eyes, and Jiang Luoran recognized the same in Tang Bai's. They were both killers amongst killers. A mere glance could reveal their thoughts. Jiang Luoran feigned ignorance, surveying his surroundings. "Stop looking. The Holy Maiden has not arrived," Tang Bai said, patting Jiang Luoran's shoulder with an expression that suggested they both relished in bloodshed. "If you have matters to discuss, do not hesitate to bring them forth." "What brings you here?" Jiang Luoran asked, puzzled. "I am not among the golden generation of the Academy and lack the qualifications to compete. I am not like those useless individuals within the Academy. Thus, I possess the right to observe alongside Salus," Tang Bai remarked, glancing at the Shrek students. "I will cheer for you all." Chapter 130, Shrek vs. Tiando Royal Academy. "Thank you, but unless absolutely necessary, I will not collaborate with this killer," Jiang Luoran thought. Tang Bai was internally conflicted. Jiang Luoran's innocent expression resembled that of a winter window girl hanging laundry. Without further words, they shook hands and parted ways. The 3 viewing platforms suddenly filled with spectators. At the center sat His Majesty the Emperor, with Ning Fengji on his right and Salus on his left. "Young soul masters, you're the pride of the Empire. I hope you can unleash your full potential. For the glory of the Empire, showcase the brilliance that is rightfully yours," the Emperor declared solemnly. The Emperor undoubtedly yearned to bolster the Empire's strength, for none understood the ambitions of the Spirit Hall better than he did. Encountering so many young and passionate soul masters once again stirred something within him. "I hope you bring glory to the Empire, and the Empire shall honor you in return." Ning Fengji applauded, his demeanor warm and kind. Salus merely nodded in acknowledgement. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Sanghui Academy faced Zixing Academy. In the first round, Oakland Academy battled against the Flame Radiance Academy. In the first round, Shrek confronted Tiando Royal Academy. "Do your best. We shall take our leave," Flanders said weakly, not allowing the Shrek students a moment to speak. "Luoran, you will lead the team. All decisions are yours," Master stated, feeling there was little challenge in this. Against Tiando Royal Academy, if not for the fear of losing face for the Empire, Shrek could have dispatched just 3 individuals to easily defeat them. Their objective this time was the championship title. Who would wish to compete with such a mediocre institution? This match would serve as a warm-up for them. Qi Ming strolled away as leisurely as if heading to the beach. With the teachers gone and responsibilities thrust upon him, Jiang Luoran felt as though he were merely working for them. Following the original instructions, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were to be sidelined, while the remaining members would be evaluated. Jiang Luoran seated himself in the teacher's section, observing the scene below. "This is utterly meaningless. Let Singa take care of them," Oscar declared, sitting cross-legged on his chair. "We still need to follow the necessary procedures. Let us bring all the support-type soul masters to better conceal our true strengths," Tang San suggested, emphasizing the inclusion of all support members. This clearly illustrated their disdain for competing against Tiando Royal Academy. Ultimately, they summarized the roster: Oscar, Jiang Zhu, Jingling, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Tai Long. If not for Xiao Wu's lack of consuming the Heartbroken Red, thus not achieving Soul Zune status, she would have been a primary candidate for sidelining. "We must conclude the battle in 1 minute. Ascend the stage, unleash our martial spirits, and then descend." It will be as simple as that, Tang San instructed as the group gathered together. Indeed, Master had diligently trained them, unlocking their potential. This was akin to nurturing crops without the application of pesticides. The meticulous and painstaking training was aimed solely at selling their skills for a handsome price, allowing them to shine and surpass all dishes. How could they possibly condescend to compare themselves with such shoddy craftsmanship? The Master lacked even the inclination to appreciate it. "No, you only need half a minute," Jiang Luoran waved, and I suddenly found myself anticipating the expressions on their faces when they beheld your soul rings. "Very well. Let us proceed." Tang San led the way, and the group followed him into the arena. The Emperor discerned the awkwardness of the situation, perceiving it as a war devoid of conflict. Even if the Tiando Royal Academy were utterly inept, it could hardly be defeated by the offspring of a second-rate academy. Ning Fengji, however, appeared invigorated, as if the attire of these individuals held no significance to him. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang, clad in the Shrek team uniform, leisurely sipping water at a table. Ah, Jiang politely waved at Ning Fengji and straightened up. So you're also from Shrek. It's no wonder you are all so exceptional. Ning Fengji returned Luoran's gesture. The opening round was utterly dull. Salas pursed his lips. Ha ha ha. Is this attire for begging? Xueping led the laughter. The surrounding nobles joined in with mirth. Clowns. They cannot win this match through mere performance. Ha ha ha. One could not help but laugh upon seeing Tang San and his companions. Most of the accolades were directed towards the Tiando Royal Academy, while Shrek appeared desolate, akin to frozen ground in winter. Yet they remained indifferent. What use were flowers when victory was the only goal? Well, both teams are ready. Let the battle commence. The chief referee signaled with a decisive gesture. Come fort. Let them witness true strength. Ha ha ha. The 7 nobles on Xueping's side activated their martial souls and soul rings, all being third-ring great soul masters. Xueping clasped his hands over his chest, a disdainful smile adorning his face. Activating his martial soul, the White Tiger, Dai Mubai spread his arms wide, for soul rings descending simultaneously, spinning so rapidly it seemed he might take flight. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 members of Shrek activated their soul rings. Except for Xiao Wu, who possessed 3 rings, the others were all 4-ring soul emperors. The most dazzling of all was Tang San, whose 4th soul ring was an astonishing 10,000-year one. This revelation caused a collective gasp. The emperor naturally noticed the black soul ring, blinking in disbelief as he looked again. Salas had never encountered a black 4th soul ring and found himself staring in awe. Only Ning Fengji understood the challenge involved. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring with a 5,000-year difference required incredible willpower. This individual must be courted. He is indeed a perfect match for Ning Rongrong. With this thought, Ning Fengji involuntarily glanced at Jiang, knowing he was also a formidable presence. A madman, one whose depth was impossible to gauge. Last time, Jiang had departed with 2,000-year soul rings and 3 10,000-year ones, not even granting Ning Fengji a moment to converse. That purple hammer was like a curtain rod, shattering the Silvis auction house. This incident necessitated investigation. It must be verified. Ning Fengji maintained his composure, as his rational mind indicated that this was implausible. Moreover, the opponent's soul rings might very well be illusory. Regardless, given the gravity of the matter, it must be thoroughly investigated. Oh, Xueping's eyes nearly popped out. At the moment Tang San and his companions activated their martial souls. The expressions on Xueping and his team were akin to those exploring a haunted house, rapidly shifting. If surrender were an option, they would have done so immediately. Yet, inexplicably, an unsettling energy coursed through them, filling their mouths like honey. Charge! Talon was the first to rush forward. The disparity in strength was so vast that it was difficult to take the matter seriously. With a single punch, Talon sent them flying. Concerned that Xueping's group might sustain serious injuries, Tang San diligently used blue silvergrass to pull them back. Dai Mubai leaped, not even activating his martial soul, simply raising his hand to strike. Bang, bang, bang. 7 simultaneous impacts resounded as Xueping's 7 members lost consciousness, their nostrils slowly breathing. Chapter 131. Premeditated Theft. The preliminary rounds were utterly uninteresting. Shrek's team practically annihilated their opponents. It was akin to 7 level 100 individuals battling 7 level 10 ones. To this day, Tang San's 4th soul skill had not even had the opportunity to be utilized. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. Now, everyone in the arena was aware of the presence of the Shrek team. They were unmatched in strength, sweeping through with unstoppable force, even too proud to change formations. Indeed, with their full Soul Emperor lineup, they had already met the standards of the Tiando Royal Academy's first team. They were exempt from the preliminary rounds. Shrek Academy wins. Nightfall. Within the Shrek camp, we thought it was a fierce battle, yet they all crawled away, Ma Hongjun pointed out, referring to the battle outcome. The master said nothing in response. They had endured their own hardships to gain their current strength, which warranted some pride. Our goal has always been the championship. There is no cause for boasting, Flender declared while holding a bottle of beer. Indeed, to those with foresight, even achieving the extraordinary would not elicit pride. There was no need for pretentiousness, as they were far too disdainful to acknowledge such trivial honors. Jiang lay silently atop the roof. He had inexplicably arrived on the Douluo continent, and had been muddling through his training without anyone suggesting he should rest. Suddenly, someone remarked, "Hey, You are the heir of Biming. Hurry up and finish your training to return home. Your mother awaits to embrace you affectionately. Perhaps you also have a battle to fight, one that involves leading countless flying creatures. Very well, everyone has fought hard during the day. Eat and sleep early. The master always remains so rational. Perhaps, as Flinder suggested, the master had exhausted all irrationality in his youth. Luoran, while you must moderate your training, sparring is inevitable. Remember, especially with soul masters suited to you. The master pointed at Jiang Luoran, his expression serious. Teacher, you told me to take it easy during the day. Jiang Luoran seemed to anticipate what the master would say. Ere long, spar with Luoran, allowing him to experience the tactics and killing intent of a soul sage. The master folded his arms. Vilidi? Jiang Luoran inquired skeptically. At most, it would only result in a dislocation. Flinder took 3 swigs of beer, and once ere long finishes, I will have my turn to play. Just a dislocation? To them, a dislocation seemed merely a trivial injury. Shrek Academy once again emerged victorious. They were now on a 16-game winning streak, with no defeats. The chief referee shouted with fervor. Jiang Luoran approached with a white bandage wrapped around his right arm, his pale face marred with countless bruises and handprints. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun could not suppress his laughter. Brother Ran, once you become a soul sage, you won't suffer so severely. How was today? Jiang Luoran sat down in his chair. Somewhat irked. 16 victories in a row, still winning, and they had not even changed formations. I can't help but feel that today's group is even more disappointing than yesterday's. Ma Hongjun lamented. It seemed as though they were not facing opponents, but rather robotic entities programmed for their training. At this rate, they will be challenging Sanghui Academy soon. Jiang Luoran fell into deep contemplation. It was only after Tang San had defeated Sanghui Academy that he caught the attention of Xinian. Look at our opponents. Ma Hongjun pointed to the arena, indicating the presence of Shrek and Sanghui Academy. With that in mind, Jiang Luoran said, tearing off a bandage and handing it to Ma Hongjun, keep an eye on the battle for me. I need to step out for a moment. Sure. Ma Hongjun thought that Jiang Luoran's departure was of little consequence, as the battle's outcome was already apparent. Senor Ye, Viang Luoran aprurochit Yiziyu. Brother Luoran. Yi Zhiqiu stood up, observing Jiang Luoran. Are you now a soul emperor? That day, Yi Zhiqiu had sensed Jiang Luoran's aura, which unmistakably marked him as a soul emperor. Although he may not be as powerful as himself, who had ever encountered a soul emperor at such a young age. Indeed, I have come to ask for your assistance in eliminating Xinian. A sudden chill overshadowed Jiang Luoran's previously smiling countenance. Yi Zhiqiu appeared taken aback, his complexion paling. To speak so openly in front of the masses about wanting to kill Xinian? Well, perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. Moments later, just as Jiang Luoran was about to leave, he reflected on Xinian's numerous misdeeds, a disgrace to their academy. Yet he was a soul sage, not to be trifled with. You're unaware of his predilection for young girls. Yi Zhiqiu began to recount Xinian's history. This is despicable. Jiang Luoran was oblivious to Xinian's notorious past. No wonder he had targeted Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although this was the only way to harm Tang San, the weight of a soul sage was such that even if Xinian was a villain, the academy would not dare to voice their objections. Jiang Luoran's resolve deepened. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? Truth be told, there is nothing that requires his death. However, if you say he intends to harm your academy students, I am willing to assist you. Yi Zhiqiu was not entirely confident. How could 2 soul emperors plot to eliminate a level 73 soul sage? This was akin to 2 junior high students attempting to challenge a seasoned martial artist in the arena. Your presence is sufficient. Fret not, he is destined to perish. Jiang Luoran, as a diligent assassin, found the task quite manageable. He devised plans, such as shoving willow branches into Xinian's mouth to suffocate him, or employing agility and soul techniques to bombard him. Yet, none of these strategies could rival the effectiveness of employing a femme fatale. And Yi Zhiqiu was that femme fatale. You charge straight at him. I will handle the rest, Jiang Luoran assured as he clasped Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. Charge straight in? If Yi Zhiqiu were not aware of Jiang Luoran's character, he might think the latter was jesting. Wouldn't it be prudent to bring a weapon? After all, he is a soul sage. Jiang Luoran insisted on a direct approach. Shouldn't you wield a formidable soul guiding device? You can simply gather some fresh flowers along the way or strike an alluring pose. It is entirely up to you, Jiang Luoran said as he departed. The match in the arena had concluded, and Tang San feigned injury as he departed alone. In reality, he was unscathed, having dispatched his opponents merely with a glance. In a domain where mastery reigned supreme, he had been provoked, and his adversaries were swiftly eliminated. This master feigned ignorance, wearing a facade of innocence, while others might have wanted to chastise him. However, the remaining members of Shrek had indeed sustained genuine injuries. Qi Ming had come to attend to them. Yi Zhiqiu. Shinian stood in the streets of Tiando City, spotting Yi Zhiqiu. Shinian, tell me, what brings you here? Yi Zhiqiu's demeanor was tense, his martial soul and spirit rings summoned. I am the lead teacher of Songhui Academy. Should I report this to you? You are merely the most ineffectual among the lead teachers. Shinian waved dismissively. Nonetheless, I am still a lead teacher. Yi Zhiqiu, well aware of his inability to match Shinian, knew that striking first was paramount. Swish! Chapter 132, A Fatal Pitfall. The sound of air splitting filled the atmosphere as Shinian had yet to turn around when Jiang Luoran's cursed spear struck him. Shinian's chest was pierced, and his right arm was shattered by Jiang Luoran's blow. Very well, you dare to conspire against me? Though grievously injured from Jiang Luoran's sneak attack, Shinian remained undaunted, fueled by an even greater animosity. After all, he was a soul sage, and 2 mere soul emperors would be no match for him. Shinian, meet your end. Yi Zhiqiu, who had previously doubted Jiang Luoran, now stood resolute alongside him, unafraid. Just based on you? Shinian summoned his right hand. Where have my martial soul and spirit rings gone? Shinian's eyes widened in terror, resembling an elder deceived. The 6th soul skill, Xiangui Dunjia, transformed Yi Zhiqiu into an illusory green turtle shell adorned with countless ancient patterns. Boom! A deafening impact sent Shinian flying, crashing into a large tree, engulfed in dust. Were it not for his fortitude, he would have expelled the congealed blood and shattered flesh from his chest. Impossible! This cannot be happening. My martial soul. Shinian had never encountered such a situation before. It was more incomprehensible than his dreams of murder. Is it you? Shinian furrowed his brow, gazing at Jiang Luoran. My 6th soul skill, Cursed Spear, allows me to control an opponent for 1 hour within level 5 and 20 minutes within level 10. Given that I am a level 64 soul emperor, with a 9-level difference, I can control you for 5 minutes. Thus, in these 5 minutes, we have professionals to seal your fate. Jiang Luoran extended his right hand, revealing the spectral form of Juyo Whitebones. There was no need to leave the cursed spear intact. Dispatching Shinian, this old wretch, required a direct approach. Should he unleash a dream, anyone would be doomed. Preposterous. I am a soul sage. How could I be slain by such absurd reasoning? Shinian clenched his fists, unable to summon his spirit rings. Longyi ao zhuxiao. Yu Qianxin stood atop a willow tree, raising his hands and unleashing a fierce barrage toward Shinian. Like a beaten dog, Shinian was tossed about, his face twisted in agony as he coughed up black blood. Was this premeditated? Shinian trembled, grateful for his status as a soul sage. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished long ago. Yi Zhiqiu, we are both teachers at Songhui Academy. Are you really assisting them in killing me? Shinian was exasperated. Tu, you are hardly worthy. Yi Zhiqiu's right hand, encased in the Xiangui shell, struck Shinian's face. Crack! The sound echoed, rendering Shinian's once proud visage utterly grotesque. I will not let you off easily. Shinian locked his gaze on Jiang Luoran, leaping forward with a mighty fist raised. Kunpeng, possess me. Jiang Luoran's closed eyes suddenly opened, emitting a blinding white light, akin to a soul beast awakening. 100-meter-wide white wing unfurled, and in swift motion, it resembled a giant hand pulling back the curtain of the world. More like the rosy dawn of a new day, it enveloped all darkness. In that instant, Shinian's shattered eyes exploded. He felt a searing pain in his right side, while his left half sank into the hard earth. Such a sensation, surely, no one had ever experienced. This did not resemble a battle. Rather, it felt as though Shinian were a specialized demolition expert caught in a minefield, utterly obliterated by Jiang Luoran and his companions, leaving him with scarcely a semblance of his former self. As the 5-minute mark arrived, Shinian's soul power and soul rings were fully restored. Yet, in his current state, the soul power of a soul sage was nearly depleted. The body of a soul master serves as a vessel for soul power. When the body is reduced to rubble, what soul power could possibly remain? He seemed destined for demise. Nevertheless, Shinian was reluctant to surrender. He still had beautiful students to torment, and he himself should not be destined for an early grave. Dreams, indeed. Despite his apparent ineffectiveness, he remained a soul sage, and furthermore, one capable of weaving dreams. He intended to ensnare Jiang, Luoran, and others within his dreamscape, subjecting them to endless humiliation. With his thought, Shinian swiftly channeled his soul power, radiating an ethereal blue aura. "Old fool, allow me to escort you," he proclaimed. The feather of the solar corona, Tang Baifei, arrived, flicking his wrist to unleash a flurry of 100 white feathers. The sound of explosions echoed as Shinian, in that moment, felt an overwhelming desire for death. Just when he thought it was over, more adversaries emerged. How many more were there? Were they here to eradicate him or to execute an assassination? The fifth soul skill, ancient mystic tortoise, Yi Zhiqiu, the most formidable soul emperor among them, naturally led the charge, paving the way for their advance. The aura emanating from his tortoise shell was distant and profound, adorned with ancient patterns that glimmered with a verdant light. In an instant, when Shinian was struck, it felt as though he had been crushed by a compactor or bulldozer. The pain made him question what remained of his physical form. The Sword of Angels, Xue Qinghe raised his right hand, summoning a 3-meter-long golden sword, maintaining that air of judgment as he thrust it toward Shinian's head. With a sickening squelch, Shinian's blood sprayed forth, and the remnants of his eyes seemed to plead in disbelief at the presence of yet another foe. A soul sage met his end in such a brutal manner, without even the opportunity to unleash a soul skill. Yu Tianxin merely delivered the finishing blow, prepared to depart without ever confronting Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran had slain a soul sage of the Tiando Empire, thus reducing the number of enemies for their spirit hall, which had attracted Xue Qinghe's attention. After completing his task, Xue Qinghe withdrew into the shadows. Tang Bai inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Xue Qinghe, casting a smile at Jiang Luoran. "The moment I beheld the murderous glint in your eyes, I knew you were poised to kill again." This sentiment, however, painted Jiang Luoran as a remorseless killer, as if he savored the act of bloodshed, declaring, "I believe that only by eliminating everyone can I find a moment of joy. I'm not bloodthirsty. Rather, they compel me to be." Jiang Luoran leaped down from the wall, his expression numb. "I will handle the aftermath," Yi Zhiqiu sighed, hastening away. "No matter, your students were rendered foolish. The aftermath can be addressed with the 7 simpletons. They are merely mouths to speak." Jiang Luoran was uncertain whether Yi Zhiqiu had heard him. "I have taken the treasures from him. This was part of the previous transaction," Tang Bai remarked as he seized Shinian's storage soul guide. He recalled that when Tang San had slain Shinian, he had employed the Yama's seal, a ruthless tool. Shinian had been reduced to a mere puddle, leaving behind nothing of value except for a soul bone. A person of Shinian's disposition surely possessed treasures in his pockets. He had labored diligently throughout his life. "In my presence, all I can say is thank you," Tang Bai thought, unbothered by the dead man's belongings. He must have had a skull, right? Tang Bai glanced at Jiang Luoran. "Though I covet it, I cannot contend with you. To avoid conflict, I shall take my leave." Having engaged Shinian, Tang Bai had already sensed the presence of a soul bone. Otherwise, why would his entire body be in ruins while his head remained intact? Surely he had not trained in some Shaolin secret technique, such as iron head skill, since childhood. Jiang Luoran observed Tang Bai's departure, then waved his hand to disperse the dark smoke, revealing a gleaming skull. The Wisdom Skull. Chapter 133, Unmatched Power. With the Wisdom Skull in hand, he immediately began the absorption process. Jiang Luoran surveyed his surroundings, concealing the skull within his storage soul guide before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the Shrek resting area, Jiang Luoran retreated to his exclusive supplementary room. He retrieved the skull once more, marveling at its resplendence, akin to a finely crafted gift. Undeniably, the exhilaration of slaying for power was immensely gratifying. The strength derived from such killings nearly led Jiang Luoran astray, reminiscent of entering the city of slaughter. The skull levitated, settling upon Jiang Luoran's head, merging with him. Gradually, his gaze cleared and his thoughts sharpened. Issues that once seemed insurmountable now came to him with clarity, as if someone had pulled him from a mire. He released his thoughts, liberating his spirit. Letting things settle, he found that the skull's significance remained paramount, primarily enhancing wisdom. However, the skull from Shanja Academy was of an offensive nature. It is known that soul masters often encounter mental blocks during their training. Had he possessed the skull at that moment, his chances of advancement would have increased significantly. Additionally, the head is the source of all thoughts. Enhancing wisdom equates to enriching one's character and cultivation. A powerful soul master without a formidable demeanor could hardly confront terrifying foes, whether through soul power suppression or identifying an opponent's weaknesses. The skull was a treasure of utmost significance. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang reveled in the gentle warmth of the sun, an unending stream of soul power seeming to recognize its master, flowing into his being. Slowly, Jiang opened his eyes, devoid of blinding brightness, harshness, or the ferocity typical of soul power. Instead, his gaze was gentle, as soft as water. Yet beneath it lay the tumult of hidden storms. The absorption of the skull also affected his visage, adding a captivating coolness to his previously cheerful countenance. His long black hair cascaded down to his waist, each strand glimmering like black pearls. If someone were to shatter my bones now, I would likely laugh in my sleep, Jiang mused as he gazed at his hands. For reasons unknown, after absorbing the skull, he felt himself growing stronger. His soul power surged to level 66. Having felt the enhancement earlier, coupled with the soul bones affix, Jiang had ascended 2 levels. Speculating, his 7th soul skill could very well be the manifestation of his martial soul. The first martial soul, Blood Ghost Vine, was not a beast martial soul. So what could its soul skills possibly entail? Surely it would not transform him into a giant vine. Voices of soldiers reached his ears. Bishop Salus, is it appropriate for you to intrude like this? Investigating the circumstances surrounding the competition, what is inappropriate about it? Stand aside, Salus waved dismissively, pushing past the soldier. What is happening? Jiang who stood closest to the entrance, emerged from the tent. You are. Salus nearly failed to recognize him, but upon recalling his name, he noted the change since their last encounter just 2 days prior. Why do you appear so radiant? What does such a lively demeanor signify? Oh, you are here to investigate the absurdity of Tsanghui Academy, are you? Jiang interjected, anticipating the conversation. Indeed, what position do you hold in Shrek? If you are merely a trainee, I have yet to witness your participation in the arena. Sarath's tone softened slightly. It is not only in the arena. I have seen Jiang in the player area as well. Oh, I am merely a substitute. My presence matters little, Jiang explained. Just a servant pouring tea and fetching water. You Shrek are quite illustrious. Do you realize you nearly took a life this time? Sarath retorted sharply. Well, I think it best to let this matter rest. You will not glean any fruitful results from it. Jiang attempted to deflect. Stand aside, Sarath commanded as he led 12 warriors of the Spirit Hall into the Shrek teacher's area, heading towards the starry expanse. Senior Sarath, I truly know nothing. Flandra's lament echoed from afar, as if he had lost his virtue. You do not know? I came here for a definitive answer from you, Sarath declared, slamming the cup he held onto the table. You must provide me with an explanation today. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall reserves the right to disqualify you. I have toiled to establish this academy to ensure the children we nurture can shine brightly, especially in matters of morality, which should be imparted by our beloved teachers. They are akin to a flock of innocent lambs. Do you understand? Innocent lambs. How could they harbor murderous intent towards such filth? Flandra gestured vehemently towards Tsanghui Academy. I am here to hear your account, not to discuss the founding of the academy. If that is the case, I shall revoke your qualification to compete, Sarath coldly huffed. Teacher, did you summon me? Tang Xin staggered in from outside, clearly exhausted, and Qi Ming promptly supported him. Thank you, senior. I have truly exhausted myself. Tang San's lips were pale. This was due to his self-imposed restraint, which had led to a depletion of his vital energy. Tang San, I ask you, what did you witness in the arena? Why did you leave them incapacitated? Sarath inquired. Little San, do tell what those worthless individuals did to you on the stage. Be truthful, Flandra insisted emphatically on the term worthless. Indeed, the students of Tsanghui Academy were regarded as the utmost trash in Flandra's eyes, lacking strength and possessing corrupt character. They spoke without restraint, yet could not contend with those more powerful than themselves. Worse still, they resorted to external forces to fight in the arena. What else could they be but trash? Oh, very well. Those worthless beings, no, the students of Tsanghui Academy, immediately released something akin to a poison gas bomb. You all witnessed it. The arena was filled with smoke, and I nearly choked to death, struggling to breathe. Tang San recalled with effort, only to find his thoughts fading away. Fading away? Are you implying they incapacitated themselves? Sarath's tone turned harsh. To him, the failure of Tsanghui mattered little. The essential task was to eliminate Shrek, this uncertain variable. Incapacitated, they all became fools? Tang San displayed an innocent expression, perplexed. Indeed, they were so ruthless that they turned against themselves. In all my years, I have never encountered such brutality, Flandra lamented, like an elder reflecting on the past. Nonsense. I hereby announce Shrek's disqualification due to malicious intent to kill. Sarath stood up firmly. Jiang Luoran began to comprehend how the Spirit Hall had met its demise. A hard-nosed Qian Xuanji and a stubborn leader in Sarath. These two were excessively resolute. Was it truly necessary to be so rigid? Is it not more beneficial to cultivate friendships? One must recognize that had they not targeted Shrek Academy, they might have engaged in a formidable battle against two great empires, as it was primarily Shrek's students who had obstructed this confrontation. Firstly, if it were not for Qian Xuanji's obsession with Tang San's mother. No, let me correct that. It was his desire for Tang San's mother's century-old spirit ring. Tang Hao bore no grudge against the Spirit Hall. Why would he seek out the Spirit Hall to engage in conflict with Qian Xuanji? Moreover, Tang Hao was not truly insane. At most, he was simply overly passionate. What a pitiful situation. Such corruption in their dealings was astonishing. Had Bibi Dong, still possessing her virtue, been in charge from the outset, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. To be human, one should possess a modicum of compassion. That scoundrel Qian Xuanji, how detestable. Chapter 134, 1 against 7, Part 1. No one can disqualify Shrek Academy from the competition, the master declared as he pushed aside the curtain, standing resolutely before the crowd. Before Sarath could respond, the other warriors of the Spirit Hall surged forward. Are we prepared for a fight? We are not afraid. Jiang Luoran released his 66th level soul power, blocking all the warriors. As if receiving a signal, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujing stepped forward. Tension filled the air. A conflict seemed imminent. However, Jiang Luoran understood that the master possessed an elder's token, preventing any altercation from transpiring. Everyone, stand down. The master remains rational. He is fully aware that the position of the Spirit Hall cannot be instigated by these few individuals. Please take your leave. The master raised the elder's token, directing it at Sarath. The elder's token? Sarath glanced around, feeling the pressure, and hastily retreated. Shao Gang, with such an object, could you not have revealed it sooner? A fight was nearly upon us. Flandra lamented as he dropped his wooden staff. Let them fight if they wish. What are you afraid of, Flandra? Lu Erlong tossed her hair back. Zhao Wujing sighed, stroking his head before turning away. Since arriving at Lamba Academy, Zhao Wujing had become considerably more composed and stable in character. The remaining members of Shrek approached, claiming severe injuries. Yet it was merely light wounds that would not hinder their performance in tomorrow's match. Individuals like Dai Mubai were already brimming with vitality. Well then, tomorrow we face the first round of the competition. You all should rest early and conserve your energy, the master stated, appearing to have something on his mind as he departed quickly. Have you organized the order of participants? Flandra reclined in his chair. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar Tailong, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Luoran, was the report given. And who is our opponent for tomorrow? Elephant Armor Academy. Flandra could not help but chuckle. Excellent. This is splendid. Third brother has devised the perfect meteor hammer strategy. Victory is assured. Jiang Luoran felt it unnecessary to remind Tang San of Huyin Li's possession of a soul bone. Ultimately, whether he mentioned it or not, victory would be the same. The first day, Shrek versus Elephant Armor Academy. Shrek wins. In the contest against Water Academy and Flame Radiance Academy, Shrek surged forward, sweeping away all adversaries. Although they occasionally faced challenges, Shrek consistently astonished everyone, filling them with admiration. No longer could anyone underestimate this brand-laden Shrek Academy. With the conclusion of the first round, Shrek preserved its strength to the utmost, leaving no hint of their true capabilities. The second round consisted of individual matches. The Academy needed only to send forth one student to engage in a 1v1 challenge. Should this student defeat their opponent, they could choose to advance to the next round until they had vanquished all representatives of the opposing academy or opted to withdraw or succumb. In the arena, Flandra, a robust young man, taunted provocatively. Get lost, do not provoke me, Flandra replied impatiently, as if harboring a grudge against the other. I heard you've joined Lamba Academy and are being supported by a woman. Ha ha ha. How's that going for you? The notion of indulging in soft rice is not without its merit, evoking a smirk from the youth. The crowd was taken aback. This seemed to embody the essence of Si Huan Hunzun. How dare he insult the dean? Had he consumed the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard? That is my concern. Mind your own affairs, Flander replied nonchalantly, allowing the youth to howl. Seeking death? Daimu Bai, known for his temper, was the first to charge forward. Naturally, the members of the Balak team rushed to assist, while all members of Shrek stood aside. Remember, we are the Balak team, your opponents in a moment. The man glared with his fiery red eyes. Sorry, but we are not inclined to remember the identities of mere small fries. Daimu Bai's aspirations reached for the championship. Balak? What is that? Speak again if you dare. The Balak team echoed in unison. Seeking death? Spare us your meaningless chatter. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, ready to strike. Do not cause a ruckus. You will have your chance in the arena. If you disturb the peace now, there will be repercussions, the master cautioned, his temper not to be trifled with. Flander, await your turn. The man led the Balak team away. Lu Erlong, momentarily bewildered, was uncertain of the events unfolding, watching in silence. Alas, it is all my fault. During the Academy's financial crisis, I had no choice but to seek funding from the Balak Kingdom. However, they demanded that our graduating students pledge their loyalty to Balak. How absurd to expect so many excellent students to serve a king devoid of ambition. A hint of weariness flickered in Flander's gaze. This is sheer bullying. Lu Erlong forcefully snapped a steel pillar. While still a student, I could have represented the Academy in the elite competition, but the Balak Kingdom seized our qualifications. Qi Ming also yearned to stand gloriously on the stage. Regardless of the fatigue or risk of death, at the very least, he showcased his strength and effort. Even if he sweated profusely, his lungs near bursting, he regretted not having stepped onto the stage at least once. For countless souls, or soul masters, would witness your dedication. You would no longer remain anonymous. To insult me is one thing, but to belittle my profession is intolerable, Flander declared in indignation. This is not your fault. You merely wish to improve the Academy. Although Shrek was indeed lacking, you have done your utmost, the master said, placing a reassuring hand on Flander's shoulder. A wave of sympathy swept through the crowd. Shrek Academy was sorely in need of funding. Flander felt utterly drained, meticulously cautious, pinching every penny. Advertisers opening shops, selling Longshu needles. Within the Empire's allowance, he had pushed his body to the limit. Yet now, he remained impoverished. The crowd suddenly regarded their attire, ugly, filthy, and emblazoned with logos, as somewhat less unappealing. Just as Balak mocked, Flander, a dignified soul sage, had somehow lived like a farmer. Jiang Luoran, you shall take to the stage against the Balak Kingdom. Remember, this is the first match of the second round. Showcase the spirit of Shrek. Flander then broke into a smile. Jiang Luoran had no objections. If he was needed, he would step up. It mattered not. He was merely there to clear the field. Yes, striking hard is acceptable, the master nodded, but do not activate your spirit rings or martial spirits. Luoran, I count on you to instill fear in them, Mahong Jun, who had never taken the stage, was itching to push Jiang Luoran forward. Luoran, be sure to slap Dai Mubai's face, the girl snickered, as Dai Mubai's words made their opponent seem rather foolish. No one cheered for Jiang Luoran, for it was unnecessary. Cheering for him would imply a lack of faith in his capabilities. The Balak team sent forth their captain. Meanwhile, Shrek dispatched an unproven substitute, Jiang Luoran. The match commenced. It's you, the man said, hands crossed over his chest, mocking. Jiang Luoran remained as calm as a statue, his only distinction being the rhythm of his breath. The captain of the Balak Kingdom's team babbled like a venomous hag. Bang! A surge of purple energy struck the ground beneath the man, shattering the arena floor. The man was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. A massive hand descended, brutally flattening half of his face, sending him flying out of the arena, embedding him in the stone wall. Apologies for not controlling my strength. Jiang Luoran feigned innocence. This sound reached the ears of the onlookers, reminiscent of a butcher at a slaughterhouse, calling out for the next victim. How outrageous! I shall take my turn. A member of the Balak team leaped from the platform, aiming for Jiang Luoran's feet. Infuriatingly, no matter how the Balak member tried to evade, he could not escape Jiang Luoran's shadow. Indeed, a shadow. This was merely a matter of speed. Jiang Luoran's swiftness trailed the team member seamlessly, leading him to believe that Jiang Luoran's foot was in sync with his own. Bang! Before the team member could land, Jiang Luoran incapacitated him with a kick, sending him sprawling into the Balak team's resting area. Observing the unfolding scene, it seemed that no one else would dare intervene, fearing imminent disaster. What is happening? While the man with red-striped arms shouted, "Ha ha ha!" Ma Hongjun doubled over against the white wall, laughing heartily. "Look at their dazed expressions, ha ha!" Oscar joined in, pointing and chuckling. Not only the Balak team, but even the other 4 elemental academies were equally bewildered. This combat was strangely confounding. It was as if someone had struck you, only for you to find the assailant forever elusive. Do not fret. The opponent is merely a facade, activating their martial spirits and spirit rings outside the arena. Another Balak team member approached, directly activating 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, a sun-like flower blooming vibrantly. 4th soul skill. Boom! Before everyone's eyes. A dark red haze enveloped the area, and upon reopening their eyes, they discovered the arena adorned with a fragmented floral pattern. This was not merely a single bloom, but an entire section of the arena, intricately crafted as if sculpted by an artisan. In the center of the arena, Jiang Luoran extended his hand, striking the Balak member's face with great force. Sensing the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Jiang Luoran prepared to deliver another blow. To adhere to the competition rules and avoid public scorn for being overly arrogant, Jiang Luoran refrained from indulging in taunts. He believed it unnecessary to be overly dominant. A subtle display of strength would suffice, allowing him to relish the moment while leaving his adversaries vexed. If one is weak, who can they blame? Very well, let us continue to dominate them, he chuckled. In the Shrek resting area, cheers erupted. They were the only ones remaining capable of laughter. The master, finding little interest, withdrew with his hands behind his back, admonishing Flander to prepare a more exquisite meal for the evening. Indeed, our substitute from Shrek Academy is quite the enigma, remarkably concealing his talents, and for now, he has not even utilized his martial spirit. So, who will the Balak team send forth next? The head referee immediately regretted his words, realizing he had inadvertently suggested that the Balak team was devoid of talent. Moreover, their opponent Jiang Luoran did not even unleash his martial soul, nor did he summon a soul ring. What's going on? This battle is peculiar. Either the adversary possesses strength surpassing ours by 10 levels, or they are resorting to deceit. 10 levels? What a jest. The current unparalleled genius, Yu Tianheng, is only at level 45. How could a mere substitute player be 10 levels above us? The Soul Sect? No, I mean, they must be at least 10 levels stronger than us, perhaps even more. There is no room for debate. He must have cheated. The Balak team was in disarray, with injured members already carried away by the medical staff. Balak has truly encountered a mysterious figure. Do you not find that terrifying? What do you mean? I do not understand. A person shrouded in uncertainty, hidden in darkness, yet we perceive him as basking in sunlight. We believe this was his entirety, but behind him lies an unfathomable existence. Suddenly becoming so philosophical is making me tremble. May I inquire about my opponent? Will you continue? Jiang Luoran waited for quite a while, almost thinking the other side would concede. How audacious! I summoned my martial soul. A few minutes later, the Balak team was utterly defeated, leaving no participants able to compete. This match was a victory for Shrek Academy. Congratulations to our contestant Jiang Luoran, who successfully achieved the remarkable feat of 1 against 7. He is the first to accomplish such a feat thus far. Under normal circumstances, there should be applause. However, everyone felt they had not witnessed Jiang Luoran's efforts, or perhaps they were merely observing someone drinking water, which hardly incites excitement. Challenging Balak seemed as effortless as sipping water. Indeed, who would fervently applaud a person merely consuming a glass of water? He is a student. Ning Fengji stood up directly and approached Shueqinghe. Come with me. The Emperor of the Empire nodded in agreement. Such talent serving the Empire would indeed be refreshing. Salas said nothing. After all, Jiang Luoran was capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques alongside Hulaina. He is still a member of the Martial Soul Hall. There is no need to rush. Luoran, which of your strikes was light? According to me, he should have been incapacitated. Ma Hongjun spoke harshly, yet his demeanor was quite endearing. It is hard to imagine how he could deliver such harsh words so matter-of-factly, uttering the harshest words while taking the most endearing path. To truly feel vindicated, we require our academy to be even stronger. Battling these children does not resolve anything. We must instill fear in the Balak Kingdom, make them tremble. Jiang Luoran spoke nonchalantly, unwilling to dwell on the Balak team. Let's go. Enjoy a delightful evening, and anticipate your match tomorrow. This afternoon, Luoran has paved the way for you. Make good use of the fear instilled in you by other academies, and then defeat them one by one. Flinder, observing Jiang Luoran and the others, was filled with longing and hope. He could not help but think how wonderful youth is. The pent-up frustration within him gradually dissipated, and for some reason, he suddenly craved a mug of beer. The Shrek 7 gathered around Jiang Luoran. Talon and his 3 companions displayed looks of confusion. Like other academies, they were inexplicably intimidated by Jiang Luoran. One must wonder, who could confront a soul sovereign without needing to unleash their martial soul? It must be the soul sect. Upon reflection, if Jiang Luoran were a powerful soul sovereign, what would the other academies even fight for? Surrender would be the only option. They hoped he was not such a terrifying entity. Otherwise, chills would run down their spines. Those who do not resemble humans would be labeled as inhuman. Yet, in essence, he is human, indulging in food and drink, lacking nothing. It is merely a shift in perception. Chapter 136. Conversation in the Shrek resting area. Luoran, this is for you. Tang San handed Jiang Luoran to Zi Mu Chue Hun Duo Mingdan. Upon seeing Jiang Luoran's incredulous expression, Tang San explained, this is a weapon. When faced with danger, you throw it to save your life. With Jiang Luoran's recent emergence, he had not attracted attention, but had certainly caught someone's eye. Moreover, life and death are uncertain. As a friend, I bestow these two to you. Jiang Luoran could hardly believe Tang San would gift him such a crucial item. Though it does not compare to the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, possessing these 2 iron pills equates to gaining an extra life. Tang San is truly generous. Thank you. Third brother, Jiang Luoran accepted them without hesitation. I finally found you, came a calm voice. Jiang Luoran and Tang San turned to see Ning Fengji in a resplendent white robe, accompanied by Xue Qinghe in royal attire, approaching slowly. Xiao San, you actually know each other? Ning Fengji implied that their relationship was more than mere acquaintances. They were from the same academy, so it was natural to know each other. However, upon noticing the Zi Mu Chue Hun Duo Ming Dan in Jiang Luoran's hand, Ning Fengji realized their bond was extraordinary. After all, such hidden weapons had never been bestowed upon him. The only gift he received was the Zhuge Divine crossbow from Tang San. Jiang Luoran swiftly stored the 2 iron pills in his storage soul guide. Ning's sect master, Tang San, clasped his hands in greeting, and Jiang Luoran followed suit. There was no choice. The soul guides in their possession were gifts from him. Ah, Xiao San, you need not be so formal. I have told you countless times to call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji smiled. This young brother Luoran, I still remember your impressive demeanor from our last encounter. Ning Feng ti notet involuntarily. Indeed, he was somewhat reckless, but a person of great strength cannot be labeled as reckless, merely passionate. You flatter me, Ning Sectmaster. At that time, I had no choice. It was truly a situation of helplessness, Jiang Luoran lamented. Ning Fengji nearly struck him on the head with a stick, questioning how a situation of helplessness could lead to such reckless behavior. It was utterly brazen. Come, let me introduce my disciple, who is also the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Jiang Luoran's expression shifted. Similarly, upon seeing Jiang Luoran, Xue Qinghe's forehead darkened, wishing to kick him in the shins. Oh, you know each other? Ning Fengji noticed the intense exchange of glances filled with emotion between Xue Qinghe and Jiang Luoran. Indeed, during the eradication of the evil spirit sect, I was fortunate to fight alongside brother Luoran. Xue Qinghe feigned an air of elegance. Luoran, you participated in the eradication of the evil sect? Tang San and the others had never heard of this matter. Indeed, as a soul master, it is my duty, Jiang Luoran replied reluctantly, eager to return to find Lu Erlong for a spar. Is that so? Then please tell us how you achieved second place, young brother Luoran. Ning Fengji observed Jiang Luoran, noting his good qualifications and formidable strength. He must have exerted considerable effort during the eradication of the evil sect. Otherwise, how could he attain the honor of second place? Now discussing this matter would also help strengthen their bond. Little did they know, at the onset of battle, Jiang Luoran had stealthily positioned himself in the midst of the team, hoarding his soul power. Xue Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. The scene had been too chaotic. However, many of the evil spirits perished at the hands of brother Luoran, especially when he fought fiercely for a fair maiden. What kind of beauty could that be? Ning Fengji pondered, hoping to draw Jiang Luoran closer. However, since the other party already has someone they cherish, Yu Ling Jiao from the blue Electrotyrannosaurus family, their bond is quite strong. Xue Qinghe did not mention Hulaina, as such a comment would pose an inexplicable threat to the spirit hall. No wonder the last time I saw you both, you were together. Ling Jiao is a fine child with a good temperament, but still too young. Rong is of the same age as you. Ning Fengji gently tapped his diamond staff with his left hand. Ning Fengji had made up his mind to choose between Jiang Luoran and Tang San. He had witnessed countless prodigies, and very few could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Besides strength, character also needed to be observed. There is much to say about Tang San's maturity and stability, and he possesses great power as well, being a member of the Haotian sect with twin martial souls. As for Jiang Luoran, he is spirited and passionate, as evidenced by his determination to save the cat demon. Though he has no sect or affiliation, this is not an issue. He could become an adopted member and serve to protect the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There is no need to worry about family obligations or other external factors. Wasn't the sect master here to find Rong? Tang San planned to take the initiative and summon Ning Rong for Ning Fengji. Not all. I wish to introduce the Crown Prince of the Empire to you. Considering that you will be working together in the future, Ning Fengji looked towards Xue Qinghe. Greetings, Brother Tang San, Brother Luoran. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Xue. Xue Qinghe said graciously, showcasing his magnanimous demeanor. Brother Xue, with such a lowly posture and such a high status. Tang San found it difficult to refute. Brother Xue, Jiang Luoran cupped his hands. Considering the hardships of your competition, I specially brought some exquisite food from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which I have entrusted to someone to deliver to Flender. Ning Fengji gestured ahead, indicating they could talk while walking. I wonder what opinions you have regarding this competition. Xue Qinghe assumed a big brother's demeanor. It is an honor to participate. I will compete earnestly, Tang San replied succinctly. I hope you bring glory to the Empire. Looking around, Shrek is sure to be the champion of this competition. The fate of the Golden Generation against the Spirit Hall rests upon you. Xue Qinghe's tone carried a hint of sadness. We will do our utmost. Tang San understood that excessive words could lead to blunders. Ning Fengji appreciated this aspect of Tang San, for their temperaments were quite similar. History has proven that such individuals tend to endure longer and achieve greater heights in the future. This was also the only sorrow for Ning Fengji, as Jiang Luoran consistently displayed a relentless spirit. To put it bluntly, this is a sign of a short life. If Jiang Luoran had a temperament like Tang San, he would have used all his strength to pull Jiang Luoran closer. I believe in you. Little San, Luoran, make sure to go out and enjoy time with Qinghe. Do not become too engrossed in cultivation. You have already exceeded the limits. It remains uncertain what level Luoran is at now. Ning Fengji finally broached the most crucial topic. Oh no, how should I respond to this? Should I say I am level 66? Would Ning Fengji report me, or worse, have me sent to the Soul Master Research Institute? Tang San found himself in a quandary on how to prevent the other's inquiry. Ning Fengji had also seen Jiang Luoran's soul rings. If it could be believed, he was a soul king. Jian Shen's heart also indicated the other party possessed soul king capabilities. However, Ning Fengji still wished to hear Jiang Luoran speak the truth. Do not fear. You can trust Uncle Ning and the Crown Prince of the Empire. You will only become the pride of the Empire, not its targets. Ning Fengji had never been so insistent before, effectively coercing Jiang Luoran into revealing the truth. Should I lie or not? Moreover, is it truly necessary to deceive? By sheer luck, I have become a level 66 control system Soul Emperor. Chapter 137, the second round of the decisive battle. After bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, Jiang Luoran and Tang San returned to the Shrek resting area. In the upcoming competition, Jiang Luoran had not been dispatched for battle. However, there had been instances of a single participant defeating 7 opponents. This phenomenon was not solely due to the fear other academies held for Shrek, but also a testament to their own strength. Shrek's momentum grew stronger with each match, decisively defeating various academies with an overwhelming presence. The final confrontation would be between Tang San of Shrek and Feng Xiaotian of the Shinkong Academy. The nature of these two was well known. They fought out of love. Feng Xiaotian was not merely striving to win over Huowu. He sought to prove himself superior to Tang San, more worthy of reliance. This was a clash of male rivalry. The battle on the arena had reached a fever pitch, with the sound of clashing iron reverberating throughout. The Gale Devil Wolf's 36 strikes had reached 23. The Haotian Hammer's chaotic storm hammer technique had achieved 19. The atmosphere was charged with intense fervor, a visual feast indeed. Powerful energies and soul power intertwined amidst the cacophony. A will to annihilate the heavens and earth could be felt. Thunder and lightning. The Haotian hammer had unleashed terrifying blue electricity. Feng Xiaotian found himself increasingly strained. He was acutely aware that if he completed the Gale Devil Wolf's 36 strikes, his body would be left utterly depleted. He might even be incapable of fighting further. The most peculiar occurrence was that no matter how Feng Xiaotian attacked Tang San, the latter could always counter. What kind of hammer technique is this? Feng Xiaotian roared, spiraling through the air, pulling hard as he continued his assault on Tang San. Tang San had entered a state of oblivion. At that moment, only the terrifying blue electric hammer filled his mind. Defeating his opponent was an imperative. Boom! The sound of collisions stirred up torrents of electricity and fierce winds. This was the final battle, the most riveting struggle. The chaotic storm hammer technique was executed with such finesse. The Emperor of the Empire's pupils widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, Tang San is the son of the Haotian Luo and a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, Ning Fengji said with a smile. My goodness, he is the son of Haotian Douluo. The Emperor was once again astonished, then displayed an expression of realization. He must have perceived the same fiery spirit in Tang San as in Tang Hao. Salus waved to summon a knight and whispered, This is the Haotian hammer. He possesses twin martial souls. One blue-silver grass is already powerful, and he has an ultimate weapon martial soul as well. What on earth is Shrek Academy? It feels as though there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, containing countless mysteries. Look at those two down in the arena. They are fighting with reckless abandon. I see. They wouldn't be playing for real, would they? Come on, today I will give it my all against you, Tang San. Feng Xiaotian unleashed all his power, his wings merging into one, descending from the sky. I will accompany you to the end. Tang San gritted his teeth to utter as his consciousness began to blur. He teetered on the edge of collapse. Bang! In the final strike, Feng Xiaotian lay on the ground, utterly exhausted. Tang San also bore significant losses, drenched in cold sweat, with bloodstains on his shoulders. The referee pondered whether to halt the battle, as these two were locked in a death struggle. Twin martial souls. Feng Xiaotian forced out the words, glancing at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp. Indeed, the hammer is named Haotian, such a formidable and audacious name. Yet now Tang San spoke it with such feebleness. Very well, filled with pride, he refused to allow himself to fail in this battle, even if it meant resorting to underhanded tactics. After all, in battle, who wouldn't he employ a few tricks? Feng Xiaotian shattered his wind wings, launching directly towards Tang San. This was his final resort. In a flurry, Tang San raised his hammer, desperately grasping a wind wing that resembled a whirlwind, employing a technique of using strength against strength to hurl it away. The remaining wind wing caught Tang San off guard, slicing into his left chest and leaving a trail of blood that splattered against the white wall behind him. Xiao San, Flinder intended to advise against recklessness. But what good would that do? Tang San had already withstood 2 of the opponent's attacks. The master clenched his fists tightly, his brow furrowed. He felt more agitated than anyone else. It was imperative that Tang San did not falter now. You did well. Feng Xiaotian collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. The battle had drawn to a close. Both teams surged forward, lifting the fallen combatants and transporting them to the medical department. You have not truly lost to me. Rather, my hammer technique perfectly counters your attacks. Tang San closed his eyes. The elite of the Empire had been officially selected, and Shrek Academy undoubtedly claimed the top spot. Their displayed combat prowess elicited resounding applause. Many were already seeking admission to Shrek Academy, offering exorbitant incentives. Some even aspired to enroll their children as Shrek. 2 days later, everyone had sufficiently recovered and was subsequently summoned by the Emperor. You are the pride of the Empire, and I take great pride in you. Special congratulations were in order for Shrek Academy, who had achieved a remarkable record of 16 consecutive victories. The Emperor gazed deeply at Tang San. Boundless prospects await you. Applause erupted as surrounding academies applauded Shrek for their sweat and efforts expended on the arena, garnering admiration. Indeed, many expressed a desire to join their ranks. Impressive, truly impressive. Such praises resounded, as they became the focal point of this event and the strongest in the region. Furthermore, once the competition concluded, the Empire would bestow upon you titles of nobility. You have fought for the Empire, and the Empire will not let your efforts go unrewarded, the Emperor smiled. But your Majesty, if everyone here is to be made a noble, territorial issues will arise, Saras remarked coldly. It was difficult to fathom that Saras would openly criticize the Emperor in front of everyone. The Emperor held the highest authority in the Tiando Empire, above all others. To publicly declare his actions as incorrect was audacious. Had Saras not been an elder of the Spirit Hall, he would likely have been branded a madman and traitor. This was precisely the Emperor's concern. He could not dare to punish Saras openly. The wrath of the Spirit Hall was something he could not bear. It was important to note that the Spirit Hall openly possessed 4 titled Douluos, and even the formidable Douluo was present. No one could guarantee that the Spirit Hall would not suddenly reveal dozens of titled Douluos. Should that occur, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire would become the spark that ignited this great conflict. Saras was indeed fearless. If the Emperor sought to dilute territories, then let him do so. Displaying the Spirit Hall's might in public was nothing short of inciting hostility. There are myriad ways to engage in combat, yet one must choose words wisely. Once one foot steps forward, the other cannot act recklessly. I see no fault in this. They serve the Empire and therefore deserve land. The Emperor's tone was cold, already suppressing his fury. Indeed, after diluting the territories, the Tiando Empire will also garner the support of numerous talents, for regardless, their lands lie within the Tiando Empire. Imagine if all these individuals were titled Douluos. The authority of the Tiando Empire would reach unprecedented heights. Chapter 138, Return to the Residence. Although it is highly improbable for an empire to have over 10 titled Douluos, the achievements of geniuses are boundless. Even a sole Douluo can boast of pride. Just the exchange of words between the Emperor and Saras filled the air with a palpable tension of impending conflict. Everyone was aware of the strained relations between the Spirit Hall and the Empire, yet they were oblivious to the extent of the tension. It was entirely reminiscent of a brewing war. Bishop Saras, please temper your anger. Let us first settle the students. Ning Fengji interjected, also leaning toward the Emperor's side. Tomorrow morning, all the outstanding academies will gather at the Spirit Hall to participate in the final competition. Remember, you carry the identity of the Tiando Empire behind you. Additionally, the Empire will provide a 10,000-year soul, ring free of charge to the exemplary victors. The Emperor was genuinely making a significant investment this time. What is most vital in the Douluo continent? It boils down to soul rings and soul bones. The distinction of their ages is of utmost importance. For the Empire to offer a 10,000-year soul ring without charge is an unparalleled gesture. What? Saras exclaimed in surprise. Flender led the group to depart, preparing for the events of the following day. What is happening? Why did the argument break out? Oscar frequently glanced back. The two great empires have always been at odds with the Spirit Hall, whose strength is overwhelmingly formidable, making conflict inevitable, Demingbai remarked gravely. Does the Empire intend to strengthen itself by dividing territories? Tangsen furrowed his brow. Or perhaps the Spirit Hall has pressed them to the brink, forcing them to hasten their agenda. Demingbai replied helplessly. No one could predict what the future might hold. Demingbai's words prompted deep contemplation. Enough. Matters of the Empire are beyond your control. Focus on your cultivation. No matter what transpires in the future, I hope you unite as one to ensure your safety. Flender appeared aged in his demeanor. Flender, do you truly think it possible? Zhao Wujia hesitated to voice his concerns. In this world, who can make definitive predictions? Flender sighed despondently. Where is Xiao Gang? Lu Erlong demanded. Xiao Gang. He should have returned first, Flender responded, resembling a startled rabbit, standing in respectful attention. Nonsense. He wasn't present earlier. How could he return? Where would he go? Lu Erlong frowned. Women's intuition is sharp, especially for someone like Lu Erlong. Cough. He asked me to deliver this to you. Flender handed a letter to Lu Erlong. What? He intends to seek her out? After all these years, what could he possibly want? Lu Erlong crushed the letter with a single hand. Don't act impulsively. The children are still here. You should trust him. Flender waved his hand. Trust what? To the Spirit Hall? Seeing this situation, Zhao Wujia decisively led Tang San and the others away, returning to Shrek Academy first. The faculty and students of Shrek Academy had long heard of their triumphant return and rushed out to welcome them. Young master, Ji Dai shouted at the entrance, his gaze shifting anxiously as if on guard against something. What was bound to come has finally arrived. Jiang Luoran smiled with excitement. Ji Dai approached Jiang Luoran, stating that all senior members of the Jilin residence had gone to the Spirit Hall in preparation for the final battle. Let us seize this opportunity and depart quickly. His anxious demeanor did not appear to be deceitful. Jiang Luoran hesitated for a moment before quickly finding Tang San. Third brother, you do not need to wait for me tomorrow for the competition, Jiang Luoran said. Why, Luoran? Do you no longer wish to participate? Tang San asked urgently, caught off guard by this sudden change. That is not it. I'll arrive shortly. Do you trust me? Jiang Luoran replied earnestly. I trust you. Tang Xin found himself saying without knowing why, but he did say it. The sooner he left, the sooner he would return. Do you need assistance? There is no need. You may simply relay the message to the other teachers. Jiang Luoran swiftly departed, taking Ji Lin along with him. Within the Shrek Academy's dining hall, the atmosphere was filled with celebration, aimed at alleviating the spirits of the Shrek 7 and preparing them for the forthcoming match. What? He has left. He still intends to participate in the final match, does he not? There was a note of concern. Is there something urgent? I hope nothing has gone awry. He mentioned he does not require assistance. Tang Xin nodded, acknowledging that, like each of us, everyone harbors their own responsibilities and identities, and we need not impose too much upon them. If he truly needs us, he will reach out. Indeed, he has always been so enigmatic. They endeavored to suppress their inner doubts as Flanders conversed with several teachers. Do you think it could be a girlfriend? Ma Hongjun mused, forever inclined to think along those lines. Surely not. Given his character, even if the woman were to disrobe, he might merely assume she is feeling too warm. Tang San accurately assessed. Jiang Luoran was unaware of how far they had followed Ji Dai, but he discerned that they remained within Tiando City. With a ghostly agility, Jiang Luoran seized Ji Dai, moving as if they were a carriage traversing the land. Ji Dai pointed the way, and Jiang Luoran immediately followed suit. From a city to the wilderness, they ultimately arrived at a lush forest, delving deeper for what felt like an eternity, both remaining vigilant as they advanced. Are you certain this is the place? Along the journey, Jiang Luoran noted the confusion in Ji Dai's eyes, as if questioning where they truly were. Young master, I am certain. Even if I had not returned for decades, I would never forget the location of the Jiang Manor, Ji Dai asserted confidently. Jiang Luoran could only harbor a semblance of trust, feeling an odd sensation akin to returning home. Was there anyone still there? Upon reaching a waterfall, Ji Dai expressed his delight, exclaiming that they had not erred. He led Jiang Luoran through the cascade. The surroundings were dim, reminiscent of a place that had aged for centuries, permeated by the scent of rust, with moss clinging to the stone walls. Wait, the smell of rust. What could possibly cause that within a waterfall? Young master, this is the mechanism to enter the Jiang Manor. It requires the blood of a clan member to activate, Ji Dai stated, retreating from the waterfall for a moment before dashing back. All is well. I'm certain there is no pursuit. Ji Dai then cut his palm and pressed it against the rusted iron, proclaiming that they would soon meet their kin. Jiang Luoran refrained from interrupting Ji Dai's excitement, sensing something was amiss. Moreover, the odor was not merely rust. There was an underlying scent of dried blood. Suddenly, the surroundings became shrouded in darkness before bursting into light. Green luminescence blossoming as the stone door swung open. Let us hurry, Ji Dai urged, pulling Jiang Luoran into the blinding radiance. The expanse before them seemed boundless, yet imbued with an air of mystery. Jiang Luoran surrendered to the unfolding events, as he had come seeking this very place, eager to unveil the truth. Beyond the white light lay a scene of desolation. Weeds had withered to a yellowed hue, and corpses were strewn about, their blood long dried into a reddish-brown stain upon the ground. It was not merely a patch of red. The entirety of the area was enshrouded in it. Hundreds of desiccated bodies exuded an odor of decay, evidently not yet reduced to bones. The desolation was immediate and overwhelming, evoking thoughts of slaughter, a second sense of horror, as if they had borne witness to a massacre. Chapter 139, The Azure Legbone. Before them stood a grand, yet dilapidated estate, where several bodies hung, suspended. The atmosphere was dim, akin to a hellish realm. Ji Dai stood frozen, lost in shock, as if nothing else mattered. Jiang Luoran paid him no mind, instead examining the numerous corpses, noting that they had all succumbed to strangulation. Their assailants possessed formidable strength, at least at the soul sage level. As they pressed onward, the bodies multiplied, creating a daunting visual of accumulation. Were these enemies or adversaries? Pushing through the main hall, thick layers of dust swirled into the air, the ancient creaking sounds growing louder until a shattering noise rang out and the doors collapsed. At the center of the main hall sat a grayish corpse, its cause of death indiscernible, though it was evident that it belonged to an elderly man. The shattered stone walls, fragmented vessels, and toppled bookshelves testified to the devastation that had befallen this place. I should have anticipated this. I came prepared for the worst. Ji Dai's eyes were vacant, resembling those of a bereaved individual. It was hard to fathom how one could feel such sorrow after being away for over a decade. As for Jiang Luoran, he observed with detachment, for he was effectively a stranger to this place and its inhabitants, with no connection to grieve over, who would mourn for those with whom they had no ties, unless one were a saint. Are you implying that all these deaths were orchestrated by the Jiang clan? Jiang Luoran contemplated the ancient texts. Was this truly all he had been investigating? A heap of corpses in a forsaken locale? Yet as time passed, Jiang Luoran felt an inexplicable weight in his chest, as if he were being summoned, or perhaps filled with hope. Demons, they are demons. Ji Dai's eyes turned crimson, resembling a ferocious beast thirsting for blood. While he did not feel sadness, the grim atmosphere cast a pall over Jiang Luoran's mood. He slowly approached the central seat, discovering that the elderly man clutched a solitary green vine. Is this a token of unfulfilled desire? Jiang Luoran lifted a bloodthirsty vine, pondering the nature of this martial spirit. In a flash, the green vine struck like lightning, slicing through Jiang Luoran's palm, drawing blood back toward the central seat. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The azure vine emitted a series of resonant vibrations, ripples cascading forth, as if awakening something. Yet, within this ancient and dilapidated hall, it was difficult to conceive of what it could possibly awaken. A rat or a bat? Suddenly, Jiang Luoran realized that the bloodthirsty vine could no longer be retracted. It seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, a call of blood kinship. The green light surged, not just in singularity, but in multiplicity, with countless beams proliferating. It was unfathomable. Within each corpse lay a fragment of the azure vine, as if anticipating Jiang Luoran's return. Welcome home. This message infiltrated his mind, evoking a sense of helplessness akin to that of a traveler, having roamed far and wide, finally returning home. The green light surged, growing ever more invigorating, enveloping Jiang Luoran entirely. He remained oblivious to their intentions, as the endless green light permeated his being, flowing ceaselessly. Soul power. Jiang Luoran's eyes widened in astonishment as his soul power surged dramatically, transforming his martial spirit. The pinkish-purple bloodthirsty vine morphed into golden, spiked thorns. Although Jiang Luoran was well acquainted with the myriad secrets of Douluo continent, the concept of sacrificing 100 lives was entirely new to him. It was as if, before their demise, they preserved the remaining energy, ultimately bequeathing it to their kin. This notion sounded fantastical, lacking any foundation. Moreover, even the Haotian school lacked such means, did it not? Or was this power exclusive to the Azurevine clan? Regardless of the uncertainties, Jiang Luoran settled into a meditative posture, quietly absorbing the gentle flow of soul power. There was no need for cultivation or application. The soul power seamlessly integrated into his being, as if it had always existed within him. It was a matter of course. The deceased upon the main seat seemed to have been stirred by some unseen force. A bone, radiating a phosphorescent green hue, flew forth and adhered directly to Jiang Luoran's left leg. It was a left leg soul bone, imbued with healing energy, capable of alleviating the user's burdens and rendering their legs light as a feather. Both strength and speed experienced substantial enhancement. Although it did not perfectly align with Jiang Luoran's reliance on sheer swiftness, it significantly mitigated his shortcomings. For Jiang Luoran, injury equated to a dire predicament. Yet this soul bone promised to provide critical healing support. The fusion was complete at levels 68 and 69. The green energy continued to permeate Jiang Luoran's body, clearing blockages throughout his limbs and eventually dissolving into nothingness. Could this be a gift from his family? Observing his palm, Jiang Luoran felt his power augment. It could even be said he had reached a terrifying pinnacle. At level 69, he possessed not only 4 soul bones, but also exceptionally aged soul rings. Furthermore, his blood vine had mutated into golden thorns, achieving the apex of damage and control within the control system. The left leg bone, named Tianqing, was a gentle healing bone that required minimal effort to absorb. Young master, this is the family's trust in you. You are now the sole hope of the family. Ji Dai observed as Jiang Luoran was acknowledged by his kin, kneeling in reverence. The inexplicable acquisition of such treasures was astounding. Jiang Luoran pulled Ji Dai to his feet. He now understood why he remained so composed amidst a sea of corpses, devoid of fear. It is known that even a stranger would tremble upon encountering such a sight. It was a skull. The wisdom skull upon his head allowed Jiang Luoran to perceive reality clearly. Anger was futile, and he instead rationally assessed his surroundings. One must recognize that with such overwhelming hostility in the air, without the skull, he could easily succumb to madness. It was no wonder that Tang San and Hu Liena managed to enter the city of slaughter, for the skull's protection was indispensable. Otherwise, they might have lost all sense of kinship. This exemplifies the skull's significance. If Jiang Luoran were to perish now, an abundance of treasures would undoubtedly be unleashed. With 4 soul bones and a fully mutated martial soul, Jiang Luoran felt confident in challenging Liu Erlong. This represented an increase in soul bones and an advantage in the longevity of soul rings. I sense this is the Patriarch's doing. It cannot be mistaken. Jidai remarked as Jiang Luoran gazed at the elder upon the main seat. Could it be my grandfather? The immense shock of realization engulfed him. As Jiang Luoran radiated a luminous aura, the energy from the 4 soul bones elevated him to an extraordinary level. Revenge must be taken. I, Jiang Luer, have no need to return to the Ji residence. Jidai's gaze hardened, sharp as a blade. Jidai, accompany me in exacting vengeance. Annihilate them. Jiang Luoran declared with a tone of disdain. Although the skull curbed his fury, it did not suppress his murderous intent. Merely the aura of malice emanating from Jiang Luoran sent chills through Jidai. Their initial encounter had revealed Jiang Luoran as merely a child in strength. Now, Jidai could only look up to him. This energy was profound, as unfathomable as the ocean. Henceforth, there would be no Ji family Jidai, only Jiang Luer. With a fierce determination, Jiang Luer resolved to avenge his blood feud. Chapter 140. The 9 Nether Dragon Elephant. To slay those from the Ji residence, one requires strength. Although Jiang Luoran could now be deemed a rare expert, he might not yet stand a chance against a soul Douluo, as a gap still existed. However, the continuous flow of sacrificial energy had yet to dissipate. Jiang Luoran believed that upon becoming a soul saint, he could ascend further. Indeed, acquiring a soul ring and attaining the rank of soul saint was paramount, leading him directly to the martial soul hall. Along the way, he could assist Shrek Academy. With the skull now in his possession, Jiang Luoran's analyses became crystal clear, weighing the pros and cons with precise clarity. Time was of the essence, as Shrek Academy would soon face threats from Juhua Pass. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. Rest in peace, Jiang Luter gazed at Jiang Luoran, not permitting them to remain exposed to the elements. Of course, Jiang Luoran's current strength was incomparable to his past. With a mere gesture, the golden blood vines sank into the earth, excavating a hollow space large enough to accommodate a person. Jidai utilized Tianqing vines to pull each family member into their grave and also buried the ancient artifacts. Jiang Luoran sealed the entrance firmly. After all, these were his kin, and he received their gifts. Kneeling before the tomb, Jiang Luoran bowed thrice before rising to depart. Jiang Luer wiped away a tear and followed suit. Kunpeng possessed me. Jiang Luoran's eyes shimmered with swirling white mist as a colossal white-feathered Kunpeng manifested behind him. Indeed, this was his second martial soul. Observing Jiang Luer's puzzled expression, Jiang Luoran realized that mere recklessness would not suffice for vengeance. To secure the 7th soul ring and become a soul saint was the true path to retribution. Now, by activating the Kunpeng martial soul, his speed might even approach supersonic levels, if not exceed them. You must hold on tightly. Do not let go. Understood, young master. Your talent brings great honor to the family. Jiang Luer felt a glimmer of hope. This immense power was indeed a family gift. Jiang Luoran had no interest in flattery. What difference would it make? The target was the Stardow Forest, a decision made with distance in mind, as they were in Tiando City, quite close to the Stardow Forest. If they were to head towards the soul-fighting forest, time would become a pressing issue. Moreover, given his current condition, seeking assistance from Fenglinger to acquire a soul ring would appear rather pathetic. For soul bones, a fully awakened, mutated martial soul, an exemplary soul ring configuration, the chaotic wind hammer technique, and a twin martial soul, was there really a need to seek help in hunting for a soul ring? If assistance were still necessary, then the quest for vengeance would merely be a fleeting thought. The ultimate goal was to hunt a soul beast over 60,000 years old in the Stardow Forest. No matter how formidable, Jiang Luoran could not hope to contend with it. His 6th soul ring was derived from a soul beast aged 70,000 years, and the 7th ought to be even greater. However, once the 70,000-year mark was reached, high-grade soul beasts became exceedingly rare. Encountering one would be beneficial, yet defeating it was another matter entirely. The red soul rings were elusive, and attaining 100,000 years was no simple feat after careful consideration. Jiang Luoran targeted his next soul beast, a 9-nether dragon elephant. Any soul master would recognize this as a power-type soul beast, comparable to the Titan giant ape. Jiang Luoran effectively sought to capture a soul beast of the Titan giant ape's caliber. However, the disparity remained significant. Before acquiring the 6th soul ring, Jiang Luoran would never have dared to aspire to hunt such a beast. Yet after obtaining the 6th soul ring, he was confident he possessed a 60% chance of slaying it. Even if he failed, he would be able to escape. In battle, the battlefield often hinges not solely on overwhelming strength, but rather on seizing opportunities. A decisive moment, an absolute chance in combat, can expose vulnerabilities in even the mightiest foes. It only takes a single flaw to dismantle an opponent. Indeed, the 6th soul skill, Cursed Spear, represented the opportunity Jiang Luoran intended to seize. Upon reflection, Jiang Luoran had merely 10 seconds. Within this brief window, the 9-nether dragon elephant would be unable to utilize any skills against him. Furthermore, Jiang Luoran had previously encountered the location of a 9-nether dragon elephant in his readings. As he plunged into the depths of the Xing, Do, de Sun Lin, Jiang Luoran found himself in a mountainous region characterized by its striking red soil. "Wait for me outside, so you won't be harmed," he instructed Jiang Luoran, aware that the latter's assistance would be of little benefit in this perilous situation. "Young master, this is the heart of the Xing, Do, de Sun Lin. Do not act recklessly," Jiang Luoran cautioned, incredulous that his companion would embark on such a foolhardy endeavor alone. Typically, soul masters seeking soul rings would gather formidable allies to form a team, ultimately relying on collaborative efforts to vanquish powerful soul beasts. Jiang Luoran's solitary charge was nothing short of madness. "Fear not. I'm not yet at the point of wishing for death," Jiang Luoran reassured, unfurling his white wings and soaring into the mountains, propelled by the wind. His Kunpeng martial spirit was not yet capable of flight. He merely utilized its agility to achieve remarkable speed. As he concealed himself atop a mountain, he observed the gluttonous feeding of a Jiao Yulong Xiang, a soul beast ravenous for flesh. "Perhaps this shall be your last meal," he murmured, drawing back his right hand, summoning all his soul power for his 6th soul skill. The Cursed Spear. In an instant, the furious cursed spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, leaving a dazzling impression in its wake. The Jiao Yulong Xiang, sensing impending danger, was struck too late, its skull shattered by the spear. Almost instantly, Jiang Luoran followed in its wake, aware that he had a mere 10 seconds to control his speed and capitalize on the spear's trajectory, saving precious time. Utilizing his Yoming boots, held battle armor, and chaotic hammering techniques, he unleashed a relentless assault upon the Jiao Yulong Xiang, employing every possible means to pierce through its defenses. In this brief window, Jiang Luoran became a veritable machine of destruction. For once the 10 seconds elapsed, his efforts would lose their efficacy. If memory served, the Jiao Yulong Xiang possessed an invincible state. Thus it was imperative to eliminate it within this crucial time frame. The creature roared in frustration, realizing its abilities were rendered ineffective and unable to retaliate against the onslaught. However, dread washed over Jiang Luoran as he recognized the beast's resilient underlayer of crimson armor beneath its outer skin. Regret seeped into his thoughts. In his bravado, he had neglected to consider the Jiao Yulong Xiang's hidden defenses, which could potentially grant it a moment of resurgence. If only he had Hulaina by his side to perform the Qianquan Wanli martial spirit fusion technique, the beast might have been swiftly dispatched. Alas, it was too late for regrets. He could only rely on his own strength now. 6 soul rings ascended, encircling the Jiao Yulong Xiang, launching a frenzied assault upon its armored hide. This soul beast had no apparent weaknesses, presenting no vulnerabilities for Jiang Luoran to exploit. Thus, he resorted to targeting the area previously struck by the Cursed Spear. With time slipping away, he resolved to make one final desperate attempt. The first soul skill, Creation from Nothing, allowed him to infinitely teleport the Blood Fiend Vines, contingent on the Soul Master's own capacity. What might transpire if combined with the 6th soul skill? Cursed Spear. As the purple and black soul rings intertwined, the remaining rings danced around them, channeling soul power. A resplendent golden aura enveloped the scene, heralding the arrival of the Creation from Nothing teleportation. With all forces unleashed, hundreds of cursed spears rained down upon the Jiao Yulong Xiang. The golden brilliance surged, drowning out the creature's anguished cries amidst the cacophony of explosions that engulfed the mountains. Now, Jiang Luoran had succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Should the Jiu Longxiang survive, he would surely face retaliation. His left leg's Tianqing bone radiated a verdant glow, mending his wounds and rapidly replenishing his lost soul power. As his heart raced, he realized that in the face of life and death, even the most formidable of foes could not grant him absolute tranquility. A black soul ring floated, encircling him. In a mere 10 seconds, he had slain a 6,000-year-old soul beast, a feat unprecedented in its audacity. The golden blood fiend vines ensnared the black soul ring as Jiang Luoran sat in meditative silence, attuning himself to his martial spirit. With the aid of the Tianqing leg bone, he need not worry about the energy expenditure required for absorbing the soul ring. After absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, his body had long since acclimated to the demands of higher-level soul rings, coupled with his second martial spirit. Although his sixth soul ring was of 70,000 years, the essence of the 6,000-year Jiu Longxiang was not to be underestimated. Having prepared himself thoroughly, Jiang Luoran commenced the absorption of the soul ring. However, as he began, he was acutely aware of the formidable pressure emanating from the Jiu Longxiang. If the pressure from the Baiyo was akin to a chilling wind that chilled the very soul, the pressure from the Longxiang was like an explosive TNT, intent on obliterating everything in its path. The Tianqing leg bone regulated the energy coursing through Jiang Luoran's body, alleviating his burdens and enhancing his physical prowess. The Jiu Longxiang sought to overwhelm Jiang Luoran's will, but he possessed the wisdom bone, should attack his body. He still had 3 other soul bones to rely upon. With the Tianqing supporting his soul power, the mutated martial spirit, blood fiend vines, would also pose a challenge to the Jiu Longxiang. Furthermore, the Kunpeng martial spirit emerged, fiercely siphoning the Jiu Longxiang's energy. From the outset, his second martial spirit had absorbed an unfathomable amount of soul power, leaving one to ponder its potential strength when it received its own soul ring. The black soul ring, now depleted, slowed its rotation at Jiang Luoran's waist. The remaining 6 soul rings appeared, intersecting with the 7th ring, producing a resonant chime. He had ascended to Soul Sage, reaching level 74 in the control category, thanks to the energy contribution of the Jiu Longxiang and the residual energy from sacrifice. With the support of his other soul bones and martial spirits, he had mitigated the damage inflicted by the Jiu Longxiang. A brilliant scale glimmered under the sun, capturing Jiang Luoran's attention. Frowning, he grasped the golden spear that manifested from his 4th soul ring. After some excavation, he uncovered the iron-silver bones that fell to the ground. Indeed, a 6,000-year-old Jiu Longxiang would certainly yield soul bones. Observing carefully, he identified it as a right leg bone, a soul bone of immense power. Undoubtedly a dominator of strength. Its speed would also see a significant enhancement, for this was a soul beast with bloodlines akin to dragons and elephants. Commencing the absorption, Jiang Luoran pressed the right leg bone against his own right leg, silently attuning to its energy. With the soul ring of the Longxiang now absorbed, the absorption of the soul bone posed no difficulty. Once more his strength surged, achieving a transformative elevation. Jiang Luoran felt an illusion of invincibility, as if he could challenge a soul Douluo. Indeed, with such extraordinary conditions, he finds it impossible to transcend levels. A single soul bone is akin to a chasm. Now, possessing 5 soul bones, he is a figure that any soul master would regard with fervent admiration. Even a title Douluo, Jiang Luoran is adorned with golden particles, presenting an ethereal and somewhat surreal appearance. The augmentation of soul bones undoubtedly transforms both the inner and outer self. Presently, Jiang Luoran resembles a dragon in a prostrate stance, explosive yet subdued, exuding an aura of peril. Upon completing the absorption of the soul bones, Jiang Luoran flexed his legs, forcefully creating a dent in the ground. With the enhancement of 2 leg bones and the support of an external leg bone, he could only wonder what speed he could achieve by employing the Kunpeng movement technique. It may even surpass that of a soul Douluo, reaching the velocity of a tidal Douluo. Regardless, Jiang Luoran is certain of one thing. With these augmentations and the activation of the Kunpeng martial spirit, he will undoubtedly attain the speed of a tidal Douluo. This overwhelming sensation leaves Jiang Luoran enraptured. Power and authority. Jiang Luoran has truly become a formidable force. If he so desires, he could storm the Ji residence, and none would be able to impede him. This overwhelming feeling makes Jiang Luoran yearn for another encounter with Yu Engine. The right leg bone, known as Longshantian, revealed its activation skill only after Jiang Luoran absorbed it. Fei Shue. This skill requires the soul master to sacrifice blood, infusing it into the Longshan Tian bone. In simple terms, the amount of blood sacrificed determines the magnitude of the unleashed power. Jiang Luoran shudders to contemplate the sheer force that could be unleashed with Fei Shue, enhancing the Longshan Tian bone. It could potentially rival a tidal Douluo, the seventh soul ring. Xueding Jinshin. Jiang Luoran can transform into a 5-meter-tall vine giant, augmenting his defense and attack by 200, calculated based on the degree of armor shattering. This implies that even if the vine armor surrounding Jiang Luoran crumbles, his essence remains unaffected, still fortified by an additional 200 defense. Although he cannot infinitely use previous soul rings like Zhao Wujia, Jiang Luoran's soul skill is undeniably unparalleled. The source of his strength is inexhaustible, making him feel akin to a monster. Slaying a soul Douluo is hardly a challenge for him now. With a shake of his body, Jiang Luoran appeared behind Jiang Luer. "What are you doing, young master? You've come out?" Jiang Luer, startled, fell to the ground. Jiang Luoran understood the reason and dissipated his soul power while concealing all his soul bones. A soul sage? In such a brief time, Jiang Luer mused that one must wait for the harvest even for a mere cabbage. Jiang Luoran had just entered the soil when he matured instantly. "All right, I shall no longer accompany you. Make your way to the Wuhuan temple at your own pace. We shall regroup and annihilate the Ji residents. As for now, I must go rescue someone." Jiang Luoran is now considered the leader of the Jiang residents, and Jiang Luer had no reason to disobey, promptly agreeing. Jiang Luoran intends to rescue the Shrek group, and bringing Jiang Luer along would be of little use, possibly endangering them instead. The Tianqing and Longshan leg bones radiated light as the Yuming boots adorned Jiang Luoran's legs. The 7 soul rings danced like piano keys, producing a melodious sound. With all soul power unleashed, the Kunpeng martial spirit was activated. Everything that could enhance speed was unleashed. Jiang Luoran leaped, propelling himself like a nuclear missile. The spot where he had just stood had transformed into a large crater. This frenzied speed bestowed upon Jiang Luoran a sensation akin to that of a fighter jet. It was overwhelmingly dominant. He felt like the sovereign of the skies, frowning upon all existence. Wherever he desired to be, he arrived instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he reached Tiando City and swiftly shot towards the direction the Shrek group had departed. Chapter 142. This is the true strength. Hodila, eliminate them. Zhuhua Guan licked the golden claws on his fingers, a smile gracing his face. "Yes, my lord." Hodila activated the Dapeng martial spirit and flew towards Tang San with lethal intent. Fortunately, Luoran was absent. Otherwise, the 8 of us from Shrek would have perished. Dai Mubai coughed blood, his face pale. "Yuan Ji's qualifications will surely avenge us." Ma Hongjun, delirious, began to ramble. "No one is to touch him." Lu Erlong summoned the Scarlet Dragon, intercepting Hodila's fatal strike. Nevertheless, given Lu Erlong's prolonged battle and injuries, she was insufficient to fully withstand the blow. Lu Erlong's abdomen was pierced by Hodila, crimson blood oozing forth. Erlong? Flandra, still in his cat demon form, flapped his wings fiercely and arrived before the Shrek group. "Today, you all must die," Zhuhua Guan intoned, his voice echoing as if a harmonious duet between man and woman. Then Tang San emerged, activating his martial spirit. The remaining members also unleashed their martial spirits. Whatever it is, it must die. All must perish. Jiang Luoran sat atop a high peak, surveying the chaotic scene below. "Who are you?" Zhuhua Guan sensed a perilous aura. Though not fatal, it was undoubtedly the strongest presence here. Zhuhua Guan had previously encountered Jiang Luoran, but did not recognize him in his transformed visage. "Is it Luoran? Run. Don't come near," Tang Sin shouted, urging everyone to flee. "You little brat, you're still charging forward at such a critical moment? Are you mad? Get away." Flandra, on the ground, glared at Jiang Luoran with bloodshot eyes. Something felt amiss. Lu Erlong sensed an indescribable feeling from Jiang Luoran, as if he could utterly dominate them. This represented an absolute disparity in power. Observing his form, akin to a prostrate dragon, it was unimaginable what kind of being he had become. "Hodila, cease this charade and eliminate him." Zhuhua Guan waved dismissively, regarding Jiang Luoran with contempt. "Yes, my lord." Hodila, feeling frustrated, despite being a soul Douluo, found himself under the command of Jiang Guan like a mere dog. Yet, for the sake of the Spear Hall, he bit his lip and endured. Douluo sensed something amiss about Jiang Luoran. Activating his soul skill, he transformed into a sky filled with golden feathers, charging towards Jiang Luoran. Feishue. Jiang Luoran utilized a small amount of blood to activate the Longxiang Tian bone, delivering a powerful kick towards the golden feathers. Jiang Luoran's right leg ignited, enveloped in layers of crimson flames, resembling an explosive TNT. The flames surged, and with a resounding boom, two extreme energies collided, generating a tremendous shockwave. A soul sage, without employing a soul skill, could withstand a soul Douluo strike. Douluo staggered back 3 steps, his eyes shifting from disbelief to sheer terror. You are a soul sage? How can you possibly be a soul sage? A soul sage? Flandra also sensed Jiang Luoran's soul power, estimating it to be around level 74 or even higher. Honestly, he was uncertain if he could defeat Jiang Luoran now. A soul sage? Good heavens! Ma Hongjun felt as if he had lost his wits. In the span of a night, Jiang Luoran had become a soul sage. What monster? Dai Mubai sat on the ground, cursing inwardly. This must be the work of a madman. Not only they, but even Jiwa was astonished. Observing Jiang Luoran, if you stand against us, I must ensure your demise. However, if you do not represent your side, I also have individuals I favor within your ranks. Yet, a vast family may encompass countless individuals, both virtuous and vile. I do not target any ambitious person, yet I will not spare any oppressive figure. Jiang Luoran's intention was quite explicit. His actions today were not directed at anyone in particular, but were a response to their overwhelming dominance. Do you know us? Jiwa was even more taken aback. Had he inadvertently revealed himself? Indeed, Tang-san, there is no need for you to eliminate him. If you do not coerce him, he will not inflict harm upon you. Jiang Luoran spoke with precision, each word hitting the mark. It is true that Qian Xuanji has perished, and it was Bibi Dong who was responsible. Had Bibi Dong refrained from targeting Tang Hao repeatedly and offered respect instead, Tang-san would pose no threat to them. Some prodigies must be stifled, especially those with malicious intentions towards the Tiando Empire. However, some talents require no attention. Simply avoid provoking them. Have you not heard the saying? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. When Yu Shaojiang sought guidance from Bibi Dong on how to cultivate the twin martial souls, he verbally promised Tang-san that he would no longer threaten the Spear Hall. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luoran was too lazy to recall. Perhaps he was merely an observer. However, based on the character of all involved, he wished for neither side to suffer loss or anguish. Perhaps he could orchestrate a harmonious and favorable conclusion. We are only responsible for our duties, thus we cannot heed your singular perspective. Young man, at your age, you are already a soul sage. Consider joining us. You shall be our master in the future. Jiwa sensed that Jiang Luoran, this soul sage, was unlike any other. There existed a terrifying potential within him, one that wielded great intimidation. Of course, he remained unaware of the 5 soul bones. Had he known, he would undoubtedly be salivating. It is impossible, Jiang Luoran slowly advanced, as if intending to take on 2 adversaries. Portiera, do you have confidence? Send him on his way. Jiwa waved his hand. The 7th soul skill, Great Rock Form. Portiera transformed into a golden winged rock, launching himself towards Jiang Luoran. The sounds of impact echoed throughout the valley. 7 soul rings gradually appeared around Jiang Luoran, their collisions resonating through the mountains. This is what one refers to as soul ring configuration. The advanced nature of it left all in awe. Merely mobilizing the soul rings caused the mountains to tremble. Do you know why you failed? It is because you were too complacent. You believe, as a title Douluo, that accomplishing this task would be effortless. Yet, one must understand that even a fierce tiger uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Jiang Luoran lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with golden light, cold and regal as if a sovereign had descended. The 7th soul skill. Jiang Luoran crossed his arms to form an X and fiercely slashed, activating the 7th soul skill. Blood vine form. Jiang Luoran's body rapidly expanded, countless golden blood vines swirling around him, rising majestically. This was the fusion of giant and plant. Ultimately, Jiang Luoran transformed into a 5-meter-tall plant being, the surrounding soul power surging to an unapproachable level. It was Jiang Luoran's first experience of the martial soul's true form. and he knew this was the soul ring guided by the 9 nether dragon elephant. This sensation of possessing absolute power felt as though a single punch could stir the mountains and seas, dim the skies. Is this what power truly is? Before the feeble soul masters, they appeared as fragile as ants upon the ground. He raised his fist and struck down towards Hordiera's golden rock. Even the trajectory of the air shifted with Jiang, Luoran's blow. The intense heat was palpable to those on the ground, who could already sense the terrifying blast. Boom! The clash of golden light sounded as though one were listening to a blacksmith hammering molten iron. Chapter 143. The Madman's Battle, Savage and Frenzied. The golden-winged rock was forced back, coughing up blood, struggling to regain its senses after being momentarily stunned. Is this the kind of attack a soul sage can unleash? It could be deemed as that of a super soul sage. Could it be the disparity in soul ring ages that has granted him the ability to surpass levels? Douluo furrowed his brows. However, if that were the case, his body might not be able to withstand the golden rock's true form. The only remaining possibility would be the soul bones. Douluo's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. One must understand that even a titled Douluo would kneel and plead upon seeing a soul bone, for is the soul means of enhancing their strength. Within the status of a titled Douluo, an additional measure of power equates to greater authority. No wonder Douluo observed Jiang Luoran's body emanating a radiant glow. It was nourished by the soul bones. Relying solely on the suppression of soul rings would merely injure Hordiera, as Jiang Luoran lacked the extensive combat experience of a soul Douluo. What Jiang Luoran sought was to swiftly defeat his opponent. Otherwise, should Douluo intervene, he would be unable to extricate himself. Tianqing, Longxiang, Jio White Bone, Yuming Boots, Wisdom Skull. The 5 soul bones radiated their respective glows, and all present scrutinized the power emanating from Jiang Luoran's entire being. 7 soul rings. All cards lay bare. The 5-meter-tall plant giant seemed to emerge from the depths of antiquity, exuding an energy that was insurmountable. It was difficult for anyone to fathom such an existence. 5 soul bones, an entire configuration of super high-level soul rings. How exaggerated is this? Even Flander was secretly astonished, for he had no knowledge that Shrek harbored such a madman. I am truly seeing ghosts. Ma Hongjun clung to Daimubai. He had been concealing his strength. Is this truly his real power? Tang Sin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kunpeng Incarnation. 100-meter giant wings sprouted from the back of the plant being, cascading into the air. It also radiated a white, formidable energy. In that moment, the golden plant being transformed into a spectrum of colors, the light of the soul bones, the hues of the soul rings, and the boiling soul power combined. This was truly a Transformers-like manifestation from the Douluo continent. The 4th soul skill, 1,000 Forgings. The 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. The towering plant being grasped a golden spear in its left hand and a golden hammer in its right. This energy fluctuation was entirely beyond what a soul Douluo could contend with. 5 soul bones, twin martial souls, along with peculiar soul rings. I now recall who you are. Douluo bellowed, laughing maniacally. I never expected, never anticipated that such a madman would exist hidden within the Douluo continent. Hordiera, retreat at once. My lord, I can't move. Hordiera was compelled by the pressure of Jiang Luoran's golden pupils, his body involuntarily meeting the oncoming attack. Boom! The towering golden hammer slashed through the golden-winged rock in an instant, as if Jiang Luoran wielded a sword rather than a hammer. The golden spear in his left hand stretched 5 meters. The spear tip alone was sufficient to pierce through Hordiera's entire body. Yet, Jiang Luoran refrained from making the strike. The colossal golden plant being resonated with a thunderous voice. I do not wish to kill you, but do not test my patience. The 5-meter-tall golden plant being swatted Hordiera aside, turning its gaze towards Douluo. Why is this happening? Are you not able to perform a martial soul fusion skill with her? We are family. Douluo was taken aback by Jiang Luoran's achievements. It could be said that Jiang Luoran was now a treasure trove. No, this is an entirely different matter. I shall endeavor to engage with her, yet you are unlike any other. The golden plant humanoid brandishes a long spear, directing it towards Douluo. Douluo, slightly taken aback, resolves to test the waters, declaring that since you wish to protect the target, let us proceed. To be candid, Douluo feels a surge of excitement, for he has never confronted one endowed with 5 soul bones. It promises to be exhilarating. Soul power unleashed. Jiang Luoran gestures with both hands, and an array of energies, green, red, white, purple, gold, and black, emanates and permeates the surroundings. With a formidable level of 74, the Soul Saint unleashes his full might, revealing his martial soul in its true form. This is the culmination of Jiang Luoran's essence, and he shall face Douluo in this manner. I am on the verge of ecstasy, Douluo rasps, lifting a lotus reminiscent of the Buddha's wrath, Tang Lien. Bam! The golden spear swiftly penetrates the golden lotus. Yet it does not pierce through. They remain locked in a stalemate. The fierce battle in the sky causes the ground to tremble, and ripples spread through the atmosphere. Is this the power of soul bones? Ha ha ha! I can feel it, Douluo exclaims with delight. Jiang Luoran smirks disdainfully, his gaze cold, as if peering at a jester. It is well known that the chaotic wind technique is executed by the simultaneous operation of 3 hearts, resulting in a flurry of strikes. Jiang Luoran's legs and right arm are fortified by soul bones, not to mention an additional soul bone attached to his right leg. Now, as he employs chaotic wind, its strength is magnified manifold, perhaps even 100-fold. The golden hammer expands, transforming into a colossal 5-meter weapon, continuing to grow. This 5-meter giant hammer, combined with all enhancements, is driven by the 7th soul skill, Blood Vine True Body. Such terrifying might can easily obliterate anything, even obliterating a soul Douluo in an instant. Have you ever witnessed the chaotic wind wielded by a 5-meter giant? Jiang Luoran laughs heartily, declaring, "Behold the tempestuous world." 7 soul rings ascend from the golden plant humanoid's waist to his right giant arm, augmenting the power of chaotic wind. After all, his opponent is a titled Douluo, and a level 93 one at that. Jiang Luoran must unleash all his power. Indeed, the plant humanoid raises his hammer, summoning a furious whirlwind that captivates the entire mountain range. Great power. Only great power can describe this clash. They fight as if they are using the very heavens themselves. The sounds of combat resonate like thunder from beyond the clouds, intensifying to the point where one might think it is a celestial skirmish. In truth, it is not far from that. The battle of a titled Douluo resembles that of deities, yet the opponent is merely a soul saint. How peculiar it sounds. The raging sandstorm obscures all on the ground. No one can discern what transpires outside, only hearing the imminent sounds of forging. The plant humanoid emits a beastly roar amidst the swirling sands, its overwhelming aura seemingly intent on devouring everything. How formidable! Douluo's chest heaves with exhilaration. Within the realm of soul saints, I would deem you the strongest. I eagerly await your ascension to title Douluo. You would do well to silence yourself. I detest your androgynous tone. Fear not, I shall not slay you. I must preserve her face. The plant humanoid wildly swings the 7-meter golden hammer. It is difficult to fathom how effortlessly such a massive object is wielded by the plant humanoid, akin to a normal human brandishing a building in combat. It is a spectacle to behold. The golden hammer shatters the golden petals of the chrysanthemum, advancing relentlessly towards Douluo. The chaotic wind technique, indeed, grows ever stronger. And Douluo senses the pressure mounting. He must retaliate now. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Douluo transforms into a gigantic golden lotus, continually expanding, ultimately releasing countless petals directed at the plant humanoid. The plant humanoid has succumbed to madness, an unmatched royal aura radiating. Jiang Luoran recognizes the essence of the 9 nether dragon elephant soul ring, infused with the terrifying energy emitted by the plant humanoid. The 9 nether dragon elephant is a peerless entity, and its soul ring naturally carries immense oppressive qualities. Truly a madman, Douluo's golden lotus spins ever faster. Tempest, 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 let rage. The plant humanoid wields the 8-meter golden hammer, smashing through the golden chrysanthemum petals with each strike. The golden hammer, in the hands of the plant humanoid, glimmers like a halo, encircling his form. Chapter 144, the battle concludes. Boom! The metallic clash reverberates with an eerie yet melodious echo. Shrek and the others hope this sound never fades into silence. For no matter how powerful a soul saint may be, they cannot compare to a titled Douluo. As the echoes dissipate, it may herald Jiang Luoran's fall. At that moment, they too would surely be vanquished. He is the strongest student our academy has seen, Flandra's hands sinking into the earth as he prepares to mourn. Ma Hongjun yearns to express that fleeing now would be futile, given Jiang Luoran is occupied with that title Douluo in the sky. However, witnessing the despondency among his peers, resolved to stand with Jiang Luoran in life and death, he refrains from uttering such words. In truth, he contemplates fleeing first, gaining strength, and then avenging Jiang Luoran, not a cowardly retreat. After 55 strikes, the golden light enveloping the plant humanoid converges with the sandstorm. As he raises the giant hammer and cleaves through all the chrysanthemum petals, Tang San employs the purple extreme magic eye, capturing the entirety of the battlefield. Perhaps many remain unaware of a particular hammer technique known as chaotic wind. As long as one possesses sufficient time to execute it and rapidly accumulate strikes, its power can grow exponentially. Its might is limited only by the soul master's own capabilities, offering infinite possibilities. There is no lower limit. The Shrek faculty and students are somewhat bewildered, yet those as knowledgeable as Lu Erlong and Flandra comprehend Tang San's words. Indeed, Jiang Luoran's use of the chaotic wind technique can certainly contend with a title Douluo. However, it is utterly impossible to vanquish a title Douluo. The disparity is palpable. Some gaps cannot be bridged swiftly. Furthermore, it is critical to note that Jiuhua Douluo seems to be holding back. Meanwhile, Jiang Luoran, in this all-out effort, cannot sustain it for long. Come. The Tempest, Jiuhua Douluo's martial soul, true body radiates golden light, akin to a colossal, celestial tooth. Slicing toward the plant humanoid's head, Jiang Luoran is unable to withstand this madman's onslaught any longer, yet he must confront it head-on. The golden hammer collides with the golden lotus. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden hammer is swiftly severed and disintegrated. The enormous plant humanoid cannot withstand such force, being driven backward, leaving deep furrows in its wake. The falling petals carry intent, while the flowing waters remain indifferent. Jiuhua Douluo recites poetry at leisure. The plant humanoid raises the cursed spear and fires it towards the golden chrysanthemum. Swish! The swift cursed spear cuts through the air, producing a sound akin to grinding iron as it strikes the chrysanthemum. Bam! The golden chrysanthemum sways. Although it loses some power, it remains unyielded. Boom! The golden giant hammer shatters into dozens of pieces, and the body is cleaved by the chrysanthemum's true form. This level of slicing is akin to being invulnerable. It is nearly impossible for any matter in this world to withstand such a cut. Jiang Luoran did not anticipate the opponent's offensive. He has underestimated the combat style of title Douluo. All soul rings converged as the plant being clasped its hands together, directing 7 soul rings towards the true form of Jiuhua. Countless massive weapons erupted from the soul rings, splattering against Jiuhua's true form and forcing it back. Jiang Luoran was acutely aware that it was not his soul skill that had repelled the opponent, but rather Jiuhua Douluo's own retreat. The plant being withdrew, and the 7 soul rings dispersed, each settling on its palms or ankles. It was not that Jiang Luoran wished to seize the opportunity to attack Jiuhua Douluo, but rather that he lacked the strength to do so. His left leg bone, Tianqing, was busy healing and restoring him. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, preserving a modicum of strength was tantamount to securing an escape route. Jiuhua had dissipated the martial spirit's true form, clapping its hands in a rhythmic manner. Good. As the consort of the saintess, you are indeed qualified. Suddenly, the plant being knelt on one knee, blood spilling forth from its mouth. The site of the earlier laceration was poisoned. However, Tianqing could counteract the poison, so there was no need for concern. What Jiang Luoran needed now was time. The plant being paused, and the swirling sand and wind dissipated, for it was the orchestrator of this tempest. Stop. Take the iron shield and flee. He cannot catch you. Tang San was unaware of Jiang Luoran's true speed. Yet, with the combination of escaping and the iron shield's obstruction, it was more than sufficient. Indeed, if Jiang Luoran needed to flee now, not even a title Douluo, let alone Jiuhua Douluo, could pursue him. As long as you refrain from targeting Shrek Academy from this moment forward, your path ahead will be much smoother. Jiang Luoran was certain this was his final warning. I came here for the mission as well. Jiuhua Douluo adjusted his golden hair. Come with me. Our master will be thrilled to meet you. Very well. Let us see if I can strive against you. The plant being rose, its right leg bone radiating an ominous crimson glow, intensifying steadily. Blood flight. This was Jiang Luoran's ultimate trump card. He was uncertain of its full strength, and the soul bone had only recently been added to him. Thus he had yet to master it completely. Zhu Huaduo gazed enviously at the capabilities of the soul bone. This must be a treasure of over 10,000 years. Blood flight. Once Jiang Luoran resolved to act, he immediately took flight, his wings beating as he appeared before Zhu Huaduo. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! The entire cliff crumbled beneath his kick, collapsing like mere paper. The plant being gasped for breath. The effects of blood flight were indeed remarkable, but the cost was exorbitant. After just one kick, he was already at his limit. Wow! Zhu Huaduo gawked at the obliterated cliff. What kind of soul bone is this? As the blood vine's true form dissipated, Jiang Luoran plummeted to the ground. Although his martial spirit's true form shielded him, his body was still riddled with wounds, especially his chest, where his heart had nearly been pierced. You should understand that I have not obliterated you, because you might become one of us. A person like you, alongside the Saintess, could indeed reign supreme. But why? Must we fight? To be honest, Zhu Huaduo was growing anxious. Killing Jiang Luoran was an enticing prospect. It was like a golden mountain walking among mortals. Who could resist the urge to slay him? However, the opponent could potentially be a member of the Spirit Hall. And Zhu Huaduo did not wish to lose this genius to them. With his addition, the Spirit Hall would remain unscathed at least during his lifetime. This person might very well reach the level of a peerless title Douluo like Qian Douluo, or perhaps even higher. Zhu Huaguan, you underestimate us at Shrek. A green toxin surged forth, directly assaulting Zhu Huaduo. Old fool, since when has Shrek become yours? Zhu Huaguan furrowed his brow, unable to discern the situation. I have always been an advisor to Shrek. Anyone who wishes to harm Shrek must first contend with me. Douluo stood tall, shielding everyone behind him. Do you not know the fate of opposing me? You cannot afford to provoke us. Zhu Huaguan's right fist tightened, launching a punch. Afraid? If you're scared, then don't come. Douluo, seemingly driven mad, met the attack with his own punch. The clash of the two titled Douluos marked the commencement of a truly cataclysmic battle. In Chapter 145, Desperate Survival, Douluo and Zhu Huaduo engaged in fierce combat, significantly stabilizing the emotions of Shrek's members. Seeing the situation revive, perhaps no one would need to perish. In the sky, a sapphire-green serpent and a golden-tinged Zhu Hua collided. Now, there is hope. With Mr. Douluo here, we should be fine. Flandra had previously harbored deep resentment towards Douluo, but now that he had come to their aid, that animosity had faded. I will tend to everyone's injuries. Jiang Zhu raised her green staff, extending a luminous green light that enveloped them all. Healing so many individuals simultaneously proved to be quite taxing for her, especially with 3 high-ranking soul saints present. In the very first moment of healing them, Jiang Zhu's soul power was depleted by more than half. A wave of weakness washed over her. Jiang Luoran, not daring to be careless, seized this opportunity to utilize Tianqing, rapidly restoring his body, for soon, Gue Thao would arrive. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had not engaged in battle from the outset, thus they remained untouched. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda could only enhance combat strength and state, but could not aid in recovery. Oscar continuously summoned sausages through his soul skill, feeding the most gravely injured Lu, Erlong, and Flandra. Listen to me, you all must head to the Spirit Hall immediately to avoid any unforeseen events. Tang, send urged Dai Mubai and the others to depart. Impossible. If we leave, we all leave together. Zhu Zhuqing's tone brooked no argument. Indeed, we are not afraid. Xiao Wu sat down, beginning to restore her soul power. Help me recover my soul power. It can assist Senior Douluo. Jiang Luoran consumed the sausages provided by Oscar. Old fool, you're no match for me. Zhu Huaduo bellowed maniacally, pressuring Douluo to the brink of breathlessness. Although the poison on Douluo had dissipated significantly, improving his condition, the disparity in levels could not be compensated for. Zhu Huaguan, cease your arrogance. 7th soul skill, emerald scale, serpent true form. The green serpent in the sky swiftly transformed into a massive green python adorned with thick scales, fierce and terrifying. Buzzing sounds resonated as shadows rushed forth, the sheer momentum inducing a chill. This overwhelming presence undeniably belonged to a title Douluo. The ghost shadow approaches, without leaving a martial spirit behind. Jiang Luoran ceased his recovery, alertly scanning his surroundings. ISNT this excessive? To annihilate us at Shrek, they have dispatched 2 titled Douluos. Flandra frowned, rising to his feet. The best course of action now is to eliminate them one by one. While Guedoa has yet to arrive, we shall ascend into the sky and unleash our might upon Zhu Huaduo. Then, Let Senior Dugu withdraw to confront Douluo. Jiang Luoran spoke rapidly. Already leaping into the air. Crimson Dragon, true form. Cat Eagle, true form. Blood Vine, true form. The three soul saints stood tall in the sky, encircling Douluo, akin to deities descending upon the world. However, Douluo remained unperturbed. Soul saints are merely trifles, inconsequential to a title Douluo. Of course, this excluded Jiang Luoran, the extraordinary output machine. The three of them only needed to seize the right moment to create an opportunity for Douluo to strike. Thus they could muster a fighting chance. Simultaneously attacking to provide Dugu an opening, Jiang Luoran declared, unleashing all his soul power towards Douluo. Lu Erlong and Flender also launched their full-scale assault on Douluo. Juhua, meet your demise. Douluo came rushing like a bolt of lightning, his left hand aiming straight for Douluo's neck. A resounding hum echoed as a towering skeletal figure loomed in the sky, sweeping its hand to disperse Douluo's lethal strike, conjuring three ghostly apparitions that impeded Jiang Luoran and his companion's attack. Douluo could not conceal his terror. Facing two titled Douluos, how could he possibly prevail? Was he destined to fall today? Are you here to hurry me along? The task is nearly complete. Douluo said impatiently. We must resolve this together. It cannot be delayed any longer. The voice of Douluo rasped. Leave Douluo to us. The plant-type spirit master bellowed, activating his second martial spirit along with all his soul bones, charging towards Douluo. To be frank, Jiang Luoran had barely regained any soul power. He was left with at most a quarter of it. Lu Erlong and Flender were equally pessimistic, their remaining soul power lesser than Jiang Luoran's. Bang! 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 Jiang Luoran, in a frenzy, raised his golden spear and attacked Douluo with unparalleled ferocity, denying him even the slightest chance to retaliate. Jiang Luoran kept Douluo occupied while Lu Erlong and Flender provided soul power support from the side. Their coordination appeared somewhat awkward, yet it represented their current maximum combat strength. Old monster, you should leave. Your assistance has already made you our benefactor. Tang Sen urged Douluo to retreat. I have lived long enough. If I must fall, I shall do so alongside this creature. Douluo clenched his fists tightly. Our vendetta is far from settled. With his ninth soul skill, Bai Lin Shi Huang Du, Douluo unleashed his ultimate move, having revealed all his trump cards. Douluo, in turn, activated his ultimate move, Hua Qian, Man Di Shang, Hua Luo Run Duan Chang, summoning petals that filled the sky, threatening to create an endless golden tempest. The two energies collided like ancient beasts, producing colossal shockwaves. Get down. Jiang Luoran wielded his 5-meter-long spear as if it were a rolling pin, pressing down on Douluo. Douluo exhaled a murky breath that corroded Jiang Luoran's spear. A swift, lightning-like black claw swooped down, targeting the plant-type spirit master's head. Jiang Luoran, caught off guard, could only brace himself for the impact. You shall not escape. Flender flapped his wings, diving in to strike at Douluo's body with his claws. He dare not clash directly with the black claws, as it would spell instant demise, but he aimed to disrupt Douluo's attack. No one can touch him. Lu Erlong raised her dragon tail, swinging it toward Douluo's head. Douluo disregarded these attacks as mere trifles, evading them effortlessly, while his black claw tore through Jiang Luoran's chest. As Jiang Luoran was injured, he struggled to react, his body convulsing, his gaze becoming vacant. Blood poured uncontrollably from his chest, a frenzy of crimson. Had it not been for the enhancement from his soul bones and seventh soul skill, he might have been fatally pierced through. The plant-type spirit master dissipated, and Jiang Luoran emitted dissonant convulsions, akin to a withered old tree. Douluo was astonished. Despite not using his full strength, this claw was not something a soul sage could withstand. There must be something unusual about him. Jiang Luoran swiftly plummeted, descending from the clouds, feeling an unexpected release throughout his body. It was invigorating, yet he felt a profound unwillingness. Bang! 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 Jiang Luoran's soul rings suddenly emerged, resonating like a heartbeat. Even with the support of the soul rings, he felt utterly drained. Suddenly, a pair of delicate arms enveloped him, their smoothness palpable through his clothing. They undoubtedly belonged to a woman, yet he could sense the terrifying energy contained within those arms. You have grown stronger, far exceeding my expectations. However, in a battle at this level, you still require time. A cold, aloof female voice emerged, prompting Jiang Luoran to open his eyes. Feng Lingye, clad in purple attire, gazed expressionlessly at Douluo, her pupils exuding an air of indifference. Chapter 146, The Arrival of the Mighty Ones. Jiang Luoran never imagined he would be embraced by Feng Lingye. The sensation was rather pleasant. Previously, he had envied others with guardians, feeling solitary in his plight. But now, he no longer felt alone. Even against foes he could not contend with, there were those willing to stand up for him. Jiang Luoran suddenly wished to succumb to sleep. Utterly exhausted, unable to continue fighting. Boom! A streak of unparalleled lightning descended, illuminating the sky with a brilliant blue light. As the true form of the observer stood beside Jiang Luoran. After a prolonged silence, it was time to make his entrance. How on earth have you trained? Yuanjin exclaimed. Ah, there you are, lurking about for a good laugh. Yet, one could not fault him. After all, he was a titled Douluo and could not act recklessly. Moreover, Jiang Luoran had gleaned much battle experience while clashing with titled Douluo. Yu Laozu. Jiang Luoran lazily clasped his hands. Yuanjin recognized that Feng Lingye was a top-tier soul beast, and upon observing their position, he understood everything. It turned out the young man had already found a beloved. No wonder he refrained from associating with Yulingjiao. However, his taste was truly unique. A love-hate relationship transcending species. He could be considered one of a kind throughout history. A low rumble echoed intermittently, shrouded in blue mist. As a figure strode forth with an air of arrogance, clearly unrestrained. He held a hammer in his right hand, resting it upon his shoulder as he walked slowly. Dang Hao! What a surprise! Just moments ago, they were outnumbered. Now, his battle prowess had surged tremendously. It was a qualitative leap. So these divine figures had merely been observing the spectacle? Their penchant for creating suspense was quite thrilling, even if all had joined the fray. Just Yuanjin alone was enough to contend with two titled Douluo. Not only Yuanjin, but the three who had arrived were capable of facing all opponents. Above the clouds stood Tang Hao, Yuanjin, and the purple-clad Feng Lingye. Douluo continued his battle with Zhu Hua Douluo. Flinder and Lu Erlong had plunged to the ground, gravely injured. Yet, Douluo found it impossible to advance further. For the oppressive might of these three divine beings threatened to crush even him, a titled Douluo. Below the clouds, the scene above remained obscured, and the members of Shrek could only anxiously await. Tang Hao roared like a lion awakening, wielding the Haotian hammer as he struck towards Douluo. How could Douluo withstand such force? The moment his hand brushed against Tang Hao's blue electric hammer, he was sent staggering back several steps. The purity of the lightning is insufficient. I shall lend you a hand. Young one, wield the infinite thunder as you wish. Yuanjin's black soul rings appeared, and with a casual wave, he infused boundless lightning into Tang Hao's hammer. Such an attack could only be described as divine retribution. The exaggerated lightning and power merged flawlessly. A confluence of the attacks from two titled Douluo. Douluo had exhausted all his soul rings, as countless black, ghostly figures surged towards Tang Hao. Under the vast skies and amidst the relentless storm of thunder, everything shattered like glass, collapsing in an instant. Indeed, these were two of the most formidable martial spirits in existence. Their intersection could likely obliterate even the likes of Qianxuanji. Without a sound, Douluo coughed up a mouthful of dark blood as he hastened toward Zhu Hua Douluo. Attempting to flee, Feng Lingye radiated a shimmering purple light, raising her right hand skyward to conjure a pair of illusory purple wings. Douluo sensed impending doom. This was a lethal strike. He decisively activated his ninth soul skill, tearing through space to escape. However, the purple wings were too swift, severing his left arm and rending the very fabric of space. What? Zhu Huaduo felt the presence of powerful beings, and not just one. Yet, the confrontation unfolded in the blink of an eye, before he could escape. The three assailants closed in, transforming into a golden chrysanthemum. Zhu Huaduo enveloped Douluo and retreated into the distance, moving with remarkable speed. Yuanjin let out a cold snort, eagerly anticipating a future duel. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Tang Hao and Jiang Luoran, unfamiliar with one another, cast a glance at Tang San beneath the clouds before swiftly departing as well. Douluo, severely wounded, could not remain any longer. It was fortunate that these three divine beings had arrived. Otherwise, they would all have perished. Everyone had fled, leaving behind a cataclysmic battle that nearly brought the world to ruin. Unexpectedly, they had managed to reclaim their lives. Jiang Luoran felt a sudden wave of melancholy. How wonderful it was to be alive. Before my arrival, those two had already hidden away. 5 soul bones, quite impressive indeed. Feng Linger finally smiled in appreciation. Do not misunderstand. What I mean is that this will significantly enhance your speed, perhaps allowing for a swift return. After a brief recovery, Jiang Luoran stood, activating his Kunpeng martial spirit, momentarily pausing in midair, and should be fast. Rest assured. All right, let us depart. Feng Linger transformed back into her true form, a 9-tailed Fengling bird, and swiftly took flight. Jiang Luoran executed the Kunpeng movement technique, crawling along the ground. It was over. Everyone was dead. We are doomed. Ma Hongjun despaired upon witnessing Flinder and Lu Erlong plummet. In the final moments, Jiang Luoran also fell, and it was undoubtedly the end. Just wait for death. Oscar, clutching sausages, offered them to the fallen trio, awaiting the final lesson of life. You too, cease your complaints. Ning Rongrong truly had no temper left for these two clowns. I say, Ning Jia, I am on the brink of death. Comrades, fight with all your might. When they descend, unleash the Zhuge divine crossbow without hesitation. Do not worry about the piercing needles, Tang Sen urged, his demeanor urgent. Ha ha ha! Jiang Luoran gasped for breath, laughing foolishly. If they were to return, our demise would be certain. What do you mean? Tang Sen relaxed somewhat, for until now, no one had descended. They have departed, driven away by the 3 divine beings. Even Dugu Sr. has left. Jiang Luoran struggled to rise from the ground. Do not inquire yet. I cannot explain at present. In any case, we can escape now. No one will pursue us. Quickly, Jiang Luoran hoisted Flinder and Lu Erlong, joining the others as they entered the carriage. The soldiers of the Tindo Empire had long been crushed, so Tang San assumed the role of coachman, directing the carriage to speed away. Where to now? Tang San began to harbor suspicions regarding the Spirit Hall. This must be their doing. Otherwise, who else on Douluo continent could command 2 titled Douluo to hunt them? Spirit Hall, in terms of advantages and disadvantages, once we enter, we will face no danger. Jiang Luoran dared not speak further, having already lost too much blood. Dai Mubai and the others, seeing the gaping wound on his chest, bone exposed, were uncertain if he would survive. Xiao Ao, quickly, bring out all the sausages. Dai Mubai supported Jiang Luoran, urging him to lie down in the carriage. Oscar reluctantly produced 3 sausages, his complexion pale, stating that he truly had none left. The 3 sausages were simultaneously fed to Jiang Luoran, temporarily staunching his bleeding. Ning Rongrong, uncertain of her excitement's efficacy, at least aimed to provide some comfort as she released her spirit rings toward Jiang Luoran. Jiang Zhu had just regained some spirit power, and now she had to exert herself once more, already feeling somewhat drained. The combined energies, along with Jiang Luoran's Tianqing soul bone, finally stabilized his injuries, allowing for gradual healing. The carriage thundered forward like a panicked rabbit, disregarding the surrounding debris, racing toward the Spirit Hall. The remaining Academy students were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding, only recalling that a renowned Shrek student had fought frantically against a being at least of soul Douluo caliber. Chapter 147. Retreating in disarray, Jiang Luoran was puzzled. Ning Fengji had witnessed Sarala's whispering. Could he not call for assistance? Was it possible that the other party remained unaware? That seemed implausible. What could such a person possibly overlook? If Ning Fengji wished to harm them, Jiang Luoran found it unlikely, for Ning Rongrong was still present. He could not possibly sacrifice his beloved daughter. Jianchen arrived late at the scene of the earlier battle. After a night of travel, Shrek and the others finally returned to the Spirit Hall, led by the sergeant to their designated tent area. You all have worked hard. This is the rest area arranged for you by the Empire. The sergeant bowed deeply, urging them to bring glory to the Empire. We shall, Flinder replied, his complexion pale, returning the courtesy. Hurry, rest today, and recover as much as possible. You must not make any mistakes in the competition. Lu Erlong, also feeling weak, immediately retreated to his tent. The sergeant was evidently unaware that the escorting troops had encountered trouble. After conversing with everyone, he swiftly arranged for the medical team to treat Shrek and then personally visited the attack site. Jiang Luoran was laid on a bed by Dai Mubai, and the medical team rushed to treat him, pushing him into emergency care. It was hard to fathom how terrifying the battles between soul masters could be, blood-soaked, bones laid bare. the stench of blood permeating the air. After a tumultuous ordeal, Jiang Luoran was wrapped like a mummy, with potions being poured into him as if they were free. Regardless, Jiang Luoran's life was preserved, granting him the capital to endure further trials. Glancing up, he saw the other Shrek members also bound tightly in bandages, each nursing severe injuries. Jiang Luoran felt helpless. This time, he had truly embarrassed himself, beaten to such a state by others. Look at them, as if they had just returned from the battlefield. Particularly Flinder, who looked as though his mouth was about to be sewn shut. Lu Erlong had lost a dragon scale and was gravely injured, though it was mostly internal damage. Where had Qin Ming gone? Relying on memory, Jiang Luoran recalled that Qin Ming had led a group of soul masters away. He hoped he had not met with misfortune. If something happened to him, Jiang Luoran would feel immense guilt. Everyone else was deep in slumber. Jiang Luoran, possessing a wise soul bone, was not overly fatigued and found it difficult to sleep. He made his way directly to his room, lying down on the bed, gasping for breath. In the past, running hundreds of miles would not tire him, yet now, after merely taking a few steps, he was panting heavily. His body clearly had a long way to go before recovery. Young master, what has happened to you? Jiang Luer stealthily leaped into the Shrek area. Although Jiang Luoran was bound in bandages, Jiang Luer, being a soul king, possessed the ability to recognize him despite the bindings. Jiang Yue? Jiang Luoran felt immediate regret upon seeing him. He should have brought him along to assist Qin Ming in confronting the men in black, as this would have provided considerable assurance. What transpired? I will go kill him, Jiang Luer said with anger, clearly ready to commit murder. Do not be impulsive. As a soul master, one must be aware of the possibility of injury. He is not dead yet, Jiang Luoran sighed, first addressing the location of the Ji Mansion members. Such severe injuries, young master, Jiang Luer hesitated, noticing a hint of unyielding resolve in Jiang Luoran's gaze. My false identity allows me to easily locate the Ji Mansion and ascertain its position. At any moment, I can seek vengeance. Jiang Luoran's eyes turned blood red at the mention of revenge. Do not let your anger consume you. Is there not a solution? They are already on the brink of death. Do not let your rage escalate further. Jiang Luoran coughed twice. I recall there are 2 soul Douluos inside who have once hunted me. Are there any other details? Jiang Luoran could not charge in blindly without knowledge. If surrounded by 3 soul Douluos, it would be utterly ludicrous. Moreover, at present, Jiang Luoran could only contend with 1 soul Douluo, and that would require him to be at his peak condition. Thus, there must be no room for error. The head of the Ji family is named Ji Lin, and his son is Ji Zhuang, both at the soul Douluo level. I suspect they are the instigators, as their members rarely leave the Ji Mansion since my arrival. Not to mention any large-scale movements. Jiang Luoran spoke with conviction. Are you certain? I am certain. It seems my deductions were accurate. Those who killed from the Jiang family utilized a particular martial soul, leaving no traces of a battle between 2 armies. This implies that the perpetrator was ruthlessly indiscriminate, killing everyone in sight. It must be either Ji Zhuang or Ji Lin. They're the masterminds. I do not care why they wish to kill my kin. They must die within 10 days. Jiang Luoran possessed a wise skull, perceiving everything with clarity. Good. I have noted it down. Jiang Luer clasped his hands in respect. Furthermore, I must ask you, what is the condition of the Ji Mansion's members? Have they lost all sense of morality? Jiang Luoran's eyes gleamed with golden light. Most members of the Ji Mansion possess intellectual deficiencies and are largely imbeciles. They are completely unaware of the upper echelon's affairs. Under the leadership of Ji Hui, they have indeed accomplished some greening initiatives, Jiang Luoran nodded. Given this, retribution must be directed at the Ji family heads. Jiang Luoran spoke coldly, gritting his teeth. Very well, Jiang Luoran had no choice but to comply. In 10 days, once I have fully recovered, I will exact vengeance upon the Ji family. At that time, should anyone attempt to obstruct me, I will not hesitate to kill. During this period, you must arrange for my isolation, ensuring that these 2 soul Douluos are kept apart. Is there a way to do this? Jiang Luoran fixed his gaze upon Jiang Luoran. It seems my identity will soon be revealed, and it can indeed be accomplished. If Jiang Luoran no longer cares about his identity, he has the opportunity to isolate them. Jiang Luoran pondered for a moment. While I may not wish to harm the innocent, I shall spare not a single wicked individual. Once the battle concludes, you and Ji Hui shall take control of the Ji Mansion. Those with ill intentions must be eradicated. I have taken note. Jiang Luoran had already devised a plan. After Jiang Luoran departed, Jiang Luoran propped himself up in bed, channeling soul power to heal himself. The left leg bone, Tianqing, was exceptionally useful at this moment, facilitating Jiang Luoran's swift recovery. It can even be said that without the Tianqing soul bone, Jiang Luoran would have met his demise. Immersed for an entire day and night, the white sheets were stained crimson with unremoved congealed blood. Should this blood remain within Jiang Luoran's body, it would easily hinder his cultivation and potential. The agony of realigning bones was nearly unbearable. The wise skull alleviated much of the pressure on Jiang Luoran and subtly obstructed his pain receptors. Gradually, his injuries improved as time passed day by day. It is said that recovery from significant injuries takes 100 days, given the severity of Jiang Luoran's injuries. A month would be required to fully regain his former strength. Yet, the opportunity is singular. If missed, it shall be difficult to encounter again. Jiang Luoran resolved to take decisive action. 6 days later, Jiang Luoran could walk freely and had removed the bothersome bandages, save for the one around his chest. Having been starved for so long, he naturally sought sustenance upon awakening. The members of Shrek, while injured, were not as severely harmed as Jiang Luoran and had already removed their bandages, preparing for the competition. Following this battle and the pressure from the title Douluo, Jiang Luoran's soul power had ascended to level 75. Indeed, as time progresses, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. Jiang Luoran could distinctly sense the escalating difficulty. Chapter 148. Concealing one's talents. Jiang Luoran was a person of clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Since divine retribution had befallen the Ji Mansion, he need not pursue total annihilation. Primarily, the individuals at the Ji Mansion were innocent, and most had become fools. If he were to eliminate the heads of the Ji family, would Ji Hui not retaliate with force? Should anyone attempt to impede him during the slaying of Ji Lin and Ji Zhuang, Jiang Luoran would not hesitate to kill. If the adversaries sought vengeance, Jiang Luoran could circumvent them. Tang San and the others had already participated in one round of the competition, while Flinder remained severely injured, although Lu Erlong had recovered rather well. During this time, Oscar provided Jiang Luoran with a grilled sausage at every meal, while Jiang Zhu would take time to aid in his recovery. With various treatments, Jiang Luoran was largely healed, though still unfit for intense combat. It must be acknowledged that he had come perilously close to death, and his current state of recovery was a stroke of fortune. Everything requires a transitional period, and Jiang Luoran's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. The Shunfeng Academy and the Qihua Academy had formed an alliance, truly a formidable partnership. Dai Mubai sat in a chair, facing everyone. Their actions were also aimed at preserving their honor. Ning Rongrong nodded. There should be a sense of unwillingness to yield. Yet, this is not our concern. Tang San mused, considering how to respond next. Are you all here? Jiang Luoran lifted the curtain and entered. He was now undoubtedly a soul sage, a standout among Shrek. And who would dare to overlook such a prodigy? Not only the females, but also the males sought to befriend him. Indeed, it is worth noting that when Jiang Luoran transformed into a soul sage and entered, he nearly frightened everyone to death. The brother who lay beside him night and day was a low-profile soul sage. The battle had been earth-shattering, and he possessed 5 soul bones. Ultimately, he had even faced off against the chrysanthemum Douluo. Now, Jiang Luoran's image in their minds was indelible. It is truly hard to fathom the heights he might reach in the future. Jiang Zhu approached, supporting Jiang Luoran, stating that after today's treatment, she had already helped him with his muscle and bone alignment, and the medical department had instructed him not to leave his quarters. Indeed, although Jiang Luoran was no longer gravely injured, he remained physically weakened, as many areas had yet to fully recover. However, he felt stifled remaining in the room. Hearing Shrek's discussions about the battlefield, he could not restrain himself from joining them. The room felt too confining. I am not old. A little fresh air will do me no harm, Jiang Luoran said as he sat in a chair with Jiang Zhu's assistants. Tang San and the others smiled, particularly Ma Hongjun, who teased him with raised eyebrows. Without needing to say much, Jiang Luoran understood their intentions and could only force a bitter smile. The combination of the Qihua Academy and Shunfeng Academy was a merger of brute force and brute force. The wind fuels the flames. Such power is undoubtedly unparalleled, and their combat capability had increased at least threefold, if not more. Jiang Luoran cut to the chase. Indeed, such a formidable combination compels us to exert our utmost effort. I am contemplating our strategy. Tang San clasped his hands together. Jiang Luoran understood that Tang San had devised a plan, having once again triumphed over the two major academies. However, he possessed an even superior strategy. Third brother, you are indeed the crux of this battle. Victory or defeat hinges upon your resolve. Jiang Luoran smiled. Me? How could that be? Tang San appeared bewildered. Look, the two elemental academies must have meticulously selected their participants. Feng Xiaotian will undoubtedly experience psychological fluctuations upon seeing you. As for Huo Wu, she holds a particular fondness for you. Jiang Luoran paused, noticing Xiao Wu nearly twisting Tang San's waist. It's fine, it's fine. Tang San grimaced in pain, his expression darkening. Please continue. Ah well, these two are the strongest here. And you are the one most capable of leading them to a crushing defeat, Jiang Luoran stated plainly. Moreover, all individuals here are elites. Even if I speak indirectly, they will comprehend. So what should we do? We can't possibly have third brother stripped down? Mao Jun exclaimed anxiously. Ah, that is out of the question. Xiao Wu stood up. You all have nefarious intentions. Xiao Wu, hold on, I haven't finished. Jiang Luoran was distressed. Am I really that kind of person? Third brother, you charge in at the outset, and Feng Xiaotian along with Huo Wu will surely pursue you. They will perceive you as the strongest of Shrek. Defeating you will cause the others to crumble. Charge in at the start? Luoran, your strategy is rather aggressive, but it is suited only for you. Ning Rongrong was defeated by this brute force. Tang San interjected. Indeed, everyone was aware of Jiang Luoran's ferocity, having battled against the titled Douluo. Now, he was a soul sage, making it difficult to ascertain his limitations. Do not fret, we have many teammates. We will not place third brother in jeopardy. Dai Laoda and Ma Hongjun will restrain the remaining adversaries. At that moment, Oscar provided mushroom sausages, which would allow them to maintain their aerial standoff for a longer duration. Jiang Luoran added, 2 against 5? That is quite exaggerated. Ma Hongjun acknowledged, fully aware that overcoming numerical disadvantages in battle was no simple feat. I have contemplated this. The fatty is inherently fire-resistant, so no amount of wind or fire can inflict fatal harm upon you. Moreover, Dai Laoda is our second strongest member, though they are not yet aware of it. Before the wind and fire arrive, we can deploy the White Tiger transformation and the White Tiger shield simultaneously, along with the White Tiger meteor fist to mitigate the flames. This way, you will still possess the means to hold your ground. Oscar's mushroom sausages could be consumed to maintain aerial maneuverability. Jiang Luoran elaborated on additional precautions. Isn't this a bit too forced? Ma Hongjun felt that the rationale was sound, but harbored some apprehension. Fatty, it's all right. We will endure together, Dai Mubai concurred. Third brother, be cautious when battling those two. Their combined damage can reach catastrophic levels, Jiang Luoran warned, sensing that Tang San was the most perilous element. I will be vigilant. If necessary, I will employ the 8 spider lances, Tang San contemplated. Then what are we to do? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. With 4 dispatched, what about the remaining 3? The reason for allowing you to remain free is to play a pivotal role. Third brother will initiate with the blue-silver prison, obstructing all routes of movement. Then the plan commences. The remaining 3 will flank the opponents, forming a pincer movement to unleash soul techniques in saturation. Our aim is to eliminate Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu in one swift strike. We will retaliate against their strongest, extinguishing their backbone first. Jiang Luoran meticulously outlined further requirements and specifications on paper, including timing aspects, such as ensuring that when Feng Xiaotian unleashes his ultimate skill, its range targets only one individual. This is crucial for controlling them from the outset, otherwise we could lose right away. They deliberated and strategized throughout the night before gradually concluding their discussions. We shall continue to assess practicality tomorrow. If there are no objections, then it is settled, Tang San declared. Very well, I shall await the outcome. Jiang Luoran stood up. Luoran, if you're uninjured, you could simply take the stage without us running about. Ma Hongjun jested, eliciting laughter from the group. He was merely making light of the situation, fully aware that only through combat could one grow stronger. I shall wait for the finals, haha. Jiang Luoran scoffed, striding out with an air of dismissal. I shall assist you, Jiang Zhu offered as she rose. Chapter 149, Nighttime Assassination. 10 days had elapsed, and as night descended, it marked the time for Jiang Luoran's action. He had already coordinated with Jiang Luo, who would lead him stealthily into the Ji family territory. The outside tumult grew increasingly boisterous, resounding like an extravagant celebration. Ha ha ha. The way Feng Xiaotian acted just now was utterly distorted. It was hilarious. Oscar made a comical face. Such a tactic is cruel, leaving no room for counterattack. Dai Mubai remarked, supporting his forehead. It is precisely because of our formidable strength that we have not been eliminated instantly. Others could not enact such a strategy, Zhu Zhuqing observed keenly. Of course, this plan was conceived by our two control-type experts, perfectly tailored to our combat style, Dai Mubai added, casting a favorable glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Little monsters, gather round and lend a hand. We shall have a nighttime feast, Flandre said, his expression laden with concern. By the way, Luoran, how is your injury? Flandre inquired, his right arm still bandaged. It has gradually healed. Only the wound and bone require time, Jiang Luoran replied. With the assistance of Tianqing's leg bone, his recovery was notably swift. I never imagined that as the dean, I would find myself unable to best the students, even requiring their protection, Flandre lamented, offering Jiang Luoran a piece of roasted meat. I too have progressed through my foundation. There is nothing to boast about, Jiang Luoran replied with a wry smile. Hey, third brother, why does Wu keep clinging to you today? Is there something going on? Ma Hongjun asked, unable to contain himself. Tang San, naturally, would not attribute such trivial matters to himself. Enjoy your meal. I shall return to my tent, Jiang Luoran said, departing with a dismissive wave. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. As night deepened, a green specter darted forth, bypassing the guards and arriving at Jiang Luoran's chamber. He had already sensed the commotion and leaped from his bed. He had long since ceased to feign injury. His pretense was to lower everyone's guard. Young master, everything is prepared. Jiang Luoran knelt before him, resembling a dedicated servant. Lead the way. Let us proceed. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists and followed Jiang Luoran out. In the Wuhuan temple area, within the Ji family resting quarters, stood an expansive mansion fashioned from granite. As spectators, they were evidently not on par with the competitors. Is it permissible to eliminate Ji Lin first? Jiang Luoran queried. Excellent. I shall endeavor for a swift kill. You assist in clearing away any distractions, Jiang Luoran declared. 7 soul rings manifesting before him, growing larger with each moment. The 7 soul rings stood upright, wide enough for a person to pass through. As Jiang Luoran traversed the soul rings, it was akin to stepping through a portal. When he emerged, he had transformed into a towering figure, over a meter in height. Wielding a hammer in his right hand and a gun in his left, adorned with 5 shining soul bones. 2 white wings hung behind him, the gale howling fiercely. He must not grow too large. Otherwise, the commotion would attract the attention of the Wuhuan temple. This is not a case of monsters invading a village, but rather a dark revenge. Jiang Luoran's right eye gleams gold, while his left eye is white, exuding a murderous aura akin to a sharp lance. With a swift motion, Jiang Luoran ascends into the air, penetrating the estate effortlessly. Given Jiang Luoran's current prowess, infiltrating the enemy's main residence is remarkably simple. Nevertheless, the opponent is a soul Douluo. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and Jiang Luoran dares not be careless. He wields the cursed spear, aiming at Jilin. An assassin? Jilin erupts from his desk, narrowly evading Jiang Luoran's cursed spear. Perhaps it is due to the presence of the Tianqing vine, or perhaps it is a matter of perception based on rank and age, but Jiang Luoran's strike misses its mark. Jiang Luoran shatters the glass and charges into the main residence, swinging a hammer toward Jilin. The fact that Jilin could evade the cursed spear merely indicates his agility. Yet he cannot withstand the overwhelming force of Jiang Luoran's attack. As Jiang Luoran sweeps, the main residence crumbles like paper. With another strike, the golden hammer, propelled by a surge of soul power, hurtles toward Jilin. Presumptuous. As a soul Douluo, Jilin senses the peril, but is unaware of who seeks to end his life. Even more audacious, Jiang Luoran gestures with his left hand, summoning 7 soul rings that stack behind Jilin. A pincer attack. Countless weapons soar toward Jilin from behind, while Jiang Luoran's lethal hammer approaches from the front. Utilizing his 3rd soul skill, Jiang Luoran strikes Jilin's chest, halting his advance. Instantly, the weapons unleashed by the 7 soul rings overwhelm Jilin. The cacophony inevitably alarms the members of the Ji family. Jiang Luoran, striving to buy time for Jiang Luoran, has resorted to violence. Most importantly, she aims to impede Jilin. Rising from the ground, Jilin bears numerous injuries, his skin lacerated. Who are you? The one seeking your life has not slain Jilin, and Jiang Luoran dares not relax. Meanwhile, Jilin awaits Ji Zhuang's assistance. With his 7th soul skill, the manifestation of the Qing vine, Jiang transforms into a towering green tree, unleashing hundreds of vines to assail Jiang Luoran from all directions. It seems you are still unaware. Jiang Luoran sneers, invoking his 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. The golden lance is hurled forth, but 5 vines intercept it, blocking its path. Jiang Luoran seeks a larger target for precise aim. Based on rank, Jiang would have no soul power left for at least a minute. In that minute, Jiang Luoran has ample opportunity to unleash his lethal strikes. Feeling the encroaching aura of death, Jiang grows frantic, unable to understand why he lacks even the slightest strength. The plant man tightly grips the golden hammer, channeling the combined strength of 5 soul bones to cleave at the tree. With a resounding crash, the tree collapses, propelled backward. The plant man hastens his steps, raising his ghostly boots to deliver a brutal kick. The tree disperses, and Jiang tumbles out. The force of that kick akin to an explosive impact. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Jiang Luoran plunges his left hand into the soul ring, drawing forth a massive axe. Wait, who exactly are you? We bear no grudges. Jiang panics, for he distinctly feels that Jiang Luoran is a soul saint, yet he cannot withstand the onslaught. Is this a false soul saint? No grudges? Let me ask you, are you aware of Jiang Fu? Jiang Luoran's tone turns frigid, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You are? Impossible. He was killed by Ji Zhuang. Jiang's pupils widen, as if he has seen a ghost. Indeed, through extensive understanding, I have clarified many matters. Merely awaiting confirmation, Jiang Luoran states, stepping upon Jiang's head. Jiang observes the soul rings on Jiang Luoran, realizing it has always been him. To hell with you. With his 8th soul skill, the heavenly net, Jiang cannot allow Jiang Luoran to strike him down. The 8th soul skill represents his final recourse. As one ages, it is best not to stir trouble. Jiang Luoran summons ancient roots that have now matured over 10 millennia, launching them at the heavenly net. In his current state, these ancient roots have become a formidable force. The clash of golden light and green radiance reverberates, causing the main residence to collapse into ruins. You have no chance left. The plant man bellows, clutching the hammer's handle as he charges into the heavenly net, striking Jiang. Jiang's abdomen suffers a grievous wound, as if countless serpents have collided with him. Piercing through, he is dragged backward by the immense force, shattering 10 walls and creating a massive crater. The body of his soul, Douluo, proves remarkably resilient. Jiang Luoran has poured all his might into this strike, capable of demolishing a 10-meter-high building. Coughing, Jiang struggles to rise, yet is unable. His breathing is ragged, reminiscent of an ailing elder. Do you have anything further to say? Jiang Luoran raises his battle axe, aiming at Jiang's skull. The mutated Tianqing vine requires the sacrifice of kin to grow stronger. Your Tianqing vine has evolved into its complete form. I wonder where it has journeyed. With a thud, the axe descends, cleaving Jiang's head in twain. Next, Jiang Luoran hoists the golden axe and strides outside. He finds Jiang Luoran surrounded by dozens of soul masters, exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Get away! Jiang Luoran sweeps his axe, the mere force of the golden axe sending all the soul masters flying. Young master, have you succeeded? Jiang Luoran, bloodied, recalls the sounds of battle but remains unaware of the outcome, for this is a clash between a soul saint and a soul Douluo. Take me to Ji Zhuang, Jiang Luoran commands, only to see a green figure rush toward him, fierce and bloodied. You are the one who destroyed Jiang Fu. Jiang Luoran calls upon his soul rings once more, activating his martial soul's true form. Ji Zhuang, momentarily stunned, exclaims the mutated Tianqing vine. It cannot be. I killed you with my own hands. I ask you once more, did you destroy Jiang Fu? Jiang Luoran secures the golden axe and hammer behind him, drawing 2 cursed spears from his soul ring. A mere soul saint dares to be so presumptuous, believing himself invincible? Ji Zhuang adheres to the principle of action over words. Thus, it must be resolved through violence. Jiang Luoran assumes the identity of the Kunpeng. His white wings flap, propelling him before Ji Zhuang as he lunges with both spears. Swift and precise, Ji Zhuang produces a Tianqing vine, raising it before his face to deflect the spears. It was I who killed them all. What can you do about it? Ji Zhuang's bravado falters as he senses something amiss with Jiang Luoran. His strength resembles that of a raging bull. No, it surpasses even that. It continues to grow, employing his 2nd soul skill, shadowy presence, An ancient root rises beside Jiang Luoran, striking Zhuang relentlessly. With the third soul skill, Blood Fiend Prison, Jiang Luoran points the spear's tip, unleashing a black soul ring that emits golden light, crafting a cage to ensnare Zhuang. The first soul skill, Creation from Nothing, countless golden thorns ensnared the fool, reinforcing the gilded prison. With the fifth soul skill, Qian Chui Bai Lian, Jiang Luoran thrust the tip of his spear forcefully, causing the black soul ring to rotate, commanding all bloodthirsty vines to materialize and confine the fool within. Seizing the opportunity, the old tree roots surged forth, expanding like a relentless growth, blocking every possible escape route. The sound of hammering reverberated from within, rapid and fierce. Yet, such a formidable cage truly ensnared the fool. He could not fathom how a soul sage's prison could bind him. Such a notion seemed utterly impossible. He exerted all his strength, attempting to shatter the cage swiftly, but the air grew thin, suffused with a despairing sensation. It was terrifying. Lingering any longer would surely drive him to madness. Jiang Luoran approached, embedding the cursed spear into the ground, intending for the fool to suffocate himself. As anticipated, the aura of death thickened, nearly driving the fool insane. He felt as if he were submerged in the depths of a dark abyss, perhaps in an empty desolation. This deathly atmosphere gradually eroded his body and mind, causing him to plummet endlessly into despair. Had he not been a soul Douluo, he might have already perished. With his third soul skill, Qing Tung Tu Xiaizhan, the fool summoned his willpower to strike the cage. Though effective, the outcome was not promising. The fourth soul skill, Tian Tung Chong Yun Xiao, and the seventh soul skill, Qing Tung Zhen Shun followed. The eighth soul skill shattered the prison, allowing the fool to burst forth and launch a punch at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran brandished the cursed spear and charged forward. Their clash resulted in Jiang Luoran being struck, dispersing his martial spirit's true form. While the fool was pierced in the right arm by Jiang Luoran's spear. It appears you are not as formidable as you seem, the fool mused. Yet he felt no immediate impact as the cursed spear transformed into golden light and entered his body. With the fifth soul skill, Jiang Luo rushed to shield Jiang Luoran. The fool waved dismissively, sending Jiang Luo flying. After raising a white-eyed wolf for so many years, it dares to bark, he scoffed. Young master, you must flee. With your speed, he cannot catch you. Jiang Luo coughed blood, the blow from the soul, Douluo, threatening his life. Today, you shall die, Jiang Luoran declared as he rose from the ground. I keep my promises. The eighth soul skill was raised by the fool, yet he felt no soul power. The eighth soul skill? Allow me to introduce the sixth soul skill, Cursed Spear, which can influence a soul master's soul power. Jiang Luoran wielded his hammer, ready to bury him beneath chaos. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck, unleashing a multitude of thunderous roars, a cataclysmic force that reduced the entire estate to ruin. The fool's right arm was severed, leaving him on the brink of death, teetering between life and the abyss. Tell me everything, Jiang Luoran demanded, gripping the fool's neck tightly. Seek it yourself, the fool retorted before biting his tongue to end his life. In his state, he had long since transcended the realm of suffering. How resolute, how admirable. Jiang Luoran staggered back to Jiang Luo, who was now lost in confusion. Is he dead? Jiang Luo questioned, sitting up in a daze. Indeed, he is dead. From now on, you shall be the sole leader of the Jiang estate. Jiang Luoran inhaled deeply. I fear I shall not live long either, Jiang Luo lamented, recalling the devastating impact of the previous blow from the soul Douluo. Having witnessed such high-level battles so many times, have you not discerned any flaws? Jiang Luoran asked, puzzled. How foolish Jiang Luo is. These battles alone should have sufficed for him to level up twice, Jiang Luoran thought. I have aged. I'm not as clever as the young master. Even if I perceive some battle tactics, my level cannot rise, Jiang Luo sighed. Take care. The remaining matters are yours to handle. This chapter has concluded. Jiang Luoran must now address the issues on the other front. The crux lay in insufficient strength. His current power was still too feeble. Jiang Luoran believed he could not ensure his safety without reaching the rank of a 95th level title Douluo. This time, it was primarily about ambush and cooperation to settle old scores. Otherwise, charging in alone would surely lead to his demise. As for the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, whether he participated or not was of little consequence. In Chapter 151, the lineage of Mu by Zhu Qing is revealed. The 4 elemental academies had all been challenged by Shrek. And next was the Royal Tiando team, led by Yu Tianheng. They were exempt from the preliminary rounds and advanced directly to the finals, a testament to the Empire's faith in their strength. Indeed, many drew comparisons between Yu Tianheng's level and that of the younger generation, as he was among the most formidable in the current market. Disregarding the undercurrents for now, it was true that at his age, Yu Tianheng had achieved a rare level of prowess. Old grievances and new enmities? Tang Xin glanced at the others. This time, we have once again encountered the Royal Tiando battle team. Former adversaries, they should be easily dispatched, Xiao Wu remarked nonchalantly. We won last time through skill alone. They were merely careless. I suspect they will surely approach this match with more caution, Tang San replied. But our current prowess differs from before. The present Shrek consists entirely of soul masters above the 40th level. Meanwhile, the Royal Tiando Academy remains around the same level. We should have a better chance at victory. Our previous triumph was solely due to technique. Yet this time we face an opponent of equal strength. Is it still impossible to win? Jiang Luoran observed their bewildered expressions. Bear this in mind. To break steel, one merely needs a single numbness. Our last victory was akin to that numbness. However, wielding steel bars makes it exceedingly difficult to sever steel. Even the smallest individuals possess the strength to overcome giants. The key lies in application. Yet now, we are at a disadvantage. Considering all angles, this match will undoubtedly be brutal, Jiang Luoran affirmed. Tang San concurred. Yes, it encompasses all aspects. To illustrate, firstly, our personnel arrangements cannot be exhaustive. Furthermore, there is the issue of mindset. We have grown overly arrogant. Since our participation began, we have yet to taste defeat. Additionally, tactical issues arise. We cannot devise superior cooperative strategies in a short span. There are countless other factors to consider. In contrast, the Royal Tiando Academy has surely formulated a meticulous plan and superior combat methods. This match may result in either a draw or a chance for them to redeem their previous humiliation. After all, they have the unpredictable Yu Tianheng, Jiang Luoran added, aligning with Tang San. Is it truly that dire? Oscar questioned in disbelief. Is the disparity truly so vast, given that we are both at the 40th level? It is indeed severe. The Royal Tiando Academy is no mere pushover. They are a source of pride for the Empire. Otherwise, how could they wield such authority? Tang San's tone was grave. Third young master, it's terrible. A horde of lunatics from the Spirit Hall has obliterated the Royal Tiando Academy. Tai Long and Huang Yuan burst in frantically. Such news left the gathered individuals dazed, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the situation. Do not rush, speak slowly. Dai Mubai urged them to sit. At that moment, a beautiful woman and a handsome man from the Spirit Hall executed a soul fusion technique that annihilated Yu Tianheng and the others in an instant. Such exaggeration. Yu Tianheng and his team were utterly defenseless, Tai Long remarked, astonished, having never witnessed such a battle. The Wuhuan Palace indeed proves to be a formidable adversary, employing Wuhuan fusion techniques merely to conceal their true strength. Tang Xin found himself lost in thought. And then there is that man named Yin, who has not moved an inch. This sensation felt akin to playing a game. Huang Yuan sighed. The disparity was simply too vast. Jiang Luoran, however, smiled. As it seemed an old acquaintance was soon to be encountered. It appeared that the Tiando Royal Academy would not require a battle against them after all. Setting aside these thoughts, could the two control-type soul masters discuss your subsequent plans? Dai Mubai and the others turned their gazes towards Jiang Luoran and Tang San. 1. Luoran takes the stage. 2. Aside from Luoran, Shrek will hold nothing back, were the only thoughts that surfaced in Tang San's mind. The crowd was taken aback. With Jiang Luoran stepping onto the field, what was there left to fight for? The only choice left was option 2. Who is our next opponent? Jiang Luoran inquired of Huang Yuan. Is the Xingluo royal team, Huang Yuan replied, bowing respectfully upon seeing Jiang Luoran. What did you say? The Xingluo royal team? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed simultaneously, rising to their feet. Is there a problem? Huang Yuan was perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Luoda, do me a favor. For this match, allow me to fight in your stead, Dai Mubai implored, placing his hands on Jiang Luoran's shoulders. Very well, I have no objections, Jiang Luoran reassured him. After all, if you emerge victorious, then what is there to be overly excited about? What is happening? Dai Lauda, I have never seen you so flustered. Ma Hongjun inquired with concern. Observing the puzzled expressions of the others, Dai Mubai let out a sigh. Regardless, he needed their assistance. Actually, Mubai and I are members of the royal family of the Luo Empire. We merely escaped due to the constraints of royal customs. Zhu Zhuqing dropped this bombshell. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Indeed, those lacking strength within the royal family are swiftly purged, their power stripped away. I am a prince of the Luo Empire. Dai Mubai spoke of such a prestigious title without a trace of arrogance. Rather, there was a hint of melancholy. Royal customs? Could they truly compel you, Dai Laoda, to flee? Tang Sen had already surmised that this was a tale of sorrow. Is power truly so desirable that it warrants such sacrifices? Xiao Wu questioned, perplexed. Jiang Luoran, however, did not oppose the notion of power. Those who have truly wielded power find themselves intoxicated by it. It is akin to a Bloody Mary, ensnaring one in its allure. The sensation of holding dominion can obliterate all other forces. No one can rise above you. They merely crouch before you, obeying your commands. You would possess the most exquisite women, adorned with slender waists and long legs, residing in the most luxurious and comfortable abodes. In other words, even if you wish to perform acts of charity, you could effortlessly transform a destitute village, unable to afford water or food, into a prosperous land. Power is thus. Tell me, is it not intoxicating, commonplace, or extraordinary? The distinction is negligible. From another perspective, if power were attained, would Xiao Wu still be threatened by the Juhua Douluo? Would she remain powerless to intervene when Tang San faced death? Those who have tasted power find it exceedingly challenging to relinquish. Jiang Luoran did not intend to criticize Xiao Wu, for there is no fault in seeking a natural existence in this world. Rather, it is commendable, for living without pressure and finding joy is the essence of life. Of course, it is not about incessantly proclaiming one's happiness, akin to a sycophant. True joy requires no words. It is a state of self-contentment, open-mindedness, and generosity. Yet, Xiao Wu should keep such sentiments to herself. It is sufficient for her to know. This is because for Dai Mubai, it is somewhat unfair. They too are merely victims of circumstance. You may not grasp the ruthlessness of the royal family. The weak can only be utilized by the strong. And after the age of 25, if we have not surpassed the powerful or acquired other means, we will be eliminated. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, Zhuqing accuses me of lacking ambition, of being uncompetitive. But Zhuqing, what do you expect me to compete with? Dai Mubai raked his fingers through his hair. Do not be agitated, Dai Laoda. We understand you. Tang San and the others were not foolish. They comprehended the situation from just a few words. When I fled from home, I sought out women, willingly descending into depravity, until I encountered you all. Dai Mubai's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 152. Who is right and who is wrong? I sought every possible means to indulge in decadence, to escape these matters. For I knew I would perish after the age of 25. It was only upon meeting you and becoming a part of Shrek that I rediscovered a hopeful tomorrow. Dai Mubai slammed his fist on the table. Like Mubai, I initially approached with the intent of seeking something, but upon witnessing Shrek Academy's training system, I believed I could grow stronger here, that I could survive. I could compete with my brothers and sisters. I am truly grateful to have met you all in my moment of confusion. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be holding back tears, making a request, hoping that Luoran would grant her wish. You see, as classmates, I will ensure your safety. Jiang Luoran understood that their plea stemmed from matters of martial might, for he was indeed a killer. Aside from that, there would be nothing else. Yet if Jiang Luoran were to become embroiled in the power struggles of the Luo Empire, he would categorically refuse. He could only guarantee the safety of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. I know Luoran's ambitions reach far beyond the Douluo continent, but I beseech you, in Mubai's time of crisis, to save his life. Zhu Zhuqing's resolve was unwavering, offering boundless treasures at Luoran's disposal, should it come to the final moment. She feared she would be unable to find Jiang Luoran, and thus preferred to plead now. Zhuqing, my safety does not concern you. Luoran, only in times of crisis can you save Zhuqing. Thank you, brother. Dai Mubai could not allow Zhu Zhuqing to plead for her own sake. That would be terribly unfair. What do you take me for? A trading post or an assassin? If such a situation arises, I can guarantee your safety. Do not thank me. You're not the kind of people who would utter such words. Even if we were to take a step back, Mubai, if you were to defeat your older brother in the arena, not only could you turn peril into safety, but you would also seize the royal power. Jiang Luoran gestured for everyone to remain calm. Upon hearing Jiang Luoran's words, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of joy wash over them. Setting aside the sheer strength of their opponents, The fact that those opponents did not belittle them was already a source of comfort. So righteous. In truth, everyone understood that Jiang Luoran's aspirations extended far beyond the Douluo continent, even higher still. At times, Dai Mubai wished he possessed Jiang Luoran's abilities. In that case, he would have no need to worry about family issues. He might even be revered as a deity. What? Dai Lauda, do you believe you cannot defeat your older brother? Jiang Luoran inquired. I do not know. He should be quite strong now. I will give it my all, but I am uncertain if it will suffice. Dai Mubai gazed at his own hands. Believe in yourself, Dai Lauda. You have overcome so many dangers. Your strength is the greatest among us. Tang San smiled reassuringly. Mubai, in such a state, you cannot win. You must cultivate confidence. Ning Rongrong and the others rallied in support of Dai Mubai. There is no need for concern. Just fight with abandon. Even if you lose, I will take care of everything. Jiang Luoran had no intention of stepping onto the stage. All right, all members of Shrek, mobilize. Tang San declared resolutely. The prince of the Xingluo Empire must be entrusted to Dai Mubai. Everyone needed to create opportunities for their single combat. A fair duel of soul masters shall reveal who the true strongest is. The participant for the next match will be Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The battle relies on you all. Jiang Luoran leaned against the table with both hands. Indeed, for the royal family, it is either Dai Mubai's demise or the current prince's. Should Dai Mubai emerge victorious, the prince would inevitably face execution. Power can be profoundly perplexing. One is often at a loss regarding when to yield and when to assert oneself. If the prince is spared, he may rise again, potentially engaging in treacherous acts detrimental to the state. Conversely, executing him outright may portray an image of excessive brutality. Shrek shall prevail. The Shrek 7 exchanged a resolute clap, while Jiang Luoran departed silently. In truth, he had no obligation to intervene. Shrek did not require his support, nor did he wish to offer it. Some matters resemble freshly baked bread, aromatic and tender initially, yet growing stale and even moldy over time. All beings and things possess a mutable nature. Nothing is entirely virtuous. Some thoughts simply reside unspoken in one's heart. You proclaim Shrek as an embodiment of justice, yet they too slay soul beasts and are prepared to take lives when necessary. Of course, they do not transgress their moral boundaries. You decry the Wuhuan Temple as malevolent, yet it is merely the leader's rhetoric. Individuals like Su Yuntao and Matthew Nuo are commendable. Jiang Luoran, however, does not hold the Shrek Academy of the future in high regard. It has become overly utilitarian. The past glories lie buried in the soil. Whether it is aspirations or dreams, one ought to toil in silence rather than seek widespread recognition. After all, not every university student is a professor within the institution. Jiang Luoran wandered aimlessly outside the Wuhuan Temple, momentarily uncertain of his destination. There was no need to observe the competition. He already knew the outcome. Hey, esteemed soul sage, are you pondering why you possess such strength? A teasing voice emerged from behind. Jiang Luoran turned, slightly taken aback, then smiled, nearly forgetting that this was her domain. In my eyes, you are transparent. All your records reside within the Wuhuan Temple. My master is currently addressing this. Hulaina shrugged. What? Do you intend to execute me? Jiang Luoran surmised the scenario, yet he felt no sense of danger. They were merely discussing matters, not yet prepared to enact judgment. The crux is, they believe we can align. Hulaina's tone faltered. Ah, I anticipated as much. Jiang Luoran settled against the stone wall. Regarding the matter you previously entrusted me to investigate, the truth has emerged. Hulaina began, but Jiang Luoran interrupted. I have resolved everything. Oh, the Wuhuan Temple still intends to dispatch enforcers to assist you. Now that you have managed it. Holy Maiden, the residence where the Ji family was temporarily housed was destroyed yesterday, and there were numerous casualties. Ji Lin and Ji Zhuang have perished. Enforcers reported. Understood. Hulaina waved them away. You truly can eliminate soul masters beyond your level. Naturally. With so many elite soul rings and soul bones, if I cannot surpass levels, I would be deemed worthless, Jiang Luoran replied. Shrek Academy possesses substantial potential. They should be our ultimate competitors, Hulaina affirmed. Indeed, they are. Jiang Luoran nodded in agreement. Will you be on the competition stage? Hulaina inquired directly. I doubt it, as there is no necessity. I anticipate leaving soon, Jiang Luoran replied, contemplating trials or wandering for a time. I know you detest these convoluted power struggles. So I shall not insist on your joining the Wuhuan temple. Where will you go? Hulaina asked. I do not know. Perhaps I shall discover my path as I wander. Jiang Luoran replied nonsensically, appearing carefree. Take care of yourself. The current Shrek is undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Jiang Luoran hoped Hulaina would not foolishly charge ahead. Thank you. However, if we were to merge our soul skills, we could likely dispatch them in a single strike. Hulaina merely vented her frustrations. Indeed, setting aside the fact that Jiang Luoran now stands at the soul sage level, even where he's still a soul sovereign, the potency of the soul skill fusion with Hulaina would suffice to eliminate the Shrek 7. Hiankun Veon Eli. I hope we have the opportunity to employ it together. Hulaina turned it apart. Though she bore no ill will towards Jiang Luoran, she felt an inexplicable obscurity regarding him. Matters of the heart required time to unfold. After all, with Qiankuan Wanli at play, none could escape. Chapter 153. The onset of danger. Jiang Luoran had resolved that once the high-level Soul Master competition concluded, he would depart. His destination, the City of Slaughter. 2 days later, in the Shrek resting area, it was truly unexpected that they had managed to progress this far. Tang San mused, somewhat bewildered. This signified that they would represent the two great empires in battle against the Wuhuan Temple. Although fortune had played a role in many instances, luck is indeed a facet of strength. They stood as the strongest among the two empires. Master entered with Flanders and Lu Erlong. Congratulations. You have emerged from the elite Soul Masters to become the final combat team. Master, the little monsters exclaimed, you have graduated. Flanders announced this in advance, revealing that their previous push for victory had merely been to motivate them. Regardless of the outcome of this final contest, they were graduates. This marked a record for Shrek Academy, with more than 2 graduates in the same year. You have simultaneously broken the Academy's record. Lu Erlong smiled with satisfaction. Tang San and his companions rejoiced, especially given the multitude of challenges they had overcome, ensuring a smoother path ahead. Your final opponents will be the strongest among your peers. The master observed the group's bewildered expressions. Indeed, remember my words, they're the strongest among your contemporaries. Tang San understood that the master was a cautious individual who rarely made absolute statements. Yet when he did, it was invariably true. One could only fathom the extent of their strength. I have analyzed the situation. It will be quite difficult for you to defeat them. However, there is one point to exploit. They lack soul bones. The master pointed at Tang San. Do you mean I should use soul bones against them? Tang San queried. From the outset, you must employ all your means to directly assault their main force, Hulaina. The remaining students will serve supportive roles. The primary burden must rest upon you alone, Tang San. Otherwise, certain defeat awaits. I must divulge a terrifying fact. Their ranks are predominantly composed of Soul Kings. The master orchestrated the strategy. Soul Kings. Indeed, the Shrek faculty and students were gripped by terror. If their opponents were Soul Kings, what was the point of fighting? This was a monstrous version of a complete suppression of Yu Qianheng, surpassing even Shrek itself. I cannot speculate on their precise strength, as they conceal themselves deeply. However, in the final moments of battle, they will surely unleash their full potential, the master stated solemnly. In the face of absolute strength, even the master found it challenging to assess all advantages and disadvantages. Master, perhaps a glimmer of hope remains. Tang San locked eyes with the master, a glint of cold resolve flashing. Without further discussion, the others understood Tang San's contingency plan would likely involve hidden weapons or novel items. In such circumstances, it was inappropriate for Tang San to disclose specifics. You and your master should deliberate on your strategy. We shall take our leave, Flanders urged, leading Dai Mubai and the others away. What did you say? A glimmer of hope? Even the master could surmise what the others were thinking. I possess a concealed weapon known as Bianfu Luanhui, capable of transforming any object into my secret armament. Simultaneously, I can wield 36 of these against the Soul King. A challenge I find manageable, Tang San stated swiftly. Are you suggesting that we can devise our battle strategy accordingly? The master sighed, expressing no doubt about the potency of your concealed weapons. Indeed, this way, we would effectively possess a decisive strike. What remains is to ensure its comprehensiveness. Tang San replied noncommittally. The master contemplated for a moment before sighing, declaring that it was time for your concealed weapons to emerge into the light. Tang San and the master conversed throughout the night. At the break of dawn, all faculty and students of Shrek, along with those from various academies, gathered at the arena. Today marks the day a champion will be born. Notably, Jiang was absent, and Shrek maintained its original lineup for a direct confrontation with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The battle commenced with fervor as Tang San charged forward, adhering to prior arrangements to engage Hualaina. Yet, the disparity between the Soul Sect and the Soul King was not so easily surmountable, placing Tang San at a disadvantage. Dai Mubai and the others also faced grim prospects, being forced back. Over on the Spirit Hall's side, Yin displayed a high-spirited demeanor, clearly underestimating the opposition, which provided an opportunity for Shrek. The 8 spider lances were unleashed, with Tang San poised to utilize them as concealed weapons, with Yin as the breach point. The Shrek 7 prepared their designated attack positions. Such a riveting battle, featuring the strongest among their peers, drew fervent cheers from the crowd. Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall announced that the victors would be awarded 3 soul bones. Such a bounty is truly remarkable. Not to mention, even a single soul bone is a coveted prize, often sought after by kin and foes alike. The release of such precious items underscores the immense strength of the Spirit Hall's foundation. This is also a testament to Bibi Dong's ambition and courage to cultivate the next generation of Pope. The Soul King team faced off against the Soul Sect. Victory could only come through extraordinary means. Bibi Dong speculated that these soul bones must ultimately be reserved for the golden generation. Jiang Luoran succède en Ominu aura approché, a potent presence whose source was difficult to discern. The battle intensified as both sides unleashed their full potential, save for Yin. Xiaoyu executed his self-created sword technique. Yuanyu, relentlessly targeting Tang San. Hualaina, locked in Tang San's gaze, found her allure ineffective, rendering her unable to defeat her opponent directly. Tang San employed Gui Ingmi Zong, Kong He Qin Long, Xin Yu Shou, and the 8 spider lances in a fierce clash against Xiaoyu. For them, this was a day to bring glory to their academy and affirm their existence. Defeat was not an option. Jiang Luoran scanned the spectator area and finally spotted Tang Hao atop a building. He stood resolutely, exuding an aura of a sovereign. He had indeed arrived. There was no reason for him not to care for his son, especially with Tang San competing in the Soul Master Tournament. The battle concluded in a brutal fashion. Tang San utilized 16 fragments of the 8 spider lances as concealed weapons, launching them at Xiaoyu. In the final moments, Shrek emerged victorious. They were the strongest among the elite soul masters of the continent. After a period of recovery, Tang San assisted everyone to their feet. Bibi Dong was evidently shaken. Was it truly possible for the Soul Sect to defeat the Soul King? This exceeded her comprehension. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the very ground, causing the entire Spirit Hall to tremble. The spectators were bewildered, followed by the deafening cries of the soul beasts, reverberating through the heavens. An enormous black bird descended, its size eclipsing the sun. None had witnessed such a soul beast before. It was entirely black, adorned with dark scales, possessing an eagle-like head and 4 razor-sharp claws. Its eyes, especially those piercing orbs, nearly overwhelmed those below the soul saint rank with an aura of lethal intent. What is this? What could it be? Not even the seasoned master could recognize this soul beast, let alone those with lesser experience. Jiang Luoran was equally perplexed. However, he sensed the immense power of this soul beast, surpassing even those of 10,000 years. Even Tang Hao felt the impending danger, as this presence rendered even a title Douluo insignificant. Chapter 154, United as One. A soul beast? What manner of soul beast has intruded upon the realm of humanity? What does it seek here? All individuals below the soul saint rank scattered in panic, the scene spiraling out of control. The presence of an extraterrestrial soul beast was unexpected. What was its intention? Bibi Dong fixed her gaze upon the creature in the sky. Should we kill it, Your Holiness? Asked the ghost Douluo. It is formidable. We might not stand a chance. Let's observe for now, Bibi Dong contemplated. Jiang Luoran? That is indeed the name. The green bird transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, alighting upon the Spirit Hall. Some soul masters pointed and murmured, claiming the soul beast had achieved immortality and could take human form. The current scene resembled a tourist group marveling at a rare sight. There were many questions regarding why this soul beast had emerged so brazenly into the human world. Understanding the intricacies involved, Jiang Luoran, with his wise head, surmised that it must be from Beiming. He could hardly fathom a forest housing a soul beast exceeding 10,000 years. Moreover, it was a bird that had explicitly uttered its name. As for how it had traversed from Beiming, There must be some form of portal involved. The creature's demeanor clearly indicated its intention to hunt Jiang Luoran, reaffirming its allegiance to a faction within Baiming targeting him. Certain matters became evident. Why waste time with lengthy dialogues? It was akin to saying, "You intend to kill me, and I seek to kill you." When they met, the only course was conflict. There was no need for dramatics. Indeed, I'm the one you seek, hailing from Baiming, correct? Jiang Luoran had not anticipated that they would dispatch someone to kill him. And with such urgency, indeed is Baiming. You possess commendable talent. It is fortunate I was sent to eliminate you. Otherwise, given time, you might truly return to Baiming victorious. I am Qing Yi, your executor, Qing Yi proclaimed, raising his right hand. For Qing Yi, slaying Jiang Luoran would be exceedingly simple. The current situation was akin to crushing him beneath a single finger. Jiang Luoran would naturally not be so arrogant as to believe he could contend against Qing Yi. But what options did he have? To flee? He could not match the other's speed. To fight? What a jest, facing a soul beast exceeding 10,000 years. Submission was the only recourse. Seventh soul skill, Bloodvine Avatar. One cannot help but marvel at the stark contrast, just after concluding the Elite Soul Master Tournament. Baiming's agents arrived. Previously, Feng Ling had mentioned such matters, but Jiang Luoran had dismissed them, never expecting to encounter them now. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous. At the very least, it curtailed any confrontation between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall. Jiang Luoran passed through 7 soul rings, transforming into a plant-like figure over a meter tall. Holding a spear in his left hand and a hammer in his right, his expansive white wings unfurling, ready for battle. Ha ha ha! Do you still wish to fight me? In a moment of audacity, Qing Yi, with a teasing glint in her eyes, proclaimed that with just a single finger, she could crush her opponent. This sensation suggested that he could have risen to greatness, yet now he was destined to be slain by her. No, I must experience this, she lamented, her demeanor akin to that of a madwoman. Jiang Luoran fully comprehended the plight of an individual of little renown in Baiming, who, upon arriving at Douluo, fancied himself as an unparalleled powerhouse. In his eyes, there existed no entity stronger than himself. Thus he felt liberated. Soul Sage. How would he be a Soul Sage? He seems to be a supplementary student from Shrek. Has anyone noticed his soul rings? Jiang Luoran found himself exposed before the elite academies, and countless faculty and students cast their gazes toward the duo below. Oh no, one person and one soul beast. Qing Yi discerned Jiang Luoran's thoughts and interjected. Do not hold hope for rescue. Feng Ling is detained by another enforcer. What of it? I'm not dead yet, Jiang Luoran retorted defiantly, unwilling to yield. Then perish. The Baiming treasure belongs to me, Qing Yi charged forth. Evil doers perish through their own verbosity. I am not a virtuous soul, but at least my heart is not malevolent. Jiang Luoran surged forward. Suddenly, Qing Yi's azure claws expanded ominously, resembling a celestial weight descending upon him. In that moment, Jiang Luoran recognized the vast disparity in their awareness. It was akin to a droplet of water confronting an immense ocean. A sense of helplessness engulfed him, leaving no room even for a desperate struggle. With a thunderous roar, waves of soul power erupted. 3 streams of golden, white, and black energy intercepted Qing Yi's claws. Hey, did you forget whose territory this is? A voice resonated from ahead. Belonging to the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Jiang Luoran opened his eyes to behold Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo before him. Astonishingly, they aimed to rescue him, despite their previous conflicts. Such a gesture of benevolence seemed uncharacteristic of the Spirit Hall. The debt of gratitude owed felt overwhelming. Is this what they call a strong individual? Qing Yi exclaimed, her soul power surging, repelling Bibi Dong and her companions. With such strength, you dare to obstruct my path? She laughed maniacally, her casual gestures altering the very sky. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, hurtling towards Qing Yi. She raised her right fist to meet the blue lightning, and their collision shattered the arena. Do not be too arrogant. This is Douluo. Yu Engine's cold voice reverberated, signaling his intent to strike. Everyone recognized that Qing Yi could not possibly be a soul beast native to Douluo, as history bore no record of such a soul beast and its age. She surely hailed from distant lands, perhaps even that secret realm. The world is vast, and such matters did not shatter their perceptions. You are impressive, worthy of my attention. Qing Yi's arrogant laughter continued unabated, yet the mission took precedence. She intended to eliminate the mongrel first. Just as she ascended, a hammer intercepted her, exuding an unmatched ferocity, without a doubt. It was Tang Hao. With a resounding crash, Qingyi was sent crashing back to the ground, her expression a mix of astonishment and fury at the aerial confrontation. Time and again, she had been thwarted, perceiving this as nothing short of provocation. It was an affront to a Biming enforcer. Who else dares to join? Qingyi bellowed angrily. Toxic fumes enveloped the vicinity as Douluo materialized before her. The stakes were high for Douluo, and individuals of status were compelled to step forward. What an absurdity. Who are you? Huoliana approached with the golden generation, while Tang Bai and other enforcers followed suit. The Shrek faculty and students did not need further prompting. Positioning themselves protectively around Jiang Luoran. Old Jack, accompanied by villagers armed with shovels, encircled the scene, ready for confrontation. Shuebing and Zwiking, demonstrating rare loyalty, led the Tianzhou royal enforcers to block Qingyi's escape route. You dare act brazenly, mongrels? Clear out. Complete the mission, then I'll deal with you. Qingyi scoffed dismissively. It seems you have misunderstood. This is our domain. Ningfengji, flanked by Bon Duo and Sword Duo, asserted firmly, leave now, we will not kill. 9 titled Douluo, alongside Dai Mubai's titled Duo, total 9. Additionally, there were countless soul Douluo and soul sages. Even the weakest soul king among them possessed considerable battlefield experience. All were adept at battling 10 foes simultaneously. Yet, in such a high-stakes conflict, those below titled Douluo held little significance. However, their numbers could not be dismissed. For in a brawl, anything could happen. Young master, I arrived late, Jiang Luo declared, positioning herself defiantly beside Jiang Luoran, unafraid of the impending danger. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the potential for violence palpable. A multitude encircled a soul beast of several tens of thousands of years, transforming the scene into a chaotic skirmish. In the spirit hall, over a dozen titled Douluo were poised for action, awaiting Bibi Dong's command to strike down the audacious avian. Furthermore, the ancient figure Qian Daolu would intervene if necessary. A level 99 limit Duo, though reliant on resources, was not to be underestimated, especially with a formidable sword. Liang Tian, in his possession, Jiang Luoran stood frozen, realizing only now how remarkable he was. Overwhelmed and perplexed, he found himself in a state of confusion. Chapter 155, Massacre. The current situation was not merely tense. It felt as though the next moment would unleash a tempest of destruction. If you depart now, we will not obstruct you. Yu Engine's voice boomed like thunder. Those who dare to scorn me shall meet their demise. Qingyi perceived anyone who dared to disregard her as deserving of death. The battle ignited, hundreds encircling Qingyi, a soul beast, unleashing countless soul skills in a frenzy that obliterated her. A colossal azure avian emerged, riddled with cracks, yet largely unscathed. The Rakshasa Azure Claw, a massive claw spanning several meters, descended upon Jiang Luoran. The cursed spear, conjured by a plant-type soul master, unleashed 10 cursed projectiles that struck the mountainous Azure Claw, yet remained unfazed, producing only resounding thuds. 7th soul skill, Divine Dragon Incarnation. Yu Engine soared into the air, transforming into a 100-meter dragon, descending upon the Azure Claw. A cacophony of roars echoed as the dragon and green avian viciously clashed in the sky. 7th soul skill, Sword Path Incarnation. Jianshan also took flight to assist Yu Engine. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Incarnation. All present capable of utilizing Martial Soul Incarnation unleashed their powers. Dozens of soul masters above level 70 surged into the sky. The air crackled with anticipation, heralding an unprecedented war of slaughter. For thus far, no event had ever gathered such a multitude of high-ranking soul masters in one place. As 9 title Duo simultaneously activated their 9th soul skills, the sky erupted in a kaleidoscope of light, sword radiance, electric brilliance, toxic fumes, chrysanthemum blooms, ghostly shadows, spider limbs, and celestial seas, all converging in a dazzling display that obstructed the spectator's view. In such a grand scale of warfare, how could it not inspire terror? The isolation zone, specifically designed for elite competitions, lay in ruins, the ground rendered beyond grim. The 9 titled Duo each unleashed their unique fighting techniques, such as the chaotic wind. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle sounds, one after another. How could a soul beast that had surpassed 100,000 years possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with a 9 titled Douluo? Undoubtedly, It was akin to a soul beast nearing 500,000 years. The opponent claimed to be the enforcer of Baiming, which meant he was equivalent to the esteemed Jiang of the Jifu in Baiming. One could only imagine how many million-year soul beasts their faction possessed. With a thunderous roar, the battle concluded, and the Azure Avian plummeted to the ground. Regardless of its extraordinary nature, it could not contend against 9 titled Douluo who had manifested their martial spirits in a frenzied combat. Those who witnessed this clash would likely remember it for a lifetime. The Azure Avian contemplated fleeing, overwhelmed by fear. Now that the battle had reached this point, it would be wise to leave behind its soul rings. Bai Dong obstructed the avian's escape. Just moments ago, it had stubbornly refused to leave, but now that it wished to depart, who would allow it to go? I have stated that you have but one chance. Yu Yuanjin also sealed off the green avian's escape route. Chaotic Wind, 19-9. 9th Soul Skill, Skyward Strike. 2 immensely domineering forces converged, directly assaulting the head of the green avian. The sheer force of the impact was such that even the aura generated scattered some soul saints. With a resounding crash, the green avian suffered severe injury, its head battered and deflated. The preceding battle had already left it gravely wounded, bloodied, and battered. Indeed, those who are not of our kind harbor differing intentions. When compatriots see outsiders threatening their kin, they unite as one. Moreover, who has ever encountered a soul ring approaching 500,000 years? Presumably, everyone present had. If they could acquire this soul ring, they would be unrivaled within Douluo. Furthermore, a soul beast of 100,000 years is guaranteed to yield soul bones. What then of a soul beast nearing 500,000 years? Therefore, from any perspective, the green avian must perish. It is also unfortunate that the Azure Avian collided with the barrel of a gun. Currently, the elite Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent was underway, with numerous elders in attendance. There were 9 titled Douluo present. How audacious! Had the Azure Avian chosen a different time or place, Jiang would undoubtedly meet his demise. But now, even his cries were in vain. You bastards dare to kill me? I am the enforcer of Baiming. Beware, for I shall summon vengeance from Baiming. This is beyond your capabilities. The green avian's aura was tumultuous, its expression frantic. If fear prevents you from striking, I shall see what kind of person your master can send. Douluo directed a stream of Bailin Snake Emperor poison into the wound on the green avian's head. How arrogant! What pretense is this in your final moments? Bone Douluo transformed into a skeletal dragon, his maw filled with a black cannonball. Respected ones, please allow me to claim the soul ring. I am in urgent need of one. Of course, I do not desire any of the soul bones it possesses. Moreover, the Martial Soul Hall shall offer you generous rewards. Bibi non stated. The titled Douluo remained silent, for they had no need to respond. They already possessed their 9th soul ring. What use would another soul ring nearing 500,000 years serve? They truly did not wish to acquiesce to Bai Dong. Yet they were indeed incapable of absorbing it. All the titled Douluo present already possessed soul rings. As for the soul Douluo, could their meager capabilities absorb a soul ring approaching 500,000 years? In other words, Bai Dong was the only one present capable of absorbing the soul ring without waste. If not for her, who else? There was not a single dissenting voice. Furthermore, Bai Dong declared that she would not take any of the soul bones from the Azure Avian, only seeking the soul ring. And the Martial Soul Hall would reward them accordingly. There was no alternative. The finest treasures are suited only for the most deserving. Very well, since it cannot be absorbed. Take it away. The titled Douluo of the Xingluo Empire immediately gestured dismissively. The remaining titled Douluo made no objection, simply consenting to the request. With a wave of her right hand, Bai Dong summoned a bright white light, swiftly severing the green avian's neck. A red gold soul ring floated away from the green avian's body. None had ever seen such a colored soul ring, yet from the energy fluctuations emanating from it, it was undoubtedly formidable. At that moment, they wished fervently that they had not absorbed their 9th soul ring, so they could contend for this tantalizing soul ring. Bai Dong sat cross-legged, unperturbed by the prospect of interference during her soul ring absorption. Had anyone dared to obstruct her, they would have acted decisively already. The red gold soul ring danced around Bai Dong, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Soul bones indeed were soul bones. Even an old titled Douluo like Douluo could not help but express astonishment. 3 green soul bones fell from the avian, exuding a crisp aura. It was that pure emerald green, strikingly captivating. Superior soul bonus. Undoubtedly superior soul bonus. One skull bone, one left leg bone, and one right arm bone. For fairness, Yu Yuanjin claimed one right arm bone. The title Douluo from the Xingluo Empire took the other right arm bone. Douluo acquired the skull bone. All participants in the battle received generous rewards from the Martial Soul Hall, with the first battle yielding soul bones. The others could accept guidance from the ghost Douluo and gain access to the Martial Soul Hall. The primary reason being, there were no fatalities in this encounter. Jiang Luoran watched as a brutal melee transformed into a dissection of the soul beast. This soul beast met a fitting end. Had Jiang Luoran been present outside, he would have already succumbed to its venomous grip. The Martial Soul Hall awarded Shrek and others with the deserved soul bones. Thus concluded the elite Soul Master Tournament of the entire continent. Chapter 156, Divine Bones. Hearing that Qing, he had another companion. Although he had gone to Feng Ling'er's side, Jiang Luoran felt uneasy. It was known that as Qing Yi's companion, this being should also be a soul beast nearing 500,000 years. Feng Ling'er herself had yet to reach 100,000 years. Even with the addition of the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Giant Ape, it would still be inadequate. With this in mind, Jiang Luoran unleashed his Kunpeng technique. Racing towards the soul fighting forest, he navigated the terrain with ease, as if entering his own home. Distant cries of soul beasts echoed from the soul fighting forest, mingled with sounds of despair and helplessness. Additionally, there was an overwhelming surge of soul power. Even from the periphery, Jiang Luoran felt its influence. This level of soul power was beyond human capacity. In the distance, he beheld the Tianqing Niumang, bloodied and battered, charging forward. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle. The blood vine manifestation enveloping Jiang Luoran showed no signs of receding. With a flap of his white wings, he charged in, wielding the cursed spear. Before him, a blue avian teetered precariously. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran hurled the cursed spear. Boom! The plant entity transformed into a towering figure of 5 meters, or perhaps even taller, wielding a golden grass hammer aimed at the blue avian. Bang! The blue avian fell into the central lake, but Jiang Luoran was relentless, wielding the chaotic wind to unleash a furious barrage. Bang! 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 Golden soul power surged forth, and his white wings struck with fervor, pinning the blue avian firmly beneath the water surface. Although it appeared to possess little strength, Jiang Luoran dared not be careless in the face of such overwhelming soul beasts. Feng Ling'er, the Tianqing Niumang, and the Titan Giant Ape were nowhere to be seen. He had just seen them moments ago. A blue avian, towering like a mountain, obstructed his path, and with no time to consider alternatives, he resolved to eliminate it first. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand, and a golden cage woven from bloodthorn vines descended upon the azure avian. In a relentless assault, he hammered down blow after blow, indifferent to whether his opponent was still alive. Having been gripped by fear in the past, he afforded no chances. Curiously, the azure avian showed no signs of resistance, merely enduring the punishment. 50 strikes, 70 strikes, 99 strikes. The entire soul duel forest was stirred, each muffled thud growing increasingly terrifying. The central lake had already collapsed, strewn with the remnants of the azure avian. Jiang Luoran's eyes glowed crimson, exuding a murderous aura. After all, he was a level 75 soul sage. With various soul bones augmenting his power, he unleashed the chaotic storm of strikes, which bore significant impact. Boom! With the final 100th strike, the azure avian could rise no more. Jiang Luoran shed his bloodthorn form and discarded the golden hammers from his hands. He was utterly exhausted. The last 100 strikes had drained his strength. He was no longer the same as before, although he could once unleash hundreds of chaotic strikes. That was purely due to stacking damage. Now, with each initial blow, he could achieve the power of what once required 30 strikes. Precision. Indeed, it was precision, ensuring damage through quality rather than quantity. This approach not only shortened time and opportunities, but also helped avoid unnecessary harm. Moreover, if one strike sufficed, why squander 30? Ling'er, Jiang Luoran noticed 3 spirit beasts approaching from a distance. Where have you been? I must admit, this hammer technique is a rare and remarkable one. Feng Ling'er nodded. Hammer technique? Jiang Luoran scoffed at himself. Yes, without this hammer technique, I would hardly be formidable. Countless times in peril, this technique had saved him. Just now, when that spirit beast attacked, Feng Ling'er had used a secret treasure, allowing them to resist. He hadn't anticipated the strength of the extraterrestrial spirit beasts. After inflicting damage, he had intended to allow you to seize the opportunity. How do you feel about facing a nearly 500,000-year spirit beast? Tianqing Yolong spoke with a calm demeanor, as if the opponent were merely a 1,000-year beast. The pressure was immense, even though the opponent was merely taking hits. He could feel the weight upon his soul with each strike. If it were to happen again, he surely could not endure. I acted out of desperation to save. Jiang Luoran inhaled deeply. This is the official enforcement of Biming, he stated. Another enforcer has gone to find you, Feng Linger inquired. Indeed, it coincides with the high elite soul master competition across the continent. You were besieged by 9 titled Douluos and perished, Jiang Luoran recounted. Since they have acted against you, it indicates their urgency and readiness to turn against you. Your time is limited. You must swiftly level up and activate the Biming treasure. Feng Linger's gaze was sharp. Is it those 8 golden soul rings? Jiang Luoran, possessing the skull bone, immediately envisioned numerous possibilities. To his mind, the only items that could connect to the treasure were those 8 golden soul rings. Not entirely. It is a torso bone. Feng Linger began to reveal the truth about the torso bone from the million-year spirit beast Yibei. Yibei should be my mother, right? Moreover, shouldn't a million-year spirit beast have already ascended to godhood? Jiang Luoran pondered, bewildered. It should have ascended. Biming is a domain of the divine. She was originally a deity, and the torso bone left by her as a god has transcended all limitations of soul bones. It could even be said to be a divine bone. Feng Linger spoke of this soul bone with fervor in her eyes. Even with the wisdom skull bone, Jiang Luoran could not fathom such matters. It must be my father who entrusted me with this soul bone, right? He probably foresaw his demise and left it for you. Feng Linger responded. You have only 1 month to reach level 90. Return here, absorb this 500,000-year spirit beast, and become a titled Douluo. Activate the soul bone and lead me back to Biming. Feng Linger's tone brooked no argument. Linger Jia, do you think leveling up is a jest? Just like that? I am already sensing the difficulty of ascending. Furthermore, Biming spirit beasts are at least 300,000 years old, right? How am I supposed to fight them? As he spoke, Jiang Luoran suddenly fell silent. Could it be that by activating the divine bone left by my mother, I could obtain 8 million-year soul rings? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. This conjecture seemed plausible. No, it would be 9. Since Jiang Nan at that time was merely a soul Douluo, he could only acquire 8. If you're a titled Douluo, then it would be 9. Feng Linger finally revealed the truth of the matter, though much remained veiled. A deity. Jiang Luoran struggled to accept that his mother was a god. A mother he had never seen, claiming to have ascended from a million-year spirit beast. The stark contrast was overwhelming. Jiang Luoran suddenly felt a surge of fear, and thankfully, the wisdom skull bone cleared unnecessary emotions. Else he might have succumbed to madness like a normal person. Do not inquire further. Your progress is swift and commendable. I will inform you of everything in due course. Time is precious. We must set forth now, to every place that can enhance your strength. Feng Linger flapped her purple wings, propelling Jiang Luoran out of the soul dual forest. Jiang Luoran landed outside the forest, and after the confrontation with the 500,000-year spirit beast, his soul power had risen to level 76. Chapter 157, The Beginning of Evil. With only 1 month remaining, where did Feng Linger derive her confidence that he could become a titled Douluo in such a short time? Yet, this also proved her urgency was genuine. However, even with 5 soul bones augmenting him, he could not possibly ascend to titled Douluo in such a brief span, unless he were to gain extraordinary advantages. Wasting a second meant wasting a life. Jiang Luoran took off, unleashing his Kunpeng martial soul in a single motion. The city of slaughter. You shall be the cradle of my rise. Jiang Luoran raced towards the city of slaughter like a bolt of lightning. Before him lay a sinister village shrouded in an endless black mist, akin to an abyss from which one could not extricate themselves. Yet, this was no concern for Jiang Luoran, for he was well versed in the rules of the city of slaughter. He could navigate through this dark abyss, but caution was essential, for arrogance would surely lead to ruin. He recalled that to enter the city of slaughter, one must partake in a drink known as Bloody Mary, brewed from human blood. Moreover, one must kill. However, this only applied if someone provoked Jiang Luoran. Yet, it was inevitable that upon consuming Bloody Mary, he would attract the attention of others seeking to make a move against him. Once he stepped inside, there would be no retreat. Jiang Luoran entered a dimly lit establishment, as if perpetually concealed from the world. Bloody Mary, Jiang Luoran raised his hand. Ha ha ha. Look, a child has come in. He wants to drink Bloody Mary. The surrounding men erupted in laughter. They were not misbehaving. Excessive consumption of Bloody Mary could impair one's senses. Even if they wished to avoid trouble, they could not restrain themselves. This was entirely normal. Moreover, in this place, death was a common occurrence. The absence of rules was the very rule of this realm. Killing was the norm. To refrain from killing meant one would be killed instead. Hey, I say, kid, can you drink? A burly man approached, clearly intending to treat Jiang Luoran as a specimen for entering the city of slaughter. One must know that to enter the city of slaughter, one needed to procure a glass of Bloody Mary, which equated to a life. He would not drink, of course not. Once he started, it would come naturally. Jiang Luoran's intention was quite clear. He likened the Bloody Mary to human life, implying that while he would not kill, he could easily become accustomed to it. Such bravado. The uncle brought over a glass of Bloody Mary. Come on, it seems you have not completely lost your sanity, and you can still understand my words, Jiang Luoran scoffed. To be honest, he found the Bloody Mary here quite repulsive. He could not bring himself to drink it. It was human blood. Jiang Luoran swore that even if he had to eat raw eggs, he would still refuse to drink human blood. After all, he was a human. A normal one at that. What kind of person would take pleasure in savoring human blood? Drink, it's on me. The uncle coldly gazed at Jiang Luoran, surrounded by a dozen men. Drink, drink, drink. Ha ha ha. Jiang Luoran suddenly crawled across the table, laughing maniacally, his laughter almost mocking. Everyone thought he had gone mad, even more so than themselves. To defeat madness, one must become even more insane. Did I ever say I would drink glass? Jiang Luoran proclaimed, bring me 10 glasses. In an instant, the air thickened with tension, and everyone sensed the murderous intent. Such a hearty appetite. Here, take your 10 glasses, if you cannot finish them. We shall drink your fresh blood. Surely, fresh blood would be quite delectable. Look at his childish demeanor. Jiang Luoran felt a hint of madness creeping upon him. Perhaps he was changing along with the atmosphere here. Truly, this place could drive one insane. It was a realm without limits. Everything felt so hollow. Decadence. Eternal decadence. In truth, Jiang Luoran could embrace evil if he chose to. He possessed an innate wickedness. Yet, he remained true to his essence. For instance, Jiang Luoran might participate in the Sylvis Grand Battle Arena and then donate all the gold coins he earned. Evil is permissible, but one must not lose their humanity or moral compass. Otherwise, what differentiates them from beasts? Why referred to as 10 glasses is fresh blood. As Jiang Luoran finished speaking, a chaotic rush ensued, but all were ensnared by Jiang Luoran's blood vines. Some were strangled, while others were pierced to death by the vines. A scene of utter brutality. A total of 13 individuals perished. The surrounding patrons appeared oblivious, as if this were no more remarkable than a bowl of edamame. Observing the restaurant staff, Jiang Luoran noted their indifferent gaze as they wiped a wine glass, seemingly unperturbed. Indeed, to them, death was nothing novel. Today one dies, tomorrow another. An endless line of corpses. I said they all must die. Jiang Luoran suddenly struck, binding the remaining patrons with ruthless precision, delivering fatal blows. Among them were fugitives, clients of illicit services, and those who had preyed upon innocent families, far too many to count. Jiang Luoran felt no remorse in killing these individuals. After all, in this realm, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. Until he had slain them all, totaling 23, the waiter finally raised his head to glance at Jiang Luoran. Perhaps bewildered that a mere teenager could exhibit such ruthless ferocity. Truly a formidable person. To enter, you must drink. It's on you. The waiter presented Jiang Luoran with the drinks. Those are for them, not for me. Jiang Luoran offered the waiter 3 individuals as a token of gratitude. Good luck. The waiter nodded, bowing with a semblance of courtesy. Jiang Luoran said little more, as 20 blood vines claimed 20 lives, leading him into the abyss. To enter the city of slaughter, one must pay the entry fee. As the mist cleared, a woman clad in black emerged. Here, Jiang Luoran beheld her visage. Though she possessed striking beauty, her face felt cold, almost lifeless. It was said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Yet this woman's gaze had been consumed by darkness. Perhaps she herself was unaware of her actions. You have not drunk the Bloody Mary. That is the rule. Therefore, you cannot enter. She obstructed Jiang Luoran's path. Jiang Luoran was not pretentious. He simply refused to become a bloodthirsty monster. What would he become by drinking human blood? However, without drinking, entry was impossible. With that, Jiang Luoran resolutely cut the woman's right arm with a blood vine. The vine returned with a glass of Bloody Mary, and Jiang Luoran tilted his head back to gulp it down. Is this sufficient now? He had no choice. Lingering would change nothing. Sometimes, a man must be ruthless with himself. The woman clearly did not anticipate Jiang Luoran's actions. She failed to notice his assault. The speed was too swift. Jiang Luoran grasped her right arm with one hand, his left leg glowing as he healed her wound. A rush of wicked sensations surged within him. He felt his desires intensifying. Fortunately, it was the wisdom skull that restrained him. Otherwise, he could not fathom what he might do. Chapter 158, The Endless Desire. Upon entering the city of slaughter, your soul abilities will be rendered useless. Here, everything depends on your combat skills. The woman's voice remained cold, as if the injury to her right arm were inconsequential. Jiang Luoran struggled to suppress his malevolence. He felt as though flames were about to erupt from his chest. The blood from the woman still boiled in his throat. All right, I understand. Hurry and leave. Jiang Luoran impatiently urged her to depart. His dark desires threatened to overwhelm him. He needed to kill to alleviate his cravings. Remember to participate in the arena. Perhaps the woman thought Jiang Luoran would not last long. She turned to leave. Arena? Jiang Luoran scoffed bitterly. It sounded appealing. But who could survive once in the arena? However, it posed little concern for him. With the chaotic cloak and blood vines in hand, he could counter those unable to use their soul abilities. There were indeed many individuals present, each with twisted visages and imposing physiques. Of course, there were also those emaciated and frail, evidently drained of blood. Jiang Luoran could only describe this place with the word haunted. It was a chaotic realm, far from a human world, more akin to a den of devils. Upon encountering decaying flesh, Jiang Luoran squatted down and vomited. He suddenly empathized with Tang San's plight. Those who ventured here without a skull were at risk of being consumed. The eyes of the people here were filled with expressions of degradation, while Jiang Luoran's gaze remained relatively bright. Fresh Bloody Mary, 3 women resembling the form of ladies approached. Their attire scant, and they bore an inexplicable stench. Oh, still a child. Look, he is vomiting. Must be a newcomer. Jiang Luoran felt as if he might regurgitate his entire meal from millennia past. Just how revolting was this place? Damn it, one of the women, her face adorned with heavy makeup, approached Jiang Luoran with a dagger, her desire for young, fresh blood palpable. Ah, I can already taste the delicacy. I shall grant you liberation. Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist, and 3 blood vines erupted from the ground, impaling the 3 women. To live like this is a form of liberation for you. In your next life, be a good person. Jiang Luoran wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. 3 days passed, and Jiang Luoran had already established a notorious reputation, known as the Beiming Kill God. Indeed, with Jiang Luoran's ruthless methods, this is hardly a challenge. Whether on the arena or among the common folk, he has taken many lives, so many that even he has lost count. Blood stains the ground, women scantily clad, even approaching men in a desperate manner. The men, driven by bloodlust, ruthlessly slaughter those who were once their lovers. Jiang Luoran has grown increasingly numb. He leans against the wall in his room, gasping for breath. Get away from me. Little girl, come here to uncle. Good heavens, such a lovely woman has come here. He chuckles. Jiang Luoran turns to see Hulaina, just as he suspected she would arrive. Seeking death? Hulaina, known for her temper, is aware that she needs to carve a bloody path through her foes. In mere moments, she engages in battle. Her skills and fighting techniques sufficient to handle those unable to use soul abilities. After all, her teacher comprises 3 titled Douluo. Such a distinction is rare in the entirety of Douluo. Suddenly, a man attempts to sneak up behind Hulaina, intending to knock her out. Seeking death, Jiang Luoran transforms into a streak of white light, delivering a fatal kick to the man wielding a hammer. It's you. Hulaina turns to Jiang Luoran. Is it truly necessary to exert such effort to slay these individuals? With a flick of his left hand, blood fiend vines erupt from the ground. Spare me. North Sea Killing God. We didn't know he was yours. The cries for mercy from these individuals are cut short as they perish at Jiang Luoran's hands. Jiang Luoran's mindset is quite poor, rendering it unwise to converse with Hulaina at this moment. After the slaughter, he retreats to his tent. Hey, why do you act like a stranger? Where are you going? Seeing Jiang Luoran ignore her, Hulaina is left to adapt to this environment. 10 days pass. Jiang Luoran stands upon the slaughter platform, facing the assault of 8 adversaries. He remains steadfast, wielding a golden spear with forceful sweeps. The heads of the 8 adversaries tumble to the ground. North Sea Killing God. North Sea Killing God. The onlookers scream Jiang Luoran's name in a frenzy. Presently, his record stands at 40 battles with 40 victories. He has observed Hulaina's fights, noting that she has won nearly every match, currently boasting 36 victories out of 36 battles. Hulaina has also earned a title, King of Slaughter. Every night, Jiang Luoran is besieged by desire. Though he can summon his soul power to find solace, he fears the consequences of losing control, lacking Tang San's Xiantian skill or the antidotes crafted by his adversary. He remains vulnerable. The source of such overwhelming desire stems from Jiang Luoran's refusal to indulge in the local blood mary. He has long suppressed his urges. However, the air and blood are tainted with a miasma that erodes one's spirit, compounded by the absence of an antidote. The desire within him surges like a volcano. Before entering, he was ill-prepared. Otherwise, he would not be ensnared in such a predicament. Yet, seeking release with external women is an option Jiang Luoran cannot entertain. He would rather perish than stoop to such debauchery. A sudden knock interrupts his thoughts, accompanied by a melodic voice. "May I come in?" "Curse it," Jiang Luoran silently curses. For at this moment, the sound of a woman's voice magnifies his yearning 100-fold. "What do you want?" Jiang Luoran replies coldly, though internally he burns with desire, akin to kindling ignited. Hulaina strides in, holding a blood mary. "I have come to propose a collaboration." Her deadly red lips draw Jiang Luoran in as he struggles to maintain composure. "I know what you wish to say. I agree. Let us join forces to delve into the depths of the city of slaughter and acquire the realm of slaughter." "How did you know?" Hulaina is evidently surprised, wondering how he knows so much. Initially, she presumed Jiang Luoran to be another fallen soul, but through prolonged observation, she recognizes that he shares her aspirations. They both yearn to escape, to carve their own paths in the world beyond. Hulaina perceives this seemingly refreshing yet formidable young man as embodying a sense of responsibility and masculinity. Quite impressive, she muses, feeling a growing fondness. "You have goals. You do not succumb to degradation, and you possess strength. Your awareness is commendable, and your combat performance is exceptional. You can even execute a martial soul fusion technique with me." This is sufficient for Hulaina. She feels he embodies the qualities she has long sought. In her memory, she has only admired her elder brother in Tang San. Now, Jiang Luoran joins their ranks. Moreover, they share the Moon Tiger slashing soul blade. Chapter 159, A Match Made in Heaven. "I knew it. Otherwise, why would I be here? The Killing God realm is our ultimate goal. However, the path is fraught with peril. We must unite." Jiang Luoran speaks of the realm of slaughter with a reverence that compels respect. Indeed, it is said that the Killing God realm rivals the ninth soul skill, existing akin to a domain. It is essential to note that even the ninth soul skill rarely manifests as a domain-type ability. Hulaina nods in agreement. "You must swiftly secure 100 victories. Our time apart should not be excessive. You will soon understand." Jiang Luoran cautions Hulaina to hasten, for the King of Slaughter will soon summon them into the abyss to secure the Killing God realm. Should Jiang Luoran force his way in, Hulaina would be left to face the challenges alone. Previously, it was Tang San and Hulaina who had connections that deterred the King of Slaughter from acting against them. However, Jiang Luoran lacks such backing. He will be left to fend for himself. It is said that the Killing God realm was left behind by a titled Douluo who surpassed level 100. It is highly likely that it belonged to the god of slaughter. Such a precious domain cannot be overlooked. If obtained, Jiang Luoran's power would witness a transformative surge. "All right, I trust you. I will hasten my progress," Hulaina replies, settling beside Jiang Luoran. "Also, do refrain from drinking the blood mary. It is toxic here." Jiang Luoran observes the redness in Hulaina's eyes. This is murderous intent. Toxic? Hulaina discards the blood mary in her grasp. "How did you know it was toxic?" Remarkably, not even Bai Dong had disclosed this to her. Do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting that the blood mary itself is toxic. Rather, the air here is thick with the scent of poison. Inhaling this atmosphere affects one's psyche. The blood of the deceased undoubtedly contains such properties. The more you drink, the more you will crave it, ultimately transforming into a demon. Jiang Luoran suppresses his own urges. "Do you possess an antidote?" Hulaina inquires eagerly. "To speak frankly, I have no antidote. That is why I fled upon seeing you. As of now, I am enduring this torment. There is no remedy available to alleviate this affliction." The best course of action is to secure the killing god realm in the shortest time possible and then depart. Jiang Luoran takes a deep breath. Alternatively, there exists another method. Hulaina gazes into Jiang Luoran's eyes. You mean? To release desire, but only with mutual consent. Jiang Luoran finds Hulaina to be rather bold, contemplating a notion he himself would not dare entertain. This approach would clarify our minds and shield us from demonic influence. Moreover, the issue of cultivation has been resolved. Do you wish to languish here, burdened by worries for so many days, without honing your soul power? What significance does our presence hold then? Hulaina remarked. Indeed, if desires are quelled, then all can flow freely. This is their most viable strategy at present. Currently, only the two of them remain untainted, owing to the presence of soul bones. In other words, it is only they who can partake in this. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Luoran also unburdened himself. Lunging forward, on the following dawn, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina exited their chamber. Although it was termed dawn, the outside world was perpetually shrouded in dimness and blood-red hues. Regardless of the season or hour, rest assured, Jiang Luoran reassured Hulaina with a pat on her shoulder. Hulaina understood his intent. A blush of allure gracing her cheeks. I shall participate in the competition. You shall cultivate today, she said, turning away. Do not forget the Yuehu Zhanhuan Dao. If you wield it in the Elite Soul Master Tournament, you may not necessarily face defeat, Jiang Luoran suggested. However, that is not permitted by our teacher, who insists on winning through the soul bones, deeming it a lack of fortitude. Yet unexpectedly, Hulaina released Jiang Luoran's hand and departed resolutely. However, who would have thought it would end in disaster? After seeing Hulaina off, Jiang Luoran returned to his room. It has been 15 days since his arrival, and he had not practiced even once, lingering instead in the realm of combat and slaughter. He promptly seated himself on the ground, channeling his soul power and blood fiend vine. After releasing his energy, he found his cultivation surprisingly effortless. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of his martial soul. But Jiang Luoran could distinctly sense his body's soul power growing increasingly ferocious. Though he was unaware of his current level, it was undoubtedly significant. Hulaina had participated for 3 days, achieving 56 battles and 56 victories. In several perilous moments, she had relied on the Yue Zhanhuan Dao to vanquish her opponents. She was unperturbed by the threat of being hunted for her soul bones, for Jiang Luoran stood guard, swiftly eliminating any intruders. Indeed, in such a place, having friends, nay, a devoted partner, was exceedingly reliable. One foresaw the future, while the other watched the rear, forming an impregnable fortress. In the inner circle of the Slaughter City, within the Hell Slaughter Arena, the North Ming killing god celebrated his 72nd victory. Here, victory signified an unblemished record. A single loss meant death. Who else dares to challenge me? Jiang Luoran surveyed the crowd below the arena. Most averted their gaze, unable to withstand the intensity of his stare. Why not join forces? Should I lose, each of you shall earn a point. But if I prevail, what then? Jiang Luoran was well aware that this was a realm of madness, where only the insane thrived. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Luoran's words, the crowd erupted in excitement, chanting his alias and title. 007. Are you certain about this? A woman inquired. Is it permissible? Jiang Luoran countered. 10 individuals, limited to 10, gather closely, the woman announced as she leapt from the arena. Upon hearing this, the spectators descended into frenzy. To gang up on one individual was an enticing prospect. If 10 could not fell a single adversary, then were they not worthless? Conversely, they could expend minimal effort to earn a point. Suddenly, 10 individuals surged onto the stage, their faces twisted with malice, filled with a fervent desire to tear Jiang Luoran apart. Please, Jiang Luoran had already returned to his former state through cultivation and release, no longer prone to violent outbursts. Such turmoil, while it could wield devastating lethality, would falter against one who could exploit your weaknesses. Now, Jiang Luoran was more lucid and lethal than ever. The 10 assailants lunged forward, and Jiang Luoran drew the Yue Zhanhuan Dao from his waist. 3 hearts synchronized in their rhythm, his hips aligning with his torso, shoulders forming a straight line. Whoosh! A streak of red-black manifested, perfectly aligned at the waists of the 10 assailants. Perhaps they were oblivious to what transpired. Their bodies abruptly immobilized, pupils wide with terror. The 10 were cleaved in two, struck down in a single blow. All spectators could scarcely believe their eyes. To sever 10 in one stroke was a display of astonishing power. 007. North Ming killing god. 82 consecutive victories, congratulations. The woman proclaimed, raising Jiang Luoran's right hand. In earlier times, he might have relished the chance to feel the woman's palm, but now, Jiang Luoran was impervious to such distractions. He withdrew his hand from hers and departed alone. Chapter 160. Tumultuous times in recent days, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, unable to suppress their desires, resided together. They devoted themselves to cultivation. Strangely enough, cultivating within the slaughter city felt remarkably swift. Hulaina battled on the arena, wielding the Yue Dao against a female opponent. She struck down decisively. Congratulations, Slayer King. You have secured 98 consecutive victories, the woman announced before departing. Jiang Luoran noted her flustered demeanor. What could induce panic in one who cared not for life or death? It must pertain to the realm of slaughter. Evidently, the woman sought the Lord of Slaughter. However, it mattered not. If the Lord of Slaughter obstructed them, Jiang Luoran would have no choice but to eliminate him as well. It is essential to understand that Jiang Luoran's victories were not solely due to combat skills and speed. The true crux lay in the soul bones, which were immensely powerful in this realm. Coupled with Hulaina's Yue Dao, he possessed 6 soul bones along with his own prowess. He had previously stood against Zhu Huaduo alone now. Though some enhancement came from his soul rings, Jiang Luoran also possessed a second martial soul to unleash. He could still contend with the Lord of Slaughter. Yet, the Lord of Slaughter appeared to be Tang Hao's father, complicating matters for Jiang Luoran. How could he dare to slay a man whose techniques he had once emulated? Furthermore, Tang Hao's father was merely in a temporary stupor. At that juncture, the Lord of Slaughter would no longer be a lord but a god of slaughter. Even Tang, Sen wielding the sea god's trident, could not withstand the onslaught of his frenzied attacks. The Slayer King, North Ming killing god, now in the slaughter city. Everyone was aware of their exploits, fervently chanting their names. Tomorrow, we shall engage in the final battle, and together we shall enter the realm of slaughter. Are you prepared? Jiang Luoran inquired. I am, although I feel rather peculiar today, Hulaina replied. Do not worry. Remember, should a fight break out tomorrow if I fall, you must step forth. Jiang Luoran deemed it necessary to remind Hulaina. A fight? With whom? Hulaina was perplexed. The Lord of Slaughter will attempt to prevent us from entering the realm of slaughter to seize the domain of slaughter, Jiang Luoran explained. Here, take this, he said. As Hulaina entrusted the Yue Dao to him, there was no need for reasoning. What he stated was truth. After much questioning, both felt overwhelmed. Jiang Luoran mused that it would be splendid if they could employ their martial soul fusion technique. With the vastness of the universe, they would fear no adversary. Should Hulaina's level rise further, their martial soul fusion might even rival that of title Douluo. Jiang Luoran delivered a fierce kick, ending the life of a formidable man with tusks. The Baiming killing god had achieved a remarkable 100 consecutive victories, as had the King of Slaughter. The Lord of Slaughter emerged, evidently in communication with the lady. Greetings, Baiming killing god and King of Slaughter. I am the Lord of Slaughter. First and foremost, congratulations on your 100 victories. From now on, the city of slaughter shall remain open to you at all times. Furthermore, you shall be regarded as esteemed guests. Clad in black, the Lord of Slaughter obscured his face. Jiang Luoran chuckled. What was the value of unrestricted access to the city of slaughter? He yearned for a tangible domain of slaughter, as that was the true essence of power. If the Lord of Slaughter were to grow displeased one day and deny them entry, would all his efforts not be in vain? Moreover, such a place was a den of demons. When the Douluo continent erupted into conflict, they might be unable to preserve their own lives. Thank you, Lord of Slaughter, but we would prefer to undergo trials in the land of slaughter. It is also the protocol of the city of slaughter that 100 victories warrant entry into the land of slaughter. We cannot allow our desires to breach the established rules, Jiang Luoran insisted, suppressing his frustration. If necessary, he would fight back. How audacious! Do you not value your own lives? The Lord of Slaughter exclaimed in exasperation. Are you speaking to me about life, Lord of Slaughter? Jiang Luoran nearly laughed at the absurdity. Here was a man who orchestrated the city of slaughter, a madman who disregarded life, discussing the sanctity of existence. Such a notion was laughable. Utilizing the surrounding audience was Jiang Luoran's final resort. These individuals were ruthless, unflinching in the face of bloodshed, and might even dare to rebel. Give them a reason, and they would storm the Lord of Slaughter's residence and bring him to ruin. Let me test your worthiness to enter the land of slaughter, the Lord of Slaughter declared, leaping towards Jiang Luoran. A competition of speed ensued as Jiang Luoran activated his second Kunpeng martial soul, darting past the Lord of Slaughter in a flash. The revelation of dual martial souls startled the Lord of Slaughter. This youth possessed remarkable swiftness. Brandishing the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade and donning the nether boots, Jiang Luoran surged forward, knowing that a triumph over his opponent, he must first dare to meet his gaze. In the current predicament, his soul skills were unavailable. The blade in his hand was his greatest asset. The Lord of Slaughter launched a punch at Jiang Luoran's blade, while simultaneously attempting to strike him with his left hand. With a swift slice, Jiang Luoran aimed for the Lord of Slaughter's head. A thunderous sound echoed as the Lord of Slaughter's head resonated like iron. Jiang Luoran, however, sustained an injury to his abdomen and fell to the ground. The Lord of Slaughter rubbed his head, staggering backward. 007. How dare you harm the great Lord of Slaughter? I command you all to eliminate 007. The lady bellowed. Jiang Luoran pressed his palm to the ground, summoning a bloodthirsty vine that ensnared the lady. The onlookers stirred, uncertain whether to heed the command, for neither side appeared to threaten them. The Lord of Slaughter unleashed another punch. Jiang Luoran blocked with his blade and countered with a slice, landing at the edge of the arena. Clutching the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade tightly, he compressed his soul power, achieving perfect synergy between strength and soul energy. This technique was not new to Jiang Luoran. Its power could cleave through anything. The blade shimmered with a cold light. Exuding a crimson mist, and a ferocious aura erupted forth. This sensation resembled unleashing a wild beast. With 3 hearts beating in unison, he summoned maximum strength, driving his waist and chest into motion, followed by his arms. Jiang Luoran understood that against an opponent like the Lord of Slaughter, half-hearted efforts would lead to failure. Since he possessed a lethal technique, he would unleash it first and explore other options if needed. In Chapter 161, Bloodbath, the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade transformed into a crimson streak as Jiang Luoran propelled it towards the King of Slaughter. All present could feel the oppressive heat wave, nearly suffocating them. The King of Slaughter remained momentarily unaware, unable to wield the Haotian hammer for defense. With a resounding impact, he resorted to using his fist, enveloped in soul power. In an instant, the arena crumbled, debris scattering everywhere. True power does not manifest as a tempest, but rather concentrates at a single point, delivering a devastating blow. It was akin to gathering countless flames and finding an outlet for release. Yet, nothing is absolute. Even chaotic winds cannot consolidate all force into one. The King of Slaughter's right hand was severed, the first time in ages that he had bled, a memory he had nearly forgotten. Wait, Hulaina interjected, rushing forward. Esteemed King of Slaughter, we have not committed any wrongdoing. The King of Slaughter, wary of the opponent's backing, struggled to contain his rage. Very well, do not blame me for the warning. The land of slaughter shall be open to you. Your lives are now at stake. The King of Slaughter turned to leave. Let us go, Jiang Luoran said, leading Hulaina into the land of slaughter. I must begin to recover my strength. Otherwise, I shall have no opportunity later. Have you been here before? Hulaina inquired. I have reviewed the materials. This place is also known as Hell Road, Jiang Luoran replied. Channeling the azure light from his left leg bone, Hulaina took the opportunity to regain some strength, preparing for the uncertainties ahead. After 2 full hours, Jiang Luoran rose, feeling sufficient strength to proceed. Kill. Hulaina unsheathed 2 silver short blades. Suddenly, a red-eyed bat swooped down, claws outstretched, attacking Jiang Luoran. With a swift strike, Jiang Luoran dispatched the bat, a smirk on his face. However, as he looked up, his laughter abruptly ceased. A vast swarm of blood-red bats descended upon them, numbering in the thousands, creating a veritable tidal wave of bats that obscured the sky. The force of their wings produced a gale akin to a tornado. Down! Jiang Luoran summoned a 10-meter golden hammer, standing firm to shield them from the fierce wind. Once the storm subsided, had Jiang Luoran not firmly grasped Hulaina, she would likely have been swept away. Kill! Jiang Luoran released the golden hammer. Wielding the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade in his right hand and a golden spear in his left. As he struck downwards, the bat swarm scattered. They relied on sound for navigation, granting them remarkable speed. Not only that, but these blood bats were masters of assassination. Jiang Luoran pondered whether any of these bats were venomous. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. However, the left leg bone could provide healing, Yet time was too short for such measures. Thus, a decisive strike is imperative. In terms of speed, Jiang Luoran has never tasted defeat. In the realm of swiftness, he will not allow himself to be outpaced by anyone, not even a titled Douluo. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran wielded the Yuehu Zhanhuan Dao, slicing violently upwards. A torrential rain of blood erupted, and the bats fell limply to the ground. I will assist you. Hulaina could not simply stand by and watch, drawing her dual blades to join the fray. However, she could not match Jiang Luoran's speed and could only eliminate the external bats. Hurry! Jiang Luoran urged Hulaina as he charged forward. With so many bats, it was clear they could not be exterminated completely. Thus, having dispatched a considerable number, it was time to retreat. The bats were still in pursuit, and Jiang Luoran raised his right hand, summoning the Shui Sha tongue to block their advance. They found themselves cornered at the edge of a steep cliff. Such proximity posed little threat to Jiang Luoran, yet Hulaina could not traverse it. Let us take a detour. There is a path over there, Hulaina suggested. No, we shall leap across from here, Jiang Luoran asserted with gravity. Jump? Are you trying to get us killed? How can we leap across? Hulaina queried, perplexed. Jiang Luoran hoisted his golden spear, aiming it at the pursuing bats and firing. Just as Hulaina hesitated, Jiang Luoran embraced her and leapt off the cliff. Madman! Hulaina had never encountered such recklessness. Yet, she relished the thrill. As they plummeted, Jiang Luoran conjured the Shui Sha tongue, binding it to a stone above, allowing them to ascend slowly. You fend off the bats behind us while I make our escape. Jiang Luoran commanded the Shui Sha tongue. Understood, Hulaina replied, instinctively aware of her role. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the blood bats fell to Hulaina's blades. Relentless pursuit? Excellent. Once you gather together, I shall unleash a grand assault. Jiang Luoran harbored a grudge against the blood bats. Hulaina's soul power surged, indicating the considerable energy required to combat the blood bats. Remember, once we ascend, do not look back. Keep running forward. Avoid contact with the bat's blood, Jiang Luoran instructed, pulling himself up from the cliff. Hulaina was abruptly pushed aside by Jiang Luoran. Die, all of you! Jiang Luoran roared in fury, drawing his sword. With a surge of soul power, the Yuehu Zhanhuan Dao transformed into a crimson ribbon, extending further and further, resembling a soul skill. This ribbon, over 10 meters long, sliced through all the blood bats in its path, vaporizing even their blood. It is difficult to fathom the extent of speed required to generate such heat that it evaporates blood. This velocity had reached the pinnacle achievable by a soul master. What is wrong? Jiang Luoran noticed that Hulaina had ceased her flight and stood rooted in place. We are in grave trouble, Hulaina murmured. Before them loomed a colossal golden bat, astonishingly possessing 3 heads. What sort of venomous existence could spawn 3 heads? It was evidently the overlord among bats, the leader of the blood bats. They had traveled a singular path, and the dark gold 3-headed bat king stood as an insurmountable barrier. Without vanquishing it, escape was impossible. This isn't trouble. We shall simply slay it, Jiang Luoran declared, raising the Zhanhuan Dao and pointing it at the dark gold 3-headed bat king. This was an unabashed declaration of war. The bat king lunged at them, its golden wings crashing against Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran somersaulted to absorb the impact, gazing at the bat king with a sense of revulsion. Do not presume, I am merely a swordsman. Shui Sha tongue, crush! Jiang Luoran clenched his fists. Dozens of Shui Sha tongue erupted from the ground, ensnaring the bat king. Jiang Luoran took a few swift steps, lunging forward with the Yuehu Zhanhuan Dao in hand. Sensing the murderous intent, the bat king flapped its wings and soared again. Jiang Luoran leapt after it, unfurling his Kunpeng white wings to continue the assault. Witnessing Jiang Luoran's relentless pursuit, the bat king grew furious, swiping a claw aimed directly at Jiang Luoran's head. Shui Sha tongue. Chapter 162. Kunpeng Domain. The Shui Sha tongue erupted forth, piercing the bat king like a rapier. Yet, the bat king remained unscathed, its own fortitude sufficient to withstand the blood vine's penetration. Just as Jiang Luoran prepared to strike again, the bat king, as if endowed with intelligence, targeted the weakest link, Hulaina. Jiang Luoran scoffed. Did it think Hulaina was an easy target simply because she was a woman? She merely had not activated her soul bone. Jiang Luoran foresaw the bat king's grim fate. It would soon meet a brutal end. Hulaina seemed to descend into a frenzy, radiating a crimson light, particularly from her lower back. To Jiang Luoran's astonishment, a red tail emerged, growing longer with her thoughts and emotions. The white fur atop, it suddenly hardening to an extraordinary degree. Jiang Luoran recognized this phenomenon, a soul bone. A sound of tearing flesh resonated as the Bat King disintegrated beneath Hulaina's massive tail, transforming into a cascade of blood rain. With the demise of their leader, the remaining blood bats, unwilling to accept defeat, surged forward in a vengeful frenzy. Jiang Luoran and Hulaina entrusted their backs to one another, charging in opposite directions to combat the onslaught. Beneath Hulaina's formidable tail, the blood bats crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Strangely, not a single drop of blood marred Hulaina's tail. The pair carved a path through the horde, systematically cleansing the area of all bloodbats. The aura of slaughter was palpable. Both felt the mounting pressure of bloodlust. Jiang Luoran was inwardly alarmed. This was merely the first trial, yet their bloodlust was already overwhelming. He recalled how Tang San had once utilized the blue-silver domain, aiding both himself and Hulaina to persevere until the end. Moreover, with the enhancement of Xian Tiangong, he had emerged unscathed. Currently, he found himself devoid of any usable resources. He had neither a domain nor any comparable techniques like Xian Tiangong. This was untenable. If this continued, they would surely fail to conquer the third trial. They needed to recuperate their strength. Jiang Luoran sat down to meditate, and Hulaina followed suit. He contemplated strategies. If only they could subdue the bloodlust, everything else would fall into place. The Bat King of this first trial was vanquished, and the second trial, the 10-headed sun serpent, would also be manageable. Yet, the insurmountable obstacle remained the bloodlust, the most formidable challenge of the third trial. An hour later, both opened their eyes simultaneously, ready to advance. Jiang Luoran had pondered extensively, but found no viable solution. Relying solely on their soul bones was insufficient. The bloodlust had reached a fever pitch. Should an individual lacking a soul bone venture here, they would likely perish in an instant. As they progressed, the surroundings grew increasingly crimson, akin to traversing the depths of a volcano. The air and temperature intensified, driving one to the brink of madness. "I can't take it anymore," Hulaina gasped. Her skin flushed a deep pink, resembling a creature on the verge of boiling. It was crucial to note that they had yet to reach the 10-headed sun serpent. They cannot continue like this. Jiang Luoran urged Hulaina, "Draw upon all your soul power to control yourself. I will handle the rest." Truth be told, Jiang Luoran himself was struggling, yet he felt compelled to press on. If all else failed, he would resort to knocking Hulaina unconscious and carry her through the trial. Jiang Luoran forged ahead, clearing obstacles in his path. Although he lacked Tang San's finesse, his destructive power was indeed formidable. This was his singular strength. With a thud, Jiang Luoran collapsed onto the scalding ground, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent, heat, and despair crashing down upon him. If Jiang Luoran was struggling, one could only imagine the plight of Hulaina, who had long since reached her limit. The Kunpeng domain. The Kunpeng domain. This was his sole means of escape. Feng Linger had explained that the essence of the Kunpeng domain lay in the compression and release of time, allowing one to manifest their innermost desires. Sometimes speed does not equate to haste. Rather, it can serve as a form of spiritual liberation. In essence, if Jiang Luoran wished to awaken the Kunpeng domain in the future, he must first learn to perceive time rather than merely chase after speed. At this moment, regardless of the time or speed, he was in dire need of the Kunpeng domain to extricate himself from his predicament. With all his might, Jiang Luoran strained to draw forth the power of his Kunpeng martial soul, a faint white radiance beginning to emerge but not fully manifesting. Time? It is merely a construct employed by humanity for measurement. In truth, it is non-existent, especially for the Kunpeng. Only by mastering time could one attain the utmost velocity. Jiang Luoran was uncertain of what he had comprehended, yet recollections of past experiences flooded his mind, evoking a sense of ethereal ambiguity. A white mist enveloped Jiang Luoran and Hulaina. The Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran bellowed, for he was not lacking in soul power, in comparison to Tang San. His reserves were far more abundant. Within this white mist, time itself seemed to halt for Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, effectively freezing at zero. For them, traveling anywhere required no time at all. This meant that the murderous intent within the mist would also diminish to nothingness. Nothing could influence them here. It was an absolute domain, impervious to invasion. Suddenly liberated, Hulaina and Jiang Luoran felt an immense weight lifted from their bodies. The oppressive heat and murderous aura gradually cooled, replaced by a soft and refreshing sensation. "You can wield the domain," Hulaina exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the man before her and the secrets he harbored. "Is this truly the domain?" "The Kunpeng domain," Jiang Luoran mused intently, reveling in the sensation of manipulating time. If this was the case, encountering the 10-headed Yang snake would pose no threat. The toxins within this domain could not infiltrate them. The two pressed onward, buoyed by the power of the Kunpeng domain, advancing with relative ease. Although discomfort lingered as they delved deeper, it felt akin to paradise in comparison. "The 10-headed Yang snake?" Jiang Luoran murmured. Ahead lay a serpent with 9 heads, its body of vivid crimson, adorned with festering growths, exuding a menacing aura that betrayed its malicious nature. Coiled upon the path, the 9 heads flicked their tongues and bared their blood-soaked fangs. A crimson mist wafted towards Jiang Luoran, enveloping him in its toxic embrace. "Can your domain withstand this?" Hulaina inquired, readying herself for battle. She could not solely rely on Jiang Luoran. She, too, was capable of contributing to their fight, being a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, far superior to her peers. "Let us expand the domain to over 30 meters, Jiang Luoran commanded. Waving his hand, the white mist rapidly enveloped the surrounding area, transforming it into his domain. The toxic miasma dissipated instantly, and the 10-headed Yang snake found itself ensnared. Unable to move, except for Jiang Luoran's allowance for Hulaina's actions, every blade of grass and every drop of water within this space fell lifeless. Chapter 163. Crossing the threshold, Jiang Luoran emulated Tang San, leaping above the 10-headed Yang snake. As he soared, his right hand brandished a golden hammer, which spun around him in a dazzling display. Hulaina felt a surge of awe. Such mastery required immense control to achieve this level of coordination, especially while airborne. Yet what puzzled her further was that Jiang Luoran was not aiming the hammer at the snake's body, but rather at its crown. The golden vortex grew increasingly vast, swirling around Jiang Luoran. Compression, rotation, transformation. The 10-headed Yang snake was bound by Jiang Luoran's golden hammer, as if an unseen force rendered it incapable of resistance. Just as success seemed within reach, the 10-headed Yang snake unleashed a final assault in an attempt to strike Jiang Luoran. It likely could not fathom that Jiang Luoran could command a domain and manipulate time. This demise was nothing short of disgraceful for such an ancient behemoth. No matter the circumstances, it would rather perish in a futile struggle. Whoosh! Hulaina transformed into a streak of pink lightning, drawing her moon tiger, soul-cutting blade to intercept the fatal blow meant for Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran suddenly released the massive hammer, embracing Hulaina as he dove downward. The 10-headed Yang snake was drawn into the golden vortex, and Jiang Luoran could even hear the sound of its flesh being shredded within. "I've never witnessed such a skill," Hulaina mused in astonishment, intrigued by how one could wield such power. "We are not permitted to unleash soul techniques here. It is the hammer technique, a chaotic amalgamation of myriad forms," Jiang Luoran replied, seizing a severed head from the 10-headed Yang snake and racing toward the next trial. Had it not been for Hulaina, Jiang Luoran would have undoubtedly perished. Conversely, if Jiang Luoran had not activated the Kunpeng domain, Hulaina would have met the same fate. "What do you intend to do with the snake's head?" "It harbors deadly poison," Hulaina questioned, perplexed. Jiang Luoran offered no response, continuing forward with fervor. At last, he spotted a river ahead. If memory served, the inhabitants of the city of Slaughter were compelled to drink from this water. Without a hint of compassion, he cast the snake's head into the river. He recalled that Tang San had performed a similar act, resulting in the annihilation of the city of Slaughter. Indeed, this tactic was insidiously effective. However, Tang San had loathed that place with a fiery passion. Jiang Luoran shared the same sentiment. The city of Slaughter was deserving of its fate. It was a den of filth, rife with brutality and the manipulation of the Lord of Slaughter. Those present bore the weight of countless acts of murder and violation. To vanquish evil, one must become more malevolent. To conquer darkness, one must embrace a deeper darkness. The further they advanced, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. A relentless surge of murderous intent oozed from them, as if their very bodies were leaking this malevolence. Controlling their murderous aura had become an impossibility. Indeed, the third trial was specifically designed to target their murderous intent. While the first 2 trials allowed for some modulation of emotions, Now the murderous aura surged forth like boiling water, spilling uncontrollably. The Kunpeng domain contracted, its influence reduced to encompass only Jiang Luoran and Hulaina. Even with his soul power at its peak, Jiang Luoran dared not recklessly employ the Kunpeng domain. The time under his control within the domain had diminished. He was barely managing to sustain it. Hulaina lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes bloodshot, her body ablaze with a searing pink hue. Truthfully, Jiang Luoran wished to escape this unbearable sensation of clashing murderous intent and heat. It was an agonizing ordeal beyond the limits of endurance. Even the most extreme sauna on Earth would pale in comparison. Yet he was the only pillar of strength present. If he faltered, there would be no one to aid them. He understood that the longer they lingered in this place, the greater their peril would become. Observing Hulaina's deteriorating condition, Jiang Luoran prepared to carry her. Logically, he should incapacitate Hulaina and rely on his own strength to navigate their escape. I can no longer suppress the urge to kill. Either you leave, or you knock me unconscious and take me with you, Hulaina declared, a woman unwilling to yield. Even in dire straits, her only thought was to survive and escape. In the face of life, she felt no shame. Upon hearing these words, it was evident that she had reached her limit. Observing the current state of Hulaina was excruciating. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran rendered her unconscious and bound them together with a bloodvine. Determined, Jiang Luoran reinforced the Kunpeng domain, layers of white mist rising, freezing time at a standstill. Renowned for his speed, Jiang Luoran surged forth like lightning, his feet seemingly gliding over the ground. Spotting two massive boulders ahead, he summoned two blood vines to bind them and swiftly pulled back. With a thud, he propelled himself over 30 meters, relying on his own speed and the momentum of the impact. Had it not been for his profound skill, he might have met a fatal end. After sprinting for several minutes, he finally glimpsed the last slope, aware of the exit's location. Summoning the Kunpeng martial spirit, he dashed towards the mountain. For him, even a minute felt like an eternity, a desperate urge to flee this place overwhelming him. As he leapt towards the mountain and stepped into the cave's mouth, a sense of liberation washed over him. Suddenly, an inexplicable force began to pull at him from behind. Jiang Luoran would never forget that sensation. The murderous aura unique to this place. The malevolence here bore a powerful allure, ensnaring one in its depths, rendering escape impossible. Were it not for the multitude of factors at play, even with 9 lives, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina would not have survived. The third trial could be deemed insurmountable. Without a domain, there was no respite from its challenges. Only the perverse members of the Killing God Squad might find solace in such a place. The cave entrance grew increasingly luminous, and Jiang Luoran's vision sharpened, the burdens upon him dissipating. However, he dared not release the Kunpeng maneuver all at once, for the intense pressure of the murderous aura had forged antibodies within his body. Should he abandon the Kunpeng domain now, their bodies would be unable to withstand the strain, risking severe injury or even explosion. It was akin to the battle with Yi Zhiqiu. Rapid alternation between extremes could shatter even the most resilient of entities. Gradually, the Kunpeng domain began to unwind, minute by minute, until Jiang Luoran succumbed to unconsciousness. In truth, he himself was uncertain if he had completely escaped the City of Slaughter. At that moment, the City of Slaughter erupted in chaos, those within it succumbing to a state akin to poisoning. The Lord of Slaughter was furious. Though the 10-headed fiery sun serpent was easily vanquished, it was an ancient behemoth. The poison it wielded was not something to be trifled with. The venom, dormant for millennia, could perhaps be considered a mercy at the final moment of life. Time was elusive. Jiang Luoran struggled to rise, suddenly realizing how exquisite the air outside felt. In Chapter 164, The Star Luo Empire, he raised his Kunpeng martial spirit, adorned with a striking white band. This was the Killing God domain. Jiang Luoran began to comprehend the essence of the Killing God domain. Once activated, this power would immediately erode the enemy's will to fight, reducing their strength by 10. Conversely, those who possessed the Killing God domain would see their power amplified by 20. This was the essence of the Killing God domain. When facing a sole master of lower rank, it was conceivable that a mere glance could secure victory. Looking around, Hulaina had vanished, presumably taken away by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. You must feel it too, Hulaina exclaimed, biting into a fragrant fruit. In the Killing God domain, regardless of circumstance or rank, one would always be 20 stronger than the opponent. This figure was astonishingly overwhelming. Why? If Jiang Luoran had fought against Chrysanthemum Douluo as before, activating the killing god domain would allow him to barely triumph over his adversary. Domain skills indeed possessed unparalleled might. If Hulaina had previously been enchanting, now her eyes shimmered like pure autumn waters, radiating innocence. The alluring older sister had transformed into a pure young maiden. Jiang Luoran eagerly devoured the fruit. Famished after subsisting solely on preserved meat in the city of slaughter, unable to even catch a whiff of juicy fruits. How does it taste? Hulaina smiled. Quite pleasant, he replied. The contrast and visual appeal was always strikingly beautiful. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. Just now, the two elders came to find me, wishing to take me back to the martial soul hall. I pondered, how could I bask in the glory of the killing god domain? I would rather train with you for a time. Are you certain? I am about to venture into the Stardow forest to acquire an 8th spirit ring. Jiang Luoran inquired. You become a spirit Douluo? Is that true? Hulaina scrutinized Jiang Luoran, questioning if he had taken any stimulants to cause such rapid advancement. Just reached level 79. I only just realized it myself. I hadn't expected to level up so quickly. Let me ask you again. Are you sure you wish to go? Jiang Luoran pressed. I am certain. With the killing god domain and your mastery as a full-level soul sage, I believe we will face no issues, Hulaina thoughtfully analyzed. This is precisely the problem, as once I engage in battle, you will be affected, Jiang Luoran cautioned. A distant, hoarse roar echoed, a sound that pierced the heavens. Just hearing it conveyed the intent to kill. However, for Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, it posed no threat. They were both embodiments of the killing god domain, the very source of malevolence. We must hurry, Jiang Luoran urged, pulling Hulaina along as they fled. Another escape. What have you done? Hulaina questioned, half skeptical, as she followed Jiang Luoran out. Upon exiting the city of slaughter, the dynamic shifted entirely. Jiang Luoran's spirit abilities and martial spirits were no longer restricted. He activated his Bloodvine true body and unleashed his Kunpeng wings, racing forward. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the capital of Sylves. Of course, while utilizing his maneuver, he also employed the Kunpeng domain, effectively transforming into a rocket sprinting across the ground, covering vast distances in an instant. The two great empires stood on either side, and upon reaching the capital, Luo Empire was within close reach. Soon, we will pass through the Martial Soul Hall area, and I will need your assistance. Even I would hesitate to barge in, Jiang Luoran remarked, dispersing his plant-like form and white wings. Fear not, just keep moving. The Martial Soul Hall will not obstruct us, Hulaina replied, still recovering from the speed-induced daze. You wish to inquire about my speed? Jiang Luoran noted Hulaina's disbelief that this was indeed Sylves. Even the esteemed Elder Jew could not achieve such swiftness. This was a qualitative leap. Hulaina was convinced this was Sylves, my second martial spirit, combined with my own techniques, along with the enhancement of spirit bones and the output of spirit power, allows me to attain such velocity. Additionally, the most crucial factor is the Kunpeng domain, which can manipulate time, Jiang Luoran explained. Perhaps no title Douluo on the Douluo continent could surpass your speed, Hulaina murmured. The Luo Empire values power and is rife with conflict. We must proceed discreetly, seeking only to hone our skills, Jiang Luoran stated as they continued on their path. They soon located a carriage and driver to journey towards the Luo Empire. The distance between the two nations required a full day of travel. Jiang Luoran had prepared the necessary supplies and was taking a moment to rest in the carriage with Hulaina. I found myself devoid of choices. Both I and Xie were raised by the Wuhuan Temple since childhood. The kindness bestowed upon us could never be repaid. Therefore, if you feel it is unacceptable, then let it be, Hulaina remarked. Have I ever suggested that you withdraw from the Wuhuan Temple? I merely wish to convey that the temple could adopt a more lenient approach. If this continues, unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise. Can you comprehend that? Jiang Luoran frowned. My sole responsibility is to obey orders, to become a high-ranking soul master, and dedicate my life to the Wuhuan Temple. As for their actions and decisions, I neither concern myself with nor have any authority over them. You suggest that this persistence may lead to risks. Perhaps I could prevent a catastrophe if I took action. Consider it from my perspective. Would you feel comfortable intervening if you were in my position? Hulaina had struck a chord, leaving Jiang Luoran momentarily speechless. As they passed by the Wuhuan Temple, the entire city was in celebration, proclaiming the return of the temple's saintess from the city of slaughter. having acquired the domain of the god of killing. However, Hulaina did not share in this joy, although she was ostensibly the protagonist. The burden of expectation weighed heavily upon her. The ties of interest were not as profound as one might think. Hulaina maintained harmonious relations with Bibi Dong and the elders of the temple. She regarded the Wuhuan temple as her home. Yet the affection it conferred upon her was overwhelming, one she felt incapable of repaying. She was the embodiment of countless expectations. The higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes to descend. Jiang Luoran sighed, but you need not worry. I can assure you that your safety is paramount. Access is restricted. Please turn back. The knights of the Wuhuan temple blocked the carriage. At this moment, the sacred ceremony of the Wuhuan temple is underway. No vehicles are permitted to pass. It is I who wishes to send the carriage to the Xingluo Empire, Hulaina declared, pulling back her cloak. Your Grace? The knights were momentarily taken aback, only to be met with the sight of a man within the carriage. To the temple's personnel, anything could be suspect. They had assumed Jiang Luoran was kidnapping the saintess and swiftly raised their spears, aiming at him. Hulaina was unable to intervene in time. Jiang Luoran evaded the attack, managing a wry smile. Please remain calm. There is no kidnapping involved. She wishes to undertake this trial of her own volition. If you do not believe me, let the saintess disembark. I will not impede her. Chapter 165. DK Hulaina stepped down from the carriage. It's fine. Let us depart. After all, the knights were merely concerned for her well-being. It would not be appropriate for Hulaina to unleash her fury. Indeed, allow the saintess to pass. The knights formed an orderly line, permitting the carriage to move forward. The old coachman trembled at the mention of the Wuhuan temple saintess. No wonder he had received 20 gold soul coins. She was indeed a person of great significance. His previously carefree posture instantly shifted to one of utmost respect. The carriage traversed the Wuhuan temple en route to Xingluo City within the Xingluo Empire. After a night's journey, they arrived at the foot of Xingluo City. What troubles you? Hulaina asked, perplexed. I suddenly feel as if we were on a honeymoon, Jiang Luoran replied, struggling to adjust to the transformation of the aloof goddess into a neighborly girl. The two entered a hotel to rest and planned their expedition into the Stardow Forest. Given that this was their first venture into such a perilous realm, they dared not proceed without adequate preparation. Reflecting on the recent incident in the City of Slaughter, Jiang Luoran recognized his previous recklessness. Had he not activated the Kunpeng domain at a critical moment, he might well have become a mere skeleton. While dining at the Wilson Hotel, they noticed throngs of people rushing towards a specific destination, as if something monumental were occurring. Pray tell, what is happening? Jiang Luoran inquired of a server while she was delivering dishes. You are unaware? Such a significant event has spread throughout all of Xingluo City. The server exclaimed dramatically. Oh, may I speak plainly? Hulaina's interest was piqued. What could possibly astonish all of Xingluo City? The Xingluo auction house is presenting a 5th-level soul tool, specifically of the battle soul type. It is rumored that even the Crown Prince and Crown Princess of the Xingluo Empire are in attendance. By the way, the current Crown Prince is Dai Mubai, who was just appointed 2 weeks ago. A 5th-level soul tool. This is indeed a remarkable creation, Hulaina murmured. Who is the creator? Jiang Luoran inquired. It is Master Hike. The soul tool is a means by which lower-ranked soul masters can contend with their higher-ranked counterparts. When soul masters discover the rarity of soul bones and the difficulty of enhancing soul power, they devised this technological advancement to bolster their strength. It was not until 10,000 years later that the Douluo continent began to popularize soul tools, developing them to the 9th level. The emergence of a 5th-level tool is indeed an extraordinary feat considering the current technology. Achieving such a creation is incredibly challenging. Unintentionally, they finished their meal and decided to witness the auction. Should it prove suitable, Jiang Luoran intended to bid for it. After all, in the Douluo continent, survival measures are of utmost importance. Jiang Luoran even speculated whether Hike might be a distant ancestor of Hikaitu. With Hulaina as his prominent companion, Jiang Luoran felt no apprehension about encountering any complications. Soon, they found themselves seated in the auction hall. This 5th-level soul tool is a must-have for me. Brother, do not harbor such thoughts. Just look at the crowd here. With just a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins, you can barely afford a component, someone commented. It is said to be a battle soul tool. I wonder what its attributes and attack capabilities are. Since it is 5th level, it must possess formidable strength. Let's await the outcome. The Crown Prince has arrived. Judging by his demeanor, should he choose to bid, we might as well concede. Following the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Luoran turned to see Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing seated prominently on the stage, adorned in royal attire, accompanied by maidservants. I presume everyone is gathered here for the 5th-level soul tool, so I shall not prolong the introduction, the auctioneer proclaimed, clapping his hands. 2 maidservants emerged from the back, carrying a crystal pedestal. Allow me to introduce this soul tool. The auctioneer unfurled a red carpet, revealing a large crimson blade. This is a 5th-level soul tool, imbued with flame effects. It measures 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in width, with a razor-sharp edge, rendering it exceedingly practical. Even if you face an opponent 2 levels above you, wielding this blade allows you to hold your ground. As soon as the auctioneer concluded his words, the audience erupted in applause, their enthusiasm ignited by such a weapon. Now, the starting bid is 50 million gold soul coins. The moment the auctioneer announced the price, the doors burst open and a disheveled middle-aged man rushed in. I said I would not sell this. Take it away. Stop him. Stop him. The auctioneer shouted. The maidservants and guards rushed forward to block the middle-aged man. What is happening? Is that not Hike? They exclaimed, flustered, as if something had been stolen. Hike bellowed, I never intended to sell this soul tool. It embodies more than mere strength. It also contains the foundational principles of soul tool creation. To craft more powerful soul tools, one must start from this basis. You have already signed a contract. The auction house will grant you 60% of the proceeds. The auctioneer retorted, now thoroughly irate. What is the meaning of this intrusion? How can we conduct our sales now? It is not about the money. It is not about the money. You intoxicated me and had a woman serve me, all to manipulate me. That is why I was coerced into signing. This is a scientific research achievement. Not for sale, not for sale, struggling like vegetable leaves. What is going on? Is there coercion involved? Xinghua Auction House. You must give us an explanation. Is it really necessary to discuss such explosive news face to face? It is quite exhilarating. The atmosphere at Xinghua Auction House became chaotic, reminiscent of an earlier scene at Zirway's auction house. Jiang Luoran once charged out of Zirway's auction house, met with a fervent crowd behind her. I wonder if someone is somewhat familiar with such scenes, Hulaina teased. Suddenly reminiscent of those enchanting moments, Jiang Luoran felt that Hulaina had become more talkative. Some of the supporters of vegetable leaves surged forward, clashing with the guards. Others cheered from their seats, while some shouted fervently. It appears that the 5th-level soul guide is indeed the foundation for evolving to the 6th or even 9th level. Jiang Luoran nodded in acknowledgement of its rarity. It can be deemed a priceless treasure. You are unreasonable. Do not blame me for seizing it. Vegetable leaves are indeed fierce, throwing a barrage of projectiles at the guards. The auction house erupted in chaos. Various structures crumbled, and 2 factions engaged in fierce combat on the ground. Dai Mubai leaped down from the throne. As the prince of the Xinghua Empire, he could not remain indifferent. If he did, who would step in? Moreover, this opportunity could instill a sense of authority among the citizens of the Xinghua Empire. All of you, cease at once. Dai Mubai commanded, his soul power causing the great hall to tremble. Unfortunately, without troops, he could not quell the chaos. One side had their research equipment stolen, akin to losing their life, while the other, a merchant, equated losing his money to losing his life. These people could not be subdued merely by words. Chapter 166. Redemption. Dai Mubai momentarily found himself at a loss for action. Even if he were to intervene, he did not know where to start. Suddenly, a burly man adorned in luxurious attire with golden hair charged towards him. Indeed, his target was Dai Mubai. Caught off guard, Dai Mubai was struck in the head by the man's fist, collapsing to the ground. A woman with a curvaceous figure, resembling Zhu Zhuqing, swooped down, her claws slicing through Dai Mubai's throat. You dodged swiftly, otherwise you would have died with that blow, the woman in black remarked with a wicked smile. Big brother, big sister, you have already lost. I've spared you. Why is that? Dai Mubai roared in anger. Silence. You have stolen our possessions and dare to cry injustice here. The golden-haired man's gaze was piercing. The throne belongs to us. The empire only recognizes the strong. What we do is sanctioned by the powers that be. The woman in black added, licking her nails. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing descended from the platform, positioning herself in front of Dai Mubai. So it was all part of your scheme. Dai Mubai smiled wryly. From now on, do not blame me for being ruthless. From now on, you still think you have a future. The woman in black laughed. You have no future. The golden-haired man circled around Zhu Zhuqing, stomping on Dai Mubai's face. Fourth soul skill, white tiger tread. With a resounding thud, golden light erupted, delivering a crushing blow to Dai Mubai's face, nearly fracturing his pelvis. He rolled multiple times, shattering 3 granite pillars before finally coming to a halt. "Mubai!" Zhu Zhuqing cried out, but was ambushed by the woman in black, suffering a brutal blow to her abdomen, leaving her with numerous lacerations as she fell beside Dai Mubai. In such dire moments, romantic feelings were set aside. "Zhuqing, I can spare your life. Just become my concubine." The golden-haired man laughed. "Today I was careless and inadvertently involved you. Zhuqing, quickly escape and find Xiao San and the others," Dai Mubai urged, pushing Zhu Zhuqing aside. "Soon, I will confront them. Whether I live or die is inconsequential." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. Third soul skill, Flying Tiger's Howl. Fourth soul skill, Ghostly Shadow. Faced with these 2 soul skills, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing closed their eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, 2 silver short swords streaked through the air, blocking the lethal attacks and embedding themselves into the ground. Dai Mubai opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the 2 short swords. "Aren't these the weapons of Hulaina, the saintess of the spirit hall?" Jiang, Luoran, and Hulaina approached simultaneously. Once again, a last-minute rescue, utterly disconcerting. The golden-haired man and the woman in black turned, their expressions frozen in shock. They dared not meet the gaze of their opponents, whose eyes brimmed with an unfathomable killing intent. What kind of presence is this? It felt akin to a soul beast descending upon the mortal realm. Jiang Luoran cast a glance at the 2, causing them to retreat abruptly, collapsing onto the cold floor. What kind of gaze is this? Despite the golden-haired man's countless murders and his heart of ice, he was still unnerved by that glance. "Mubai, Zhuqing." Jiang Luoran helped Dai Mubai up, while Hulaina assisted Zhu Zhuqing. Even though they suppressed their murderous intent, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing dared not meet their gaze. "Luoran, your righteous intervention today will earn my eternal gratitude. For Dai Mubai, my life is inconsequential. What matters is that Zhu Zhuqing survives," Dai Mubai declared. "Luoran, how did you suddenly arrive in the Xinglua Empire?" Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude as well. "I needed to acquire the 8th soul ring, so I plan to venture into the Star Do Great Forest. As for Laina, she is accompanying me for training," Jiang Luoran explained. "Soul Douluo," they exclaimed in unison. Although they knew Jiang Luoran was not far from becoming a Soul Douluo, they were still taken aback by the speed. "Soul Douluo?" The golden-haired man and the woman in black gasped, contemplating escape. There are scarcely a few Soul Douluo across the entire continent, likely not exceeding 15. And Dai Mubai was acquainted with one. What extraordinary luck. "Well, I thought someone like you would never have a girlfriend," Dai Mubai jested. The other party did not treat him as an outsider, and Dai Mubai refrained from appearing aloof. "I thought I would never have a girlfriend either," Jiang Luoran chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I heard that Yi Lingling, whom you previously injured, has developed a phobia of men. She avoids any man, regardless of age." Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. "Is it that serious? Can I ask you to help her overcome her trauma?" Jiang Luoran inquired. "Leave it to me. This is my forte," Dai Mubai readily agreed. "What about them? Should we kill them?" Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist. With a single punch, the 2 would surely be reduced to pulp. "Leave it to me. Previously, I was too kind. This time, I will publicly destroy them in front of all the ministers," Dai Mubai declared with intense hatred. If not for Jiang Luoran and the others, Zhu Zhuqing might have perished. Such an occurrence would never be tolerated by Dai Mubai. "The Star Do Great Forest is fraught with danger. I will have a title Douluo accompany you." Zhu Zhuqing invested heavily. On the Douluo continent, nothing is more valuable than a title Douluo. "Indeed, let Lao Luo accompany you," Dai Mubai concurred. "We intended to train, and bringing a title Douluo along would defeat the purpose of our training." "Thank you for your kindness." Jiang Luoran grasped Hulaina's hand, preparing to leave. "Here, take this knife." Dai Mubai drew a 5th-level soul guide and handed it to Hulaina. "This is too precious. We cannot accept it." Hulaina waved her hand, but Dai Mubai insisted on placing it in her embrace. "It matters not, for this is merely a trap set by my elder brother. Do not think that a mere 5-star soul guide is all I possess. I hold the authority to bestow upon you even a treasured artifact." Dai Mubai stated with solemnity. "Indeed, we have the right to dictate the course of this farce. Moreover, without us, we would surely perish. And Zhu Zhuqing would not allow Hulaina to return. If we push further, it may very well stretch into next year. Then let us accept it." Jiang Luoran instructed Hulaina to reclaim the stored soul guide. "Farewell." Zhu Zhuqing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Farewell. Jiang Luoran and Hulaina waved as they departed. Who would have thought they could walk together? It is uncertain whether this is fortuitous or otherwise, Dai Mubai sighed. What is there to discern as good or bad? Emotions are inherently unpredictable. Much like us, Zhu Zhuqing remarked as he passed before the dark-clad woman. I fear that Luoran may become a member of the Spirit Hall and potentially an adversary in the future, Dai Mubai expressed his concern. Without attempting, how can one know the outcome? Zhu Zhuqing seized the throat of the dark-clad woman, choking her to death. Mubai, do not kill me. It is all this wretched woman's fault, the golden-haired man roared. You neglect your own woman, which clearly reveals your own shortcomings. Brother, may your journey be smooth. Dai Mubai's eyes glinted coldly. Chapter 167, The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. You need not wield your dual swords any longer. Take up the Yuehu, Zhanhuan blade, and the 5th level Chiwa blade. Additionally, Jiang Luoran beckoned with his right hand, summoning 2 black soul rings. 5th soul skill, Hellish Battle Armor. 7th soul skill, Blood Vine Incarnation. A suit of plant-like armor woven from golden vines enveloped Hulaina. She examined her form and felt no encumbrance. Instead, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration washed over her. It was as if she had been nurtured by the Jiobao Liuli Tower all along. Speed, strength, agility, wisdom, and defense, all attributes heightened. Coupled with 2 formidable weapons, Hulaina was now equipped to contend with a fully fledged Soul Emperor, perhaps even surpassing them. For Hulaina herself possessed a trump card. Is it truly necessary? The Stardow Forest is akin to the Soldo Forest. I have not seen you this agitated before, Hulaina mused, finding this person overly cautious. One who knows shame must possess courage, having escaped by mere chance last time. I shall ensure no misfortune befalls us this time. Jiang Luoran, of course, could flee on his own, but with Hulaina, the outcome would be uncertain. Furthermore, Jiang Luoran was acquainted with the 3 tyrannical soul beasts within the Soldo Forest, allowing him to navigate safely each time. Defeated by you, Hulaina transformed into a streak of red light, darting into the Stardow Forest. In truth, Jiang Luoran feared for the safety of those dear to him. After an hour of exploration, he grasped the layout of the Stardow Forest. It was structured similarly to other forests in the outside world, divided into outer and inner regions. Comparatively, the inner region boasted superior air quality and training grounds, free from the disturbances of lower-level soul masters. The outer region was populated by a century-old and millennium-old soul beasts. Soul beasts were categorized by strength, with the weaker ones relegated to the periphery. This distinction created the separation between the inner and outer regions. How could one traverse the soul beast territories without facing their assaults? Hulaina instructed Jiang Luoran to wait in the trees, forbidding him from intervening unless confronted by a 10,000-year soul beast. Even then, he was to remain idle until Hulaina could no longer withstand the fight. This was precisely why Jiang Luoran admired Hulaina. Her maturity, composure, and ambition made her the perfect mate in his eyes. At present, Hulaina was engaged in combat with a 5,000-year-old Chihua star frog. They had battled for half an hour, and Hulaina had gained the upper hand. It is noteworthy that a soul king could contend with a soul beast of such age and still maintain an advantage. Even with all these factors combined, such a feat was not easily achieved. Hulaina's qualifications were indeed remarkable. She was an unequivocal powerhouse. Were it not for Jiang Luoran's enhancements, he would not dare claim to rival her prowess. With a fierce spin of her dual blades, she cleaved through the Chihua star frog's antennae, her form akin to lightning, swift beyond measure. The Chihua star frog roared in pain, striking at Hulaina, yet she, clad in her plant-like armor, surpassed the speed of sound. With a whoosh, Hulaina lunged at the Chihua star frog, swiftly altering her attack and plunging her blades into its body with fierce resolve. With a resounding thud, the 5,000-year soul beast was vanquished, collapsing into a pool of blood. This was without the use of her killing god domain. Preliminary assessments of Hulaina's strength indicated she could contend with soul beasts exceeding 6,000 years. To advance further or to rest? Jiang Luoran pondered as he landed on the ground. Hulaina, eyes alight with excitement, turned to Jiang Luoran, expressing her desire for a soul ring. Level 59? Jiang Luoran assessed Hulaina's soul power. This trial would elevate her to Soul Emperor. Upon her return to the Spirit Hall, she would undoubtedly be celebrated. Who would have thought it would happen so swiftly? However, growing stronger would also benefit the Spirit Hall, Hulaina remarked. Let us proceed. I know which soul ring would suit you best. Jiang Luoran decided to postpone his own quest for a soul ring and prioritize Huaina's ascension to Soul Emperor. This would bolster their team as security while allowing him to focus without distraction, truly a twofold advantage. Having surpassed the 1,000-year soul beasts, they ventured into the inner depths of the Douluo forest, where they would soon encounter 10,000-year soul beasts. This was Jiang Luoran's first visit to the Douluo, and he was uncertain of the precise location. However, he was aware of their preferred habitats. If presented with a 15,000-year soul beast, would you be able to absorb it? Jiang Luoran advanced ahead. Elder Ju had once suggested I attempt to absorb a 12,000-year beast, but through numerous battles and experiences, I now wish to test my limits against a 15,000-year beast, though I was unsure of its nature. Huaina retrieved her dual blades. At last, I have found it. The soul beast I require for you to absorb is a rare entity among soul beasts, the nine-tailed demon fox. Jiang Luoran halted by the lakeside, observing a white-pink fox in the distance. This soul beast radiated an extraordinary presence, imbued with an ethereal aura. Most importantly, it possessed 9 magnificent tails. Soul beasts are often elusive. How much rarer is one of this caliber? Riding upon your coattails, I have discovered it. Jiang Luoran wiped the sweat from his brow. The nine-tailed demon fox. This soul beast transcends the apex of the hierarchy, even classified as a celestial grade creature. The soul rings produced from such a beast would undoubtedly be immensely potent, eclipsing all contemporaries. In a flash, Huaina brandished her dual blades, summoning forth the crimson giant tails from behind her as she charged forward. With a series of thunderous clashes, the two engaged in fierce combat, unleashing soul skills that caused the very mountains to tremble and collapse, sending the surrounding weaker soul beasts scattering in terror. Jiang Luoran stood by, vigilant to prevent any other soul beasts from interrupting. Huaina's soul skills had little effect on the nine-tailed demon fox, while conversely, the fox's abilities did not significantly hinder Huaina. They were locked in a contest of skill, each unable to inflict harm upon the other. This nine-tailed demon fox was a staggering 16,000-year-old entity, and Huaina was no match for it. Yet, Jiang Luoran respected her wishes, waiting until Huaina could no longer endure before stepping in to assist. Even a soul emperor ascending to soul sage would hesitate to challenge such a soul beast alone. Teamwork was essential. Huaina enduring to this point was, in itself, a remarkable feat. In Huaina's grasp, the twin blades whirled with the ferocity of tempest, accompanied by the sweeping motions of her colossal tail. Yet the Jiuwei Yahaxi, adorned with 9 magnificent tails of pale pink, deftly parried Huaina's onslaught and retaliated with precision. Swiftly, one of its tails was struck, and blood akin to agate seeped from its form. This celestial-grade soul beast, indeed, possessed remarkable intelligence and lineage. It refrained from wailing or howling, instead observing Huaina with calmness. Luoran, I have reached my limit, Huaina proclaimed, embedding her blades into the ground. The Jiuwei Yahaxi lunged towards her, summoning its tails in an all-encompassing sweep. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. With a resounding thud, the golden spear struck the Jiuwei Yahaxi, forcing it back and severing 4 of its tails. 1st soul skill, From Nothingness to Existence. Jiang Luoran transformed his right fist into a palm. Purple soul rings swirling forth as hundreds of bloodthirsty vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the Jiuwei Yahaxi tightly. Seizing the moment, Huaina thrust her blade forward and swiftly pivoted to deliver a powerful strike to the creature's neck. The Jiuwei Yahaxi evaded with remarkable speed, but still suffered a wound to its abdomen. As a soul beast of charm, its physical defenses paled in comparison to those of humans. Yet, before Huaina, its divine abilities were rendered ineffective. At times, a mere glance from the Jiuwei Yahaxi could control a 50,000-year soul beast or even slay one. Encountering Huaina was indeed its misfortune. 2nd soul skill. Like a shadow following, Jiang Luoran's waist encircled by a purple soul ring. Ancient roots, over 40,000 years old, surged from behind the Jiuwei Yahaxi, unleashing an onslaught of willow branches upon it. The Jiuwei Yahaxi, displaying remarkable cunning, chose to retreat rather than engage directly with the duo. Chase. Huaina was the first to pursue. Jiang Luoran employed the Kunpeng body technique, lifting Huaina as they soared after the Jiuwei Yahaxi. This celestial-grade soul beast possessed an unparalleled level of intelligence, speed, and agility. Only through the Kunpeng body technique could Jiang Luoran hope to keep pace. The Jiang Yahuxi's eyes glowed crimson, locking onto a 50,000-year Shura stone giant ahead. The Shura stone giant's gaze shifted abruptly to red, wielding a scythe of death as it swung towards Jiang Luoran. Now, Jiang Luoran commanded, and the ancient roots lunged forward to engage the Shura stone giant in battle. While the 40,000-year roots struggled against the 50,000-year Shura stone giant, they managed to hold their ground, albeit barely. Suddenly, the Jiang Yahuxi unleashed a brilliant red light, summoning forth a 50,000-year star armor dragon. Following closely was a golden-green python of the same age. "This is troublesome. It appears I will require your assistance," Hulaina cautioned. "You are not the only one capable of summoning soul beasts." Jiang Luoran clasped his hands, unleashing 2 purple soul rings. First soul skill, from nothingness to existence. Second soul skill, like a shadow following. By combining like a shadow following with from nothingness to existence, he maximized the summoning of the ancient roots. Suddenly, 10 ancient roots, each over 40,000 years old, emerged, rising from the ground with a thunderous roar. The Jiang Yahuxi was evidently taken aback, realizing that their adversaries possessed such a potent weapon. "Charge!" Jiang Luoran gestured, and the 10 ancient roots grouped into threes, surging towards the encroaching soul beasts and swiftly retaliating. Third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Devil's Prison. Jiang Luoran invoked his third soul skill, intertwining it with the first to ensnare the Jiang Yahuxi. If the Jiang Yahuxi managed to delve deeper, charming an 80,000 or even 100,000-year soul beast, Jiang Luoran would find himself in dire straits. Bang! 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 Bloodthirsty Devil's Prisons descended rapidly, yet the Jiang Yahuxi evaded capture. Seizing the opportunity, it turned, its eyes glowing red, attempting to bewitch Jiang Luoran. Hulaina swiftly intervened, dispelling the enchantment and brandishing her crimson flame blade for a decisive strike. The Jiang Yahuxi expelled a plume of red mist, severing the flame's trajectory. The ancient roots, seemingly frenzied, engaged in a fierce battle with 3 soul beasts. Trees splintered, rocks shattered, and the ground collapsed. The scene resembled a chaotic battlefield, akin to a grand clash among soul beasts. The 40,000-year ancient roots, despite their time limitations, were not markedly different from 40,000-year soul beasts. Kunpeng possession. Jiang Luoran had not anticipated that capturing a Jiang Yahuxi would prove so arduous. It was even more challenging than slaying a 70,000-year soul beast. With a thunderous boom, the Kunpeng's white wings unfurled, unleashing a gale reminiscent of a tornado. Jiang Luoran, bearing Hulaina, leaped forward with great speed. Sensing the utmost velocity, the Jiang Yahuxi did not dare to be complacent, racing purposefully towards the depths of the Stardow forest. It seemed intent on bewitching the forest's sovereign for protection. Who could ascertain the age of the forest's ruler? Perhaps it was 50 or even 100,000 years old. Jiang Luoran would not permit this to transpire and lunged after the Jiang Yahuxi. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. His right arm erupted in golden light as he exerted force. Bang! 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 The golden light reverberated as golden spears shot forth, yet they failed to strike the Jiang Yahuxi. It appeared as though it had been coated in oil, slipping through his grasp. Moreover, Jiang Luoran had just landed a hit, yet the creature's soul power remained intact, leaving him bewildered. 5th soul skill, tempered by 1,000 forgings. Jiang Luoran aimed for the creature's landing spot, launching a rapid strike to immobilize it. Striking true. As a control-type soul master, if he could not exert control, he might as well abandon that identity. The Jiang Yahuxi's hind leg became ensnared, yet it severed its own small limb in an attempt to escape. This celestial great soul beast had achieved a maximum level of intelligence. One could only imagine the effects of absorbing its soul ring. Seizing any opportunity, Jiang Luoran utilized the Bloodthirsty Devil's Prison to confine the Jiang Yahuxi. Without hesitation, he fortified his defenses, granting Hulaina the chance for a lethal strike. Without waiting for Jiang Luoran's command, Hulaina swiftly dispatched the Jiang Yahuxi with a single blow. Jiang Luoran dispelled the prison and crouched upon the ground, astonished by the tenacity of their foe. Truly terrifying, it was evident that the lineage of soul beasts held significant importance. Hulaina, attuned to her martial soul, sat cross-legged in meditation. From the Jiang Yahuxi, a black-red soul ring floated into the air. The quality of this soul ring was immediately apparent. With this soul ring, Hulaina's potential and aptitude would far surpass previous limits, even reaching the level of Shrek. Jiang Luoran stood guard nearby, aware that they had ventured deep into the inner sanctum. The appearance of a 70,000-year-old beast would not be surprising. The black-red soul ring entwined around Hulaina's waist, gradually enveloping her. This soul ring attempted to usurp Hulaina's body, revealing its remarkable sophistication. It was evident that it possessed intelligence. Hulaina felt the pressure immediately, struggling to maintain her composure as she harnessed her murderous intent for defense. The domain of the god of death activated, alleviating much of her burden. As a domain skill, it was one of the most formidable soul techniques, proving invaluable in many situations. Jiang Luoran observed that the Jiang Yahuxi's body showed no signs of decay, retaining its vibrant essence. This extraordinary soul beast is nothing short of invincible. Should it mature into a 100,000-year soul beast, it could undoubtedly reign supreme among all soul beasts. Incomparable to any other, the body of the Jiang Yahu emanates a soft pink luminescence, captivating Jiang Luoran's full attention. To his astonishment, it is a soul bone. Chapter 169, The Gift of Invincibility. The soul bone, a vital core of the body, glistens with a translucent sheen and radiates a rich, alluring glow, intoxicating Jiang Luoran to a degree. Hulaina's martial soul perfectly aligns with this soul ring, and with the addition of a tailbone and the support of the killing god domain, her absorption of the energy proceeds smoothly. Yet, the intensity of the energy threatens to overwhelm her. If not properly controlled, it may lead to an explosion. To aid her, Jiang Luoran invokes the Kunpeng domain, enhancing Hulaina's chances of absorbing the soul ring by 50%. As the two domains intertwine, Hulaina's furrowed brow begins to ease, but a surge of stagnant blood escapes her lips. Jiang Luoran realizes that his previous successes in absorbing high-level soul rings were not solely due to his own will, but rather the assistance of the Kunpeng domain. Each time he faced peril, the Kunpeng domain would alleviate a portion of his soul power. The radiant crimson light enveloping Hulaina approaches a critical state, with soul power fluctuations nearing that of a high-level soul emperor. An explosion seems imminent. Indeed, the absorption of such a celestial soul ring is no trivial feat. Jiang Luoran's 7 soul rings simultaneously manifest, clinging to his right arm as the Kunpeng domain exponentially amplifies, firmly stalling the soul ring's energy at its weakest point, gradually dissipating the energy. An hour passes, and Hulaina suddenly opens her eyes, which shine with an overwhelming divine aura, reminiscent of a goddess's descent. Peculiarly, the torso bone of the Jiang Yahu swiftly integrates into Hulaina's body without the need for absorption. The soul bone merges seamlessly with her essence. The inherent nature of the soul bone to unite with its soul is magnified in this instance, allowing for a swift transition that spares Hulaina considerable time. Even Jiang Luoran senses her newfound power. Isn't the Jiang Yahu synonymous with allure? Why, after her absorption, does Hulaina radiate such purity? She resembles an immaculate lotus. Noticing Jiang Luoran's bewildered expression, she retracts the Kunpeng domain. The most potent form of allure should indeed be beyond mere physical seduction. In essence, employing the purest state to wield allure represents a qualitative transformation. This is the pinnacle of enchantment, Hulaina explains. You misunderstand. Allure has never been mere flirtation, reserved for courtesans. True soul techniques evoke the most genuine love and the purest longing to possess. This is fatal. Hulaina has grown stronger, suddenly endowed with resolve. Unlike before, when Jiang Luoran's strength eclipsed hers, she now possesses a voice of authority. This rationale is sound. What then is your soul technique? Jiang Luoran inquires, intrigued. Suddenly, Hulaina's black-red soul ring manifests, her eyes transforming into a brilliant white. Indeed, the shape resembles a lotus crafted from 9 tails of white foxes. Within that white lotus, one perceives no trace of impurity, nor feels any revulsion. Jiang Luoran finds himself ensnared, his mind vacated, as if he is lost to his own identity and purpose. In that moment, his heart becomes enraptured, overwhelmed by countless tales of love. He awakens, feeling an overwhelming desire to devote himself to Hulaina. It is vital to note that Jiang Luoran harbors ambitions that far exceed those of the Douluo continent. Not even death could sway his resolve. The very notion of him serving Hulaina speaks volumes of her spiritual influence over him. The 6th soul technique, Jiang Balian. Upon its emergence, even the oldest monk would find himself envisioning youth, striving for noble love. ignoring ranks, defenses, and all else, even if I were to withdraw my soul technique. That individual would likely never find a rival in me. The situation may be so severe that one might abandon their convictions to follow me. Its singular flaw is its inability to inflict harm. Jiang Luoran raises a thumb in admiration. How formidable! To conquer without conflict, to attack without uttering a word. Truly a marvel. I am utterly astounded. Simply focus on the notion that my sovereignty lies in your hands, and gradually, the burden shall lessen. Hulaina gestures towards her chest. The torso bone? Jiang Luoran queries. This torso bone is called Balian. It elevates my essence to new heights. If activated, not even mountains or seas can impede my sanctity. In simpler terms, it enables area of effect attacks. Anyone caught within the attack's radius cannot strike against me, but will be ensnared in their own thoughts. It is limited to users of level 20 or below, Hulaina elaborates. How terrifying! You now stand unrivaled. The greater the number of foes, the stronger you become. Even with fewer adversaries, you need not lift a finger, Jiang Luoran muses in awe. This soul bone and technique are utterly astounding, achieving an invincible effect. However, both are extremely taxing on soul power. I cannot use them indiscriminately. Hulaina beams, nearly bursting with joy. Once you grow stronger, the frequency of use will increase. At that time, few will be able to impede you, unless they are gods. Jiang Luoran asserts. To acquire such strength, I owe my gratitude to you. I am well aware of the rarity of this soul ring. It not only grants me power, but also enhances my potential. I have a clear understanding of my future cultivation and objectives. Within 5 years, I shall attain the rank of title Douluo, Hulaina declares. Jiang Luoran gasps in astonishment as he assesses Hulaina's soul power. If I am not mistaken, your current soul power should be between level 65 and 66. Now, at level 65, you believe level 66 merely signifies a qualitative enhancement in my soul power. Hulaina smiles. She has just harvested a soul ring and has ascended 5 levels. What unparalleled talent! This potential is nearly unmatched. But wait, what of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, who ultimately became dual gods? Joining forces to combat Tang San? In the end, Tang San defeated the dual gods with Guanin's tears. What if another was added to their ranks? Would the outcome be uncertain? Observing Hulaina's demeanor, she undoubtedly can keep pace with the likes of Shrek and even surpass them. If she too were to ascend to godhood, Jiang Luoran muses that a battle would be rendered unnecessary. One additional god is not simply another individual. It signifies total domination. However, Tang San must not perish. Setting aside the fact that he learned the family's chaotic cloak, I cannot be heartless. We shall see. None must fall. I have already surmised your impending return to the Wuhuan Temple. They may very well allocate all resources towards nurturing you, Jiang Luoran observes, his gaze betraying a flicker of emotion. Chapter 170. The saber-toothed bone dragon king. The question of whether to train or not has become irrelevant, sighed Hulaina. Indeed, she had been a focal point of nurturing, and some matters were simply beyond her current level. Now that she had ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, the resources at her disposal would undoubtedly be extensive. Your allure has its limits against soul beasts of tens of thousands of years. Jiang Luoran ventured deeper into the interior. 60,000 years beyond that, it would be futile. If I were to generously expend my soul power, combined with the might of soul bones, I could reach 70,000 years. Hulaina stated. A terrifying prospect indeed. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue it, Jiang Luoran replied. As they traversed the lush forest, they reached a resplendent area deep within the Qingdao Great Forest. This place was adorned with gems, as if it were a sanctuary embellished with holy gold. The expansive golden ground, illuminated by the setting sun, resembled an ancient imperial palace, both magnificent and melancholic. The atmosphere was rife with a menacing aura. Jiang Luoran gestured for Hulaina to conceal herself. This must be the deepest part of the Qingdao Great Forest. The soul beasts residing here must be of unimaginable power. But wait, this is an illusion. How could gems be strewn about in the depths of the Qingdao Great Forest? Even if there were gems, they would likely be decayed. Jiang Luoran mused as he surveyed his surroundings. If only I had the Ziji Mojing, I could pierce through the mysteries with a single glance. The domains of the god of death and the Kunpeng manifested as 2 white energies enveloped Jiang Luoran, clearing the surroundings. Indeed, as the 2 domains repelled the illusions of opulence, they revealed a grim landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Before him stood a colossal soul beast, voraciously devouring a 10,000-year ice rhino beast. Its manner of feeding was exceedingly savage. This soul beast, with its jagged teeth and pitch-black eyes, bore a dragon-like form. Its entire body appeared as if it were composed solely of obsidian bones, devoid of flesh. This soul beast resembled the true form of the bone Douluo from the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Judging by its physique and massive tail, it surely possessed the strength of 90,000 years. Jiang Luoran gazed intently at it, while the saber-toothed bone dragon king continued to feast, seemingly dismissive of the presence of this human. The blood of its prey pooled on the ground as the saber-toothed bone dragon king devoured rapidly. Seventh soul skill, blood vine true body. Jiang Luoran transformed into a 5-meter-tall plant-like being, standing resolutely before the beast. Fifth soul skill, hellish battle armor. The plant-like figure donned resplendent golden armor, exuding an illusion of invulnerability. Fourth soul skill, tempered to perfection. A 5-meter-tall golden war hammer manifested in the right hand of the plant-like figure, emanating a chilling radiance that inspired dread. The moon tiger soul-cutting blade erupted from Jiang Luoran's form, expanding to 5 meters, grasped by the plant-like figure in its left hand, resembling a celestial blade. The Kunpeng spirit manifested, the domains of the god of death and Kunpeng amalgamated. All soul bones. Jiang Luoran's aura surged like the ocean, layers of power breaking through one after another. All of his strength converged as he chose to engage the saber-toothed bone dragon king in combat. Jiang Luoran was uncertain of the outcome, but he felt compelled to try. The saber-toothed bone dragon king could no longer disregard him. This aura had reached the level of tidal Douluo, perhaps even surpassing it. The 5-meter plant figure appeared as if a divine entity had descended. No, it was indeed like a deity descending. Behind were broad, blade-like white wings, wielding a massive golden war hammer and a white battle blade. The chilling light of the nether boots on its right foot flickered ominously. All the soul bones resonated in harmonious tones and colors. Behind its head, 7 soul rings shimmered in shades of purple and black, vibrating and crushing everything around them. This was a veritable war god. The war god had arrived. The saber-toothed bone dragon king discarded the remnants of its meal, fixating its gaze on the plant figure of comparable size, sensing an oddity in its presence. The plant figure raised the moon tiger soul-cutting blade, pointing it at the saber-toothed bone dragon king, beckoning it forth. The saber-toothed bone dragon king charged forward, spinning 360 degrees. Its massive tail aimed directly at the plant figure's head. The plant figure lifted its war hammer to block the devastating strike of the tail, while its left hand swung the blade, fiercely slicing at the beast's tail. A sharp sound echoed as it struck true. A segment of the saber-toothed bone dragon king's massive tail was severed, blood gushing from the wound. In a clash between masters, a single move could prove fatal. One moment of carelessness could lead to utter ruin. The saber-toothed bone dragon king, unfazed, had merely tested Jiang Luoran, discovering that the human was indeed formidable. An astonishing occurrence transpired. The wound on the saber-toothed bone dragon king's tail quickly healed, and the severed portion regrew. Had the plant figure not been under the influence of the two domains, it would have likely been overwhelmed by the speed and majesty of the saber-toothed bone dragon king. The domain of the god of death stifled the beast's murderous intent and malice, while the Kunpeng domain restrained its speed and strength. Now, the plant figure surged forward, raising the golden warhammer to strike down upon the saber-toothed bone dragon king's skull. The saber-toothed bone dragon king, with its claws drawn, unleashed a plume of black energy to counter the golden war hammer, simultaneously lunging to bite the plant figure's head. The plant figure's left hand swung the blade, clashing against the beast's jaws. They were locked in a stalemate, a contest of pure power and velocity. It was akin to an epic battle reminiscent of Ultraman. Suddenly, the saber-toothed bone dragon king opened its maw wide, an ominous black energy coalescing in its throat. Jiang Luoran recognized it. This was black flame. Such flames could only be released by soul beasts whose bloodlines were closely tied to true dragons. Moreover, this fire possessed both intense burning capabilities and corrosive properties. The plant figure could not afford to wait. With a flap of the Kunpeng wings, it sent the saber-toothed bone dragon king crashing to the ground. The plant figure raised its leg, clad in the nether boots, and stomped down upon the dragon's skull. With a resounding crash, half of the saber-toothed bone dragon king's body sank into the earth, becoming ensnared in the soil. The ground around them rapidly fissured and began to collapse. Hulaina observed with clarity. Jiang Luoran had grown immensely powerful. Just the techniques at his disposal were enough to contend with a soul beast of 90,000 years. It was difficult to fathom how formidable he would become once he attained the rank of Soul Douluo. Furthermore, this battle represented a high caliber of combat. The average person would find it difficult to witness such a spectacle. Setting aside the intricate combat techniques, the very level and posture of this confrontation could be deemed unprecedented on the Douluo continent. Hulaina could not help but benefit greatly from his experience. Having just grasped her own developmental direction, she now bore witness to this extraordinary battle. This would serve as a predictive guide for her future strategies in combat, enabling her to become even stronger. Nevertheless, Jiang Luoran still felt the strain. After all, the opponent was a soul beast of 90,000 years and of dragon lineage. Thus, to vanquish it swiftly would be fraught with challenges. In a frenzy, the plant figure wielded the golden hammer with wild abandon, taking advantage of the openings to deliver blow after blow upon the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Chapter 171. A match for equals with a series of resounding thuds, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 40 strikes. Jiang Luoran unleashed a relentless barrage of 40 blows upon the saber-toothed bone dragon king. The depths of the Qingdao Great Forest lay ravaged, resembling a hellish battlefield, strewn with devastation and chaos. The level of destruction has undeniably surpassed that of a Douluo's title, resembling a bulldozer operating at full throttle. In an instant, Haiyan flashed and extinguished, leading Jiang Luoran to momentarily believe time had halted as the black flames erupted, filled with overwhelming fury. The third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. A cage enveloped the plant being, resisting the surging black flames. The saber-toothed bone dragon king bore numerous fractures and collapses in its skeletal structure, showing no mercy as it lunged at the plant being, determined to obliterate it. The saber-toothed bone dragon king moved with the swiftness of lightning, clearly fueled by rage. The plant being raised its blade hammer to defend, but the cage shattered the moment the saber-toothed bone dragon king made contact. The sheer force overwhelmed the plant being, pushing it backward while it endured the crushing blows from the dragon's massive tail. The ground beneath them was torn apart, creating a wide and deep trench, revealing the underground water. Both combatants had completely lost control, pouring everything into ensuring the other's demise. The second soul skill, Shadow Pursuit, activated. Old tree roots surged from behind the saber-toothed bone dragon king, extending hundreds of vines to ensnare its body. The plant being swung its weapon, slicing from the dragon's chest to its heel. Unsatisfied, the plant being raised its giant hammer and struck the dragon's head with considerable force. A dull thud echoed as the saber-toothed bone dragon king was sent flying, crashing into a mountain of corpses. The plant being spread its wings and descended fiercely. Hammer and blade aligned to overpower the dragon. The saber-toothed bone dragon king unfurled its wings, took flight, and spun, swiping at the plant being. The plant being quickly fell to the ground, rolling for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Not daring to pause, it propelled itself forward once more. The plant being leapt into the air, engaging in fierce combat with the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Although it could not fly, it utilized the Kunpeng technique to hover momentarily in the sky. Hulaina retreated to a safe area. By now, they had fought through an entire night without a resolution. The following day, both the plant being and the saber-toothed bone dragon king fell to the ground. Jiang Luoran reverted to his original form, his abilities dissipating. The saber-toothed bone dragon king, covered in wounds, panted heavily, clutching a broken bone in its grasp. I can't go on, it sighed deeply. Let's take a break before the next round. I ask you, are you dismantling bones or hunting soul beasts? Did you not also sever my plant being's arm? If it weren't for my right arm's bones, I surely would have lost it, Jiang Luoran thought, relieved. Hulaina was bewildered. Was this a request to pause before continuing the battle? And under these circumstances, nevertheless, she hurried over to provide Jiang Luoran with water and food. Share some with me. The saber-toothed bone dragon king gasped, taking dried meat from Hulaina's hands. This situation felt profoundly incongruous, almost unfathomable. Two beings intent on each other's demise were now engaged in discussion and casual conversation. Jiang Luoran instructed Hulaina to withdraw from the danger zone and return with provisions later. Your second soul skill is quite rare. If utilized properly, it could even exceed 10,000 years. The most significant aspect is that it will increase in longevity with your level, stated the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. I am contemplating whether to fuse your soul ring with my second martial soul. This way, my Kunpeng martial soul could finally take flight. I have long yearned for the ability to soar, Jiang Luoran expressed candidly, saying that in my presence. Is that truly wise? I wish to sample your essence. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King swiftly struck, launching a lethal attack. 7 soul rings surged simultaneously as Jiang Luoran returned to his full plant-being state, engaging in combat once more with the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. The collision was cataclysmic. 2 days later, Hulaina diligently trained in the Douluo forest, occasionally gathering herbs to brew nectar. The plant being and the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King continued their aerial battle. At times, the soul beasts wished for them to fight by day and rest at night, as the nighttime clashes echoed loudly, rendering sleep nearly impossible. Some soul beasts even disdainfully glanced at the two, muttering curses of demise. Hulaina's level rose rapidly. She had already reached level 68. At this rate, she might ascend to Soul Sage and enter the martial soul hall. It was primarily due to her witnessing the highest level of combat, igniting her ambitions. Moreover, her current intelligence was maximized. Her speed had surpassed that of Shrek and others. You're on the brink of death. Why won't you perish? Jiang Luoran gasped, nearing the edge of exhaustion. How resilient is this dragon? I could say the same to you. Why do you recover so swiftly? No, I must wear you down before I can feast upon you, declared the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. I am famished. Why hasn't that girl brought food yet? She is delivering provisions to me, not you. You gluttonous fiend, hasten to your end. Jiang Luoran retorted, irritated. He never anticipated the dragon could be so shameless. It had indeed awakened its intelligence. Absorbing its soul ring would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. I am merely allowing you time to rest. Otherwise, you would have already perished in my hands. Next time, your demise is assured, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King declared with indignation. I await the moment I can claim your soul ring. Jiang Luoran lay on the ground. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King, too, was at its limit, lying down while maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Luoran. Why the caution? I harbor no ill intentions toward you. It was you who ambushed me while I was resting last night, Jiang Luoran spat. One must always be vigilant. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King closed its eyes. 1 hour later, the ancient soul beasts of the Douluo forest had grown accustomed to the tumult. Some of the 1,000-year flower spirits even watched leisurely. You will perish. I know you are at your limit. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King's eyes reddened. I dare say it is you who is faltering, hoping to rely on your soul ring. The plant being grappled the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King, plunging them both into the lake, creating a deep crater. The two were evidently nearing their breaking point. Having fought continuously for 3 days, tirelessly, a 6,000-year glazed rhinoceros, annoyed by the splashes on its face, disdainfully departed the area. Let go of me. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King roared. Who is clinging to my left leg now? Jiang Luoran tightened his grip. 1 day later, you are finished. Once I catch my breath, you can await your demise. Today, I shall claim your soul ring. Jiang Luoran's eyes glinted with determination. Catch your breath? You have been lying down for mere minutes. Is that not enough? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 172. The Soaring Eagle. The cry of an eagle pierced the air, prompting both Jiang Luoran and the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King to glance skyward. A gray eagle was approaching, its piercing gaze captivating. The third figure of Biming? Jiang Luoran furrowed his brow. Your adversary? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King rasped, inquiring. Both combatants sensed each other's formidable power, realizing they were equally matched. Can I form an alliance with it to vanquish you? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King suggested. You may inquire. I hold no objections. Jiang Luoran replied, enveloped in the Kunpeng domain and technique. In peak condition, he could reach the Douluo forest in 3 seconds, entering a realm where no one could harm him. Hai and Shami surged forth towards Feiying, while the 8 Bone Kings from the Jinshi Guilongwang spiraled out to intercept the avian foe. What are you waiting for? If you wish to live, join me, thundered the Jinshi Guilongwang. Jiang Luoran returned to his peak state, wielding a hammer-like blade to confront the enemy. Feiying unfurled its left wing, blocking the fiery assault and scorching heat, raising its right claw to slam the plant-like warrior into the ground. What manner of monster is this? It is hardly a spirit beast, cursed the Jinshi Guilongwang. To invoke such ire from the Jinshi Guilongwang The opponent must indeed be exceedingly peculiar. I shall pursue you relentlessly. I will annihilate you, Jiang Luoran declared, brandishing his great blade forward. Fei Ying emitted a crimson radiance, sending the Yuehu Zhan Hundeo flying away. The spirit beast's aura surged, escalating to the level of an indomitable titan. The disparity was immense. Had you been a title Douluo, it would have been a different tale. The Jianqi Guilongwang clenched his fists tightly. The plant-like figure suffered a severed arm and found his head pinned into the earth beneath Fei Ying's foot. Jiang Luoran, you have ensnared the two chief enforcers of Beimin. They have now perished. You would have to die 1,000 times to atone for this. Fei Ying articulated in human tongue. What foolishness is this? This is my territory, roared the Jianqi Guilongwang as he lifted his bone sword strike. Fei Ying's wings flapped in unison, sending the Jianqi Guilongwang flying once more. How dare a mere shrimp act so brazenly before me? You seek death. Fei Ying's foot descended upon the Jianqi Guilongwang's head, intent on crushing him. Second soul skill, shadow pursuit. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Dozens of ancient roots erupted from the ground, a dark mass converging upon Fei Ying. Jiang Luoran and the Jianqi Guilongwang were vastly depleted, unable to retaliate effectively. After exhausting his soul skills, Jiang Luoran fell into a state of shock. The Jianqi Guilongwang's head was crushed underfoot. Sixth soul skill, nine-tailed white lotus. Hulaina charged forth, looking up at Fei Ying. With a cold glare, Fei Ying repelled her seductive aura. Puff! Hulaina expended all her soul power in one go, suffering backlash and collapsing to the ground. Fei Ying's foot descended towards her face, and the Jianqi Guilongwang felt he might explode. Be mean wretch. I will eradicate you all. The plant-like figure rose. The Haotian hammer spun around him, aimed at Fei Ying's eyes. Fei Ying raised a hand, utterly dismantling the plant-like warrior and seizing Jiang Luoran. I have changed my mind. You should be punished here, die. Fei Ying proclaimed. Jiang Luoran, save me. The Jianqi Guilongwang is truly on the brink of death. If this continues, I fear he will explode. I have no trump card left. My soul power is entirely depleted. Jiang Luoran cried out in agony. I told you not to fight so fiercely. You insisted on pressing on. Could you not conserve some strength to survive? The Jianqi Guilongwang reproached. Is now the time for such discussions? Jiang Luoran gasped. Run. The Jianqi Guilongwang radiated a dark glow, and in that moment, Jiang Luoran felt as though time itself had been severed. Upon awakening, he found himself and Hulaina grasped by the Jianqi Guilongwang, fleeing forward. To the Hundo Da Senlin. It is undoubtedly safe, Jiang Luoran urged. No, it is too far. We cannot reach it. I can only hide in a concealed place. The Jianqi Guilongwang panted wearily. I possess the Kunpeng domain. I can compress your time, and we'll be able to fly there. Consider. Our opponent is a spirit beast of at least 500,000 years. Hiding on the edge of the earth is futile. Jiang Luoran shouted in rage. Moreover, I truly have no soul power left. Buy me some time to recover a little, then I will activate the Kunpeng domain. Boom! A cascade of white light erupted from behind, rendering escape impossible. Fine, I shall trust you. Besides, your woman is here. Do I need to fear your flight? The Jianqi Guilongwang suddenly brimmed with hope as they sped towards the Hundo Da Senlin. It had become an aerial chase. Yet Fei Ying could not fathom why it could not catch the Jianqi Guilongwang. Each time it neared, the latter vanished like a phantom into the distance. Karma has come. Just days ago, we pursued the Jiawei Yaohu, and now we are the ones being chased. Jiang Luoran noted. Jiang Luoran, it is your turn. Allow me a moment to rest. The Jianqi Guilongwang bellowed, reaching his limit. In an instant, Jiang Luoran transformed into a plant-like figure with white wings. Cradling Hulaina and the Jianqi Guilongwang as they continued their flight towards the Hundo Da Senlin. They had exchanged roles 4 or 5 times, allowing brief moments of respite. Traversing a myriad of miles, they accomplished in mere minutes what would typically take much longer. Prepare yourself. Jiang Luoran signaled to the Jianqi Guilongwang. I am already prepared. The Jianqi Guilongwang spread his wings. Kunpeng domain. Whoosh. The Jianqi Guilongwang and Jiang Luoran soared swiftly, slicing through the white mist. Surrounding scenery blurred past them, while they felt as though they were mere fleeting shadows. Faster, we are almost there. Hold on, old dragon. Truth be told, I am barely holding up. I am still managing, the Jianqi Guilongwang replied, but just then a white beam struck him down to the ground. Jiang Luoran was also expelled from the Kunpeng domain. You truly do not regard me as a person. If you have the capability, grant me a swift end. Hulaina cried, brandishing her twin blades towards Fei Ying. I cannot hold on any longer. My wings are broken, lamented the Jianqi Guilongwang. I do not know how I have flown this far. The last 1,000 meters so close. Yet I cannot accept this. Jiang Luoran gritted his teeth, reaching the brink of their destination. This beast is difficult to slay. Even if you become a soul, Douluo, victory is uncertain. Should today be my last, why not leave a legacy for someone to remember? Curses. I had hoped to become a million-year spirit beast. The Jianqi Guilongwang's dark aura intensified violently. What do you intend? It is not yet the final moment. We can still fight. Jiang Luoran shouted. Fight? Do you not realize how much strain your body can endure? I am out of options. Do not utter such nonsense. Chapter 173, Sacrifice. The Jianqi Guilongwang willingly offered himself. Jiang Luoran, if, and I emphasize if, you have the opportunity to become a god, you may release me. This was akin to being abruptly slain without leaving a trace. The will extinguished. How infuriating. You have outsmarted me. The Jianqi Guilongwang lamented. Jiang Luoran collapsed to the ground. Hulaina flung away by Fei Ying, landing beside him. Damn it. It is my first time being hunted down. Is this truly necessary? The Jianqi Guilongwang gritted his teeth, radiating a surging crimson light as he charged at Fei Ying. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion rent the ground, flames leaping into the sky. A crimson halo slowly descended. Indeed, through the act of sacrifice, the Jianqi Guilongwang forcefully surpassed the 10,000-year limit, becoming a genuine 10,000-year spirit beast. The crimson spirit ring descended upon Jiang Luoran, enveloping him in a dazzling red glow. Additionally, a piece of red bone from the right arm settled upon Hulaina's shoulder, merging seamlessly. Such gifts rendered them utterly speechless. This dragon, inexplicably sacrificing itself, bestowing upon them treasures of immeasurable worth, could even be considered the most precious possessions in existence. Everything remained unspoken. Jiang Luoran clenched his fist tightly, his soul power surging wildly. 80, 82, 83, 84, 87. A level 87 soul Douluo. Jiang Luoran's eyes blazed with fury, his left eye white and his right eye golden. With the enhancement of the soul bone, Hulaina's soul power recovered instantly, elevating her to a level 69 soul emperor. Just a soul ring shy of becoming a soul sage. This was a soul bone from a 100,000-year soul beast. Its efficacy could hardly be overstated. Fly eagle, he roared. Even though it was merely a sacrifice of 100,000 years, it had inflicted wounds. The flames of battle had not yet dissipated. Visible from at least 1,000 miles away, Hulaina and Jiang Luoran locked eyes, determined to hunt the eagle today. The world was theirs to command. Both returned to their peak forms, disregarding any reserve of soul power. The Kunpeng martial soul fused with the nine-tailed fox, transforming into a magnificent nine-tailed Kunpeng, a harmonious blend of pink and white. Wind, thunder, and lightning surged as they unleashed all their energy, soul rings, soul techniques, and the power of their soul bones. Boom! The ensuing explosion rivaled the earlier sacrifice of the saber-toothed bone dragon king, perhaps even surpassing it, resembling divine retribution. Jiang Luoran, Hulaina, and the fly eagle tumbled across the ground, this attack transcending the very principles of Douluo continent. With the chaotic wind hammer technique, they converged their forces. Amidst swirling smoke, a brilliant golden light shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The golden light erupted inch by inch, causing the earth to tremble. The fly eagle, disoriented, nearly lost consciousness. Another flash of pink light appeared, emanating from Hulaina's tailbone, perfectly synchronized with her hammer strike. With a swift motion, the final hammer blow obliterated the world around them, leaving only golden light in its wake. The fly eagle grasped Jiang Luoran's hammer, scoffing, impressive but not enough. You still need blood, at full throttle. Jiang Luoran kicked at the fly eagle's head. A layer of blood-infused hurricane enveloped Jiang Luoran's right leg, accelerating rapidly. With the enhancement of the netherworld boots, the blood-infused damage reached his utmost limit. As the red hurricane struck toward the fly eagle, the surrounding area was engulfed in crimson. The fly eagle was launched into the air, its head askew and bloodied. 8 soul technique, blood fiend star flow, cloud extinguish. Golden blood fiend vines surged from the sky, the ground, and all around, resembling dragons. Golden energy filled the vicinity, akin to a series of detonations. Boom, boom, boom. This scene could truly be described as the cloud extinguishing the stars. It was an unparalleled soul technique. Damn! The fly eagle staggered, its body in tatters, drenched in blood. Who could have anticipated that a 500,000-year soul beast could be wounded by a soul Douluo? This was a disgrace, an immense disgrace. You on break. Hulaina wasted no time, unleashing her assault as if to deny the fly eagle any respite. Her right arm gleamed, and a hand of dark clouds emerged, gripping the fly eagle with the intent to crush it. Enough! The fly eagle spread its wings, sharp as a scythe, and struck downwards. The two forces collided in the heavens. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise devastation would have ensued. The fly eagle retreated, seemingly preparing to flee. You will pay for this. Prepare to face the wrath of Biming. What do you mean you're Biming? That is my Biming. Jiang Luoran brandished the moon tiger soul vanquishing blade, advancing toward the fly eagle. What do you intend to do? You have offended the entirety of Biming. The fly eagle gasped. Did I not already offend? Jiang Luoran declared. I shall ascend to Biming, with this blade poised over your leader's head. He raised his sword, aiming for the old man's neck, and shouted in fury. Our leader has no neck, the fly eagle retorted. Then I shall sever the waist, Jiang Luoran seethed. Does it have a waist? Indeed, 8 of them. The fly eagle retreated. A purple 9-tailed wind bell bird swooped in, carrying a colossal soul beast on its back, the very one Jiang Luoran had previously slain. A 500,000-year soul beast. Slash! With a stroke of its purple wings, the fly eagle sensed danger and fled. Windbell, just wait. Is this the Lingia? How did you know? Jiang Luoran retracted his soul power. With 100,000-year soul beast sacrificed, and such a terrifying battle, if I hadn't come, would I wait for you to perish? Windbell transformed back into her human form. I have not reached level 90, Jiang Luoran sighed, sitting on the ground. Level 90? You aim for the heavens. I merely mentioned level 90 to inspire you. Your current progress is already commendable. I will personally accompany you in your upcoming training until you become a titled Douluo and return to Biming. Windbell spoke with a tone of fierce determination. Why did you not mention this earlier? You made me rush. Jiang Luoran pointed into the distance. Can I still encounter it? I seek vengeance for a friend. Yes. When you confront it, Windbell said fiercely. I am currently a level 87 soul Douluo, all thanks to its assistance, Jiang Luoran reflected, gazing at his hands. Inheriting the Biming divine position can revive your friend and restore their physical form, Windbell explained. Physical form? Divine position? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Of course, Biming possesses a divine position. Did you not know? It is a divine status, and your mother, Yi Bei, will undoubtedly ensure you inherit it. As long as you strive for a glimmer of hope for Biming, its people will not forget you. At this critical juncture, can you not divulge the situation regarding Biming? What has transpired? Jiang Luoran was eager to understand. At this juncture, does the truth matter? You only need to remember to fight back, Windbell replied curtly. Then where shall we go now? Jiang Luoran inquired. To the Sea God Temple. Along this journey, I shall train with you. Moreover, to reach Biming, we must pass by the Sea God Temple. Passing by the Sea God Temple? Are you saying that the vast ocean across from it is Biming? Jiang Luoran's eyes sparkled. Have you been to the Sea God Temple? Indeed, beyond the boundless sea lies Biming, Windbell confirmed. This utterly reshapes my understanding. All this time, I thought Biming was somewhere far removed, perhaps even in outer space or a secret realm. Jiang Luoran chuckled wryly. Let's be off. It is time to set forth. Windbell declared, placing the 500,000-year soul beast on Jiang Luoran's back. You carry it until you absorb the soul ring. Absolutely not. I shall carry it to Biming as well. Jiang Luoran abruptly raised his head, demanding accountability. Windbell glanced at Hulaina, signaling Jiang Luoran to handle it himself. Farewell. Once this matter concludes, I shall return to find you. Jiang Luoran, not skilled in farewells, wore a perpetually icy expression. The soul beasts you intend to slay are of the same caliber as the one before? Hulaina inquired. Perhaps even stronger. Who can say? Jiang Luoran nodded. Can you kill them? How? I do not know. I suppose I shall simply have to force it. Until they are all vanquished, Jiang Luoran scoffed. Very well. If you cannot finish them, I shall assist you when the time comes. Hulaina departed decisively, a woman of action. Jiang Luoran admired her decisiveness, observing her silhouette for a while. Let's set forth. There is no reason to linger. Tiendo Digua, Shirwei Si Shaodu. Jiang Luoran walked in place, burdened by a soul beast several meters high, resembling a law enforcer escorting a prisoner. Thus far, They had traversed several hundred kilometers, passing through Shierwei. They would soon arrive at the location of the Heishandian. The essence of the Shashan Diyu does not lie in controlling time, but in mastering it. According to your assertion, you merely control time without truly mastering it. Feng Ling led the way ahead. What is the distinction? How does one master it? Jiang Luoran inquired. There's indeed a difference. One is control, while the other is a seamless mastery. The potency and the freedom within are markedly different. Mastery depends on you. After all, I'm not a Kunpeng soul beast, Feng Ling pondered. Shall we proceed to the Heishandian? I have heard it can also enhance one's strength. Jiang Luoran asked with confusion. There is no need for that. It is a place for inheriting the divine position of the sea god. Are you intending to inherit their divinity? If it were training, the duration required would be extensive, and by the time you emerge, it would be too late. All right, I understand. Jiang Luoran and Feng Ling crossed the cliff outside the Heishandian, and the ocean view ahead became increasingly magnificent and overwhelming. As they approached, they saw the stone pillars inside the Heishandian, which could determine the sea goddess trials. Linger, where are you going? Jiang Luoran observed as Feng Ling intended to enter the Heishandian. Not allowing you to undergo trials does not mean you cannot test yourself. If you have a position for the sea goddess trial, I will let you train a bit. Feng Ling flew across the river. Jiang Luoran, unable to fly, could only utilize the Kunpeng's techniques to glide across. He recalled that there was a whale in the river. If it stirred, it would be disastrous. Upon entering the Heishandian, there was an uncanny feeling of emptiness. Jiang Luoran knew that unless it was a position for the sea goddess trial, no one would appear, and if they did, they would be exceedingly polite. Place your hand here. Feng Ling pointed at the stone pillar. With a hint of skepticism, Jiang Luoran placed his hand upon it, and the pillar began to tremble violently. No trial? Jiang Luoran withdrew his hand. Let us go. Indeed, there was no trial. Feng Ling placed her hand on the pillar, which also shook but did not initiate a trial. We both did not receive one, Jiang Luoran remarked. The two walked down to the beach beneath the Heishandian. This shall be the place. You will activate the Kunpeng domain for your training. The previous training was too rushed. You need to settle down. For the final 2 levels, take your time to feel it. Feng Ling entered the Heishandian, seemingly to visit an old friend. At times, Jiang Luoran was genuinely astonished. Feng Ling did not appear to be a soul beast of 70,000 years, but rather one of 700,000 years. It was as if she possessed knowledge accumulated over countless epochs. This was not a facade, but a genuine radiance from within. Resolving to think no further, Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial spirit. The Kunpeng domain was unleashed, compressing the constraints of time for him. An unusual scene unfolded as Feng Ling stepped into the Heishandian. The seahorse Douluo and the blood shark Douluo parted the way as if they were old acquaintances. Even the maidens bowed respectfully to Feng Ling. She appeared as the mistress of the place. Ling has arrived? Bo Sexy donned an exquisite azure gown, her visage and figure undoubtedly scoring above 95. Bo Sexy, Feng Ling smiled. I shall be brief. Is there a way to reach Baiming directly? You know it's impossible. Only when your royal prince inherits the divine bone and awakens the Kunpeng martial spirit can it happen. Bo Sexy clearly knew more than she let on. Then why were there 3 50,000-year soul beasts flying over? Feng Ling seated herself on a chair. Treasures, I can sense it is the energy of treasures. Furthermore, we lack the capability to prevent them from advancing. Bo Sexy expressed her apologies. It matters not. After all, 2 of them perished, and 1 was left maimed. Feng Ling spoke of the 50,000-year soul beasts with a tone reminiscent of recounting tales of children. Did you intervene? Bo Sexy queried. No, you're aware of my situation. My decades of cultivation were sealed by Yedong. Only by returning to Baiming can my 70,000-year cultivation be unsealed by Bei. Feng Ling sighed. Her tone carried a profound sense of weariness. I fail to see your urgency. You have put in such effort. The Kunpeng clan indeed owes you, Bo Sexy scoffed. They have long owed, and this is merely one of many debts. However, Yedong's grievous strike nearly claimed my life. Yet, since I survived and have recovered, I shall seek his demise. Feng Ling gaze radiated a cold glint of resentment. It seems only he can bring about your end. Bo Sexy gestured towards Jiang Luoran outside the hall. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the power of a super god. Feng Ling clenched her fists. 10 crimson gold soul rings. 10,000 seas bowing, mountains boiling, storms raging. If that were the case, you could truly return to take revenge. Apologies. Even someone of your caliber cannot possess a foolproof method. I cannot assist you in any way, Bo Sexy replied apologetically. Chapter 175. See Horse Douluo. As time passes, one realizes that life and death are merely that. At times, one yearns for death, yet after passing, one finds oneself at a loss for purpose. Feng Ling'er remarked. That is because you have not reached the pinnacle. After a period of monotony, there will be a resplendent climax. Just wait. You shall find yourself busy. Bo Sexy poured 2 cups of tea. Have you completed the sea god-s trial? Bo Sexy suddenly remembered. Neither of us can. The sea god knows we are not destined to inherit his position. Feng Ling'er expressed with regret. That is indeed the case. Were it possible, I would lend a small hand in your strength. It seems now there is no opportunity. Bo Sexy teased. What level is he at now? 87. What? Bo Sexy turned her gaze in terror towards the hall's exterior. Super God. Is it always like this? No. Jiang Luoran cannot possibly train for extended periods. He is the type to level up in battle, incapable of sitting here with peace of mind. By the way, this is the Jiang. While I cannot undertake the trial, surely a sparring session is feasible. Who should I seek? Seahorse Douluo? Or the little shark? Seahorse Douluo, of course. It is just right to test my abilities. Given the speed of the Seahorse Douluo and Jiang Luoran's own affinity for speed, this would better showcase who possesses the superior swiftness. Jiang Luoran transformed into a plant-like figure over a meter tall, fully armed, and charged towards the Jiang with his utmost posture. As expected, the Seahorse Douluo swiftly appeared, brandishing a bone spear with astonishing speed. The spear moved so swiftly that it seemed to rend the very fabric of time. It is worth noting that the Seahorse Douluo is a titled Douluo above level 97, a being of utmost caliber. Such an entity, if placed within the Douluo continent, would be akin to a tempestuous force, let alone blocking Jiang Luoran. Bang! Jiang Luoran stumbled back 2 steps, realizing that his warhammer had been pierced, leaving a gash. Remarkably powerful. The Seahorse Douluo, as swift as a dart, flashed before Jiang Luoran, raising the long spear for another thrust. Jiang Luoran matched the speed, dodging like lightning. His only trump card was speed. How could he forsake that? Even after the demise of the Jinchi Gulong Wang, Jiang Luoran continued to hone his speed, determined to prevent a recurrence of past misfortunes. Hasten, surpass all with utmost speed. Swift as the dawn approaches, he seeks to attain a velocity so rapid that dawn itself might be summoned forth anew. Such astonishing swiftness astonished Douluo, who found it hard to fathom that a human could match its pace. The adage rings true. 1,000 cups shared with a true friend are but a trifle, while a single word with a stranger can be excessive. Jiang Luoran piqued its interest. 2 beams of white light spun like tops, darting across the landscape, leaving no trace of their forms. Only the sound of excited breaths echoed in the air. The clash of the 2 lights produced a cacophony akin to the sound of weapons colliding dozens of times. Such was the speed at which they fought, not merely off the charts, but exceeding all bounds. As they traversed mountains and rivers, even the rocks could not withstand their velocity, exploding into fragments. Could they go even faster? Yes, faster still. Jiang Luoran, in a frenzy, yearned to increase the speed of his attacks by a mere second, pouring forth his soul power without regard for cost. Douluo, possessing a calm disposition, regarded Jiang Luoran as a complete madman, perhaps even a lunatic. Such velocity threatened to tear the flesh apart. Fortunately, the opponent possessed a soul bone, preventing him from succumbing to exhaustion. The plant-like figure hovered above the ground, swiftly summoning soul rings with both hands. The first soul skill, Wu Zhong Shengyu, and the 8th soul skill, Shuesha Tian Xing Lu Yunmia. Jiang Luoran had long wished to test the combination of these 2 skills. Though the burden would be immense, even risking unconsciousness, the potential results were worth the trial. As for Douluo, it was assuredly invincible, a concern that need not weigh upon him. After all, this was his domain, and it was, after all, an ultimate Douluo. No technique employed would prove fatal. Golden divine dragons descended from the heavens, filling the sky under the influence of the first soul skill. The scene resembled the arrival of deities, with Jiang Luoran followed by myriad divine dragons swirling around him, imparting a sense of annihilation. An overwhelming barrage of attacks. Indeed, it was a deluge of strikes. To be candid, this spectacle startled Jiang Luoran. Had he known the might of such an assault, he would have aimed it squarely at the flying eagle, reducing it to mere pulp. Douluo's gaze flickered, its golden soul power ascending rapidly, matching the divine dragon's presence. The first to charge was Hai Ma Douluo. It could not engage Jiang Luoran here, lest it disturb the sea god. Jiang Luoran, understanding the situation, retreated with Hai Ma Douluo to the surface of the sea and launched a counterattack. Boom! The energies clashed, tearing at one another before exploding, sending waves across hundreds of miles of ocean that could not be calmed. Had a battle begun? Poseidon emerged from the Grand Hall, possessing excellent potential, yet lacking in strength. There was much room for development. I shall convey your true words to him. He was adorned with high-tier soul rings, enabling him to battle beyond his level. In terms of soul power, he was nearly on par with the ultimate Douluo, as Feng Ling Air observed. I could engage him as well. Though I fear losing control, Poseidon considered. He possessed 6 soul bones, invulnerability assured. Unleash your full force. Strike fiercely from the outset. Feng Ling Air advised with a tender gaze. In the days that followed, Jiang Luoran sparred with Hai Ma Douluo and the Little Shark, engaging in combat with powerful adversaries, without the looming threat of mortality, was indeed a favorable circumstance. At the very least, there was no need for constant anxiety. Subsequently, Poseidon also arrived, and Jiang Luoran found himself in a position of utter helplessness, akin to the earlier encounters with Yu Yuanzhen, unable to retaliate. He even suspected that the opponent might be a demigod. No, she seemed to truly embody that status. Amidst the fierce confrontations with formidable masters, Jiang Luoran garnered a wealth of combat knowledge and experience. Coupled with relentless training, he made significant breakthroughs in soul power. He now stood as an 89th level soul Douluo, just 1 soul ring away from becoming a title Douluo. He might be the youngest title Douluo on the Douluo continent. If not for Hui Yuhao, he would undoubtedly claim that title. Hui Yuhao was a genius destined to thrive a millennium hence, a luminary in the soul master realm. Tang San's daughter was his wife. Such was the journey to the pinnacle of existence. Jiang Luoran approached the lifeless soul beast, a 50,000-year-old creature. Could its essence endure longer? Indeed, it was a daunting sight. The soul beast's demise was lamentable, for it had been vanquished by Jiang Luoran, a soul saint. Jiang Luoran raised his blade and struck down. A crimson gold soul ring ascended slowly. As the crimson gold soul ring attempted to flee, the bloodshot vine ensnared it, forcefully drawing it back to Jiang Luoran's waist. In the realm of Kunpeng, suppression ensued. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul, preparing to become a title Douluo. As Jiang Luoran absorbed the soul ring, the heavens and seas transformed. Chapter 176, Unbounded Strength. The fierce winds howled. The skies shifted, and Jiang Luoran undoubtedly became the focal point of the sea god palace. It was as if all soul power converged upon him, forming a golden vortex akin to a black hole. The 50,000-year soul ring was bound by increasingly numerous bloodshot vines, utterly suppressed and unable to move. The realms of Kunpeng and Slaughter activated simultaneously, dissipating the soul power bestowed by the soul ring. As Jiang Luoran felt the might of the 50,000-year soul ring, his muscles tightened and his veins bulged. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. 8 soul rings appeared in unison, ensnaring the crimson gold soul ring, producing a harmonious resonance. Soul bones shimmered into view, safeguarding Jiang Luoran's physical form, while the wisdom bone shielded his head and nerves. The 50,000-year soul ring felt akin to battling an armored tank. Why? Because Jiang Luoran had reached a point where no part of him could be threatened. Even if the soul ring wished to eliminate him, it found itself utterly powerless. Time passed slowly, days turned into nights. At this juncture, Jiang Luoran's location resembled a divine sanctuary, with crimson mists surging forth, thunder descending, mountains boiling, and seas swaying, heralding the arrival of a celestial being. The blood gold soul ring came to rest at Jiang Luoran's waist, gradually merging with the other 8 soul rings. Boom! The world was engulfed in blood gold light, blinding many. Purple, purple, black, 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 red blood gold. 9 soul rings. Title Douluo. A true title Douluo. No, in terms of his strength, it transcended the very notion of a title Douluo. Level 91, 92, 95 title Douluo. Power surged forth like the ocean, impossible to repel. This sensation was unlike anything he had experienced before. Jiang Luoran felt as if he had become unfathomably powerful. No, even transcendent. If his previous state as a soul Douluo could be likened to a mere mortal, he now possessed the strength to crush his former self with a single hand. The disparity was immense. This frenzied power ignited within him a desire to unleash his soul power in a strike that could pierce the heavens. Was this the essence of being a title Douluo? From the lifeless body of the 50,000-year soul beast, a blue soul bone emerged, an external soul bone. The soul bone adhered to Jiang LuoRan's back, merging seamlessly, for with his current strength, controlling it was akin to a game. This was a winged soul bone, capable of rapid flight and possessing remarkable resilience, usable as a weapon. The blue feathers could serve as darts, with explosive properties. A bountiful harvest, without a doubt, unprecedentedly powerful. Even if Jiang LuoRan were to face 500,000 years of soul beasts again, he would be capable of vanquishing them effortlessly. Suddenly, a sensation enveloped him, gentle yet tinged with an urgent claim to dominance. The Kunpeng descended. The golden blood vine of Jiang LuoRan receded, replaced by a surging sea of white mist. This mist spread throughout the entire sea god temple, resembling the dawn of a new day. At the center of his chest, a white soul bone glowed, awakening his Kunpeng martial soul. The divine bone activated. The Kunpeng martial soul emerged, now in a true state of awakening. In the sky, the ray of dawn was none other than Jiang LuoRan's genuine Kunpeng form. Enormous, overwhelmingly vast. It was not merely large. It obscured the very sun and the skies for miles around. As he gazed into the infinite expanse, Jiang LuoRan sensed a more terrifying surge of energy approaching. Should 10 500,000-year soul beasts appear now, he would effortlessly obliterate them. The divine bone materialized, merging with Jiang LuoRan, and miracles unfolded once more. As the sea god temple seemed to transcend into the divine realm, the colossal Kunpeng martial soul gradually transformed into the dawn light, merging into Jiang LuoRan's being. The divine bone pulsated, and astonishing scenes unfolded upon Jiang LuoRan's body. Golden soul rings appeared one after another. This was to bestow soul rings upon the Kunpeng martial soul. 9 golden soul rings, each 1,000,000 years old. This was beyond godly. It was super godly. Jiang LuoRan's Kunpeng martial soul shattered the limits of the 10th level. Ultimately, the Kunpeng martial soul ascended to the rank of a true title Douluo. Yet, outwardly, he appeared as a title Douluo. In truth, Jiang LuoRan dared to confront even the gods. This strength had surpassed the heavens. With a mere flick of his finger, 500,000-year soul beasts would be reduced to mere puddles of blood. It is worth noting that even a 100,000-year soul ring could allow the spirit hall to wreak havoc, let alone the 9,000,000-year soul rings Jiang LuoRan possessed now. This was the pinnacle of power, incomparable and insurmountable. If there were to be more, it would be to become a 99th ultimate Douluo and acquire the 10th million-year soul ring. Jiang LuoRan was now fully equipped. Soul bones, soul rings, martial soul, soul power. Combat skills. He emerged from the golden light, casually sweeping away the signs in the sky. Presently, he was observed by countless sea monsters and denizens of the sea god temple. This man, powerful as a deity, what did he do next? Jiang LuoRan raised his left hand and gently pinched the distant sea. The entire ocean erupted as if detonated by TNT, waves surging so high that they obscured the sunlight. With this light strike, the creatures of the sea could hardly withstand it, nearly causing a collective self-detonation. Jiang LuoRan quickly withdrew his hand, dissipating the unmatched force. Should he unleash a 1,000,000-year soul skill here, it would undoubtedly have repercussions. Thus, he restrained his impulse to test the soul skills. A 1,000,000-year soul ring's soul skill typically possessed 2 facets. How long would it take to experiment? By the time he finished testing, the sea god temple might no longer exist. Additionally, the 9th soul ring of the bloodvine martial soul also held 2 soul skills, one a domain skill, the other a combat skill, both exceedingly practical. I shall test you. Poseidon did not dare to underestimate him at this moment. Moreover, she could not afford to be careless. She merely sought to ascertain the extent of Jiang LuoRan's abilities. Jiang LuoRan retracted his Kunpeng martial soul and reverted to the bloodvine martial soul. Lifting his right hand, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Blue God S symbol. Upon encountering the blue god, all were captivated as the divine symbol descended to bring death to thousands. Whoosh! A blue rune suddenly appeared on Poseidon, rendering her immobile and instilling a sense of lethal threat. 9th soul skill, Blue God S melody. The Blue God S domain. The Blood Rain song. a mournful melody for the fallen. Jiang Luoran swept his hands, and inexplicably, music resonated in the air. For miles around, all who heard the sound were struck with sorrow, especially Poseidon, who was targeted by Jiang Luoran, now crying out in agony. She had lost all combat capacity and could proceed no further. Jiang Luoran's ninth soul skill had incapacitated Poseidon. One could only imagine the extent of the blood vine martial soul's power. Coupled with the Kunpeng martial soul, Jiang Luoran was filled with an indomitable spirit. Chapter 177. The Path of Return. The Blue God's melody served as a domain skill, controlling the opponent through sound to facilitate their demise. The struck individual, upon being hit by the Blue God's symbol, became immobile. Considering the levels of both parties, time was measured accordingly. Jiang Luoran had no intention of slaying Poseidon. She came with good intentions to test her own abilities. He promptly released Poseidon, dispersing his soul power. At this moment, he was eager to adopt his Kunpeng true form. Logically, he should be able to transform into a towering Kunpeng. If so, it would be exceedingly majestic. With a mere gesture, how many mountains and seas would be leveled? It was akin to becoming a transformer. Elder Poseidon, are you well? Jiang Luoran inquired with surprise, noticing Poseidon on the ground, struggling to breathe. This is the Sea God Temple. I am not yet doomed, she replied. Indeed, formidable. You may return to Biming. Poseidon sat on the ground. Finally, that day had arrived. I thought I would have to wait at least a year for you to become a title do. A Linger also emerged. Am I now a demigod? Jiang Luoran questioned uncertainly. Above demigod, below true god. You stand at the rank of the foremost general beneath Yi Beibei. That is your current status. To ascend further would place you at Yi Beibei's level. Linger remarked wistfully. The foremost general? Such individuals exist? Who are they? Jiang Luoran asked with curiosity. I have 3 soul beasts, known as the Four Directions Warriors. I am the weakest among them, Linger explained. The Kunpeng domain is fully mastered. As for my current speed, I have not dared to test it. Jiang Luoran surveyed his surroundings. Let's go. Use your swiftest speed to race toward the sea. Run for your life. Linger suddenly grew animated. Charge, charge, charge. All right. Jiang Luoran hastily took a few steps. Leaping into the air, Kunpeng descends. 7th soul skill. Kunpeng true form. 9 crimson gold soul rings appeared, resembling the golden light etched upon Jiang Luoran's body. The Kunpeng manifested, gracefully and slowly. Its body was white, indeed blocking the sky. Yet, its color blended with the heavens, giving the illusion that it had not appeared at all. Jiang Luoran now felt splendid. After transforming into the Kunpeng, his power and speed underwent a phenomenal transformation. He even questioned whether this was truly himself. The Kunpeng hovered beside Linger, signaling her to leap aboard. Surrounding fish began to pay homage, trembling before the sovereign of the soul beast realm. Kunpeng domain. Activate. The 1st soul skill, 4th soul skill, 7th soul skill, 9th soul skill. All 9 soul rings emitted blinding radiance as 18 soul skills and domain abilities erupted in full force. Such power could be deemed as creation. The Kunpeng flapped its wings and vanished, appearing thousands of miles away, fearing that its strength might obliterate the Sea God Temple. Should that occur, it could provoke the Sea God. Would that not be a self-imposed trap? The vast and boundless Kunpeng radiated an intense white light, shining as brightly as the sun itself, creating the illusion of 2 suns illuminating the sky. All soul bones appeared, accelerating the Kunpeng. Linger, I cannot guarantee how fast I will be in the next moment. To be honest, Jiang Luoran was uncertain of his true speed. However, judging by this momentum, reaching the edge of Douluo in a mere second was undoubtedly feasible. He felt a twinge of fear at the thought of flying too fast and crashing to the ground. No matter, he would fly recklessly. There were no restrictions ahead. Being here meant he was already detached from Douluo. Full throttle, let us surge forth. Linger was spirited, her eagerness to return home evident. She had waited for this brat for over a decade, and now they were finally on the way back. Fine, since the other party had spoken. Jiang Luoran would not hesitate. He would charge ahead. Surely he wouldn't crash and die. In an instant, the Kunpeng vanished, leaving no trace behind. The speed approached an endless realm, and Jiang Luoran found himself enveloped in blinding light, with no sense of direction. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for his familiarity with Linger, he might have thought she intended to take him to a desolate place to dispose of him. Is extreme speed akin to stillness? Jiang Luoran felt no fierce winds pushing against him. Only the white light, the silence, and the stillness of the scene. He sensed a detachment from the myriad sorrows of the world. Boom! The Kunpeng reappeared, resting majestically in the sky, merely gliding. It could cover an astonishing distance of 100,000 miles. Remarkable. This single movement could equate to 50,000 years of my own flight, Linger exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, Jiang Luoran remained oblivious to his actions, pondering the strange beast corpses on the ground and the figures clad in animal skins. Where exactly was he? This place felt oddly unfamiliar. Once more, he charged into the illusion. Remember, no matter what you see, push through, Linger urged, pointing ahead. The Kunpeng unleashed its full power, merging into the void as if embodying some gene that sought no conflict. This sensation was enigmatic. At times, Jiang Luoran wondered if he had perished. Or perhaps, was he still himself? Whoosh! The Kunpeng reemerged, revealing a swirling white mist vortex blocking their path. Excellent! From the sea god's palace to here. Not even a second has passed. Truly the fastest divine beast in existence. The anguish that tormented me for thousands of years was resolved in the blink of an eye. This journey equated to 1,000,000 years of my own, perhaps even more, Linger exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Not even a second? Sister Linger, are you jesting? I feel as though I have traversed the vicissitudes of time. And is this truly Biming? The Kunpeng turned its head, surveying the surroundings, which appeared to be ethereal. Nothing existed. No sea, no mountains, no land, no sky. Everything was absent, void, dreamlike. Jiang Luoran could hardly fathom that he had arrived in such an otherworldly place. Had he not possessed the twin martial souls and attained the rank of a 95-level title Douluo, he might have fled in terror. Fear stems from the unknown. Furthermore, beyond this illusion lay Biming, teeming with soul beasts that had existed for countless years. The energy they emitted was palpable even to the outside world. Enough of this. Charge in. You are the navigator. Your word is law. The Kunpeng closed its eyes and braced itself as it plunged into the illusion. As the darkness enveloped the Kunpeng's vision, it felt as if it were plunging into an abyss. Had Jiang Luoran inadvertently entered outer space? This place bore an uncanny resemblance to the cosmos. A black hole? The Kunpeng blinked its large eyes. What is the universe? What is a black hole? Linger queried, puzzled. Chapter 178. The land of Biming. Figures of shadowy warriors emerged, akin to dragon riders wielding long spears. Following Linger's guidance, the Kunpeng dove in, dismantling the Dark Knight army along the way. Jiang Luoran was secretly astonished. How resilient was this Kunpeng's head? First soul skill, Kunpeng's 9 heavens and 10 clouds slash. Waves of white energy surged forth from the Kunpeng, cleaving the approaching Dark Knights in half. Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran paused all surrounding knights, unleashing his first soul skill, Fist of the Gods. The colossal palm of the Kunpeng swept across, shattering all nearby Dark Knights. Boom! Jiang Luoran traversed the shadowy expanse, arriving in a realm thick with white mist. Do not be careless. We have not yet reached Biming. This is merely an illusion. Do not be surprised by what you see. Linger gradually faded from view. Is there danger? Sister Linger, you are becoming ethereal. Jiang Luoran attempted to grasp Linger. This signifies that we have fallen into the illusion, she stated, before vanishing entirely. An illusion? Or are we trapped? When Jiang Luoran turned again, he found himself lying in bed. Home! My home. Jiang Luoran touched his face. It felt so real. Luoran, hurry to work. You're not usually this lazy. Jiang Luoran was startled. Was this all a dream? Was Douluo merely a figment of imagination? I said, why are you still in bed? Your supervisor called for you. Hurry up. A middle-aged man approached, pulling Jiang Luoran up. Jiang Luoran donned a cheap suit and rushed to the company. The bustling white-collar workers, the endless streams of traffic, the crowded subway, the opulent skyscrapers. Everything felt so ancient yet familiar. Luoran, why are you late today? The supervisor is waiting for you in the office. Hurry. Jiang Luoran. How dare you be tardy? You've forfeited your performance bonus this month. Look at the mess you've made. Are you still half asleep? A woman stormed over, berating him. Enough. We wrongly accused Jiang Luoran in the previous incident. He is an asset to our company. Despite being an employee, he possesses the capabilities of a president. The supervisor waved dismissively. Indeed, we shall promote and grant you a raise. We misjudged you last time. Let's work together. Your future is limitless, the supervisor smiled. Jiang Luoran held his head, sensing something was amiss. I should not be here. Haha, you certainly should not be here. The office has already been arranged for you. The supervisor laughed heartily. Scenes from Douluo flashed in Jiang Luoran's mind, so vivid and undeniably real. What's wrong with you? The supervisor approached, supporting Jiang Luoran. Take a day off. Go rest. No, that's not it. I don't belong here. I shouldn't be here. I want to go back. Jiang Luoran collapsed to the ground. Go back. To where? Jiang Luoran. The supervisor has arranged an office for you. Are you not satisfied? A woman shouted. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, shaking off the supervisor's grip, and bolted from the office. Vice supervisor, hello, a sweet female in turn greeted. Do we know each other? Jiang Luoran's thoughts drifted, yet she could not recognize the woman before her. Deputy director, you are my senior from university, and you were the one who recommended me to join the company. Have you forgotten? Oh, I haven't forgotten. So it is you. Just call me Luoran. Deputy director feels too formal. The memories of the past replayed vividly in Jiang Luoran's mind, so real that she could hardly believe they were not illusions. Deputy director, how are you? Deputy director? Jiang Luoran pushed the woman's hand aside and dashed out of the building, racing towards the towering structure across the street. An hour later, she heard, Luoran, I wronged you earlier and I am offering you the position of deputy director. What more could you want? Come down from the building now. The director shouted. I do not belong to this world anymore. I only wish to return, Jiang Luoran yelled in response. Where do you wish to return to? Come down. Blood Shavine. Blood Shavine. Jiang Luoran could not summon the blood Shavine. Kunpeng, embody me, Kunpeng, embody me. Yet the Kunpeng spirit did not manifest. It seemed to have vanished completely. Still, Jiang Luoran held onto her belief that this was not a dream, and that if she leaped from this place, she could return to her world. Jiang Luoran, come down. The company has wronged you. Let them compensate you. The director frowned. Farewell, my world. Someone is waiting for me. Jiang Luoran leaped off, her limbs outstretched, feeling a surge of power. The director and others rushed up the building, gazing at the towering ground below. The structure was 19 stories high, and jumping from here would surely be fatal. Jiang Luoran returned to her true Kunpeng form and opened her eyes rapidly, only to find herself surrounded by a legion of white beings. Beside her was the one who had been calling her, Feng Linger. The Kunpeng placed Feng Linger on its back. Ninth soul skill, myriad scrolls of clouds, Kunpeng slaughter. Mountains and seas bow in submission for 9,000 miles. The wrath of Kunpeng can shatter all. A burst of white light erupted from within the Kunpeng, expanding to an infinite size, annihilating everything in its path and severing all illusions. This energy was unparalleled, transcending the limitations of heaven and earth. Ninth soul skill, Kunpeng deity. All ancestors return to their roots, bloodlines converge, from heaven to earth. Nourish me, Kunpeng. A torrent of power surged forth, centered around the Kunpeng, manifesting one form after another, each resembling the Kunpeng yet distinct. Annihilation, a complete slaughter. This overwhelming force reached a magnitude capable of tearing everything apart, shattering the dreamscape. The Kunpeng surged forth, escaping the collapsing illusion. Before them lay a vast expanse of white, adorned with palace feathers and white walls, resembling a divine temple. It was immense, so much so that even the Kunpeng seemed relatively small within it. This place evoked in Jiang Luoran a sense of standing at the edge of the world, leaving her bewildered and alone, with no soul beast in sight. Beiming, ich habe returned, Feng Linger exclaimed excitedly. Is this Beiming? The Kunpeng continued its flight, and they soon spotted a magnificent palace in the distance. Its height and width were indiscernible. It was colossal enough to accommodate millions of Kunpeng. That is your home, the Kunpeng temple. Yi Bei Bei is here, Feng Linger urged. The Kunpeng nodded blankly and rushed inside. Jiang Luoran felt a pang of anxiety. My mother? Could she be a Kunpeng? Wouldn't that be too awkward? Such a meeting was unprecedented. Halt! Who allowed you to trespass in Beiming? A swarm of soul beasts approached, all avian, surrounding the Kunpeng. Chapter 179. Yi Bei Bei. He is the prince of Beiming. Are your eyes blinded? Even if you cannot recognize him, you should be able to discern his bloodline. Feng Linger looked down at the soul beasts with disdain. A prince? Ha ha ha. He is just a hybrid. So the hybrid has returned. I thought it was something significant. The child looks no older than a teenager. Just look at his naive eyes, thinking he is a prince. The Kunpeng gazed at the beast in confusion, feeling a sense of exclusion. Prince! A bird struck the Kunpeng's face, shouting, Come, kill me. Looking for death. The Kunpeng roared, unleashing its seventh soul skill, true spirit of martial soul. The true form of the Kunpeng expanded massively, weighing tons. 3 soul beasts of 40,000 years were crushed under its weight, falling lifelessly. You dare rebel. The remaining avian beasts were taken aback by the Kunpeng's swift, lethal response. You are the ones rebelling. None shall escape. The Kunpeng's gaze sharpened as it swept its eyes, striking down several more. Something feels off. We must flee. But escape was futile. Jiang Luoran tore away the Kunpeng's true form and summoned the Bloodshot Vine. 9th soul skill, Blue Deity Rune. When the Blue Deity appears, legions fall before it. 9th soul skill, Blue Deity Song. The realm of the Blue Deity rains blood, a requiem for the fallen. Boom! The remaining 40,000-year soul beasts were reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. Linga, I have long awaited your return. A woman in powdery garments rushed over. From the soul energy radiating from her, Jiang Luoran sensed she was at least a 50,000-year soul beast. Shiner, is the master still here? Has she not ascended to the divine realm? Feng Linger seemed very familiar with the woman, likely having known her for tens of thousands of years. She remains in the Kunpeng sacred temple. She has not ascended. Currently, the Yidong lineage is openly targeting her. Without divine bones, the master can only contend with Yidong, but cannot strike them down. What a pity, Shiner lamented. This is Jiang Luoran, you understand. Feng Linger led the way towards the towering temple. You are Jiang Luoran. Have you learned to eat by now? I am already a teenager, Jiang Luoran replied coldly. Oh, of course, I know you are a teenager. But do you still wet your pants? To Shiner, a soul beast surpassing 50,000 years, a teenager was akin to a newborn. It was akin to Jiang Luoran proclaiming, I have just been born. Jiang Luoran ignored her, activating his Kunpeng form and flying towards the temple. Suddenly, Shiner adopted a serious expression, gazing at Jiang Luoran. Such a powerful aura. Even I might not be able to defeat you. How can a child be so formidable? Have you consumed some catalyst? Entering the Grand Palace, the Kunpeng raised its hands to open the massive doors and peered inside. The interior appeared as expansive as the exterior. A single white pillar soared to heights of over 10,000 meters, intricately carved with the likeness of 9 avian beasts, and there were more than one such pillar. The ground was paved with white bricks, flanked by 4 diamond thrones, each depicting the likeness of a different avian creature. Among them was one resembling the 9-tailed wind bellbird, presumably Feng Linger's throne. In the center stood a colossal throne, so large that it could accommodate a dozen individuals and resembled a giant bed fit for a giant. Jiang Luoran envisioned his mother, Yi Bei, and wondered if she could truly be over 10 meters tall and quite stout. Such imagery felt profoundly incongruous, utterly mismatched. A woman emerged, not a Kunpeng soul beast, nor a mere mortal. Instead, she was a graceful young girl clad in a white pleated dress, her fair skin accentuated by large, expressive eyes and a pointed chin. She resembled Hulaina, a figure of unparalleled beauty, perhaps even surpassing her. There was an indescribable aura about her, one that was neither human nor that of a soul beast, but rather an essence that seemed to transcend worldly concerns. Could this woman possibly be his mother? Such a thought felt utterly incongruous. She appeared to be a youthful maiden, far removed from the image of a maternal figure. It would be more fitting if she were a tall and robust woman, one who could evoke a semblance of parental presence. In this peculiar scene, Jiang Luoran stood as the true form of Kunpeng, while she appeared as an ordinary human, creating a dissonance where he felt like an outsider. Master, Feng Linger nodded slightly, returning to her throne. Purple soul power spiraled upward, as if she were unlocking some confinement. Jiang Luoran stood frozen, unsure of how to respond, suddenly feeling an overwhelming awkwardness. Here was a girl he had never encountered before. No, a maiden he had never seen, yet he was expected to acknowledge her as his mother. The sheer absurdity of the situation was almost comical. Nevertheless, she approached him, her eyes resembling pools of autumn water, devoid of the typical human gaze. As Jiang Luoran dissipated his martial soul form, he turned to Xing, who, perhaps due to her earlier indifference, was now observing his discomfort with a keen interest. Sister, you are a soul beast of several 100,000 years. How can you still hold a grudge? Are you Jiang Luoran? Yi Bei inquired. Jiang Luoran felt a jolt of disbelief. Sister, is this your first time giving birth? How can acknowledging kinship be so awkward, given that I possess the Kunpeng martial soul? It is indisputable that I am your child. Very well, I shall assist you in resolving your troubles. Yi Bei embraced Jiang Luoran, affirming his identity as Kunpeng. You must leave now. This place no longer requires your presence. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Yidong has already gone mad. Even I cannot defeat it. I shall confront it in battle, and you must not remain. Is it truly that difficult to kill? Jiang Luoran did not depart. Instead, he squatted down. I will return the divine bone to you. Using the divine bone is futile. Yidong has already ascended to divinity. If you do not leave soon, it will indeed be too late. Then let us fight together. Is this a time to shirk responsibility? Jiang Luoran gestured, summoning a display of soul rings, purple, black, red, and gold. 18 soul rings danced forth, resonating within the temple, their sounds clashing against one another. His own soul power surged, pressing against Xiner with even greater force. You have never fought a god. With such strength, you are still insufficient to contend with one. Yi Beibei waved her hand dismissively. Then I shall reach level 100. Acquiring the final 2 soul rings will undoubtedly allow me to battle a god, Jiang Luoran declared with determination. He still could not bring himself to utter the word mother. It felt too awkward, especially given her demeanor, which rendered him utterly speechless. However, bound by blood, they shared a profound connection, at least in their mutual uncertainty. Master, why not take Luoran for a walk? I need to assist Linger in restoring her powers, Xiner suggested with a gentle smile. What? Linger needs to restore her powers? Isn't she a soul beast of 70,000 years? Xiner shot her a glance. If she were a soul beast of 70,000 years, she would have been killed thousands of times by now. After much contemplation, Jiang Luoran finally learned that Feng Linger was, in fact, a soul beast of 700,000 years. One astounding concept, 700,000 years. Such a being could indeed overshadow the heavens. I heard they sent enforcers to trouble you. Is everything all right? Ye baby just while they remark it. Fortunately, we have Linger with us. One of them escaped and coerced my friend into a sacrifice. It was a flying eagle, Jiang Luoran replied coldly. Ah, that is someone you will encounter on the battlefield. Since you are willing to assist me, I shall proceed directly to the heart of the matter. Are you prepared to bear the divine position of the Baiming God? Yi Beibei regarded Jiang Luoran with a glimmer of hope. If the battle truly requires this power, then I am willing, Jiang Luoran responded, embracing the notion of strength. After all, this had always been his way. Then follow me. Yi Beibei beckoned Jiang Luoran to a vast open space. In this place stood a colossal statue, hewn from jade, depicting a magnificent Kunpeng, larger than life itself. Above the Kunpeng was a woman, none other than Yi Beibei herself. Indeed, I am the Baiming God, capable of bestowing upon you the divine position of Baiming. However, I cannot grant it to you simply because you are my kin. That would be a sign of disrespect towards you and my divine position. Thus, you must undergo my trials to inherit the Baiming divine position. Yi Beibei observed Jiang Luoran's expression. Very well. Let the trials commence. It was hard to fathom that a deity would engage in discourse regarding her divine position, especially while explaining how one should navigate the challenges ahead. Jiang Luoran nodded, stepping forward into the trials. Be cautious. The interior is fraught with traps. Perhaps I set them a bit too excessively. If you cannot endure, simply tell me, and I will release you. Yi Beibei's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm not a child of 3 years. If I cannot endure, I shall abandon the endeavor. That is not my style. Jiang Luoran brushed her off, plunging into the trials. As he entered the first challenge, Jiang Luoran felt no discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, the first stage was a filtering phase. Without the bloodline of the Kunpeng, one would be crushed instantly. In other words, only the Kunpeng could lay claim to the Baiming divine position. Others were simply unworthy. It was no wonder Yi Dong harbored animosity towards Yi Beibei. He could not inherit the Baiming divine position due to his lack of Kunpeng lineage, which ultimately bred jealousy and hatred. As Jiang Luoran traversed further into the first stage, he noticed nothing amiss. Rather, he felt his soul power surging exponentially. His body underwent involuntary transformations, and gradually he began to levitate, ultimately transforming naturally into a Kunpeng. This transformation into Kunpeng felt distinctly different from his previous martial soul form. Whereas his prior manifestation was solely for the purpose of combat, this current form felt innately natural, as if he were always meant to be Kunpeng. His movements flowed effortlessly, and soaring through the skies felt utterly rightful. This sensation was profoundly strange, almost unfathomable. As he glided, Jiang Luoran arrived at a realm shrouded in white mist. where he discerned the faint outline of a figure. The figure emanated a cloud-like aura, adorned with white hair and a contemplative expression. I have been here for quite some time, the elder spoke suddenly, yet it felt as if only a brief moment had passed. Jiang Luoran, astonished, remarked, "Your demeanor suggests that you have been seated here for several million years. This domain exists solely for the Kunpeng. In other words, those without the Kunpeng soul beast lineage are inherently unqualified to enter and traverse this place," the elder lamented. Now in the form of Kunpeng, Jiang Luoran could only nod. "What must be done in the first challenge? Combat. In your current state, you have yet to unleash even a fraction of the true might of Kunpeng. How do you intend to contend with me?" The elder chuckled softly. "Not even 50%? I believe you are quite formidable as you are," Jiang Luoran pondered, realizing that he possessed martial prowess, yet lacked the means to employ it effectively. Remarkably, he had not harnessed even 50% of his strength up to this point. Formidable? For Kunpeng, wielding the sun and moon to pluck the stars is childish play. At this moment, you resemble a mere child, still grappling with the mountains and seas. Displaying an immaturity that is laughable, the elder mocked. "So what should I do?" Jiang Luoran began to take the matter seriously. "With your near-divine strength and immense potential, it is astonishing that you lack a pronounced aura of dominance. Why resort to physical means against an opponent that could be easily dispatched with a mere breath?" Jiang Luoran was taken aback. "The way you articulate this notion is rather delightful. Strike at the essence, delivering a precise blow, rather than flailing about like a lunatic. You must discern what should be employed and what must not. Is there truly a distinction?" Jiang Luoran now felt that his abundant soul power was practically inexhaustible. Whether employed or not, the difference seemed negligible. It is indeed significant. A monarch must possess the wisdom to allocate their subordinates with discernment. A sagacious ruler surely understands the principle of striking at the core to dismantle the entirety. Mastering this concept alone could enhance your strength by 20-fold. Striking at the core to dismantle the whole? Jiang Luoran appeared to grasp the elder's intent. Power that is disseminated merely results in a tsunami, while power that is precisely directed transforms into a lethal sword aimed at an individual. This is akin to his previously chaotic hammer technique, which now required precision and force. In other words, strike at the enemy's core to obliterate them entirely. There is no need for ostentatious displays. Truly powerful individuals always emerge quietly, conducting their affairs with understated grandeur. A fierce tiger must crouch before pouncing, while a divine dragon must navigate through the clouds. Both the tiger and the dragon require humility before battle. What more for Jiang Luoran, who has yet to attain divinity? This lesson from the elder was carefully noted by Jiang Luoran. One should not resort to excessive force when a simple gesture suffices. When attacking a specific point, there is no need for sweeping strikes, for it is simply unnecessary. Let us proceed. I offer you but a piece of advice. You are Kunpeng, worthy of traversing this divine realm. Is it possible that you have already passed the first trial? This seems somewhat irregular. The junior is eager to follow the senior's guidance. To heed the teachings of the divine, Jiang Luoran nodded. If such a powerful individual could impart wisdom, it might enhance his training over the years. It is crucial to recognize that his long-term cultivation of the blood fiend Vine martial soul has left him ignorant of the Kunpeng martial soul. If one were to claim understanding, it would only be that it is unmatched in strength and capable of slaying ghosts. Beyond that, Jiang Luoran was truly at a loss as to how to wield the Kunpeng martial soul. Initially, he had intended to seek advice from Yi Bei, yet it seemed the latter wished for him to discover it on his own. Chapter Yusexanbiv, Yidong. Only a deity can comprehend divine decrees. However, once one becomes a deity, there is no longer a need to heed such proclamations. The junior takes his leave. Kunpeng nodded and drifted away. Is the opponent Yidong? The elder suddenly inquired. Indeed, there may be more, Jiang Luoran mused in response. Then allow me to impart a technique. It is the only one I possess. The elder grasped Kunpeng's hand firmly. The 9 golden soul rings adorning Kunpeng sparkled involuntarily. How peculiar! It is almost fantastical. Jiang Luoran had not summoned the soul rings. Yet the elder could manipulate them merely by holding his hand? It was utterly bewildering. The elder's left hand flickered unpredictably, his index finger suddenly gleaming as it pointed toward the crystal in the sky, shooting forth a radiant beam. The golden light resembled tiny meteors, trailing ethereal wisps. Boom! The crystal did not shatter, but was pierced by the minuscule meteors, leading to dozens of crystals being punctured. Thus, with a pinpoint strike, The elder released Kunpeng's hand and smiled. What power! Furthermore, he sensed a depletion of soul power. Ever since Jiang Luoran inherited the Kunpeng martial soul, he had seldom experienced a loss of soul power. Additionally, regardless of how he unleashed his ultimate moves, he felt no satisfaction. There was none of that exhilarating sensation, only a frustration of soul power that could not be unleashed. Jiang Luoran had initially believed that he had reached a certain level where soul power was no longer a concern. It now appeared that this was merely a facade. To put it plainly, it was a sham, outwardly impressive yet utterly impractical. A true master strikes at the core to deliver a fatal blow. Who would engage in explosive antics? Such behavior is the domain of brutes. As Kunpeng, to resort to explosions would be a disservice to one's own strength. Can I also achieve this? Kunpeng murmured. If you have voiced this thought, then you must train until you master it. Otherwise, you shall not pass the first trial. Can I unleash the same strike as before? Kunpeng dissipated, transforming into Jiang Luoran's true form. Unsure of how to train, regardless of his inquiries, the elder had but one response: train until you know. However, Jiang Luoran was laden with many uncertainties. How was he to train effectively? Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand, producing a series of explosive sounds. The 9 soul rings appeared simultaneously in his grasp, and Jiang Luoran lifted his right hand, pointing his index finger. Boom! A magnificent beam of light erupted, soaring to great heights. The beam swept through, reducing all crystals to powder and nearly tearing apart the fabric of space itself. Yet upon completing the strike, Jiang Luoran did not feel the familiar drain of soul power. Instead, it felt trivial, akin to unleashing a minor technique. Nevertheless, he could distinctly sense that if the strike and the previous one were aimed at Yidong simultaneously, the first strike would prove far deadlier. Precision is the most formidable and sharpest weapon in this world. A scattered approach is utterly futile. Targeting a specific point while leaving the rest unscathed is the key to surprise. Naturally, remain composed. You are not preparing to battle Yidong, the elder reprimanded playfully. The second strike failed. The third strike failed. The 1856 strike, failure. Jiang Luoran's soul power was nearly depleted, yet he continued to fail. Gasping for breath, fatigue washing over him. 3 days passed, and Jiang Luoran remained entrenched in training, yet he could not manage to release a single strike. His energy output had even caused him to lose breath. Consider yourself a wine barrel. Do not spout water or froth. What the client requires is merely the wine within you, released appropriately, compressed, and extracted. Feel the pulse of your soul power, delivering a single decisive blow. The elder remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned with Jiang Luoran's struggles. It was as if nothing could provoke his ire. A single decisive blow. A single decisive blow. Feel the soul power? He was brimming with it. How could he possibly feel it? Unleashing soul techniques is merely calling upon one's own soul power, is it not? Continue to practice diligently. You will leave when you are ready. Otherwise, even if you were to exit, you would merely be a side dish for Yidong. 17,852. 18,467. 30,000. A brilliant flash of golden light surged upward, piercing the clouds and creating a rift in the sky. Not enough. When it is time to wield your soul power, why not exert it to the fullest? Jiang Luoran was overjoyed, regardless of his circumstances. He had now reached a level of uncanny mastery. Utilize soul power? He would exhaust all his soul energy at once and see if it would work. Jiang Luoran concentrated his right hand. The 9 golden soul rings compacted once more. During this build-up, the surroundings darkened, as if some ominous energy was gathering, imparting a sense of danger. It was as if Jiang Luoran had taken control of this realm. Whoosh! The golden light erupted upward, crashing into the heavens, exploding in a dazzling display that sent ripples through the entire space. Practice makes perfect. Let us continue. Jiang Luoran collapsed to the ground, depleted of soul power, needing to recover swiftly to press on. Bang! 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 Day and night of relentless training had led Jiang Luoran to feel prepared to employ the Elder-S technique. 5 days later, Jiang Luoran finally mastered it. Truly, as the Elder had said, he was now stronger. Compared to before, he was nothing more than a decorative vase. Utterly useless. If he were to confront Yidong now, he would likely be severely beaten. Presently, he was akin to a concealed hydrogen bomb launcher, capable of bringing down the sun and moon. Having mastered it, he was ready to depart. The incessant banging had disrupted his peace, The elder urged Luoran to leave. For these past days, he had not found tranquility. Luoran was far too noisy. Thank you, senior. Your teachings will remain etched in my memory. Luoran bowed respectfully. Ah, since you mention it, I have an ungracious request. The elder suddenly sat up. Please speak. Luoran was uncertain what else this elder had to say. Yidong is in fact my disciple. Luoran's body tensed, and 18 soul rings manifested, assuming a defensive stance. Do not be alarmed. Had I intended to kill you, I would have done so long ago. Luoran quickly dispersed the soul rings. The elder was correct. He had merely been overly excited and lost his composure. Yidong was indeed an earnest individual. He had endured unimaginable hardships to gain the recognition of the Baiming god. Yet, fate had other plans. He lacked the bloodline of the Kunpeng. Perhaps you think that talent and effort can compensate for bloodline. However, I must inform you, the Kunpeng bloodline cannot be acquired through mere effort. Such soul beasts exist solely for the divine. It is often said that hard work surpasses talent. Yet, the true value of bloodline is insurmountable, unless the bearer of that bloodline is a person devoid of conscience who attracts numerous enemies. Chapter 182, The Fearless Elder. Previously, it cherished peace and had aided many soul beasts and causes. Yet, in the end, it was deemed unworthy even to challenge the Baiming god's domain. I could sense its despair. What do you require of me? After becoming a deity, shall I take it on a tour of the Baiming divine realm? Perhaps prepare some small dishes? Luoran inquired. Fulfilling the wishes of another and facing life and death together seemed rather appealing. It shows a sense of humanity. I hope you grant it a reprieve. Merely incapacitate it, the elder implored. You have taught me so much. Had Yidong not committed heinous acts, I would have spared him, Luoran stated earnestly. Very well, the Baiming god has 3 trials. You have passed the first. Now proceed. Luoran transformed into a Kunpeng, darting forward toward the next trial. I must say, had it not been for the speed of the Kunpeng, an ordinary person could spend years traversing this path without reaching the end. It was unimaginably vast. Before him stood another majestic Kunpeng, its eyes closed as if in meditation. Luoran, intent on not disturbing the elder, glided past slowly. The elder Kunpeng suddenly opened its eyes, beaming with excitement upon seeing Luoran, as if it had encountered a beloved. The first trial teaches you to temper yourself. The second will instruct you on how to battle like a Kunpeng. You are quite remarkable. Had you not studied the skills of Dongfang Gu and instead directly approached the second trial, you would have failed, the elder Kunpeng remarked. I merely seek to learn more. Luoran dispelled his Kunpeng form. The elder appeared ready for battle. He needed to be prepared. The white Kunpeng lunged forward, attacking with its physical form. The opponent was indeed using a physical assault. Luoran dodged and transformed into his Kunpeng form, engaging in combat. The 2 Kunpengs were evenly matched, each growing stronger with every clash. In terms of soul skills, Luoran was still at a disadvantage. But when it came to genuine physical confrontation, he felt little fear. With the most concerning physical damage diminished, Luoran no longer held back. However, the elder Kunpeng's strikes grew increasingly forceful. It was hard to fathom how much destruction could be wrought with such a blow. Is this truly your fighting style? The elder Kunpeng altered its previous method, unleashing a blinding white light, charging at Luoran once more. Bang! Luoran was forced to retreat. He could not withstand the elder's colossal palm and had no choice but to withdraw. Bang! Again he was pushed back. The elder Kunpeng's power seemed to multiply geometrically. If the Kunpeng fought this way, every strike must ensure the opponent's demise, or at least force them to retreat, and the elder Kunpeng prepared for another strike. Luoran also summoned his soul power to empower himself, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet, he sensed an overwhelming will emanating from the elder. It was not merely a will. It was akin to a field that instilled a chilling dread. Moreover, the elder appeared unperturbed by any battle. Even if faced with the epicenter of a hydrogen explosion, he would charge in without hesitation. This was no longer bravery, but rather madness. Such a disdainful attitude toward all worldly might instill fear in anyone who faced such an opponent. It was reminiscent of a god of death's domain, augmenting one's strength by 20 while weakening the opponent's by 10. This elder Kunpeng possessed an innate field. This was indeed formidable. Luoran speculated that this second trial might involve teaching him a domain skill. Bang! 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 The 2 Kunpengs fought for an unknown duration. with Jiang Luoran increasingly at a disadvantage, while the elder Kunpeng remained full of vitality. Fight back. Can you not even retaliate? How disgraceful. You are bringing shame to our Kunpeng lineage. Muster your fighting spirit. Even a king abandoned by the world would find a way to rise again. Jiang Luoran had little patience left to heed the elder Kunpeng's grandiloquent philosophies. He was utterly exhausted. For reasons unknown, battling the elder Kunpeng drained him further, leaving him with an almost hollow sensation. A king? Does a king not require rest? Surely a king must eat and sleep well to make a comeback. Stop. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, gasping for breath. My goal is to defeat you. I'm tired now. May I rest? The elder Kunpeng. You wish to rest? The elder Kunpeng seemed to recall something. You still require soul power, correct? Time had slipped by, and he had forgotten about the matter of soul power. Jiang Luoran laid down upon the ground and promptly fell asleep. Exhaustion had overtaken him. After passing the first trial, he was utterly spent and now faced with the elder Kunpeng in the second trial. The intensity of the battle surpassed that of the younger generation. Jiang Luoran truly believed that Yi Bei should be taken out, as resolving matters with Yi Dong would follow suit. However, contemplating such matters was futile. Personal affairs must be managed independently. For 4 consecutive days, the second round resonated with thunderous clashes. During this time, Jiang Luoran would succumb to exhaustion and sleep, only to awaken and resume the relentless fighting. Both parties possessed an unwavering determination to vanquish one another. Defeat me, and I shall grant you the true domain of Kunpeng. The old Kunpeng bellowed. The Kunpeng domain, you say? I possess it, Jiang Luoran countered, deftly fending off the fierce assaults. Yours is incomplete. It should only pertain to time. Am I correct? Yet what I bestow upon you grants, 1, the indomitable spirit. In battle, one fears encountering a foe stronger than oneself. At such moments, the spirit of fearlessness proves invaluable, enabling one to harness their true potential. Jiang Luoran was uncertain of what domain was required for his golden soul rings. Yet he believed the Kunpeng domain to be his strongest asset at present. However, if it were endowed with the benefits the elder described, it would indeed be impressive. Much like when the flying eagle pursued them, had they possessed such an additional attribute then, Jiang Luoran would not have panicked. Perhaps he could have even flown back to the Soul Do Great Forest, seeking refuge with the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. Then let it commence. This battle was undeniably grueling, devoid of any tricks or subterfuge. Boom! Jiang Luoran faced defeat multiple times as he was once again overwhelmed by his opponent. Each failure chipped away at his composure. Was this elder truly invincible? No, he would exhaust his adversary. Jiang Luoran charged forth once more, refraining from using his soul techniques. Otherwise, upon the unveiling of the old Kunpeng's divine technique, he wouldn't even qualify to grovel. Divine techniques and soul techniques are fundamentally distinct. A soul master cannot inflict harm upon a divine being, akin to Tang San, who, upon achieving divinity, found the title Douluo to be as inconsequential as an ant. With a mere wave, he could extinguish them or elevate them. There remains a significant disparity between the divine and the mortal. Jiang Luoran endeavored to manipulate the Kunpeng domain, hoping to achieve what the elder had articulated. Yet each attempt only allowed him to control time, failing to connect with the essence of fearlessness. This was perplexing. Was the Kunpeng domain obtained through deceit? How could he not even manage the most fundamental developments? This was unfathomable. Jiang Luoran channeled all his soul power into the Kunpeng domain, continuously expanding and enhancing its quality. Chapter 183, Defeat. Ridiculous. The Kunpeng domain does not necessitate upgrading. Exerting more effort would yield no results. It requires a transformation of will, and to achieve that, one must delve into the very foundation. With a swift motion, the old Kunpeng sent Jiang Luoran sprawling to the ground, transforming one's will. Had he not been sufficiently fearless? Throughout his journey, he had never flinched, facing calamities alone without fear. Revenge, striving, and self-improvement. Perhaps Jiang Luoran possessed these qualities while the old Kunpeng had perpetually remained in combat. This direction may be misguided. If the old Kunpeng sought to instill the spirit of fearlessness in Jiang Luoran, then according to the elder's perception, he had already achieved it. Since reasoning eluded him and the opponent persisted in their obstinacy, he resolved to adopt a more ferocious approach. Was it not said that defeating the opponent would elevate the Kunpeng domain? Then let the battle commence. Jiang Luoran cast aside his hesitations, yet refrained from using his soul techniques. He was reluctant to indulge in acts of arrogance. As for power, with his current strength, employing the chaotic mantle hammer technique, what might that entail? It was worth a try. Switching to Blood Fiend Vine, he summoned a golden giant hammer with his fifth soul technique. Once again reverting to the Kunpeng martial spirit. What is this? You dare to engage me with such absurdity? The hammer technique was undeniably formidable. Be cautious. Jiang Luoran intoned gravely. Very well, let me witness the prowess of your hammer technique. The old Kunpeng replied with a hint of excitement. Was this the disparity of bloodlines? True lineage does not manifest in the arrogance of supremacy, nor in the sharpness of blades, but in the courage to learn and the humility to respect all combat techniques. Who is the mightiest? Only through unending cultivation can one ascend to become the most powerful soul master. The Kunpeng bloodline embodies not only immense strength, but also an insatiable desire for knowledge. Enlightened, Jiang Luoran clasped his hands in reverence, transforming into a flash of white light that vanished from sight. So swift, the old Kunpeng exclaimed, his eyes widening. The true contest was about to unfold. The golden hammer surged forth, trailing streaks of clouds, its soul power reaching the pinnacle of tidal Douluo level. A formidable strike, the old Kunpeng declared, raising his hand to collide with the incoming force. Bang! In the ensuing clash, the old Kunpeng staggered back, astounded as he gazed at his own palm, still crackling with energy. Had he nearly ignited a spark of electricity? What a tremendous blow! Jiang Luoran soared through the air, pondering the essence of fearlessness, uncertain if he himself embodied it. Regardless, all that mattered was defeating his adversary. In the interplay of wisdom and brute force, Jiang Luoran inclined towards the latter. Relishing speed, the swifter, the better. Engaging in intellect might ensure he emerged unscathed, but ultimately, the need to prevail remained. You must defeat me, the old Kunpeng lunged forward, palms poised to strike Jiang Luoran down. With a flap of the Kunpeng wings behind him, Jiang Luoran was propelled several meters backward. Fear not. This hammer technique does not merely deliver a single blow. Its true power lies in its accumulation. Previously unable to fly, he lacked suitable footholds, thus limiting the application of the chaotic mantle hammer technique. Now, Jiang Luoran was a formidable force across land, sea, and sky. Choose any battleground, and he would engage. The golden giant hammer in Jiang Luoran's grasp felt as supple as noodles, a manifestation of the pinnacle of speed and strength. As the old Kunpeng charged once more, Jiang Luoran pivoted, sweeping with the hammer, colliding with the opponent's palms in a tempestuous clash. Bang! The old Kunpeng was once again forced back, this time with even greater force. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Luoran continued his assault, unleashing a hammer strike that cleaved through the heavens, leaving a golden streak in its wake. Despite the hammer strikes compounding, Jiang Luoran had yet to vanquish the old Kunpeng. The chaotic mantle hammer technique had reached a state of singularity. Now, with a single strike, the very fabric of space would contort and distort, the force capable of influencing the air itself. Jiang Luoran employed a technique that pierced the surface, compressing it within the golden giant hammer, yielding substantial utility. However, the reverberations left his hands aching. Such immense power unleashed was beyond human tolerance. A single strike resonated like 1,000 blossoms bursting forth, shaking the heavens and earth. As the one closest to the epicenter, Jiang Luoran inevitably bore the brunt of the impact, his palms and fingers cracking, blood seeping forth. The old Kunpeng, evidently intimidated by the hammer technique, repeatedly praised its efficacy. Jiang Luoran's combat awareness was commendable as he adeptly integrated techniques from the first round into this hammer technique, resulting in exponential enhancements, even reaching a terrifying level. Despite the divide between divine and mortal, the old Kunpeng began to feel the strain. Chaotique monte la mort technique, singularité achevée. Jiang Luoran ascended higher into the sky, raising the golden giant hammer above his head. Hundreds of golden rays converged, tightly adhering to the golden hammer, evoking a sense of impending grandeur. No, he was indeed unleashing a formidable strike. How could the venerable Kunpeng evade this? In his mind, the concept of evasion did not even exist. Instead, he charged forward, intent on colliding with Jiang Luoran's assault. This attack, though terrifying, could not vanquish the divine. Jiang Luoran had carefully calculated the power and follow-up. It was challenging to articulate the sound produced. The clash of unimaginable force resulted in a truly cataclysmic impact. It turned out to be capable of shattering the void. Jiang Luoran transformed into the blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The first soul skill, creation from nothing. The first soul ring enveloped Jiang Luoran, ultimately manifesting 99 duplicates of himself, all standing behind him. Each clone wielded a cursed spear, surging forth to engage in a frenzied battle against the venerable Kunpeng. The clones, imbued with golden light, were determined to engage Kunpeng in a life-or-death struggle, with little left to spare. This was a frenzied combat, in which Jiang Luoran sought victory through dual martial souls. In the end, he was compelled to employ a clone soul skill. It remained uncertain whether this constituted a breach of rules, but his clones all wielded cursed spears without unleashing other potentially devastating soul skills. Enough, Kunpeng gestured, revealing several wounds on his body, particularly on the palm that had nearly shattered during the recent collision with the myriad forms of Jiang Luoran. With a thud, Jiang Luoran dispelled his clones and placed his golden spear on the ground. The burden was immense. Without 2 days of recovery, he felt he would not regain his strength. What is the name of this hammer technique? It can actually amplify power, Kunpeng inquired. It's called myriad forms, which channels all surrounding power to a single point before unleashing it. Jiang Luoran explained. Of course, our Kunpeng kill is a one-time, ultimate attack that relies on the harmony of heaven and earth. It is fundamentally different from this hammer technique. Jiang Luoran contemplated. Kunpeng kill maximizes a singular point of strength, harnessing all power for the assault. In Chapter 184, A Long Spear, the venerable Kunpeng urged Jiang Luoran to restore his soul power. Otherwise, he would be doomed in the third trial. He infused a sliver of his white radiance into Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng domain, enhancing his attributes. After this battle, Jiang Luoran's soul power surged, and he sensed the potential for another breakthrough. Upon awakening, Jiang Luoran found that Kunpeng had vanished. Did they truly exist, or were they mere illusions conjured by Yi Bei? Rising, Jiang Luoran proceeded towards the third trial. Upon entering the third trial, Jiang Luoran discovered a scene of dazzling brilliance. Layers of white clouds glowed with a crimson hue akin to the evening glow, creating an impression that one could touch the heavens with a mere reach. Surrounding him were fish soaring through the air, none of which Jiang Luoran had ever seen before. Glimmering small carps flitted about in the sky, numbering in the millions. Enormous tiger sharks swam through the carp schools, casually devouring a few. Lantern fish, adorned with lush bamboo shoots, and massive pink sea turtles measuring hundreds of meters were present. These colors were not artificially enhanced, but rather a result of natural growth. The white sky suddenly faded, leaving only a golden dawn, making one feel as if they had entered an ethereal realm. The white was not the sky, but rather the belly of an unimaginably large whale. What constitutes the beauty of the ocean? If this does not qualify, one might as well visit heaven to behold angels. Jiang Luoran suddenly felt that the aquarium tickets he had purchased on Earth were a waste. Wait, wasn't this the third trial? Where was the water? How could fish swim freely here? Why did it feel as if he were submerged in the sea? This perplexity left Jiang Luoran disoriented. Even he, a skilled practitioner, sensed no murderous intent. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. Even the venerable Kunpeng had warned of the dangers of the third trial. To be careless here would be tantamount to courting death. But what was the objective of the third trial? Was it to slay all the fish here? That seemed improbable. Given the Kunpeng clan's nature, such a ruthless act was unlikely. Suddenly, Jiang Luoran exclaimed in shock, nearly gasping for breath. The only person present was indistinct, shrouded in endless white mist, rendering it impossible to discern their identity. Was the opponent in the third trial a woman? Although Jiang Luoran could not clearly see her, he could ascertain that her physique was undeniably feminine. At the very least, she could be a mermaid. In any case, she was certainly of a female disposition. I must see what lies within the third trial. Jiang Luoran boldly approached, wielding his golden hammer. Bibi Dong? The white temptation nearly caused Jiang Luoran to spew blood. How could she be here, and in such a manner? During the day, was she not cold? No. Jiang Luoran immediately recalled the angelic divine position. When Qianrenxue inherited the angelic divinity she had been, well, everyone understood. He remembered that Tang San had not truly consummated with Qianrenxue. It was merely her illusion and trial, though it was said to be exceedingly perilous. Could it be that the Kunpeng divine position followed a similar pattern? Good heavens! His opponent was Bibi Dong. As Jiang Luoran pondered, his mind was assailed by waves of white temptation. This was an immersive sensation. What could be more terrifying than an erotic attack? No, he cannot succumb. Moreover, Yi Bei should still be watching. Would that not be embarrassing? Jiang Luoran unleashed his Death God domain and Kunpeng domain, hastily fleeing from this place. The illusion was not merely as simple as it appeared. Although Bibi Dong did not pursue him, his heart remained unsettled. Was this an attempt to ensnare him in a gentle embrace? For anyone, this would be a fatal blow. It was akin to the phrase, enraptured to the point of forgetting one's homeland. Liu Bei, the revered one, had once possessed grand aspirations. Such a revered figure nearly succumbed to forgetfulness. How could a mere individual like Jiang Luoran withstand it? He realized that he was becoming increasingly unhinged, even developing a tendency towards indecisiveness. Additionally, the previous fragment lingered vividly in his mind, as if he could not bear to forget it. This was not a dream. Jiang Luoran gazed up in astonishment. If it were a dream, he would be able to extricate himself. With both domains active, what dream could implant itself in his mind? It was inconceivable. Moreover, the existence of his skull made it impossible for even such a dream to penetrate. This was terrifying. If it were not a dream, then what had transpired earlier? A dimensional space? Or perhaps it was his true nature? If he were to become a god devoid of desire and ambition, Jiang Luoran was unwilling to inherit the beaming divinity. Had he lost his mind? A healthy, vigorous man, he had no intention of renouncing his mortal existence to become a deity. He lacked such enlightenment. Yet, this temptation seemed intent on rendering him devoid of desire. Endurance? The pressing question was what he should do now. Jiang Luoran activated his true Kunpeng form, having sprinted an unknown distance, yet he still could not escape this place, revealing its vastness. He had encountered Bibi Dong 3 times in the interim, fearing the next moment might bring forth another woman, preferably not Hulaina. Otherwise, he would be doomed. It was immense here, either overwhelmingly large or imbued with a sense of being ensnared in an endless loop. Can a person, no matter how swift, surpass the immutable laws of the world? As one circles around in relentless pursuit, how can they ever escape? Even if one were to soar endlessly, liberation remains elusive unless a breach is forcefully created. Jiang Luoran once endeavored to assault the surrounding barriers, yet found them impervious to his might. Even the formidable skills of the elder failed to shatter them. And this was merely the second trial. Now, in this third trial, the prospect of breaking the barrier seems hopeless, as even in death, one might not glimpse a single crack. Eliminating all impossibilities, Jiang Luoran is left in utter despair. Yet he is not one to surrender easily. It cannot be that after striving so hard to arrive here, he is vanquished by a woman and the allure of gentleness. Is this not the so-called plight of heroes against the charms of beauty? A fervent heat pulsates within his chest, spreading throughout his being. This sensation is akin to the perilous atmosphere of the third trial. He can no longer withstand it. Jiang Luoran sits cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul, summoning all of his soul power and soul rings. The bloodthirsty vine and the Kunpeng martial soul are in constant motion as his soul rings overlap, generating waves of energy. It feels as if something tangible is caressing him, a sensation so real that it renders Jiang Luoran speechless. With his eyes tightly shut, he channels his soul power, wishing he had Tang San's mysterious celestial technique. Alas, he does not. The process is torturous until a glimmer of dawn erupts before his eyes, gradually dispelling all his fallen thoughts. No, this cannot merely be described as dawn. It is more akin to the light of a new day, bathed in its radiance. Jiang Luoran feels an overwhelming sense of hope. Upon opening his eyes, he beholds an astonishing artifact, a long spear of earthy yellow, reminiscent of a sea cucumber trident. Yet this earthy spear emanates an irresistible light of dawn. If one does not examine it closely, they might mistake it for a mere iron brush. However, the light of dawn it radiates is undeniable. This is indeed a long-buried divine artifact. Without a doubt, this is a divine weapon of the Kunpeng deity. Much like the sea cucumber trident, it has been sealed away for far too long, only to be activated by one of true strength. The seal upon it can only be unraveled by Jiang Luoran if he inherits the divine position. For now, setting aside the thought of breaking the seal, even grasping the black spear proves impossible. It is too swift. Even in his Kunpeng true form, Jiang Luoran cannot catch up to this black spear. It perpetually remains just out of reach, a mere meter away, forever eluding his grasp. This feeling of yearning for something unattainable is universally understood. The sea cucumber trident is too heavy to lift, while this black spear is too fast to catch. One wonders what challenges Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue faced when inheriting their divine positions. Surely, they endured some inhuman trials. Jiang Luoran swings his hand, releasing the 9 golden soul rings, sealing off all directions. Let us see how you will escape. With determined strides, Jiang Luoran charges forward. The black spear swiftly turns and lunges towards him. Jiang Luoran's pupils widen in shock. He never anticipated such an assault from a spear. Even the sea cucumber trident did not attack Tang San, though it was difficult to draw. This black spear has developed a will of its own. Jiang Luoran leaps atop his 9th soul ring. His left index finger lightly touches the spear, unleashing a burst of starlight. Boom! Such overwhelming power fails to deter the black spear, which instead accelerates towards him with renewed vigor. Jiang Luoran retreats, switching to the bloodthirsty, vine martial soul. Invoking his first soul skill, creating something from nothing, he swiftly reverts to his Kunpeng true form, summoning 99 manifestations of the Kunpeng, each unleashing energy waves towards the black spear. The black spear spirals, meeting the 99 golden beams, cutting through them effortlessly. Jiang Luoran hastily withdraws his martial soul, glancing at the bloodstain on his chest, realizing how close he came to losing his heart. This weapon is not merely sharp. It is a harbinger of unprecedented carnage. Clearly, this spear represents the most formidable challenge of the 3rd trial. Had Jiang Luoran allowed his 9 soul rings to guard him earlier, he would have met his demise. Suddenly, the black spear enlarges, transforming into a colossal weapon, towering 100 meters high, and descends upon Jiang Luoran. To Jiang Luoran, this immense black spear resembles a looming iron fortress. 7th soul skill, Kunpeng true form. Jiang Luoran's body expands as if inflated, mist cascading freely, enveloped in divine light. As a white-feathered Kunpeng gradually ascends into the air. Boom! In a moment of transformation, the battle erupts. To his astonishment, this rusted black spear manages to pierce through Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng true form. The blood of the Kunpeng spills, and he suddenly feels a sense of weakness, both in strength and stature. Jiang Luoran is taken aback, but seizes the opportunity, gripping the black spear with both hands. A surge of pain engulfs him. A searing agony, akin to having his flesh sliced, courses through Jiang Luoran. This spear is ungraspable? No, Jiang Luoran realizes that if he releases it, given the spear's temperament, it would surely deliver a fatal blow, a strike that would end him entirely. Jiang Luoran feels that even grasping a scalding hot potato would be preferable to this ordeal. He does not exaggerate. The distinction is profound. Jiang Luoran's entire being ignites in agony, involuntarily howling in distress. Were it not for the protection of his soul bones, he would likely have perished on the spot. The black spear sways, struggling to break free from Jiang Luoran's grasp, the light of dawn bursting forth, blindingly bright. At this moment, the light of dawn feels like molten lava seeping into his eyes, flooding his very core. This merciless divine artifact seeks to drain Jiang Luoran of everything. With all his might, he attempts to lift the black spear, yet the opposing force is formidable, rivaling his own strength. Who knows if this divine artifact harbors secret divine power? Otherwise, even 8 Jiang Luorans would be insufficient to withstand its onslaught. The sound of metal groaning fills the air. Yet infuriatingly, Jiang Luoran cannot budge it even a fraction. His body is subjected to relentless assault, the negative effects of the artifact infiltrating every facet of his being. This torment must be akin to hellish suffering. Bang! Bang! The 9 soul rings hover above Jiang Luoran's arms, alleviating some of the negative consumption and bolstering his strength. These are soul rings forged over 1,000,000 years. Even if Jiang Luoran cannot unleash his full potential, they are not easily destroyed by a mere artifact. Otherwise, the artifact would have shattered the soul rings and escaped. Of course, the reason Jiang Luoran possesses such formidable soul power is due to these soul rings. Boom! The black spear rises by 1 millimeter, and even this minuscule movement resonates with a profound sound, making it seem as though Jiang Luoran is lifting not a spear, but a grand ancient temple. This achievement is enough to shatter one's spirit. Jiang Luoran has expended everything to achieve this mere millimeter. How heavy must this divine artifact be? Jiang Luoran can no longer maintain his composure. He realizes that mere silence and encouragement will not suffice. Another millimeter shifts. the spear's tip gleaming with a chilling light, like a sword drawn from its sheath. What does it mean to be filled with wrath? Jiang Luoran's face, now twisted in fury, with cracks forming around his eyes and body. Such a visage can only be described as filled with wrath. Although he is striving for something, drops of crimson blood fell upon the black spear. 1 drop, 2 drops of blood. This black spear was inexplicably absorbing his blood. Heaven knows what this object is. It had just been weakened by Jiang Luoran's blood. Yet now, it desperately craved his essence. Even a blood monarch like Jiang Luoran could not withstand such depletion. The initial theft of his vitality left him utterly feeble, as if drained of all strength. Jiang Luoran steadied himself, straining to lift the spear, even if it meant being completely drained. He could not fathom why he was so resolute, as if the agony had instilled a sense of inertia within him. All that occupied his mind was the imperative to raise the divine artifact. Everything else faded into oblivion. With each exertion, Jiang Luoran knelt, teetering on the brink of collapse. The pressure had reached its zenith. In a final moment of desperation, he summoned an unknown strength to raise the divine artifact above his head before collapsing to the ground. He even lacked the energy for a final spasm, wishing only to lie there lifeless. The black spear erupted with brilliance, as if it were embodying a celestial presence. The 9 golden soul rings encircling Jiang Luoran floated towards the black spear, enveloping it in their glow. Had betrayed him? Chapter 186. The successor of Baiming God. The golden spear's radiance dissipated, and the soul rings vanished into its form, transforming it into an iron spear that fell beside Jiang Luoran. With his eyes closed, he succumbed to slumber, resting for 3 days and nights in this tranquil, temperature-neutral space. Jiang Luoran found the sleep surprisingly comfortable. Yet he pondered, was it necessary for him to tear open a fissure to escape? He picked up the black iron spear beside him. It felt remarkably light in his grasp, devoid of the earlier heaviness. Due to the previous shadows, he had exerted considerable effort, nearly losing his balance. However, the pitch-black surface of the spear did not appear rusty or moldy. Rather, it emanated an ethereal glow, suggesting a supernatural quality. He decided to test it. Approaching a barrier, he hefted the spear and thrust it fiercely. With a sound akin to slicing through tofu, the barrier yielded effortlessly. Jiang Luoran thought, had he been struck by a spear earlier, he would likely have perished without a trace. Upon exiting the barrier, he felt that the previous illusions were laden with temptation and oppressive heat. Beyond the boundary, however, there was an invigorating freshness that was exceedingly pleasant. Just moments into this newfound relief, a searing pain surged through him, piercing to his very core. Jiang Luoran was bewildered by this sensation, wondering if the Kunpeng's nature could lead to such a fate. Could it be that the spear bore a grudge? The spear of dawn. After a short while, the agonizing spasms subsided, and he sensed something new at his brow. He crawled to the lake beside the Kunpeng sacred hall to inspect. To his astonishment, a totem of the spear of dawn, crafted in pure gold, emerged at his forehead. Jiang Luoran immediately comprehended that the spear of dawn was the emblem of the Kunpeng deity, a token of divine acknowledgement. He had earned the Kunpeng's recognition and was now worthy to wield the spear of dawn. In time, should he restore the spear's brilliance, he could return to claim the position of Kunpeng deity. With the spear of dawn, his demeanor and appearance transformed drastically. He became a strikingly handsome figure, with flowing long hair and an air of composure. His divine aura was undeniable. No one would mistake Jiang Luoran for an ordinary mortal, but rather perceive him as a celestial being. He radiated an unending divine light. Soul power? Jiang Luoran touched his chest, incredulous at the surge of soul power within him. Could it be? Level 99? The ultimate Douluo. Incredible. Such strength was unprecedented. After this profound transformation, Jiang Luoran's abilities had undergone a qualitative leap. With the spear of dawn in hand, he could vanquish all adversaries and subdue demons with ease. If tasked with challenging a million-year soul beast, he would not falter. What fear did he have of soul beasts now that he was half divine? No matter how swift they were, they could not surpass the control of the grand scheme. The true Kunpeng could transcend all limitations. The spear of dawn had become one with the emblem of the Kunpeng deity. You are now my candidate, and, simultaneously, the only chosen one of the Kunpeng. Yi Beibei approached, surrounded by 4 enchanting maidens. Appearing less like a deity and more like a group of sisters on a spring outing, each adorned with exquisite charm. Yi Beibei was evidently the eldest among them. The Spear of Dawn? Is that its name? Jiang Luoran lifted the spear. Yi Bei nodded and effortlessly took the spear of dawn from him. Jiang Luoran instinctively wanted to protest, recalling the hardships he had endured, but was struck by how naturally she wielded it, as if they were long-lost friends. I, too, am a Kunpeng deity, so by rights it belongs to me. As Yi Bei poised the spear of dawn, she exuded the aura of a Valkyrie. Jiang Luoran was astonished. Could there truly be two Kunpeng deities in one realm? He recalled that when Tang San succeeded the sea god, the predecessor could retire, and Poseidon would sacrifice himself. Naturally, he did not wish for Yi Bei to meet such a fate. Conversely, he was aware of the intricacies involved, and thus did not intend to fully inherit the Kunpeng deity's mantle. As long as he possessed his current strength, he could assist Baiming through this trial. In this way, no one would need to perish, and he could still aid Baiming. The position of Baiming deity was a self-created divinity, unlike the god of death, which required a sacrifice of life. It could be said that the Kunpeng deity existed solely in his form. Even if someone else were to inherit the divine position, he would remain, albeit without the burden of overseeing all matters. Residing in the Baiming Sacred Hall was still an option. However, you might be the last to inherit the Baiming deity title. Yi Bei sighed, as if lamenting the scarcity of Baiming deities, wishing to create a connection. A self-created divine position. How utterly extraordinary. What kind of celestial prowess could establish a divine position in the realm of gods? This was a gamble of flesh and spirit. One dares to strike, and the other dares to contend. Why am I the last Baiming deity? Jiang Luoran could not comprehend. Was it not said that the Baiming deity did not require a sacrifice of blood? Because, in this world, there is no longer a Kunpeng. This is also the drawback of a self-created divine position. It cannot be easily broken by just anyone. The bloodline of the Kunpeng is what allows for the inheritance of the divine position. This is specifically reserved for the Kunpeng. If another were to take their place, they would not even be able to unlock the domain. Yi Bei furrowed her brow. Even as a Kunpeng deity, I cannot change this reality. It's over. Am I destined for extinction? How utterly absurd. By that logic, he is akin to a giant panda, a series of national treasures, a rare breed. Very well. You may interpret the Spear of Dawn on your own. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Remember, do not use the artifact S abilities for now. Otherwise, you may invite disaster upon yourself. Yi Bei then returned the spear to Jiang Luoran and departed with the others. This felt oddly reminiscent of being an employee. Jiang Luoran forced a smile and shook his head, wielding the gun of dawn as he soared towards the pinnacle of the Kunpeng Holy Temple. Master, Yi Hong has led a large force and is advancing towards our front camp, Exiner stated bitterly. And our rear has already been encircled, Feng Linger added anxiously. The remaining two women furrowed their brows, clearly aware of the dire situation. Should we inform the Crown Prince and let him ask higher to probe the situation? No. Let him remain in the dark. Once he truly inherits the divine position, it will not be too late to assist us. Yi Bei decisively rejected. Master, Yi Dong requests an audience with you, stating he wishes to reclaim the Kunpeng Holy Temple, Exiner mentioned. Do not meet him. If he wants it, let him come and take it. I shall await him. Yi Bei maintained her unwavering stance. The four could see through her demeanor. Yi Bei genuinely cared for Jiang Luoran's safety, albeit unwilling to express it. Though she appeared indifferent, her concern for the child was profound. She had contemplated visiting Douluo continent several times, yet had been thwarted by the urgency of war. Otherwise, why endure such awkwardness? If Yi Dong were to ascend to divinity, Yi Bei would easily defeat him with a single move. However, if Yi Dong suddenly ascended, leading the rebel forces, they would be utterly defenseless. Chapter 187. Achieving Greatness. Jiang Luoran gripped the gun of dawn, channeling his soul power, enhancing it with his soul rings, and catalyzing it with his martial soul. Yet, he could not dispel the black iron, preventing the gun of dawn from re-emerging. What should he do now? Having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, further training would undoubtedly be futile. As for combat techniques, mastering the point-to-surface approach required practice. He still felt somewhat unsteady. In truth, Jiang Luoran sensed that the point-to-surface strategy applied not only to the release of soul skills, but also to his own attacks. Each strike demanded a level of precision and refinement. Such skills could only be honed through practical training. Mere contemplation was of no avail. Ultimately, repeated engagement would naturally lead to mastery. At the very summit of the Kunpeng Holy Temple, there appeared to be stairs. This revelation startled Jiang Luoran. Where could these stairs lead? Surely to the divine realm. He could hardly believe that his ancestors had opened a passage from the heavens to the human realm, establishing their own divine position. What kind of extraordinary vision could accomplish such a feat? As he stepped on the first stair, Jiang felt an immediate pressure. It dawned on him instantly. Was this akin to the staircase Tang San traversed within the sea god's temple? The longer the staircase, the greater the pressure. However, what Jiang felt most acutely was not pressure, but a propelling force. After ascending 13 steps, he was pushed back to the 9th step. Had he not held on tightly, he would have been flung away. The towering staircase seemed to reach into the clouds. And to ascend it would mean becoming a true deity. What are you doing? Jiang gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked at Feng Linger approaching. Sister Linger, I am climbing the heavenly staircase. Heavenly staircase? What is that? Feng Linger asked, perplexed, glancing around. Right here. Can't you see it? Jiang pointed ahead. I see nothing. Where is this heavenly staircase? Are you dreaming? Feng Linger replied. This is the Kunpeng holy temple, filled with secrets, which might induce illusions, she added. Impossible. Jiang swore vehemently. The power and sensation from climbing the heavenly staircase were undoubtedly essential for ascension to divinity. Yi Beibei mentioned that only Kunpeng can inherit the position of the Kunpeng deity, he recalled. Feng Linger and the others were entirely unable to see it. What brings you here? Since arriving in Baiming, Jiang had felt like an outsider, unfamiliar with everyone. Yet, he still bore the title of Crown Prince. Your moment to achieve greatness has arrived, Feng Linger urged, pulling Jiang towards the exit. Indeed, while Yi Beibei hesitated to allow Jiang to engage in battle. His presence on the battlefield would surely minimize the cost of bloodshed. After all, he was a demigod. His strength was comparable to Yi Dong and Yi Beibei. And in every skirmish except those involving Yi Dong, he dominated effortlessly. Why keep him sidelined at home like a mere ornament? Achieve greatness? Jiang gasped Feng Linger firmly. Halting her advance, his strength had surged dramatically. He could easily handle not only Feng Linger, but hundreds of them. Are you reluctant to go? Feng Linger's face fell in disappointment. This is too slow, Jiang declared, unfurling his Kunpeng wings, grasping Feng Linger with his left hand, and brandishing the gun of dawn with his right before dashing out of the Kunpeng holy temple. Jiang's speed was akin to a flash of light as he traversed the domain of the Kunpeng holy temple, soaring towards the battlefield that Feng Linger had mentioned. The chaotic sounds enveloped him, as if the entire world existed in an era of warfare. Beneath the Changshan County ridge, countless old beasts were engaged in a brutal slaughter, and it felt as though he had been transported to ancient times. This was truly a scene reminiscent of the primal era. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Jiang would never have believed such a sight existed. What a grand spectacle! Even the weakest soul beast among them had lived for over 300,000 years. Baiming, previously untouched by conflict, was a veritable paradise, and here the soul beasts thrived, well-nourished and vigorous. To release even a single soul beast from this place would be a cataclysmic weapon. Yet here, they were merely fodder. Kill. Follow me into the Kunpeng holy temple. Reclaim our lost ground, roared a giant tiger wielding a bone sword, causing 2 soul beasts on the Baiming side to fall dead under the force of his roar. This mighty tiger was as muscular as Kwafu, and with each swing of the bone sword, a soul beast from Baiming was doomed. Its blood-red eyes and white wings created an unsettling yet awe-inspiring image. Isn't it too early to be fighting? Jiang scolded. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Consider it my fault. Feng Linger understood that Jiang would not truly be angry with her, unlike Yi Beibei, who was a different case. After all, Jiang had been raised by her. She was akin to a mother to him. This flying tiger was the overlord of the rear camp, but its name was irrelevant. It was clearly nearing its end. Its identity was that of Yi Dong's adopted son, Feng Linger revealed. Very well, leave it to me, Jiang proclaimed. Taking to the skies with his wings, diving into the heart of the battlefield and gazing down at the domineering, flying tiger. All the soul beasts ceased their attacks. Fixated on the intruding Jiang they could not afford to ignore him, for emblazoned on his forehead was the mark of the Kunpeng deity, signifying him as the next in line for the divine position. Their disputes were merely over this very title. The Gun of Dawn shone anew. It was indeed the Gun of Dawn. He had secured its recognition, standing as a demigod of Baiming. This was undoubtedly the result of Yi Beibei's teachings. There was no way he could attain the divine position and the gun of dawn solely on his own merit. Bah, shameless creature. You become a demigod by mere appearance, relying on gifts. You are the child of Yi Bei, the one with the human child? A hybrid, I presume. The coarse voice of the flying tiger rang out, provoking laughter from the soul beast behind it, who pointed and jeered at Jiang Luoran. A deity without strength is but a triviality. Who would take him seriously? Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Jiang Luoran had indeed reached level 99 and had earned the Kunpeng divine position and the gun of dawn through his own efforts. He did not rely on Yi Bei's influence to rise to prominence. Jiang Luoran's eyes were devoid of excitement. Since becoming a demigod, he viewed all matters with a calm detachment. Curse. He is about to descend into hell. Let him curse as he pleases. I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me. I fear that if I strike, it may lead to your demise. However, if I can incite Yi Bei's wrath, I shall consider myself a contributor. Fei Hu declared his intent to kill and raise his blade to cleave towards Jiang Luoran. From Jiang Luoran's perspective, this was no mere blade, but rather the fabled Tianke de Deo, hurtling down from the heavens. Yet what use is this? This exemplifies a failure to grasp the essence of combat, merely mimicking its form without understanding its force. The 9 golden soul rings upon Jiang Luoran trembled, encircling his left index finger. Upon activating the 9 rings, Fei Hu and all the soul beasts sensed something amiss. He was not merely a being of divine rank and the dawn spear. He was above level 90. With Fei Hu's word spoken, the blade fell, and he paid no heed to further considerations. Bang! Jiang Luoran flicked his fingertip, sending forth a radiant stream of golden light to meet the descending blade. Chapter 188. The Sovereign approaches the city. Crack! The blade shattered into 2 halves, yet it continued its relentless advance towards Fei Hu. Bang! The golden beam pierced through Fei Hu's heart, delivering a chilling blow. As for the soul beasts behind Fei Hu, they were all struck down by the golden light, collapsing in droves. Fei Hu knelt on one knee, his face numb as he gazed at the wound upon his chest, unable to believe it. A mere wisp of golden light pierced through him? What a shocking revelation. It was as if he were fighting a being of an entirely different caliber. No, Fei Hu thought, he could not succumb here. There remained many tasks left undone, and he did not wish to perish. Do not struggle. You are but a spent force. Jiang Luoran raised the dawn spear, bringing it down towards Fei Hu's head. In the blink of an eye, Fei Hu was cleaved in 2, falling instantly, completely unaware of the reason behind Jiang Luoran's extraordinary strength. This was no ordinary power, it was unparalleled. Fei Hu, a battle-hardened soul beast, had been effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Luoran. Regardless of whether Yidong would erupt in fury or seek vengeance, the soul beasts on the battlefield were already filled with a chilling dread towards Jiang Luoran. They had initially perceived him as a mere ornament, only to discover he was a formidable figure, closely associated with Yi Bei and Yidong. The emergence of such a character could significantly alter the tides of battle, both psychologically and physically. Jiang Luoran had instilled fear in the soul beasts on the battlefield. Shall we confront him together? Jiang Luoran lifted the dawn spear, pointing it at the approaching tide of soul beasts. A challenge. This was a blatant provocation, but who would dare to accept? With Fei Hu dead, who among them would be foolish enough to step forward? Retreat, quickly retreat. The multitude of soul beasts roared. Their attempt to break through the rear lines now appeared futile, and to dream of seizing the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, that would be akin to courting death. The soul beasts of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall sat down, their injuries and losses severe. After fighting for over 10 days, they were utterly spent. They had wished to cheer for Jiang Luoran, yet they lacked the strength to do so. Nevertheless, they understood that there was a successor to Baiming, and there was no need to worry about the future. Initially, there were those who contemplated defection, given the overwhelming disparity in strength. But Jiang Luoran's appearance had reassured them. Jiang Luoran was now akin to the level of Yi Bei. Should he ascend to godhood and ally with her, their side would boast dual divine combatants. They would utterly overwhelm the opposition. In the true battlefield, the number of top-tier individuals determines the outcome. Furthermore, Jiang Luoran was undeniably powerful, striking with the fury of thunder, vanquishing Fei Hu. Who could stand against him? His identity in this battle would be swiftly solidified. Kunpeng Shun. Kunpeng Shun. Some, still with remnants of strength, shouted in fervor, looking towards Jiang Luoran. In this battle, you have at least spared thousands of soul beasts from death. The rear lines should be secure. Come back with me. Foam Linger flew towards him. No, we should seize this moment to press the advantage. Yidong will surely strike again. We are locked in a stalemate. What harm is there in bullying the enemy further? Allowing them to retreat only to return seems unnecessary, as it would merely become a stumbling block for us in the future. Jiang Luoran would not engage in the folly of sparing others, only to be pursued later. At the very least, he needed to ensure that the enemy no longer possessed the strength to resist. Then you go. I shall return with the wounded for treatment and need to prevent large-scale movements. Foam Linger waved her hand. Very well. Jiang Luoran pursued the fleeing soul beasts. He soared above while the soul beasts ran below. For if they were to fly before a god, it would be a sign of disrespect. Fearing Jiang Luoran might strike them down instantly. Yet, Jiang Luoran was completely unaware of this rule. Even as they fled, he would not remark upon it. The present situation was that Jiang Luoran flew slowly above while the soul beasts hastened below. Jiang Luoran surveyed the scene beneath him. He possessed unparalleled speed, able to reach the forefront in an instant, thus harboring no concerns. Run swiftly. The Beiming god is about to unleash his wrath. Why does he continue to pursue us? Is he intent on annihilating us? Such formidable divine power is insurmountable. Beiming Shun, spare us. Beiming Shun. As they neared their fortress, all the soul beasts surged in, and Jiang Luoran watched them, making no effort to obstruct their entry. It was only after they had all rushed into the fortress that Jiang Luoran stood at the gate, gazing down upon the throng of soul beasts. This sensation was reminiscent of a shepherd tending to his flock, with the soul beasts akin to sheep. While Jiang Luoran counted their numbers, a group stood awkwardly. Should Jiang Luoran choose to slay them, they would have no choice but to accept their fate. You have trespassed upon the Beiming's sacred hall. How could I not teach you a lesson? I shall strike once. How many soul beasts will survive? That is up to your fortune. Jiang Luoran raised the dawn spear high, and in that moment, it radiated brilliance akin to the sun. Beiming Shun, we were merely misled. We cherish peace. Yes, it was all Yidong's fault. He deceived us with flowery words. We implore Beiming Shun for forgiveness. The crowd clamored, jesting that no one could withstand a demigod strike. Cherish peace? Jiang Luoran nearly laughed in disbelief. Moments ago, they had shown no restraint in their aggression. Not to mention, they were not merely radicals, but a series of lunatics. Bang, bang, bang. One golden soul ring after another was added to the dawn spear, enhancing its brilliance to the point of obscuring the sun. It was clear what lethal technique Jiang Luoran was preparing to unleash. Beiming Shun, we are willing to surrender. We wish to turn from darkness to light. Yes, we surrender, we surrender. We will join the ranks of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall and fight against the nefarious Yidong. The soul beasts grew frantic, for they could not bear the weight of Jiang Luoran's strike. What a joke! Have you ever seen an energy sphere as large as the sun? Who would dare to receive such a blow? Jiang Luoran. There is yet another act unfolding? Surrender? If that is the case, it is not entirely out of the question. Jiang Luoran, after all, did not wish to cause excessive bloodshed, as that would reflect poorly on his demeanor. Moreover, the Beiming Sacred Hall was indeed in need of reinforcements. Otherwise, how could they have been pressed so hard? Since this is the case, if Jiang Luoran can transform power for his own use, why does he still resort to killing? Indeed, it is quite impressive. However, they're certainly somewhat terrified. It is imperative to instill fear into their hearts. Otherwise, one cannot guarantee that they will not strike from behind. The dawn spear in Jiang Luoran's hand continued to radiate brilliance, seemingly on the verge of exploding. This dawn light is not something an ordinary person can behold. Its blinding intensity renders it impossible to gaze upon directly. I vehemently disagree. You have slain my people, severed my waterways, and consumed my land, thus challenging the authority of the divine. The light of dawn. The light of dawn is the divine skill of the dawn spear. Chapter 189, CKC. We are willing to take the lead in battle for you. Yidong, Divine North, please trust us. Our assistance to Yidong is merely due to the constraints of authority. Indeed, we have our own grievances. Please spare us. Authority? Jiang Luoran nearly laughed out loud. Are they not also intimidated by authority in this manner? Jiang Luoran retracted his golden soul ring, dispelling the radiance of the dawn spear, and fixed his gaze upon the multitude of soul beasts around him. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should there be a next time, there will be no mercy. They are, after all, the generals of the Kunpeng Holy Temple, but in their selfishness, they intend to rebel alongside Yidong. Currently, it seems highly probable that the Divine North Temple will produce dual deities, and the foundation of the Kunpeng Holy Temple is, after all, the Kunpeng itself. The Kunpeng is the true lineage. Even if he Dong rebels, he cannot inherit the Kunpeng Holy Temple. Thus, they shall grovel before the future Divine North. For survival is the true path to dominion. How dare this bastard bluff? A massive, iron-blue avian charged forth, its feathers resembling steel. Protect the Divine North. Remain vigilant. These soul beasts are truly formidable. As a demigod, Jiang Luoran faces no significant issues if Yidong does not arrive. At this moment, it is time to demonstrate loyalty. A leading soul beast, the Barbird, transformed into human form and flew to Jiang Luoran's side. Esteemed Divine North, the one approaching is a general of Yidong, named CKC, known for his brutal and tyrannical combat style. He is regarded as the fiercest soul beast within the Divine North. Of course, he may not survive a single strike from you. Another 7-star ladybug fluttered in, whispering softly. Should one not take their adversaries seriously? Jiang Luoran frowned. What kind of sycophants are they? It seems that in the future, they must be sent to the battlefield. For remaining by his side is undoubtedly a path to national ruin. Such treachery, untrustworthy. Furthermore, Jiang Luoran has grasped the intent of the general. There are only 8 generals in the entire Divine North, with Yi Beibei and Yi Dong each commanding 4. Having already slain one, he wonders if CKC will fly into a rage upon learning the reason. CKC roared in fury, howling to the heavens. Merely a mongrel who knows only how to live under the breast of a mother. Why should he possess such divine status? The divine artifact in your hands will only grow dim, you wretched creature. Jiang Luoran could hardly be bothered to engage in dialogue, raising the dawn spear, preparing to unleash a lethal blow. And you, do you wish to rebel? My lord Yi Dong possesses an exalted identity, yet you dare to betray truth and forsake strength. You shall all perish. With that, CKC charged forward, aiming to slay the Barbird beside Jiang Luoran first, for only bloodshed would compel these individuals to submit. Otherwise, Yi Dong would lose a crucial military force. Jiang Luoran swung the dawn spear, blocking CKC's massive wings. Boom! The sensation was akin to being struck by steel, causing Jiang Luoran to stagger back a few steps. Such force is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Luoran was curious about how CKC had grown, for his entire being seemed composed of steel, resembling an eagle-like soul beast. The feeling was overwhelmingly powerful. Does he have a penchant for consuming iron? How could CKC possibly contend with Jiang Luoran? Within 3 exchanges, he was forced to retreat. CKC was alarmed. He was acutely aware of his own strength, realizing that only a being of demigod level could achieve this. There is something peculiar about Jiang Luoran. Could it be a divine artifact? Yes, it must be a divine artifact. How repugnant that this lowly individual dares to crush me using a divine artifact. CKC drew his rib from his waist, still stained with greenish blood. Utilizing his soul bone in battle, CKC demonstrated his utmost resilience, revealing the depth of his hatred for Jiang Luoran. Wishing to eliminate him at once, the brilliance of the soul bone shone brightly, its blade sharp. It was undoubtedly a rare weapon soul bone. I shall not use a divine artifact, and will offer you a fair challenge. Jiang Luoran retracted the dawn spear to his brow, retrieving the moon tiger soul-cutting blade. Descending into the air, upon seeing Jiang Luoran withdraw his dawn spear, CKC felt a pang of regret, eager to shout. Wait until I slay you and seize the divine artifact. Then let us see. Jiang Luoran dove forward, slicing through the clouds, aiming for CKC's upper body. The moon tiger soul-cutting blade in his grasp grew larger, now comparable to the great sword in CKC's possession. Boom! There was no prolonged stalemate, merely the clash of blades, igniting sparks akin to heavenly thunder and earthly fire. CKC reversed his soul bone sword, charging toward Jiang Luoran. To him, there are no foes he could not defeat. All battle is ferocious and relentless. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was shrouded in mist, with thunder crackling, a sign of the two engaging in fierce combat. CKC grew increasingly aggressive. However, no matter what, he could not slay Jiang Luoran. Not even inflict a wound. This is impossible. The opponent is merely a vase, incapable of possessing the strength to contend with a general. CKC charged recklessly, but Jiang Luoran countered with a decisive strike, once again injuring CKC's wing. Following this, CK swung his soul bone, aiming to cleave Jiang Luoran. The disparity in their physical forms was insurmountable, forcing Jiang Luoran to invoke the Blood Fiend, Vine Martial Soul. 7th Soul Skill, Blood, Vine Manifestation. Jiang Luoran suddenly expanded, the golden Blood Fiend Vine encircling his entire being, inching larger and repelling CK's massive sword. Now, Jiang Luoran is a level 99 limit Douluo. His Blood Fiend, Vine Martial Soul, is of course supreme. If one cannot even achieve this, what claim do they have to supremacy? A 10-meter-tall plant man emerged, wielding only the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, without summoning anything else. CKC did not comprehend what this was, but he knew his objective, to eliminate the opponent. CKC charged at the plant man, delivering a reckless left punch. The plant man raised the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade with his right hand, striking against CKC's hand. CKC's left hand was cut open by the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, greenish blood trickling down, yet he clung tightly to the blade, unwilling to relinquish his grip. CKC retaliated with a slash aimed at the plant man's head. Such ferocity! This soul beast is indeed the most savage, attacking with unrestrained brutality. Even the plant man could not evade, having no choice but to block CKC's soul-bone sword with his left hand. Onlookers were left bewildered. This was a life-or-death struggle, with two giants entangled in combat. Ha! You have fallen for my trick. CKC suddenly spewed forth green light. This is disastrous. Jiang Luoran immediately sensed something amiss. The opponent was preparing to unleash an attack akin to a soul technique, who claimed it was merely brutish. It was time to deliver a fatal blow. It spared no effort. The 9th soul technique, Lan Shun Fu. Upon encountering the Lan Shun, all would be overwhelmed as the divine talisman descended, leading to the slaughter of thousands. The 9th soul technique, Lan Shun Shu. Within the Lan Shun domain, a song of blood rain emerges. A requiem sent forth for Shao Chong. Chapter 190, 3 Gods. The sound of bones shattering echoed incessantly. Sykes could not withstand Jiang Luoran's 9th soul technique. His body reduced to shattered fragments. At this moment, he had no chance even to stand, let alone fly. Sykes seemed not to comprehend the situation before Jiang Luoran struck him down, killing him on the spot. The soul beasts initially believed Jiang Luoran would falter against Sykes and planned to betray him thrice. However, upon witnessing this, they recognized Jiang Luoran's formidable strength and began to cheer passionately. In a mere day, or rather, half a day, Jiang Luoran had slain 2 battle generals, delivering a grave blow. The fatal wounds inflicted were significant. While the generals might not have had a role in divine combat, they held sway in various battles. With Jiang Luoran's actions, he had at least have their blood sacrifices. Within the Kunpeng sacred hall, Yi Beibei exclaimed, "How can you allow him to go to the battlefield? He is still a child, unaccustomed to such brutal scenes. Despite his power, in this scenario, he might even forget his own strength." Master, you do not understand the prince's character. I have accompanied him for years. He is not one to flee the sight of blood. How else could he have attained the status of extreme Douluo in such a short time? Feng Lingyazite. Yi Beibei was unaware of Jiang Luoran's reputation outside. Afraid of blood? He carried the domain of the god of death. Even entering hell might not instill fear in him. Jiang Luoran's approach had already matured. If one were to compare, he could be seen as a second Yi Beibei. I do not know of his past. Perhaps you can enlighten me, Yi Beibei said, suddenly realizing that she had overlooked much. This son of hers was merely a vague concept. She truly did not know what kind of person he was. Feng Lingye smiled faintly. The loss of 2 battle generals, Xiner and Liar, also conveniently resolved 2 other paths. It was hard to fathom that the battlefield, which had perplexed them for so long, would crumble today. Indeed, the North Ming god has descended, enriching the North Ming. Now, all defeated soldiers fled back to Yidong's side. With the loss of 2 generals and the imminent breakthrough of their position lost, Yidong was furious, resembling a lion ready to devour the heavens. Who killed my 2 generals? Yi Beibei. Yidong sat upon the grand golden throne. Though he was in human form, his muscles bulged, his physique resembling that of a formidable beast. One could only imagine the terrifying creature he would become in his soul beast form, akin to the newly ascended North Ming god. His name is Jiang Luoran. A flying creature. What? That bastard? Yidong's face contorted with rage. How detestable. Surely, this person was leveraging divine artifacts and positions. Truly infuriating. Ye donsroar reverberated, shaking the air for miles around with a metallic resonance. Yi Beibei's defiance was remarkable. Her son was even more of a greedy wolf. How could they lead North Ming towards a brighter future? The strategist stepped forth, radiating a yellow aura. The North Ming god actually consorts with lowly soul masters. This is a disgrace. Yi Dong clenched his fists. Had it not been for Yi Beibei's prior example, he would not have been compelled to inherit the Hell War god title, but would have willingly relinquished the divine position. However, with Yi Beibei having set such a precedent, Yi Dong resolved to change everything. At the very least, North Ming could not allow Yi Beibei to lead again. It cannot be said he would relinquish it. After all, he was not the Kunpeng. One could only say he accepted his role, remaining a bystander, avoiding conflict. I suggest we conserve our strength and summon the Hell God to launch an all-out assault on the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, reclaiming a future for North Ming. The strategist knelt before Yi Dong. Yi Dong, typically arrogant, suddenly showed apprehension, his brow furrowed as he struggled with his resolve. Summon the Hell God for the future of North Ming. All flying creatures bowed before Yi Dong, creating a grand spectacle akin to a divine worship ceremony. They have slain our battle generals, but they showed no mercy. O Hell God, the strategist stated solemnly. Very well, conserve strength and head south immediately. We will fight to the end, Yi Dong declared, rising from his seat and vanishing from view. Within the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, Yi Beibei mused. If what you say is true, he resembles me, possessing violent tendencies. She smiled, though, is it not a bit precocious? I remember being a child, even at 50,000 years old. Master, humans are indeed a precocious species. They mature in all aspects within merely 10 years. If that is the case, Jiang Nan is still a child alongside you? Feng Ling ever eloquent, noted that Yi Beibei could not match her in this regard. If that is the case, I permit him to engage in battle, provided he does not encounter Yi Dong. Upon hearing that man's name, Yi Beibei's expression dimmed. Now that all enemy forces have retreated, Yi Dong will either seek peace or gather strength for a decisive strike, Feng Ling speculated. Indeed, but I know he will not choose peace. He will aim for a fatal blow, Yi Beibei lamented. If Yi Dong truly intends to seize the Kunpeng Sacred Hall at any cost, then I must fight to the end. Though I could return to the divine realm, avoiding the war's repercussions, I refuse to be a spineless deity. The prince ascending to godhood would give us two gods, so why worry? Feng Ling inquired. Because on Yi Dong's side, there is not just one god. Ultimately, we are outnumbered. When the time comes, do not blame me for being ruthless. I must send Luoran to the divine realm, Yi Beibei affirmed. There are also two gods on their side? Feng Ling gasped, astonished at such significant news. I arrived at this conclusion through deduction. There may even be more than two, likely three or more. Yi Beibei's words startled Feng Ling. No wonder. For even if Yi Dong were to become a god, it would not suffice to rival the North Ming god. Yet, Yi Beibei was troubled. Why should she fret over a situation devoid of danger? The reason became clear. There was not just one god opposing them. The true battle was about to commence, and all divine positions would manifest. At that point, nothing else would matter. Heavens, this battle is truly terrifying, she realized. I know you are shocked. The four of you will follow Luoran to the divine realm and become his battle generals. Should the opportunity arise, seek your own divine positions. Remember, battle generals are born for divine positions. Yi Beibei smiled. Impossible. Jiang Luoran would rather die than do so. Master, I wager you cannot drive him away. Feng Ling shook her head, deeming it unnecessary to say more. When he returns, let him come to my palace. I wish to discuss something with him. Yi Beibei seemed to be deciding on something, as if she intended to impart some knowledge to Jiang Luoran. What could it be? Feng Ling stood in shock, her entire being frozen. Chapter 191, The True Dawn of the Gun. Jiang Luoran returned, accompanied by a multitude of soul beasts. Having heard that Yi Beibei sought him, the Kunpeng Sacred Hall's Kunpeng Divine Palace was where Yi Beibei resided. Upon entering this place, one is greeted by an expanse of white, an ethereal and solemn ambience enveloping everything. There exists no sense of dissonance. For Jiang Luoran perceives the Kunpeng as a sort of illusionary entity, fluctuating in size and form, unpredictable in nature. In such a vast palace, what purpose could it possibly serve? Jiang Luoran muses, contemplating transforming into a human to rest, or perhaps into a Kunpeng for slumber, seeking to experience different sensations. Indeed, from a visual perspective, it hardly resembles a palace. Rather, it evokes the image of an immense plaza, overflowing with opulence. How vexing it is that he has been impoverished for years, wishing he could split a single gold coin to make it last. Yet, with his mother present, even the wealthy find it difficult to spend freely here. At the time when Yi Dong ascended to become a hell god, Jiang Luoran had just emerged from the divine realm, unaware of the treachery that awaited him. Subsequently, he encountered that man, initially intending not to return. But as the god of Biming, how could he ignore the matters of Biming? Yi Bei displayed an expression of seeking forgiveness. I harbor no grievances against you. In truth, I find little difference, Jiang Luoran spoke candidly. Those around him, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, were all lacking parental guidance. In contrast, Ning Rongrong enjoyed a different fate, cherished by someone like Ning Fengji, alongside two titled Douluos. Thus, associating with monsters, one inevitably adopts a monstrous mindset. Yi Bei, upon hearing such a response, may have felt a pang of sadness. The situation had become rather awkward. If softness fails, then hardness must prevail. After all, what he sought was strength, and she was perfectly positioned to teach him. Through trials, he had mastered combat techniques and domains, even acquiring the Dawn Spear. A commendable achievement indeed. What he lacked was the harmonious application of these skills, and thus, she would personally engage him in combat. Yi Bei took 2 steps back. You wish to battle me? Jiang Luoran instinctively tightened his grip on the Dawn Spear, feeling slightly exaggerated to have a deity assisting him. Yes, wield the Dawn Spear and attack with all your might. Know that before me, the Dawn Spear in your hands holds no value, Yi Bei remarked, her words serving as a critique. Her intent was not to belittle the artifact, but to convey that in Jiang Luoran's hands, it seemed ineffectual. Such artifacts require a god's hand to unleash their true power. Very well, Jiang Luoran swept the spear horizontally, activating both the Slaughter domain and the Kunpeng domain simultaneously. The speed of his movement could only be described as lightning. The Dawn Spear in his grasp trailed a golden light of dawn. With a hum, Yi Bei effortlessly blocked the strike, as though she merely halted a common plastic toy. The most astonishing aspect was Jiang Luoran himself. With that single thrust, he felt nearly depleted of soul power. He had not anticipated that Yi Bei could so casually deflect his attack without even breaking the skin. Swiftly switching his assault, Jiang Luoran retracted the Dawn Spear and executed a sweeping arc towards Yi Bei. Previously concerned about injuring her, he now felt assured. After all, she was a god. How could she possibly be harmed by him? Yet, even the sweeping strike was countered with a mere gesture from Yi Bei. Suddenly, her eyes turned white as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Luoran. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were being swept away by turbulent seas, nearly teetering on the brink of hell. Was this the might of a deity? It seemed rather terrifying. To think that he could barely withstand even a breath of divine aura? The disparity was staggering, almost unfathomable. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as darkness encroached upon his vision. Not bad. You managed to endure a fragment of my divine might. Yi Bei expressed satisfaction with Jiang Luoran's physical prowess. A fragment? He nearly spat more blood, realizing that such a minuscule amount of power had rendered him on the verge of death. Indeed, the chasm between mortals and deities was immense. Even a mere hint of divine energy was beyond his endurance, unless he too were a god, as Yi Bei stated matter-of-factly. Was the distinction between demigods and true gods so vast? If his opponent were Yi Dong, a mere breath could obliterate him. Jiang Luoran gasped. That cannot be entirely accurate. The Biming god is a high deity, far superior to others. I can contend with 2 gods, but a third would be beyond my capability, Yi Bei clarified. Are you implying that Yi Dong commands at least 3 more gods? Jiang Luoran questioned, anxiety creeping in. This battle would be a complete massacre. If they so wished, they could charge at him like a bulldozer. Jiang Luoran felt concern for Biming's fate. That is not for you to ponder. Can we continue? Let's give another try. Jiang Luoran hoisted the Dawn Spear and charged towards Yi Bei. Throughout this exchange, he inquired extensively, and through Yi Bei's meticulous guidance, he realized many details he had overlooked. Outside the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, what is the master doing? Xiner asked Fenglinger. She is activating the Biming divine position. If she can merge it with the Dawn Spear, Jiang Luoran may ascend to godhood today, Fenglinger explained. The Light of Dawn? Is the master preparing to present the Light of Dawn? This implied that she intended to bestow the Kunpeng Sacred Hall upon Jiang Luoran. Such a grand gesture. I almost wish to become the master's daughter. The benefits are plentiful, Exiner remarked enviously. Or perhaps a daughter-in-law would suffice. I believe the master could grant you a cluster of celestial flowers. Feng Linger responded with a wry smile, as she was pursued by Exiner. Inside the Kunpeng sacred hall, the light of dawn, Jiang Luoran gazed at the dawn spear in his hand. Isn't this a divine technique of my weapon? The dawn spear was intrinsically linked to the light of dawn. One nourished by the Kunpeng sacred hall, the other elevated to the divine realm, serving distinct purposes. In truth, the Kunpeng deity could no longer accommodate a third. The path had become futile. I shall present it to you now, lest it be coveted by others, Yi Beibei declared, retrieving a resplendent golden orb from the wall. Jiang Luoran instinctively glanced at the notch on the dawn spear, which perfectly aligned for merging with the light of dawn. As he grasped the light of dawn, he felt the spear tremble, a sensation of attraction coursing through him, as if this was how it was always meant to be, harmonious and seamless. It was difficult to imagine what power could have separated these two artifacts. If he too were to ascend to godhood, then combined with Yi Beibei, they could contend against 4 deities. Although it would be a strenuous endeavor, it would undoubtedly represent an invaluable asset for Biming. May he attain divinity. With a resounding thud, the light of dawn fused with the dawn spear, radiating brilliance, and in that moment, it seemed even Biming was influenced. Chapter 192, The True God of Biming. Such a visual sensation was indescribable. Could it be divine energy? Clutching the luminous spear, Jiang Luoran felt as though he wielded dominion over the world. Power surged within him. A transformation of quality. The dawn spear shed its dark impurities, merging entirely with the light of dawn, embedding itself within Jiang Luoran's brow. He perceived the influx of divine energy. The seal of the extreme Douluo was lifted, propelling him skyward, boundless in reach. The heavenly ladder. Yes, the heavenly ladder must be ascended to become the Biming god. Thus, he was merely enhancing his strength and had not yet attained divinity. Jiang Luoran ascended to the highest tier of the Kunpeng shrine, where the celestial ladder met the clouds. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward. The pressure was palpable, and in an instant, Jiang Luoran's posture bent under its weight. If he did not attain divinity today, the opportunity for future ascendance would be greatly diminished. Thus, he pressed on, knowing that retreat was not an option. As he ventured further, the destination remained elusive, and he felt the distance between himself and the realms of Biming and Douluo was insurmountable. Shaking his head, he persevered, although his mind was clouded. The pain coursing through him was a constant reminder of his struggle. After traversing 100 steps, the sensation transformed from mere physical agony to a profound mental anguish. The torment he experienced could no longer be described with the term pain. It paralleled the feeling of grasping the dawn spear for the first time, perhaps even exceeding it. For Jiang Luoran continued to advance, his pupils gradually losing their color. The rhythm suggested he was on the brink of losing his sanity. At times, he longed to curse the heavens, feeling as though he alone bore the burden of the Kunpeng lineage. Was the divine seat crafted by his ancestors intended to crush him? Did they wish to extinguish the hope of the Kunpeng bloodline? The madness threatened to engulf him, for this celestial ladder felt like a mechanism of execution, compelling him to ascend despite the odds. This sensation ignited a tempest of fury within Jiang Luoran. To be candid, at this juncture, Jiang Luoran was propelled solely by inertia. His consciousness had succumbed to despair. It was unfathomable to envision how Yi Beibei managed to traverse this desolate path. The dawn spear nestled in his brow dimmed, seemingly unwilling to assist him. Was death truly the only escape? Collapsing upon the celestial ladder, he gazed upon the endless expanse of white clouds and inscrutable steps behind him, only to find the same ahead. He felt ensnared in a dilemma. Was there anything more arduous than this? To retreat was to endure torment, yet to advance promised even greater agony. Jiang Luoran had cast aside his fighting spirit and hope, for the flame of his life had been extinguished. Closing his eyes, he lay motionless upon the clouded steps, plummeting into the abyss, uncertain of his fate. Was this the sensation of dying? Yet, without pain or cruelty. This descent was not entirely unbearable. But what of Biming? He contemplated relinquishing familial and fraternal ties, continuing this descent into oblivion, though a part of him hesitated. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from the dawn spear at his brow, jolting him awake. He found that the suffering was not as oppressive as before. As he descended further, his injuries gradually healed, and the energy that enveloped him grew increasingly soothing, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His spirit, body, and mind began to rejuvenate and expand. This sensation was not bestowed by the Dawn Spear, but rather by the celestial ladder itself. Jiang Luoran recalled a saying about the three phases of life: the mundane, the magnificent, and the return to simplicity. Was it possible that this celestial ladder was designed to follow this very progression? Had he not thought of his loved ones in the end, perhaps he would have succumbed entirely. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Luoran, bathed in the morning light, slowly rose to his feet. From peak vitality to near death, and then from death to basking in the dawn, he experienced the pinnacle of beauty. His journey was fraught with trials and tribulations, embodying the essence of life itself. With each step he took, fragments of soul bones emerged from his being: leg bones, skull bones, arm bones, and torso bones, culminating in a magnificent suit of golden armor that enveloped him. 9 golden soul rings materialized behind him, reminiscent of divine halos. A look of profound enjoyment graced Jiang Luoran's face as he felt his life reach a boiling point. Ultimately, he was uncertain how he ascended the ladder, only to find before him a structure far grander than the Kunpeng shrine itself. It was difficult to fathom that such a palace, akin to a world unto itself, was merely the dwelling of the Kunpeng deity. Behind him, the steps vanished, replaced by a clouded expanse suffused with dawn's light. Indeed, beyond the 3 phases of life, he believed there was another: rebirth through nirvana. Jiang Luoran's voice transformed, resonating with an expansive, transcendent quality. He had finally attained the divine status of the Kunpeng deity. Emerging from the palace, Yi Beibei radiated divine brilliance, resembling an untouchable queen of the celestial realm. Was this truly her authentic form? Jiang Luoran regarded Yi Beibei. If she had been a queen before, now she resembled a creator, wielding unparalleled power and authority. In her true form, few could withstand her presence. After all, you and I seem to share a similar fate, Yi Beibei remarked with a gentle smile. Similar? Jiang Luoran examined himself, recognizing the monumental transformation he had undergone. Imbued with a novel and cataclysmic power, he was not merely strong. He had transcended to the realm of the divine. Should we venture into the divine realm? Yi Beibei grasped Jiang Luoran's hand tenderly, akin to a loving mother admiring her son's newfound enlightenment. Perhaps not, though I never anticipated reaching this day. I shall postpone my entry into the divine palace until the matters below are resolved, Jiang Luoran replied, reluctant to enter as the situation in Baiming remained unresolved. I have made up my mind. If they wish to fight, I shall engage to the end. We are the gods of Baiming, supreme and unparalleled. Yi Beibei echoed his resolve. Yi Dong had persistently pressed them, and their previous inaction had granted him the opportunity to strike. However, if Yi Beibei lingered, the Kunpeng shrine could face immense losses, with many lives lost and discord sown. I concur, and I believe we must strike with thunderous force. Direct confrontation is one of our pathways to victory, Jiang Luoran declared, gripping the Dawn Spear. It is time to lay the foundation for Baiming, to prevent future chaos. He asserted, and Yi Beibei, momentarily lost in thought, replied, I agree. Chapter 193. The arrival of the gods. Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei led their forces southward, charging into Yi Dong's territory. The 4 great generals followed closely, intent on catching Yi Dong off guard. With the dual gods of Baiming present, the spirits of the Kunpeng shrine were invigorated. 1 god against 2 was a contest easily perceived, yet they were unaware that Yi Dong harbored more than one deity. Once the battle commenced, none would find refuge or escape. A throng of soul beasts trailed Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei, advancing in a single line. The 2 were adorned with 10 golden soul rings. As they approached Yi Dong's stronghold, the surroundings suddenly shifted. Waves of soul beasts surged forth to encircle Jiang Luoran and his companions. It was a trap. Clearly, Yi Dong intended to turn the tables, and Jiang Luoran and his allies had fallen into the snare. With a powerful swing of the Dawn Spear, Jiang Luoran shattered the left flank of the Soul Beast army. Yi Beibei formed seals with her hands, summoning a brilliant white light that annihilated an entire regiment of soul beasts. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this formidable team of soul beasts consists predominantly of those aged over 500,000 years. With the presence of 2 deities, the soul beasts on the side of Baiming naturally surged with excitement, engaging in fierce combat with their adversaries. Yi Dong, Jiang Luoran, being a deity himself, possessed keen eyesight and immediately discerned Yi Dong's presence. He could not allow Yi Beibei to engage in a fierce battle with Yi Dong. Thus, Jiang Luoran raised the dawn spear, and it charged forth. Yi Dong unveiled 10 golden soul rings, wielding a colossal blade as he approached Jiang Luoran. The 10 soul rings adorning Jiang Luoran spun, all augmenting the dawn spear, which instantly radiated a blinding golden light. The clash between the black giant blade and the golden spear transformed the very colors of the heavens and earth, for this was a battle of deities, an existence that affected all. I shall assist you. Yi Beibei intended to collaborate with Jiang Luoran to subdue Yi Dong, allowing for a strategic response should the opposing side truly unleash 2 deities. If you wish to assist him, you must first defeat me. A black baboon bird swooped down, its 10 golden soul rings shimmering. This was indeed a witch god. As expected, those who defy the beaming divine hall were not solely Yi Dong. They aimed to unite and dethrone Yi Beibei. What's happening? Does Yi Dong also have dual deities? This was indeed a god. No soul beast remained unshaken. For the influence of a deity on the battlefield was nothing short of astonishing. Even a second-tier deity was still a deity. Seeking death, Yi Beibei charged unarmed, throwing a punch at the witch god. Cease your futile struggles. The witch god transformed into human form, wielding a black scepter to inscribe a magical array. Yi Dong, you cannot defeat me. Surrender now, and I shall not pursue. Jiang Luoran pressed heavily upon Yi Dong, nearly inflicting harm several times. Such nonsense, prepare to die. In truth, Yi Dong felt immense pressure. Jiang Luoran wielded what could be considered 2 divine artifacts, and his formidable aptitude surpassed even Yi Dong's, if not for the advantage of numbers. This time Yi Dong might truly face demise. Prideful of your lineage as the Kunpeng god, what is there to boast about? Yi Dong sated, executing 36 strikes with his blade. Jiang Luoran's spear sliced through all the blade energy, withdrawing his weapon to seize the opportunity. You underestimate me. The beaming divine position is also mine, attained through immense hardship. Jiang Luoran thrust with fierce intensity. Light of dawn. Jiang Luoran could delay no longer, for he could not gauge how many deities the enemy possessed. Should another appear, he would find himself in a passive position. A flood of golden light erupted, as countless rays of dawn light swept across the entire sky like blades. The destructive force was all-encompassing. Yi Dong activated his shield to withstand the mountainous onslaught, nearly meeting his demise upon the ground. It was hard to fathom that even a deity like Yi Dong felt such an attack as overwhelming as a mountain. Yi Dong plummeted from the sky, crying out in agony. It must be said that the light of dawn was a devastating move, utterly insurmountable. With this strike, he was defeated. 9th soul skill, blue divine symbol. At the mere mention of the blue god, all fell to their knees, as the divine symbol descended to bring about slaughter. 9th soul skill, blue divine melody. The realm of the blue god sang a bloody rain song, a dirge bidding farewell to Shaochang. Now that Jiang Luoran had ascended to the ranks of the gods, even his second martial soul unleashed divine skills of great potency. Yi Dong was first ensnared by the blood fiend vine, then struck down by a resonant sound. Enough, what does the young one know? What follows is power beyond your endurance. Yi Dong brandished his long blade, embodying hell itself. In that moment, all eyes shifted as they beheld a singular hue before them. Black, a pitch-black void, as if some infernal demon was about to manifest. Jiang Luoran sensed something hurtling towards him, resembling a gargantuan black lion with wings. It was colossal. In its presence, Jiang Luoran felt as insignificant as a mere tooth. Luoran, do not hesitate, strike him. Yi Beibei repelled the witch god with a powerful palm, intending to aid Jiang Luoran, yet found herself restrained once more. Kunpeng's embodiment. Jiang Luoran transformed into the Kunpeng god, radiating light that illuminated the sky, contrasting starkly with the darkness below. Black and white spun rapidly, rendering the nature of the attack indiscernible. The divine battle would affect an expanse of several hundred miles. However, when divine beings unleash their ultimate techniques, the scope becomes all-encompassing. Retreat, everyone, quickly! A voice cried out, but in such chaos, where could one flee? The path was obscured. Retreat was futile. Ultimately, even the voices of the soul beasts were drowned out, leaving only the intersection of white and black light. Jiang Luoran sensed a grave concern. Should an explosion occur here, none would survive. He grasped the black lion and soared into the upper atmosphere. The explosion erupted, and no words nor language could adequately describe the sound that ensued. It consumed everything, as if simultaneously unleashing all. Such an assault was the hallmark of divine skill. Yi Bei, too, unleashed her fury, Kunpeng's embodiment. She transformed into a female Kunpeng god, mirroring Jiang Luoran's earlier form. The witch god swiftly withdrew, embodying their own power. Black and white collided once more, echoing the previous explosion with comparable force. The soul beasts were left bewildered. This was rapidly becoming a battlefield of the gods. Seizing the moment while their vision remained intact, they desperately fled toward the safety zone, which was merely the base of the hill. The area of divine attacks was such that even if one ran to the ends of the earth, death was inevitable. Boom! A crimson black gold figure soared forth, adorned with 10 soul rings. It emanated a golden black radiance, felt even from 100 meters away. Another deity had arrived. Yet another black gold deity. Were deities now appearing without restraint? Why were there so many? All the soul beasts were left in a state of confusion. Chapter 194. The Fall. Yidong was struck down, crashing into the ground. He reverted to the form of a black lion, wings unfurled, towering a full kilometer. The witch god, too, descended from the clouds, sinking into the earth, having forgotten to struggle. The clouds parted, revealing 2 magnificent Kunpengs standing majestically above, gazing down upon all. Impudent, the crimson black gold transformed into a solar war god, ascending beyond the clouds to engage the 2 Kunpengs in combat. Though a deity, it was challenging to take on 2 opponents. In the instant of their confrontation, the crimson black gold found itself firmly suppressed. Not even divine skills could be utilized, let alone mount a defense. Yidong and the witch god ascended to the heavens to assist the crimson gold crow, shifting the tide of battle once more. The 2 Kunpengs found themselves overwhelmed but not entirely unable to retaliate. In contrast, Jiang Luoran and Yi Bei exhibited remarkable synergy, deftly maneuvering in their assaults against the 3 deities. Jiang Luoran reverted to human form, brandishing the Dawn Spear, which, augmented by 10 golden rings, instantly extended to a length of a kilometer. With a blood fiend vine martial soul activated, Jiang Luoran transformed into a colossal plant-like figure, wielding the disproportionately large Dawn Spear, swinging it toward the crimson gold crow. The golden light, reminiscent of a celestial palace, left the crimson gold crow unable to discern whether it was a spear or divine skill, prompting it to instinctively defend itself. Jiang Luoran understood well that in the realm of divine combat, one should never be placed in a position of disadvantage. Thus, the crimson gold crow would undoubtedly attempt to evade or block. At this moment, the ancient roots were indispensable. The ancient roots, the second soul skill, shadow, follow. A towering ancient tree surged from the ground, entwined by dark, aged vines that coiled together, growing taller and denser, resembling a world tree. The present ancient roots, also classified as a million-year soul beast, summoned by Jiang Luoran in a single instance, manifested 10 entities. They surged toward the 3 deities, while one remained to protect Yi Bei. The 4th soul skill forged 1,000 times. The 5th soul skill held battle armor. These 2 soul skills were unleashed upon the ancient roots, reinforcing its defense and attack. Once more, Jiang Luoran summoned 2 sets of hell battle armor, adorning both himself and Yi Bei. The current incarnation of hell battle armor was nothing short of divine prowess, a true divine armor. Buzz, the strategist, soared in, shedding his robe to transform into a Qingfeng bird soaring through the skies, 10 golden soul rings unfurling. Without a doubt, another deity had emerged. The situation now was 4 deities against 2, tipping the scales of battle decidedly in Yidong's favor. Jiang Luoran felt the pressure intensify as both the witch god and Yidong launched simultaneous assaults, their attacks ferocious and overwhelming. Jiang Luoran executed a sweeping maneuver, repelling both Yidong and the witch god. But as he aimed to strike at Yidong, he was thwarted by the witch god's magical array. You cannot win. The disparity is too great. Surrender quickly to avoid collapsing Biming, Yidong urged anxiously. If this continued, Biming would inevitably crumble, possibly plunging into the sea. You instigated this conflict. Now, let's abandon this fight and withdraw. Jiang Luoran shattered the magical array in a single blow. Witch goddess curse, seal. The enormous magical array ensnared Jiang Luoran once more, restricting his movements. Let us see how much more you can unleash. Jiang Luoran wielded the Dawn Spear as a hammer, striking the magical array with a mighty blow. Bang! Jiang Luoran continued to pursue Yidong, as he was undoubtedly the protagonist of this battle. When deities clash, mortals suffer. The souled beasts on the ground endured immense turmoil, some caught in the crossfire and perishing instantly. The entire Biming trembled, and this was under aerial combat. Had it been on the ground, Biming would have collapsed immediately. In this dire situation, Yi Bei could not extricate herself and sought a solution. Since we have reached this point and you do not wish to waste time, let us reveal all our trump cards, Jiang Luoran declared, sensing the opponent's confidence, indicating there were still hidden cards yet to be played. A blue ice bird approached, emanating an aura of cold that made Jiang Luoran vigilant. Anything that could instill such caution in Jiang Luoran must certainly be a deity or something beyond. Another deity had emerged. The opponent possessed 5 deities. A staggering display of power. Luoran, retreat quickly, Yi Bei urged, desperate to prevent Jiang Luoran's demise. Attempting to flee was no easy feat. The ice bird screeched, unleashing icy spikes toward Jiang Luoran. If not for the ancient roots restraining these deities, Jiang Luoran and Yi Bei would not have endured thus far. However, with yet another deity on the field, they found themselves in a state of overwhelming oppression. Jiang Luoran and Yi Bei felt increasingly alarmed. This was entirely insurmountable. The adversaries were clearly intent on annihilation. Feng Linger and the other warriors also recognized the disparity in strength. The opponent had evidently come prepared. Yet in a divine battle, they could not intervene, forced to wait anxiously. Yi Dong, the witch god, and the ice bird deities united to confront Jiang Luoran. Hell possessed, witch god possessed, ice bird possessed. The 3 deities unleashed their divine skills simultaneously, catching Jiang Luoran off guard. He could not even release the dawn spear before being struck into the ground, nearly obliterated. I warned you, do not seek your own demise, Yi Dong thought, secretly startled. Had they not relied on their numerical advantage, they might have genuinely struggled against these 2 deities, especially Jiang Luoran, whom they had previously dismissed as a fool. Such a judgment had been a grave error. His strength was indeed extraordinary, nearly costing even Yi Dong dearly. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was due to Yi Bei's support or the Kunpeng bloodline. Regardless, the opponent was now a formidable deity that could not be overlooked. With the blessing of the Dawn Spear, Jiang Luoran became even more valiant and invincible. As Yi Dong prepared to grasp the Dawn Spear, a searing pain enveloped his entire being. What kind of power could incapacitate a deity? Was this the might of a divine artifact? Compared to the artifact in hand, the Dawn Spear was undoubtedly the supreme weapon. Was this the essence of bloodlines? This was the source of Yi Dong's lifelong torment. He had dreamed of becoming the god of Biming, yet was thwarted solely by his bloodline. Now, he could not even grasp the Dawn Spear, a humiliation of the highest order. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, raising his great blade to strike at Jiang Luoran's neck. Luoran, retreat quickly, Yi Bei shouted, disregarding the opponent's divine prowess as she charged toward Yi Dong. Yi Dong's blade was as swift as lightning. Could Yi Bei truly pursue him? Bang! Jiang Luoran fell lifelessly to the ground. Yi Dong satisfied as he wiped the blood from his blade. Yi Dong, you seek death. Yi Bei was utterly enraged, unable to fathom Jiang Luoran's demise. The 4 deities could not restrain her as she waved her hand, scattering them, and pursued Yi Dong. Yi Dong had never witnessed Yi Bei so furious throughout their lives. He sensed imminent danger. Suddenly, a radiant beam of colorful light struck Jiang Luoran. Chapter 195, 5 Deities versus 5 Deities, the Aura of Divinity. How could there be an aura of divinity? Such a powerful life force, transcending all else. Jiang Luoran revived, abruptly opening his eyes, realizing he had ascended to godhood. No matter what transpired, he could perceive it all. The martial soul fusion technique of Ning Rongrong and Oscar had transformed him. This is impossible. The distance between Biming and Douluo continent. Even a deity could not arrive in time. It would take at least years to reach. It is known that Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng domain could only instantaneously transport one when perfected, a manifestation of temporal control. Indeed, 9 figures emerged from a white teleportation array. The Divine Tang San, Divine Hulaina, Divine Tang Bai, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. How could this be? Even Jiang Luoran, now a deity, felt incredulous. What kind of astonishing power could facilitate their arrival here? Hulaina tossed a green shell, reminding him that someone had previously visited Biming, leaving behind the teleportation device. Jiang Luoran realized, to his astonishment, that Yi Dong's rush to harm him had inadvertently crafted allies. In this dire moment, their arrival was nothing short of the strongest support. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong and Oscar swiftly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, rescuing him. Brother, did I not say this would happen? Tang Bai approached, a white light glowing from his forehead. It was also the position of a flying deity, striking when least expected. Tang San acted with swiftness and precision, raising the sea god trident to shoot at the witch god. Boom! The witch god was instantly obliterated, reduced to ashes without a trace. In that case, let's strike first and speak later. Dai Mubai was already prepared. As the celestial beings ascended to the heavens to engage in battle, the ground was left in our hands. Ma Hongjun transformed into a fiery feathered phoenix, charging towards the battlefield below. It was evident that Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Tang Bai, and Hu Laina soared into the skies, standing alongside Yi Bei. The moment of divine slaughter had startled Yi Dong. Had Jiang Luoran summoned reinforcements? Or perhaps 3 divine entities? Furthermore, they had swiftly eliminated one of their own, significantly widening the disparity in power. The tide of battle shifted once again. Upon realizing Jiang Luoran had survived, Yi Bei felt a sense of calm wash over her as she faced off against the Crimson Golden Crow. Together, Jiang Luoran exerted pressure upon the Lance of Dawn, striking Yi Dong with force. The impact nearly expelled his innards, followed closely by the golden trident of the sea god, which struck him in the chest. "Do not harm my master," the strategist commanded, summoning a pair of black wings. Little dower, radiant corona. Tang Bai also summoned white feathers, clashing with the strategist. An extreme 0 point erupted as the ice bird unfurled its wings, exuding a chilling aura that intensified, enveloping the entire sky. The power of the 9 tails. The obliteration of the heavenly tribulation. Hu Laina joined forces with the ice bird, extending her arms to summon 9 pink, dreamlike tails, initiating a collision with their opponent. Time had dragged on too long. All combatants and deities unleashed their full might. The sea god's trident lunged fiercely, pushing Yi Dong back with the force of the sea. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Jiang Luoran descended amidst swirling mists, bringing the Lance of Dawn down upon Yi Dong's back. Yi Dong found himself besieged on all sides, especially against 2 divine beings. He staggered back, falling into a deep pit once more. Yi Bei, an exceptional fighter and a being of divinity, dispatched the Crimson Golden Crow with a single strike, the Kunpeng soaring across the skies. One by one, their divine opponents fell, and Jiang Luoran showed no mercy, for he had already faced death once. Without the support of his friends, his mother would have perished, and Baiming would have been invaded. Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Tang Bai, and Yi Bei concentrated their assault on the black strategist. 4 deities against 1. Even if the strategist could traverse the heavens and earth, it could not withstand such overwhelming force. Where is the dignity of the gods? 4 divine beings are ganging up on me. The strategist panicked. Such pitiful pleas for mercy belong in hell. Jiang Luoran declared as the Lance of Dawn pierced the strategist's body. "Spare me, I am willing," the strategist began, only to be met with a blinding flash of white light, resembling a divine technique. Feathers of homing. Annihilation strike. Tang Bai unfurled a 1,000-meter wingspan, enveloping the strategist and swiftly closing in. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Luoran escaped from Tang Bai's assault. Boom! The strategist fell instantly, leaving no trace of blood. A divine being had been vanquished just like that. Such a record was nothing short of astonishing. Their method of divine slaughter was truly breathtaking, defying the irreversible laws of divinity. Finally, it was the ice bird, as the 4 deities surged towards Hu Laina, radiating murderous intent, each releasing their respective divine artifacts. The ice bird, realizing the peril it faced, knew that continuing the fight would lead to being besieged and ultimately slain by 5 divine entities. It fled. As the ice bird spread its wings and soared far away, Jiang Luoran and his companions were no mere bystanders. Having ascended to divinity, their speed was unparalleled. Jiang Luoran positioned himself in front of the ice bird, while Yi Bei sealed off the left flank. Tang San covered the right, and Tang Bai obstructed the ice bird's retreat. Finally, Hu Laina hovered above, gazing down at the ice bird. Moments ago, she had nearly inflicted severe injury upon it, and now it dared to escape. "You cannot kill me," the ice bird pleaded, desperate, as every divine being cherished their life. To perish now would be a betrayal of all its past struggles. Having finally achieved divinity, it could not afford to fall today. "What can we do? Haven't we already slain 3 deities?" Tang Bai remarked with a sinister smile. The ice bird felt a chill at the sight of their eyes. Words are futile. You cannot escape, Yi Beibei declared, summoning a cloud hand to grasp the ice bird's throat. The dawn's light. Jiang Luoran's golden spear rapidly expanded, resembling an inflated balloon. Hulaina formed seals in the sky, assembling massive white tails that filled the air with floral fragrance. This was a concentrated assault. The ice bird, aware of its inability to compete, knew that even if it had 3 more lives, escape was impossible. If it had 4 lives, perhaps there was a chance. I am willing to pledge loyalty to Baiming, serving for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. The ice bird nearly bowed in supplication. The divine techniques continued to be unleashed. Seemingly deaf to the ice bird's words. Isn't eternal allegiance to Baiming sufficient? The ice bird darted about, unable to break free. The 5 did not believe the ice bird's words. Besides, what use would its allegiance to Baiming serve? Moments ago, it had nearly slain the dual gods of Baiming, and now it sought mercy. Execute, Jiang Luoran commanded, and 5 divine techniques were unleashed simultaneously, charging towards the ice bird. Fine, fine, fine. You leave me no choice. The ice bird bellowed, its body gradually disintegrating as ice and snow erupted from within. Chapter 196, Crisis Averted. A divine being sacrificing itself. What immense power! The sheer magnitude instantly overshadowed the 5 soul techniques. The icy chill enveloped the heavens. Even without feeling it, one could sense the suffocating cold. This ultimate force appeared to threaten the very fabric of existence. In truth, it was a god-level ice, and if unleashed upon the mortal realm, it would surely bring catastrophe. From the ground, one could see a towering ice lotus expanding in the sky. Utilize your domains, or else everyone besides us shall perish. Jiang Luoran immediately activated all his domains to restrain the ice lotus. Tang San twirled the sea god's trident, performing the sea god dance, unleashing a torrent of energy. Yi Beibei formed hand seals, enveloping the ice lotus in white mist. Then, Hulaina and Tang simultaneously released their divine domains to halt the divine sacrifice. They needed to be above the divinity. However, for them, all were of equal rank. They could withstand the divine power, but it would not achieve a decisive outcome. The ice lotus continued to grow, and even Jiang Luoran and his companions could not hold it back. At this rate, the entire Baiming would face annihilation, shattering any hopes for a peaceful order. Extreme deity, how dare you? Yi Dong emerged from the deep pit. He only sought to build a better Baiming and was envious of Yi Beibei. Yet, he could not bear to witness the destruction of Baiming and the death of so many soul beasts. However, the ice lotus showed no signs of halting, expanding further and sending the 5 gods flying. Luoran, Qinquan Wanli. Hulaina leaped forth. Qinquan Wanli. Jiang Luoran's pupils glimmered as he and Hulaina charged towards the ice lotus. Now that they had ascended to godhood, their combined technique could indeed vanquish a god, though it remained uncertain if they could withstand the divine sacrifice. It was hard to imagine the might of Qinquan Wanli as the 9-tailed Kunpeng approached the realm of mythic holy beasts. Clad in pink and white armor, with ethereal wisps, its eyes radiated a dreamlike glow. The 9-tailed Kunpeng and the ice lotus, similar in size, collided, unleashing a silent but profound force. Danger! Tang San had not finished his warning when Jiang Luoran and Hulaina were already confronting the ice lotus. To speak candidly, during the moment of confrontation, Jiang Luoran could no longer bear the strain. As the North Ming god, he felt overwhelmed. However, the effect was indeed palpable, for the ice lotus flower was directly suppressed. A thunderous explosion ensued, reminiscent of the heavens crashing down. The other 3 gods could only fend off vast expanses of ice and snow, while the finer shards posed a considerable challenge. Merely the fall of these minute fragments of frost upon the ground could transform North Ming into a realm of eternal winter. One shard struck the earth, cleaving a battle-class soul beast in twain, while those surrounding it were turned into rigid ice sculptures. I shall intervene. Yi Dong discerned the precarious situation and swiftly transformed into a black lion to counteract the onslaught, intercepting the chilling force of ice and snow. In Jiang Luoran's final moments, he beheld the dawn spear and Hulaina's 9-tailed form standing protectively before him. The sacrificial offering was isolated in mid-air, while the ground was shielded by Yi Dong, albeit at the cost of his own severe injuries. Ning Rongrong and Oscar united their efforts to tend to Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, as they were the ones who had engaged the sacrificial foe and bore the brunt of the injuries. Yi Dong and Yi Beibei looked down upon the vanquished Yi Dong. Are you satisfied now? Yi Dong, now a shadow of his former self, with his divine essence nearly shattered, reflected on the dire situation. Much of the ice and snow was a consequence of his own defense. Kill me. I am grievously wounded and wish for death, he murmured, closing his eyes as if reluctant to utter another word. Tang San and the others stood outside the circle, recognizing that the remaining matters were now their own family's concern. Yi Dong had initially believed his plan to be successful, not realizing that Jiang Luoran still had divine allies at his disposal. Moreover, there existed the divine ability to resurrect one from death. Yi Dong was utterly speechless. How was this different from cheating? His decisive action in slaying Jiang Luoran was intended to have a monumental impact. In retrospect, it was not a lack of preparation on his part, but rather the strength of his adversaries that had been overwhelming. Infinite life? How does one contend with that? The enemy had eliminated one of their gods in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. It was a miracle they had not already succumbed. It was incomprehensible how these individuals had arrived so suddenly and decisively. He had scarcely comprehended the current state of affairs. The four gods by his side had perished. Contemplating this, Yi Dong involuntarily glanced at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were engaged in healing. Their disarray was largely due to these two. How infuriating! Alas, he was unable to move, otherwise he would have dragged them down with him. Yi Dong, you show no remorse. I shall send you on your way, declared Yi Beibei, raising her hand to gather power. Why am I not the Northming god? I despise my current divine status, the hell god position. Ye donc below it. In a manner akin to Jiang Luoran, who had just been slain, Yi Dong was rent asunder. However, this time, without the aid of Ning Rongrong and Oscar to resurrect him, death was final. Yi Beibei appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had traversed countless arduous years. Only now did she reveal an expression befitting her age. The assistance of several had left an indelible mark on her heart. Please, follow me to North Ming for recuperation, she instructed, arranging for Tang San and the others to settle in. They had rendered such immense assistance. It was inconceivable that she would treat them with indifference. It would be disingenuous to claim that they had suffered no injuries in the battle, and Tang San and the others were not shy about entering the Kunpeng Sacred Hall. Auntie, there is no need for formality. Luoran has helped us greatly in the past, Tang San remarked. Indeed, there is no need for such formality, Dai Mubai added with a smile. However, you must first recuperate. I shall prepare the sacred medicine from the Kunpeng Sacred Hall for you, treating you as family. Yi Beibei said. The subsequent matter was one of regulation. With the greatest threat eliminated, what remained would surely be to bow in submission. Presently, the Kunpeng Sacred Hall boasted 5 gods. This was no matter to be trifled with. Whoever dares to resist shall meet their demise. Feng Ling and the others had initially believed that North Ming would fall, only to find themselves witnessing an unexpected turn of events. The crisis had been transformed into fortune. A true blessing for North Ming. In truth, even if Yi Dong had conquered North Ming, satisfaction would elude him, for the gods assisting him were all descending upon the land of North Ming. Should North Ming be breached, Yi Dong's lofty position would be at risk of collapse. Or worse, the other 4 gods would divide North Ming amongst themselves. At that juncture, not only would the prosperity of North Ming be jeopardized, but the division of territory would plunge the soul beasts into chaos. Given the temperament of the ice bird, how benevolent could she possibly be? However, it was likely that Yi Dong merely intended to utilize them before allying with the strategist to eliminate the remaining foes. A soul beast like Yi Dong, whose heart was wholly devoted to North Ming, was unlikely to foresee this. Just as he had stated, inheriting the position of the Hell God was a necessity. He loathed his divine status. Jiang Luoran had intended merely to incapacitate Yi Dong, for he had promised the other party the illusion of North Ming. Yet, now that he had slain him, it was also a form of liberation. Setting aside the unbearable pain of his injuries, the anguish of his spirit was insufferable. Chapter 197. A joyous reunion. When Jiang Luoran awoke, he found himself lying in bed, recalling that he had seemingly died once more, likely having been rescued by Ning Rongrong. However, the continuous use of life-saving techniques must have taken a considerable toll on them. The ice bird had gone utterly mad, intent on engulfing everyone. Beside him lay something soft. What could it be? Jiang Luoran struggled to sit up, only to discover that Hulaina had also been brought in, evidently requiring joint treatment. In their weakened state, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had forgotten to return Hulaina to her room. Is this finally over? Jiang Luoran mused, feeling that everything had been resolved, thanks in large part to the assistance of his friends. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The notion of Tang San ascending to godhood was well within Jiang Luoran's contemplation. Yet, how had Hulaina and Tang Bai achieved divinity? What divine positions had they acquired? Jiang Luoran pondered. Although Douluo continent was not limited to a mere handful of gods, other divine positions were indeed exceedingly rare. How had they discovered them? This could be described as an extraordinary opportunity, also fueling his desire for victory. Within the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, Master, we have reclaimed all territories of North Ming. Xin'er proclaimed joyfully. Even the forbidden zones are under our control. Upon hearing that the Sacred Hall possesses 5 gods and several dozen super battle generals, they fled in disarray. Feng Linger reported respectfully. Now, she could finally rest and await the time when she would become a million-year soul beast. What are the waters belonging to North Ming? Yi Beibei inquired. It was imperative to note that within those waters lay relics from generations of Kunpeng ancestors. Should Yi Dong attempt to refine them, it would be a catastrophic loss. The treasures remained intact, suggesting that Yi Dong was likely contemplating their use post-victory, Feng Linger surmised. Indeed, had no unforeseen events transpired, Yi Dong was quite likely to achieve triumph. Yet, he could not have anticipated his utter defeat, Yi Beibei lamented. Why not hold a banquet? To celebrate our ascension as the North Ming gods and our survival through adversity, Kai'er suggested cheerfully. Linger, what do you think? Yi Beibei invited. Linger, being Yi Beibei's strategist, generally considered matters with great care. Very well, it shall be so, she replied, departing to make arrangements. Given this, Master, your time remaining in the mortal realm is limited. How shall we proceed? Xiner expressed her concern. There is no need for worry. The newly appointed North Ming god wields the Dawn Spear. It was through this that the passage to the divine realm was opened by our ancestors. Should anything be amiss, he will personally address it. You shall manage various affairs. Yi Beibei instructed. Who is that woman? Hulaina inquired upon awakening, as she too had believed she was on the brink of death. Now it seems I have been rescued. You may not know, but this place is called Baiming, and that woman is my mother, the divine Kunpeng of Baiming. Jiang Luoran sighed. After much difficulty returning, he had now suffered another defeat, yet it appeared he could enjoy a period of peace. I asked why you were so enigmatic. Always present in Chao Ing, yet with your heart in Han. You even startled my brother earlier, Hulaina scoffed. Oh, she almost met his end back then. I saved him. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. If I am to attribute my accomplishments in land creation, it is indeed thanks to Yi Beibei. Jiang Luoran was correct. First the divine bone, then the martial soul, and finally the light of dawn. Not to mention the divine position of Kunpeng. All of these were gifts from Yi Beibei. Without her, he could not have achieved such heights. The lowest level soul beast here has existed for over 200,000 years. It's simply a paradise, Hulaina exclaimed. Perhaps it is the decree of the heavens that Baiming suffers such plunder. Many soul beasts have perished in this crisis. Jiang Luoran implied that prosperity often precedes decline. Baiming is too powerful and now needs to be weakened to reach greater heights. What is the decree of the heavens? Hulaina wondered, having never heard such a term before. Two deities discussing the decree of heaven while sharing a bed felt rather incongruous. Hulaina activated her divine position, appearing once more as pure and immaculate as a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. It is a language from my former homeland, which you would not understand. Jiang Luoran almost forgot that this was not Earth. Is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters in bed? Jiang Luoran made Hulaina aware of their current predicament. Dai Mubai strode through, and the soul beasts of Baiming treated him with utmost respect, for everyone knew he was the one holding the ground. Were it not for him, the soul beasts across from him would have already attacked. Baiming is indeed vast, larger than the combined size of the two great empires, and Dai Mubai immediately sensed something upon his arrival. This place is extraordinarily expansive. He unleashed his soul skills in combat, and merely covering the distance took quite a while. This almost weakened his soul skills, causing a horde of soul beasts to converge upon him. He wondered why Luoran would help that woman, while Zhu Zhuqing observed the surroundings. Not to mention outside, even the bed he had just shared with Dai Mubai was ample enough for the Yinming White Tiger to rest. We shall soon find out. I heard they are preparing a feast for us, Dai Mubai eagerly anticipated bringing Zhu Zhuqing to the venue. Given the vastness of this place, even if they had an hour before the start, they doubted they could arrive on time. Furthermore, Dai Mubai was unsure what the Biming favored for sustenance. Surely it was Timur grass? Ma Hongjun had transformed, no longer glancing around, for he had now turned over a new leaf, understanding the cost of indulgence. Upon Jiang Luoran's arrival at the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, he noticed everyone gathered together, resembling a grand assembly of worshipping beasts. Yi Bei, upon seeing him with Hulaina, instantly comprehended, this fellow can actually find a girlfriend? It seems I need not worry anymore. When he first met the child, his expression was as cold as ice, as if someone owed him a fortune. What sort of fierce girlfriend must he have? Thank you, brothers, for your unwavering support. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands. Although I know you may not appreciate gratitude, I must still express my thanks. Brother Jiang, that soul guide almost crushed us. Were it not for our 3 deities, we might not have made it. Ma Hongjun chuckled bitterly, adding that Dean Flander and the others still intended to come. However, due to space constraints, only the most capable elites could be chosen. Fatty, don't speak carelessly. ISNT that just adding pressure on Luoran? Oscar Najdi ma Ongujun. Is that so? Quickly, tell me what exactly happened? Jiang Luoran inquired. It's nothing serious, just a spatial collapse. Hulaina, Tangbai, and I worked together to stabilize the space. Although it was somewhat strenuous, we managed to do so, Tang Sen explained, having resolved the situation. I was puzzled when you appeared. How did you know I was in danger in Biming? That is what Jiang Luoran found most perplexing. Because of her, Tang Sen pointed at Hulaina. We couldn't locate you, and finally found her, which led us to deduce your peril. Chapter 198, The Final Boss. Indeed, we finally reached the Sea Goddess Hall, and after Poseidon explained, we learned of your predicament. Moreover, Poseidon gathered the soul guides that brought us here, facilitating our arrival. Dai Mubai remarked nonchalantly. That is not a soul guide. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, merely Biming's teleportation device. However, it matters not. If you wish to return, I shall personally escort you. Suddenly, the entire Biming trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Everyone was celebrating, yet none expected such a situation to arise. Even the Kunpeng Sacred Hall was affected, shaking and threatening to collapse. No one understood what was happening. It couldn't possibly be an earthquake. This is Biming, home to numerous high-level soul beasts. What kind of earthquake could shake this place? Jiang Luoran felt an ominous sensation. Not only Jiang Luoran, but all divine beings sensed something was amiss. This energy seemed to awaken from beneath the earth, not merely to disturb Biming, but to wield a formidable force. Even the gods could not ignore this power. What on earth could it be? The 5 exchanged glances, and the one most capable of speaking should be Yi Bei. Apart from her, none could fathom what it was. I will go out and take a look. Yi Bei transformed into a beam of white light and shot forth. I'll accompany you. Jiang Luoran sensed the anomaly and, fearing for Yi Bei's safety, immediately followed. Together, Hulaina and Tang Bai pursued Jiang Luoran's figure, but the other party was too swift. Tang Sen instructed Dai Mubai to organize the rest, and he too followed suit. They were acutely aware that such a level of danger could leave even the gods with only a 50-50 chance. In the ocean, Yi Bei's expression soured. She hoped nothing had gone awry with that object, or else they would have to flee. Ocean? What lies within? Jiang Luoran inquired, truly unaware of what the ocean contained. Having never heard Yi Bei mention it, I intended to inform you once you ascended, but within the ocean lies the evil foot our clan has sealed. Based on my deductions, it must have been disturbed by Yi Dong and others previously. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in this state, Yi Bei said, barely managing to speak before plunging into the ocean. Jiang Luoran could actually sense the suffocating waves, and he drew forth the Dawn Spear to guard Yi Bei. Descending thousands of meters into the ocean depths was merely a blink of an eye for them, and Yi Bei gazed upon the scattered bones on the seabed. The seal had been broken. It must have been that madman Yi Dong who took a gamble and left this hidden piece. With such an evil foot emerging, not only Biming would perish, but even the divine realm would face disaster. Yi Bei's pupils dilated in shock. Whoosh! A black vine lashed out, and Jiang Luoran, positioned beside Yi Bei, struck back the black tendril with his spear. How could this be? This is the Dawn Spear. Why can't I sever it? Jiang Luoran's heart grew heavy with caution. Gulp! A swarm of black sharks surged forward, bearing their bloody fangs, intent on devouring Jiang Luoran and Yi Bei. Second soul skill, Shadow Pursuit. First soul skill, Creation from Nothing. Two purple soul rings intertwined before Jiang Luoran as they collided with the black sharks. 10 ancient tree roots erupted from the ocean floor, extending thousands of tendrils to lash at the horde of sharks. Snap! After all, they were million-year soul beasts. With that one strike, a multitude of black sharks fell lifeless on the spot. A multitude of jellyfish and octopuses surged from behind, while 10 ancient tree roots formed a protective circle, vanquishing all enemies from every direction. Ascending from the surface, this was its domain. Yi Bei pulled Jiang Luoran away, preventing him from lingering in combat. With a swift motion, a black beam pierced through 2 tree roots, draining their energy. The black beam did not relent, continuing its pursuit of Jiang Luoran, not with the intent to kill, but to ensnare. One could only imagine what it perceived the divine to be. A hum reverberated as 2 rays of golden light shone forth. The spear of dawn and the trident of Poseidon simultaneously severed the black beam. Hurry! I am the sea god. Yet even then, Tang San felt the overwhelming power of the foe, a sense of urgency he had never known before. Immediately, hundreds of black beams descended like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Jiang Luoran commanded the tree roots to defend, but they were effortlessly obliterated. The power of the solar corona manifested above the sea, a brilliant white light rapidly converging into feathers that struck the black beams, cleaving them apart. What is that? Hulaina gasped in astonishment, having caught sight of a singular gaze. A golden pupil. One would feel that no gaze could be more unnerving than this. Not even that of a deity. The evil foot was awakening. Luoran, quickly activate the Kunpeng domain. Yi Bei urged, as she too unleashed her own Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran dared not hesitate, unleashing the domain simultaneously with Yi Bei to restrain the evil foot. Time is the essence of all transformations. Without it, there is nothing. Yet it was exceedingly taxing. Even with both gods releasing the Kunpeng domain, they could not suppress the adversary, if not for the disparity in levels. What else could it be? Retreat. Jiang Luoran, unable to hold on any longer, struck Yi Bei with his palm, urging Hulaina to take her leave. The 4 of them, understanding the gravity of the situation, made their way toward the sea. Regardless of their adversary, Jiang Luoran, now a god, performed a full 360-degree spin, the spear of dawn manifesting numerous energy avatars. Light of dawn. In an instant, the winds shifted violently, rocks shattered, and a tempest raged as a colossal tsunami erupted from the sea. The golden light became the sole color visible to all. With a mighty crash, Jiang Luoran soared from the water, landing before the 4, his body gravely wounded, the spear of dawn vibrating in his grasp. What lay within was no mere god. It was at least a being beyond the divine. Jiang Luoran opened his hand, revealing a trail of blood. So it is, Yi Bei noted upon seeing Jiang Luoran's wound. I had been pondering how Bei Ming could possibly act so against Bei Dong. The strategist had inherited his divine position. Yet should the strategist fall, this deity would awaken. He risked everything merely for the divine status. Did he truly disregard all else? Jiang Luoran was distressed. No wonder he insisted we could not kill him. We must evacuate everyone immediately, Yi Bei decisively stated, demonstrating the traits of a leader in such tumultuous times. Make the most precise judgment. Hulaina suddenly froze, her gaze intensely fixed upon the sea. It's too late. From the depths, a massive dark form began to emerge, towering over 1,000 meters. The interlocked black scales creating a cacophony. 9 elongated black bodies coiled, revealing an ancient behemoth with 9 heads, each eye radiating a golden glow. A roar erupted, one that seemed to tear asunder all in its path, a sound born of years of repression. In the ensuing turmoil, none could claim to obstruct the creature. They all fled back to Bei Ming to facilitate an evacuation. In an instant, they felt time itself suspend. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down their spines. No, this was not time pausing, but rather the air being siphoned away. 9 elongated heads converged, each gathering a sphere of black energy. None dared to underestimate the power of this strike, not even the gods. 9 beams of black light surged forth, leaving no time for preparation. Within the Kunpeng domain, Jiang Luoran managed to control this force, yet its magnitude was overwhelming. Aside from himself and Yi Bei, none could escape. Yi Bei deployed her domain to Hulaina and the others, urging them to flee. Beiming has become a battleground. We cannot endanger you. But this soul beast cannot possibly target only Beiming. Tang San remained resolute. We are gods and also denizens of Douluo. Wherever we go, we cannot evade it. Better to unite our strength and confront it together, Tang Bai asserted. Do you not comprehend the might of this evil foot? We must retreat. Alliances with the gods are essential. We shall return to vanquish it. Before Yi Bei could finish, Hulaina charged forth, gripping her divine sword. With the power of the White Lotus, her sword swept through, severing all black beams, even cleaving the ground beneath her. White feather, thousand red slash. Tang Bai's golden soul rings shimmered as he took to the skies with a golden feather, merging them to obscure half the heavens, all directed at the evil foot. The golden light obliterated the evil foot, even recreating the tsunami's earlier devastation. Buddha's wrath, Tang Lotus. Tang Sen wielded the golden Tang Lotus, unleashing petals upon the evil foot. These forces merely grazed the evil foot, amplifying its resentment. Boom! 9 heads, still 1,000 meters away, charged at Jiang, Luoran, and the others. They scattered to avoid being caught. 7th soul skill, blood vine true form. Jiang Luoran extended his arms, transforming into a giant alongside the evil foot, wielding the spear of dawn to block its fierce assault. If Jiang Luoran did not intervene, the evil foot would soon lay waste to Beiming. Thus he unleashed a flurry of attacks. He unleashed various soul skills, as if they were without cost. The 9 heads were forced back, their forms lifted by the plant beings. The visual spectacle resembled a battle of titans. Jiang Luoran seized an opening, thrusting his spear into the evil foot's chest. Yet, the spear of dawn merely pierced its skin, failing to penetrate further. It felt as if the creature bore countless layers of hardened skin, impervious to harm. 5th soul skill, hellish battle armor. Jiang Luoran infused a surge of golden energy into the evil foot's body. The hellish battle armor enveloped it, tightening its grip. Before he could unleash his 4th soul skill, he was ensnared by a single vine. The plant beings were instantly subdued, despite their similar sizes. They were far inferior in strength to the evil foot. Kunpeng strike. Yi Bei wielded her blade of light, severing the vine that bound the plant beings. Seizing the opportunity, the plant beings grasped one of the evil foot's limbs, raising the spear of dawn to unleash the light of dawn upon its wound. With a swift slash, the evil foot cried out in anguish, blood spraying from the wound, the agonizing pain causing it to emit a low groan. Retreat, everyone retreat. Jiang Luoran, closest to it, sensed the impending danger. Luoran quickly moved. Tang San conjured a massive wave from the sea to crash toward the evil foot. Yet, the creature disregarded this feeble attack, focusing solely on a brutal confrontation with the plant beings. If you wish to contend, as a god, I shall not cower. Jiang Luoran's spirit ignited with resolve. In hand, the dawn gun was wielded like a hammer, the chaotic winds of the hammer technique howling past, each strike resonating with a tremor that reverberated across the surroundings. Boom! The ominous creature, Azu, emitted a crimson glow from its chest, as if it were about to spew forth blood. Whoosh! The red waves of energy rapidly gathered strength, drawing in the air from several miles around. The mere heat was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Luoran feeling as though he were being battered by a tempest. What on earth is this? Tang Bai's hands were numb, and he bore unknown wounds. Had he not been a deity, he would have surely perished countless times over. The troubling aspect was that even he did not comprehend the origins of these injuries. This red light is toxic. Even within its range of accumulation, one would be affected. Tang Sen wiped the blood from his chest. It must not be allowed to release, or the consequences would be dire. Hulaina unleashed her 9 tails, engaging Azu's 8 heads in aerial combat. They were deities, after all, and though they might not match the foe's strength, they would not be utterly defeated. Yet, this assault was indeed beyond their capabilities. I shall take action. Jiang Luoran summoned the plant person, colliding directly with Azu and forcefully driving it into the sea. The instant Azu plunged into the water, it caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. The temperature was unfathomably high. Jiang Luoran glanced at his right arm, now stained with blood, the result of burns. Moreover, these burns were inflicted through the plant person's defenses. With a defense rating of 1,000 and the added protection of the plant person, he was still overpowered. This temperature was likely beyond that of even the fire god. Only a second-tier deity like Ma Hongjun would possibly possess such heat. Speaking of second-tier deities, a realization struck Jiang Luoran. This could be a second-tier Azu, a first-tier deity would undoubtedly be outclassed. The difference was stark. They were all newly ascended deities, still unsure of their own limits. The plant person grasped Azu tightly to prevent its escape, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. Azu rose, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Old tree roots sprang forth from the water, ensnaring it and viciously pulling it back into the depths. In this critical moment, it was indeed the old roots that saved them. Otherwise, Jiang Luoran would have been helpless against such a predicament. Divine technique, unleash it quickly. Jiang Luoran cried out. The sea god's power surged as Tang San hurled the sea god's trident, the metallic sound slicing through the air. Boom! Azu's body, just breaking the water's surface, was driven back down by the golden trident. At that moment, the energy in its chest had fully gathered, but the angle was awry, releasing a torrent skyward. The once pristine sky was suddenly engulfed in flames, a deep crimson hue spreading across the heavens, the temperature evoking the very essence of hellfire for miles around. Jiang Luoran and his companions, closest to the source, could hardly withstand the heat. The five deities unleashed their full defenses, merging their efforts to avert a disastrous fate. The power was simply terrifying. Chapter 200. The Seven Gods Arrive. Dozens of defenses shattered, the ground beneath them crumbling like sand, suffocating waves of energy invading their nostrils, flooding their beings. This insurmountable force of death could not be extricated. Jiang Luoran felt as though the red energy had exploded deep within the cosmos. As the crimson light dissipated, the divine artifacts in the hands of the five fell to the ground, especially Jiang Luoran, whose plant person had long since disintegrated, leaving him grievously wounded. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Jiang Luoran would never have believed such power existed in the mortal realm. This was undeniably a battle among deities. If such a blast were to strike Biming, no one would survive. Bang! 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 Azu stood in the realm of Biming, crushing the illusions outside with a single step. Its 8 heads loomed ominously, advancing slowly toward Jiang Luoran. In this dire situation, they lacked even the strength to stand, let alone escape. They could only wait in despair for their demise. Angelic Holy Strike. Qian Rushue emerged from a rift, wielding the angelic holy sword. Immediately, a dazzling array of holy swords erupted forth, crashing down upon Azu like blazing stars. Azu was pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Who would have anticipated that at such a critical moment, another deity would appear? And such a stunning one at that, just as Azu prepared to retaliate. It was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. 6th soul skill, eternal creation. In the realm of the Rakshasa, Bibi Dong wielded the Black Grim Reaper's scythe with grace. Whoosh! One of Azu's heads was severed by their combined might, plummeting to the ocean floor. Bibi Dong? Qian Rushue. Jiang Luoran was filled with disbelief. This was utterly incongruous. Unscientific. Bibi Dong discarded the damaged green teleporter onto the ground. There was not just one soul guiding device that transported to Douluo continent from Biming. I have come to retrieve the Saintess. Hulaina, now also a deity, represented a force not to be underestimated, especially given their master-disciple bond. How could they possibly allow her to perish? Bibi Dong was aware of the dangers surrounding Biming, and she could not permit her to fall. Jiang Luoran recalled that Qing Yi had once penetrated the spirit hall, only to be absorbed by Bibi Dong's soul ring. Those titled Douluo had taken the soul bones and departed, unaware that Qing Yi's body still contained treasures. Master? Hulaina, weakened and speechless. Roar, roar, roar. After successive defeats, with 2 heads severed, Azu was now frenzied, unleashing energy toward Bibi Dong. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong, released all her soul rings to restore Jiang Luoran and his companions. Oscar also generously provided sausages to hasten their recovery. Who among them was not at the title Douluo level or above? Could they not discern the nature of this battle? They would assist in any way possible. The soul beasts of Biming emerged, all focused on this life and death struggle. Given Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei's speed, their arrival was a testament to their utmost effort. Bibi Dong and Qian Rushue grew increasingly astonished. This being did not seem like a mere soul beast, but rather an ancient, savage creature. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, and its lethality was astonishing. No wonder the 5 deities could not subdue it. Even 10 deities might struggle. Fortunately, they had just arrived, unafraid due to their ignorance, and managed to sever one of its heads. They had only recently ascended to divinity, and their confidence was naturally inflated. In this land, there were no foes they could not vanquish. Even in the divine realm, they were respected. The disparity in strength was not insurmountable. They were all deities, unable to entirely crush one another, unless one possessed rare qualities like Jiang Luoran, adorned with precious soul rings and dual martial souls. Even the divine artifacts were a combination of two. Azu's scales suddenly surged, transforming into brilliant spikes. As if awakened, it charged at Bibi Dong. Puffed. Even as a deity, Bibi Dong struggled to withstand the blow, spitting blood and plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, the Grim Reaper's scythe shielded her, or she would have been gravely wounded. Master, Hulaina caught Bibi Dong. Let us retreat. I can handle this. Do you not comprehend what this being is? Only a deity can defeat it. Tell me, how do you plan to cope? Bibi Dong took a deep breath. The healing team from Beiming arrived, activating a healing array to tend to the 7 true deities. Currently, Beiming lacks nothing but divine combat prowess. Their healing teams are numerous, and the healing spirit beasts are countless. However, the healing deities require immense soul power. But that is of little concern. When quality fails, they shall prevail through sheer numbers. Waves upon waves restore the injuries and stamina of the 7 deities. This is already apparent. It is undoubtedly a grueling battle. The location of the 7 deities is indeed the realm of Beiming. Beneath their feet lies the entirety of Beiming's territory. If lost, all shall perish. Jiang Luoran's eyes gleamed like gold. Should they delay any further, the evil foot would soon arrive. The towering plant being emerged, reminiscent of a deity of war. It wielded the Dawn Spear, a weapon befitting its stature, charging towards the evil foot. The moment they met, their eyes blazed with intensity, and battle commenced, fervent and fiery, with the evil foot even resorting to its teeth. The plant being, not to be outdone, plunged its right hand fiercely into the evil foot's body, twisting the spear within. Let us strike together. Tang San, noticing Jiang Luoran faltering, decided he could no longer remain idle. Angel's judgment. Qian Rinxue soared into the sky. A sudden thrum echoed as an angelic silhouette appeared above, wielding a colossal sword akin to the heavenly gate, descending upon the evil foot. Enraged, the evil foot's body swelled immensely, its scales elongating. With a thunderous roar, the evil foot unleashed black flames, clashing with the angel's judgment. The Rakshasa domain, Kunpeng domain, Sea God domain, White Lotus domain, Corona domain, Angel domain, and God of Slaughter domain. 8 domains enveloped the evil foot, imprisoning it in place. The convergence of these 8 domains birthed a scene of spatial obliteration. Around the evil foot, tendrils emerged, or perhaps space was fracturing, causing energy to become disordered. The evil foot howled in agony. This damage was lethal, the blood within it surging as if it would be cleaved apart. Such a magnificent spectacle could not be witnessed by spirit beasts below the 40,000-year rank, lest they be cut down by the residual force of the domains, exhibiting an overwhelming might. Witnessing such combat was a profound experience for high-ranking spirit beasts. Dai Mu Bai and others scrutinized intently, seeking to discern any flaws, aspiring to ascend to divinity in the future. The earlier rumors were indeed accurate. Divine combat shattered mountains and stirred the winds, possessing an aura of destruction. Now, the 7 deities united to combat the evil foot, entirely surpassing the comprehension of ordinary soul masters. Every foe was cleaved, and none remained unscathed. The Dawn Spear. The Dawn Spear sword, akin to a ray of dawn descending from the horizon, creating a golden bridge across the sky. This was the true essence of divine technique. In Chapter 201, the divine sealing array, golden light shattered, and a vast expanse of the sky exploded into a colossal golden circle, releasing waves of energy. This proved that even such power could not penetrate the evil foot's body. Its defense was extraordinarily formidable. Yet, it was not over. Jiang Luoran continued to charge, penetrating the evil foot's interior. The mingling of crimson blood and golden light erupted, resembling snowflakes in August, as Jiang Luoran expended every ounce of his strength. The golden light contracted, piercing through the evil foot's body, and Jiang Luoran felt as though there was nothing left to obstruct him. The 7 heads of the evil foot struggled momentarily before plummeting like a beast gasping its last breath. Jiang Luoran unleashed his fury. The evil foot was a secondary deity, and this strike of the Dawn Spear drained him of all vitality and soul power. Jiang Luoran expelled a mouthful of seawater, taking a deep breath, determined to strike with precision for a decisive kill. Were it not for employing such a technique, compressing all his power and the light of dawn into the spear's tip, he would never have pierced the opponent. Undertaking such an endeavor bore immense risk. Should he mismanage the compression, he could very well destroy himself in the process. This explosion would not merely shatter the heavens and the earth. Before such ferocious power, he himself could not escape unscathed. The entirety of a deity's power concentrated upon a spear tip. It was fortunate it was the dawn spear. Any other weapon would likely lead to ruin. This strike was so audacious it invoked dread of the Kunpeng deity. Had he emerged victorious? Given Jiang Luoran's ferocity, why had he hesitated earlier? Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat, wondered. Jiang Luoran always behaved this way, able to resolve matters, yet choosing to appear as if he were utterly outmatched. Surely, he had a plethora of hidden tactics, yet he never utilized them. However, Ma Hongjun had been enlightened numerous times, thus had little to say. Is he truly that powerful? Has he transcended to divinity? Daimubai remarked incredulously. Birchested. What were we even here for? Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue queried. From a distance came the sound of chewing, akin to a shark devouring an octopus, as Jiang Luoran noticed everyone fixated on the turbulent sea surface. A crimson monstrosity emerged from the evil foot's body, devouring it voraciously, seemingly relishing the taste. This sensation resembled a snake shedding its skin, the true essence of evil, as ancient texts described. The evil foot itself was a manifestation of malevolence, merely awaiting the opportunity to be unleashed. It turned out that the evil was intrinsic to itself. Only through the experience of death could the evil foot transform into its true evil form. At that point, it would consume the evil foot, achieving a state of self-forgetfulness, rendering it unstoppable. Unless confronted by deity, Yi Beibei retrieved a silver spear from her sleeve. It must be noted that sealing this evil foot had cost the lives of several deities. Currently present were only the 7, facing true evil. They appeared somewhat at a loss. Is it still alive? Is it a cockroach? After eliminating this, will we need to slay more? Ma Hongjun yearned to ascend to divinity, rushing forth to join the fray. The situation seemed unbearable, that feeling of an enemy who could not be slain, giving everything yet still unable to kill. Damn it! Dai Mubai fumed, shattering a boulder beside him with a punch. Do not act impulsively. At this level of combat, we should not even consider intervening, Zhu Zhuqing admonished. Restraining Dai Mubai. Indeed, the disparity is too vast, Xiao Wu added anxiously, fearing for Tang San's safety. Is it coming again? Jiang Luoran's spirit plummeted. How difficult was it to vanquish this spirit beast? It felt utterly indomitable. For the first time, Jiang Luoran lost his fighting spirit, even contemplating lying there to be trampled to death. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, along with Oscar sausages, entered Jiang Luoran's body, alleviating all his concerns. One cannot deny the significant role auxiliary soul masters play on the battlefield. Their contributions often determine the outcome of battles. Without their assistance, even the 7 deities would likely falter, not to mention the prospect of battling a secondary deity. The 7 deities clashed with the newly awakened Crimson Evil, their battle causing the heavens to spin, the sun and moon to tremble, and the mountains and seas to boil. From the skies to the earth, and from the earth to the seas, space was torn asunder in several places. The healing teams surged wave after wave, unrelenting in their efforts. For 3 days and nights, they continued battling. The evil foot too was showing signs of fatigue, if only for the lack of assistance. Otherwise, the 7 deities would have long since perished. Some brave souls even chose to sleep on the spot, as they reasoned that should the deities fail, they too would meet their end. Should the deities retreat, it would signify doom. Either outcome meant death. Hence, they opted to indulge in their basic needs. Dai Mubai paced anxiously, knowing he must devise a plan. Passive waiting was absolutely not an option. Before, Ma Hongjun had offered assistance, yet its efficacy was negligible, perhaps even non-existent. The chasm between the ultimate Douluo and the divine is unfathomably vast. If ascending to divinity were effortless, why would it remain so elusive? Even Jiang Luoran endured countless perils before inheriting the Kunpeng divine position. In this desolate expanse of Baiming, devoid of refuge or sanctuary, seeking aid necessitates divine intervention. What to be done? Dai Mubai had exhausted all conceivable strategies, yet the current predicament was a lack of divinity, not of any other resource. What could they possibly do? Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, yearning to be a deity in that very moment. I have a plan, but we must retreat first, Yi Beibei declared, resolutely blocking the onslaught. In such dire circumstances, retreat was not a viable option. Tang Xin gasped for breath, drenched in perspiration, on the verge of collapse. This relentless strain of battle would challenge even a god. The Biming harbored a divine sealing formation, yet it required an individual to activate it. However, prior to that, those outside the circle must withdraw, otherwise they too would be swept away. Yi Beibei resorted to this measure out of necessity. The divine sealing formation was a singular opportunity. Once utilized, it would never return. Should Biming face peril again in the future, self-preservation would be a daunting challenge. One of you and Luoran must activate the formation, as you both possess the swiftest speed. At that moment, we will seize the opportunity to enter the safe zone. Even Bibi Dong will be incapacitated. If this battle continues, we shall surely suffer grave consequences. Hearing such promising news provided a moment of respite. Luoran, only the Spear of Dawn can activate the divine sealing formation. Hurry to the Kunpeng Sacred Hall and signal us upon activation. Be swift, Yi Beibei urged, propelling Jiang Luoran forward with the Kunpeng domain. Understood, Jiang Luoran replied without hesitation. In these critical times, every action counted. They could not afford to let the malevolent forces breach their defenses. It would spell disaster. Like a golden streak of light, Jiang Luoran surged into the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, aware that his speed might determine the fate of the divine. The loss of any warrior on the front lines was an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Thus, he pushed himself to the limit, transcending all constraints, racing against time itself. Upon entering the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, Jiang Luoran was struck by a revelation. He was utterly oblivious to the location of the divine sealing formation. Yi Beibei had surely informed him, implying that only the wielder of the Spear of Dawn could unlock it. The positioning was likely random. Jiang Luoran leaped and scoured every corner of Biming, yet the formation remained elusive. He possessed the key but could not locate the door. He raised the Spear of Dawn high, radiating golden brilliance, but nothing responded to his call. Wait, Yi Beibei mentioned that only the Spear of Dawn could enter. The Kunpeng Sacred Hall itself seemed boundless. The only remaining possibility was the divine realm above the Kunpeng Sacred Hall. The divine sealing formation, naturally, required something from the divine realm for activation and sealing. Realizing this, Jiang Luoran thrust the spear forward, not daring to hesitate, and immediately dove inside. The divine realm unfolded before Jiang Luoran's eyes, a realm radiant with splendor, fragrant with blossoms, teeming with divine beasts, a stark contrast to the human realm. Approaching the White Palace, he recognized it as the Kunpeng Divine Hall, a symbol of utmost reverence, and simultaneously his own territory. The Kunpeng Divine Hall's grand doors opened automatically, accepting only the Kunpeng deity, while all intruders faced annihilation. Despite being in the divine realm, not all was smooth sailing. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Luoran discovered it was even larger than the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, adorned with meticulously arranged ancient writings and murals depicting the Kunpeng. Yet it felt unoppressive, infused with a heightened spirit and aura. The hall was furnished with teapots, gardens, beds, tables, and thrones, resembling a lavish, oversized villa, evoking a sense of vacation. Once again, Jiang Luoran raised the Spear of Dawn, yet there was still no reaction. How could this be? The divine sealing formation was not located here. Jiang Luoran felt a surge of anxiety. He understood better than anyone the dire risks posed to the battlefield without his presence, potentially resulting in casualties. The divine sealing formation was crucial, and Jiang Luoran forced himself to remain composed. This singular opportunity signified immense importance. Could it be the throne? He recalled many animated tales from Earth, where significant artifacts often resided upon thrones or concealed beneath them. He seated himself upon the throne, immediately sensing a connection. Indeed, this was the divine sealing formation. It was that very sensation. As Jiang Luoran melded with the throne, the entire Kunpeng Divine Hall radiated a crimson glow, heralding the true Kunpeng deity's return. Having discovered the divine sealing formation, he needed to ensure that his signal could be dispatched promptly. Losing anyone was intolerable for Jiang Luoran. Kunpeng domain, he shouted. A white mist enveloped him, clinging like a tenacious veil. Time seemed to halt at that moment. Jiang Luoran gripped the Spear of Dawn, urgency coursing through him. With a resounding boom, The Spear of Dawn unleashed the light of dawn, merging with the power of the throne, golden brilliance cascading forth. A beam of white energy shot toward Biming, swift beyond Jiang Luoran's own perception. The divine sealing formation was activated. He had to chase after it, racing like thunder, trailing the divine sealing formation. The Kunpeng domain was unleashed in full force, and the Spear of Dawn opened an exit to the human realm. Jiang Luoran plunged into it, releasing a ray of dawn light into the sky, swiftly pursuing the front lines. There's a signal. The divine sealing formation has been activated. Ma Hongjun bellowed. Fall back. Yi Beibei confirmed, recognizing Jiang Luoran's signal. Retreat quickly. However, Tang San was on the brink of exhaustion, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. The domain could only temporarily restrain the malevolent forces, providing a fleeting chance for escape, as Hulaina touched her chest wound. The malevolent entities seemed to sense their intentions, intensifying their assault. Under the relentless fury of the malevolent forces, the six gods suffered substantial repercussions, collapsing to the ground. Activate all available soul techniques. We cannot withstand this any longer, Dai Mubai shouted. Though this was a desperate measure, it was preferable to standing idly by. With 6 individuals already down, they could not simply watch as their comrades were slain. A barrage of soul techniques erupted like a tempest, showcasing the unmatched power of their combined might. The entire Biming Sea boiled with energy, as hues of red, orange, blue, green, cyan, and purple surged forth, akin to an ancient tree bursting into bloom, all converging upon the malevolent entity. This carpet bombing of energy repelled the malevolence. Feng Linger swiftly dashed out, hoisting Yibei and Hulaina, while Xiner carried Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. Dai Mubai supported Tang San and Tang Bai, and the trio hastened their escape, fearing the malevolent forces would descend upon them. The sensation was akin to seeking sustenance from the jaws of a tiger, dangerously tense. Just as the 3 barely escaped, a golden barrier descended upon Biming, effectively isolating the malevolent entity. They had narrowly evaded disaster. Jiang Luoran observed the scene, his fatigue overwhelming him as he succumbed to slumber. He was utterly exhausted. The remaining 6 deities succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted and unable to endure any longer. With a series of resounding thuds, the malevolent entity unleashed 3 powerful strikes against the barrier. Dai Mubai and his companions, initially skeptical, were determined to observe whether they could withstand this vile being. To their astonishment, the Fengshan Grand Formation proved to be remarkably resilient, utilizing the very essence of evil to counter its assaults. The malevolent entity seemed momentarily taken aback. It persisted in its onslaught, pummeling the barrier relentlessly. A cacophony of howls emanated from its mouth as it conjured a swirling red mist, drawing ever closer to the barrier as it spewed forth its vile breath. The collision between the barrier and the crimson fog produced an unsettling hum. Ma Hongjun, filled with dread, found himself seated on the ground, unable to fathom the immense power that such an attack could unleash. Surely, it could devastate half of Biming. Dai Mubai gazed in astonishment at the barrier, marveling at the formidable strength of the Fengshan Grand Formation, which could even withstand a god's wrath. Bring it on. Ma Hongjun felt an unexpected lightness. With such an impregnable wall in place, who could harm them? Suddenly, the barrier above began to shimmer and waver, leaving the onlookers bewildered. The Fengshan Grand Formation was only designed to endure for 3 days, and after enduring the relentless battering from the malevolent entity, it would only last 2 days. Within those 2 days, a battle for life and death would ensue, regardless of the outcome. Yi Beibei and the others would be carried back to the Kunpeng Sacred Hall for recuperation. Dai Mubai stood guard at the entrance, determined to prevent any unspeakable occurrences. The Fengshan Grand Formation merely afforded them a 2-day respite. Once those 2 days elapsed, if they remained powerless, they would have to leave their fates to chance. The malevolent entity, undeterred, continued to strike ferociously at the Fengshan Grand Formation, unleashing torrents of fire that surged upward. Its hand even pierced through the barrier, perhaps singed by the intense heat. Chapter 203. The Fusion Technique of the 7 Divine Spirits. 1. The situation was dire. A day and a night had passed, and the disparity in power was insurmountable. They were truly at a loss for victory, unable to even return to their previous realm. What if we utilized the previous domain for a decisive strike? Surely, we are proficient in it by now, Qianrenxue pondered. Success is improbable. Setting aside the efficacy, we wouldn't even have time to execute it, Tang San replied, rubbing his temples. Indeed, this was a dilemma even the gods could not resolve. Its power was overwhelming, thrice that of the malevolent entity, particularly in terms of speed. Were it not for my efforts to restrain it, its sheer velocity alone could annihilate us all. Jiang Luoran sighed. In truth, he considered another option, Fei Xue. As a deity, he could harness unparalleled strength through Fei Xue. However, employing Fei Xue would necessitate a lethal strike. For, to the ferocious beast, other divine techniques were inconsequential. That single blow might even extract his very life. If it came down to the final moment, he would choose to wield Fei Xue. We must return to the divine realm and seek assistance from the other gods, Tang Bai suggested. Suddenly, a group of soul beasts rushed in, their expressions filled with excitement, as if they had encountered a momentous event. What is happening? Why the commotion? Yi Bei inquired, bewildered. Master, the malevolent entity has retreated. I witnessed it diving into the depths of the sea, Feng Linger reported. This revelation filled everyone with astonishment. Just moments ago, they had been facing imminent doom, and now it had simply departed? The weight pressing upon their chests suddenly lifted. What is going on? Tang San's brow furrowed, sensing that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Never underestimate a situation, he cautioned, always careful. Could it be a trap? Or perhaps it realizes our Fengshan Grand Formation requires energy and plans to return later. Jiang Luoran rose, intent on investigating. Rest assured, my actions are not so unreliable. It charged forward without a glance back, and Feng Linger confirmed its departure. He reassured them. Everyone relaxed, as if a taut string had been released. But why? What could its motives be? Tang San questioned, yet no one could provide an answer. It has retreated. It has truly retreated. I witnessed it racing towards the horizon. Plunging into the depths of the lake, Dai Mu Bai exclaimed joyfully. They all sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Could it be a lack of life force? After all, it embodies a certain will or intent, Hulaina speculated. Jiang Luoran suddenly recalled something. Which direction did it head? It should be south. I was so caught up in the moment that I forgot about it, he replied, perplexed. Despite the clouds parting to reveal clear skies, their expressions darkened, as if sensing impending danger. Oh no, Jiang Luoran said, arriving at Baiming and witnessing vast expanses of receding seawater, confirming the direction was indeed south. This was also the direction of Douluo continent. He recalled Yi Bei mentioning that if the malevolent entity annihilated Baiming, it would surely turn its sights on Douluo continent. Now, it had shifted its strategy. After obliterating Douluo continent, it could easily cleanse Baiming as well. The thought of such a malevolent beast descending upon Douluo continent conjured a nightmarish image. It could be likened to a hell on earth. The combined strength of the seven gods barely managed to hold the malevolent entity at bay. Presently, Douluo continent lacked a single deity. Even a tidal Douluo's bombardment would likely be futile. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. Qianren Xue stood frozen in place. Is it heading for Douluo continent? Bibi Dong clenched her fists tightly. It is undoubtedly Douluo continent, regardless of the outcome, as long as it survives. Both Baiming and Douluo continent are doomed. Tang San realized the situation was far from simple. As it turned out, his suspicions were correct. To resolve the crisis, they needed to address the root cause. However, the pressing question remained, how to kill it? Now that they had ascended to divinity, could there be an even greater power? Tang Bai suddenly felt a sense of unease despite their divine status. Stay composed. Each of us can summon the might of mountains and seas, alter the course of sun, moon, and stars. Encountering such formidable obstacles is merely part of our journey as deities, Jiang Luoran remarked, seeking to break through the barrier. Yet, the Fengshan Grand Formation was designed to seal the gods, effectively imprisoning them and shielding them from the encroachment of evil. Now, however, it appeared they were in dire need of breaking through the barriers to provide aid to Douluo continent. Otherwise, it would surely face a bloodbath, and no one could withstand the onslaught. Even a being as formidable as Qian Daolu would prove powerless. Its speed surpasses mine. It would require at least half a day to reach Douluo continent, while I could arrive in merely a second. With 1 day remaining on the seal, this meant its destructive capability would only persist for half an hour. I estimate it will first target the sea god. Half an hour is ample time. If it continued beyond that, it would reach the Tiando Empire, and by the time they arrived, it would be well on its way to Tiando City. Casualties will be within 10,000. Jiang Luoran glanced at Tang San. That seems likely, he concurred. However, if we break the formation now, we may intercept it mid-journey. This would spare both Baiming and Douluo continent from the fallout. Tang San urged anxiously. Yet when the sea god's trident struck the barrier, it was repelled by a burst of golden light. Nothing is flawless. The greatest fortune lies in preventing it from rampaging through Zyreways. Jiang Luoran grimaced. I truly cannot break this formation. Once the seal is lifted, it becomes irreparable. Otherwise, how could the malevolent entity be kept at bay? Even its arms could inflict burns, let alone their bodies. One should not underestimate the Fengshan Great Formation. When provoked, it too can slay gods. What difference would it make if time were to rewind? If Jiang Luoran cannot devise a strategy for victory, would he find a solution in the Douluo continent? If he were to employ the blood flight technique, it is likely that a sixth of the Douluo continent would collapse, setting aside whether or not it would be fatal. Simply the loss of 1/6 of the population would be his doing. With no room for advancement, and faced with such a ferocious beast, there is no more frustrating situation. After several experiments, the martial soul fusion technique has proven somewhat effective, capable of injuring the opponent. However, overuse of such soul abilities fails to yield crucial results. If Daimu Bai and the others were to ascend to godhood, the probability of victory would significantly increase. It would be akin to having a multitude of divine beings engaged in battle. The exchange of soul power and mutual assistance could provide substantial compensatory effects. Regrettably, they are unable to attain divinity in a short time frame. Jiang Luoran recalls that after Tang San ascended to godhood, it took decades for them to soar to new heights. And such a weight is untenable. The threat of evil is imminent. One could even say the situation is reaching a boiling point. If only the martial soul fusion technique with Hulaina were stronger. The martial soul fusion technique. Yes, there are precisely 7 of them. Why not attempt it? Chapter 204. 7 Divine Martial Soul Fusion Technique. 2. Indeed, the 7 Divine Martial Soul Fusion Technique, when unleashed, would be immensely powerful. They have just 1 day left, sufficient for experimentation and discussion. If successful, it would serve as a formidable weapon. I have a bold idea. Jiang Luoran stepped forward. Perhaps we can develop a 7 Divine Martial Soul Fusion Technique. The crowd gasped in unison, swallowing hard. This jest is rather audacious. Not to mention whether they could reach a point of synergy. The barriers of divine wills between them cannot easily be bridged. Yet, it seems this is the only remaining option. Otherwise, what else can they do? It is unrealistic. The disparities among us are far too great. And if we cannot even achieve mutual understanding, how could we expect to harmonize? Tang San was the first to voice his doubts. While it may be the sole solution, I believe it is unattainable. Tang Bai also outright refused. It was clear that there was a connection to Tang San. Let us ponder other solutions. This is not something we can test. Hulaina grasped Jiang Luoran's hand, signaling him to remain calm. I believe it can be realized, Jiang Luoran reasoned. He serves as the mediating point, as he knows the stories and temperaments of everyone present. Even their pains and scars, he has personally endured. A perfect alignment of thoughts can be resolved. Furthermore, he is currently the strongest god, entirely capable of serving as the launch point. Although it may be somewhat uncomfortable, there is no other who can withstand such power. This fits the requirements perfectly from start to finish. I will take the lead, and you all need only to cooperate. Time is truly of the essence. When evil descends upon Zyreways and the city is slaughtered, we will be utterly unprepared. Jiang Luoran believes they must at least provide them with a compelling reason to fight. They are from the Douluo continent, and naturally, they do not wish to see a land strewn with corpses. Moreover, they are among the few gods of the Douluo continent. If they do not assist in its defense, who else will? Then why not give it a try? If it fails, we shall see. Qianrenxue expressed her agreement. Tang San placed the sea god trident on the ground. Then let us unite. For the Douluo continent. For the Douluo continent. Tang Bai reluctantly acquiesced. As a god of the Douluo continent, how could he refrain from safeguarding it? Jiang Luoran stood at the forefront, with Hulaina and Yi Beibei flanking him, followed closely by Bibi Dong. The trailing trio consisted of Tang San, Tang Bai, and Qianrenxue. They formed an interlinked formation, as this kind of attack requires only Jiang Luoran to initiate, while they merely provide support. For the first experiment, do not harbor excessive expectations. Follow my commands and summarize the reasons for each failure. Remember, we must strive for the Douluo continent, or else we shall be shattered. Die Lauda. Take your people and leave quickly. Otherwise, you may be harmed, Jiang Luoran urged. Understood. Dai Mubai promptly led the soul beasts and others to a safe location to observe. This is the combined might of 7 gods. It is expected to be immensely powerful. Their Shrek's 7 monsters martial soul fusion technique is already extraordinary. Not to mention the current 7 divine martial soul fusion technique. It could potentially annihilate evil in a single strike. Commence with Tang San, Tang Bai, and Xianren Xue. You will transfer energy to Bibi Dong, who will then unleash the Azura domain to mediate. Jiang Luoran boldly took the plunge. If it does not work, you would have no recourse. Remember to control your strength. Do not release it all at once. Attack with 3 parts and retain 7 for yourselves. Such damage will yield greater potency. The Sea God domain, the Corona domain, and the Angelic domain all activated. They converged into a single point, gradually flowing towards Bibi Dong. Initially, Bibi Dong felt fine, as this was power rather than harm. However, as time passed and the influx became too overwhelming, she could hardly bear it. The Azura domain opened, swiftly mediating the 3 powers as a conduit. Now, transfer the energy to Hulaina. She has a connection with you, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be successful. At that moment, Hulaina would activate the White Lotus domain and channel her power to Yi Bei. Ultimately, when the energy reaches a state of coordination, I will issue the command. As anticipated, Hulaina calmly received the 4 streams of power from Bibi Dong. The White Lotus domain activated, transmitting Hulaina's divine power to Yi Bei. As they are akin to family, Yi Bei held no reservations or judgments towards Hulaina, naturally facilitating their connection. Blue, white, gold, black, red, white. 6 streams of energy intertwined, the terrifying divine power causing the northern underworld to tremble. The situation proved even smoother than Jiang Luoran had imagined. If this continues, everyone, activate all soul rings. This decision carries some risk, as the 6 gods activating their soul rings means the power is on an entirely different scale. One is divine might, while the other is martial prowess. They are not comparable. Indeed, once the 6 gods activated their soul rings, the sky dimmed, and the morning stars circled around them. In that moment, even time hesitated to intrude, for the divine power was overwhelming. Jiang Luoran began to understand what it meant to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. Such individuals are unparalleled in the world. The current scenario indicates that they must gather the powers of 7 such extraordinary beings, and he feared that the force might collapse the continent beneath them. Observing the strain on everyone, Jiang Luoran directed towards the sea. Give it to me. Yi Bei transferred her strength to Jiang Luoran, who activated the Kunpeng domain, releasing 10 golden soul rings, standing proudly before him. The 10 golden soul rings, arranged in a line like cannons, began to hum with the sound of energy charging. 7 different beams of light instantaneously surged to heights of 10,000 zhang, and infused themselves into the golden soul rings. Bang, bang, bang. The golden soul rings erupted, resonating with the heavens and the earth with each explosive release. Jiang Luoran felt a bit unsteady, for this force was extraordinarily potent. We shall commence with a small experiment, aiming at the boundless sea. Afterward, we shall summarize our experiences. Jiang Luoran sensed that the moment had arrived. Fire! Boom! 10 golden soul rings erupted with a thunderous roar, as if they had condensed the enmity of millions of years from the abyss. This power was unlike anything Jiang Luoran had ever experienced. It was a force that even deities feared, so formidable that he could not predict the outcome. 7 beams of energy converged and struck the ocean, continuing for several minutes before coming to a halt. Jiang Luoran cautiously glanced, only to be startled by the scene before him. Where had that mountain gone? Why was the sea in the sky? Where had all the flora and fauna disappeared to? Everything before him had transformed into a blank void. Chapter 205. The fusion skill of the 7 divine martial spirits. 3. This power is rather exaggerated, murmured Tang Bai. Just moments ago, it was a picturesque landscape. Now it had become an endless expanse of emptiness. One cannot help but marvel at such a cataclysmic eruption of might, completely overwhelming. Upon careful calculation, they had merely exerted a third of their total strength. Were they to unleash their full power, the result would be absolute annihilation. 7 individuals fighting together could indeed be termed as such. The damage inflicted by their combined martial spirit fusion skill was immense. Such a lethal strike would undoubtedly prove effective. Given their confrontations with evil, a full-powered assault would be fatal without question. We must proceed and ensure the fusion is completed within a day. Time is of the essence. Jiang Luoran, observing the results, felt a sense of elation. At least they had made a promising start, successfully meeting the launch requirements. After numerous training sessions, they consistently targeted the ocean with their assaults. With repeated practice, the sensation of free firing had finally emerged. They had encountered failures along the way, nearly unleashing divine chaos. The primary issue was their experimentation without professional guidance. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that anyone could teach the release of divine, martial spirit fusion skills. Otherwise, what would there be to fight for? A day had passed, and their soul power had diminished significantly. Ning Rongrong and Oscar had long awaited their return, ready to restore their strength. Thus far, they could barely manage to unleash their martial spirit fusion skill with full force, but their control remained inadequate, even described as poor. There was no time left. Should we continue training? Hulaina felt that if they rushed to Douluo now, it would likely lead to their demise. The execution of this martial spirit fusion skill was utterly chaotic, and they struggled to hit their intended targets. She was a resolute woman. If she were to fight, it must be a decisive blow. From the best perspective, they should delay their return to Douluo, perfect their skills, and then return immediately. After all, if they perished, there would be no one left to halt the evil. Regardless of the circumstances, we must return. I fear I may never master the martial spirit fusion skill. And Tang San must return. Though the chances were slim, he was willing to take the risk. He could not bear to remain here, failing to train, while Douluo faced ruin. That was where his family resided. He could not stand by and watch it perish. Saintess, you bear the great responsibility of the spirit hall. You cannot proceed, Bibi Dong contemplated, and you, Qianren Xue, you both must survive. Should a crisis arise, I command you to retreat immediately. What right do you have to dictate my actions? If I wish to fight, I shall fight. Qianren Xue bristled with anger. Master, I will not leave. Nor will Hulaina. Nonsense. Just moments ago, I sensed danger. You are the future of the spirit hall. Your lives must not be compromised. Bibi Dong issued a stern command. On several occasions, Hulaina and Qianren Xue had faced peril, and it was only thanks to her seasoned soul masters that they had evaded disaster. Whether in Baiming or Douluo, Bibi Dong would not permit their deaths. They could fight, but they must not die. Bibi Dong spoke these words openly, disdainful of subtlety. Regardless of how others perceived her, whether selfish or noble, her priority was the survival of the two women. To the several who traveled from afar to assist me in overcoming the crisis of Baiming, I express my utmost gratitude on behalf of Baiming. Therefore, regardless of your actions, I have no objections, Yi Bei stated clearly. During battle, should you need to withdraw, I shall say nothing. With great power comes great responsibility. I will not depart, Qianren Xue asserted resolutely for the first time. Nor will I, Hulaina concurred solemnly. Although they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, Douluo was their deeply rooted homeland. They could not turn their backs on it. No, if trouble arises, all of you must retreat, Jiang Luoran firmly opposed. Since they had already fought fiercely without achieving victory, why continue to expend themselves? Only by conserving their strength and biding their time could they ultimately defeat their foes. They must abandon unnecessary sacrifices. Jiang Luoran had resolved to withdraw the remaining 6, drawing the evil into the sea god's temple area to utilize his blood technique. He refused to believe he could not annihilate the enemy. At this moment, Jiang Luoran had effectively become the leader, for only he could serve as the launch point for the martial spirit fusion skill. The bulk of their hopes rested upon him. Bang! The divine sealing formation shimmered and gradually faded into nothingness. Tang San could even envision the disastrous scenes currently unfolding in Silva City. It's begun. Are we to return? Ma Hongjun rushed over. We must return. Even if we cannot prevail, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged exaggeratedly. He had resolved that even if he could not win, he would fight to the death on the spot. The group was filled with fervor, their spirits soaring as they prepared for the impending battle. Once Ning Rongrong and Oscar had restored Jiang Luoran and the others, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, their soul power was fully replenished, at the peak of their capabilities. It was as if they had poured everything into this endeavor. Very well, let us set forth, Jiang Luoran declared, his eyes clouded with white mist. 7th soul skill, Kunpeng true form. A majestic, colossal white Kunpeng floated in the sky, poised for descent. Yi Bei and the others seated themselves upon its back, as if perched upon a shimmering lake. The vast form of the Kunpeng was sufficient to accommodate 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers. For Jiang Luoran, accommodating these individuals posed no challenge. Bang! The Kunpeng domain activated, and Jiang Luoran plunged into it. An exhilarating sensation of speed surged through him once more, reminiscent of his initial arrival. The surroundings felt hollow. Yet, Jiang Luoran understood that only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. This was the essence of extreme speed. The white Kunpeng surged forward with ferocity. Even the visual quality of its speed was accompanied by a faint crackling sound. There's a saying that behind the ultimate lies another ultimate. Indeed, one mountain surpasses another. Having engaged in numerous battles, Jiang Luoran's current speed had transcended light speed, breaking through all temporal measurements. True swiftness is, in essence, a form of slowness. True swiftness is the ability to disregard all else. Boom! As he reveled in the sensation, the roar of the wind filled his ears, and once again, he found himself enveloped in nothingness. He realized he might have returned to the cosmos. The crack of thunder resonated, as if electrified, while Jiang Luoran stood firm above Sylvis. They beheld that Zyrways had transformed into a hell on earth, a veritable mountain of corpses and an ocean of flames, as innumerable soul beasts were mercilessly crushed by the fist of evil. As for the sea god Eshal, it was needless to speculate. It too had undoubtedly been subjected to the adversary's cleansing. However, it was certain that the sea god Eshal could not be entirely obliterated, for it was a sacred sanctuary. Yet, the fate of those within remained uncertain. The scene was one of gruesome carnage, with the soul masters of Douluo completely enraptured by bloodlust. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, who among them did not feel anguish? Each was aflame with righteous fury, eager to exact vengeance. Evil seemed to sense their presence, turning to face the assembly of deities, yet it suddenly detected a hint of foreboding, as if it feared something inherent to them. After a brief moment of hesitation, it resumed its brutal assault on the soul masters. The devastation wrought upon Zyrways was nothing short of catastrophic. With a single blow from evil, the earth within a radius of several miles would instantly shrivel and collapse. The daybreak strike. The 10 soul rings encircling Tangbai began to whirl, and a white arrow materialized, standing tall in the air. No one could disregard such divine power. Upon witnessing Jiang Luoran and his companions, the assembled soul masters fell prostrate. The arrow raced forward, destined to sever all in its path, piercing through buildings towards evil's cranium. With a thunderous roar, evil raised its right hand to grasp the arrow, crushing it with force, leaving a trail of blood upon its palm. This was Tangbai's mightiest strike. If it could not breach the opponent's armor, then he, too, had no claim to divinity. The battle commenced. Jiang Luoran, radiant as a rainbow, reappeared atop evil's head, his right foot adorned with the electrifying Yoming boots. A flash of lightning sliced through the air, leaving a gash upon evil's back. This encounter was markedly different from their previous clash. They were now on the offensive. Evil, aware that it could not afford to grant them excessive time to attack, charged forward, and Jiang Luoran comprehended its intent: distract and retreat. The deities, while unable to match evil's speed, required time to withdraw. Jiang Luoran transformed into a Kunpeng, his palm striking toward evil's fists. A swirling tempest of red and white emerged. A tornado formed from the mingling of white mist and crimson blood. However, Jiang Luoran could not withstand for long. At the moment of contact, he already felt the strain. Kunpeng strike. Yi Bei assisted Jiang Luoran in retreating, unleashing the Kunpeng strike aimed at evil's neck. A single attack was insufficient to deter evil. Then Qian Rengshu surged forth, her twin hands brandishing swords pointed skyward. Angelic Judgment, a colossal golden angel, towering thousands of meters high, emerged, clad in armor, its sword aimed directly at evil's head. Two threats converged upon evil, which decisively withdrew, sending Jiang Luoran flying while erecting a blood-red barrier. Jiang Luoran crashed through 6 towering buildings, embedding himself within a wall before finally coming to a stop. This place served as a refuge, a gathering ground for innumerable soul masters. By now, several makeshift shelters had been established. Jiang Luoran, as the Kunpeng deity, was no longer of human form, and thus, it was evident to all that he was not of mortal flesh. The mark of the dawn spear upon his brow imbued him with an aura of mythic tales. Jiang Luoran intended to move, but discovered that his right arm had been pierced. Truly, evil was formidable. Such thunderous prowess was unmatched. Others murmured and pointed at Jiang Luoran. Yet Yi Lingling could not forget his visage, the face that had instilled fear in her for many years. Today, seeing him once more, he was in a most pitiful state. What is the matter? You are battling that monster, are you not? When the title Douluo fell to its wrath, I realized that it was not a being that could be easily vanquished. Yi Lingling approached. At this juncture, as everyone sought refuge, who could afford to worry about past traumas? Jiang Luoran and his companions had altered their strategy, adopting a desperate fighting style capable of inflicting damage upon evil. However, this came at the cost of vulnerability. He was already grievously wounded from the very first strike. Nevertheless, the outcome was not without merit, for several wounds marred evil's form. Yet, Jiang Luoran perceived a glimmer of hope in Yi Lingling. Would you be willing to assist us? With the 9-heart sea coral, their odds of victory would multiply exponentially. 9-heart sea coral, heal. The 8th soul rings upon Yi Lingling's body, flared to life. True to its name, the 9-heart sea coral allowed Jiang Luoran to feel his wounds mending rapidly, even against such a formidable foe as a soul Douluo. Had Yi Lingling been a titled Douluo, they could truly have fought without concern. As Jiang Luoran's injuries healed and his spirit returned, he descended from the wall, wiping the blood from his mouth. We are 7 in total, engaged in a fierce struggle against that monster. Do you wish for my assistance? Is that permissible? Yes. Yi Lingling had little choice. With Xyrways on the brink of destruction, she had no room for hesitation. Fear not. We shall ensure your safety. For the monster seeks to eliminate us first. Jiang Luoran grasped Yi Lingling's hand, transforming into a streak of light as they soared away. The light of the White Lotus. Hulaina raised the White Lotus high, its blinding radiance bathing evil's entire being. Rascal Domain, Bibi Dong launched a ferocious assault, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe to strike at evil. Her primary objective was to prevent evil from retaliating, lest the damage prove catastrophic. The Light of Dawn. Jiang Luoran clutched the Dawn spear tightly, charging forth like an ancient Roman legion into the gaps of evil's armor. A piercing agony surged through him as evil swiftly gathered crimson blood, spewing forth a beam of sanguine light. A sweeping motion sent Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Jiang Luoran hurtling backward. 9-heart sea coral, heal. Petals fell like rain, cascading over the 3 of them. Evil suddenly spotted Yi Lingling, preparing to eliminate her in an instant. But Tang San, wielding the sea god trident, collided with evil, forcing it to retreat. Tang by relentlessly unleashed arrows, preventing evil from moving even an inch. Yi Bebe lifted her silver spear, a flash of light piercing through evil's chest. Qian Rengshu had invoked angelic judgment repeatedly, yet even after more than a dozen attempts, she had not succeeded in rendering judgment upon it. This was a testament to the immense armor that evil possessed as a soul beast. Jiang Luoran and his companions regained their footing, though Yi Lingling had expended considerable energy. Restoring the body of a deity was no small feat, even for one as powerful as the 9-heart sea coral. Yet, for the sake of Douluo, they pressed on. Jiang Luoran would not permit Yi Lingling to endlessly restore them. That would undermine her foundations. Thus, they endeavored to minimize their injuries. As half a day passed, Xyrways had long since become the battlefield of gods. Jiang Luoran swiftly delivered Yi Lingling into Yu Tianhing's care before returning. The timing was nearly perfect. Any further delay would result in excessive depletion of their soul power, rendering their martial soul fusion technique unfeasible. Martial soul fusion technique. Jiang Luoran bellowed, transforming into a Kunpeng, soaring into the sky, and exhaling a plume of white mist directed at evil. Caught off guard, evil was thrust back several hundred meters, sensing that time itself was manipulating its movements. Chapter 207. The fusion technique of the 7 divine martial souls. 5. Tang San, Tang Bai, and Qianrenshu each reverted to their martial soul true forms, unleashing their utmost soul power to create a convergence point. Bibi Dong absorbed this formidable energy, intertwining with Hulaina, culminating in the same Kunpeng essence as Yi Bebe. Jiang Luoran, of course, could not unleash such power on the Douluo continent. It would be akin to deploying a colossal weapon of destruction. 7 distinct domains converged, augmented by Jiang Luoran's presence, with all soul rings activated and martial soul true forms manifested. Jiang Luoran once again sensed that overwhelming power, an existence capable of upheaving everything. His aura had transformed dramatically, resembling a thunderous force. Evil also detected the shift in Jiang Luoran's essence, instinctively charging towards him. Indeed, This aura was not something it could easily overlook. It even caught a whiff of danger. It was certain that Jiang Luoran would not dare to unleash his power here. Instead, intending to drive it towards the sea, Jiang Luoran was enveloped in 7 radiant glows, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. He was now consolidating the powers of 6 gods, albeit limited to a single strike. Just as he prepared to charge towards the sea with evil, it lunged in front of him, forcing him back with a powerful downward strike. The other gods found no reason to linger, temporarily retreating in light of Jiang Luoran's actions. Suddenly, evil spewed forth a crimson light, desperately obstructing Jiang Luoran's movements. Jiang Luoran grasped the blood-red light with his left hand, shielding himself with the 7 divine powers emanating from him. It appeared that evil was not only formidable, but also possessed a certain level of intelligence. Jiang Luoran struggled to unleash his strength. He was compelled to contain the divine power, while simultaneously contending with evil. This represented a dual torment. And under the weight of 7 powers, he risked self-destruction. No, Luoran is ensnared and cannot extricate himself. Tangsen exclaimed anxiously. Even if we all join forces, it may be futile. Tang Bai interjected, caught off guard by this realization. In the midst of desperation, Jiang Luoran found no other recourse but to channel all his power into the Kunpeng domain, targeting evil's forehead directly. In that instant of electric convergence, time itself seemed to freeze. Evil's fist was poised to strike Jiang Luoran, mere moments away from potential annihilation. Instead of withdrawing, evil found itself partially absorbed into the fabric of space, rendered immobile. This sensation was reminiscent of Medusa's petrifying gaze. Jiang Luoran cried out in alarm, realizing that he had not slain evil, but merely sealed it temporarily. If they waited to restore their soul power and unleashed the martial soul fusion technique again, they might obliterate evil. However, with evil trapped in space, even Jiang Luoran could not retrieve it. He could not possibly unleash such a lethal force on the Douluo continent. If he could, he would have done so already. Given this predicament, Jiang Luoran could hardly predict how long he could keep evil sealed, yet this power truly seemed limitless. Caught in a dilemma, it became clear that reality and ideals diverged significantly. The plan had only succeeded halfway. For now, evil was unable to escape and had succumbed to a deep slumber. What was happening? Was it truly defeated? Hulaina flew in, bewildered by the scene before her. Not only she, but everyone else was equally perplexed. The martial soul fusion technique had been rendered ineffective. No, after reflecting on our experiences, I realize we cannot defeat evil with the martial soul fusion technique, Jiang Luoran stated. Given the disparity in our strengths, we must approach evil closely, perhaps with the aid of a god. He continued, pondering the next steps. However, it seemed that a secondary god would suffice. Yet on the Douluo continent, no secondary gods had emerged thus far. Was this a jest? If such beings existed, would they need to struggle so desperately for a solution? Qianren Xue waved her hand dismissively. After all this time, they had failed to vanquish their foe due to a minor gap in power. Just as despair settled over the group, Yi Beibei pondered aloud. Perhaps there is a possibility. A secondary god of Kunpeng. What did you say? Jiang Luoran's heart raced at the revelation, his voice trembling. A secondary god? Kunpeng has a secondary god? Why have I never heard you mention this before? He demanded. According to the rules established by our ancestors, no Kunpeng has ever ascended to become a secondary god until now. For reasons I cannot elaborate on, it remains unspoken. If you wish to try, it is located above the Kunpeng shrine, Yi Beibei hinted, her words trailing off. She clearly held knowledge of something significant, but hesitated to divulge. Jiang Luoran was left wondering what could provoke such reticence from Yi Beibei. So, we need to return to Beiming, correct? Tang San sighed, acknowledging that if this was their only option, they must strive for it. Let us go. This is our final effort. If it fails, we are truly finished. Tang Bai Gonggu. What choice did they have but to defeat evil? Everyone awaited their success. Very well, then we shall proceed together, Jiang Luoran declared, retrieving the Dawn Spear and opening a path to the divine realm. He transformed into Kunpeng, allowing everyone to board as they departed. The distance from the Douluo continent to Beiming was considerable, and the divine realm felt even further away. However, for Kunpeng, traversing such distances was a matter of utmost speed. The blinding white light abruptly dimmed, revealing an expanse of inky darkness, dotted with stars, reminiscent of outer space. Jiang Luoran occasionally mused that Kunpeng's remarkable speed stemmed from its ability to traverse the cosmos. The golden light ahead grew increasingly cool, and all present sensed the aura of divine power, aware that they were nearing the divine realm. Although it felt within reach, the actual distance remained monumental, accessible only to Kunpeng with haste. If Tang Bai and the others were to fly at their pace, it would take years. Kunpeng soared through the golden light, diving into the golden white clouds, gliding effortlessly towards the Kunpeng shrine, as if sensing the presence of Jiang, Luoran, and Yi Bei. The doors of the Kunpeng shrine opened of their own accord, granting them passage. At the pinnacle of the Kunpeng shrine lay a secret realm. It appeared to lead to a higher sky, yet in truth, it was merely a stasis. Yi Bei grasped Jiang Luoran's hand, urging if it is not feasible. We must retreat. There must be another way. Why do you say that? Jiang Luoran questioned, puzzled by Yi Bei's evident concern for him. Throughout, she had not exhibited such expressions. Because it is a void, you will strive desperately to ascend but remain stationary. Yi Bei resolutely refrained from saying more, fearing it would affect Jiang Luoran's trial. If he were to learn everything, it might not bode well for him. It was better to advance with the same innocence she had once possessed, leaving some room for retreat. Chapter 208. The Kunpeng divine trial. Jiang Luoran and his companions ascended the staircase, progressing smoothly without a hint of danger, as if they were in their own home. Upon entering the depths of the golden clouds, Jiang Luoran encountered the staircase once more, albeit with a slight variation. This staircase was semi-transparent, presenting the illusion that one could ascend while simultaneously risking a fall. With urgency pressing upon him, Jiang Luoran had no time to hesitate. No longer dwelling on his thoughts, he entered alongside the others. The secondary divine abode was a task he must fulfill, as it pertained to the lives of a significant number of individuals. Upon stepping into this place, Jiang Luoran was greeted by a dazzling array of colors that rendered the previous scene utterly unimaginable. It felt as though he had transitioned into an entirely different realm. This time, Yi Bei did not accompany them. Only the 6 divine beings entered. Like blind men attempting to discern an elephant, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for direction. However, Jiang Luoran was accustomed to such trials, as they were a customary part of the experience. As the god of Kunpeng, Jiang Luoran was informed that there were 2 trials. Upon passing them, he would be bestowed with the ancient Kunpeng bloodline and aided in becoming a secondary divine being. Jiang Luoran surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of life. Yet, a powerful voice resonated, as if it were emanating from the depths of the cosmos. 2 trials, he pondered, what manner of tests could they be? His anticipation grew, though he could not shake the previous experience of illusions from his mind. With a sense of melancholy, Jiang Luoran led his companions further into the depths. Feeling no adverse effects nor pressure, they continued onward, traversing the void without encountering any obstacles. Jiang Luoran transformed into Kunpeng, carrying them as they flew. A journey that would normally take only 2 seconds from Douluo to the Kunpeng Divine Palace extended into a day of flight without any sign of an exit. A peculiar sensation of isolation gradually intensified within him. No, it was not simply loneliness. It felt more akin to the sensation of being a soulless automaton. Everything became void, as if nothing remained. The notion of despair echoed in Jiang Luoran's mind. He realized that some paths led to emptiness, and the more one traversed them, the more ethereal they became. In certain respects, there was little difference between existence and non-existence, yet some truths remained inevitable. Luoran. Tang Bai's face reflected terror as he gazed at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran turned to Tang Bai, suddenly noticing that he had become transparent, as if this place sought to erase him entirely. Not only Tang Bai, but the eyes of Tang San and the others gradually faded, as if they were on the verge of vanishing. Jiang Luoran halted abruptly, fearful of proceeding further. What should he do in such a situation? Would continuing onward lead to dilution? Jiang Luoran could scarcely feel his limbs. What constituted the most severe punishment? It was not the near-death experience of ascending the celestial ladder or enduring the 3 calamities, but rather this space negating every aspect of his existence. It even denied his very being, to the point where no one in the world would remember him, even in death. This was death. Jiang Luoran felt as though they were traversing a path to hell, for every sign bore the mark of the infernal. To proceed further would surely lead to annihilation, leaving nothing but remnants behind. Yet what alternative was there? Could he devise another method to pass the initial trial? Tang Bai's body had entirely become transparent, dissipating like falling snow. Tang Bai! Jiang Luoran cried out, but Tang Bai seemed to be devoid of sound, his mouth moving without utterance. The desperate need to scream surged within Tang Bai, for his body was disintegrating without a trace of pain. He found no necessity to cry out, further denying his existence. As Tang Bai vanished, Jiang Luoran even forgot that he had ever existed, his consciousness becoming increasingly nebulous. He continued onward, watching as his companion slowly dissipated behind him. First was Bibi Dong, her pupils hollow, her eyes glazed over, transforming into shards of glass. Qian Renxue shouted in despair, yet Jiang Luoran felt fatigued, too weary to turn back and look. Perhaps he had forgotten who was behind him, or perhaps there was no one left. One by one, the figures behind Jiang Luoran faded away, his own eyes now glimmering with a pale light. In that moment, it was terrifying, for Jiang Luoran himself had forgotten that he could choose to retreat. In his mind, the only concept that remained was to continue moving forward. He had lost the path of retreat, or perhaps, in his subconscious, he was reluctant to return. The gun of dawn trembled at Jiang Luoran's brow, releasing a radiant light that enveloped him entirely. Suddenly, Jiang Luoran regained clarity, preserving this moment of awareness, and turned to flee. Tang Bai, Tang San, Bulaina, Qian Renxue, he shouted, but no one answered him. They had vanished completely. He had led them here, only for them to disappear. Jiang Luoran came to a sudden halt, realizing he could not simply abandon them. He was the architect of their predicament. How could he leave alone, indifferent to the fate of his companions? At the very least, he must bring them back. However, the thought of continuing forward filled him with dread. The void before him exuded an incomprehensible terror, threatening to shatter his sanity. Thus, he resolved to assimilate, to seek an opportunity to rescue them. Transforming into Kunpeng, the light of dawn erupted within him as he charged ahead. At immense speed, his form began to dissolve, akin to paper ignited by flames, scattering into the ether. Jiang Luoran experienced this sensation profoundly, as if the world sought to erase him entirely. Boom! The colossal Kunpeng erupted into a myriad of sparkling fragments, dispersing into the surrounding void. Strangely, Jiang Luoran's will remained intact, and he felt a newfound awareness. Even without the aid of the light of dawn, the expanse before him was a blinding white void, devoid of any semblance of existence. He could not even perceive his own body. Perhaps, at this moment, he was without a corporeal form. Tang Bai, where are you? Jiang Luoran realized he could still project his voice, though it did not emanate from his mouth but from the very core of his consciousness. Suddenly, 5 distinct signals surged toward him. He recognized them as Tang Bai and the others, yet an unseen barrier separated them, rendering him unable to cross over. Jiang Luoran felt himself being pulled, as if he were being compressed, descending deeper into an abyss. He could not ascertain how long this descent continued, for time had lost all meaning. He could no longer perceive it. Jiang Luoran oscillated between wakefulness and slumber, drifting in a haze. He sensed that all things had returned to naught. Bang! At some indeterminate moment, Jiang Luoran regained consciousness, feeling a tangible sensation as he fell from a certain height and experienced pain. Chapter 209. The First Trial of Kunpeng. 1. This sense of reality surged upon him, invigorating his spirit. He could distinctly perceive his surroundings, yet found himself unable to control his body. A sense of imminent danger bore down upon him, unavoidable and inescapable. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank into despair, until dizziness consumed him. Indeed, a knight clad in white armor wielding a long spear approached. Jiang Luoran cried out in desperation, but his throat emitted no sound, and his body remained unresponsive. The light of dawn swept across the scene, forcing the armored knight to retreat. Jiang Luoran suddenly regained clarity, drawing the gun of dawn and lunging towards the knight's neck. Boom! The clash of steel echoed with a resounding crash. Jiang Luoran's right hand tingled, and the gun of dawn trembled in his grip. Uncertain whether his strength had diminished or if the armored knight was simply formidable, the situation seemed absurd. As a Kunpeng Shun, how could he possibly be outmatched by a mere armored knight? What on earth was happening? The most effective way to ascertain the truth was to summon the soul rings. 10 golden soul rings manifested on Jiang Luoran's left hand. Indeed, he remained the Kunpeng Shun, while the armored knight before him also possessed divine strength. Without further contemplation, The knight thrust his lance, a flash of brilliance erupting in a dazzling display of golden light that was nearly blinding. Jiang flicked his left hand, attaching all 10 soul rings to the dawn spear. The soul rings surged, awakening the dawn spear, which radiated golden light, akin to a flowing river of gold. The collision of gold against gold erupted with fervent brilliance. Yet strangely, every inch of this place remained untouched by the divine confrontation. Was it merely a puppet, incapable of conscious combat? Jiang directed a concentrated beam of dawn light, which pierced through the armored knight. Breathing heavily, he pushed against the knight, finding the duel against a foe of equal divine rank to be exceedingly taxing. He wondered if Tang San and the others were encountering similar challenges. However, Jiang distinctly felt an increase in his power upon vanquishing the armored knight, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. Was this what they referred to as the mountain's never-shunning height? There were no constraints or limits to be found. 3 streams of white, resplendent light surged toward Jiang, merging into the crown of his head. He transformed into the Blood Vine's martial spirit, invoking his 4th soul skill, 1,000 Forgings. A golden hammer appeared, shattering the white light, scattering petals in its wake. Another 3 figures emerged. Jiang raised his chaotic cloak hammer and charged forward, suspecting that this initial trial was designed for him to confront a secondary divine entity. Why else would it be so challenging? With a series of thunderous strikes, the 3 armored knights were stripped of their helmets and armor, revealing misty heads. Return to the one. Jiang descended from above, embodying the might of thunder, his eyes transforming into a brilliant gold. With his 5th soul skill, Hellish Armor, golden thunder crashed into the armored knights, unleashing his power with devastating force, obliterating everything in its path. The Hellish Armor shielded Jiang from harm, and the golden light exhibited an annihilative effect, reducing the 3 armored knights to nothingness. His brothers must be nearby. He needed to regroup. Jiang retracted the Hellish Armor and hastened forward with his golden hammer. He understood that Tang San and the others were not yet as formidable as he was, making their battle against the armored knights immensely challenging. Although uncertain whether death here would count as true death, caution dictated he adhere to conventional wisdom. The light of the sun corona echoed from afar, a white radiance converging and exploding, accompanied by arrows raining down. Tang Bai, drenched in sweat, exclaimed in exasperation, "Why can't we kill them? Do they possess such incredible strength?" Such an occurrence must surely defy regulations. He had inherited the position of the sun corona, yet had never encountered anything like this during his trials. Divine combat was indeed a spectacle, or rather, it was a battle against a host of divine beings. If they couldn't be slain, exhaustion would surely set in. The armored knight charged, aiming a strike at Tang Bai's neck. In a moment of negligence, Tang Bai was knocked to the ground, on the verge of being slain when a beam of golden light obliterated the knight in midair. Jiang plummeted from above, rolling several times before coming to a halt. What kind of combat is this? Self-destructive? Tang Bai staggered over to assist Jiang, having not utilized his chaotic cloak in a while. He had exerted too much force and thrown himself off balance. Jiang wiped the blood from his mouth, realizing that he could not contain such power. "You truly are a madman, akin to someone deranged," Tang Bai inhaled deeply. "Engaging in life-or-death battles. What else could it be? How do we locate them?" Jiang felt that finding them was absolutely feasible. He transformed into his true Kunpeng form, carrying Tang Bai as they drifted onward. A dark purple magical array loomed overhead, each layer of which unleashed beams of black light aimed at Hulaina. Hulaina displayed her 9 soul rings in a row, each encasing a robust pink tail. Upon collision, the intertwining of thunder and fire ensued, and the 9 tails lashed out, decimating the black-robed armored mage. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Hulaina found herself encircled by mages, all of whom possessed divine strength, perhaps even greater. White Lotus Domain. The White Lotus bloomed as Hulaina clenched her fists, gripping her 10th soul ring. The 9 tails enveloped her, executing a flawless 360-degree assault against the mages, ultimately annihilating them all. However, just as Hulaina prepared to cease her onslaught, an armored knight approached on a golden warhorse, wielding a golden lance. The 9 tails met the knight's strike, resulting in a stalemate. Above the first divine domain, but beneath the second, Hulaina quickly deduced the knight's strength, sidestepping the lethal blow. The warhorse neighed as it charged, its hooves glimmering with divine radiance, reminiscent of the dawn light. Jiang Luoran, using his chaotic cloak and the technique of Return to the One, hurtled toward the warhorse, colliding with it and sending them both flying. The armored knight would not relent, swiftly leaping to deliver another fatal strike to Hulayina. Tang Bai transformed into a colossal white eagle, grappling with the armored knight as they plummeted. "Help me!" Jiang Luoran grasped the warhorse's hoof with his left hand and struck down with his hammer, sending it soaring into the sky. White lotus bloom. 9 massive pink tails converged in a single strike, obliterating the warhorse, leaving no trace behind. "There's still one more. Don't stop. Quickly help me. I can't hold on." Tang Bai cried out in desperation. Seeing Jiang Luoran and Hulayina lying safely on the ground, he felt urgency. They needed to act, for the armored knight's strength and divine power surpassed his own. Had he not previously battled against evil, he would have found the knight's power utterly intimidating. This was a force exceeding that of a single divine entity, but falling short of the second. First soul skill, creation from nothing. 9th soul skill, blue divine rune. 9th soul skill, blue divine melody. The crimson golden soul rings floated before Jiang Luoran. With a decisive blow, blue runes and notes intertwined, culminating in an explosion within the armored knight's being. Jiang Luoran unleashed his first soul skill, channeling divine power into the knight. Even if it could not slay him, it would surely leave him severely weakened. Tang Bai retracted his martial spirit and glided down from the sky. "What is happening?" Hulayina questioned Jiang Luoran. "Should we eliminate them all?" "I'm unsure. Let us regroup first," Jiang Luoran replied, acutely aware that the armored knight possessed strength beyond that of a first divine entity, yet fell short of a second. This proves that this place is extraordinary, and perhaps even the armored knights of the secondary divine realm may appear. Our only chance of victory lies in preventing him from fully unleashing his power. Jiang Luoran soared high, carrying the two of them as they leaped into the sky. After all, this realm is entirely beyond the clouds, rendering it indistinguishable from reality. I had just encountered Qianren, but she was obstructed by a group of armored knights. I too was attacked by sorcerers, causing us to become separated. Hulayina pointed to the right, indicating the way. "Sorcerers? There's sorcerers too?" Jiang Luoran asked, bewildered. "They also engage in battle using soul rings, merely wielding staves like wizards. Moreover, the soul skills they release resemble magic, which surprised Hulayina. She had never seen anyone of this kind before. She only read about such beings, termed sorcerers, in ancient texts. For instance, necromancers wielding staves to cast spells. Awakens, though he has yet to manifest in this realm. "I understand now. You must be referring to necromantic magic." Jiang Luoran quickly approached Qianren. If what Hulayina said is true, then the opposing lineup is overwhelmingly formidable. We must unite, otherwise, losing even one of us would be disastrous. Qianren swiftly maneuvered her angelic divine sword, deflecting a dozen golden spears and necromantic spells. In the angelic domain, Qianren glided like a white swallow, slicing through the armored knights, delivering 5 strikes to each. The sword energy surged forth like magma, erupting from the Earth's core, cleaving through the armored knights. Hulayina relied solely on her remarkable combat instinct to endure thus far. Now, her hair was disheveled, her armor barely covering her body, leaving her in a disheveled state. In the Rakshasa domain, Bibi Dong charged forward first, wielding the Scythe of Death, releasing tendrils of dark energy that ensnared several sorcerers like a whirlpool. Bibi Dong and Qianren stood back to back. Although they could temporarily stave off each other, they could not defeat one another due to the overwhelming difference in numbers. In this moment, with no options left, Bibi Dong steeled her resolve. They could not afford to perish here. It would be utterly ridiculous. Qianren transformed into a colossal angel, wielding her angelic divine sword, unleashing beams of light with sweeping strikes. Several sorcerers were severed limb from limb, yet continued their relentless assault. Bibi Dong morphed into the vast Spider Queen, extending her 8 appendages in a frenzy of slaughter. Black blood splattered as it pierced through 2 armored knights, obliterating them on the ground. The Scythe of Death dispersed into dozens of segments, cleaving through the sorcerers before them like falling meteors. The intensity of the battle only invited more armored knights and sorcerers, causing Qianren martial soul to wane. Finding an opportunity to escape became paramount. Bibi Dong continued to endure, shielding Qianren from some damage. Kunpeng killing. Jiang Luoran plunged into the throngs of sorcerers, the howling winds spiraling outwards, shattering all magic circles. White Lotus Bloom, White Lotus Annihilation, White Lotus Stab. The entire battlefield was utterly transformed by 9 massive tails, causing armored knights to perish unexpectedly. Sun-crowned arrows unleashed. Tang Bai expended all his soul power, compelled to do so as the number of armored knights below escalated. With the collaboration of the three, the pressure on Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong was significantly alleviated, granting them a moment to breathe. Chaotic Cloak, 9-1. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted. Thunder and lightning roared as Jiang Luoran approached, his golden pupils shimmering, enveloped in 100 bolts of lightning. A sweeping strike shattered 3 armored knights into dust. The armored knights and sorcerers charged forth relentlessly, surrounding the 5 of them. The 5 coordinated, each advancing towards their respective targets. Chaotic Cloak, 9-1. Thunder rumbled once more, this time in blue lightning. With each step Tang Xin took, the ground trembled as if quaking. The Haotian hammer danced in his grasp, yearning to bring about destruction. The clash of golden and blue lightning interwove as Jiang Luoran and Tang Xin stood side by side, simultaneously raising their hammers. They struck feverishly, approaching madness. The sorcerer's aerial bombardment engulfed them. Before them was nothing but darkness. Yet the blue and golden lightning burst forth from the obsidian mist, and 2 hammers soared, spinning as they thundered through the air. A complete obliteration occurred at a 180-degree angle, leaving not a trace behind. The crackling thunder echoed continuously as Jiang Luoran and Tang Xin pressed their gleaming hammers down, shattering the armored knights mounted on their steeds. Just in time, it was perfect timing. Tang Bai praised, the team had finally come together. They had not shared such camaraderie during the battle against the evil, but now, surely it will be fine? I cannot possibly overlook such a grand spectacle of combat, Tang Xin remarked as he stowed away the Haotian hammer. However, this trial left me perplexed. Jiang Luoran sensed that they could advance towards the ultimate realm. We shall provide support while you inherit the secondary divine realm and return to Douluo. It is as simple as that, Qian Renxue stated. The roar of the war steed echoed once more, but this time it was different. This war steed emitted a more terrifying sound, with its nostrils sparking with hidden lightning. With each breath, one could see thunder coursing through its body. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer, and blue lightning gradually manifested before them. If they were not divine beings, they would surely be terrified to the ground by such an aura. It was a horse with 8 hooves, adorned with golden armor and sleek yellow fur, its physique robust. Upon its back sat an armored knight wielding a golden spear. Chapter 211. The First Trial of Kunpeng. This knight was stronger and more powerful than any they had encountered. His eyes blazed with golden flames, and the boiling blood surged forth, directly assaulting Jiang Luoran's nostrils. Scatter! Jiang Luoran bellowed, hurling his golden hammer while embracing Hulaina, falling to the ground. The armored knight swung his spear, severing the golden lightning and hammer. Nothing could impede his advance, nor the war steed's progress. The powerful roar rippled through the air, resonating across the sky. The war steed raised its front hooves high, channeling lightning as it aimed to crush Jiang Luoran's head. Crack! Lightning struck the ground, narrowly missing Jiang Luoran. Hulaina rolled with Jiang Luoran's embrace, finally coming to a halt, her mind in a daze. Bibi Dong soared in, ensnaring them with a web of death. A pitch-black spider web descended, heavily pressing upon the war steed and armored knight. The armored knight cleaved through it with ease, shattering the web into fragments. Strangely, the war steed and armored knight pursued only Jiang Luoran, ignoring the others entirely. The second soul skill, Shadow of a Shadow. Jiang Luoran rolled backward, preparing to confront such a formidable foe alone. The trial ground did not hinder the emergence of ancient tree roots. Thick and dark, the roots erupted from the earth, extending their vines to grasp the war steed's 8 legs. As the saying goes, a horse may run swiftly, but it is easily broken. The war steed toppled to the ground, ensnared by the relentless grip of the ancient roots. The armored knight executed a swift maneuver, then, propelled by inertia, raised his golden spear, plowing through the ground as he charged forward. Bloodthirsty vines, 4th soul skill, tempered to perfection. 1st soul skill, creation from nothing. Jiang Luoran, with a soul ring in each hand, clenched his fists tightly, aiming at the armored knight. Boom! During this fleeting moment, the knight's body began to swell. erupting with numerous golden bloodthirsty vines. Feeling the inadequacy of his power, Jiang Luoran exerted every ounce of soul energy he possessed. The armored knight was pierced by countless vines within his body, which extended like branches of a great tree, intertwining and spiraling ever higher. 8th soul skill, bloodthirsty celestial star, cloud annihilation. Jiang Luoran grounded himself, and a red soul ring appeared before him. The 3 soul rings spread out like a cannon formation, spinning wildly and intertwining. Golden bloodthirsty vines, resembling dragon heads, spread across the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless collision and pounding washed over the armored knight's entire body. Though devoid of sensation and consciousness, he was rendered speechless by this overwhelming force. Suddenly, the armored knight opened his eyes wide, and a star-cross formed before him. Whoosh! The golden star-cross rampaged across the sky, growing ever larger until it severed all the bloodthirsty vines entangling his body. It was undoubtedly a level 2 divine domain. Such power alone could have been sufficient for his demise. The armored knight was injured as well, coughing up blood, with half of his armor shattered. 3rd soul skill, bloodthirsty demon prison. Jiang Luoran swiftly turned his right hand, conjuring 10 bloodthirsty demon prisons around the armored knight, seizing the opportunity to confine his opponent. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Tang San and the others finally reacted, realizing that Jiang Luoran was already engaged in a fierce battle. Roar! The armored knight let out a deep, lion-like growl, his right hand enveloped in golden light. Wherever the light touched, it cleaved through everything, severing the prisons while emitting scalding white smoke. Descend into hell. Kunpeng God. The armored knight raised his head, locking eyes with Jiang Luoran. It turned out they could speak. Jiang Luoran had assumed they were mute. Holy Thundergarb. Judgment of the power of Gallo. The armored knight placed both hands atop his head, the golden spear hovering above him as the surrounding energy was drained, all absorbed by the knight. This sensation felt akin to a gathering wave of energy. No, it felt somewhat familiar. It resembled a malevolent skill, yet this was more tangible. Luoran escaped quickly. Hulaina shouted, looking down to discover a bloodthirsty vine ensnaring her. He had anticipated this from the very beginning. Did he know his opponent possessed a level 2 divine domain? 7th soul skill, true form of the blood vines. Jiang Luoran expanded, growing into a towering figure of 5 meters. 6th soul skill, curse spear. The plant creature charged forth, activating a black soul ring, drawing forth 2 curse spears, hurling them ahead. 4th soul skill, tempered to perfection. Spear of Dawn. Gripping the spear of Dawn tightly in his right hand, he wielded a golden war hammer in his left. The cursed spears disintegrated before the armored knight, as if made of paper. He withdrew his golden spear, clashing it against Jiang Luoran's spear of Dawn. Boom! The surging shockwave erupted, causing a heaviness in the chest, an oppressive sensation. A gap appeared. Jiang Luoran lunged forward, piercing through the knight's body, golden light erupting from within. It was incomprehensible how such a phenomenon was created and generated. Blue-silver grass bind. Tang San, noticing the armored knight preparing to strike Jiang Luoran, swiftly restrained his right foot. The white lotus bloomed, 3 tails born. 3 robust fox tails ensnared the knight's left foot. Hulaina threw 4th black iron chains, binding the knight's left arm. With a sudden lunge, a gash appeared in the knight's chest, revealing a sharp point. Unmistakably the angelic sword. How would you breach this place? Yi Bei descended, using the white mist in her hands to halt the knight's offensive. Auntie, what brings you here? Tang Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Could I rest easy knowing you children were departing? I want to explore the ancient ruins. These armored knights are the wicked sinners vanquished by our ancestors. Now, they have transformed into restless spirits, controlled by necromancers, Yi Bei explained. Necromancers? We have encountered them previously. Only some level 1 divine domains. Tang sensed something amiss. If he was not mistaken, the final trial would be the necromancer. They were the true puppet master, and defeating them was essential to inherit the Kunpeng level 2 divine domain. Most importantly, only Jiang Luoran could enter. We can only assist up to this point. Yi Bei commanded. Luoran, make your move. 9th soul skill, blue divine rune. Upon encountering the blue divine, all succumb. 9th soul skill, blue divine melody. The realm of the blue divine, a song of rain of blood, a requiem for the fallen. The golden soul rings surged, erupting with endless runes and divine symbols. Let the bloodthirsty vines bring your end. Jiang Luoran intoned softly. Indeed, today I witnessed a call for aid, veritable and substantiated. A boy, suffering from a brain hemorrhage, unable to undergo surgery, with water drop fund and Billy as proof, all genuine. C983501522 is the WeChat of the supporter. If any friends wish to assist, he will explain the true circumstances. Alternatively, you can add me on WeChat, and I will create a group to include him. J9065437778. I guarantee the authenticity of this event in my own name. Bowing, shaking hands, Chapter 212. Kunpeng Trial, Second Challenge 1 Boom. The armored knight was vanquished on the spot, leaving not even a trace. Jiang Luoran was perplexed, hearing the sound of release, a sensation akin to having finally vanquished a foe. Power! After slaying so many armored knights, and personally dispatching their leader, Jiang Luoran felt a surge of strength, an awareness approaching that of a level 2 divine domain. No wonder he could breach the knight's defenses and strike him down. It was due to this augmentation of power. This was as far as it could go. Tang San and the others stood outside the circle, observing Jiang Luoran. Here, Hulaina tossed the bloodthirsty vine that had ensnared her foot to Jiang Luoran. Was it necessary? Although she voiced her impatience, she felt a sense of joy inside. Jiang Luoran truly wanted to express his disbelief. Given the earlier situation, had Hulaina charged forward, she would have undoubtedly met her demise. After all, the armored knights sought him, not them. He would face them alone. Brother, travel well. We await your return. It is up to you to eradicate the evil. We trust you, Qianren Shua said. Luoran, whatever challenges you face, hold firm. If all else fails, use the true form of Kunpeng to confront them, Yi Beibei advised. All right, wait for me to resolve the issue. Truth be told, Jiang Luoran felt a twinge of anxiety. They had journeyed together to this point, and the prospect of entering the second trial was daunting. However, this second trial must be braved. Without confronting it, how can one ascertain their own capabilities? A golden vortex emerged, gradually expanding until a passage wide enough for a person to enter was formed. Jiang Luoran, unhesitant, stepped inside and merged with the golden vortex, ultimately vanishing from sight. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with ominous clouds gathering and lightning flickering intermittently. This place resembled a battlefield of hell, and indeed, it was the epitome of a hellish arena. Although the air was thick with a sense of peril, Jiang Luoran had yet to encounter a single necromancer or armored knight. It felt more like an open space, where the danger merely lingered at this level. Moving forward would yield no different results. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed. If anything had changed along the way, it was undoubtedly the thunder rolling overhead. From a mere thread-like size, it had now thickened to the girth of a water barrel and continued to swell. In an instant, the sky lit up with a blinding flash as the thunderbolt descended, purposefully carving a path toward Jiang Luoran with astonishing speed. Jiang Luoran leaped and dashed forward, evading the strike while seizing the moment to draw forth his golden warhammer. As anticipated, the lightning twisted and pursued Jiang Luoran, seemingly guided by an unseen hand. Jiang Luoran executed a swift maneuver, hurling the golden hammer with fervor. Unleashing a chaotic storm, the hammer collided with the barrel-thick lightning, culminating in a dazzling explosion that released a ring of electric energy. Attempting to ambush me, Jiang Luoran charged forward, grasping the hammer entwined with the terrifying lightning, turning their own power against them. Boom! The sky was illuminated with a blinding radiance. And Jiang Luoran could not ascertain what he had struck, but it was undoubtedly something exceedingly solid. Despite such formidable force, it failed to inflict any harm upon the adversary, leaving Jiang Luoran feeling somewhat embarrassed. A horde of necromancers emerged from the shadows, having evidently awaited this moment for quite some time. Even the recent thunderstorm was surely part of their meticulous plan. 7th Soul Skill Blood Vine Avatar. A 5-meter-tall plant man descended from above, crashing to the ground. The plant man quickly regained its footing, surveying the surroundings. Truthfully, the absence of the necromancers had left him feeling uneasy, and now that they finally appeared, Jiang Luoran felt even more uncomfortable. There were simply too many. Upon counting, there were at least several hundred. Just one drop of saliva from each would be more than he could bear, not to mention the necromantic spells they wielded. In this moment of need, the old tree roots were undoubtedly his best allies. 2nd Soul Skill, Shadow following. 1st Soul Skill, Creation from Nothing. Two violet soul rings intertwined, and a venerable million-year-old tree root emerged majestically. Following closely behind the plant man, the old tree roots continued to grow wildly, resembling puffed-up food. Fifth soul skill, hellish armor. The hellish armor was produced en masse, with all 50 tree roots donning it, including the foremost plant man. Fourth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 strikes. Weapons were also produced in bulk. A single vine from one tree root could wield over 100 weapons, and all 50 tree roots were now armed. This would be a formidable and lethal force, truly a sight to behold. The plant man wielded hammers in both hands, eyes gleaming with golden light. The dual hammers crackling with lightning like a magnet emitting a sharp sound. The necromancers were not idle either, deploying numerous necromantic magic circles that encircled the plant man and their vast army, showing signs of isolation. Jiang would not wait for them to complete their preparations. With a commanding shout, he cried, "Attack!" The plant man led the old tree root army, surging forward like a tide of beasts. The leading necromancer waved their staff, and the necromancers followed suit, charging ahead. Chaotic storm, 9 return to 1. At this moment, the plant man was at the peak of its frenzy. Fully aware that the initial wave of assault would be exceptionally fierce, he needed to shield the old tree roots from the oncoming onslaught. Otherwise, the old roots would be scattered, and victory would slip from their grasp. With utmost strength, he braced himself against the first wave, aiming to shatter the opposition. Lightning crackled from the hammers, striking across several miles, enveloping the area in golden electric energy. The plant man could no longer contain the surge of violent energy. Boom! The 9 returned to 1. Chaotic storm shot forth, and Jiang descended like a thunder god, toppling a line of necromancers. He resembled a frenzied demon, rapidly spinning his golden hammer, leaping into the midst of the necromancer throng. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the hammer struck was the beginning of chaos, force, eruption, and might. This was an unparalleled strike. Although the necromancers were of divine rank, as spellcasters, they were inevitably at a disadvantage in close combat. Not to mention the plant man, a speedster, who was engaged with one enemy while already attacking another from behind, delivering a crushing blow. The plant man hurled his dual hammers skyward, invoking the 8th soul skill. Bloodfiend Star Flowing Cloud Annihilation. A red soul ring appeared, spinning rapidly like a surge of blood, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The dual hammers, crackling with lightning, descended, accompanied by countless blood vines resembling dragon heads, trailing behind them. Chapter 213, Kunpeng Trial. Second Stage 2, the lightning and golden dragon obliterated everything once more. It was insufficient to annihilate the necromancers entirely. The old tree roots surged forward, breaking through the necromantic spells and wielding their weapons with wild abandon. Howl! Capture the leader first. The plant man had long set its sights on the head necromancer and leaped swiftly. The necromancer began to chant the necromantic song, black and white ripples of musical notes tugging at Jiang. Clad in hellish armor and wearing ghostly boots, the plant man feared no magic. It shattered the notes and pinned the necromancer to the ground, buzzing. As the necromancer was subdued, the plant man's consciousness momentarily faltered. Regaining clarity, it realized the necromancer had vanished. To the right, the plant man shouted instinctively. Bang! A flash of black starlight struck, sending the plant man tumbling to the ground. The hellish armor was rendered useless, and a gash appeared on the plant man's right arm. 6th soul skill, Spear of Curse. Experience the taste of life and death. The plant man hurled a spear of curse, propelling itself with ghostly boots. Since the necromancer was enamored with life and death, perhaps a glimmer of hope remained to see if the spear bore any effect. Bang! The necromantic magic shattered the spear of curse, yet it did not disperse. Instead, it unleashed black chains that ensnared Jiang. The ghostly boots were bound, rendering him unable to strike at the head necromancer. In such chaotic combat, hesitation was a grave mistake, for no one would return to rescue Jiang. Various combat techniques failed to eliminate the necromancers. Kunpeng Avatar. 3rd soul skill, Kunpeng Howl of the Heavens. Jiang transformed into a magnificent white-feathered Kunpeng, gathering radiant white light in his beak. Boom whoosh! The white dawn descended, sweeping across the ground, cleaving through the necromancers. It obliterated everything in its path, even ensnaring some necromancers engaged with the old roots. Just moments ago, Jiang had unleashed 10 golden soul rings to execute this powerful strike. In an effort to alleviate the burden of the ancient roots, he unleashed his most formidable soul power. Jiang Luoran felt a tinge of uncertainty regarding his previous strike, for he had grown accustomed to battling madmen, and one could only speculate the thickness of their armor. It was possible that he merely grazed the opponent. In such a case, he would be left with no choice but to resort to the Dawn Spear. One must pierce through each adversary with lethal precision. Jiang Luoran transformed back into his human form, as 10 golden soul rings danced behind him, resembling divine emissaries descending from the heavens. The 10th soul skill was invoked, as Jiang Luoran summoned the 10 soul rings, arranging them before his right hand. The golden rings, ordered from smallest to largest, formed a linear array, channeling the soul power coursing through him. Should he fail to vanquish his foe, he would unleash a devastating attack, obliterating the surroundings. As the mist dissipated, the necromancer was revealed to be alive, astonishingly gathering the mightiest of necromantic magic. Witnessing this, Jiang Luoran felt a surge of urgency and quickly activated his soul skill. Soar to the heavens, he commanded, unleashing all his strength. A resonant sound echoed as the 10 soul rings voraciously consumed soul power, draining everything in their vicinity. This could undoubtedly be likened to a miniature version of a bloody cannon, an attack that had once been dubbed the Bloody Cannon. The ancient roots had been engaged in a fierce battle with the necromancers, resulting in mutual devastation akin to wounding 1,000 foes while sustaining 800 injuries. The ancient roots were left with but a few remnants. From the onset, Jiang Luoran had deftly manipulated the ancient roots, proving to be an exemplary laborer. If you are unafraid, then come forth, Jiang Luoran bellowed, challenging the enemy to strike first. The terrifying energies clashed, their sheer presence capable of obliterating legions of second-tier divine beings. If one were to witness this spectacle, they would likely see only the radiant orb of white light and the pitch-black energy swirling together, both resonating with ancient and timeless echoes. The necromancer emitted a low hum, but refrained from unleashing his magic. Both combatants remained locked in a stalemate, neither daring to initiate an attack. Jiang Luoran feared that should he unleash his strike, it would lead to the annihilation of everything around him. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble, leaving him to ponder his fate. The necromancer, too, was apprehensive. Such an attack would surely result in total obliteration, especially with the impending collision of 2 unparalleled energies. Suddenly, Jiang Luoran realized that the thunderous roiling above was merely a natural phenomenon, not a harbinger of his demise. Soar to the heavens had already been unleashed, manifesting as an ethereal Kunpeng, adorned with auspicious clouds, hurtling towards the necromancer. The madman, the necromancer, perhaps feeling the urgency, cursed vehemently and retaliated with his own attack. Subsequently, Jiang Luoran felt himself spinning wildly, disoriented and vulnerable. Pain was the only sensation he could discern amidst the chaos. His vision obscured either by blinding light or by the heavy veil of unconsciousness. Days had passed in a haze, rendering him indifferent to everything around him. The words of the ancient roots were undoubtedly swept away by the ensuing shockwave. It became evident to Jiang Luoran that the necromancer he faced was not the ultimate boss. If the true boss existed, Jiang Luoran surmised it resided high above. Regardless of its power, it could not surpass the concept of a second-tier divine being. Although he lacked divine status and had not ascended, he possessed sufficient strength to contend with the necromancer. The necromancer he had just encountered should have been obliterated. In that fleeting moment of radiant light, Jiang Luoran heard the sound of something dissipating. A series of soft thuds echoed, signaling the arrival of a figure clad in black. Elegantly adorned like a lady, donned in black lace gloves, wielding a purple gold staff. Seated upon an imposing throne of black iron, which seemed unbreakable at a mere glance. She cradled the headless necromancer, his helmet removed to reveal a face strikingly handsome. Jiang Luoran found himself perplexed by the situation, as if he had unwittingly torn apart a pair of star-crossed lovers. What, precisely, was the nature of this Kunpeng trial that had left him so bewildered? Why had the armored knight and the necromancer appeared, both in such distress? Did the ancestors of Kunpeng truly desire this? In the midst of his confusion, the female necromancer's eyes gleamed with an ominous darkness. Jiang Luoran stood frozen, grappling with the weight of his actions, questioning whether he had committed some grave offense. All he had done was engage in a trial. They had attacked him, and he had retaliated. Was there some hidden truth he had yet to uncover? Before he could ponder further, The necromancer ascended, golden runes swirling around her. Her purple gold staff moved with purpose, drawing forth the drifting golden symbols. Third soul skill. Bloodthirsty magic prison. Jiang Luoran struck the ground, ensnaring himself within the magical confines. He understood that this sorceress would not afford him a moment to react. With a resounding crash, he was propelled several meters away, the magical prison leaving a deep indentation in its wake. The impact alone was enough for Jiang Luoran to gauge the magnitude of her power. In his bewilderment, he had no explanation, for all these adversaries had fallen by his hand. What truly was this Kunpeng trial? Desperation surged within him as he grasped his golden war hammer, perched upon the back of the Kunpeng. The necromancer, a fierce warrior herself, charged towards him from her black iron throne, wielding a searing magic that threatened to engulf everything in flames, annihilating the cosmos itself. The clash of the golden hammer and her magic ensued, and Jiang Luoran swiftly retreated, well aware that he could not withstand her arcane might. Fifth soul skill, Kunpeng's treasure technique, 7-Li kill. The golden soul rings transformed Jiang Luoran's right arm into a single golden wing of the Kunpeng, towering 1,000 meters high. It resembled a colossal celestial blade, emanating a terrifying aura of lethal intent, imbued with ancient and indelible power. The golden Kunpeng wing, adorned with swirling soul rings, trailed golden lightning as it slashed through the clouds towards the necromancer. Necromantic magic, the necromancer intoned, as runes animated around her, culminating in a tempest of golden symbols. The intensity of the storm rivaled that of a 12th-level tornado. The necromancer bore 10 golden soul rings, harmonizing in a rhythmic dance. As the Kunpeng wing descended, it collided with the tempest, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that obliterated both forces without a trace. Jiang Luoran, however, felt the residual force of the encounter, for his opponent's power was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to contend with it. The female mage provided no respite to Jiang Luoran, unleashing sharp sigils that pierced towards him. With her second soul skill, Shadow following, the roots of an ancient tree erupted from the ground, blocking the barrage of sigils. Fifth soul skill, Kunpeng's Sky Crying Strike. Jiang Luoran swiftly switched his martial spirit, rolling to evade, a golden soul ring materializing around him. Annihilation, he declared, expelling a surge of radiant energy that obliterated the area where the female mage stood. She quickly gathered the sigil energy, forming a barrier to shield herself. A tremendous wave of light met resistance, eventually dissipating into wisps of smoke. The female mage gazed down at Jiang Luoran, a chilling intent etched upon her face. Jiang Luoran, feeling the oppressive aura, trembled involuntarily. The ground quaked, leaving him bewildered as the female mage raised a golden sigil. Jiang Luoran watched as 10 soul rings merged into the sigil, and it was evident even to him what this foretold: a devastating finale, an inevitable fatal strike. Soon, a swirling vortex began to form in the center of the arena. Jiang Luoran, brushing against its edge, felt a sharp pain as his finger was cut, blood staining the ground. He realized he was cornered, his soul power nearly depleted. Another use of soaring to 9,000 miles was utterly impossible. Was he truly destined to perish here? Jiang Luoran refused to accept this fate. Having ascended to divinity, he found it unbearably exhausting to be so thoroughly dominated. The power emanating from the female mage surely rivaled his own previous strike, perhaps even surpassing it by a factor of 2. It was clear how much she loathed him. Yet the situation remained perplexing to Jiang Luoran. Gun of Dawn. Jiang Luoran positioned the golden spear at his brow, bracing himself against the impending storm. The tempest roared with ghastly cries, sending shivers down his spine, his mind clouded. Whether it was the storm's velocity or the sound of the mage's sigils, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Yet he had no choice. This strike was all-encompassing, and retreat was not an option. The storm bore down upon him, and Jiang Luoran stood firm. Light of dawn. He activated his shadowy boots, thrusting the spear into the storm, unleashing a cascade of brilliant starlight. On Earth, the eye of a storm was the safest place. Jiang Luoran decided to test this theory within the divine realm. Radiant golden light cleaved a path through the tempest, spilling forth golden threads. The storm consumed all light, scattering it away. The female mage fell to the ground, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Jiang Luoran, particularly on the spear he wielded. Jiang Luoran aimed the spear at her, puzzled by her sudden restraint from striking him down. Although he had ventured into the eye of the storm, significantly reducing the danger, his remaining strength was insufficient for self-preservation. Who are you? The female mage inquired repeatedly. Who am I? Jiang Luoran frowned, uncertain how to respond. I am Jiang Luoran, a level 1 divine residence, residing in Biming. No, you are the Kunpeng god? The female mage pressed on. You are the level 2 Kunpeng divine residence. Jiang Luoran was baffled. What was so astonishing about this? Shouldn't she have known this already? Why the look of sheer terror? And declaring him a level 2 divine residence, was that meant as flattery? I do not understand. Jiang Luoran shook his head. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The female mage relaxed slightly, collapsing onto the ground. It is normal for you not to understand. There's far too much you are unaware of. If I am not mistaken, you are here to obtain the level 2 Kunpeng divine residence, correct? Indeed. I have fought my way here. Anyone who sees me rushes to attack, eager to end my life. I thought this was a trial. A challenge orchestrated by the Kunpeng god, Jiang Luoran confessed. No, the Kunpeng god would not initiate such a trial. You have also completed the level 1 trial of the Kunpeng god. Where have you killed living soul beasts? The female mage replied coldly. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. How had he overlooked this critical detail? The fundamental issue was that this trial did not resemble those of the Kunpeng god, as the female mage stated. This was not characteristic of the Kunpeng god. What do you mean? Jiang Luoran asked, genuinely confused. He was indeed bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. This was the Kunpeng trial above the Kunpeng temple. What else could it be? Was it another dimension? We all regarded you as the god of Taotai, which is why we attacked you upon arrival. It wasn't until I saw the gun of dawn that I realized my error. The female mage sighed. What a grave mistake. Jiang Luoran thought to himself. Was it possible for him to be more perplexed? He felt utterly lost. The Kunpeng god had long been obliterated, leaving only the self-inherited level 2 divine essence. The god of Taotai was originally associated with the Kunpeng lineage, hence the side deity status. The realm you have entered is, in fact, under the command of the god of Taotai. He possesses the energy to activate the Kunpeng divine status. Naturally, this does not imply he intends to deceive you. His true objective is to annihilate us. As for the divine status, after you eliminate me, it will be yours to inherit. The female mage, gravely wounded, appeared resigned to her fate. Why must he kill you? Does he harbor a grudge against you? Jiang Luoran inquired, bewildered. After all his struggles, it turned out he was merely acting on behalf of the god of Taotai. His feelings were a tumult of disbelief. The reason for our enmity lies in necromancy. Ultimately, this magic is derived from the god of Taotai. How could a mythical sacred beast permit its magic to be exposed? The female mage inhaled deeply, her divine consciousness returning. I am puzzled. As a level 2 divine residence, why does he not eliminate you himself? Jiang Luoran pressed, hitting upon the crux of the matter. Surely the god of Taotai could easily obliterate them all with a single divine skill. Why go through such convoluted means, forcing him to do the killing? Was it game? Because he has only retained his divine consciousness. If he exhausts his power, he will not witness our demise. The female mage sensed movement to her right. Whoosh! A beam of crimson light shot towards the female mage's head. In her current state, she was incapable of defense, and even her dark throne would be too late to protect her. Boom! Jiang Luoran raised the gun of dawn before his chest, intercepting the bloodlight with considerable force. He deftly maneuvered the spear, sending the energy back towards its origin. A phantasmal Taotai lunged forth, consuming the blood energy Jiang Luoran had reflected. What are you doing? Kunpeng god, swiftly eliminate this woman. Once she is dealt with, I will immediately release the energy of the Kunpeng divine residence. The god of Taotai bellowed. Jiang Luoran glanced at the female mage. Whatever, let us consider this a repayment of gratitude to the ancestors of the Kunpeng. She seemed to understand his intent. Such an exchange was indeed difficult to refuse. Jiang Luoran, however, remained perplexed. He had wondered why his power increased with each adversary he defeated. It turns out that it was precisely because of the entrapment by the Taotai deity that my current strength has grown solely through this method. But what if it were not so? Jiang Luoran, known for his temper, would not stoop to assist someone who toys with him like a puppet. Is he truly that servile? Moreover, the death mage holds no grudge against me, despite the countless kin I have slain. Is this not a manifestation of madness? Assist you? I shall help you, not at all. What do you mean? The death mage is evil, malevolent, and Tao Ye's hands gather a blood-red energy. Evil, so what? Jiang Luoran's eyes gleamed with golden light. Tao Tai exclaimed. Has the Kunpeng deity become increasingly deranged with each generation? And yet, it stands so defiantly. I found myself a loss for words. We are all at the end of our strength. Together, we cannot even defeat it. It is over. Do not engage in futile endeavors. The female mage mocked Jiang Luoran as a child. Only a child would throw a tantrum and act without regard for profit. Not kill. Tao Tai inquired. Why kill? Jiang Luoran stepped toward him, demanding the Kunpeng energy be surrendered. A delusion. Tao Tai roared, fists clenched, unleashing a wave of energy toward Jiang Luoran. Sixth soul skill, Kunpeng spreads its wings. Jiang Luoran sprouted a pair of golden wings, extending thousands of meters wide, resembling celestial gates. Golden soul rings shimmered on his back. Pulsating with energy, the spear of dawn blocked Tao Ye's fists, halting his advance. The Yoming boots delivered a kick to Tao Tai, sending him staggering back. Just as Jiang Luoran prepared to unleash his soul skill, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The depletion of soul power rendered him incapable of sustaining even the sixth soul skill. Kunpeng spreads its wings. At our weakest, we dare to be arrogant? A red vortex formed before Tao Ye's mouth, drawing Jiang Luoran in. Was this an attempt to devour him? The supreme undead, the female mage commanded the black gold throne, standing resolutely before Jiang Luoran. The Tianqing leg bone could not recover in time. Besides, who among the gods lacks a soul bone capable of restoring energy? Jiang Luoran's current need could not be fulfilled by Tianqing bone in such a short span. United, the female mage leapt, seizing the spear of dawn, piercing it into Tao Ye's body. Jiang Luoran's eyes widened. This was the third person he had seen wield the spear of dawn. Yet now was not the time to inquire about the spear. Jiang Luoran sprinted forward, leaping to deliver a blow to Tao Ye's head. The death magic. The female mage began a chant. You have only one chance to unleash your soul skill. A single strike must suffice. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Luoran felt as if he could select from all the soul skills at his disposal, and the soul power expended was but 0. What manner of death magic is this? 10th soul skill, soaring upwards to 90,000 miles. The white Kunpeng wreaked havoc, erupting from Jiang Luoran's 10 soul rings, colliding with Tao Tai and ascending to greater heights. The sound was indescribable, a cacophony of Tao Ye's anguished cries intertwined with the Kunpeng's shrieks. Ultimately, the two sounds converged into nothingness. You are now the unparalleled master here. Above and below, only you reign supreme. The female mage's rune shattered, her heartbeat faltering. Indeed, at the moment of Tao Ye's demise, Jiang Luoran felt an overwhelming sense of control over all. The energy of the Kunpeng's second divine abode was palpable. Was that the power of sacrifice? Could I unleash my soul skill? Jiang Luoran grasped the situation, realizing the implications. Otherwise, what would we do? Await our deaths with our soul power nearly depleted? The female mage replied, Your single soul skill shall not cost me my life. I shall provide you with an explanation for slaying your kin. Jiang Luoran discerned the ferocity in the female mage's gaze. You owe me an explanation. Even if you are a deity, you must perish. Yet I cannot kill you now. I can only use death magic and runes to save my kin. The female mage exerted all her strength, lifting her shattered rune crystal. The purple gold staff floated toward her, encircling the runes as they ascended. Chapter 216. Choose Biming or your friends. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The shattered rune crystal and staff transformed into countless stars. Like spring rain, they dispersed in the sky, cascading downward. All fallen, all deceased armored knights and death mages rose in unison. Death magic? Jiang Luoran mused. Such a defiant art you have activated. Do you not fear divine retribution? So what? I am a deity, the female mage replied with a faint smile. As she fell towards the ground, she was suddenly enveloped by a pair of outstretched hands. It was the death maid she had held while weeping moments ago. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Truthfully, this death mage bore a resemblance to Yelekasi. Could this possibly be Yelekasi's ancestor? Boom! A transcendent force materialized before Jiang Luoran, its light piercing through the entire divine realm. The crimson glow made it difficult to discern the limits of this place. Jiang Luoran understood clearly. This was the Kunpeng's second divine abode. As long as he inherited the second divine abode, he could soar above all and vanquish the remnants of evil. Inherit. Jiang Luoran reached out to grasp the energy of the Kunpeng's second divine abode. Boom! The moment of contact sent him crashing to the ground, his right hand tingling with shock. What is happening? Jiang Luoran pondered, feeling no apparent issues. He sensed that the Kunpeng energy was aligning with him. Ha ha ha. Since you cannot bear to kill for me, then kill for yourself. One fragment of the Kunpeng energy is under my custody, lacking sufficient energy. You cannot inherit it at all. Tao Qi's final voice echoed, then faded away. What does this mean? Jiang Luoran frowned. What does kill for yourself imply? Kunpeng deity, the power of the second divine abode is already diminished. You must choose from all the soul beasts of Baiming or your friends in the first trial. The Kunpeng divine abode will automatically decompose their powers in a driving force. Nonsense. What do I care for the lives and deaths of others? I have no authority to command them. Jiang Luoran was utterly dumbfounded. Luoran, we are willing to assist you in becoming the second divine abode. After all, we will not perish. The evils of Douluo shall be entrusted to you. Yi Bei and the others echoed in unison. This was a telepathic message. Jiang Luoran understood they were already aware. The evil is likely preparing to strike. We must deprive our strength to defeat it, Hu Laina commanded. Hurry and make a decisive conclusion. You're not the indecisive type, Bibi Dong remarked. Bring forth the fierceness you displayed in striking women. There is no time left. Qian Rinxue urged. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists tightly. The divine position is of utmost importance to a god. Yes, with their talents and existing cases of ascension, they are undoubtedly the foremost candidates for other divine positions. But why should I deprive others? Furthermore, what if they never achieve godhood again? All soul beasts of Baiming, all sacred spirits, and every flower and tree within a radius of millions of miles are willing to welcome the Baiming deity. Decades of cultivation is but a fleeting moment. Vanquishing evil is all that matters. I can still cultivate anew. It is not a great deal. I will train again and let the Baiming deity make the decision. The soul beasts have cultivated for decades, some even for 1,000,000 years. How can I let their long lives be in vain? Jiang Luoran could not bring himself to do it. There is no suffering greater than that of waiting. Have you made your decision? Kunpeng deity. Jiang Luoran remained silent as he grasped the gun of dawn and stepped outside, his demeanor speaking volumes. With a flawed secondary divine artifact, victory over evil was utterly unattainable. Kunpeng Shundi advised against acting impulsively, asserting that circumstances are rarely absolute. Life, as we often claim, offers a multitude of choices. Indeed, Jiang Luoran did not hesitate, advancing directly beyond the second trial, effectively relinquishing his claim to the Kunpeng divinity. The appearance of Jiang Luoran astonished the onlookers, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. I believe we should confront it together. Teamwork is the essence of triumph. I am not particularly optimistic about individual heroics. Jiang Luoran stated with a smile, extending his hand to grasp Hu Laina's. What do you think? Then let us vanquish it. Our current strength is nearly that of secondary divine artifacts. Tang Sen drew forth the sea god trident. Are you truly willing? This is a secondary divine artifact. Exceedingly difficult to obtain, Bibi Dong interjected. There's nothing I cannot let go of. Power can compensate for many things. However, a team is singular. Once a decision is made, there is no turning back. Jiang Luoran exerted himself to restore his strength. In the second trial, the female mage's profound gaze followed Jiang Luoran's retreating figure. Has he refused the secondary divine artifact? Why? I deem such a transaction entirely worthwhile. The male mage pulled the female mage aside, admitting that even he had never encountered someone like him. Perhaps it is such individuals who truly deserve strength. He is different. The female mage revealed, producing a crystal-clear blue rune from her bosom. Victory or defeat in battle shall be determined only upon death. Jiang Luoran transformed into the colossal Kunpeng, soaring through the skies. Seventh soul skill, White Lotus true body. Seventh soul skill, Hao Yin true body. Seventh soul skill, Kunpeng true body. Seventh soul skill, Angel true body. Kunpeng domain activate. With his hands, Kunpeng tore open a rift in space. As long as they crossed over, they would enter Douluo continent, where nothing could be salvaged from this battle. Only by relying on their own strength could they slay evil. This was Jiang Luoran's choice, a choice that would demand a tremendous price. Ahead lay endless peril, observing evil still ensnared within the space. Jiang Luoran brandished the towering gun of dawn and forcefully expelled the foe. The fabric of space was rent asunder, and evil fell out. Poised to roar, but was swiftly struck down by Hu Laina's 9 tails once more. Strike towards the depths of the ocean without pause. Unleash your most ferocious attacks. Jiang Luoran commanded. The great angel wielded the angelic sword, piercing through evil once again. The scythe of death, in the hands of Bibi Dong, glimmered with dark light as she opened a breach in the sky. This was a terrifying and lethal wave of energy that rendered evil momentarily dazed. The 9 treasures turned into glazed, and all soul rings activated. 9 heart, see Tang healed. The 2 healing soul beasts expended all their soul power to bolster the 7 gods, enabling them to fight more favorably, at least temporarily alleviating concerns over soul power. Looking towards the increasingly distant deities, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling collapsed beside Oscar. It is up to you now, Oscar murmured. Ragged Cloak, 9 returns to 1. Tang San and Jiang Luoran frantically summoned hammers and lightning, battering evil into a state of utter confusion, granting no respite. In an instant, the winds shifted, thunder roared incessantly. Ocean waves surged, and mountains crumbled. The light of the solar corona. The death god of the Rakshasa. Chapter 217. The final journey, grand finale. Kunpeng domain. Angel domain. Rakshasa domain. Solar corona domain. White lotus domain. Kunpeng domain. Sea god domain. After unleashing their most potent soul skills, Jiang Luoran and his companions restrained evil's limbs with their domains. As the primary attacker, Jiang Luoran transformed into a plant-like figure, bearing down upon evil toward the depths of the sea. The remaining 6 gods followed closely, tension palpable. The further we go, the better, Jiang Luoran silently chanted within himself. Indeed, phrases like teamwork to slay evil are utterly nonsensical. Today he was determined to unleash the blood of flight. At this moment, only the blood of flight could vanquish evil. What teamwork? Victory was contingent upon the timing. In this scenario, without Jiang Luoran, survival would be impossible. As for the 7 gods' martial soul fusion technique, let us observe the situation. Tang San and the others, in their efforts to force evil to the sea's edge, were nearing depletion of their soul power. It must be noted that they had unleashed high-level divine skills throughout this journey, daring not to relent in the slightest. Evil, witnessing Jiang Luoran's unwavering gaze, recognized the intensity of his resolve. It was the kind of relentless ferocity that disregarded life itself. Consider this. When someone is prepared to forsake their very life, what more could they possibly care about? Roaring, evil lashed out, yet the wounds inflicted moments ago still throbbed, compounded by the suppression of the 7 domains. Do not even think about it. I will shatter the power of the divine artifact and manifest the ultimate Kunpeng domain. You cannot break free. Jiang Luoran's mouth bled as he spoke. Evil erupted with a crimson light, struggling against the first layer of the Kunpeng domain. Desperation etched across its form. The crowd remained oblivious, assuming this was merely the combined force of the 7 domains. Gazing upon Jiang Luoran's fierce and terrifying visage, evil was clearly unnerved. It seemed to embody the very essence of a villain. In the second trial of the Kunpeng Divine Palace, I may, perhaps, assist him, the female mage declared, brandishing the blue rune amidst the throng of mages. No, I cannot allow this. A male figure seized the female mage's hand, yearning to retain her for selfish reasons. That which was meant to remain has already done so. What was required has been accomplished. Time is the measure of all things. A pause is the most beautiful moment. Take care of Ilex. The female mage bravely surged into the Kunpeng Divine Palace alone. The male figure collapsed to his knees, roaring like thunder. Luoran, you cannot continue to fight. It is insufficient to release the martial soul fusion technique. Tang San grasped Jiang Luoran. We have already reached the Sea God Palace. We're almost there. Jiang Luoran waved dismissively, switching from the plant-like form back to the Kunpeng true body, dragging evil further onward. What exactly are you attempting to do? Hulaina sensed something amiss. Without the martial soul fusion technique, why was Jiang Luoran still so relentless? He was no fool, certainly possessing some means. Trust me and assist. I will not perish before the wedding. Jiang Luoran cast Hulaina a reassuring glance. Hulaina unleashed her final white lotus illusion before collapsing, utterly exhausted, atop the Sea God Palace. Solar Corona. Tang San's final blow was not released. He plummeted from the sky into the sea. However, as a god, he would undoubtedly not drown. Retreat. We are no longer capable of achieving the conditions to slay evil. We must withdraw, Yi Beibei pondered, uncertain of what further outcomes could arise. They had merely exerted immense effort to force evil into the sea, but what remained? The martial soul fusion technique was now beyond reach, having already lost 2 gods. Roaring, evil unleashed a destructive force. Boom! The 6 domains shattered entirely, leaving only Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng domain still standing. Even Yi Bei, despite her naivete, could discern the flaw. You have abandoned the Kunpeng Divine Palace? That is a divine artifact. How do you intend to restore it? Tang Xin seethed with anger, suggesting they retreat. Enough is enough. Jiang Luoran uttered words that astonished all. No one could comprehend what he meant by enough. Was it that he had been a god long enough? Or that evil had been forced into the depths of the sea at the optimal location? Did Jiang Luoran not wish to survive? He yearned deeply for it. To prevent this incident from spiraling out of control, Jiang Luoran felt compelled to resolve the matter. Not for the sake of any hero, but because without him, no one else could resolve this issue. What I do for everything, all that chaos, what peace, what does it have to do with me? However, at such a moment, I cannot bring myself to simply walk away. I genuinely desire to assist, out of pure intention, to carry on. Kunpeng Domain. Jiang Luoran once again summoned a Kunpeng Domain, enveloping Yi Bei, Tang San, Qian Rinxue, and Bibi Dong, propelling them toward the Sea God Palace. What nonsense are you planning to use? I command you to stop. Yi Bei, drained of strength, was utterly incapable of breaking free from the domain. Do not judge me based on appearances. I am here to slay the magical beasts, not merely to rescue this place. The wicked deeds can only be mine to bear. You cannot handle it. Jiang Luoran pushed forth malevolence, like a streak of light racing through the deep sea amidst the raging storm. Ha ha! Sweeping away everything. Ah, release it to me. The sorceress madly dismantled her powers, providing energy to the Kunpeng Divine Palace. Jiang Luoran exclaimed, I wish to accomplish one last thing. The sorceress echoed, I wish to accomplish one last thing. Jiang Luoran declared, Monster, let me show you the final light of dawn. The sorceress countered, Divine Palace, let me show you the final light of the undead. The malevolence shattered the Kunpeng domain, unwilling to remain with this madman for even a moment longer. The blood drained from Jiang Luoran, taking with it all vitality. All for this final light of dawn. Buzzing. The spear of dawn was raised high, the golden spear, almost as fragile as gold, arranged in a circle. The blood surged at 30, 40, 60, 80, 100. Boom, let me teach you. This is true power. Jiang Luoran's eyes blazed with golden fire, piercing the dim sky with a bright ray that widened with each moment. The malevolence suddenly realized its error. This was not merely a piercing light in the sky. Rather, it was as light of dawn, as vast as the heavens themselves. The path was silent. The grayness enveloped everything. Time rendered it difficult to discern anything. If you think you see, it is merely that figure in the sky, gradually dissolving into nothingness, fragmented like discarded refuse, blown away by the wind. That is all. Perhaps we shall never remember such fragments. Insignificant as they are they not? At last, you have finally acknowledged it. The sorceress smiled as she closed her eyes. Hulaina, awakened by the dissipating golden light, gazed at the desolate sea, lost in a daze. Can one person's strength truly empty the ocean? Luoran, are you still there? Yi Bei inquired tentatively. You fool! I shall slay you! Hulaina shouted, brimming with murderous intent. Tang San and the others remained despondent, silent. They had witnessed it, yet now deceive themselves. Is this truly acceptable? Should we not be celebrating joyously, reveling in how we save the world? Who could have anticipated that Jiang Luoran had one final trump card left to play? It was colossal, overshadowing the sun. Perhaps no deity could achieve such a feat. Are you shouting so loudly because you fear I cannot hear? Jiang Luoran approached, tattered and worn. Synopsis. Jiang Luoran possesses the mutated Tianqing Vine Martial Soul, which was already a rare lineage. Now it has transformed into a mutated martial soul, capable of controlling to the death. The most formidable controller. A title Douluo who will not resist. This mutated Tianqing Vine Martial Soul is heralded as the strongest control-type martial soul. Jiang Luoran's second martial soul is even more domineering, as he declares himself the Biming Douluo.